Cheng Yi found himself traversing into the realm of Douluo, a world devoid of Tang San. At the tender age of 3, his family was annihilated by the evil Soul Hall, leading to his adoption by Bibi Dong. By the age of 6, he awakened his twin martial souls, the Shadow King and the Netherworld Demon Scythe. With relentless dedication, he embarked on a path of vengeance against the evil Soul Hall to avenge his family, ultimately leading to the coexistence of the 3 gods and the vanquishing of the Rakshasa God and the evil Soul Hall. Coexistence of the 3 gods? Ashura, have you lost your mind? Our powers will run rampant within him, potentially leading to his destruction. Having absorbed the malevolent energy from the Hell Demon realm, the Rakshasa has transcended the God King level. This is the only viable solution. Chapter 1. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. On the outskirts of Heaven Do City, in an obscure village. My lord, we have located the item. What are the villagers? Inquired a male, evil soul master. The leader, with an icy demeanor, replied, leave not a single soul alive. Child, survive. The child's parents uttered weakly, "Oh, father. Mother, please." The child cried out in anguish. Silence, little one. You shall be next. Ha 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 ha. The evil soul master cackled maniacally. In the child's heart, thoughts raced. Is this truly the end? Must it conclude like this? Father, mother. No, it cannot be. Just then, a wave of soul power surged forth, rescuing him, and he slipped into unconsciousness. A voice, somewhat feminine yet masculine, echoed, Your Holiness, the village has been utterly ravaged by the evil Soul Hall. Only this child remains alive in your grasp. Who led the assault? Bibi Dong inquired. The 8th seat, codenamed 10,000 Bones, Yuan responded. Chase after them. Execute all fleeing evil soul masters on the spot. Bibi Dong commanded, her fury palpable. Gazing at the child she cradled, a flicker of compassion emerged within Bibi Dong. Upon the child's blood-stained chest lay a plaque inscribed with 2 characters, seemingly his name. Cheng Yi, you are fortunate to have encountered me henceforth. You shall accompany me, Bibi Dong murmured. Suddenly, it appeared that Bibi Dong's martial soul resonated with Cheng Yi, as if this power held an innate affinity towards him. Yuan remarked, Your Holiness, 10,000 Bones has escaped. We have apprehended over 30 evil soul masters. Excellent. Well done. Bury the deceased, Bibi Dong lamented. Yes, Your Holiness. Yuan and his companions cast a knowing glance at the child in Bibi Dong's arms. Sensing their gaze, Bibi Dong quietly declared, You need not concern yourselves. I have other plans for this child. In the Hall of Spirits, the Papal Chamber, Bibi Dong observed Cheng Yi's cherubic face, still bearing traces of baby fat, marred by wounds, and a tinge of sorrow welled in her eyes. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yi bolted upright, glancing about, exclaiming, Who am I? Where's this? Where are my parents? It hurts. His sudden movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing Cheng Yi's plight, Bibi Dong smiled gently. You ought to remain still. Any further movement could tear your wounds, and you may very well perish. Cheng Yi slowly lowered his gaze. Did you save me? Thank you. Realizing the grim fate of his parents, tears streamed down his cheeks. Why am I so powerless? I traversed into this world, yet I couldn't protect my family. How could this happen? Bibi Dong, her heart aching for him, replied, Do not weep. At least you are alive, are you not? You must forge ahead, grow stronger, and seek revenge for your family. Cheng Yi's heart quivered at Bibi Dong's words. Indeed, I must avenge my family. I cannot simply surrender. I am truly grateful to you. I am at a loss for how to repay your life-saving grace, Cheng Yi expressed earnestly. Bibi Dong, her expression one of warmth, said, Your thoughts are commendable. It seems we are fated. I have not only saved you, but my martial soul seems to resonate with you. Little one, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. Will you be my child? Cheng Yi gasped in astonishment. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Puzzled, what troubles you? Is that truly permissible? Why not be a burden to you? Cheng Yi queried. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's furrowed brow relaxed. Fear not. You need not worry. Our vast Hall of Spirits can certainly provide for you. The Hall of Spirits. Cheng Yi marveled at the fair skin and near-perfect visage before him. Bibi Dong. It is indeed Bibi Dong. Becoming Bibi Dong's adopted son seems advantageous. This world deviates significantly from the Douluo I once knew. Regardless, I must strive to grow stronger, avenge my family, and repay Bibi Dong's kindness, Cheng Yi resolved internally. Noticing Cheng Yi's contemplation, Bibi Dong inquired, Little one, have you reached a decision regarding my proposal? Cheng Yi raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, Yes, I shall grow strong, avenge my family, and repay you. Ha ha ha. Excellent. If you awaken a formidable martial soul, I shall devote myself to nurturing you. Even if you lack soul power, I will sustain you for life. Bibi Dong responded with mirth. Cheng Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he bowed his head, silently weeping. Thank you so much. Bibi Dong smiled. It is of no consequence, dear child. Dry your tears and lift your head. Perhaps it is time for you to address me differently? With a hint of shyness, Cheng Yi timidly called out, Mother. Upon uttering the word, his cheeks flushed, and he buried his face in the blanket. Bibi Dong laughed. Very well. Here, focus on your recovery. I shall personally instruct you in the ways of soul masters. In less than half a month, Cheng Yi's injuries had nearly healed. Bibi Dong gazed at him, murmuring, this child's recovery speed is astonishing. Cheng Yi spotted Bibi Dong in the distance and scampered over. Mother, I'm all better. When shall you begin teaching me about soul masters? Bibi Dong regarded him tenderly. Are you truly all right? Should you not rest a bit longer? I'm fine, Mother. I am completely recovered. Do not believe otherwise. Cheng Yi exclaimed, running circles around Bibi Dong. Very well. Then from tomorrow onward, I shall formally teach you about soul masters. Be prepared, Bibi Dong said affectionately. Cheng Yi grinned. Yes, Mother. Half a year later, Bibi Dong regarded Cheng Yi, who rested his forehead in contemplation. There are matters of grave importance I must disclose to you. The most nefarious force in this world is the evil soul hall. Over the years, the evil soul masters within have committed heinous acts across the Douluo continent, resorting to murder and pillage to enhance their powers. Could it be that my family fell victim to them? The thought tightened Cheng Yi's fists, his nails digging into his palms. Bibi Dong nodded, her expression a mix of compassion and resignation. The evil soul hall boasts 13 titled Douluo, known as the 13 seats. These individuals are divided into the upper 6 and the lower 7 seats, with the upper 6 being super Douluo. It is said that the first and second seats have even reached the pinnacle of title Douluo. The location of the evil soul hall remains a mystery. These evil soul masters appear and vanish without a trace. They enhance their combat strength through murder and plunder, likely surpassing ordinary soul masters, reaching title Douluo at a swifter pace. However, there remains a discernible gap upon reaching that level, and their ability to escape is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi gritted his teeth. Those vile, evil soul masters. One day, I shall eradicate you completely, avenge my family, and ensure peace for all. Another 6 months passed. In the papal chamber as Cheng Yi engaged in his exercises, he pondered, it has been 4 years since I traversed into this realm, and indeed, this world differs significantly from the Douluo continent I once knew in my previous life. Is this disparity a consequence of my transmigration? The Hao-Ian sect remains unsealed. There is no blue-silver emperor from 100,000 years ago, and Xian Xuanji perished in battle against the third seat of the evil soul hall. This suggests that Tang San does not exist in this world. A faint smile graced Cheng Yi's lips at this revelation. I wonder what kind of martial soul I might awaken. If I can cultivate, I could gradually devise a plan for the celestial herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. I must eradicate the evil soul hall. Chapter 2. The awakening of the martial soul. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and the child saved by Bibi Dong all those years ago had shed the cherubic roundness of his baby face, blossoming into a small boy. Clad in a resplendent white robe adorned with golden patterns, a dignified and graceful woman, crowned with a golden purple tiara and wielding a scepter embedded with countless gemstones, gazed tenderly at the child nestled in her arms. She said softly, today marks the day of your martial soul awakening. Do not be anxious. Even if you awaken a useless martial soul, you will always be my child, and my love for you will remain unwavering. The small boy, Cheng Yi, felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks as he nodded slightly, replying, Thank you, Mother. I will not disappoint you. The carriage glided along the main thoroughfare of Martial Soul City, where vendors clamored and pedestrians clustered in cheerful groups, creating a scene of bustling vitality. We have arrived, Bibi Dong announced. Following her gaze, a magnificent edifice loomed before them. Though not ostentatiously ornate, it radiated an air of grandeur. Before the entrance, numerous children streamed in and out. Those entering bore expressions of palpable anxiety, while those emerging wore faces of joy or walked with heads bowed in silence. At that moment, 2 figures, a yellow and a black shadow, descended gracefully from the sky, landing securely before Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi. Greetings, Your Holiness and young master. Yue Guan and Gue Mei spoke in unison. Good morning, Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gue. Cheng Yi exclaimed. Good morning to you too, young master, Yuegwan responded warmly, while Guei merely nodded slightly. Please, do not call me young master. Just call me Yi-er, Cheng Yi shyly insisted. The two titled Douluos regarded him with gentle smiles. Grand Elder Ju, Grand Elder Guei, please lead the way, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, your holiness, they both replied with slight bows. Traversing a corridor, they entered the grand hall, where the awakening stone stood prominently in the center. A child was currently undergoing the awakening ceremony, as soul power was gradually infused into the child. The spectral image of a great bear materialized behind him. Indeed, the martial soul is the mighty bear. Now, child, place your hand upon this stone to test your innate soul power, the purple-robed bishop commanded. As the child placed his hand upon the soul power crystal, it emitted a soft glow, an innate soul power of level 4. Excellent. You may proceed to enroll in a martial soul academy, the bishop proclaimed. The child joyfully dashed away. Is this truly the process of martial soul awakening? Cheng Yi pondered. One by one, children completed their awakenings, and among them, he recognized many familiar faces from the original tale. Yin, martial soul flame lord, innate soul power level 8. Xiaoyu, martial soul moonblade, innate soul power level 8. Soon, a little girl with bright, large eyes and ordinary attire, adorned with flowing orange hair, stepped forward. Who is she? Cheng Yi vended it in confusion. Martial soul demon fox, innate soul power level 9. The red-robed bishop gasped in astonishment. Bibi Dong approached the girl and inquired gently, what is your name? Recognizing the authority before her, Hulaina stammered, my name is Hulaina. Very well, you are remarkable. Would you like to become my disciple? Bibi Dong asked. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's face lit up with joy, yet as thoughts of her brother surfaced, her expression dimmed. She cast a glance at Xiaoyu. Noticing the flicker of concern in Hulaina's eyes, Bibi Dong reassured her, do not worry. Your brother will be sent to the Martial Soul Academy for training, and you will join him there in due time. Upon hearing this, Hulaina nodded eagerly before kneeling down, exclaiming, Disciple Hulaina pays her respects to the teacher. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Soon, all the children scheduled for awakening that day had completed their rites. With a gentle smile, Bibi Dong turned to Cheng Yi and said, Ear, it is your turn. There is nothing to fear. Just remain calm. Cheng Yi smiled back at Bibi Dong and stepped toward the awakening array at the center of the hall. The red-robed bishop instructed, relax. I will infuse soul power into you. Please close your eyes and attune yourself to your martial soul. I shall assist you in awakening it. With that, the bishop unleashed his martial soul, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and more swirling around him, and began to channel his soul power into Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi closed his eyes, attentively feeling the flow of soul power within him. Suddenly, he sensed a force within him striving to break free, yet it remained restrained, and his features contorted with effort. The red-robed bishop, startled by Cheng Yi's expression, thought, I have never encountered this before. What should I do? If something goes awry? Given that this is the child of the Pope at that moment, Yuegwan commanded sharply, increase the output of soul power. The red-robed bishop, without hesitation, amplified the soul power he infused into the awakening array. Cheng Yi's expression gradually softened. It seems my child may awaken an extraordinarily powerful martial soul, Bibi Dong mused. In a short while, a shadowy form appeared at Cheng Yi's right hand, but it swiftly merged back into a shadow. The red-robed bishop, refusing to be complacent, poured all his soul power into the awakening array. As his soul power surged forth, a wave of destructive and malevolent energy erupted from Cheng Yi, soaring into the heavens. Before long, a colossal scythe, forged from the essence of the netherworld, materialized in Cheng Yi's left hand, adorned with cryptic runes that glimmered with an eerie blue light. Bibi Dong, Yuegwan, and Guei stared in astonishment. What kind of martial soul is this? Such an overwhelming aura from the netherworld. It is a martial soul never before seen on the continent. The fact that this child's martial soul manifested in his left hand signifies that he is. Bibi Dong's heart raced in disbelief. As the scythe solidified, Cheng Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the martial soul in his hand and the power coursing through him. He thought in astonishment, what is this? A twin martial soul. As these thoughts raced through Cheng Yi's mind, information about his 2 martial souls materialized in his consciousness. Please, focus on your control over the martial soul and retract it before we test your innate soul power, the red-robed bishop said weakly. As Cheng Yi placed his hand upon the soul power crystal, it instantly radiated a dazzling light that illuminated the entire grand hall. Suddenly, with a crack, A fine fissure appeared in the soul power crystal. At that moment, silence enveloped the hall, as if time itself had paused. Bibi Dong was the first to regain her composure, gently saying, "Come here, ear. I knew you were the most exceptional." She turned to the bishops below, her voice resolute. "Immediately seal this information. I do not wish for a single whisper of what transpired here today to reach the outside world. You know what must be done?" The assembled individuals knelt, bowing their heads in unison. "Yes. Your Holiness, we understand." Bibi Dong then addressed the red-robed bishop who had awakened Cheng Yi's martial soul. "Li Kai, you have contributed to ER's awakening. Henceforth, I elevate your rank by 1 level, promoting you to Platinum Bishop." Li Kai, upon hearing this, knelt again, exclaiming joyfully, "Thank you, Your Holiness." "Very well. You may return to the main hall. The rest of you may withdraw," Bibi Dong commanded. "Yes, Your Holiness," they all responded in unison. Bibi Dong looked at Cheng Yi and Hu Laina with warmth, saying, "Now, Laina, let us return home." Hu Laina, overwhelmed with surprise, asked, "Your Holiness, may I come with you?" Bibi Dong smiled, "Of course. You are my cherished disciple, and you shall live with us from now on. Be sure to get along well with little E." Listening to Bibi Dong's words, Cheng Yi extended his hand and said, "Greetings, my name is Cheng Yi. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Hu Laina, feeling a bit shy, slowly reached out her hand as well and replied, "Hello, Cheng. My name is Hu Laina. I hope you will also guide me in the days to come." Cheng Yi smiled at Hu Laina and shook her hand. Bibi Dong observed the 2 children with a sense of satisfaction and said, "All right, let us return. Ear, I have something to discuss with you when we get home." Cheng Yi responded, "Understood, Mother." Chapter 3. Reactions from all sides. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, both the god of destruction and the evil god opened their eyes simultaneously. What is this? Such a potent aura of destruction. Such a formidable evil presence. They both exclaimed. Following this, the god of destruction and the evil god simultaneously transmitted a divine mark of power into Cheng Yi's body. They both sensed each other's actions. Subsequently, the god of destruction flew out of his palace, heading towards the evil god's domain. Enraged, the god of destruction exclaimed, "Evil, what do you mean by this? This boy was discovered by me first. Do you intend to usurp my chosen successor?" The evil god responded with a cold laugh. "Destruction, what do you imply? Discovered first? Usurp your successor?" Realizing he could not out-argue the evil god, the god of destruction composed himself and stated, "This boy possesses a strong aura of destruction. He is perfectly suited to be my successor. Allow me to take him, and you may set any conditions you wish." The evil god replied, "Destruction, that simply cannot be. Surely, you have noticed the strong aura of evil residing within him as well. I cannot hand him over to you." The god of destruction countered. "So you wish to fight, then?" With that, he assumed a stance of attack. "Ha ha 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 ha. Destruction, you remain as impetuous as ever. Millions of years have not changed you." The evil god chuckled heartily. Do you have a better method?" The god of destruction inquired, perplexed. "Of course. I'm not as dull-witted as you." The evil god taunted. "Evil, stop playing coy. Reveal your method at once." The god of destruction urged impatiently. So restless. Surely you have noticed he possesses twin martial souls? The auras of destruction and evil emanate from his 2 distinct martial souls, which indicates that he can bear both our divine positions. The evil god smiled. "Is that so? Evil, you'd better not be playing tricks on me," warned the god of destruction. In the distance, Shura God silently observed everything, fearing that these 2 deities would come to blows, relieved that no physical confrontation ensued. Witnessing the god of destruction assume an offensive stance made Shura's heart leap into his throat. With such high talent, how splendid it would be if he were my successor. Yet, with both evil and destruction fixated on him, it seems my chances are slim. Shura sighed quietly as he departed. Within the evil soul hall, such a potent aura of evil. Where is it coming from? Is it from the spirit hall? Inquired the second seat. Ling Lord Supreme, today marks the day 3 years ago when Bibi Dong rescued that boy under our care and he awakened his martial soul. Could it be? The third seat, Chimyan, speculated. "Oh, is that so? Who led the operation 3 years ago?" "The supreme leader of the evil soul hall." Wu Wan asked. "In response to your inquiry, it was I, Wang Gu," came the reply. "Very well, Wang Gu, you and can Ling investigate this matter. Return promptly with your findings, but remember, do not act recklessly." Wu Wan commanded. "Yes, Lord Supreme," they both replied in unison. In Spirit City, within the worship hall, "Elder brother, what is this? Could it be that child brought back by that woman?" Jean Tianlei, Golden Crocodile Douluo, queried. "Indeed, it seems highly probable." Qian Daolu nodded slightly. "What should we do now?" Are we to let her develop unchecked? Our authority in the worship hall is rapidly being undermined. And now another child with such talent has emerged, Jean Tianlei remarked. Qian Daolu sighed. Indeed, our family has wronged her. Since her ascension, the spirit hall has undeniably grown stronger. This is an undeniable fact. However, I never anticipated that the child she rescued 3 years ago would awaken such a powerful martial soul. Qian Daolu helplessly added, let us not concern ourselves with these matters. Let her act. I also hope that this child can become a support for Xiao Shui in the future. In the Heavendo Empire, within the Heavendo Palace, Emperor Shui Yi frowned while perusing a report, saying, what? Another village has been attacked by evil soul masters, and not a single survivor left? He ordered, send word down to ensure that every town dispatches troops to guard the nearby villages. We cannot allow them to rampage unchecked any longer. With that, he weakly cast aside the report in his hand. Father, please calm your anger. The evil soul hall wreaks havoc across the continent, and every faction is troubled by them. We have already stationed troops around the villages. The situation will surely improve, Shui Qinghe reassured him. If it comes to the worst, we may have no choice but to seek assistance from the spirit hall, Shui Yi lamented. Is there truly no other option but to rely on the spirit hall? That beam of light also emanated from their direction, did it not? Emperor Shui Yi pondered. Qinghe, you noticed that beam of light, did you not? It seems the spirit hall is about to unveil another genius. What are your thoughts? Shui Yi inquired. In response to father, this may not be a bad thing. The current turmoil in the continent involves our two empires, the 7 sects, and the spirit hall. Our greatest enemy remains the evil soul hall. As long as the evil soul hall is not eradicated, both the empire and the people will continue to suffer. The emergence of a genius in the spirit hall signifies an additional ally in our future efforts to eliminate the evil soul hall, Shui Qinghe articulated. Indeed, you are correct, Shui Yi replied, slowly turning his gaze toward the direction of the spirit hall. In the Star Luo Empire, within the Star Luo Palace, report. Your Majesty, they have escaped again. A soldier hurriedly entered the hall. What? They've escaped again? Increase our defenses and do not become complacent. Dai Yutian exclaimed in anger. Father, what about the spirit hall? Davis asked. Do not concern yourself with the spirit hall. Let's focus on our own territory. We may even have to seek assistance from the spirit hall, and our relations with the Heavendo Empire cannot remain so strained, Dai Yutian replied, leaning back in his chair, helplessly holding his forehead. In the Haotian sect, within the Haotian hall, Father, was that soul power beam just now from the spirit hall? Tang Xiao queried. Indeed, it appears the spirit hall has unveiled another genius, Tang Wei confirmed. What shall we do? Tang Hao asked. Let's first observe the situation. With the evil soul masters currently so rampant, we stand on the same front as the spirit hall. Sigh, this era will not be peaceful, Tang Wei shook his head, lamenting. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, within the Tyrant Hall, Sect Master, that beam of light was emitted from the direction of the Spirit Hall. An elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect remarked. Yes, I'm aware of this. Yu Yuanjin stroked his beard. With that, he rose and exited the hall. Alas, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is already the weakest among the top 3 sects, with only one titled Douluo among us. If we encounter an attack from the Evil Soul Hall, what shall we do? Yu Yuanjin thought, shaking his head in resignation. It seems we must still rely on the Spirit Hall. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, within the 7 Treasure Hall, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle. Such a commotion from the direction of the Spirit Hall indicates that the child Bibi Dong brought back has awakened an extraordinary martial soul. Ning Fengji smiled. We only know that the child has awakened a martial soul, but beyond that, we have no further information. Our spies have not returned with any news this time. The Spirit Hall's secrecy is indeed remarkable, Chen Xin remarked with a hint of gloom. Bone Rong, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, so what? Our Rong's talent is not inferior. Ning Fengji chuckled in response. All right, Uncle Bone, now is not the time for comparisons. At this rate, we may have to rely on the Spirit Hall in the future. Are we to start currying favor with that Bibi Dong? Bone Rong retorted. Fengji, isn't the Spirit Hall's Academy selecting the Golden Generation to participate in the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament? I presume that child will be among them. Jian Xin Vima? Uncle Jian, are you suggesting we let Rong participate? Ning Feng Ti Bonderet Alot. On what grounds does he deserve our Rong? Bone Rong seethed. Old Bone, your words are misguided. With that boy's talent, he is destined to become the next holy son of the Spirit Hall. What is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Bone Rong fell silent and retreated to the side. All right, Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone, let us not quarrel any further. We should seek Rongrong's opinion on this matter. Just then, Ning Rongrong burst in, tears streaming down her face. Oh, Daddy, they all call me a little witch, and they refuse to play with me. After listening, Ning Fengji affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head and said, All right, Rongrong, it's simply that you tend to be a bit mischievous. How about this? If you work hard on your training, and when the time comes for you to hunt for your first soul ring, I will take you to make new friends, all right? Ning Rongrong, her tears subsiding slightly, stammered, Daddy, is that really true? Of course it is true. Well, have I ever lied to you? Ning Fengji affectionately stroked her head. All right, Daddy, it's a promise. I will train diligently and strive to break through to level 10 as soon as possible. Ning Rongrong declared joyfully before dashing out. Chapter 4. The Shadow King and the Regional Nether Demonic Scythe. In the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Chamber. Bibi Dong and her companions returned to the Pope's Chamber. Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina and said, Nana, you will reside in that room. She pointed to a nearby room, adding, Next to it is Ener's room, and my room is here. Okay, thank you, teacher, Hulaina replied with a smile. Nana, please return to your room and tidy up. I will send someone to bring your belongings from the orphanage shortly, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate it, Hulaina responded respectfully. You're just as understanding as Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. Come out for a moment. I have something to ask you about your martial soul. Bibi Dong said as she walked outside, beckoning Cheng Yi. All right, Mama, I'm coming, Cheng Yi quickly followed. In the courtyard, Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi stood facing each other. Let me see your martial soul, Bibi Dong said with a smile. As Cheng Yi focused her mind and soul power, a demonic scythe gradually materialized in her hand, emanating a dark, ethereal aura that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Bibi Dong carefully observed the scythe and remarked, This demonic scythe has never appeared on the continent before, yet it exudes an aura that is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Its quality even surpasses that of the current premier weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. What is its name? Bibi Dong patiently inquired, knowing that all information about a martial soul would be conveyed to the wielder's mind at the moment of awakening. Mama, it is called the Regional Nether Demonic Scythe. Cheng Yi replied. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Cheng Yi added, Even without attaching a soul ring, this scythe has a 50% penetration effect when striking a target. As I level up, this effect will grow stronger. Should it inflict a wound, the nether energy will gradually erode the injury, and unless I actively dispel this effect, it cannot be undone unless the opponent's soul power exceeds mine. Moreover, this scythe also possesses a certain suppression over other weapon martial souls. Upon hearing the scythe's effects, Bibi Dong was taken aback, thinking, what a formidable martial soul. It possesses such effects even without a soul ring. Then, Bibi Dong tenderly patted Cheng Yi's head and said, It seems, that this scythe will become the continent's premier weapon martial soul in the future. However, you should have another martial soul, correct? Cheng Yi smiled and replied, I originally intended to surprise you, but as expected of you, Mama, you already know. But how'd you find out? Bibi Dong chuckled and said, You silly child, generally. When a person awakens their martial soul, it appears in their right hand, yet your scythe appeared in your left. She continued, To date, including you, only 3 dual martial souls have emerged on the continent. According to records, the first wielder of a dual martial soul perished after attempting to attach a soul ring to their second martial soul. Although Cheng Yi knew that the other dual martial soul wielder was Bibi Dong from the original text, she still asked, Mama, what about the other one? Bibi Dong looked at Cheng Yi with a hint of pride and said, The other one is naturally me. And I have resolved the issue of dual martial souls not being able to attach soul rings simultaneously, so you need not worry. Cheng Yi, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Wow. Mama is so amazing. You truly are remarkable. Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, you little flatterer, quickly unleash your other martial soul for me to see. With that, Cheng Yi gently closed her eyes and began to communicate with her martial soul. Cheng Yi's shadow gradually became elusive, and soon a dark figure manifested around her. What is this? The true martial soul? Bibi Dong thought to herself. After releasing her martial soul, Cheng Yi introduced, Mama, this martial soul is called the Shadow King. Shadow? King? Bibi Dong pondered, realizing it was yet another unprecedented martial soul. Cheng Yi continued, This martial soul grants me 3 skills without the need for a soul ring. What? What did you just say? Your martial soul grants you 3 skills? Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. I have never encountered such a martial soul, she thought. Yes, Mama. My martial soul bestows upon me 3 skills, Cheng Yi affirmed. Can you share what those skills are with me? Bibi Dong inquired. Of course, Mama, Cheng Yi slowly replied. The first skill is called the Hand of the Shadow Sovereign, which allows me to influence objects without physical contact. Hand of the Shadow Sovereign, Cheng Yi declared. Suddenly, a vase dozens of meters away shattered into pieces. Bibi Dong was taken aback, thinking this skill is more terrifying than those granted by soul beasts. Cheng Yi then continued. The second skill is called the Eye of the Shadow. As she spoke, her pupils transformed from distinct black and white to pure black. Activating the Eye of the Shadow enables me to perceive the essence of all things, and it enhances my dynamic vision by 100%. As for the third skill, I will need to hunt for a soul ring before I can demonstrate it for you. Mama, Cheng Yi said with a playful grin. Bibi Dong stood in stunned silence. How can such a martial soul exist? Such skills. It seems that Yi's future achievements will surpass my own. Regaining her composure, Bibi Dong retrieved a soul power crystal ball and said, the crystal ball we used to measure your soul power broke earlier. Its limit is 20. Let's measure it again. With that, Cheng Yi extended her hand towards the soul power crystal. The crystal began to glow gradually. Although the light did not fill the crystal as it had before, it illuminated more than half, surpassing innate soul power level 12. Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong took a moment to collect her emotions before continuing. You must first cultivate a martial soul and attach a soul ring to it. Have you decided which martial soul you wish to cultivate? After a brief pause, Cheng Yi replied, Mother, I've made up my mind. I will first cultivate the Shadow King. Excellent. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Cheng Yi's hair. All right, return to rest for now. Once Nana reaches level 10 in her cultivation, I will take you both to acquire your first soul ring. You must not neglect your training during these days. I will also ponder over what kind of soul ring would best complement your Shadow King martial soul. Take the time to truly experience your martial soul and contemplate your options. Actually, Mother, I already have an idea, Cheng Yi shyly confessed. Oh, do share it with me. Bibi Dong said, her curiosity piqued. My Shadow King martial soul doesn't require me to absorb a specific soul beast's soul ring. I can absorb any soul ring that possesses shadow attributes, which should enhance the strength of my martial soul, Cheng Yi explained. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong smiled and said, Indeed, you are my child. You are certainly more astute than others. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. But the quality of the soul beast must be of high caliber. I will ensure to find the finest soul ring for you. Thank you, Mother. Cheng Yi exclaimed, leaping into Bibi Dong's embrace in a display of affection. Chapter 5. A Bell Before Long. Hulaina had achieved level 10, and during this time, her relationship with Cheng Yi gradually grew more intimate. Nana, you're making remarkable progress. You've reached level 10 so quickly. Cheng Yi beamed at Hulaina. Hulaina playfully swatted Cheng Yi's arm, her cheeks flushed. Stop teasing me, Iga. Your talent far surpasses mine, yet you still work so hard, rising before dawn to practice. Why do you push yourself so relentlessly? Haha, Nana, my diligence is solely to protect those who matter to me in this chaotic world. Cheng Yi replied, his gaze lifting towards the sky, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt her heart clench, stepping closer to tug at Cheng Yi's sleeve. Don't worry, Nana. I will train diligently until I can protect Mother, you, and everyone I hold dear. Cheng Yi vowed with unwavering determination. Thank you, Iga. I will also strive to keep pace with you. I cannot become a burden to you, Hulaina shyly declared, still holding onto Cheng Yi's sleeve. At that moment, Bibi Dong approached. Her heart warmed at the sight of Cheng Yi and Hulaina's close bond. Since Nana has reached level 10, I will take both of you to hunt for your first soul ring soon. Make sure to rest well today, she announced. Understood, Mother. They both replied in unison. Moreover, after establishing the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, I intend to designate you as the Holy Son, allowing you to officially step into the public eye, Bibi Dong added. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely replied, Yes, Mother, I will not disappoint your expectations. With that, Bibi Dong retrieved 2 boxes from her soul guide device and presented them to Cheng Yi and Hulaina. What is this? They both inquired, puzzled. Open them and see, Bibi Dong said with an air of mystery. Cheng Yi slowly opened the box to reveal a ring adorned with a delicate rose, seemingly blooming amidst the dawn, radiating warmth. The base of the ring bore incomprehensible runes, imparting an aura of mystery. This is a storage soul guide. You can control it with your soul power, and it contains 64 square units, Bibi Dong explained to the two. Thank you, mother, Cheng Yi exclaimed, adorning his finger with the soul guide ring. Now, both of you rest well and prepare for tomorrow's soul hunting. Bibi Dong instructed before making her way toward the Hall of the Pope. Iga, we still have an afternoon free. Shall we explore the Spirit City? Hulaina suggested, playfully tugging at Cheng Yi's arm. Of course. Let's go to Spirit City shortly. Nana, hurry and get ready, Cheng Yi replied, resting his forehead in thought. Yay! I knew Iga was the best. Hulaina cheered, darting off with excitement. Before long, the two had arrived in Spirit City, the sanctum of soul masters throughout the continent. The bustling marketplace was filled with an array of vibrant buildings, flourishing shops, restaurants, and throngs of pedestrians. The streets were lined with colorful flowers swaying gracefully, standing in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Spirit City. In the distance, the Spirit Temple loomed atop Spirit Mountain, as if recounting the grandeur of the city. The silhouettes of two children gradually emerged on the street, none other than Cheng Yi and Hulaina. Hulaina curiously glanced around, while Cheng Yi followed behind her at a leisurely pace. Nana, slow down, don't trip, Cheng Yi called out to Hulaina. In the shadows, two figures lurked. Ha ha, old ghost, look at how close Yi-er and Nana are. It's just like us, Yuguan remarked in a somewhat feminine tone. Yuguan, quit your jesting. Our task is to ensure the young master's safety. Keep your focus, Gue Mei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Yuguan. I want that, Hulaina exclaimed, pointing at a stall where glistening candied hawthorns were displayed. Owner, one skewer of candied hawthorns, please, Cheng Yi said, producing a black card from his storage ring. The owner paused for a moment, then accepted the black card and soon handed it back along with the candied hawthorns, saying, Here you go, enjoy. Cheng Yi then handed the candied hawthorns to Hulaina. Hulaina accepted the treat with glee, exclaiming, Thank you, Iga. You're so kind to me. Bibi Dong had initially placed black cards in both of their storage rings, but Hulaina insisted on keeping hers with Cheng Yi for safekeeping. Cheng Yi, unable to refuse, agreed. The two paused on the street, gazing across at a shop where a crowd was gathered, whispering in hushed tones, creating an air of mystery. Nana, let us check that out, Cheng Yi suggested, following his pointed direction. Hulaina's interest was piqued as she spotted the shop surrounded by people. Yes, yes, Hulaina replied enthusiastically. With that, the two made their way towards the intriguing shop. As they stepped inside, the discussions became clearer. I'll bid 20 gold soul coins. I'll offer 30. The crowd exchanged offers, their voices overlapping. As Cheng Yi and Hulaina approached, they could see a figure standing in front of the shop, presumably the owner. As Cheng Yi drew closer, he noticed the owner holding a purple-black bell adorned with twinkling stars. Although small, the intricate patterns on the bell were remarkably elaborate. Cheng Yi instantly recognized the shadowy power emanating from it and asked the owner, Where did you acquire this bell? The owner glanced at Cheng, realizing he was merely a child, and replied dismissively, I bought it from someone else. I don't know its purpose. I'll just sell it today. With that, he turned away from Cheng Yi. Watching as the bidding continued to escalate, Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and then declared, I'll offer 1,000 gold soul coins. Will you sell it to me? The owner, looking at Cheng Yi with impatience, retorted, You little brat, do you even have that much money? Stop causing trouble. I have business to attend to. Cheng Yi remained calm, but Hulaina could not hold back and was about to confront the owner. Cheng Yi quickly grabbed her, shaking his head, urging her to step back behind him. As such, Cheng Yi retrieved the black card from his soul guide ring and inquired of the shopkeeper. May I purchase this bell now? The sight of the black card left the onlookers in stunned silence, prompting speculation about which noble family Cheng Yi hailed from. Given his possession of such a card, the shopkeeper, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, thought to himself, What young master is this? I cannot afford to offend him. With a sudden shift to a sycophantic smile, the proprietor beckoned Cheng Yi and Hulaina inside, saying, Please, esteemed guests, come inside. Noticing the shopkeeper's obsequious demeanor, Cheng Yi offered a slight smile and followed him in, while Hulaina rolled her eyes at the shopkeeper before trailing behind. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the crowd understood that their chances of acquiring the coveted item had slipped away, and they departed with a sense of disappointment. Inside the shop, the proprietor presented the bell to Cheng Yi, adopting a fawning tone as he said, I hope you can forgive the earlier misunderstanding, noble sir. It was my folly to offend you. How about I offer you this bell as a gesture of goodwill? Cheng Yi chuckled and replied, No worries. I'm not one to hold grudges. Let's settle this matter. Ultimately, under the shopkeeper's persistent insistence, the bell was bestowed upon Cheng Yi. On their way back to the spirit hall, Hulaina curiously asked Cheng, Brother, what is the purpose of this bell? Does it possess any special qualities? Cheng Yi responded, I am uncertain of its exact function, but I can sense a shadowy aura akin to my martial spirit emanating from it. Let's show it to Mother when we return. By this time, dusk had fallen, and Bibi Dong awaited their return home for dinner. Soon, the two arrived at the papal residence. At the dining table, Cheng Yi took the bell from his soul guide ring and inquired of Bibi Dong, Mother, I obtained this today in Spirit City. I can only sense its shadowy aura, similar to mine. Do you know what it is? Bibi Dong examined the bell, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, Ear, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. You are correct. It bears a similar shadowy essence to yours. This is the Shadow Star Bell. Shadow Star Bell? What is its purpose? Cheng Yi asked, perplexed. Bibi Dong handed the bell back to Cheng Yi, explaining. This bell not only enhances your shadow powers, but also allows you to harness the power of the stars. However, to do so requires a vast amount of soul power, which you currently do not possess. Nevertheless, wearing it will amplify your martial spirit during battle. Cheng Yi was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Observing his reaction, Bibi Dong affectionately urged, all right, enough of that. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Before long, the three finished their dinner, and Cheng Yi affixed the bell to his waist. Bibi Dong addressed the two, it is getting late. You both should rest. We shall embark on our soul hunting expedition tomorrow. Understood, they replied in unison. The following day, Cheng Yi and Hulaina prepared to depart early. Brother Yi, I am so nervous about my first soul ring hunt, Hulaina confessed, clutching Cheng Yi's arm. Cheng Yi reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, Laina. There is no need to be anxious. We will be accompanied by Mother, Grandfather Ju, and Grandfather Gui. Hulaina inquired, what kind of soul ring do you think I should acquire, Brother Yi? Cheng Yi pondered momentarily before replying, given that your martial spirit is the fox spirit, you should focus on control-type soul rings. It would be best to choose a spirit beast with a mental attribute for your first soul ring, perhaps a fox spirit, which should provide you with a commendable soul skill. Just then, Bibi Dong's laughter rang out from a distance. Ha ha! As expected of my ear. You think just like your mother. Turning around, Cheng Yi saw Bibi Dong approaching with three others. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize, is that Ning Fengji, Chun Xin, and the little girl must be Ning Rongrong? What brings them here with Mother? A girl of about 6 years old, clad in a simple green dress with chestnut hair and skin as supple as lychee, rushed up to Cheng Yi. Ning Rongrong seized Cheng Yi's arm from Hulaina and exclaimed to Ning Fengji, Daddy, he is so handsome. Is he my new friend? Cheng Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Fengji's voice rang out, admonishing his daughter, Rongrong, be polite. He then smiled at Bibi Dong, saying, hearing ER's analysis of martial spirits, I feel our Rongrong still has much to learn. I trust leaving her here with you is wise. Too kind, Sect Master Ning. This is also a testament to ER's hard work, Bibi Dong proudly remarked, glancing at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, confused, asked his mother what is going on. He noticed Hulaina's piercing gaze and subtly withdrew his arm from Ning Rongrong's grip. Seemingly aware of Cheng Yi's movement, Ning Rongrong tightened her hold, while Hulaina, refusing to be outdone, clung to his other arm. Observing the silent rivalry between the two girls, Bibi Dong and Ning Fengji exchanged bemused glances. Before Bibi Dong could explain, Ning Fengji interjected, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has forged a partnership with the Spear Hall, and I have sent Rongrong here to learn. She also needs to hunt for her first soul ring. Bibi Dong nodded and addressed Cheng Yi, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong, saying, I will take you all to hunt for your first soul ring shortly. Afterward, you three must attend the Spirit Academy. Daddy and Grandfather Jian will be leaving now. But you must get along well with Yi and Laina, understood? Ning Fengji said, patting Rongrong's head. Ah, Daddy, are you and Grandfather Jian leaving already? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Do not be sad, Rongrong, I will visit often. You must listen to Yi. Ning Fengji reassured her affectionately. All right, I understand. I will listen to Brother Yi. Ning Rongrong replied obediently. Laina, please take Rongrong to your room to drop off her luggage. It is right next door. I have already instructed someone to prepare it. We shall depart as soon as you return, Bibi Dong instructed Hulaina. Yes, teacher, Hulaina responded, promptly leading Ning Rongrong away. Your Holiness, I and Uncle Jian shall take our leave. Please take special care of Rongrong. Ning Fengji bowed to Bibi Dong. Rest assured. Sect Master Ning, I will look after Rongrong, Bibi Dong assured him. Uncle Jian, you noticed as well, didn't you? That child Ning Fengji began, glancing toward the outskirts of the city. Indeed, Fengji, that child's innate soul power exceeds level 10, Chen Xian replied calmly. Such exceptional talent. It seems allowing Rongrong to accompany him was indeed the right choice, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong emerged. Hurry and get in the carriage. Ear is already aboard, Bibi Dong called out. The two girls climbed into the carriage, where Ning Rongrong swiftly sat beside Cheng Yi, playfully sticking her tongue out at Hulaina. Hulaina pouted in annoyance and shot a glance at Cheng Yi, who could only smile helplessly and shift slightly to make room for Ning Rongrong, allowing Hulaina to sit on his other side. As Bibi Dong boarded the carriage and witnessed Cheng Yi's predicament, she couldn't help but chuckle, then promptly intervened, saying, come sit next to me. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi sighed in relief and moved beside her. The two girls, seeing Bibi Dong's intervention, fell silent, merely watching Cheng Yi. Let us depart, Bibi Dong commanded, and the convoy began to roll forward. We shall head directly to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. Although it is perilous, it is teeming with various soul beasts. Do not wander off, Bibi Dong cautioned. The Stardow Forest, covering an expanse of 10 million square kilometers, is divided into several distinct regions: the swamp zone, the fire zone, the mist zone, the desert zone, the rainforest zone, the plain zone, the mountain zone, and at its very heart, the core area. Bibi Dong provided an informative overview to the trio. Have you decided what type of spirit beast you wish to seek, Rongrong? She inquired. Ning Rongrong turned to Cheng Yi for assistance, and upon noticing her gaze, Cheng Yi responded. I believe Rongrong's first spirit ring should be from a power-type spirit beast. The mighty bear seems like an excellent choice. It should grant you a strength-enhancing spirit ability. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction at Cheng Yi's suggestion. Hulaina, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes at Ning Rongrong and remarked, of course. It goes without saying that brother Yi is exceptionally knowledgeable. Following this exchange, the two girls began to engage in a friendly rivalry. Bibi Dong observed their playful banter with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After half a month, the caravan finally reached a quaint town situated in the northern part of the Stardow Forest. The town was bustling with numerous shops and inns, with the streets predominantly occupied by spirit masters. We shall find an inn for the night to rest and replenish our supplies before entering the Stardow Forest tomorrow. Bibi Dong instructed Yueguan and Guemei. Understood, Your Holiness, they replied respectfully, and with that, their figures vanished from sight. The Stardow Forest is vast, and we may not encounter suitable spirit beasts immediately, so we must be prepared to linger for several days, Bibi Dong advised the trio. Shortly thereafter, Yueguan returned to Bibi Dong, stating, Your Holiness, I have secured a room at an inn. Please follow me. He then led the way. Upon arriving at the inn, Bibi Dong cautioned the three, rest well tonight to prepare for our expedition into the Stardow Forest tomorrow. We understand. They chorused in unison, and soon after, each retreated to their respective rooms. Chapter 7. The Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear. The next day, Bibi Dong reiterated, We are now entering the Stardow Forest. You three must not wander off. The group made their way through the forest, with Bibi Dong leading the way, while Cheng Yi, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong were safeguarded in the center, and Yueguan and Guemei flanked them from behind. After a considerable period of searching, they had yet to discover a suitable spirit ring for the trio. Let us take a moment to rest. Guemei, please keep watch around us, Bibi Dong commanded. After all this time, not a single suitable spirit beast has been found, Ning Rongrong lamented. Cheng Yi reassured her, Fear not, the Stardow Forest is vast. We shall surely find one. Just then, a shadow darted from the underbrush, lunging towards Ning Rongrong. Cheng Yi reacted swiftly, Shadow Dominator, but before he could finish, a flurry of petals shot forth, pinning the shadow to the ground. A mere spirit beast has delivered itself to us. Yueguan scoffed. Bibi Dong remarked, It appears we are quite fortunate. This is a 300-year-old demon fox, and Nana, this spirit beast is perfectly suited for you. Go ahead and deliver the final blow. Trembling slightly, Hulaina retrieved a dagger from her spirit tool. Cheng Yi encouraged her, It's all right, Nana. Do not be afraid. This is a necessary experience. Hulaina nodded at Cheng Yi, closed her eyes, and plunged the dagger down. At that moment, a yellow spirit ring began to rise gently from the demon fox. Nana, sit down and close your eyes. Use your will to draw in the spirit ring, just as I taught you, Bibi Dong instructed. Hulaina gradually guided the spirit ring to her body and began to absorb it. 3 hours later, Hulaina slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Cheng Yi, smiled brightly. How do you feel, Nana? What spirit ability did you acquire? He inquired. As you predicted, I gained a control ability named Charm, which allows me to control the mental strength of opponents weaker than me for 3 seconds. That's a commendable ability. Bibi Dong nodded approvingly. Nana, what level are you now? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. I am now at level 12, matching Brother Yi's innate spirit power. Hyena replied with a smile. All right, let's continue to search for suitable spirit beasts for Rongrong and Bibi Dong declared. Night fell quickly. After a day of searching, we have yet to encounter a single shadow-type spirit beast. Although we did come across numerous power-type spirit beasts, their ages were simply too advanced, Ning Rongrong observed. It's all right. Rongrong, the Stardow Forest is immense, and finding a suitable spirit beast is no simple task, Cheng Yi reassured her. It is too late now. We shall camp here for the night and resume our search tomorrow, Bibi Dong decided. I want to share a tent with Brother Yi, Ning Rongrong asserted eagerly. No way. Brother, you should share a tent with me, Hyena countered stubbornly. Before Cheng Yi could interject, Bibi Dong chuckled. Haha, our tents are spacious enough. You three can share one. Upon hearing this, Hyena and Ning Rongrong accepted the arrangement, while Cheng Yi gazed at Bibi Dong with wide eyes. She merely smiled gently at him. Nana, and as for Rongrong, having an extra person around is not a bad thing at all. After all, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda has discreetly allied with the spirit hall. As long as he remains steadfast, everything should be fine. Perhaps I should remind him of this. Bibi Dong mused internally. Despite this, Cheng Yi reminded himself, the soul residing in this body is 18 years old. I have no interest in children. Though they will be quite beautiful when they grow up, this is irrelevant. After all, feelings must be cultivated from a young age. In the dead of night, Cheng Yi thought to himself, these two are rather restless while sleeping. They started off holding my arm, and now they've draped their legs over me, kicking me several times. Oh heavens! The following morning, Cheng Yi was greeted with a cheerful, "Good morning, Brother Yi. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night?" Hyena inquired, with Ning Rongrong also directing her attention towards him. Cheng Yi could only offer a helpless smile in response. Your Holiness, there are 2 mighty bears ahead, one of which is precisely 300 years old. I have already subdued it, Gueme reported. Excellent. Let us proceed, Bibi Dong commanded. Wonderful. Rongrong, you are about to officially become a spirit master. Hyena congratulated her. Ning Rongrong beamed with joy as well. Rongrong, do not be afraid. It's time to take action. Cheng Yi encouraged. Before long, Ning Rongrong took that crucial step and began absorbing her spirit ring. 3 hours later, she emerged from her trance and, without waiting for Cheng Yi to ask, immediately activated her first spirit ability. 7 treasures glazed tile, first, strength, Ning Rongrong proclaimed. At that moment, Cheng Yi felt a surge of strength coursing through him. How's my first spirit ability measure up, Brother Yi? Ning Rongrong asked with excitement. It's quite impressive. It enhances strength by 20%. Cheng Yi praised, prompting Ning Rongrong to beam even brighter. This means I can become Brother Yi's dedicated support. As Cheng Yi smiled at Ning Rongrong, a sudden surge of spirit energy rippled in the distance. There seems to be a spirit beast engaged in combat. Let's go investigate, Bibi Dong suggested. Not long after, the group stumbled upon a dark golden terraclaw bear hunting a striped cat. It is indeed a dark golden terraclaw bear, Yueguan exclaimed in astonishment. What a pity that this bear has a cultivation level of no less than 800 years. Had it been younger, it could have been Yi's spirit beast, Bibi Dong lamented. No, mother, I absolutely want this dark golden terraclaw bear. My martial soul yearns for it. I must give it a try, Cheng Yi exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at the formidable creature. It is out of the question. That is far too perilous. Though your physique surpasses that of ordinary children, its cultivation is simply too advanced, Bibi Dong replied, concern etched on her face. Please, just let me try. You have encouraged me to strengthen my body precisely for moments like this. If it proves too much, you'll be there to assist me. Cheng Yi implored, clinging to Bibi Dong's arm with a playful charm. Seeing his fervor, Bibi Dong relented. Very well, go ahead and give a shot. No sooner had Bibi Dong finished speaking than Yueguan dashed forward. The 4th soul ring on Yueguan's body illuminated, unleashing his 4th soul skill. A wave of soul power that struck the dark golden terraclaw bear directly, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Young master, please deliver the final blow, Yueguan said with utmost respect. Cheng Yi stepped forward, summoning the domain of the underworld demon scythe. Without hesitation, he made a gentle sweep, and instantly, the bear's lifeless body was severed, a yellow soul ring slowly rising. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint purple hues along its edges. Cheng Yi stowed away the scythe and summoned the Shadow King, settling onto the ground to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Such formidable power without even a soul ring attached. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. May Brother Yi succeed. Let there be no mishaps. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong fervently prayed within their hearts. As Cheng Yi guided the soul ring, it smoothly encased him, with the soul power and spiritual energy surging into his being. Had this been an ordinary soul master, they would have met a tragic demise. But Cheng Yi's body had been honed through years of rigorous training under Bibi Dong, rendering his resilience unparalleled. Suddenly, the influx of soul power and spiritual energy intensified, causing Cheng Yi to grit his teeth in agony. Wait, the dark golden terraclaw bear must have consumed the spotted cat earlier. Its cultivation likely exceeds 900 years now. How careless of me, Bibi Dong thought, sensing the ominous turn of events. What will we do? Brother Yi is going to be all right, right? Ning Rongrong questioned anxiously. Hulaina turned her worried gaze toward Bibi Dong. Do not fret. If necessary, I will intervene. Bibi Dong sighed, a hint of resolve in her voice. 2 hours passed. Beads of sweat forming on Cheng Yi's brow as his clenched jaw gradually relaxed, while the fluctuations of the soul ring grew increasingly stable. The onlookers exhaled in relief, particularly Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, who appeared as if a great weight had been lifted. At that moment, a right paw of the dark golden terraclaw bear began to materialize from Cheng Yi's right hand. This is an external soul bone, Yue Guan exclaimed in astonishment. It appears our young Yi is indeed fortunate, Bibi Dong remarked, her face aglow with a smile. For more hours elapsed, and Cheng Yi's soul ring had fully stabilized, seamlessly integrating into his being. He exhaled a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing him awake, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina rushed to him. Brother Yi, you frightened us half to death. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Ning Rongrong said, her voice tinged with tears. Indeed, you must refrain from undertaking such dangerous endeavors in the future, Hulaina added emphatically. All right, I am perfectly fine. I promise to be more cautious next time. Now, please let me up. My legs have gone numb. Cheng Yi chuckled, looking at the two girls with a smile. Congratulations on becoming a true soul master. Bibi Dong congratulated him warmly. Yue Guan and Gue Mei also wore expressions of pride and relief. Chapter 8. First soul skill, stand up, domain. Though this was somewhat perilous, the rewards were substantial. Not only did I acquire a powerful soul skill, but I also obtained an external soul bone, elevating my level to 16. Cheng Yi said with a beaming smile. To think you absorbed a soul ring across level limits and ascended so many levels. Brother Yi, were your first soul skill and the skill of the soul bone? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. My first soul skill is called Shadow Claw, and the skill of the external soul bone from the dark golden terraclaw bear's right paw is known as Tear, Cheng Yi explained. With that, Cheng directed his gaze toward a nearby tree and unleashed his skill. His first soul ring glimmered as he activated Shadow Claw, and 2 waves of soul power surged forth from his hands, cleaving the tree in 2, sending it crashing to the ground. This first soul skill allows me to manifest the power of shadows into claws that enhance my attack by 20%, Cheng Yi elucidated. Following this, he activated the external soul bone skill, Tear, on another tree. With a resounding explosion, the tree shattered into fragments. My external soul bone skill not only boasts formidable attack power, but also drains an enemy's soul power upon impact. Furthermore, it will grow stronger as my own cultivation improves. Cheng Yi added. Indeed, quite impressive skills, Bibi Dong remarked with satisfaction. Brother Yi, you are amazing. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in admiration. Remember, until you have fully matured, you must never expose all your trump cards in front of outsiders. The same goes for Nana and Rongrong, Bibi Dong advised earnestly. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. External soul bones are quite unique. Unlike other soul bones, they do not drop upon defeat. Human hearts are unpredictable, so unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal them. Is that clear? Bibi Dong satiated Cheng Yi. Rest assured, Mother, I understand, Cheng Yi reassured her. Mother, next I shall demonstrate the 3rd skill inherent in my martial soul, Cheng Yi announced, as he slowly approached the corpse of the dark golden terraclaw bear, gazing at it intently. Just as the others were left in confusion, Cheng Yi opened his mouth and declared, Stand up. Before anyone could react, the shadow of the dark golden terraclaw bear began to coalesce, erupting with a powerful surge of shadow energy. As the shadow and the energy converged, they formed the dark golden terraclaw bear once more, which let out a thunderous roar before bowing before Cheng Yi. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. and Hulaina and Ning Rongrong could scarcely believe their eyes. Is this the power that a human can possess? Gueme said in disbelief. This is the true ability of the Shadow King. I can transform fallen soul beasts or soul masters into my shadow soldiers, bound to my service with unwavering loyalty. They shall never perish. As long as I possess soul power, they will continuously revive and grow stronger alongside my own prowess. Cheng Yi elucidated. This ability has no adverse effects, does it? Bibi Dong asked, a note of concern in her voice. Fear not. Mother, there are no side effects. Only a consumption of my soul power, Cheng Yi reassured her. Ah, that is a relief, Bibi Dong sighed, stroking Cheng Yi's head affectionately. However, this ability may prove ineffective against soul beasts or soul masters that have been dead for a long time. The soul beasts I absorbed into soul rings can undoubtedly become my shadow soldiers, but for others, it depends on our soul power disparity. If the gap is too vast, extraction may fail. I can attempt extraction 3 times. If all attempts fail, the shadow will dissipate entirely, Cheng Yi explained. As he spoke, Cheng Yi retracted the dark golden terraclaw bear, and at that moment, a wave of shadow energy erupted from within him, expanding in a circular manner and enveloping a 20-meter radius. What is this? My power has diminished by 30%. Hulaina exclaimed, shocked. This is a talent domain, Yue Guan said in astonishment. What is a talent domain? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. In the realm of talent, it is generally believed that one can only comprehend their innate domain upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, or by traversing the treacherous Hell Road in the City of Slaughter. To everyone's astonishment, Ear awakened her gifted domain much earlier than anticipated, as Bibi Dong elaborated. Ear, what is the name of your domain? Besides suppressing the opponent's strength, what other abilities does it possess? Bibi Dong inquired. I shall take a moment to sense it. Cheng Yi replied, fully unleashing his domain, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. My domain is called Shadow Domain. While its primary ability lies in restraining my opponent's power, it also enhances all my attributes by 30%. Additionally, this domain strengthens my shadow soldiers. Currently, its range extends to 20 meters, and these capabilities will advance as my strength increases, Cheng Yi explained. He continued, the Shadow Domain has also granted me a skill known as Dark Descent, which plunges my enemies into darkness, reducing their defenses by 30%. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. My son, your talent far surpasses what I possessed at your age. I have no doubt that your future achievements will exceed my own, Bibi Dong exclaimed with pride. Brother Yi is so impressive. I, Rongrong, will strive diligently to keep pace with you and become your dedicated support, Ning Rongrong declared resolutely. Me too. I will not lag behind Brother Yi. I will also become his strength and will not be a burden, Hulaina affirmed with determination. Do not worry, Nana, Rongrong. One day, I will become powerful enough to protect you and ensure that no harm comes to you, Cheng Yi reassured them. Bibi Dong observed the 3 youngsters with heartfelt joy. At that moment, the shadow star bell hanging from Cheng Yi's waist began to tremble slightly, emitting a clear chime. Suddenly, the bell radiated shadow energy, commencing the absorption of the corpse of the dark golden terraclaw bear, converting it into shadow energy and soul power to nourish Cheng Yi. The onlookers marveled at the continuous increase in Cheng Yi's soul power, exclaiming, who would have thought that the shadow star bell possessed such ability? It seems tailor-made for Ear. Well then, our mission in the Stardow Forest has been successfully completed. Let us return home, Bibi Dong announced, noticing that Cheng Yi had fully absorbed the energy. Just then, she sensed a familiar fluctuation of soul power emanating from a nearby tree, which her keen instincts detected. With a swift motion, Bibi Dong activated her 6th soul ring, unleashing her 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, sending a wave of soul power crashing towards the tree. The figure perched on the tree had no time to react before being struck solidly by Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill. Damn it! How could I be discovered? Wangu growled in frustration. People of the Evil Soul Hall, show yourselves. Cowardly vermin hiding in the shadows. Bibi Dong shouted angrily. As she spoke, Yu Guan and Gue Mei pulled the 3 back and assumed an offensive stance. Wangu, you fool. The mission has been compromised. We must flee. Sandin Kisit. Without hesitation, the 2 turned and fled. Elder Ju, Elder Gue, pursue them, Bibi Dong commanded. As her words fell, the 2 transformed into streaks of yellow and black light. Darting off in pursuit, Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously activated their 6th soul rings, unleashing their respective 6th soul skills, Golden Radiance and Dreadful Roar, aimed at the 2 fleeing members of the Evil Soul Hall. However, The adversaries were far too swift, and the soul skills failed to connect. Curse it, it's Wangu. He has escaped again. Yuguan fumed. In Chapter 9, the declaration of war, the Pope's subordinate lamented, Your Holiness, I have failed in my duties, allowing them to escape. I humbly request your punishment. Let be, Bibi Dong replied. Evil soul masters have their own tactics for evasion. Wangu was struck by my soul-devouring pearl's 6th soul skill. Even if he fled, the power will constantly torment him. Wangu, is that Cheng Yi? Bibi Dong pondered aloud. Indeed, it seems he came to gather intelligence on you, she added. Are they targeting Brother Yi? Does that mean he is in danger? The two women expressed their concerns. Rest assured, they have engaged in such endeavors many times. They are not yet worthy of declaring war on the continent. Bibi Dong reassured them. Nana, Rongrong, although you are safe for now, you must grow stronger quickly. The continent is in turmoil due to the evil soul hall's interference. One never knows what may happen next. Understood. The three responded in unison, as Cheng Yi clenched his fists quietly. Now, we should return to Wuhuan City. The Wuhuan Academy will soon commence, and it is time for you three to attend school, Bibi Dong stated. 6 years from now, the Academy will hold the election for the new generation of the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Hall. You must put forth your utmost effort, as the Golden Generation will represent the Wuhuan Hall in the elite competition for high-ranking soul masters on the continent. Victory is imperative for the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong emphasized. Yes, we will surely strive hard, the three pledged. After another fortnight, they finally returned to Wuhuan City. I am utterly exhausted. We have finally made it back, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa upon entering the Pope's chamber. Rongrong, Nana, take a good rest. Wuhuan Academy will begin in just a few days, Cheng Yi advised. We know, Brother Yi, the two replied. Meanwhile, in the Evil Soul Hall, Wangu lamented, we gathered information, but were discovered. It is my fault. I deserve punishment. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been caught, nor struck by Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill, Sang Lingqi retorted. Well, Sang Lingqi, it is pointless to dwell on what has happened, Wu Yi interjected, raising a hand to channel soul power into Wangu. This power will temporarily suppress the effects of her 6th soul skill on you. Go and recuperate, Wu stated. Thank you, great leader, they responded before departing. At this moment, Ling, standing beside Wu Yi, asked, Great leader, shall we? Mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Fool, discard such foolish thoughts. Do you wish to declare war on the Wuhuan Hall and the entire continent now? We scolded angrily. Soon, the day of the Wuhuan Academy's opening arrived. Cheng Yi, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong strolled through the academy, chatting and laughing. At that moment, they noticed Xiaoyu and Yin approaching from a distance. Yin, feeling dissatisfied with Hulaina walking so closely with a boy, observed with a scowl. Sister, it's been a while. Who are these two? Xiaoyu inquired of Hulaina. Ah, brother, it's been a while. These two are my good friends, Cheng Yi and Ning Rongrong, Hulaina replied. Brother Yi, Rongrong, this is my elder brother Xiaoyu. And this is Yin. We are friends from the orphanage at the Wuhuan Hall. Hulaina introduced them to Cheng Yi and Ning Rongrong. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Cheng Yi, he said, extending his hand towards Xiaoyu and Yin. Hello, Cheng Yi. I am Xiaoyu, Nana's elder brother. Thank you for taking care of her, Xiaoyu responded, shaking Cheng Yi's hand. Yin stood silently with his arms crossed, and Cheng Yi thought to himself. In the original work, Hulaina's admirer, it seems that some things remain unchanged in this different Douluo world. I can only hope he does not come seeking trouble. Subsequently, Cheng Yi proceeded with Hulaina and Ning Rongrong towards their classroom. Upon entering the classroom, Cheng Yi, Ning Rongrong, and Hulaina sat in a row, with Hulaina and Ning Rongrong flanking Cheng Yi on either side. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and Yin enter the classroom, Cheng Yi remarked, What a coincidence. I didn't expect we would be in the same class. Indeed, what a coincidence, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi and Hulaina seated together, Yan's spirits plummeted further. Observing Yan's demeanor, Xiaoyu took the initiative to guide Yin to the front row, where Cheng Yi and the others were seated. Soon, noon arrived. Laina, would you care to join us for lunch? Yin inquired. No, you all go ahead. I will be dining with Gu and Rongrong shortly, Hulaina replied, making her way toward Cheng Yi and Ning Rongrong. As Yin watched Hulaina approach Cheng Yi, his gaze grew increasingly malevolent. Xiaoyu, let us depart. Yin gritted his teeth. Xiaoyu, viewing Yan's expression, shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, May Yin realize the futility of his attempts and refrain from making things too awkward. In the afternoon, unable to restrain himself any longer, Yin gradually approached Cheng Yi, who had been engrossed in light-hearted banter with Hulaina. Upon noticing Yan's approach, Cheng Yi surmised Yan's intentions and mused, as expected of the ever-enthusiastic Yan. He has finally arrived. He feigned nonchalance, asking, "What brings you here, Yan?" Yan glanced at Hulaina before turning to Cheng Yi, stating, "Cheng, I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you must keep your distance from Laina." Furious at Yan's declaration, Hulaina retorted, "Yan, what madness has overtaken you? Cheng Yi, let us go." Do not heed his words. She tugged at Cheng Yi, attempting to exit the classroom. Cheng Yi placed a reassuring hand on Hulaina's shoulder, signaling for her to remain calm, for he understood that if he did not engage Yan in battle, the matter would persist indefinitely. Before Cheng Yi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, "On what grounds do you demand that Yi distance himself from Laina? Moreover, it is entirely Laina's prerogative to choose her companions." Yan's face flushed with indignation at Ning Rongrong's words, and he glared at her in anger. Witnessing Yan's fury, Cheng Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, while Hulaina, now even more incensed, shouted, "Yan, cease your foolishness." The entire class turned their attention to the unfolding scene. "Cheng Yi, will you accept my challenge or not?" Yan shouted once more, "I shall accept, but I will not wager Laina. She is not a mere pawn to be manipulated." Cheng Yi replied calmly, "Very well. If I win, you will acknowledge me as your elder brother, and you will obey my commands. Conversely, should I lose, I will recognize you as my elder brother and follow your every directive. How does that sound?" Yan proposed to Cheng Yi. "Ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed as you suggest. When shall we engage in battle?" Cheng Yi responded with a smile. "Xiaoyu and I are set to acquire soul rings shortly. Let us schedule the duel for when we return, shall we?" Yan inquired. "As you wish," Cheng Yi affirmed before departing with Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, who shot Yan a disdainful glance before leaving. "You are truly reckless, are you not? From what I know, Laina and her companions have already secured their soul rings. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat him?" Xiaoyu remarked. "And what of it? We are both mere first-ring soul masters. How formidable can he truly be?" Yan scoffed. "Ah, it would be wise not to underestimate him," Xiaoyu advised with a hint of exasperation. "Ego, his temperament has always been thus. Do not trouble yourself with him. Why did you agree to Yan's challenge?" Hulaina lamented. If Ego does not acquiesce, he will persist in bothering us. That dull-witted fox is truly insufferable, but I have faith that Ego will emerge victorious," Ning Rongrong explained to Hulaina. "Ah, so it is for my sake," Hulaina thought to herself, feeling a rush of warmth. Indeed, Rongrong is correct. Once we have subdued him, no one shall dare trouble us again in this school. Cheng Yi stated with a smile towards the two girls. "Enough of this. I shall undoubtedly win. Let us hurry back. Mother has prepared a feast awaiting us." Cheng Yi added. "Agreed." The two girls responded in unison. Chapter 10. Cheng Yi vs. Yan, the Clash of Shadows and Flames a fortnight later. Upon returning from their soul-hunting expedition, Yan hurriedly made his way to the Martial Soul Academy in search of Cheng Yi. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Cheng Yi, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong engaged in cheerful conversation, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Suppressing his fury, he approached Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, surprised to see Yan, exclaimed, "You all returned so soon?" Yan, incensed by Cheng Yi's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, "Cheng Yi, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" "Of course not. You may determine the time for our duel," Cheng Yi replied. "Then let us set the duel for tomorrow morning. I shall arrange for a teacher to officiate." "I hope you do not embarrass yourself too much," Yan declared before storming off without a backward glance. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter at Yan's remark about Cheng Yi not embarrassing himself. "Did he really just say that?" She giggled. Hulaina, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. Yan is incredibly naive. From where does his confidence stem? Word of the impending duel between Cheng Yi and Yan spread rapidly throughout the academy, even reaching the ears of Bibi Dong. During dinner that evening, she inquired of Cheng Yi, "I hear you are to duel Yan tomorrow?" Cheng Yi internally pondered how this news had reached her and hoped for no reprimand. "Yes, I am indeed set to duel Yan tomorrow," he replied, his voice trembling slightly. Contrary to his expectations, Bibi Dong merely advised, "Be careful and do not sustain any injuries." Cheng Yi's heart swelled with joy at her words. "Understood." Bibi Dong smiled at him but did not elaborate further. Early the following morning, the dueling arena of the Martial Soul Academy was teeming with spectators. Both Cheng Yi and Yan arrived, stepping onto the dueling platform. "If you are afraid, you may concede now and acknowledge me as your elder brother," Yan taunted. You are eager to meet your demise so soon after acquiring your first soul ring," I shall grant you your wish, Cheng Yi retorted, having discreetly placed the Shadow Star Bell into his storage ring before ascending the stage. Have both contestants prepared? You now have 1 minute to release your martial spirits. The instructor of the Martial Soul Academy announced. Martial Spirit, manifest. Both Cheng Yi and Yin proclaimed simultaneously. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from Cheng Yi's shadow, while a fiery apparition materialized behind Yin. Yin, a level 12 assault-type soul master, with a martial spirit flame lord, Yin declared as a yellow soul ring materialized beneath him. Cheng Yi, a level 17 assault-type soul master, with a martial spirit Shadow Monarch, Cheng Yi stated coolly, revealing a yellow ring with a hint of purple beneath his feet. Wait, Cheng Yi is level 17? What is the age of his first soul ring? It even bears a hint of purple, the audience murmured in astonishment. Observing the unfolding scene, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong exchanged amused glances. Yin, however, felt a twinge of apprehension as he beheld Cheng Yi's soul ring and level. Regret began to seep into his mind, though retreat was no longer an option. Let the duel commence, the referee declared. As the battle began, Cheng Yi refrained from rushing into the fray, instead choosing to observe Yin, waiting for him to make the first move. Before long, unable to contain himself, Yin charged forward, swinging his fist at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi deftly sidestepped Yin's initial attack, then seized his arm and flung him back. Is this truly your best effort? If this is all you have, you might as well concede, Cheng Yi remarked. Enraged, Yin charged at Cheng Yi once more. As Cheng Yi misstepped, his body spun, executing a fierce side kick directed at Yin. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Yin had no choice but to cross his arms to block the strike, staggering back a few steps as a result. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge, Yin shouted, as his first soul ring flickered. A pillar of molten rock erupting from beneath Cheng Yi's feet. Cheng Yi deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing the moment, Yin swiftly closed the distance, his fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aiming for Cheng Yi. Unperturbed, Cheng Yi infused his arm with shadow power, successfully parrying the blow and quickly distancing himself from Yin. Seeing his strategy bear fruit, a subtle smirk crept onto Yin's lips. At that moment, Cheng Yi took off running, and in a fleeting instant, he found himself before Yin. First soul skill, Shadow Claw, Cheng Yi declared, his first soul ring shimmering as shadow energy coalesced into lethal claws upon his hands. He lunged toward Yin, who, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, activated his first soul skill beneath his feet in an attempt to repel Cheng Yi. Anticipating Yin's intent, Cheng Yi flashed to the side, delivering a clawed strike that sent Yin hurtling away. As soon as Yin regained his footing, Cheng Yi's relentless assault ensued, forcing Yin to retreat step by step. He infused his hands with soul power, desperately blocking Cheng Yi's strikes. With a rapid backward roll, Yin narrowly evaded Cheng Yi's onslaught and quickly created distance between them. What? Are you retreating? Are you afraid? Cheng Yi taunted, aiming to shatter Yin's resolve. Indeed, this tactic proved effective as Yin charged forward, this time enduring Cheng Yi's punch head-on. Gripping Cheng Yi tightly, he hurled him into the air. My soul power is nearly depleted. This is my final strike. It must succeed, Yin thought, determination surging within him. Let's see where you hide this time. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Yin laughed as his first soul ring glimmered, a molten pillar soaring upwards toward Cheng Yi. Seeing the imminent danger, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong below could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Cheng Yi smiled slightly, invoking the Shadow Manipulator's hand, which swiftly grasped at Yin. Yin felt an unseen force grip his arm, and upon looking up, he saw Cheng Yi descending upon him. Before Yin could comprehend how Cheng Yi evaded his attack while airborne, Cheng Yi struck, his fist connecting with Yin and sending him flying. The audience witnessed the astounding maneuver with clarity. Just moments prior, Cheng Yi had seemingly grasped at the air before deftly evading the lava pillar and launching himself toward Yin, leaving them utterly astonished. Before Yin could touch the ground, Cheng Yi followed suit, delivering another kick that propelled Yin further into the air. It's over. First soul skill, Shadow Claw, Cheng Yi proclaimed, his first soul ring shimmering as he swung his shadow-forged claws, unleashing a slashing attack toward Yin aloft. Helpless to evade this strike while airborne, Yin could only watch as the shadow claw descended upon him, landing solidly and eliciting a cry of pain as he plummeted to the ground. This seamless series of attacks left Yin with no room for retaliation. Struggling to rise, he found himself devoid of strength, raising his hand with great effort to concede. I admit defeat. You have won. as the referee announced. The victor of this soul battle is Cheng Yi. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, while Hulaina and Ning Rongrong joyously leaped, exclaiming, "Hooray! Brother, Yi has won." Cheng Yi approached Yin, helping him to his feet and saying, "You are quite formidable. Stop comforting me. You are truly exceptional. I concede wholeheartedly and will acknowledge you as my elder brother. Henceforth I shall not pester Laina," Yin replied weakly. Cheng Yi merely smiled and handed Yin over to the healing soul master before descending from the stage. Chapter 11. The Divine Trial Descends. As Cheng Yi stepped off the stage, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong rushed to him. "Brother Yi, you are truly impressive," Ning Rongrong praised. "That move earlier was simply magnificent." Hulaina added, "Oh, it was nothing, ha." Cheng Yi replied shyly as he retrieved the Shadow Phantom Bell from his storage ring and reattached it to his waist. "Wow, it seems Brother Yi held back," Hulaina remarked in astonishment. If Brother Yi had unleashed his full strength, he could have easily defeated Yin, Ning Rongrong suggested. Cheng Yi merely offered a faint smile as he led the two girls toward the classroom. In the evil palace of the Divine Realm, the God of Destruction chuckled heartily. "Ha ha, as expected of our heir. Your strength is quite impressive," the evil god remarked. "Indeed, it seems that once this lad matures, he will be capable of challenging the God of Slaughter." That scoundrel, the God of Slaughter, actually betrayed the Divine Realm alongside the 7 deadly sins, transferring his divine position to those from the Evil Soul Hall with the intent to annihilate the continent. "Where are your subordinates hiding now?" The God of Destruction responded in anger. "They should be in the Abyssal Demon Realm, having forged an alliance with the Lord of Hell. That is a place we cannot tread upon. They are likely harnessing the powers of the Abyssal Demon Realm to break through. I'm afraid that scoundrel, the God of Slaughter, will soon surpass the realm of divine kings," the evil god lamented. "What about that 200,000-year soul beast, the Lord of Hell? If only we could intervene in the affairs of the lower realm or enter the Abyssal Demon Realm, I would immediately go and eliminate them." The God of Destruction slammed the table in frustration. "Enough, Destruction. We should contemplate what kind of trial to set for that young lad," the evil god mused. "Are you suggesting we give him 18 trials? He is only 6 years old." The God of Destruction queried in confusion. "Fear not, I have my methods," the evil god said, activating the evil mark within Cheng Yi. At that moment, as Cheng Yi died, a mark appeared on his forehead, the insignia of the evil god and the God of Destruction. Though others could not perceive it, Bibi Dong saw it clearly. 2 divine powers erupted within Cheng Yi. This divine energy was sensed by Qian Douluo in the Divine Hall, who turned to observe the source of the divine power's emergence. In the Pope's chamber, Qian Douluo utilized the angelic divine power within him to sense the phenomenon, but could not discern its nature. He then proceeded toward the angelic sanctuary, intending to contact the angel god. A voice resonated in Cheng Yi's mind. "Child, you have been chosen as the heir of the evil god and the God of Destruction. The divine trial is now being initiated for you." "What? I am but 6 years old. How am I to face this divine trial? Are you seeking my demise?" Cheng Yi pondered in confusion. "Rest assured, the divine trial set for you is absolutely within your capacity to endure," the voice assured him. "Divine Realm. Was this main trial retake?" The God of Destruction questioned in bewilderment. "Indeed, Cheng Yi is currently cultivating the Shadow, Sovereign Martial Soul. So let your trial of destruction serve as the main examination," the evil god proposed. "Divine Realm. How shall we proceed?" The God of Destruction inquired. "You shall deliver the first trial, and my assessment will conclude alongside your trial of destruction, but the rewards will be calculated after he attains the second martial soul." The Netherworld Demon Scythe, the evil god, elucidated to the God of Destruction. "As expected of you, evil," the God of Destruction praised. "Unlike you, who is a dullard focused only on fighting and killing. Hurry and bestow the divine trial upon Cheng Yi," the evil god commanded. With that, the God of Destruction began to communicate with the mark of destruction within Cheng Yi. At that moment, a voice resonated within Cheng Yi's mind. "The trial of destruction has commenced. The first test requires you to attain the Soul King rank before the age of 18, with the reward being the realm of destruction." Before Cheng Yi could fully grasp the implications, another voice echoed in his thoughts. "The trial of evil, contingent upon the completion of the trial of destruction, will grant you the realm of evil, with the reward being dispensed after your second martial soul acquires its first spirit ring." Bibi Dong gazed thoughtfully at the 2 fluctuating marks on Cheng Yi's forehead, engaging in a silent communication with the God of Plague, yet receiving no response. "Finish your meal and come to my room," Bibi Dong said, gently ruffling Cheng Yi's hair before heading to her chamber. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events, but chose to remain silent. Cheng Yi then made his way to Bibi Dong's room. Upon entering, he noticed the mark shimmering on her forehead. "Mother, you too?" He feigned surprise, aware that in the original narrative, Bibi Dong also held a divine position. Indeed, yeah. This divine mark can only be perceived by those who are inheritors of the divine. Bibi Dong replied, "Mother, whose divine position have you inherited?" Cheng Yi inquired, filled with curiosity. "The god of plague, a first-tier deity. I have progressed to the 6th trial." Bibi Dong responded. Cheng Yi marveled internally at the many differences from the Douluo world. "Ear, which deity's trial have you received?" Bibi Dong asked. "The evil god king and the god of destruction," Cheng Yi answered. "Two divine kings? A dual inheritance? No wonder you bear 2 alternating marks," Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. "Ear, what is your assessment?" She inquired further. "Mother, my first trial of the god of destruction requires me to reach the Soul King realm before I turn 18. While the trial of the evil god necessitates the completion of the destruction trial, with its reward to be granted when my second martial soul acquires its spirit ring." Cheng Yi explained. At that moment, the voice of the god of plague echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. "Bibi Dong, I did not anticipate that the child you have adopted possesses such formidable potential. This child inherits the divine positions of the 2 mightiest gods among the 5, and we cannot interfere in the mortal realm. You must protect him until he matures. He is the hope against the god of Azura. Rest assured, I am fully aware. He is my child, and I will not allow any harm to befall him," Bibi Dong asserted in her mind. "All right, Ear, do not bear too much pressure. Return and rest for now," she said with affection. "Hee, okay, Mother," Cheng Yi replied before stepping outside. As Cheng Yi emerged, the 2 girls immediately approached him, curiosity evident in their eyes. "Ego, what happened?" they asked in unison. "It's nothing much, just that I must reach the Soul King realm before I turn 18. Cheng Yi replied calmly. "What?" they exclaimed in disbelief. 18? Soul King? I understand each word, but together I cannot comprehend, Hulaina remarked. "If I reach the Soul King before 18, I will gain immense power. If I fail, the consequences could be dire," Cheng Yi explained. "Ego, why must you strive so hard?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "To avenge my deceased loved ones, for my mother, for Laina, for Rongrong, and for everything I hold dear. Only by becoming strong enough can I protect you all," Cheng Yi declared. So it was that the 2 girls realized the heavy burdens Cheng Yi bore. Suddenly, their expressions shifted to one of determination as they spoke in unison. "It's all right. Ego, we believe you will succeed. We will not hinder you. We will become your support in the future," they said, smiling at him. Touched by their words, Cheng Yi embraced Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Thank you, Rongrong Laina." In that instant, their cheeks flushed crimson. They had never realized how it felt to be embraced by someone they cared for. Chapter 12. Qian Rinxue, the Second Spirit Ring. In the Angel's Sanctuary, Qian Douluo knelt reverently before the statue of the Angel God, praying for the deity's descent. At that moment, a beam of holy light descended, and the ethereal figure of the Angel God slowly materialized, her golden hair and radiant eyes unmarred by flaw, exuding an aura of divine brilliance. "Youth Qian Douluo, I pay my respects to the Angel God," he said with utmost reverence. "There is no need for such formalities. You wish to inquire about that child, do you not?" The Angel God replied. As expected of the Angel God, Qian Douluo responded. The Angel God glanced towards the direction of the Pope's chamber and continued. "That child is the inheritor of 2 supreme deities and represents the hope against the god of Azura and the evil Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall must ensure the safety of this child. He must not encounter any misfortune." "2?" Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, those 2 are the highest combat powers in the divine realm," the Angel God affirmed. "Understood. The Spirit Hall will protect Cheng Yi at all costs," Qian Douluo vowed respectfully. With that, the angelic figure gradually dissipated. As Qian Douluo exited the Angel's Sanctuary, he mused, "It seems it's time for Xiaoxue to meet Cheng Yi." In the back mountain of the offering hall, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Qian Rinxue cheerfully asked as she finished her training and spotted Qian Douluo approaching. "Xiaoxue, you remain as diligent as ever. Do you recall the child adopted by Bibi Dong?" Qian Douluo got straight to the point. "What about him? Didn't Bibi Dong hold a fondness for that child?" Qian Rinxue's fists tightened slightly at the mention of Bibi Dong. Observing her reaction, Qian Douluo sighed inwardly, thinking, if it weren't for that wretch, how could our family have fallen into such a state? He then looked at Qian Rinxue with a mixture of helplessness and concern. "Xiaoxue, do not blame her. She has her own burdens. Enough, grandfather, no more of that. Let's discuss the child instead. What did you say about him earlier? Qian Rinxue interrupted. That child is a true genius. I see hope for the continent within him, and hope for the Spirit Hall as well. As he spoke, Qian Douluo handed a stack of documents to Qian Rinxue. As she perused the files, she murmured, Cheng Yi, a survivor of the evil Spirit Hall's massacre. Rescued by Bibi Dong and adopted as her son, awakened dual martial souls at 6. His innate soul power exceeds level 10, and at 6, his soul power is at level 17, an inheritor of 2 divine positions. Qian Douluo, observing Qian Rinxue's reaction, was not surprised and said, this is only a fraction. Bibi Dong has shielded him well, and we cannot uncover more information. It appears that Bibi Dong intends to elevate Cheng Yi as the Holy Sun, and the Spirit Hall will only grow stronger. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect has also secretly allied with the Spirit Hall. Then, grandfather, what do you mean? Qian Rinxue asked, somewhat confused. Xiaoxue, do you wish to study at the Spirit Academy? Qian Douluo inquired. Qian Rinxue, sensing his intentions, replied, grandfather, I am no longer a child. Attending the Spirit Academy may be unnecessary, but I will try to get to know Cheng Yi. Qian Douluo affectionately ruffled Qian Rinxue's hair, thinking, if Xiaoxue and Cheng Yi were to be together, perhaps it would not be so bad. Then I could rest easy and allow Xiaoxue to undertake the 9th trial of the Angel God. The following morning, Cheng Yi, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Spirit Academy. From a distance, Ning Rongrong spotted Yin and Xieyu at the school gate, exclaiming, Yin is here. Ego. Yin isn't here to cause you trouble again, is he? Cheng Yi smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Rongrong. I doubt it. Soon, the trio arrived beside Yin, who then seized Cheng Yi's arm. Just as Hulaina was about to speak, Yin slowly addressed Cheng Yi as elder brother. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi and Xieyu exchanged resigned smiles. Yin, there's no need for this, Cheng Yi remarked. No, a loss is a loss. I never anticipated you to be so formidable, elder brother. It seems I overestimated my own abilities, Yin responded, scratching his head. Let us head back to the classroom. We'll be late soon, Hulaina said, shaking her head. 1 year later, elder brother, be careful on your journey. We'll await your return. Hulaina said, elder brother, please be prudent with the duration of your 2nd soul ring. Ning Rongrong expressed with concern. It's fine. I'll have mother accompanying me. Don't worry. Nah. Rongrong, Cheng Yi reassured them. I can't believe elder brother has reached level 20 so quickly. I'm still at 17, even lower than Nah, Yin lamented. Yin, you must strive harder. Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, has also reached level 17. Hulaina teased, while Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle beside her. Hearing this, Yin felt even more disheartened. All right, Nah, let us not tease Yin anymore. He has been putting in a lot of effort, Xieyu interjected. Get in the carriage, or we must set off, Bibi Dong said, peering out from the carriage. Nah, Rongrong, I must take my leave, Cheng Yi said reluctantly. Very well, the 2 girls replied with disappointment. Ning Rongrong then released her grip on Cheng Yi's sleeve. Don't be sad. It's not a matter of life and death. I'm merely going to obtain my 2nd soul ring. I'll return a month at most. So rest assured, Cheng Yi smiled. After hearing this, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong seemed slightly more cheerful as they saw Cheng Yi off to the carriage, watching him depart. Ha. I didn't expect you two to have grown so close. Bibi Dong jested. Oh, mother, please stop, Cheng Yi said, feeling bashful. Mother, when I reach level 30, may I acquire my 3rd soul ring in the Sunset Forest? Cheng Yi inquired. Of course, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Thank you, mother, Cheng Yi exclaimed with excitement. The Sunset Forest is significantly smaller than the Stardow Forest, yet it houses a variety of soul beasts. However, I wonder if there are any shadow-type soul beasts that meet the age requirement, Bibi Dong pondered with concern. It's all right, mother. Even if there aren't any suitable soul beasts, there are still great opportunities there, Cheng Yi assured. Bibi Dong had no doubt regarding the truth of Cheng Yi's words, not only because he was her child whom she would support unconditionally, but also due to Cheng Yi being the inheritor of the 2 divine kings, which made it unsurprising that he would be aware of certain opportunities on the Douluo continent. Nah and Rongrong would soon reach level 20 as well, and Nah had chosen a powerful spirit beast with strong mental abilities for her 2nd soul ring. As for what kind of amplification Rongrong should select for her 2nd soul skill, Bibi Dong contemplated. I believe Rongrong should choose a soul beast with extreme speed for her 2nd soul ring. This should grant her a speed-enhancing soul skill, Cheng Yi suggested. All right, we shall proceed, as Yi advises, Bibi Dong said, admiringly looking at Cheng Yi. Ning Fengji, that rascal. has handed Rome over to me without leaving anything behind. I have to summarize the cultivation method for the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda myself. Bibi Dong silently complained. Meanwhile, far away at the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ningfeng Ji sneezed twice, pondering, why am I sneezing? Chapter 13. The 1,000 June Ants. 7 days later, the group successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. This time, they did not linger in the surrounding towns, but directly entered the Stardow Forest. Bibi Dong led the way, with Yuguan and Gui Mei guarding the rear, ensuring Cheng Yi's safety in the middle. Your Holiness, we have entered the desert area, Yuguan reported. The desert area is rife with nests of 1,000 June ants and sand emperor scorpions, but it is rare to find shadow attribute soul beasts among these 2 types. Bibi Dong remarked. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled, prompting Bibi Dong to lift Cheng Yi into the air. It seems we have entered the territory of the Sand Emperor Scorpion, Bibi Dong stated. Just then, a massive scorpion, nearly 20 meters long, emerged from the ground, followed by a swarm of smaller scorpions. That must be their leader. The size of that Sand Emperor Scorpion indicates it has at least a cultivation of 50,000 years. Bibi Dong commented, Your Holiness, there are no shadow attribute soul beasts among these Sand Emperor Scorpions, Gui Mei reported. At that moment, the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion launched an attack, using its enormous pincers to kick up sand in an attempt to obscure their vision. Nave, Bibi Dong said, as she erected a barrier of soul power to block the sand. Since there are no shadow attributes, let us drive them away. If any dare to resist, you know what to do, Bibi Dong instructed Yuguan and Gui Mei. Understood, Your Holiness, they replied in unison. With that, the 2 flew into the fray. Seeing them take off, the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion swung its massive tail towards Gui Mei and Yuguan, who easily dodged the attack. Yuguan, unfazed by the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion, gathered his soul skill and struck the ground. Time to clear the field. 6th soul skill, golden petals in a flowing sunset. As Yuguan's words fell, his 6th soul ring glimmered, and the petals of the rare, celestial chrysanthemum coalesced into sharp blades, raining down upon the ground and instantly dismantling the formation of the Sand Emperor Scorpions. With those struck perishing on the spot, the Sand Emperor Scorpions began to scatter in fear, yet a few foolish ones charged forward. Gui Mei, upon witnessing this, scoffed, truly overestimating themselves. 6th soul skill, Eerie Howl. In an instant, Gui Mei's 6th soul ring flickered, unleashing waves of soul power towards the charging Sand Emperor Scorpions. Before they could draw near, they were shattered instantaneously. Observing the battle of Gui Mei and Yuguan, Cheng Yi couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being titled Douluo. This combat is exceptionally clean and efficient. As the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion watched its minions scatter, it realized it could not contend with these 2 and turned its gaze toward Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi in the air. Cheng Yi, noticing the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion approaching, thought to himself, is this soul beast out of its mind? At that moment, the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion shot out a stream of poison from its tail towards Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi. Observing this attack, Bibi Dong chuckled. The intelligence of this soul beast is quite questionable. With that, Bibi Dong embraced Cheng Yi with one arm and said, First soul ring of the Soul Eater Spider Emperor, activate. A crescent-shaped slash surged forth, effortlessly neutralizing the poisonous attack of the Sand Emperor Scorpion leader. Realizing its attack had been thwarted, the leader Sand Emperor Scorpion hastily burrowed underground to escape. Wow, Mother, you're amazing. Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gui are also incredible, Cheng Yi exclaimed sincerely. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Yuguan and Gui Mei couldn't suppress the upward curve of their lips. Bibi Dong, now cradling Cheng Yi with both arms, also smiled and said, one day you too shall grow strong like us. The 4 then descended back to the ground. Cheng Yi approached the remains of the Sand Emperor Scorpion and declared, Stand up. As his words echoed, shadows of the Sand Emperor Scorpions began to coalesce, swiftly transforming into Shadow Sand Emperor Scorpions, which then knelt before Cheng Yi in unison. Cheng Yi retracted the Shadow Soldiers and waved his hand, causing the remaining Sand Emperor Scorpions that had not transformed into shadows to slowly dissipate back into the underworld. All right, let us continue our search, Bibi Dong said. Not long after setting out, the 4 individuals arrived at the foot of a mountain riddled with countless caves. This was likely the lair of the 1,000 Gene Ants, and we should venture inside, suggested Bibi Dong. As she spoke, the 4 made their way towards the nearest cave. Upon entering, Yue Guan and Gui Mei unleashed their formidable pressure as tidal Douluos, causing the swarm of 1,000 gene ants to cower at a distance, too intimidated to approach. Before long, they found themselves in the Queen Ant's chamber, where she lay asleep, oblivious to their presence. Is this truly the Queen of the 1,000 gene ants? Remarkable, Cheng Yi marveled. Given the size of this nest, it's not surprising that the Queen possesses such power, Bibi Dong explained. At that moment, both Bibi Dong and Gui Mei sensed a surge of shadowy energy. With a mere glance from Bibi Dong, Gui Mei darted out to investigate the source of this dark power. It seems fortune is on our side. It must be a mutated 1,000-gene ant. I hope it aligns with E's capacity to endure, Bibi Dong remarked. Shortly thereafter, Gui Mei returned, carrying a barely breathing 1,000-gene ant, and announced, "Your Holiness, this ant indeed possesses shadow attributes, and its age is no less than 4,000 years." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned to Cheng Yi, who nodded slightly, signaling his readiness. "Very well, let us depart from this place," Bibi Dong declared. The group exited the ant nest and paused beneath a nearby tree. "This shall suffice," Bibi Dong said. Upon her words, Gui Mei placed the nearly lifeless 1,000-gene ant before Cheng Yi. He summoned the region of the underworld's demon scythe and swiftly severed the ant's head. As the creature perished, a violet soul ring materialized above its carcass. Cheng Yi retracted the scythe and unleashed the Shadow Monarch, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to draw in the soul ring. Bibi Dong, Gui Mei, and Yue Guan formed a protective circle around him. As Cheng Yi channeled the soul ring, the violet ring gradually encircled him. With prior experience in absorbing a soul ring of a higher grade, Cheng Yi remained composed, slowly integrating the soul power and spiritual energy into his being. Nevertheless, absorbing a soul ring beyond his current limit was not without its challenges. Beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he showed signs of strain. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong, Yue Guan, and Gui Mei could not help but feel a chill of concern, relieved that the soul power did not erupt uncontrollably. As time passed, the 1,000-year soul ring stabilized around Cheng Yi, leaving him to gradually convert the soul power and spiritual energy it contained. After 2 hours, the soul ring had fully settled, and Cheng Yi opened his eyes, rising slowly to stretch his numb limbs. Congratulations. You are indeed the most gifted child I have ever encountered, Bibi Dong praised. Yue Guan and Gui Mei echoed their heartfelt admiration. Cheng Yi, feeling bashful, scratched his head in modesty. He then approached the corpse of the Shadow 1,000-gene ant and quietly commanded, "Rise." Gradually, the shadow of the ant coalesced, soon transforming into a new shadow soldier under Cheng Yi's command, the Shadow 1,000-gene ant now lying prostrate at his feet. The Shadow Star Bell began to absorb the remains of the Shadow 1,000-gene ant, replenishing Cheng Yi in return. Chapter 14. Zhu Zhuqing, Second Soul Skill. "Yeah, what is your second soul skill?" Bibi Dong inquired. Before Cheng Yi could respond, a small girl, dirty and battered, emerged from the bushes, running towards them as if she had found a lifeline. Just then, a wave of soul power surged from behind her, prompting Gui Mei to leap forward and disperse the attack effortlessly. The little girl quickly hid behind Cheng Yi. Moments later, 6 individuals emerged from the underbrush, all displaying their martial souls, their soul rings indicating they were at the Soul King level. It was hard to fathom how a little girl could evade their pursuit and reach this point, and one could only imagine the fate that awaited her had she not encountered Cheng Yi and his companions. The leader of the 6 called out, "Hey, you lot, if you know what's good for you, hand over that little girl, or you'll regret it." Hearing this, the girl shrank further behind Cheng Yi in fear. At this, Yue Guan and Gui Mei cast lethal glares at the 6. The leader took a few steps back, but emboldened by their numerical advantage, he declared, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and give us that little girl." Upon hearing this, Yue Guan and Gui Mei turned to Bibi Dong. Cheng Yi, observing the tension, thought to himself, what is happening today? Why are both sides so blind? First, the Scorpion King, now these 6 fools, shaking his head in exasperation. Bibi Dong coldly instructed Yue Guan and Gui Mei, eliminate them all. Not a single one shall remain. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a tidal Douluo was unleashed, rendering the 6 gasping for breath, while the little girl, hidden behind Cheng Yi, stared in astonishment. With a display of 18 soul rings, 9 each for Yue Guan and Gui Mei, hovering ominously around them, the 6 were struck with sheer terror. Tidal Douluo, the leader stammered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he fell to his knees, pleading, "My lords, we meant no disrespect and have wronged you." Before he could finish, 6 petal-shaped blades swiftly severed the heads of the 6 men. Witnessing this, the little girl slumped to the ground, seemingly relieved. Why didn't you leave a few for me? Gue may complain to Yueguan. The 4 then turned their attention to the girl seated on the ground. Thank you so much, the little girl said timidly. Cheng Yi looked at her, noticing she was about his age, and replied, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. My name is Cheng Yi. What is yours? Why were they chasing you? The girl, feeling slightly more at ease, responded, hello, E.M. Zhu. The 4 were taken aback by her name. You are Zhu Zhuqing of the Zhu family from the star, Luo Empire? Cheng Yi asked. Yes. I am the second daughter of the Zhu family from the star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. In that case, it is no wonder you are being pursued, Bibi Dong remarked. To think they would hunt their own sister for that ridiculous throne. With evil soul masters rampant, what value does that throne hold? Cheng Yi said, his voice tinged with indignation. You are right, Ear. The foundations of soul masters in Tiando and Star Luo are not as deep as ours. If the evil soul hall were to wage war, those 2 empires would be the first to fall, Bibi Dong sighed. And what of Davis's brother, Dai Mubai? Cheng Yi inquired. At the mention of Dai Mubai's name, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flared with anger as she gritted her teeth. That coward is the fiancé arranged for me by my family. The first time we met, we were ambushed by soul masters sent by Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. He abandoned me and fled. If he was captured, he is likely dead by now. Cheng Yi glanced at Bibi Dong, who understood his intent and nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Yi extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing and said, given the circumstances, would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? If you do, you will no longer have to fear your sister. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Cheng Yi's outstretched hand, her eyes seemingly reigniting with hope as she placed her hand firmly atop his and declared, thank you, Cheng Yi. I am willing to follow you, and I wish to join the Spirit Hall. These 2 gentlemen are Elder Jiao and Elder Gue, esteemed elders of our Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi introduced. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan and Gue Mei nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards Zhu Zhuqing. This is my mother, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. If you don't mind, you may address her as Pope Auntie, Cheng Yi added. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? Do I look that old? Call me Pope Sister, Bibi Dong retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Cheng Yi seemed momentarily flustered and replied, Mother, Zhu Qing and I are clearly of the same age. Wouldn't calling her sister be more appropriate? In any case, Annie is out of the question, Bibi Dong insisted. I think I shall simply refer to you as Your Holiness, Zhu Zhuqing shyly suggested. Cheng Yi and Bibi Dong chose not to pursue the matter further. Zhu Qing, what level are you at now? Bibi Dong inquired. I am currently at level 18, Zhu Zhuqing answered. It appears Zhu Qing possesses commendable talent, comparable to that of Nana and Rong, Bibi Dong used. Alright, Ear, let's discuss your second soul skill, Bibi Dong said, turning her attention to Cheng Yi. What? Ego is already a second ring soul master? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Yi smiled and subsequently unleashed his martial spirit, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, ascending from beneath his feet and swirling gracefully around him. Wow, 1,000-year soul ring for the second ring. Zhu Zhuqing gaped in amazement at Cheng Yi's soul ring configuration. After absorbing the soul ring from a shadow ant, my level has risen to 23. My second soul skill is called Shadow Titan Break. This skill allows me to concentrate my shadow power for a powerful strike, which also includes a defense-breaking effect capable of bypassing certain defenses. Should it strike an opponent with lower soul power than mine, it may even induce a brief state of dizziness, Cheng Yi explained. With that, he approached a nearby boulder, his second soul ring illuminating as he activated the second soul skill. In an instant, a hole erupted in the boulder, followed by a violent explosion. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless by her astonishment. What impressive offensive skill, Bibi Dong praised. Cheng Yi then decided to test the new ability of his Shadow King. He summoned a Shadow Soldier and instructed it to run into the distance. Confused, Zhu Zhuqing asked, what is that thing? Just as Bibi Dong and the others were equally baffled, Cheng Yi stated, swap. In an instant, he exchanged places with the distant Shadow Soldier. Witnessing Cheng Yi's maneuver, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei were unfazed, while Zhu Zhuqing was once again left in awe. Cheng Yi returned at a leisurely pace and explained, I was merely testing the new abilities of my Shadow King, Martial Spirit. He then placed a Shadow Soldier into Zhu Zhuqing's shadow. Next time, please inform me in advance before testing new abilities, Bibi Dong chided. Understood, Mother, Cheng Yi replied. All right, let us leave the Stardow Forest and find a nearby town to rest before returning to Spirit City, Bibi Dong instructed the group. Chapter 15. The reactions of two maidens in less than a day. Cheng Yi and his companions emerged from the Stardow forest and arrived at a nearby town. Boss, we'll take this entire floor, Yuguan announced, presenting a black card to the innkeeper. Certainly, esteemed guests, please come inside, the innkeeper responded obsequiously. Zhu Qing, choose a room and freshen up, Cheng Yi said to Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at her own dusty reflection in the mirror, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of shyness wash over her and selected a room to tidy up. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing knocked on Cheng Yi's door. Upon seeing her, Cheng Yi inquired, "What is it, Zhuqing? Do you need something?" With a hint of bashfulness, Zhu Zhuqing replied, Igu, could you help me apply some medicine? I can't quite reach the wounds on my back. Cheng Yi, sensing her discomfort, invited her into the room. It was then that he truly noticed Zhu Zhuqing's features. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, porcelain skin, and her beautiful eyes radiating a coolness. Yet each glance at Cheng Yi seemed to hold a glimmer of light. Here's the medicine, Zhuqing, she said, slowly removing her upper garment to reveal her back. So many injuries? You've truly endured a lot, Zhuqing, Cheng Yi consoled her, gently beginning to apply the medicine. Whether it was the sting of the wounds or Cheng Yi's soothing words, tears began to well in the corners of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Cheng Yi chose not to speak further, silently tending to her wounds. Thank you, Cheng Yi, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Several days later, the group finally returned to Spirit City, the carriage coming to a halt at the Pope's residence. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong had already received word of Cheng Yi's return and had eagerly awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing him descend from the carriage, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong rushed forward, each embracing one of his arms, completely oblivious to the newly arrived Zhu Zhuqing. Igu, I missed you dearly, Ning Rongrong pouted, clinging to Cheng Yi. Indeed, Igu, we have no idea how we managed without you, Hulaina added. Suddenly, both women caught an unfamiliar scent emanating from Cheng Yi, exchanging glances before tightening their grips and exclaiming, Igu, something smells different about you. This scent seems to belong to a woman. Cheng Yi, sensing the impending trouble, found himself at a loss for words. Observing Cheng Yi's embarrassment, Bibi Dong chuckled and, not one to shy away from mischief, remarked, Here, I have some matters to attend to at the Pope's palace. You should take Zhuqing and select a room. She will be joining your class at the academy tomorrow. Cheng Yi felt a cold sweat break out as he thought, what a wonderful mother I have. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong turned, spotting Zhu Zhuqing as she disembarked from the carriage, both casting a mischievous grin at Cheng Yi. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong smirked and, accompanied by Yuguan and Gue Mei, headed towards the Pope's palace. Yuguan and Gue Mei exchanged sympathetic glances with Cheng Yi. Oh div, Yige. It seems you returned from this outing with quite the bounty, Hulaina remarked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, Igu. It appears you didn't find it dull without Nana and me, Ning Rongrong added, also looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Nana, Rongrong, it's not what you think. Please let me explain. Oh no, I mean listen to my explanation. Cheng Yi pleaded helplessly. What is it then? Both Hulaina and Ning Rongrong retorted in unison. I was being pursued, and it was only after encountering Igu and the others that I survived, Zhu Zhuqing clarified. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, the two maidens relented, allowing Cheng Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. I never imagined the Star Luo Empire could be so brutal. It truly pales in comparison to the Heaven Do Empire. Ning Rongrong lamented. It's all right. You were fortunate to have met Igu, Hulaina consoled. Zhu Zhuqing smiled in response. And then both Hulaina and Ning Rongrong turned their attention back to Cheng Yi. Noticing their gazes fixed upon him, Cheng Yi took a deep breath and, with a tremor in his voice, asked, Nana, Rongrong, what is it now? With both Nana and me here, having one more Zhuqing makes little difference, Ning Rongrong remarked. Indeed, it remains to be seen if Zhuqing can accept it, Hulaina added. If both of you can accept it, then Zhuqing will surely have no issue, right? That's not true. I'm not in that kind of relationship with brother Yi yet, Zhu Zhuqing shyly remarked, covering her face with both hands. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, observing Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor, chuckled and added, Neither are we, it seems. Brother Yi, it appears you have yet another person to protect. With a smile, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong teased. Cheng Yi could only laugh in response, subsequently allowing his shadow soldiers to merge into the shadows of Hulaina and Ning Rongrong. Come along, Zhuqing. We shall take you inside to choose a room, Ning Rongrong said, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand. The three of them then entered the house. The following day, the four of them arrived at the classroom. Yin glanced at Cheng Yi, then at Zhu Zhuqing who was following him, and remarked, Brother, you're back so soon. Your second soul skill must be quite formidable, and why have you brought back another girl from the soul hunting expedition? Cheng Yi shot Yin a glare and replied, Oh Yin, are you looking for a beating? Why bring that up now? Yin, sensing the reprimand, immediately begged for mercy. Brother, Yi, how could I dare? I wanted to say another word, and made a gesture to silence himself. Seeing Yan's reaction, Xiaoyu chuckled helplessly and then turned to Cheng Yi, asking, Brother Yi, will you be participating in tomorrow's practical training class? Without a hint of hesitation, Cheng Yi affirmed, Of course I will. Xiaoyu sighed, But Brother Yi, we are still at the first ring. You will completely dominate us. It's fine. Once we leave the academy, we will all have to face stronger opponents. Cheng Yi responded. Yin mischievously remarked, Whoever ends up in the same group as Brother Yi is truly unfortunate. Ning Rongrong quickly doused Yan's enthusiasm with, Aren't you afraid it might be you who partners with Brother Yi? Upon hearing her words, Yan's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle, and he appeared disheartened. While Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing stifled their laughter. All right, I will take it easy on you. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Rongrong is fortunate. As a support type, she can opt out of the practical training. With her talent, she might even join the new golden generation. Hulaina expressed with envy. Of course, I am Brother Yi's dedicated support, Ning Rongrong proudly declared as she gazed at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. That's not fair. Why only ruffle Rongrong's hair? Hulaina pouted in complaint, with Zhu Zhuqing quietly standing behind her. All right, Cheng Yi said, as he ruffled Hulaina's hair and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, doing the same for her. Yin and Xiaoyu looked on enviously at Cheng Yi. Noticing their gaze, Cheng Yi turned and asked, What's the matter? Do you two want a pat on the head as well? Upon hearing this, both shook their heads vigorously. Chapter 16, Practical Training, Part 1. At the back mountain of the Hall of Worship, Qianren Xue inquired, Grandfather, I heard there will be a practical training session at the Martial Soul Academy tomorrow. He should participate, right? He probably will, Qian Douluo replied. Then, could you send someone to test his strength? Qianren Xue requested. Since it is your wish, I shall arrange it. But whom should we send? Do you have anyone in mind? Qian Douluo asked. The grandsons of the offering of Qi and the offering of Demon, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, are both at the Martial Soul Academy, aren't they? Perhaps they could go and assess Cheng Yi's current strength, Qianren Xue suggested. Very well, we shall do as you say, Qian Douluo agreed. The next day, Yin fervently prayed, Please, do not let me draw Brother Yi. Do not let me draw Brother Yi. Ha, Yin. You must face the challenge. Xiaoyu chuckled at Yin. Xiaoyu, you enjoy the spectacle, but you've already drawn Brother Yi and I still haven't tea. Yin grumbled through clenched teeth as they began to bicker. Enough. You two, stop the quarrel, Cheng Yi interjected. The final matchup is Cheng Yi versus Yin. The Martial Soul Academy teacher announced. Yin froze momentarily before collapsing helplessly to the ground, exclaiming, No. Why is this happening? Cheng Yi, unsure of what to say, merely patted Yin on the shoulder and offered a resigned smile. Xiaoyu, unable to resist, chimed in, Oh dear, Yin, stop complaining and face reality. Besides, fighting Brother Yi will teach you a great deal. Yin, still in denial, muttered to himself, No, how could this happen? At that moment, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei approached the group. Cheng Yi, puzzled, asked, Who are you? We are the grandsons of the 6th offering and the 7th offering, they replied. Indeed, I am Li Qianyu. Li Qianyu introduced himself. And I am Li Qianwei, Li Qianwei added. Ah, what a unique way to introduce yourselves. Cheng Yi laughed awkwardly. What brings you here? He inquired further. We have long heard of your prowess, Cheng Yi, and we have come today to seek your guidance during the practical training. Li Qianyu stated. Precisely. We wish to learn from you. Li Qianwei concurred. Yin, filled with hope, raised his head and asked, So, you both want to fight, Brother Yi? Indeed, they replied in unison. Then it's settled. You two must not back out. I shall inform the teacher, Yin declared with enthusiasm. Wait a moment. Are you two planning a 2-on-1? Hulaina questioned. Given Brother Yi's strength, defeating the two of them should be effortless, Yin boasted. That is not fair, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Then I shall team up with Brother Yi to face you both, Yin proposed eagerly. Oh, weren't you just afraid to fight Brother Yi? Ning Rongrong desit. That was a different matter. Let us not dwell on it, Yin replied sheepishly. How about I join Brother Yi to fight the two of you? Ning Rongrong suggested. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement. Shall we face you two together? He asked Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Considering Cheng Yi's second ring strength, the two felt they had a chance. But with Ning Rongrong also in the mix, it seemed a bit undignified for a 2-on-1. After some deliberation, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei agreed. All right. Yin stifled a laugh. while Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei looked at him in confusion, their heads adorned with big question marks. The final match today, which is also the only 2 versus 2 battle, features Cheng Yi and Ning Rongrong against Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Please, the 4 students, proceed to the battle platform, the Martial Soul Academy teacher announced. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei walked onto the platform and clasped their hands in greeting. We look forward to your guidance. Prepare yourselves. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls, the teacher instructed. Li Qianyu, a level 15 attack-type soul master, with a martial soul, spiral dragon staff, Li Qianyu introduced. Li Qianwei, a level 15 attack-type soul master, with a martial soul, spiral dragon staff, Li Qianwei followed suit. As they spoke, a staff appeared in their hands. 1 red and 1 blue, accompanied by a yellow soul ring rising beneath their feet, circling around them. Ning Rongrong, a level 17 support-type soul master, with a martial soul. 7 treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong proclaimed. As she finished, a 7 treasure glazed tile appeared in her hand, with a yellow soul ring manifesting beneath her feet. What? Ning Rongrong is already at level 17? Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei marveled internally, while the students below shared their astonishment. Cheng Yi, a level 23 attack-type Grand Soul Master, with a martial soul, Shadow Monarch, Cheng Yi announced. A dark shadow slowly emerged from Cheng Yi's own shadow, floating behind him, while a yellow and a purple soul ring rose from his feet, encircling him. What? 2 rings of 1,000 years? Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei were aghast. The audience below erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing Cheng Yi's soul ring configuration. Ha ha ha! Let you experience the terror of being dominated by Brother Yi, Yin excitedly proclaimed. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged helpless glances at Yin. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei felt as though the sky had fallen when they observed Cheng Yi's soul rings, and they discreetly communicated, "No way. We merely intended to probe the situation. We never anticipated Cheng Yi would be this outrageous. With his soul ring configuration, it's uncertain if we can even withstand him 2 against 1, especially with the world's foremost support martial soul assisting him. What is the difference between this and courting death?" They inwardly cursed their grandfather 1,000 times, and at this juncture, they could only brace themselves for the challenge. "Then please, offer us your guidance," Cheng Yi said, bowing respectfully to Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. "The battle begins," announced the teacher from the Martial Soul Academy. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda emerged, and Ning Rongrong declared, "First, the power-enhancing ability." Instantly, her first soul ring shimmered, casting a radiant beam of light upon Cheng Yi, augmenting his strength by 20%. "This is bad," Li Qianyu thought to himself. "Brother, you hold Cheng Yi off. I will deal with Ning Rongrong," he instructed. With that, he dashed towards Ning Rongrong like an arrow released from a bow, while Li Qianwei, ignited with fervor, lunged towards Cheng Yi, wielding his panlong staff like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. As Li Qianyu neared Ning Rongrong, she remained utterly composed. Yet the crowd below was in a state of panic, speculating that Ning Rongrong would be the first to be eliminated. How could Brother Yi allow Rongrong to come harm? Hulaina remarked, with Zhu Zhuqing nodding in agreement. Shadow Dominator's hand, Cheng Yi proclaimed, extending his hands to seize Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, 1 in front and 1 behind. Just as Li Qianyu was about to swing his staff to knock Ning Rongrong off the stage, he suddenly found himself unable to advance, and was subsequently propelled backward by an unseen force. Li Qianwei, similarly, was ensnared before he could even approach Cheng Yi, rendered immobile and sent flying backward as well. Before they could process what had happened, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei found themselves returned to their original positions, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. "What kind of power is this? He didn't even touch me," the 2 exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't just focus on my support right from the start. I want to let Rongrong be harmed," Cheng Yi stated. Chapter 17, Practical Combat Class, Part 2. "Damn it, we can't even get close to that support," Li Qianyu lamented. "Then we must attack Cheng Yi together and take a gamble," Li Qianwei asserted. With that, Li Qianyu stepped forward, brandishing his panlong staff as he charged from the left toward Cheng Yi, while Li Qianwei flanked him from the right. Seeing this, a mysterious smile crept upon Cheng Yi's lips as he whispered, "Shadow Eye." In an instant, it appeared as though Cheng Yi's pupils were consumed by an abyss of darkness, completely shrouded in black. Cheng Yi turned his gaze back to Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, perceiving their movements as if time had been paused. In the blink of an eye, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei stood before Cheng Yi, and, as they sensed there was no retreat for him, Li Qianwei exuberantly shouted, Bibi got him. Just as their staffs were about to strike Cheng Yi, he lightly tapped his toes and leapt into the air, evading their blows. The two staffs collided with a resounding clang, and before Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei could comprehend what had transpired, Cheng Yi's counterattack came swiftly. He delivered a kick to the staff that had clashed, sending both of them staggering backward. Without allowing them a moment to regain their balance, Cheng Yi charged forward again, delivering a kick to each of them that sent them back to their original positions. First soul skill, Shadow Claw, Cheng Yi announced as his first soul ring flickered, transforming the shadowy power in his hand into lethal claws that lunged toward the two. Just as Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei steadied themselves, they saw Cheng Yi barreling toward them. With no time to think, they raised their staffs to defend. The sound of Cheng Yi's shadow claw striking their panlong staff rang out sharply. Observing the two being gradually overwhelmed by Cheng Yi, Yin could not help but exclaim, "Thank goodness I am not battling Brother Yi today. Those two are in for a rough time." Brother Yi, this soul skill is already powerful, and with Rongrong support, it's truly like adding wings to a tiger, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Wait, something's off? Look, the support light from Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed Hal Pagoda has vanished. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exclaimed, and the others turned their gaze toward Ning Rongrong, their astonishment deepening. Brother Yi appears gentle and refined on the surface, but once he engages in combat, it's as if he transforms into a different person. His strikes are ruthless, and he leaves no openings, Xie reflected. Indeed, Brother Yi bears many burdens. Thus, we must not hold him back, Hulaina asserted. Back at the battle arena, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei were being cornered by Cheng Yi. At that moment, Li Qianwei suddenly unleashed his first soul skill, the demon-subduing dragon hammer. His first soul ring gleamed as the panlong staff surged with a brilliant red light, emitting a series of dragon roars that slightly pushed Cheng Yi back, though still outmatched. This provided the two with a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qianyu leaped forth, charging toward Ning Rongrong. After the dragon's roar, Li Qianwei found himself completely suppressed again. As Li Qianyu rushed toward Ning Rongrong, Cheng Yi delivered a kick that sent Li Qianwei sprawling, then concentrated his soul power and shadow energy into his right hand, striking out with a claw toward Li Qianyu. A shadow claw shot straight at Li Qianyu. "Brother, be careful," Li Qianwei shouted. Before Li Qianyu could turn around, the shadow claw struck his back, knocking him to the ground. Cheng Yi then returned to Ning Rongrong's side, while Li Qianyu slowly rose to his feet. Li Qianwei rushing to his side. "We are no match for him. We haven't even forced out his second soul skill," Li Qianyu lamented. "Then let us try again," Li Qianwei declared, charging forward. First soul skill, demon-subduing dragon hammer. Li Qianwei's panlong staff roared again, but this time it failed to affect Cheng Yi in any significant way. Just as Cheng Yi puzzled over the attack, Li Qianwei's staff came crashing down toward the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, Cheng Yi, bolstered by the shadow eye, remained unfazed, while the audience could see nothing through the haze. First soul skill, Tsunami, 3 strokes. Li Qianyu's first soul ring glimmered, and his panlong staff emitted a brilliant blue light as he launched an assault on Cheng Yi. A commendable tactic, but unfortunately, Yu miscalculated, Cheng Yi replied. He deftly evaded Li Qianyu's strikes, which all landed harmlessly on the ground, kicking up even more dust. After 3 strikes, Li Qianyu's panlong staff reverted to its ordinary form. In the midst of dodging Li Qianyu's attacks, Cheng Yi had already approached Ning Rongrong. "Your true target is Rongrong. Isn't it?" he stated. Second soul skill, Shadow, 1,000-pound break. As Cheng Yi's second soul ring shimmered, he concentrated his soul power and shadow energy into a single point, launching an attack on Li Qianwei, who was about to strike Ning Rongrong. "Impossible. How did you perceive that?" Li Qianwei exclaimed. But before he could finish, Cheng Yi's second soul skill had already been unleashed, sending Li Qianwei tumbling off the battle stage. Unconscious, the students below were bewildered, only witnessing Li Qianwei flying out from the smoke. Li Qianyu, engulfed in the haze, could see nothing and was utterly oblivious to what had transpired, only hearing Li Qianwei's anguished cry. With a vigorous swing of his panlong staff, he dispersed the dust, turning to find Li Qianwei lying quietly on the ground, already receiving treatment from a healing soul master. "Do not worry, he is merely unconscious. Do you wish to continue?" Cheng Yi invited. Of course, Li Qianyu declared, his first soul ring shimmering as he unleashed his initial soul skill, the 3 strikes of the sea, charging towards Cheng Yi. Such tenacity. "Well, let me indulge you," Cheng Yi thought, as his own first soul ring glimmered to life, activating his first soul skill, the Shadow Claw. aimed directly at Li Qianyu's dragon rod. The clash rang out with a crisp sound as the two collided, relentlessly attacking one another. After 3 strikes, Cheng Yi seized the opportunity, deftly knocking Li Qianyu's dragon rod aside, then lunging forward with his clawed fingers towards Li Qianyu. "We have lost," Li Qianyu murmured, his voice laced with exhaustion. With the duel concluded, the announcer from the Martial Soul Academy proclaimed Cheng Yi the victor, prompting a thunderous ovation from the audience. Li Qianwei, who had just regained consciousness, remarked, "You both are impressive, and your synergy is remarkable. No, we are still far from sufficient. Thank you for your guidance. Iga. Li Qianyu, Raplia. Indeed, thank you for your instruction and for showing mercy. Iga," Li Qianwei added as he approached. Let me tell you both. Iga instructed me to merely feign enhancement at the start. By the time he sent you 2 flying, any semblance of enhancement was long gone. Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Hey, Rongrong, weren't we supposed to keep that under wraps?" Cheng Yi said, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. She responded with a playful grimace. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, both young men felt the disparity between themselves and Cheng Yi once more, bowing respectfully. "Thank you again for your mercy, Iga." And they helped each other off the stage. Watching their retreating figures, Cheng Yi smiled and descended the platform alongside Ning Rongrong. As soon as they stepped down, Hulaina and the others rushed over. "Iga, you are absolutely magnificent, winning so effortlessly," Hulaina praised, while Zhu Zhuqing nodded enthusiastically behind her. "Oh, by the way, Iga," earlier on the stage, before Hulaina could finish, Cheng Yi placed his hand on her head. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing leaned in closer, prompting Cheng Yi to affectionately pat her head as well, which made him chuckle helplessly. "Thank goodness I'm not up against Iga." Those two were utterly overwhelmed. Having no means to retaliate, Yen lamented. Indeed, moreover, Iga did not even exert his full strength, Xiaoyu added. All right, you all must train diligently. Remember, in 4 years, we will be selecting the next generation of the Martial Soul Hall, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Chapter 18. Bibi Dong's inquiry in the Hall of Offerings. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei lamented, "Grandfather, Iga is far too powerful. We are no match for him. And he hasn't even used his full strength. Skill falls short. Who else can they blame?" Li Qianfeng, the Douluo of the 1,000 tons, chastised, his tone filled with disappointment. "Enough, brother. We all know that boy's talent. Do not be too hard on Qianyu and Qianwei." Li Qianyi, the Douluo of demon suppression, interjected. Exactly. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei agreed. "Now let us discuss Cheng Yi with grandfather," the demon suppression Daw suggested. "Behind the Hall of Offerings, what? Grandfather? Are you serious?" Qian Rengshu inquired, her surprise evident. "Indeed, Schwerer, absolutely true," Qian Daolu affirmed. "To have single-handedly defeated both Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei without exerting full strength? An 8-year-old at the 2nd or 3rd rank? A 1,000-year second soul ring? What manner of monster is this? When I was at his age, I hadn't even reached the great soul master level." Qian Rengshu exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, this boy's talent is indeed monstrous. No wonder he is chosen by the gods." "Schwer, do you not wish to meet him?" Qian Daolu asked. "With such talent, of course I wish to meet him," Qian Rengshu replied, intrigued. "Iga, look, there's a beauty ahead," Yin pointed out. Following Yan's finger, Cheng Yi beheld a girl not far away, adorned with golden hair, skin as white as snow, a straight nose, slender phoenix-like eyes, and an air of regal beauty that seemed vaguely familiar. Cheng Yi mused to himself. As the girl noticed Cheng Yi, she approached him and his companions. "You are Cheng Yi?" she inquired. "Yes, I am Cheng Yi. How may I assist you?" He responded politely. At that moment, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing cast icy glares at Cheng Yi from behind, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Just as Cheng Yi thought the situation was dire, a delicate hand gripped his waist. "Iga, you haven't been flirting with flowers outside again, have you?" Hulaina threatened. "Sigh, it's true that handsome men attract trouble," Ning Rongrong chimed in, her discontent evident. Zhu Zhuqing too shot Cheng Yi a resentful glare. "No, you misunderstand. I truly do not know her," Cheng Yi protested, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Noticing his distress, the girl covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Seeing her amusement, Cheng Yi quickly added, "Miss, please clarify. We were not acquainted before, were we?" "Indeed, we are unfamiliar with each other," the girl confirmed. "See, I wasn't lying to you," Cheng Yi reassured Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who then relented, allowing him a moment of respite. Just as Cheng Yi exhaled in relief, the girl said, "Then may we get acquainted? I am Qian Rengshu." "Qian Rengshu?" Cheng Yi thought, astonished. "Is there truly any need?" If we were to become acquainted, my mother would surely be troubled by it, he replied. Oh, it seems you know some things, Qian Rengshu remarked. Em sorry. But we must take our leave, Cheng Yi stated, leading his companions away. Wait, Qian Rengshu called out. What else is there? Cheng Yi asked. Shall we engage in a duel? I will restrain my powers to your level. Should you win, I shall not pursue you further, Qian Rengshu proposed. Before Cheng Yi could respond, Bibi Dong's voice resonated from behind. Do not heed her. Mother, what brings you here? Cheng Yi inquired, noticing Qian Rengshu clenching her fists at the sight of Bibi Dong. Greetings, your holiness. The group chorused. Bibi Dong nodded slightly at Hulaina and the others, Nana, Rong, Zhuqing, you all may leave now. Xie Yuyin, you two should return to the Martial Soul Academy. With Bibi Dong's decree, Hulaina, Ning Rong, and Zhuqing exchanged glances, weighing Cheng Yi against Qian Rengshu before reluctantly departing for the Pope's quarters. Mother, let's just go back, Cheng Yi urged softly, tugging at Bibi Dong's sleeve. Bibi Dong, you are meddling too much, Qian Rengshu said, her irritation palpable. Is my child. Whose business am I interfering with? Bibi Dong replied coldly. This only served to infuriate Qian Rengshu further. Return and inform your grandfather. Do not think I am unaware of his intentions. He shall not lay a hand on Bibi Dong declared, her voice steely. No, let it be. I will speak to him directly. We must go, Bibi Dong insisted once more. Cheng Yi glanced at the furious Qian Rengshu, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Bibi Dong. It seemed that in this world of Douluo, his mother's animosity towards the Qian family was even greater than depicted in the original story. Cheng Yi mused with a sigh. Having been rescued by Bibi Dong, Cheng Yi was undoubtedly aligned with her, and he would not speak in favor of Qian Rengshu merely for her beauty. All he wished for was the ability to protect those he cherished amidst the upheaval of the continent. Before the Hall of Offerings, Bibi Dong said, You should return. I will handle that old man. No, I must protect you. Cheng Yi insisted, his gaze resolute. Be obedient. Mother will return shortly. Bibi Dong gently caressed Cheng Yi's head and spoke softly. But mother, before Cheng Yi could finish his words, Bibi Dong interjected, It's all right. I merely intend to converse with that old man. Faced with this, Cheng Yi had no choice but to relent, lowering his head in a defeated nod. At that moment, he profoundly realized his own insignificance. In the contest between such formidable beings, he was utterly incapable of assisting Bibi Dong in any way. This realization only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Why become Bibi Dong? Douluo inquired, puzzled. Old fool, what are your intentions in allowing Qian Rengshu to approach Yi? Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware, Bibi Dong retorted sharply. Douluo was momentarily at a loss for words. You must have already spoken with your so-called angel god, haven't you? Surely you are aware of Yi's circumstances? Bibi Dong sneered. You dare to show disrespect to the angel god? Douluo exclaimed, furious. And what of it? Do you think the angel god is oblivious to the deeds of Qian Xuanji? Is it the so-called deity of justice worshipped by your family? Bibi Dong mocked. Douluo found himself momentarily speechless. A spawn born of filthy means. This is the so-called heir of the angel god? Utterly laughable. Bibi Dong derided. Bibi Dong. She is still. Before Douluo could finish, Bibi Dong interrupted. Enough. With that, the divine essence of the plague god erupted from Bibi Dong, shaking the very foundations of the offering hall. You have also so soon? I knew it. With your talent, this day would inevitably come, Douluo marveled. I do not care what the angel god has told you. You had best refrain from harboring any intentions towards Yi. Otherwise, as she spoke, the divine essence of the plague god surged forth once more, pressing down upon Douluo. The 7 great offerings, intending to assist Douluo, found themselves unable to advance. Suppressed by the divine essence of the plague god, they could only devote all their soul power to protect the offering hall. Beyond this lay the angel temple, and Douluo, in a fit of rage, invoked the power of the angel god from the temple to counter Bibi Dong, resulting in a stalemate between the two. How is this possible? I stand before the angel temple, Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 19. The Truth, the Helpless Angel God. Douluo, this is the angel god you serve. Is it not the purpose of the angel god to eradicate all evil in the world? Why do evil soul masters reign unchecked? Where's your so-called angel god? Bibi Dong demanded in anger, the divine essence of the plague god intensifying, inching ever closer to Douluo. Douluo was at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. You, the heir of the angel god. Why do you lack the ability to end this chaotic era? Why must you rely on Er's strength in the end? He is but a child. Why burden him so, Douluo? Speak. Bibi Dong's fury escalated, causing the divine essence of the plague god to explode forth entirely. Bibi Dong, please calm down. I know that our Qian family has wronged you, but we have no intentions towards that child, Douluo implored anxiously. Who can your Qian family truly redeem? What can the angel god redeem? Bibi Dong shouted. Cheng Yi burst through the door, rushing to stand before Bibi Dong, arms outstretched, shouting at Douluo. What do you want with my mother? In that instant, the angel god withdrew his divine power, transmitting a message to Douluo. Do not harm that child. Upon seeing Cheng Yi stand in front of her, Bibi Dong also retracted the essence of the plague god and embraced Cheng Yi. Douluo, I warn you one last time. Do not lay any designs upon Bibi Dong said coldly. I have no intention of harming Cheng Yi. We only seek to protect him, Douluo replied. Let us hope that's indeed the case. With that, Bibi Dong departed the offering hall, holding Cheng Yi. Weren't you supposed to wait outside? What if you get hurt? Bibi Dong chided. I was just worried about you, mother. Cheng Yi pouted. Next time, do not be so reckless, Bibi Dong said, a blend of exasperation and affection in her smile. I understand, mother, Cheng Yi replied sweetly. Grandfather, how are you? Qian Renshua rushed over to support Douluo, her expression filled with concern. Brother, are you all right? What was that power just now? The 7 great offerings also hurried over. I am fine. I did not expect her to have grown so powerful. Even backed by the angel temple, I was still suppressed, Douluo said with self-deprecation. Brother, what shall we do now? Jean Tianlei asked. There is nothing we can do. We cannot end this chaotic era nor protect this continent. Our only hope is to safeguard that child and allow him to grow quickly, free from the influence of the evil soul hall, Douluo said wearily. But, grandfather, before Qian Renshue could finish, Douluo interrupted. Enough, little Shui. You must also gain the angel god's acknowledgement and undergo the divine trial. Even if your power is minimal, we must help him as best we can. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue lowered her head in silence. Douluo, observing her demeanor, sighed. Shui, do not harbor hatred towards her. It is our Qian family that has wronged her. Some things are now due for revelation. Hearing this, Qian Renshue lifted her head, puzzled, and looked at Douluo. Brother, must we really disclose this to little Shui? Jean Tianlei hesitated to speak. It is of no concern, Jeannie. She's aware of what transpired. The angel god will surely know, and he has paid a price for it. But those who remain alive cannot find peace. Ultimately, it is my fault, Douluo lamented. Qian Renshue was left bewildered by Douluo's words. Seeing her confusion, Douluo shook his head and said, Let us go. Shui, follow me, and we shall discuss this in another place. He then headed toward the back mountain of the offering hall, with Qian Renshue following closely behind. The 7 great offerings, watching their departing figures, could only shake their heads in resignation. In the divine realm, Angel, Bibi Dong speaks the truth. You can resolve nothing. You cannot dispel the evils of this world, and even your future heir is so ineffectual, the plague god mocked. Then what can I do? I too wish to possess the power to conclude all of this, the angel god replied helplessly. Your heir is still too weak to assist Cheng Yi, the plague god stated. Noticing the angel god's silence, the plague god continued. Do you know why your high priest was unable to overcome Bibi Dong and was even suppressed before the angel temple? Because his conviction faltered, the angel god admitted. So you are aware, the plague god derided. Every word Bibi Dong spoke was correct. The self-proclaimed deity of justice can accomplish nothing. And I can only watch as the continent transforms. Powerless to intervene, the angel god confessed with shame. Angel, cease your self-deprecation and play God. You should refrain from speaking so much, the Shura god interjected from a distance. I speak only the truth, the play god replied. Your heirs will surely be able to assist Cheng Yi. That is all that matters, the Shura god declared. Indeed, even if my successor cannot end this chaotic era, they will surely aid Cheng Yi, the angel god mused. That much is certain. Bibi Dong cares for that child even more than for herself. I've seen this clearly over the years, the plague god remarked. Yes, they will undoubtedly bring an end to this chaotic era, the Shura god affirmed. Shura, what of your divine position? It has yet to manifest. Do you expect that old man, parasitized by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King in the city of slaughter, to embody your divine essence? The plague god queried. The Shura god smiled faintly and said, Of course not. I have already conceived a solution. The angel god, puzzled, inquired, Is there a successor suitable for your divine position appearing on the continent? Certainly not. I have envisioned a far superior solution, the Shura God replied enigmatically. Shura, you do not intend to use the God of Plagues, do you? Enough. You should attend to your respective duties. When the time is ripe, you shall naturally understand. Concluded the Shura God, waving his hand as he departed. At the back mountain of the offering hall, what? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in disbelief, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Indeed. Schwerer, it is as such, Qian Douluo lamented. Is this why she despises me? My father, he would not. Qian Rinxue uttered in incredulity. Schwerer, I understand that in your heart, your father has always been a figure of righteousness. It is entirely normal for you to struggle with this truth. But it is indeed the reality. These deeds were undeniably perpetrated by that wretched beast. He may be dead, but what of those still living? The living shall forever remain shackled by hatred and suffering, Qian Douluo asserted, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly as he spoke through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's cheeks uncontrollably. Schwerer, do not blame her. It is we, the Qian family, who have wronged her. This debt shall remain unpaid throughout our lives. Qian Douluo said weakly. Qian Rinxue wept incessantly, unable to utter a single word. Observing this, Qian Douluo felt a pang of sorrow. Yet these were irrefutable facts. Schwerer, take some time to yourself, he said, turning to descend the mountain. Before Qian Douluo could walk far, Qian Rinxue called out, Grandfather, the debts we owe her truly cannot be repaid. I will strive to inherit the position of the angel god. I shall undoubtedly become their ally. Chapter 20. Conspiracy in the Underworld Demon Realm, within the Hell Palace. The Lord of Hell laughed heartily. Rascal, I never anticipated your betrayal of the divine realm. And what of it? They have occupied that position long enough. It is time for a change, responded the rascal god nonchalantly. After absorbing the demonic energy, your divine position shall surely become the strongest, the Lord of Hell remarked. Indeed, the name of the rascal god shall resonate throughout the entire Douluo star. Ha 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 ha. The rascal god cackled madly. But, rascal, are you truly willing to depart? The Lord of Hell asked, bemused. Majin, you're Tunavi. With 200,000 years of cultivation, you have long possessed the qualifications to ascend to godhood. However, due to the world laws following the Dragon God War, your soul beasts have been unable to achieve divinity. Is this not your obsession? The rascal god stated. That obsession belongs to my past. The question of godhood has become meaningless to me. I have already acquired the power to rival a god. The Lord of Hell replied. Is it truly meaningless? Yet you will still perish, will you not? The rascal god scoffed. The Lord of Hell fell silent. When our successor annihilates the divine realm, I shall reshape the entire Douluo world, transforming it into a true purgatory. At that time, you may ascend to godhood. Is this not our agreement? The rascal god asserted. Ha ha, it is good that you remember, but what is your obsession? The Lord of Hell inquired, chuckling. I have been a god for far too long, suppressed by them for too long. Ultimately, I am merely a first-tier god, but now it is different. Upon absorbing the demonic energy, I will possess sufficient power to overturn the world, the rascal god explained. Then why do you still wish to pass down your divine position? The Lord of Hell questioned. Perplexed, gods are not permitted to interfere with affairs of the lower realm. If I were to directly intervene on the continent, they would have justification to act against me. Thus, I require hands to act on my behalf. Furthermore, should I wish to depart, I need someone capable of inheriting my divine position, the rascal god elucidated. So, the people of the Evil Soul Hall have become your best choice, the Lord of Hell concluded. Precisely. When I leave Douluo Star, I shall leave behind a grand gift. The rascal god declared maniacally. How much longer do you require to absorb the demonic energy? The Lord of Hell inquired. The 7 deadly sins will progress more swiftly, but it will still take at least another 15 years. The volume of demonic energy I require is immense, demanding additional time. Do you possess enough demonic energy in the underworld demon realm? The rascal god asked. Of course, the demonic energy here is inexhaustible. As long as you have the capability to absorb it, the Lord of Hell replied. You too have relied on this to swiftly break through to 200,000 years of cultivation, have you not? The rascal god remarked. By the way, many gods in the divine realm have already bestowed their legacies, particularly the evil god and the god of destruction. You are aware of this, are you not? The Lord of Hell questioned. Once I finish absorbing the demonic energy, they will merely be a disorganized rabble. It is of no consequence, the rascal god dismissed. What of the Shura god? He cannot possibly refrain from bestowing his legacy, the Lord of Hell pondered. Do not concern yourself with them. Even if he is the law enforcer of the divine realm, he is currently powerless against me, the rascal god stated. It is best that it remains so. Additionally, what do you intend for the items you had the evil soul hall seek? They are currently being severely suppressed by the spirit hall, the Lord of Hell queried. Regarding that matter, when the time is right, I shall have them use those items to control the soul beasts and launch a large-scale beast wave against the spirit hall. The rascal god declared. A beast wave? I fear. The Lord of Hell began, but hesitated. I understand. This will not harm the foundation of the spirit hall. However, if we allow the spirit hall to develop unchecked, before we can absorb all the demonic energy, the evil soul hall may find itself in dire straits. The rascal god elucidated. Then make haste. I await your good news, the Lord of Hell urged. In the evil soul hall, my Lord rascal god. Do you have any commands? Wu knelt respectfully, inquiring. Rise. What is the outcome regarding the items you sought? The rascal god asked. In response to Lord Rascal. The greed pearl has been located. We are only missing the staff of temptation and the shadow star bell, Wu reported. Well done. Expedite the process, the rascal god instructed. Lord Rascal, we are still searching for the staff of temptation. We have identified the location of the shadow star bell, but Wu hesitated. What is it? Speak freely. There is no need for concealment, the rascal god urged. Lord Rascal, the shadow star bell is currently in the possession of the spirit hall, Wu stated. Who? Who possesses it? The rascal god demanded. It is in the hands of a child named Cheng Yi within the spirit hall, Wu replied. You cannot handle a mere child? The rascal god exclaimed in disbelief. No, my Lord Rascal. That child was saved by Bibi Dong when we previously seized the greed pearl. He is now Bibi Dong's adopted son, and she dotes on him greatly. He seems to be a successor of a god, so we dare not act rashly, Wu explained. Bibi Dong? The current pope of the spirit hall? The rascal god inquired. Yes, my Lord Rascal. That child is likely protected by multiple titled Douluos or stronger, Wu cautioned. You have done well, Wu, by refraining from acting impulsively. Indeed, you currently lack the right to wage war against the continent, the rascal god affirmed. Thank you for your praise, my lord. What the Shadow Star Bell? Wu asked. It matters not. The Shadow Star Bell merely serve a supporting role. The true instruments to control the soul beasts are the Greed Pearl and the Staff of Temptation. Focus on locating the Staff of Temptation, and we shall deliberate further thereafter. The rascal god instructed. Control the soul beasts? My lord Rascal, what are we to do? Wu questioned, perplexed. Of course, we are to initiate a beast wave. This will serve to restrain the spirit hall. If we allow the spirit hall to continue its unchecked growth, the evil soul hall will likely vanish before we can pass on our legacy, the rascal god explained. Understood, my lord Rascal. But is it truly acceptable to proceed without the Shadow Star Bell? Wu queried. Certainly, there is no issue. Do you truly wish to engage in battle with the spirit hall? To wage war across the entirety of the continent? Inquired the god of Azura. No, of course not, replied Wu. Then proceed as I suggest. The Shadow Star Bell merely enhances your control over these soul beasts. Its absence makes no difference. Should the beast tide spiral out of control, it is the continent that will suffer, not you, the god of Azura stated. Understood, Lord Azura, Wu acknowledged. Tell me, over the years, how much has your main force suffered? The god of Azura asked. In response to your question, Lord Azura, the losses among our evil soul masters are incalculable. We have lost 2 of our 13 seats. The third seat, Cheng Yi, was gravely injured in battle against the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi, and was subsequently imprisoned in the Death Canyon. Cheng Yi himself was also severely wounded and ultimately perished. The 12th seat, Shueisha, could not withstand the might of the new pope, Bibi Dong, and after his defeat, was incarcerated in the city of Slaughter. Bibi Dong's strength is formidable. She must have undergone the divine examination, and now, I fear. Wu replied, All right, I believe I am aware of the situation. You may withdraw, the god of Azura commanded. Yes, Lord Azura, Wu responded, kneeling on one knee. Chapter 21, The 11-Year-Old Soul Master. 3 years later. Yin, your vulnerabilities remain glaringly apparent, said Cheng Yi. As his first soul skill, Shadow Claw flickered to life, manifesting in Cheng Yi's hands as he launched a fierce assault towards Yin. This does not bode well. Yin sensed the impending danger and activated his second soul skill, Granite Armor. His second soul ring glimmered, enveloping him in a layer of granite, significantly enhancing his defenses. Cheng Yi agilely maneuvered beside Yin, leaving a trail of claw marks on the granite surface. After several relentless strikes, the granite covering Yin began to crack until it ultimately shattered. First soul skill, Hellfire Lava, Cheng Yi announced, as a column of lava erupted from beneath his feet. Yin, I told you to aim precisely, Cheng Yi exclaimed, deftly dodging the lava column and positioning himself behind Yin. Yiga, stop. I concede, Yin exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Yan's voice, Cheng Yi halted his soul skills release. However, the residual surge of soul power still sent Yin flying. Gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, Yin remarked, "Phew, good thing I surrendered quickly. Had I been struck by EGE's soul skill, I would have been incapacitated for at least 10 days. That's a bit of an exaggeration." Cheng Yi replied, "Yin, you've lost again. Was this another complete defeat?" Xiaoyu approached to comment. "If you're so capable, why don't you battle Yiga? It's easy to talk when you're just standing there," Yin retorted. "All right, both of you, cease your bickering. Instead of wasting time, you should focus on your training." Cheng Yi sighed. "Yiga, have you still not broken through?" Ning Rongrong inquired as she approached Cheng Yi. "Yes, Rongrong, but I feel my bottleneck loosening. I should be on the verge of a breakthrough." Cheng Yi replied with excitement. Ultimately, it's Yin's fault. If he had persevered a bit longer, Yiga might have achieved his breakthrough. Hulaina interjected. "Hey, Nana, Yin has been doing quite well," Cheng Yi reassured Yin. "Exactly, an 11-year-old soul master. There's only Yiga like him across the entire continent. My ability to endure this long is already commendable, especially since I'm only at level 24. Yin defended himself. "Yin, how can you even say that? We are the same age, and as a support type, I've already reached level 25. Zhu Qing and Nana are both at level 26, Ning Rongrong pointed out. "All right, Rongrong, no need to further tease Yin," Cheng Yi said, affectionately patting Ning Rongrong's head. "Is that fair? Your innate soul power is significantly higher than mine," Yin complained. "But Xiaoyu's innate soul power is the same as yours. Yet she is also at level 25, Zhu Qing remarked incisively. After hearing this, Yin felt as if hope had vanished from his life, promptly collapsing onto the ground. "Wow, Zhu Qing, that was brutally honest. You don't often speak, but you've pinpointed the issue," Ning Rongrong praised. Zhu Qing remained silent, offering a smile to Cheng Yi. "Come on, everyone, if you keep this up, Yin will sink into despair," Cheng Yi said, gently patting the heads of the three girls. "Zhu Qing is cold to everyone, but she only shows warmth towards Yiga. When Yiga patted her head just now, she smiled so brightly. We are such good friends," Ning Rongrong complained. "Exactly. Zhu Qing smiles at me so infrequently, yet she beams at Yiga," Hulaina added. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing shyly lowered her head. "Let us go. Mother is still waiting for us," Cheng Yi announced, seeking to defuse the situation. In the Pope's Hall, "Mother, we have arrived," Cheng Yi declared as he entered. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, Bibi Dong instantly shed her weariness and, abandoning her regal demeanor, joyfully exclaimed, "Eir, you're here. Come to Mother. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, your holiness." The others followed suit as they entered. "Mother, why have you summoned us?" Cheng Yi asked as he approached Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Cheng Yi's hair and explained, "The selection for our Spirit Hall's Golden Generation is approaching in less than a year, and I wanted you to have a look. You are among the finest children of this generation within the Spirit Academy. It is likely that you will emerge victorious in the selection. I summoned you primarily to assess your training results. Come forth, one by one," she encouraged the group. "Yes, teacher. Yes, your holiness," the five responded in unison. Subsequently, they began to showcase their training accomplishments. Hulaina, Martial Spirit, Demon Fox, level 26 Control System, Great Soul Master. As she spoke, 2 yellow soul rings encircled Hulaina, and the fox ears and tail of the demon fox manifested. Zhu Qing, Martial Spirit, Nether Spirit Cat. Level 26 Agility Attack System, Great Soul Master. With her declaration, 2 yellow soul rings enveloped Zhu Qing, and the cat ears and tail appeared. Ning Rongrong, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Level 25 Support System, Great Soul Master. 2 yellow soul rings adorned Ning Rongrong, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile materialized in her hands. Xiaoyu, Martial Spirit, Moonblade, Level 25 Agility Attack System, Great Soul Master. Upon completion, 2 yellow soul rings encircled Xiaoyu, and 2 moon blades manifested in her hands. Yin, Martial Spirit, Flame Sovereign, Level 24 Power Attack System, Great Soul Master. 2 yellow soul rings surrounded Yin, and a shadow of the Flame Sovereign appeared behind him. "Very well. All of you are commendable," Bibi Dong praised with satisfaction. "Thank you for your compliments, teacher." "Thank you for your praise, your holiness," the 5 chorused. "Eir, you must be approaching the threshold of level 30, Bibi Dong said affectionately. "Yes, mother. I feel signs of a breakthrough today. It should be imminent," Cheng Yi replied. "Excellent, Eir. You are the most gifted child in the Spirit Hall. No, in the entire continent. I am certain that the champion of this election will be my heir, Bibi Dong declared proudly. Mother, you flatter me, Cheng Yi humbly responded. If my heir secures the championship, I have prepared a special reward for you, Bibi Dong said mysteriously. I understand, mother. I will strive to achieve victory in this election, Cheng Yi assured her. I shall await the good news from you, heir. Now, you may take Na and the others back, Bibi Dong concluded. Yes, mother, Cheng Yi affirmed, and with that, he led the group out of the hall. With Gu's strength, victory is assured, Yin stated, and the others nodded in agreement. However, do not underestimate your opponents. Caution is essential, Cheng Yi advised. Ah, truly. Rong is the best, Hulaina remarked enviously, the most talented and diligent support-type soul master in the academy. She has seamlessly entered the golden generation. I am naturally formidable as EGE's exclusive support, Ning Rong said, lifting her chin with pride. We certainly won't hold Ego back, Hulaina added, with Zhu Zhuqing nodding resolutely in agreement. Everyone, let us do our best. Cheng Yi Aindragit. Soon after, in the early morning, soul power began to converge around Cheng Yi, who gradually emerged from his meditative state, slowly opening his eyes. I've broken through, Cheng Yi exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 22. Preparing to journey to the Sunset Forest. Ego, you're going to hunt for a soul ring again. I'll miss you, Hulaina said sadly. Ego, you haven't told His Holiness about your breakthrough yet. Why not wait a few more days? Ning Rong suggested reluctantly. Zhu Zhuqing also gazed at Cheng Yi with a face full of reluctance. All right. I'll leave early and return soon. Rest assured, I will be back quickly, Cheng Yi reassured the three girls. Okay, but Ego, you must come back early. Remember, don't push yourself too hard, Ning Rong said dejectedly. Ego, I will patiently await your return, Hulaina echoed, her voice tinged with sadness. Without saying a word, Zhu Zhuqing wrapped her arms around Cheng Yi. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing cling to him, Hulaina and Ning Rong immediately expressed their displeasure and lunged towards Cheng Yi, causing him to lose his balance and tumble backward, with the three girls landing atop him. All right, you three, I must take my leave, Cheng Yi said indulgently, patting their heads. I don't want you to go. I'll miss you, Ego, Ning Rong whined. Who knows if you'll bring back a new sister this time, Hulaina pouted. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing but tightened her embrace around Cheng Yi. I promise I will return swiftly. Do not worry, everything will be fine. If all goes well, I'll bring you gifts, Cheng Yi said with a smile. We don't want gifts. We just want Ego to come back safely, the three girls replied in unison. Cheng Yi chuckled and affectionately patted their heads. In the papal hall, you lot. You can't even handle such a trivial matter, Bibi Dong thundered. Cheng Yi, having overheard her furious outburst at the door, pushed it open and stepped into the hall without hesitation. Upon seeing Cheng Yi enter, Bibi Dong was initially taken aback and about to erupt in anger. But her expression shifted to one of delight as she exclaimed, Heir, what brings you here? Come to mother. Seeing Cheng Yi, Yueguan, and Guei, who stood beside Bibi Dong, also wore affectionate smiles. Cheng Yi quickly approached Bibi Dong. I'll let this slide this time, but if it happens again, I won't be so lenient. You may all leave now. Bibi Dong coldly surveyed the assembled cardinals. Thank you, Your Holiness. The crowd chorused before swiftly exiting the Grand Hall. Heir, what brings you to see your mother? Bibi Dong asked, her tone warm. Mother, I've already broken through to level 30, Cheng Yi replied. Heir, you are truly remarkable. Such a rate of cultivation is unparalleled on the continent. Bibi Dong exclaimed joyfully, with Yueguan and Guei casting appreciative glances. Thank you for the compliment, mother. By the way, do you remember the promise you made me before? Cheng Yi said, rubbing his hands together. You little rascal, of course I remember. Well, have I ever gone back on my word? Bibi Dong replied. Thank you, mother. Cheng Yi said, his face beaming with happiness. The Sunset Forest, located within the Heaven Do Empire, is the largest soul beast forest there, filled with various soul beasts. There must be one suitable for you, heir, Bibi Dong explained. However, Bibi Dong then continued, as the Pope. It is not convenient for me to enter the Heaven Do Empire. Heir, you should select 3 elders to accompany you. Those old fellows in the worship hall will surely protect you in secret. Cheng Yi nodded enthusiastically at Bibi Dong, and then turned to Yueguan and Guei, smiling. Grandpa Ju. Grandpa Guei, will you accompany me? Of course, young master, Yueguan replied with a grin, and Guei nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Grandpa Yu. There will be surprises in the Sunset Forest, Cheng Yi said mysteriously. Yueguan, looking at Cheng Yi with fondness, chuckled, to accompany young master is already the greatest surprise. All right, Grandpa Ju, that is quite sentimental, Bibi Dong teased. Yeah, choose one more, Bibi Dong said again. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yi replied, then I will choose Sister Ling Yuan. Very well, Bibi Dong said without hesitation, call Elder Ling Yuan in. Subordinate Ziyuan, paying respects to your holiness. Ziyuan knelt respectfully. Elder Ling Yuan. No need for such formalities, Bibi Dong said. Has your holiness summoned me for a new task? Ziyuan inquired. Yes. Pierre has just broken through to level 30 and needs to hunt for a soul ring. He wishes to go to the Sunset Forest, but I cannot accompany him. You, along with Elder Ju and Elder Gue, will go with him. Is that acceptable? Bibi Dong explained. Level 30? ISNT, that child only 11 years old? An 11-year-old soul master? Ziyuan thought in astonishment, then respectfully replied, of course, it would be my honor to accompany the young master. Good, prepare yourselves. We shall set off tomorrow. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Be sure to protect Air, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood, the three responded in unison. Yeah. Go rest now. The carriage will come for you tomorrow morning, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Okay, mother, Cheng Yi replied cheerfully. In the worship hall, big brother, that child's talent is terrifying. Level 30 at just 11 years old. It seems he is going to the Sunset Forest to hunt souls tomorrow, Jean Tianlei remarked. That child possesses not only talent, but exceptional combat skills as well. Our younger generation has experienced his prowess firsthand, even with a soul ring difference. Neither Qian Yu nor Qian Wei could match him, Li Qianyi stated, with Li Qianfeng nodding in agreement. Indeed, that child's talent and strength are exceedingly formidable. Bibi Dong has imparted her entire lifetime of knowledge to him, Qian Daolu sighed, shaking his head. What shall we do, big brother? Jean Tianlei asked. Third brother, you should go and discreetly protect Cheng Yi, Qian Daolu instructed Qian Yuqing. The Blue Phoenix Daw. Big brother, ISNT that a bit excessive? That child already has 3 elders from Bibi Dong accompanying him. And besides, the Sunset Forest is within the Heaven Do Empire. It should pose any significant danger. Jean Tianlei argued. Better safe than sorry. Let third brother follow him to keep an eye on things. I want to ensure that the Spirit Hall doesn't make any moves. We must not let anything happen to Cheng Yi, Qian Daolu insisted. Understood, don't worry. Big brother, I want to let that child come to harm, Qian Yuqing assured. The next day, go. Be careful on the road, and come back quickly. Ning Rongrong said, her concern evident. Ego, when absorbing the soul ring, don't push yourself too hard, Hu Laina cautioned. Ego, I will patiently wait for your return, Zhu Zhuqing said, her tone somber. Cheng Yi patted the heads of the 3 girls, assuring them, don't worry. I will be back soon, and everything will be fine. The 3 girls remained reluctant, prompting Bibi Dong to say, it's getting late. You must depart. All right. Mother, Cheng Yi responded. Goodbye, Ego, return soon. The 3 girls chorused. Be safe, remember to eat well. Mother will be waiting for your return. Bibi Dong smiled. Cheng Yi looked at everyone and nodded with a smile before stepping toward the carriage. Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gay, Sister Ling Yuan, let us set off, Cheng Yi declared. As the carriage gradually set off, it made its way towards the outskirts of the Spirit City. Chapter 23, Dugabo. Watching the carriage recede into the distance, Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a palpable sense of melancholy. Observing their despondency, Bibi Dong helplessly consoled. You all act as though it is a matter of life and death. Is merely going to hunt for souls, not to face demise. However, Ning Rongrong voiced her concern, but the evil soul palace has already set its sights on brother hasn't it? Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Their worries evident. Rest assured, they cannot harm He is accompanied by 3 esteemed elders. That old coot, Qian Daolu, will likely dispatch someone to covertly safeguard Cheng Yi. So do not fret, Bibi Dong reassured. Yet, despite her words, the slight tremor in her hand gripping the scepter betrayed her true feelings. Had it not been for the restrictions on her movements imposed by the 2 great empires, Bibi Dong would have insisted on accompanying Cheng Yi. Noticing her quivering hand, the 3 women understood the gravity of the situation and chose to remain silent, instead silently praying for Cheng Yi's safety. Inside the carriage, young master, are we heading directly to the Sunset Forest? Zi Yuan inquired. No, our first stop is the Heaven Do Imperial City, Cheng Yi replied. The enigmatic Gay may remain silent, merely instructing the driver to turn the horses around. Heaven Do Imperial City? What business do we have there? Wouldn't it be quicker to proceed directly to the Sunset Forest? Zi Yuan questioned, perplexed. We need to find someone in Heavendoe Imperial City first. If we can locate him and negotiate, it will save us a great deal of trouble, Cheng Yi said mysteriously. Young master, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us, Zi Yuan urged. That person is actually an acquaintance of Grandfather Zhu, Cheng Yi revealed. At this moment, Yuan also became intrigued, asking, an acquaintance? In Heavendoe Imperial City? I don't recall having any acquaintances there. Cheng Yi, no longer holding back, responded, the head of the Dugu clan. The poison Douluo Dugubo, the one reputed to be the master of poison? Zi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Yi nodded in affirmation. Dugubo? So you're referring to that old coot? Indeed, I have had some interactions with him, though they were hardly pleasant. He previously declined to join the Spirit Hall, and I pursued him for quite some time. We even clashed several times, but he was never a match for me. The last time I almost captured him, but I stumbled upon the convoy of Prince Xuexing, the younger brother of the Emperor of Heavendoe, Shui. Given the current circumstances, I couldn't afford to provoke the two empires, so I spared him out of respect for Xuexing as intervention. He should now be serving as a guest elder in the Heavendoe Empire, Yuguan reminisced. Then, young master, what do we need Dugubo for? If this opportunity relates to him, why not just capture him? Zi Yuan suggested. Indeed, this opportunity is tied to him, but I do not wish to sour our relationship with the poison Douluo. In fact, I aim to recruit him, Cheng Yi stated. Recruit him? Young master. That may prove quite challenging. Dugubo is known for his aversion to constraints, which is why he was reluctant to join the Spirit Hall in the first place. He only begrudgingly accepted the position of guest elder in Heavendoe due to Xuexing's assistance, Yuan explained. I understand that, Grandfather Zhu, but you should know that the poison Douluo's mastery of poison is unparalleled, especially his ninth spirit skill, Cheng Yi elaborated. His ninth spirit skill? Is it formidable? Zi Yuan asked, puzzled. Indeed, young master speaks the truth. Although that old coot is often deemed the weakest title Douluo, capable of holding his own against newly elevated title Douluo like Elder Ling Yuan. This assessment holds only for title Douluo. For other soul masters and commoners, his lethality is immense, Yuan clarified. If that is the case, wouldn't our lethality against ordinary soul masters be even greater? Commoners don't stand a chance. Any soul master can easily overpower them, Zi Yuan remarked, confused. Ling Yuan, you've just ascended to title Douluo, so your naivety is excusable. Do you think that old Kuda's poison is merely ordinary? If it were, he wouldn't be a title Doll. Gui Mei interjected, exasperated. Is there a distinction in poison? My martial soul's flames should counteract him decisively, Zi Yuan queried. Sister Ling Yuan, it's not that straightforward. You might be able to temporarily suppress it, but you certainly cannot neutralize it, Cheng Yi replied. Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, young master is correct. Even we title Douluo can only temporarily suppress his poison with our soul power. Ling Yuan, your fire attribute martial soul may provide some advantage. But neutralizing his poison is no easy feat. His poison is derived from his martial soul, the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King, a top-tier snake-type martial soul, and its venom is exceedingly potent. What does this have to do with his lethality against ordinary soul masters and commoners? Zi Yuan inquired again. That brings us to his soul skills. Most of them are related to poison, particularly his ninth soul skill, the phosphorescent divine light. This skill significantly enhances and releases vast quantities of emerald-scaled serpent venom, which possesses extreme corrosive properties. The toxicity is proportional to his soul power. With his soul power, he could swiftly engulf a large city in poison. Ordinary soul masters have no hope of resisting this poison and can only be gradually eroded, while commoners are doomed upon contact. We cannot match his speed, Yuan explained. Zi Yuan was astounded, unable to fathom the extent of this poison's power. Indeed, this is precisely why I wish to recruit him. If we engage in war against the evil Soul Palace in the future, the poisoned law will undoubtedly serve as the finest weapon against ordinary evil soul masters, Cheng Yi stated with a smile. Young master is correct, but the challenge lies in how to recruit him. That old coot is quite obstinate, Yuan sighed, shaking his head. Every individual has their flaws. There are always vulnerabilities to exploit. Fortunately, I am privy to certain matters that could sway the poisoned law, Cheng Yi remarked. It seems the young master is quite confident in his ability to recruit Dugubo, which puts my mind at ease, Yuan replied with a smile. After half a month, the carriage slowly entered the Heavendoe Imperial City. Young master, we are almost at the branch of the Spirit Hall in Heavendoe Imperial City, Zi Yuan announced. Cheng Yi nodded and gazed outside. The streets were bustling with activity. Under the shade of trees, people mingled and laughed. while the disciplined troops of Heaven Do patrol the thoroughfares. The million-strong army of Heaven Do is, in our eyes as soul masters, as fragile as paper. When we confront the evil Soul Palace, these soldiers will be merely walking to their demise, and the fate of those commoners is even graver. There were no survivors in the villages attacked by the Blood Soul Hall, Cheng Yi lamented. Indeed, as you say, young master. Hence, both empires have covertly allied with the Spear Hall, and even the 7 great sects are doing the same. Ultimately, only we have the opportunity to eradicate the evil Soul Palace, Yuguan asserted. Indeed, the shadow of the evil Soul Palace has spread across the continent, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation, uncertain of when they will strike. Yuan sighed. They dare not wage war on the continent just yet, so no significant movements will occur. Let us hope we do not uncover the hiding place of the evil Soul Palace. Otherwise, Yuguan clenched her fists as she spoke. If a war truly breaks out, how many lives can we save? Cheng Yi sighed helplessly. While the group conversed, the carriage drew near to the branch of the Spirit Hall in Heaven Do, Imperial City. Chapter 24. Meeting Douluo. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall branch in Heaven Do, Imperial City had long been informed of Cheng Yi and his party's imminent arrival, and had come out to welcome them. Soon, a carriage approached the Spirit Hall branch in the Heaven Do, Imperial City. The Platinum Bishop immediately recognized it as belonging to the Spirit Hall and addressed the Cardinal in red and his subordinates, saying, "Be alert. Today, we have a beloved son of His Holiness visiting. Should any mistakes arise, none of us would escape unscathed." Understood, esteemed Platinum Bishop, the group replied in unison. Shortly after, the carriage came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch. "Young master, we have arrived," Yuan announced. Cheng Yi nodded and opened the carriage door to step down. Bishop Salas, along with everyone else, knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "We welcome you, young master." And the 3 elders, "We apologize for not greeting you properly upon your long journey." Cheng Yi, seeing this, helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." "Thank you, young master," they all responded in unison. Given the situation, Cheng Yi refrained from saying more and added, "Please take us inside." With that, Salas gestured invitingly toward the main hall, while the others parted to create a path, and the 4 followed Salas inside. "Young master, your purpose here in Heaven Do is to hunt spirits in the Sunset Forest, is it not? A young soul master like you is truly remarkable," Salas complimented. Cheng Yi merely smiled in response and nodded, but Yuan could not hold back and interjected, "Bishop Salas, are you not aware of the young master's soul power level? He is currently at level 30. What? An 11-year-old soul master at level 30? Salas exclaimed, taken aback, and hastily apologized. "My apologies, young master. I have been remiss in my understanding." Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. It's nothing to dwell upon." Hearing this, Salas secretly exhaled in relief and continued to flatter. "Your talent is truly unparalleled throughout history, as expected from the son of His Holiness." "Enough, Salas. Spare us the flattery and lead the way," Yuan remarked, discerning Cheng Yi's discomfort, to which Cheng Yi cast a grateful glance at Yuan, who smiled and nodded in return. Salas promptly fell silent and continued to guide them. Before long, they arrived at the conference hall of the Spirit Hall branch in Heaven Do. "Young master, 3 elders. We have arrived," Salas announced respectfully as he opened the door. Cheng Yi nodded and stepped inside, where Yuan thoughtfully pulled out the chair at the head of the table for him. Cheng Yi took his seat, while Ghost and Yuan stood behind him, and Salas remained at the door, awaiting further instructions from Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi glanced back at the 3 and said, "Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gay, Sister Lin Yuan, please take a seat." "Thank you, young master," they replied in unison before sitting down. Cheng Yi then turned to Salas at the door and said, "Bishop Salas, you may also take a seat. I have tasks for you." "Of course, young master. It is my honor to serve you," Salas replied as he sat down. "Bishop Salas, you should know where the Douluo residence is, correct?" Cheng Yi asked with certainty. "Certainly, young master. Why do you inquire?" Salas responded, puzzled. "We need to go to the Douluo residence and invite Elder Douluo to come," Cheng Yi instructed. "Young master, I fear that Elder Douluo is currently a guest elder of the Heaven Do Empire, and even if I go, he may not." Salas hesitative. "That is not your concern. Just do as I say. If he refuses to come, inform him that I possess a method to cure his ailment." Cheng Yi said with a smile, "As expected of the young master, your presence is as commanding as that of His Holiness," Yuan praised internally. Hearing this, Salas stood and bowed, saying, "Understood, young master. I shall take care of it. Soon, someone will escort you and the 3 elders to your resting quarters." Very well, understood. You may leave, Cheng Yi replied, and Salas exited the conference hall. Ah, Grandpa Ju, is it really necessary for you all to act this way? Could we not be more relaxed? As usual? Cheng Yi said, easing a bit. That simply won't do, young master. In front of outsiders. We must maintain this decorum to establish your authority, Yu Egwan replied with a smile. But I am not yet the saint's son, Cheng Yi protested. You will be soon, Yu Egwan assured him. You were quite impressive just now, young master. Your authoritative tone was incredibly handsome, reminiscent of his holiness, Ziyuan complimented. Sister Lingyuan, you flatter me. I am nowhere near my mother-esque caliber, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. By the way, young master, you mentioned having a method to cure Elder Douluo. What ailment could he possibly have? He is a titled Douluo, Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. Cheng Yi smiled mysteriously and said, to be precise, it is not an ailment. You'll understand when we meet Elder Douluo. Oh dear, young master, why do you always leave us hanging? It drives me mad, Ziyuan exclaimed. In the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, That child has arrived in Heaven Do and plans to hunt spirits in the Sunset Forest. Remarkably, he has already reached level 30 at such a young age. What a terrifying talent. None in the Heaven Do Royal Academy can compare to him. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, Emperor Shui Yi lamented. Then, father, what should we do? Shuechinga asked. We must seize this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with that child. He is greatly favored by Bibi Dong and possesses exceptional talent. He is destined to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall and eventually the next pope, Shui Yi declared. It seems he has even sent someone to find Elder Douluo. I wonder what he seeks from him, Shuechinga added. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Shui Yi replied, let us not concern ourselves with that. It is none of our business. Perhaps we should send him a goodwill gesture, a piece of soul bone no less than 10,000 years, gifted to him from the Heaven Do treasury. Father, is that not too extravagant? Our resources do not match those of the Spirit Hall, and they surely do not lack for soul bones. I urge you to reconsider, Shuechinga advised. It matters not. What we offer is not merely a soul bone, but our sincerity. A soul bone and a title Daw. Should we cultivate a good relationship with that child, even with the Spirit Hall, it would be worth it. We must get ahead of the Spirit Hall in this matter. Given the current state of the continent, our empire lacks a substantial soul master army. What use is there in having 1,000,000 strong if they cannot be mobilized? If the evil Spirit Hall were to wage war against the continent, we two empires would be the first to suffer. My 1,000,000 soldiers would count for little before those evil spirit masters. How long could they hold out? Emperor Zhu Yisikit. Father, I understand. I will take care of it, Shuechinga has said, and with that, he headed out of the hall. Chapter 25. The Arrival of Shuechinga. What? You cannot find Elder Douluo? You failed to carry out such a simple task as instructed? Ziyuan scolded angrily. Salas broke into a cold sweat. Trembling as he replied, Lady Lingyuan, Elder Douluo is indeed not at the Duga residence. The servants informed me that he departed for the Sunset Forest a few days ago and has yet to return. Enough, Sister Lingyuan, do not be hard on him. Cheng Yi interjected, and upon hearing this, Ziyuan stepped back to stand behind Cheng Yi. Hearing this, Salas felt a wave of relief and cast a grateful look at Cheng Yi, saying, Thank you, young master. Please, provide further instructions. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and said, Salas, take more men with you. Advance from the outskirts of the Sunset Forest and search for an area shrouded in poisonous mist. It should be near the center of the forest. Mark it on the map once you find it, and then return. Understood, young master. I will see to it, Salas replied. This time, you won't fail, will you? Cheng Yi remarked with a placid tone. Upon hearing this, Salas understood that this was his final opportunity. He promptly assured, Yes, young master, I shall not fail this time. Should I falter, I am willing to offer my head as recompense. Recognizing that the aim of intimidation had been achieved, Cheng Yi replied, Offering your head is rather excessive. The Spirit Hall has invested considerable effort in your training. I too hope that Bishop Sellers will not disappoint. You may withdraw now. Yes. Young master, your subordinate understands, Sellers respectfully replied. The first and second teams entered from the east, while the third and fourth teams headed west. You two teams will enter from the south, encircling the inner regions of the Sunset Forest. Seek an area shrouded in toxic mist, and report back immediately upon discovery. The team that finds it will earn great merit, but if we fail, we shall all pay the price. Even if we must turn the Sunset Forest upside down, we must locate Sellers, he instructed his subordinates. Yes, Bishop Sellers, everyone responded in unison, and then they hurried off to their assigned areas. Father, what do you think of this soul bone? Shuechinga inquired, holding a glimmering piece of soul bone in his hand. its surface adorned with faint golden hues and intricate floral patterns of unknown origin. The Snow Knight Emperor glanced at it and remarked, "The right arm bone of a 30,000-year-old golden lotus beast. Yes, this one will suffice. It is considered a top-tier soul bone within the Tiendo treasury. Alas, one must take risks to gain rewards. This should help to foster a good relationship with that child. Indeed, father, with this, we shall surely be a step ahead of Xingluo and establish good ties with the Spirit Hall," Xue Qinghe affirmed. "Very well, Qinghe, you shall personally deliver it. That child is currently in the Tiendo branch of the Spirit Hall," the Snow Knight Emperor directed. "Yes, father, I shall go at once," Xue Qinghe responded. "Greetings, your highness." The guard at the Tiendo branch of the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee. "It is quite all right. No need for excessive formalities. Is Cheng Yi present?" Xue Qinghe inquired. "In response to your highness, our young master is indeed here, likely resting at the moment. Do you require something from him?" The guard replied. "Yes. I have matters that necessitate a meeting with Cheng Yi. I would appreciate it if you could relay this message," Xue Qinghe requested. "Certainly. Please wait a moment," the guard said before hastily entering. "Young master, the crown prince of the Tiendo Empire, Xue Qinghe, requests an audience," the guard announced upon his return. "Xue Qinghe?" Zi Yuan pondered. "Ah, I see. I will go to him now." Cheng Yi signaled to Zi Yuan to halt. "Young master, this is quite expected." "Xue Qinghe's intentions are clear," Yu Guan remarked. "Indeed. Please wait for me here. I shall attend to this," Cheng Yi stated as he made his way outside. Before long, Cheng Yi's voice resonated from the Grand Hall. I was unaware of your highness's visit. Please forgive our lack of hospitality." With that, Cheng Yi stepped out. It is of no consequence. I had long heard of the Spirit Hall's holy son, noted for his remarkable demeanor and extraordinary presence. Today, I see it is indeed true. Xue Qinghe complimented. "Your highness, please refrain from such remarks. I am not yet a holy son," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "Then shall we address each other as brothers?" "You may call me Xue brother," Xue Qinghe suggested. "How could I dare to call your highness a brother?" Cheng Yi repeated. "Cheng brother, do not be modest. I genuinely wish to befriend you," Xue Qinghe insisted. "Very well. I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Xue brother. If you have matters to discuss, let us converse inside, as it is rather inconvenient to speak here." Cheng Yi gestured invitingly. Cheng brother, I shall comply with your request," Xue Qinghe said as he entered the hall, followed closely by his guards. As soon as Xue Qinghe stepped inside, a clash of weapons echoed as his guards were stopped at the entrance. Before Xue Qinghe could speak, Cheng Yi chastised the guards. "You dare show such boldness? This is the Crown Prince's entourage." He then turned to Xue Qinghe and added, "Xue brother, please do not take offense. It seems our men lack proper etiquette." "Cheng brother, there is no need for such words. This is not your fault," Xue Qinghe reassured him, then turned to his guards. "What were you thinking, following me inside?" "But your highness," one guard began. "Enough. Wait outside. In the future, do not act without my command," Xue Qinghe interrupted. "Yes, your highness," the guard replied. "Cheng brother, my new guards are still learning the rules. I shall discipline them when I return." "I appreciate your understanding," Xue Qinghe remarked. "Not all, Xue brother. They may join us if you wish. It is of no concern," Cheng Yi replied. With that, they proceeded to the meeting room. Cheng Yi opened the door and gestured for Xue Qinghe to enter. "Xue brother, please." Once seated, Cheng Yi instructed, "Fetch some tea, and bring the finest leaves from Elder Ju." "Yes, young master, I shall attend to it immediately," a servant affirmed. Before long, the servant returned with 2 cups of tea and several plates of pastries. "Xue brother, do taste this. It is tea personally cultivated by Elder Ju, made from the finest variety," Cheng Yi said as he lifted his cup, blowing gently before taking a sip. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe mirrored his actions, savoring the tea and exclaiming, "The initial taste is fragrant with a hint of bitterness, followed by a subtle sweetness. Truly excellente. I'm glad you enjoy it. Xue brother, I shall procure some more from Elder Ju for you to take back," Cheng Yi promised. "You are too kind, Cheng brother. I shall graciously accept," Xue Qinghe replied. "Now, Xue brother, what brings you to me today?" "Surely it cannot be merely to make a friend," Cheng Yi inquired, sensing the opportune moment. Cheng brother, my primary purpose today is indeed to forge a friendship with you. After all, who would not wish to befriend a genius like an 11-year-old soul master?" Xue Qinghe praised. Xue brother, you flatter me. It is merely luck. There is nothing remarkable about it," Cheng Yi humbly responded. "To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age and remain so modest, I am truly envious," Xue Qinghe complimented. "Do not say that, Xue brother. You too are exceptional. Otherwise, How could you have distinguished yourself among so many princes to become the crown prince? Cheng Yi returned the praise. By the way, Cheng brother, my father has entrusted me with an item to deliver to you. I hope you'll accept it, Xue Qing has stated. Chapter 26, The Gift from Snow Knight. Oh, from His Majesty, the Snow Knight Emperor? Cheng Yi queried, contemplating. So it has finally arrived. It seems Tiando has indeed acted swiftly. Yes, it is indeed from my father. I sincerely hope you will accept it, Xue Qingha reiterated, channeling his soul power to retrieve an iron box from his soul guide and presenting it to Cheng Yi. Seeing this, Cheng Yi smiled and said, since it is a gift from His Majesty, how could I refuse? Please extend my gratitude to the Snow Knight Emperor. And he reached out to accept the iron box from Xue Qingha. Cheng brother, you may open it, Xue Qingha encouraged. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi opened the box, revealing a gleaming soul bone resting within. A soul bone? This quality is quite remarkable. This is far too precious. How could I accept such a gift? Cheng Yi expressed. Not all, Cheng brother. This item is meant to be of use to someone. Having it accompany you would indeed be worth its value, Xue Qingha replied. Before Cheng Yi could protest further, Xue Qingha elaborated, Cheng brother, this is the right arm bone of a golden lotus beast over 30,000 years old. I implore you, do not decline. It is a token of my father's goodwill. Realizing the sincerity behind the gesture, Cheng Yi conceded, very well, I shall accept it. And please convey my gratitude to the Snow Knight Emperor. Rest assured, I will convey your thanks. However, Cheng brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Xue Qingha stated. Since Xue brother has pressing engagements, I shall not keep you. Travel safely, and I look forward to our next gathering, Cheng Yi said with a smile. That is certain. I too eagerly await our next meeting. Cheng brother, Xue Qingha replied, smiling in return. Cheng Yi delivered the serum to Xue Qingha outside the palace, watching as Xue Qingha mounted the carriage. The two exchanged nods before the carriage departed. And Cheng Yi turned to re-enter the palace. Young master has returned, Ziyuan exclaimed with delight. Just as anticipated, he has indeed come to win us over, Cheng Yi remarked. If Tiando and Xingluo wish to survive the impending calamity, they can only place their hopes in our spirit hall. This works in our favor, allowing us to ride the tide, Yu Egwan said with a smile. Indeed, yet Tiando has demonstrated considerable sincerity this time. Xue Yi has brought me a magnificent gift to foster goodwill. Cheng Yi continued, channeling his soul power to extract the box from his soul guide and opening it. Soulbone, Yu Egwan, Gue Mei, and Ziyuan exclaimed in astonishment. By the looks of it, its quality is quite high. Xue Yi is indeed generous. He is worthy of being an emperor, possessing such grandeur, Yu Egwan remarked. Young master, quickly absorb it. This will elevate you to new heights, Ziyuan said joyfully. Cheng Yi shook his head, handing the box to Yu Egwan as he spoke. No, this soul bone does not correspond with my attributes, hence I cannot absorb it. Grandfather Zhu should only possess one soul bone, and its attributes align perfectly with his. Thus, it will be best for him to absorb it. Seeing this, Yu Egwan promptly pushed the box back, saying, no, I appreciate your kindness, young master, but I cannot accept this soul bone. It was given to you by Xue Yi, and it would not be right for me to take it. The Spirit Hall has regulations, although this soul bone does not match your attributes. Its high quality would significantly enhance your capabilities. Grandfather Zhu, please do not refuse. Mother intended for the three of you to accompany me, and you are surely aware that Xue Yi has achieved his objective and would not mind to whom I give the soul bone. This is a 30,000-year-old golden lotus beast right arm bone, which is remarkably compatible with Grandfather Zhu's martial spirit and attributes. Once absorbed, he will undoubtedly advance further. Cheng Yi asserted. But, young master, Yu Egwan began. Enough, Grandfather Zhu. I have grown up under your and Grandfather Gui's watchful eyes, and Sister Lingyuan as well. Even before you were an elder, I often visited you to play. You are like family to me. I will absorb what truly aligns with me. But such a high-quality and compatible soul bone should naturally be given to you first. If all goes well, I will have more treasures for you in a few days. Cheng Yi similet. Young master. The three responded, deeply moved, then knelt on one knee, declaring, we pledge to follow you to the death. All right, please rise, Cheng Yi said, feeling embarrassed as he helped them up. Grandfather Zhu, you must not decline this soul bone. Quickly absorb it. Once you do, Sala should have returned. And we can head to the sunset forest, Cheng Yi insisted, shoving the box into Yu Egwan's hands. Thank you, young master, Yu Egwan replied, tears welling in his eyes, touched. Ha ha ha. At your age, still crying. Gue Mei teased. Fool, you wouldn't understand. I'm not like your dense head. I can't believe you are not moved, Yu Egwan retorted angrily. Oomph. Of course I am moved, but I will find a secluded place to cry in secret, unlike certain individuals, Gui Mei quipped. As they observed the playful banter between Yu Egwan and Gui Mei, Cheng Yi and Ziyuan stifled their laughter. Ha ha, it seems the rumors were true. Elder Yu and Elder Gui are indeed a pair of comedic rivals, Ziyuan chuckled. Who is a comedic rival with him? Yu Egwan and Gui Mei replied simultaneously. All right. Stop the bickering. Grandfather Ju quickly absorbed the soul bone, Cheng Yi said with a smile. With that, Yu Egwan sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul bone. Qinghe, how did it go? Emperor Shui Yi inquired upon Shui Qinghe's return. Father, the task has been accomplished. Cheng Yi has accepted the soul bone. So there should be no issues, Shui Qinghe replied. Well done, Emperor Shui Yi praised. Thank you for your commendation, Father, Shui Qinghe acknowledged. What of that boy? Emperor Shui Yi asked. That boy possesses not only great strength, but also a wisdom that far exceeds his years. His words are flawless, and his every action is filled with detail. He conducts himself with the decisiveness and aura of the current Pope Bibi Dong. Compared to him, I feel like an ant attempting to shake a tree, Shui Qinghe confessed. I did not expect you to hold him in such esteem. I knew he was formidable, but I did not anticipate him to be of this caliber. Truly, he is a child cultivated by Bibi Dong. A genius from the previous era has raised a genius of this era. The Spirit Hall is truly remarkable. Alas, why does Tiando lack such talents? Emperor Shui Yi lamented. Father, there is no need for such lamentation. I have already formed a friendship with Cheng Yi. If the time comes, I believe the Spirit Hall will support Tiando. Shui Qinghe reassured. Indeed, that would be best. You must strengthen your ties with that boy, Emperor Shui Yi advised. Understood, Father, Shui Qinghe replied. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated from outside Cheng Yi's chamber. Come in, Cheng Yi called. As the words fell, Salus entered, saying, I pay my respects to the young master. Oh, it is you, Bishop Salus. Have you found the place I asked about? Cheng Yi inquired casually. Yes, young master. After 3 days of searching, we have located that area and marked it on the map, Salus said, respectfully handing a map to Cheng Yi. Chapter 27, Journey to the Poison Fog Zone. Cheng Yi received the map, opened it to inspect, and then said, Excellent work, Salus. You have not disappointed my expectations. Thank you for your praise, young master, Salus replied. Though he seemed hesitant to speak further. There is no need for hesitation. If there is anything else, feel free to speak. You need not hold back. We are all allies here, Cheng Yi gestured. Young master, the poison in that fog is extremely potent. Our men suffer corrosion from mere accidental contact. The toxicity has been temporarily controlled, but without an antidote, it may soon. Salus shook his head. Understood. You have truly worked hard. When I return, I will inform Mother so she can reward you appropriately. As for the injured, take him to Sister Ling Yuan. Her martial spirit attributes can temporarily suppress the poison. Once his condition stabilizes, give him this, Cheng Yi said, retrieving a pill from his soul guide and handing it to Salus. Thank you, young master. I wish you a smooth journey to the Sunset Forest, Salus said respectfully, accepting the pill before departing Cheng Yi's chamber. Yu Egwan, you made a breakthrough, Gui Mei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, thanks to the young master, this soul bone has allowed me to break through to level 94. Old Gui, I now surpass you by 1 level, haha. Yu Egwan rejoiced. Do not get too proud. I will catch up to you soon, Gui Mei retorted. Well, let's see if you can catch up first, Yu Egwan teased. Just as the two were about to resume their playful bickering, Nguyen walked in with a smile, saying, Gentlemen, the young master has informed us that it is time to set off. The two simultaneously huffed before walking out together. Young master, we have arrived, Ziyuan announced. All right. Cheng Yi nodded, then turned to Yu Egwan, asking, Grandfather Ju, how do you feel? Thanks to the young master, I have broken through the 94th level. Yu Egwan beamed. Congratulations. Grandfather Ju, Cheng Yi replied, equally delighted. At that moment, Salus approached and said, Young master, the carriage is ready and can depart at any time. Understood. Let's be on our way. Cheng Yi instructed the three. Yes, they replied in unison. In less than 2 days, the four arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Young master, shall we first hunt for a soul beast, or proceed directly to the location of the poisonous mist? Asked Ziyuan. Let's head to the poisonous mist first. We must hasten to locate Douluo. If we encounter a suitable soul beast along the way, that would be splendid, Cheng Yi replied, and with that, the four of them charged into the Sunset Forest. Young master, the area of poisonous mist is located slightly to the right in the central region of the Sunset Forest. We simply need to continue straight ahead and then cross 2 mountains to reach it, Ziyuan informed as she studied a map. At our current speed, how long will it take to arrive? Cheng Yi inwitted. If we maintain full speed without rest, we should arrive in 2 days, Gui Mei responded. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement. I hope we encounter the soul beast that the young master needs along the way, Yuguan remarked while scanning their surroundings. No waities. If we don't find it, we can discuss it after persuading Douluo, Cheng Yi reassured. Young master, have you decided which soul beast you desire? Ziyuan asked. Any shadow attribute soul beast under 10,000 years will suffice, regardless of its type, Cheng Yi replied. Your martial soul is indeed unique, but will absorbing a soul ring of such high age for the 3rd ring pose any issues? Ziyuan expressed her concern. Rest assured, Sister Lin Yuan. It will not be a problem, Cheng Yi assured her confidently. Upon recalling that Cheng Yi's first 2 soul rings had also been absorbed from significantly higher age categories, Ziyuan felt her worries were unwarranted and chose to remain silent. A day later, young master, we are very close to our destination. We should reach there by morning, Ziyuan announced. It seems we are ahead of schedule, Cheng Yi noted. Young master, there is a fluctuation of soul power ahead. It appears to be a battle among soul beasts. Should we take a look? Gui Mei suggested. All right, it won't deviate from our path. Let's go and see. Perhaps there's a suitable soul beast for me, Cheng Yi agreed. With that, the 4 of them dashed towards the source of the soul power fluctuations and soon reached a tree not far from the commotion. Young master, it appears that a group of soul beasts is vying for territory. The 2 leading beasts seem to be around 7,000 years old, Yuguan observed. Unfortunately, none of them possess the shadow attribute, Gui Mei added. Then let us move on. We need not linger on their territorial dispute, Cheng Yi decided. Just as he finished speaking, a large bird suddenly lunged from a nearby tree, launching an attack on the 4 of them. Seeking death, Yuguan scoffed, activating her 2nd soul skill, Radiant Light of the Odd Fungus, which formed a defensive barrier that instantly repelled the bird. Young master, that is an iron-bone blackbird. It possesses the shadow attribute. Absorbing its soul ring should grant a solid defensive soul skill, though judging by its size, it is likely around 4,000 years old. Gui Mei lamented. After hearing this, Cheng Yi shook his head and said, both its quality and attribute are commendable, but its age is too low. Let's not waste time. Grandfather Zhu, let's finish this quickly. Acknowledging Cheng Yi's signal, Yuguan nodded, saying, let me test how hard your bones are. As she activated the Golden Lotus Beast's right arm bone skill, Golden Lotus Shockwave. With a radiant glow enveloping her right arm, she channeled her soul power, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards the Ironbone Blackbird. The Ironbone Blackbird had no time to react before being slammed to the ground by Yuguan's strike, creating a cloud of dust and leaving a large crater. The bird let out a pained screech before bursting into a mist of blood, slowly coalescing into a purple soul ring. The other soul beasts engaged in the territorial dispute, sensing the overwhelming fluctuation of soul power, scattered in fear. I expected the Ironbone Blackbird to have tougher bones. It turns out to be merely this, Yuguan remarked disdainfully. Grandfather Zhu, that was impressive. Cheng Yi pides, eliciting a smile from Yuguan. Your soul bone skill is indeed powerful, Gui Mei acknowledged. Of course. This is a soul bone gifted by the young master. How could it not be strong? Yuguan replied playfully. Seeing the 2 about to bicker again, Yuan interjected, all right, esteemed elders, we should continue our journey. Cheng Yi quickly added, yes, let us move on, Grandfather Zhu and Grandfather Gui. We must reach the poisonous mist area before noon. With that, Yuguan and Gui Mei ceased their banter. Cheng Yi urged, let's hasten our pace to reach there before dawn. Chapter 28. The Mirror Beast and Douluo's Welcome. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, its rays, gentle and mild, filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled light upon the ground. The tranquil forest was occasionally punctuated by the distant calls of soul beasts, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the stillness. Soon, the group reached the summit of a mountain. Young master, we have arrived. Ziyuan pointed towards the expanse of poisonous mist ahead. This area is quite extensive. Cheng Yi remarked in age. Indeed, I did not expect that old poisoner would establish such a vast area of mist, Yuguan commented. Let us proceed, Cheng Yi urged. As Cheng Yi spoke, Ziyuan released her soul power, enveloping herself and Cheng Yi in a protective flame barrier. Yuguan and Gui Mei also summoned their soul power to form protective shields around them, and the 4 of them slowly advanced into the poisonous mist. As they entered, Douluo, sensing their presence from the center of the mist, stood up. Grandfather, what is it? Yin inquired, noticing Douluo's sudden movement. Someone has entered. Yin. Do not worry, it is nothing, Douluo assured her. With your potent, poisonous mist, how could anyone possibly come here? Bibi Dong questioned. Indeed, let me investigate. You stay here, Yin, Douluo instructed before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Yuguan remarked with a smile, truly, he is the world's foremost expert on poison. This mist is indeed extraordinary. My martial soul's fire can only temporarily suppress it. It cannot fully dispel it. However, we have 3 titled Douluos with us, Ziyuan noted. I hope this encounter does not lead to conflict and that negotiations proceed smoothly. Cheng Yi expressed his hope. Shouldn't Hui may hold it, gazing intently at the forest shrouded in poison mist as if sensing something. What is it, old ghost? Why have you stopped? Yuan asked, puzzled. Gue Mei remained silent, his eyes fixed on a distant area. Noticing Gue Mei's intense focus, Cheng Yi inquired, What is it, Grandfather Gue? Have you discovered something? There is a presence of a shadow attribute soul beast ahead, Gue Mei replied. But how is that possible? How could there be a soul beast in this poisonous mist? Ziyuan questioned, bewildered. I am certain. There is indeed a shadow attribute soul beast, Gue Mei confirmed. I trust Grandfather Gue's judgment. Let's go and take a look. Cheng Yi urged. As they progressed, they soon beheld a soul beast with silvery white fur that shimmered with a liquid metallic sheen, adorned with ethereal blue patterns along its back. Incredible. To think a soul beast could survive in this poisonous mist, Ziyuan exclaimed in astonishment. That is a mirror beast, typically found in the extreme northern regions with ice attributes. This one must be a mutated variant that has left the extreme north. Although the extreme north borders the Heaven Do Empire, it is quite distant from this sunset forest. It is truly remarkable that it has made its way here. Cheng Yi elaborated. Indeed, the young master is correct. This is a mirror beast. Its defenses are astonishingly formidable, and it possesses the ability to reflect attacks, making it capable of surviving within this toxic mist, the specter explained. Young master, judging by the size of this creature, its age falls between 8,000 and 9,000 years. After its mutation, it has also acquired shadow attributes. Why not allow it to serve as your 3rd spirit ring? Yu Guan suggested. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment before responding, Very well. My first 2 spirit abilities are both offensive. Absorbing its spirit ring should grant me a commendable defensive ability. I shall take it. As soon as Cheng Yi's words left his lips, the specter dashed forward. First spirit ability, Shadow Clone. In the blink of an eye, 2 specters appeared before the mirror beast. Second spirit ability, Soul Devouring Claw. The 2 specters lunged at the mirror beast, instantly shattering its defenses and leaving it gravely weakened, dragging it back to Cheng Yi's side. Wow, old ghost. You really are swift, Yu Guan remarked with a roll of his eyes. The specter returned the gesture with a roll of its eyes of its own, before turning to Cheng Yi with a smile, saying, Young master, please. Thank you, old ghost. I shall begin now, Cheng Yi replied with a smile, summoning the regional netherworld scythe and swiftly dispatching the mirror beast. The spirit ring it produced began to float gently upward as Cheng Yi settled onto the ground, initiating the process of absorbing the ring. After 2 hours of absorption, Cheng Yi was still engaged in the process when Yu Guan, the specter, and Ziyuan simultaneously sensed an approaching presence and abruptly lifted their heads. Spirit Yao, young master is absorbing the spirit ring and must not be interrupted. You maintain the shield. Old ghost, prepare in the shadows. Ensure the young master is not disturbed, Yu Guan instructed. The specter and Ziyuan nodded, with the specter vanishing into the darkness. As the presence drew closer, Yu Guan called out with a smile, Old Poison. Are you aware of our arrival? Have you come out to greet us? Jiguang replied. How did you know I was here? What brings you to this place? I have already stated that I will not join your spirit hall. This time, it is my young master who seeks you, not I. Yu Guan retorted with a cold smile. Young master? Jiguang questioned, puzzled, before noticing Cheng Yi, who was in the midst of absorbing the spirit ring. I don't care who he is. If you know what's good for you, you will leave this place immediately, or else. Before Jiguang could finish his threat, Yu Guan interrupted. Enough. Old Poison, I have no time for your nonsense. We will not be leaving. My young master has business with you. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. With that, Jiguang activated his spirit power and launched an attack at Yu Guan. Old Poison, a defeated foe still believes the last encounter was insufficiently humiliating? Do you wish to fight again? Yu Guan mocked while effortlessly countering Jiguang's assault. We are in my poison array now. This is my domain, Jiguang retorted as his second spirit ring illuminated, activating his second spirit ability, Poison Breath, which unleashed a torrent of toxic mist from the feet of the green-scaled serpent. Then let us see. I am curious how much stronger you are within this poison array than outside. Yueguan scoffed, his power as a level 94 title Douluo emanating fully. Second spirit ability, Radiant Myriad Blossoms. Yueguan's second spirit ring glimmered, forming a barrier of soul power that effortlessly deflected Jiguang's attack, sending him reeling back. What? You actually broke through? How is that possible? Jiguang exclaimed in astonishment. What is impossible? Yueguan derided, activating his third spirit ability, Breath of the Realm. His third spirit ring glowed, and Jiguang was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force. Realizing he was immobilized, Jiguang hastily summoned his soul power to break free. As soon as he freed himself, he saw Yueguan preparing to launch an attack. Fifth spirit ability, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Yueguan's fifth spirit ring shimmered as a flurry of petal-like blades shot forth from the Radiant Myriad Blossoms, slicing towards Jiguang. This is bad, Jiguang thought, activating the green-scaled serpent to maneuver through the trees to evade Yueguan's onslaught. Yet, Yueguan's ability bore tracking properties, relentlessly pursuing Jiguang. Recognizing the danger, Jiguang hastily activated his fifth spirit ring, summoning the serpent's celestial shield, transforming the green-scaled serpent into a deep green shield that blocked Yueguan's attack, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Chapter 29. Yueguan captures Jiguang. Seeing his attack create a dense cloud of smoke, Yueguan understood that this meager assault would not suffice to subdue Jiguang. He deployed his mental energy to scout the area, and indeed, Jiguang had vanished within the smoke. Yueguan held his breath, remaining vigilant for Jiguang's sudden strike. Sixth spirit ability, Emerald Luminous Serpent, and indeed, Jiguang's attack erupted from the right side of the mist. A toxic surge racing towards Yueguan. Old poison, I knew you would try this, Yueguan chuckled, activating his sixth spirit ability, Radiant Blossoms. This time, instead of launching a direct attack, Yueguan spun the Radiant Myriad Blossoms before him, unleashing a series of slashes that shattered Jiguang's assault. As the flowers spun faster, the toxic mist Jiguang had released was entirely dispersed. Just as the mist cleared, a triumphant grin spread across Jiguang's face. Eighth spirit ability, Time Freeze. His eighth spirit ring glimmered as he unleashed a beam of soul power from the green-scaled serpent, attempting to freeze Yueguan. Ha ha ha, old poison. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Yueguan laughed heartily, activating his own eighth spirit ring, Brilliant Radiance. A powerful beam erupted from the heart of the Radiant Myriad Blossoms. In an instant, the two soul abilities collided, resulting in a stalemate. Seizing the moment, Yueguan intensified his soul power output, gradually overpowering Jiguang's attack. Despite Jiguang's efforts to augment his own power, the three-level disparity in their soul power proved insurmountable. At that moment, a soul bone materialized above Jiguang's head. Oh no, it is Medusa's gaze. I cannot afford to divert my attention to unleash a soul bone skill, Yueguan thought. Sans signe impending danger. Douluo bellowed, the soul bone skill of Medusa's gaze. As he infused his soul power into the soul bone, a radiant light erupted from it, unleashing two beams of white soul power lasers towards Yueguan's soul technique, which was immediately pressed back, retreating under the assault. Just as Douluo's soul technique was about to strike home, Yueguan swiftly retracted his technique, channeling his soul power into his wuhuan, the mystic chrysanthemum, raising it as a shield before him. Douluo's skill struck with full force, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the area, sending plumes of smoke swirling into the air. Satisfied that his attack had found its mark, Douluo sighed in relief, intending to retreat and regroup with Douluo. However, just as he turned to leave, the Golden Lotus Beast's right arm unleashed its bone skill, the Golden Lotus Shockwave, as a massive golden hand emerged from the smoke, descending upon Douluo with overwhelming force. Before he could process the situation, the colossal hand had already reached him, and despite his attempt to defend by channeling his soul power, it was too late. The golden hand slammed down, pinning Douluo to the ground, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Ha ha, old poison master, you still lack experience. Yueguan laughed heartily, emerging slowly from the haze, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained significant injuries himself. As expected of the chrysanthemum Douluo, I truly find myself inadequate in this battle. Ziyuan genuinely praised. Yueguan merely smiled at the compliment. Hey, old ghost, restrain him. Yueguan commanded. A ghostly voice resonated from the shadows. Fifth soul skill, Ghostly Shadow, Quicksand. Suddenly, the ground beneath Douluo transformed into a bottomless quagmire, and a ghostly hand emerged from the mire, grasping him firmly. The ghostly figure then stepped out from the darkness, Seeing that the ghost had subdued Dugubo, Yueguan retracted his own technique, retrieving a pill from his soul guide and placing it in his mouth, settling down to recover. Dugubo, startled by the ghost's appearance, wondered, what on earth is that child? How could he be accompanied by 3 titled Douluos from the Elder Hall? An hour later, the soul rings swirling around Cheng Yi gradually stabilized, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Shortly after, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst the toxic haze, spotting Yueguan meditating on the ground to recover and Dugubo restrained not far away. Cheng Yi quickly pieced together the events and remarked to Yueguan, it seems Grandpa Chrysanthemum has emerged victorious, as expected. Hearing Cheng Yi's voice, Yueguan opened his eyes and stood, smiling at him. Young master, you flatter me. It was merely a matter of defeating previous opponents. It hardly merits mention. Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Dugubo gritted his teeth and retorted, Chrysanthemum Guan, do not become too complacent. Today I, Dugubo, concede defeat, but I will never join your spear hall. You may kill or maim me as you wish. Yueguan rolled his eyes at Dugubo and fell silent. Old ghost, release Senior Dugubo, Cheng Yi said with a smile. At his command, the ghost immediately retracted its technique, allowing Dugubo to rise slowly. Cheng Yi then exchanged a knowing glance with Yueguan, who promptly understood and retrieved the pill from his soul guide, tossing it to Dugubo, who caught it and gazed at it with confusion. What is this? Poison? Do you wish to kill me? Dugubo questioned. Old poison master, our young master harbors no such malicious intentions. It is merely a common recovery pill. Whether you choose to consume it is entirely your decision. Besides, with our 3 titled Douluos present, do you truly believe you can escape? Yueguan said dismissively to Dugubo. Rest assured, Senior Dugubo, we mean no harm. You are the foremost expert in poison. You can surely discern that this is not a toxic substance. Cheng Yi assured him. Dugubo scrutinized the pill in his hand before placing it into his mouth. I have long admired the esteemed name of Dugubo. Today, we have come specifically to pay our respects, Cheng Yi said with a respectful nod. Enough of the pleasantries. They all call you young master. Who are you? And why have you come to seek me? How did you know I was here? Dugubo inquired. My name is Cheng Yi, and I am the son of Bibi Dong, here to pay a visit to Senior Dugubo. As for how I know of your presence, that is something I cannot disclose, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. You are? Dugubo exclaimed in surprise. Enough with the circumlocutions. Speak plainly. In response to Dugubo's urgency, Cheng Yi stated, does Senior Dugubo possess a medicinal garden? I wish to borrow it for a time. Dugubo, taken aback that Cheng Yi not only knew of his whereabouts, but also of his medicinal garden, felt a jolt of surprise and asked, how do you know about that? Cheng Yi smiled and replied, that is of no concern to you. Seeing that he could not extract further information from Cheng Yi, Dugubo said, and what if I refuse? Why should I lend it to you? Dugubo, I see you still do not grasp the situation. You currently lack the standing to decline our young master, Ziyuan interjected. Cheng Yi smiled at Ziyuan and waved his hand, saying, Sister Lin Yuan, please do not be so hasty. Senior Dugubo, how about we make a deal? Cheng Yi proposed. A deal? What did you possibly offer me? Dugubo questioned, perplexed. I can cure the poison within your body, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. What? The old poison master is actually poisoned. Ha ha ha. Having spent a lifetime mastering poison, he has ended up poisoned himself. Yueguan laughed heartily. I do not understand what you are saying. Dugubo turned his head dismissively. Yet internally he thought, how could he possibly know? That is impossible. Noting Dugubo's reaction, Cheng Yi chuckled and said, is that so? Senior Dugubo, you have been poisoned for quite some time, haven't you? This poison originates from your family's inherited wuhuan, the green-scaled serpent. The sensation of numbness is likely to manifest in your limbs, exacerbated by rainy weather. Moreover, you experience an episode at noon and midnight, lasting over an hour each time. In the dead of night, you feel a piercing pain at the crown of your head and your heart, accompanied by convulsions for at least half an hour. Am I correct? Your son also succumbed to this poison, did he not? Upon hearing Cheng Yi's accurate description, Dugubo was left speechless. The mention of his son's demise brought forth memories of that fateful night, and a single tear slowly rolled down his cheek. After regaining his composure, Dugubo asked, why should I believe you? This poison is beyond even my capabilities. What can a mere child do? That is no longer a concern for you, Senior Dugubo. If I recall correctly, your granddaughter has also been afflicted by this poison, Cheng Yi remarked. Thinking of his granddaughter, Dugubo sighed, stating, I became a title de law to rectify the deficiencies of our family's spirit hall, but I never anticipated such helplessness. My son, my kin, only my granddaughter and I remain. He then broke down in tears. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "If you can cure our poison, I will gift you my medicinal garden." Then, Senior Douluo, would you consider joining the Spear Hall? Cheng Yi inquired. If you can cure our poison, what harm is there in joining the Spear Hall? However, you are aware of my situation in the Heaven Do Empire, Douluo said, shaking his head with resignation. Very well, Elder Douluo, I shall cure both of your poisons. You need not worry about the situation in Heaven Do. The Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, has already sought me out, Cheng Yi expressed. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Douluo's apprehension dissipated, and he knelt before Cheng Yi, proclaiming, "If you succeed in healing both me and my granddaughter, not only will I gift you this medicinal garden, but I shall also pledge my allegiance to the Spirit Hall, vowing to serve you until death." Seeing this, Cheng Yi hastily assisted Douluo to his feet and said, "First, allow me to present my treatment plan." Cheng Yi continued, "I will require the herbs from your garden to concoct an antidote. However, once you consume this antidote, your entire mastery of poison will vanish." "That cannot be. This mastery of poison is the very foundation of my strength," Douluo retorted. Cheng Yi chuckled softly and replied, "I anticipated that you would reject such a method. Therefore, I have a second approach, which also requires the herbs from your garden. This antidote will not eradicate your mastery of poison, but due to the depth of your affliction, it will not entirely eliminate the toxins in your body. At that point, you will only need to force the remaining toxins into your soul bone, thus resolving the issue. Your granddaughter, having been poisoned less severely, can be cured with this antidote." "How could you possibly concoct this antidote?" Douluo inquired, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Noting Douluo's lingering doubts, Cheng Yi explained, "My mother, alongside Elder Ci Tun from the Elder Hall, possesses exceptional skills in the art of poison. My mother has imparted all her knowledge to me, making the creation of this antidote a trivial task." "Truly, you are the child of Bibi Dong," Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. He then revealed his Medusa head soul bone, stating, "So then, I simply need to force the toxins into this soul bone? That is inadvisable. You must not force the toxins into the head soul bone, as the risks are far too great. A single miscalculation could prove fatal. It would be best to utilize the bones of the limbs," Cheng Yi advised. "But this is the only soul bone I possess," Douluo replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cheng Yi smiled and retrieved a box from his soul guide ring, saying, "Since you, Elder Douluo, intend to join the Spirit Hall, your formidable strength at level 91 qualifies you for the Elder Hall. The Spirit Hall grants a soul bone to all its elders, and you shall be no exception. I have already requested this soul bone for my mother." Cheng Yi then opened the box, revealing a right leg bone from a 10,000-year-old jungle poison lizard. "This will sufficiently accommodate the toxins you have left," he stated. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Douluo knelt again, declaring, "Young master, your generosity is something I, Douluo, shall never forget. I swear on my martial spirit that if I betray you, I shall suffer eternal damnation." Rising to his feet, Douluo said, "Come, young master, I shall escort you to the medicinal garden." Cheng Yi shook his head, saying, "Elder Douluo, please wait a moment." He then walked towards the carcass of the soul beast from which he had just absorbed a soul ring. As Douluo looked on in confusion, Cheng Yi whispered, "Arise." The shadow of the mirror beast gradually coalesced, transforming into a shadow soldier. The shadow mirror beast prostrated itself at Cheng Yi's feet, while the shadow star bell began to devour the carcass of the mirror beast, nourishing Cheng Yi in return. Douluo was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this power?" "Oomph. Old poison master, following our young master, you have indeed chosen the right path," Yu Guan remarked. "Very well, let us depart," Cheng Yi said. In Chapter 31, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, Douluo retrieved 4 green pills from his soul guide device and handed them to Cheng Yi and the others, saying, "Young master, if you place these pills in your mouths, they will shield you from the poisonous mist." Without hesitation, Cheng Yi placed the pill in his mouth. Seeing this, Yu Guan and the others followed suit, doing the same. "You are merely 11 years old, yet already at level 32. That is truly remarkable," Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. "Elder Douluo, you flatter me," Cheng Yi humbly replied. "By the way, young master, is there something particularly special about my medicinal garden that necessitates your personal visit?" Douluo queried with curiosity. "Indeed, there is something I require from this garden. Surely, it contains a rather unique lake?" Cheng Yi inquired. "Young master, how do you know this?" Douluo asked, initially surprised before continuing, "My garden indeed boasts a special spring. The waters are divided into 2 areas. One side is scalding hot, while the other is bone-chillingly cold. It is through the combination of this spring and my title Douluo's cultivation that I have managed to temporarily suppress the toxins. The flora surrounding this spring thrives at an extraordinary rate, and I have cultivated the herbs necessary for my poison making here. I have encountered countless herbs in this vicinity, many of which I have never seen before. You must have come for the spring and the herbs that originally grew here, correct? Indeed, Elder Douluo, you are astute. I have come specifically for those herbs. To create the antidote, I require the original herbs, which are not ordinary, but rather celestial herbs. Cheng Yi explained. Celestial herbs? Yuguan, Gui Mei, Ziyuan, and Douluo echoed simultaneously, albeit with varied expressions. Yuguan was astonished, while the others appeared perplexed. Precisely, celestial herbs. Grandfather Ju, you should be familiar with these, Cheng Yi remarked. Yes, young master. My martial spirit also evolved from a celestial herb, Yuguan acknowledged. Fortifying the limbs, circulating the blood through the 8 meridians, indestructible as a diamond. The wondrous chrysanthemum transcending the heavens, Cheng Yi recited. Exactly. I had no idea young master possessed knowledge about celestial herbs. My martial spirit is indeed the wondrous chrysanthemum transcending the heavens. Though it originally was merely a flower similar to it, Yuguan chuckled. Then, Yuguan began recounting his past as a child. I believe my martial spirit to be an ordinary chrysanthemum. However, at that time, my innate soul power was already at level 9. People dismissed my awakening as a useless martial spirit, despite my soul power being the highest in the village. They awarded the academy's student quota to others, all because they looked down upon my martial spirit. Only my sister believed in me, calling me a prodigy destined to surpass them all. She sold her possessions and borrowed money from everywhere to gather my tuition fees, enabling me to attend school. One day, when I returned home from the academy, I found our home surrounded by people demanding debts. While it is only right to repay debts, all our money had gone towards my tuition, leaving us unable to pay a single coin. Seeing my sister unable to produce the money, they began to beat her, intending to take her away as payment. I rushed to stop them, but it was futile. They only grew more violent, striking me relentlessly. I had no ability to resist and could only endure their blows. But my sister held me tightly, protecting me. Tragically, they accidentally killed her. In her final moments, she urged me to live well. After uttering those words, she departed from this world forever. When they realized they had caused a death, they fled in terror. Even in death, my sister held on to me tightly, Yuguan said, his fist clenched, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Cheng Yi and Gui Mei simultaneously placed their hand upon Yuguan's shoulder. Cheng Yi gently wiped away the tears staining Yuguan's face, and upon witnessing Cheng Yi and Gui Mei's concern, Yuguan managed to smile before continuing. I then turned my gaze to the martial soul in my hand. At that moment, I harbored an intense disdain for my martial soul. If only it were stronger, if only I were more powerful, perhaps my sister would not have had to die. If I had chosen not to attend school, would these tragedies have unfolded? I was utterly overwhelmed with despair. However, it was at this juncture that my martial soul underwent a mutation. Its petals became remarkably rigid, akin to steel blades, impervious to harm even when clashing with sharp instruments. My sister urged me to live well, and I vowed not to betray her wishes. From that point on, I mimicked my sister in every way, her attire, her tone of voice, so that it felt as though she were still by my side. Despite the derision and scorn this drew from others, I paid it no mind. The mutation of my martial soul granted me a future, and I swore to avenge my sister. Thus, I embarked on a long and solitary journey, devoid of friends and ties, with only a heart yearning for strength and suffocating in its own desires. I wandered aimlessly across the continent, seeking out perilous places to hone my skills. During one such trial, I fortuitously discovered a flower resembling my martial soul. My martial soul craved it, and without hesitation, I consumed the flower. This act precipitated a complete transformation of my martial soul and body. I avenged my sister by slaying those who had harmed her, finally repaying my debt to her. They accepted my compensation with 4 smiles, recognizing my newfound strength. In their eyes, I saw a reflection of my own helplessness from childhood. I merely smiled in return, but soon felt an unprecedented emptiness. I was at a loss for what to do next. Eventually, I encountered Lao Gui. We were both seen as outcasts, and we forged a friendship, striving toward a common ultimate goal. It was later revealed to me that the flower I had consumed was the legendary celestial herb. Though not particularly aged, it enabled me to break through to the rank of title Douluo, a fitting tribute to my sister's spirit in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi embraced Yu Guan and patted his back, saying, "Grandfather Ju, the road of life is fraught with challenges. Our childhoods were filled with misfortune. Yet we are fortunate to have chosen to press forward rather than succumb to despair. At the very least, we now tread this path together." Moved, Yu Guan could not help but shed tears as he replied, "Young master, I truly thank you. I'm immensely grateful that I have been able to continue moving forward to this day." Lao Gui chuckled softly, joining in to pat Yu Guan on the back, while Du Gubo's face wore a look of profound sympathy. "I never imagined that the esteemed Zhu Duo possessed such a past. Surely, your sister in the heavens must be overjoyed to witness your accomplishments," Zi Yuan remarked with a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, she must be quite pleased," Yu Guan said, gazing skyward with a slow, contemplative tone. He then turned to Gui Mei and added, "That fellow's childhood was also riddled with hardships. His original martial soul was not the formidable Gui Mei we see today." Gui Mei, unusually silent, closed his eyes as if lost in recollection, before nodding slightly. "However, my childhood was not as tragic as that of Zhu Guan," he said slowly. Chapter 32, The Ice and Fire Dual Pupils, Part 1. My initial martial soul was a wisp of ghostly fire, undoubtedly a useless martial soul. My mother was deeply disappointed in me, often resorting to both beatings and scolding. My peers ostracized me as an anomaly, and unable to tolerate their disdain. I chose to confront them. In an act of defiance, I leapt into a lake to prove my worth, unaware that this leap would change my fate. I could not swim. As I plunged in, I floundered like a fish out of water, desperately attempting to reach the shore, but to no avail. I sank to the lake's depths, my spirit leaving my body, effectively marking my demise. Unexpectedly, a ghostly figure awaited me at the lake's bottom. He recognized the similarity between our martial souls and sought to use me as a vessel to return to the world of the living. With no choice but to comply, I followed his guidance to survive. Thus, my spirit re-entered my body, transforming me into a true living dead, while that ghost became my new martial soul, Gui Mei. Having tasted death once, I yearned to truly live in this world. I resolved to become the pinnacle of soul masters on the continent. I discovered that Gui Mei was vastly superior to my original martial soul. However, due to my circumstances, my martial soul bore its own imperfections. Nevertheless, I was filled with renewed confidence and embarked on the path of cultivation alone. My past experiences taught me to trust no one, further isolating me from companionship. Given the nature of my martial soul, I could depart at will, and my attacks were so elusive that they left foes defenseless. Thus, I gained a modicum of fame within the realm of soul masters until I encountered Zhu Guan, whose early experiences were even more harrowing than mine. We felt a kinship and walked side by side, carving our names into the annals of the soul master world. Together, we created a martial soul fusion technique, gradually ascending to our current stature. As Gui Mei recounted his journey, his expression shifted from one of initial despair to one of joy. Cheng Yi and Yu Guan both patted Gui Mei in solidarity. Observing this, Gui Mei smiled at Cheng Yi and remarked, "Young master, I'm perfectly fine, unlike certain individuals." "What do you mean by that, Lao Gui?" Yu Guan retorted, a flash of irritation crossing his face. "Who asked me? I was simply stating the facts," Gui Mei replied, igniting a familiar banter between them. Cheng Yi and Zi Yuan exchanged exasperated glances, while Du Gubo watched with keen interest. Before long, the five arrived at a cliff adjacent to the center of the poisonous mist. Du Gubo pointed below, saying, "Young master, we have arrived. Down there lies the destination." Following his gesture, the group peered over the edge of the cliff, revealing a circular spring at the bottom, one half azure, the other crimson, each side existing in a bizarre harmony without encroaching upon the other. The distinct sensations of warmth and chill enveloped them as they stood on the precipice. "This is the sacred ground teeming with celestial herbs," Yu Guan exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. "I cannot believe such a marvel exists on this continent. The juxtaposition of the red and blue waters is truly astounding," Zi Yuan mused. "Let us descend," Cheng Yi declared, and without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff. Alarmed gasps erupted from the others as Du Gubo shouted anxiously, "Young master, it's far too high. With your cultivation, you cannot simply jump down." Before he could finish, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and Zi Yuan had already leaped after Cheng Yi. Not want to be left behind, Du Gubo quickly followed suit. "Come forth," Cheng Yi commanded, and a shadow coalesced in the air, gradually taking the form of a dark golden fearclaw bear. Cheng Yi deftly stepped onto the bear's shoulder before leaping again, while the bear swiftly descended to the ground. Upon landing, The bear emitted a resounding roar, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Slowly now, Cheng Yi uttered, and as the dark golden fear-claw bear and he exchanged positions, he called, "Return." In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and re-entered his own body, emerging unhurriedly from the smoke, while Yu Guan and the others landed behind the veil of mist. The commotion startled Du Guyan, who had been in the cave, prompting her to rush outside. Upon seeing Cheng Yi emerge from the haze, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Who are you? How did you get here? Where's my grandfather?" "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cheng Yi," he replied, brushing off the dust from his shoulders and smiling warmly. As Du Guyan recognized Cheng Yi's face, she was instantly captivated, her previous irritation forgotten. "Hello, I am Du Guyan. Where's my grandfather?" "Your grandfather is just behind us." Cheng Yi indicated toward the lingering mist. Du Guyan peered into the mist, witnessing Dugubo and his three companions gradually emerge from the haze. Upon spotting her grandfather, she hurriedly rushed forward and threw herself into Dugubo's embrace. "Young master, your skills are truly remarkable. What was that just now? Was it a soul technique?" Dugubo inquired, puzzled. "Not all. It is a skill inherent to my martial soul," Cheng Yi replied, leaving Dugubo astonished yet again. Listening to their conversation, Duguyan felt bewildered and asked, "Grandfather, what's going on? Who are they, and why do you call him young master?" "Ha ha ha. Yin Yin, do not fret. They are from the Spirit Hall, and I have already joined them. This young man is the son of Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, and he is of the same age as you. He has already attained the rank of Soul Master at level 32, Dugubo explained. "Grandfather, what are you saying? He's the same age as me? Level 32? But didn't you say you wouldn't join the Spirit Hall?" Duguyan questioned in rapid succession. "Yin Yin, this young master possesses extraordinary abilities and can resolve the martial soul issues that have plagued our family for generations. Rest assured," Dugubo reassured her. With that, Duguyan felt it inappropriate to say more and quietly stood beside Dugubo. "Young master, from today onward, this medicinal garden belongs to you. Feel free to utilize the herbs here," Dugubo announced. Cheng Yi nodded with a smile and then turned to Yu Guan, saying, "Grandfather Ju, do you recognize any of these?" Yu Guan scanned the area, and his eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a large, pale golden chrysanthemum. However, he did not act immediately and said, "Young master, I recognize a few plants, but not many. Some of these celestial herbs I have seen in ancient texts." Cheng Yi approached the chrysanthemum that caught Yu Guan's attention, plucked it, and then gathered two other plants from different locations before walking over to Gui Mei and Zi Yuan. "Grandfather Ju, this must be the extraordinary chrysanthemum, right? Its age is considerable. Consuming it would undoubtedly provide you with the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of this continent." Cheng Yi presented the chrysanthemum to him. Yu Guan was instantly overjoyed, gazing at the extraordinary chrysanthemum, but quickly suppressed his excitement, saying, "No, young master. This is far too precious. The age of this extraordinary chrysanthemum far exceeds the one I consumed previously. Its value is immeasurable. Just days ago, you gifted me a millennium-old soul bone. How can I accept this? Grandfather Ju, do not refuse it. Grandfather Gui and Sister Ling Yuan deserve a share as well." Cheng Yi insisted as he handed the other two plants to Gui Mei and Zi Yuan. Both Gui Mei and Zi Yuan examined the plants, instantly realizing they were no ordinary specimens, and suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. Observing their hesitation, Cheng Yi remarked, "Please, do not decline. Your enhancement in strength will also better protect me. Shortly, I will also select celestial herbs for my mother and everyone at the Spear Hall." With that, the three felt compelled to accept the celestial herbs, and they all knelt in unison, declaring, "By the revelation of our martial souls, we pledge our loyalty to young master until the last breath of our lives. Should we falter in our words, may our martial souls shatter and face eternal damnation." Cheng Yi quickly helped them to their feet, saying, "What is this? I have grown up under your care. How could I be unaware of your kindness? There is no need for such formalities." Turning to Dugubo and Duguyin, Cheng Yi continued, "Senior Dugubo, I have also selected celestial herbs for you and your granddaughter. However, given your physical condition, you cannot consume them directly. I will incorporate these herbs into medicinal concoctions." Dugubo, upon hearing this, expressed disbelief. "Are we truly included as well?" "Thank you, young master. Not only can you resolve our family's issues with the Spirit Hall, but you're also helping us select celestial herbs to enhance our strength. The Duga family now consists only of Yin Yin and me. We pledge our martial souls to serve you for generations, until the last member of the Dugu family perishes. Should we fail in our words, we would face the backlash of our martial souls and turn to blood and ash. Dugian added, I, Dugian, also vow to follow brother Yi to the death. Seeing this, Cheng Yi retrieved the box containing the soul bone from his soul guide ring and handed it to Dugubo, saying, Grandfather Dugu, no need for further words. I welcome you both to the Spirit Hall. Dugubo accepted the box with both hands. Understanding that Cheng Yi's change in address signified the Dugu family's official alliance with the Spirit Hall. Cheng Yi then asked Yuguan, Grandfather Ju, do you recognize those 2 celestial herbs? Yuguan shook his head and replied, Young master, I do recognize the one in Ling Yuan's hand. It is called the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, composed of red leaves that resemble a rooster's comb. It is a pure young herb, highly suitable for Ling Yuan. If she consumes it, her martial soul's flames will surely reach a new level. However, as for the one in old Gui's hand, Zi Yuan, feeling touched, said, Thank you so much, young master. You truly think of me. Cheng Yi smiled at Zi Yuan, and then turned his attention to the herb in Gui Mei's hand, stating, Grandfather Gui, the herb you hold is called the Nether Shadow Ginseng. Its entire form is pitch black and exceedingly slender, possessing a strong shadow attribute, making it exceptionally suitable for your martial soul. If you consume it, not only will it enhance your shadow powers, but it will also rectify the flaws in your martial soul and body. Gui Mei responded, Young master, I cannot accept this herb. You mentioned its strong shadow attribute, which is also compatible with you. You should consume it instead. Cheng Yi chuckled and said, Enough, Grandfather Gui. Do not decline. I do not need this herb. I will partake of others. Rest assured, once you both consume these herbs, your martial soul fusion techniques will surely ascend to greater heights. After hearing this, Gui Mei smiled at Cheng Yi and accepted the herb. Cheng Yi then led everyone further into the medicinal garden. Dugubo removed the Rui 100 treasures pouch from his waist and handed it to Cheng Yi, saying, Young master, this is for you. The Rui 100 treasures pouch is a storage soul guide, but unlike ordinary soul guides, it can store living beings. Cheng Yi accepted the pouch, replying, Then I shall take it, and I thank you, Grandfather Dugu. Dugubo waved his hand, saying, Compared to the assistance you have given us, this is nothing. With that, they began to explore the medicinal garden. Cheng Yi remarked, The Chilua tulip, with its white petals and green leaves, absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it can enhance one's martial soul, making it suitable for Roan. Continuing, he said, The water immortal jade bone, with its pale purple petals, is crystal clear. Consuming it can nourish tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the 8 meridians. It is suitable for Zhu Qing. He added the bewitching rose, with its pink petals and thorny green stems, can enhance one's charm. This herb is suitable for Nana. Next, he stated the Windwalker leaf blade, with its straight stalk and tiny green leaves, can refine martial soul precision. This herb is suitable for Xiaoyu. He continued, the flame sunflower, entirely crimson with fiery patterns on its petals, can enhance fire attribute strength. This herb is suitable for Yin. Finally, he concluded, the 9 immortal purple Ganoderma, with its purple-black cap, can consolidate the foundation, invigorate energy, and unleash potential. This herb is suitable for my mother. As he spoke, Cheng Yi meticulously harvested these herbs and stored them in the Rui 100 treasures pouch, while also gathering some additional herbs. Lastly, he arrived before 2 pristine white lotus flowers and declared, This is the pure lotus, the celestial herb designated for Grandfather Dugu and Dugian. Incorporating this herb into your medicinal concoctions will completely suppress the toxins in your bodies, and the remaining toxins in Grandfather Dugu's body can be safely expelled into the soul bone for use. Before Dugubo could express his gratitude, Dugian interjected, Brother Yi. Earlier when you were selecting herbs, you called those girls by the names Roan, Nana, and Zhu Qing, but why am I simply Dugian? Dugubo, with a resigned sigh, gently patted Dugian's head and said, Yin, do not be disrespectful. Observing this, Cheng Yi chuckled and remarked, It's quite all right, Grandpa Dugu. If Yin prefers to call me this way, I shall gladly accept it. To everyone's surprise, the young master displayed an impressive understanding, accurately naming each herb and elucidating their effects. Yuguan couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. You flatter me, Grandpa Ju, Cheng Yi replied humbly with a smile. Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gay, Sister Ling Yuan, we should not delay. Please consume the celestial herbs at once. There is no danger here, Cheng Yi urged. Indeed, it is quite safe. I will protect you, Dugubo affirmed. Thank you, young master, Yuguan responded, while Gui Mei and Zi Yuan nodded in agreement. Old Poison, I also thank you. Yuguan addressed Dugubo, who upon hearing the gratitude, nodded in disbelief. Subsequently, The three consumed the herbs and sat cross-legged to absorb their medicinal properties. Cheng Yi approached the ice and fire yin-yang eye, where two plants stood prominently, one beside the icy spring, appearing octagonal with a large white blossom atop, its center sparkling like ice crystals, the other by the fiery spring, resembling a fiery red cabbage. Noticing Cheng Yi's interest in these plants, Douluo hurriedly interjected, "Young master, these two plants are toxic herbs, each absorbing the essence of the extreme yin and extreme yang springs. They are lethally poisonous. Any ordinary person who approaches would either be frozen or turn to ashes." Cheng Yi reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Grandpa Douluo. As the saying goes, yin and yang counter each other, and ice and fire restrain one another. When these two extreme herbs are placed together, they will yield extraordinary results. These celestial herbs are precisely what I require, and the final ingredient for the detoxification elixir I shall concoct is my blood after consuming these two herbs." Chapter 34. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, Part 3. I cannot believe such a thing exists. These two celestial herbs are indeed remarkable, Douluo mused in astonishment. He then inquired, "How shall we harvest these herbs?" "Fear not. I've already devised a plan. After I consume these two celestial herbs, whatever occurs, do not interrupt me." "I apologize for the trouble, Grandpa Douluo," Cheng Yi instructed. Douluo nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, young master. Leave this to me." Cheng Yi retrieved metal tools and white jade from his storage ring, first tossing the metal tool towards the roots of the octagonal ice herb, then throwing the white jade towards the roots of the fiery apricot. At the moment the two objects were about to touch the celestial herbs, Cheng Yi, wielding the hand of the shadow ruler, grasped the metal tool and white jade from the void, swiftly slicing off the two celestial herbs. Without delay, he tossed the objects aside and seized the octagonal ice herb and fiery apricot, bringing them before himself, and simultaneously consumed the two herbs, closing his eyes. In an instant, Cheng Yi's garments were almost entirely consumed by flames, his body transforming a brilliant red. Douluo gasped in alarm, but remembered Cheng Yi's earlier instructions, refraining from intervening. Douluo, shyly covering her eyes, peeked through her fingers. Gradually, ice crystals began to form on Cheng Yi's body, his hues alternating between red and blue, causing Douluo to be mesmerized. Just as Douluo was filled with concern for Cheng Yi leapt into the ice and fire yin-yang eye, leaving Douluo aghast, rushing towards him. He watched as Cheng Yi floated gently to the center of the spring, where his condition began to stabilize. Only then did Douluo breathe a sigh of relief. A day later, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and Zi Yuan opened their eyes one after another after absorbing the herbs. As soon as Yuan opened his eyes, he searched for Cheng Yi, but not seeing him, he spotted Douluo gazing at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He promptly asked, "Hey, old poison, where is the young master?" Hearing Yu Guan's voice, Douluo turned to look at him and the others behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "You're awake. What about your soul power levels? Did you and Gui Mei break through to the Super Douluo level? These celestial herbs are truly powerful." Indeed, the celestial herbs we consumed were meticulously selected by the young master, perfectly suited to us. My martial soul has undergone a complete evolution, and my level has surged from 94 to the pinnacle of 96. Now, I can truly reach such heights to protect the young master, Yu Guan declared, clenching his fist. All the flaws in my body and martial soul have been thoroughly eradicated, and I have experienced unprecedented enhancement. My level has progressed from 93 to 96, Gui Mei added. My martial soul's flames. Zi Yuan summoned her martial soul. Very well done, Elder Ling Yuan. Your martial soul's flames have also undergone a complete evolution, Yu Guan remarked. Yes, thanks to the celestial herbs provided by the young master, my martial soul's flames have evolved into sacred fire, and my level has ascended from the pinnacle of 90 to 94, Zi Yuan stated. Congratulations to all of you, Douluo smiled. Old poison, where is the young master? Yu Guan inquired again. Douluo pointed towards the center of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and explained. The young master consumed the celestial herbs at both ends of the spring, then jumped into the water. He instructed us not to interrupt him, no matter what happens. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and Zi Yuan exchanged worried glances. Then Yu Guan turned to Douluo and suggested, Old poison, absorb that soul bone first. It's perfect timing since the three of us have awakened. With that, Douluo retrieved the jungle poison lizard soul bone and sat cross-legged to begin absorption. After a few hours, Douluo, having fused with the soul bone, slowly opened his eyes. Old poison, it seems you have also broken through, Yuan noted, arms crossed. Indeed, after absorbing the soul bone given by the young master, my soul power has risen from the pinnacle of 91 to 92, Douluo replied. Is the young master still not awake? Douluo asked again. Hearing this, Yuguan glanced at Cheng Yi in the center of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and shook his head. I see that the aura surrounding the young master is already very stable. He must have finished absorbing the herb's potency and should awaken shortly, Douluo reassured. Just then, an unusual movement occurred within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Yuguan, Guimei, Ziyuan, and Douluo simultaneously gazed into the eye, witnessing the spring water ripple. As everyone was astonished, the energies of ice and fire began to converge towards Cheng, swirling around him until they reached a state of equilibrium and stability. With this, the four finally felt a sense of relief. Another day passed. In the spring water within the ice and fire yin-yang, I ceased its fluctuations, gradually returning to calm. Cheng Yi's aura stabilized, and soon he opened his eyes, leaping from the water to the shore. Young master, you are finally out. I was so worried, Yuguan exclaimed. Grandpa Ju, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Young master, your soul power level. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Before Cheng Yi could respond, Ziyuan blushed and handed him clothing from her soul guide, saying, Young master, let's not discuss this now. Please put on your clothes. I am still here. Cheng Yi looked down, realizing he was completely unclothed, and his face flushed crimson as he hurriedly took the clothes and dashed into the nearby bushes to dress. Ahem, haha. I apologize for the inconvenience. My clothes must have been burnt. I just emerged from the ice and fire yin-yang, and didn't even notice. Cheng Yi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Having consumed these two divine herbs, my level has ascended to 39, just one step away from breaking through to the soul sect. Meanwhile, the forces of ice and fire within me are now in harmonious equilibrium, granting me the remarkable ability to resist both ice and fire toxicity. Grandfather Douluo, by ingesting both herbs simultaneously, the poison afflicting you can be dispelled, albeit at the cost of your toxic martial prowess, which is the first method I mentioned. Cheng Yi elaborated. Such potent herbs, with such extraordinary effects, Douluo marveled. Very well, I shall now concoct the antidote, Cheng Yi declared, retrieving a large cauldron from his soul guidance ring. Young master, having just absorbed the divine herbs, shouldn't you take a moment to rest? Yuguan expressed his concern. Indeed, young master, my old bones are still holding up. Please take a moment for yourself, Douluo added. I am quite well. The creation of this antidote requires my blood. An antidote made with the blood of the one who absorbed the herbs will not hinder your martial prowess. I have just absorbed the herbs, making this the optimal time. If I wait until the medicinal power fully integrates into my body, the efficacy of the antidote will be significantly diminished, Cheng Yi explained. Thank you, young master, for your kindness, Douluo said sincerely. Cheng Yi waved his hand with a smile, and then turned to Guimei, saying, Grandfather Ghost, please write a letter to my mother, assuring her of our safety. I wish to consolidate my cultivation before returning, so she should not worry. And do refrain from mentioning our cultivation levels. Let us surprise her. Understood, young master. Guimei replied. Now let us begin. Sister Ling Yuan, I entrust the fire to you. Remember to control the intensity, Cheng Yi instructed Ziyuan. Rest assured, young master. I will not falter, Ziyuan confidently responded. Then I shall trouble you, young master, Douluo remarked with a bow. Douluo emerged from the cave, expressing her gratitude to Cheng Yi. Thank you so much, brother Yi, and also bowed respectfully. Cheng Yi smiled and waved his hand, then produced the pure lotus and divided it into two portions, one large and one small. He placed the larger portion into the cauldron and said, Sister Ling Yuan, ignite the fire. Upon receiving Cheng Yi's command, Ziyuan summoned her martial spirit, channeling her soul power into her hands, forming a ball of flame. As the flame gradually solidified, she skillfully thrust it into the cauldron, maintaining her soul power to control the fire. Bit by bit, the pure lotus melted, and noticing the right moment, Cheng Yi retrieved several other herbs from his soul guidance ring, adding them to the cauldron in succession. Sister Ling Yuan, increase the firepower, Cheng Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan intensified her soul power output, causing the herbs within the cauldron to meld together. Once the herbs had sufficiently fused, Cheng Yi cut his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall into the cauldron. Sister Ling Yuan, maintain this firepower for 15 minutes. Then reduce the soul power by half of the duration of an incense stick, and that will suffice, Cheng Yi directed. Ziyuan nodded, continuously channeling her soul power. Before long, Ziyuan retracted her soul power, and Cheng Yi extracted the finished pills from the cauldron, inspecting them with satisfaction. Quite good, it succeeded. He then took the smaller portion of the pure lotus and placed it into the cauldron. Xin, understanding his intent, operated her soul power to sustain the flame. Shortly thereafter, the second, smaller pill was also formed. Cheng Yi retrieved the pill and approached Ziyuan, expressing, "Thank you for your efforts, Sister Ling Yuan." Ziyuan waved her hand, smiling. "Compared to you, young master, my contributions are negligible." Cheng Yi chuckled and then walked to Douluo and Douluo, presenting one large and one small pill to each of them. These pills will not only cleanse the toxins from your bodies, but, like the divine herbs we consumed, they will also elevate your levels and enhance other attributes. Yin, your poisoning is not severe. Upon fully absorbing this smaller pill, the toxins in your body will dissipate entirely. Grandfather Douluo, you have been poisoned for too long. After consuming the pill, absorb its medicinal power, then expel the remaining toxins into the soul bone I just provided to you for complete resolution. Thank you, young master. Thank you, brother Yi. Both Douluo and Douluo expressed in unison. Now, without further ado, please begin, Cheng Yi urged. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Douluo nodded, swallowing their respective pills, subsequently sitting cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power. Young master, the letter has been dispatched. Gui may suddenly appear to report. Thank you, Grandfather Ghost. Cheng Yi replied. Young master, it was but a trivial matter, Gui Mei said. Cheng Yi approached a divine herb before him, which bore a single stem with 2 budding flowers, each poised to bloom, yet remaining in stasis. The dew within the 2 flowers could enhance mental strength. Cheng Yi contemplated inwardly. Grandfather Ju, Grandfather Ghost, Sister Ling Yuan, please take turns consolidating your cultivation. I need to absorb another divine herb to enhance my mental strength. I shall trouble you all with this. Cheng Yi addressed the 3. Young master, leave it to us, they replied in unison. Cheng Yi sat cross-legged, plucking the Wanshuan Chioshui dew and carefully dripped the dew from each flower into his left and right eyes, then closed his eyes to begin absorption. As the dew entered his eyes, Cheng Yi immediately sensed a marked enhancement in his 5 senses. He could hear the rustle of leaves falling from the trees, stirred by the wind. As time progressed, Cheng Yi's mental strength intensified, coalescing into a tangible form that floated outward. He continued to perceive the ice and fire yin-yang eye, traversing it once more with his mental prowess. Did you feel that? Just now, the mental power. Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. I felt it. This is the young master's mental power, Gui Mei remarked in disbelief. Young master, at such a young age, to possess such formidable mental strength. Surely, even with the divine herbs, it cannot be so strong, Ziyuan lamented. It seems the divine herbs have fully awakened the young master's potential. His future will surely reach heights we cannot fathom, Yuan observed, with Gui Mei and Ziyuan nodding in agreement. As Cheng Yi traversed the ice and fire yin-yang, once more with his mental power, he extended his consciousness outward, gradually reaching toward the toxic mists. Before long, Cheng Yi's mental force was nearing the edge of the toxic fog. Is this my current limit? He pondered, before retracting his mental power to digest the remaining medicinal effects. An hour later, Cheng Yi slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did, he perceived the world around him with newfound clarity. Even his shadow, had undergone an evolution. Young master, you are awake. How do you feel? Yuan inquired as he approached. My mental strength has improved considerably, and the fatigue has vanished. How are Grandfather Douluo and Yin Yin? Cheng Yi asked. Douluo Yin has awakened. The old poison master is still absorbing the medicinal power. Yuan responded. Very well. I shall check on Yin Yin, Cheng Yi said, making his way toward the cave. Before he could reach it, Douluo Yin rushed out, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, Brother E, the toxins in my body have been completely eradicated. My level has surged from 23 to 29, and the poison of the green scale serpent has become even more refined, all thanks to you. However, her joy quickly turned to concern as she added, But brother, why isn't my grandfather awake yet? Don't worry, Yin Yin. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo, and the toxins within him are far too numerous, requiring time to gradually absorb the antidote to purify them. He will be fine, Cheng Yi reassured her while gently patting her head. Upon hearing his words, Douluo Yin felt relieved. By the way, brother Yi, what brings you to find me? She inquired, puzzled. Yin Yin, come and attack me, Cheng Yi said calmly. However, Douluo Yin was taken aback and somewhat at a loss, while Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan were equally astonished. Young master, do you wish to duel with Douluo Yin? Ziyuan inquired, perplexed. No, Yin Yin, feel free to attack. I shall not retaliate, Cheng Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Yue Wan, Gue Mei, and Zi Yuan felt a sense of relief. With the young master's current strength, he is already invincible within the same realm. Battling across realms should pose no issue. Yue Guan mused to himself. Is it really possible, Iga? What is this about? Dugu Yin still held some doubts. It's all right. Don't feel burdened. Just come at me. Cheng Yi waved his hand reassuringly. Then, Iga, I shall begin, Dugu Yin declared. Chapter 36. The Eye of Ice and Fire, Part 5. Cheng Yi's pupils were instantly enveloped in darkness, devoid of any other color. His shadow eye appeared even darker than before, resembling an unfathomable black hole. The young master's shadow eye has changed. Could it be due to that celestial herb? Zi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it seems the young master's shadow eye has evolved. He likely wishes to test the differences with Dugu Yan's attack, Yue Guan analyzed. Iga, your eyes. Dugu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Cheng Yi did not respond to her question, but said, Yin Yin, let us commence. Without further hesitation, Dugu Yin charged at Cheng Yi, who remained immobile. As she closed the distance, she aimed a kick at him, but at the moment of impact, Cheng Yi evaded the strike at an unbelievable angle. How is this possible? At such close range, I couldn't hit him. Dugu Yin exclaimed incredulously. Yin Yin again. Cheng Yi encouraged. Dugu Yin continued to throw punches at him. But to Cheng Yi, her movements seemed to unfold in slow motion. Every attack she attempted failed to connect with him. After consuming the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, Cheng Yi's shadow eye's dynamic vision had improved once more, allowing him to briefly foresee Dugu Yan's actions. Just as she prepared to strike again, Cheng Yi glimpsed the future. Before Dugu Yan could make her move, he seized her. How is this possible? Iga, how could you know my thoughts? Dugu Yan asked, even more astonished. This is a skill inherent to my martial soul, known as the Shadow Eye. It enhances my dynamic vision. After consuming the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, not only has my mental strength increased, but my shadow has also been augmented. It even allows me to catch fleeting glimpses of the future. Though it requires considerable mental energy, Cheng Yi explained. What? You can see the future? Dugu Yan said in disbelief, while Yue Guan, Gue Mei, and Zi Yuan were equally astonished. Yes, but I can only see a very brief future. If my opponent's mental strength surpasses mine, this ability becomes ineffective, Cheng Yi added. Young master, that ability is indeed remarkable. Powers over time and space are exceedingly rare, particularly concerning time. The two-polar stillness domain that old Gue and I possess is such, Yue Guan noted, with Gue Mei nodding in agreement. Indeed, Grandpa Ju is correct, Cheng Yi affirmed. A day later, Dugu Bo had fully absorbed the medicinal pill and immediately felt a significant ease. His cultivation experienced another breakthrough, and his martial soul's poison became purer and stronger. He began to gradually attempt to force the remaining toxins into the newly absorbed right leg bone of the jungle poison lizard, slowly causing him to tremble and beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Iga, Grandpa will succeed, right? Dugu Yin asked Cheng Yi with concern, observing her grandfather's state. Do not worry. And Grandpa Dugu has completed the absorption of the pill. This should be the final stage. Now he only needs to expel the residual toxins into that jungle poison lizard's leg bone, and all will be well, Cheng Yi reassured her. Iga, this won't be dangerous, will it? Dugu Yin asked again, her anxiety evident. Rest easy, Yin Yin. The soul bone that Grandpa Dugu absorbed was carefully selected by me. The jungle poison lizard inherently possesses toxic properties, making it entirely suitable for carrying the remaining toxins within Grandpa Dugu. The poison of the jungle poison lizard will complement the poison of Grandpa Dugu's green phosphor snake, and may even evolve into an entirely new toxin, Cheng Yi explained. Hearing this, Dugu Yin gradually felt reassured, smiling at Cheng Yi. Good, thank you so much. Cheng Yi gently patted Dugu Yan's head and smiled without uttering a word. At the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's Palace, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, when do you think Iga will return? I miss him so much. Ning Rongrong said, while seated on the sofa. Are you the only one who misses Iga? I miss him too, Hulaina exclaimed, with Zhu Qing nodding in agreement. I hope Iga doesn't encounter any danger. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Nonsense. Rongrong, what are you saying? Iga is accompanied by 3 titled law and won't encounter any danger. Zhu Qing interjected anxiously. Indeed, there is no cause for alarm, Hulaina added. Humph. Every time Iga goes out, I pray for his safety daily, Ning Rongrong remarked. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, and the 3 women turned to look towards the door. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, your holiness. They chorused in unison. Little ones, you are all here. Judging by your worried expressions, it seems you are thinking of Ier, Bibi Dong said with a smile. So, Your Holiness, is Iga coming back? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing also looked expectantly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong shook her head, causing the three women to feel a wave of disappointment wash over them. Yet, she continued. However, there's good news. Ier has sent a letter. Upon hearing this, the three women were filled with excitement. What did he write in the letter? Ier says he is doing well and is in no danger. He has encountered a great opportunity and wishes to solidify his cultivation before returning. He told us not to worry, and that he will bring us gifts, Bibi Dong relayed. That's good. As long as Igu is safe, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. And Ning Rongrong and Hulaina both breathed sighs of relief. However, it seems Igu won't be back anytime soon, Hulaina said, her disappointment returning. Yes, it appears Igu will not return for a while, Ning Rongrong echoed, also feeling disheartened. Seeing the three women's expressions, Bibi Dong consoled them. Do not be disheartened. A brief separation is but a precursor to a better reunion. You all plan to journey alongside Ier, do you not? During this time, you must also strive to cultivate diligently. Do not let yourselves fall behind Ier. After hearing this, the three women regained their determination, prompting a knowing smile from Bibi Dong. Gradually, Dugu Bo ceased trembling, and his aura stabilized completely, allowing Dugu Yin to finally relax. Moments later, Dugu Bo exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opened his eyes, and stood up. Upon seeing this, Dugu Yin rushed over and embraced Dugu Bo, exclaiming, Grandpa, you're awake. I was so worried. Dugu Bo gently patted Dugu Yin's head, smiling as he said, Yin Yin, Grandpa is fine. You needn't worry, my precious Yin Yin. Upon witnessing Dugu Bo awaken, Cheng Yi and the others approached. Grandpa Dugu, how do you feel? Cheng Yi inquired. Truly, the elixir crafted by the young master is remarkable. I feel an unprecedented vigor coursing through me. The toxins that once plagued me no longer hold sway, and the venom of my azure scale serpent has become even more refined and potent. My cultivation has ascended from level 92 to 95. I have channeled the remaining toxins within me into the soul bone bestowed upon me by the young master. This soul bone, originally derived from a highly toxic soul beast, has now amalgamated with my own toxins to give birth to an entirely new poison, exclaimed the enthusiastic Dugibo. Chapter 37, Sparring. Congratulations, Grandpa Dugibo, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Grandfather, your condition aligns perfectly with what Brother Yi predicted. Even this new toxin is as he anticipated. Dugwian remarked in astonishment. What? The young master foresaw this? The emergence of this new toxin was within his expectations? Could it be related to this soul bone? Dugibo expressed incredulously. Old poison master, what do you think? This was all meticulously selected by the young master. You should just revel in it, Yu Guan replied. Young master, I'm truly grateful to you. Should anyone dare to harm you, they must first step over my lifeless body, Dugibo said sincerely. Old poison master and I, old ghost, are still alive. It's not your turn yet, Yu Guan chuckled. All right. Thank you all for your kind intentions, Cheng Yi said, smiling. As the group exchanged knowing glances. Juhua Guan, shall we engage in another bout? Dugibo suggested, clenching his fist. Haha, old monster. It seems you wish to test your current strength. Yet appears you haven't learned your lesson. Sparring with me is unwise, Yu Guan laughed. I know I cannot defeat you, but do you not wish to gauge your own prowess? Dugibo replied. Very well then, let us proceed outside. We must not disturb the young master's medicinal garden, Yu Guan said. Agreed, that is my intention, Dugibo affirmed. At that moment, Ziyuan stepped forward, saying, Senior Dugibo, why don't we spar instead? The gap between you and Senior Juhua is still quite vast, although I'm a level lower than you. My martial spirit is of the fire attribute. What do you say? That sounds acceptable. I have no objections, Yu Guan responded. After pondering for a moment, Dugibo nodded and said, all right, let us go outside. I would like to observe the battle between titled Douluos, as it could aid my breakthrough. Grandpa Dugibo, Sister Lin Yuan, let us keep it light. Do not sustain injuries, Cheng Yi advised. Understood, young master, both Dugibo and Ziyuan replied. Grandfather, at your age, why do you still act like a child? Dugian pouted. Haha, Yin, Grandpa refuses to grow old, Dugibo chuckled. With that, the group made their way outside. This spot will suffice. Remember to keep it light, Cheng Yi instructed. Dugibo and Ziyuan nodded in agreement, taking their stances for battle. Dugibo, Martial Spirit Azure Scale Serpent. Level 95 Control System Title Douluo. Title, Poison, please guide me. 9 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. swirled around Douluo as a colossal azure scale serpent materialized beneath him. Then, Martial Spirit Sacred Fire Spirit Sparrow, Level 94 Assault System, Title Douluo, Title, Spirit Sparrow. Please guide me. Similarly, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 revolved around Zin as a flaming spirit sparrow appeared behind her. As Ziyuan initiated the confrontation, her first soul ring illuminated, unleashing her first soul skill. A fiery beam surged toward Douluo, cleaving through the trees in its path. Douluo leapt from the head of the azure scale serpent just as the fiery beam was about to strike, causing the serpent to dissipate in an instant. Douluo landed on a nearby tree, and from behind him, the azure scale serpent reappeared, channeling his second soul skill, Poisonous Breath. In a flash, a stream of venom erupted from the serpent's mouth, targeting Ziyuan. Without hesitation, Ziyuan activated her second soul ring, unleashing her second soul skill, Blazing Sun's Lament. As a torrent of flames surged from the sacred fire spirit sparrow, colliding head-on with Douluo's soul skill, creating a cloud of smoke. In this initial exchange, the old Poison Master and Spirit Sparrow seem evenly matched, Yuguan remarked. However, both Grandpa Douluo's poison and Sister Lingyuan's fire have shown significant enhancements. Cheng Yi noted. At that moment, Lun burst forth from the smoke, activating her third soul ring and triggering her third soul skill, Inferno Ascension, which amplified both her attack power and speed. She launched a punch toward Douluo, who reacted swiftly, catching her fist. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyuan delivered a kick that sent Douluo sprawling. Then, her speed, bolstered by her soul skill, relentlessly attacked Douluo, who struggled to keep pace and was forced into a defensive stance. Aware that this passive approach was unsustainable, Douluo activated his fourth soul ring, invoking his fourth soul skill, Azure Scale Illusion, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that enveloped him, causing Ziyuan to lose sight of her target and halt her offensive. With his sixth soul ring aglow, Douluo unleashed his sixth soul skill, Azure Scale Tyrant's Break, sending a wave of potent poison through the mist towards Ziyuan. Sensing impending danger, Ziyuan promptly invoked her fifth soul skill, Fire Sparrow's Celestial Escape, propelling herself into the air to evade Douluo's attack. Senior Douluo, emerge now. Fourth soul skill, Inferno Wildfire. Ziyuan activated her fourth soul ring, and the sacred fire spirit sparrow flapped its wings, unleashing a fierce flame that dispersed the toxic mist. However, Douluo's presence was nowhere to be found within the remnants of the poison, leading Ziyuan to feel a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Douluo's voice resonated from a nearby tree, revealing a soul bone, the right leg bone of the jungle poison lizard, upon his leg as he executed the skill Poisonous Shadow Slash. With a swift kick, he discharged a lethal poisonous strike that carved a path of toxins in its wake. Ziyuan, not daring to underestimate the situation, summoned her own soul bone, the right arm bone of the fiery ape, activating the skill Roaring Fiery Sunday. A colossal flaming fist erupted from her punch, hurtling toward Douluo. Just as their attacks were about to collide, Yuguan and Gue Mei sprang into action, revealing their own soul bones. Gue Mei's left leg bone, Shadow, Phantom Wolf, unleashed the skill Shadow Piercing Strike as a shadowy force surged towards Ziyuan's soul skill. Simultaneously, Yuguan's left arm bone, Radiant Golden Tiger, executed the skill Golden Claw of the Shattering Void, a golden claw slicing through the air toward Douluo's soul skill. With a resounding explosion, Douluo and Ziyuan's attacks were completely neutralized by Yuguan and Gue Mei, sending shockwaves cascading outward. Douluo, caught in the wake of the force, had no choice but to shut her eyes. Cheng Yi instinctively shielded Douluo, extending his hand and invoking his third soul skill, Echo of Shadows, deflecting the oncoming waves back toward their origin. Feeling reassured, Douluo slowly opened her eyes, only to find Cheng Yi standing protectively in front of her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she embraced Cheng Yi from behind, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, thank you." Hearing the commotion, Yuguan, Gue Mei, Ziyuan, and Douluo rushed over. Chapter 38, A Catalyst for Breakthrough. Young Master, are you unharmed? Gue Mei asked anxiously. Young Master, are you all right? It is entirely our fault for not considering every detail, Yuguan expressed with concern, worried about the shockwave generated by the disintegration of the soul skill. Young Master, Yin Yin, are you unharmed? Douluo inquired anxiously. Ziyuan remained silent, immediately picking up Cheng Yi to check on him. Hey, Sister Lingyuan, I'm fine. Please put me down, There's so many people around, Cheng Yi said, slightly embarrassed. We're all right. It was Brother Yi who shielded me from the impact, Dugu Yin exclaimed joyfully. Youth, it is our negligence. We humbly ask for your punishment. The four of them chorused in unison. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Didn't I say it was just a minor incident? If it weren't for Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gue intervening, both of you would have been injured. I apologize. Young master, I became a bit too carried away once the fight began, Zi Yuan said, feeling guilty, while Dugubo sheepishly scratched his head. Let us be more cautious next time, Cheng Yi advised. Understood, young master, both Dugubo and Zi Yuan replied. All right, let us return. The ice and fire yin yang, I will accelerate my cultivation speed. Once I reach level 40 and obtain my soul ring, we will head back, Cheng Yi declared. Young master, will this not take too long? The election for the new generation of the Spirit Hall is imminent. Yu Egwan expressed his worries. Rest assured, Grandpa Ju, I will soon break through to level 40 and will not delay, Cheng Yi reassured him, to which Yu Egwan nodded in agreement. Young master, what about me? Should Yin Yin and I also accompany you back to the Spirit Hall? Dugubo asked. No, the Tiendo Empire is currently on good terms with me. Grandpa Dugu, you should stay in Tiendo for now. I will inform my mother about your joining the Spirit Hall, and your exclusive elder token will be sent to you shortly. I will notify you of any developments, Cheng Yi explained. Very well, young master. I am at your service at any time, Dugubo replied respectfully. I also wish to return to the Spirit Hall with Brother Yi, but I'm still part of the Tiendo Royal Academy's battle team, Dugu Yin lamented. It's all right, Yin Yin. I will come to see you often, Cheng Yi consoled as he patted her head. Okay, then it's settled, Brother Yi, Dugu Yin said happily. Come forth. Cheng Yi commanded, and gradually shadows elongated, with shadow soldiers emerging from his shadow, respectfully prostrating at his feet. Cheng Yi then sent a shadow soldier into Dugu Yan's shadow. Is this the unique ability of the young master of the Spirit Hall? Each of these soldiers possesses strength comparable to that of the young master. Dugu Bo marveled inwardly. You are to search for a shadow-type soul beast that is over 10,000 years old within this sunset forest, but do not stray too far. Cheng Yi instructed the shadow soldiers. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's orders, the shadow soldiers nodded. All right, go forth, Cheng Yi commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, the shadow soldiers scattered in all directions. Youth, is it not a bit too risky to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Zi Yuan expressed her concerns. Indeed, young master. Although you have absorbed soul rings that exceed the limits, the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring can cause a soul shock, which is quite dangerous, Yu Egwan added. His worry mirrored by Gue Mei and Dugubo as they looked at Cheng Yi. Seeing their apprehension, Cheng Yi reassured them, do not fret. I have already considered the issue of soul shock. After absorbing the Wang Chuan Xiushui Du, my mental strength has increased exponentially. Grandpa Ju, you should have felt it that time, right? I can easily handle the soul shock. Yes, young master, we did feel it, but it is still exceedingly risky. Yu Egwan replied. Oh, do not worry, Grandpa Ju. Even without my formidable mental strength, I have other methods, Cheng Yi said with a cheerful smile. Young master, if anything were to go awry, we would intervene. Even if we were to suffer backlash, we would never allow you to come to harm, Yu Egwan asserted resolutely. With Gue Mei, Zi Yuan, and Dugubo nodding in agreement, Cheng Yi could not help but shed tears, lowering his head as he said, Thank you all. Yu Egwan stepped forward to embrace Cheng Yi, gently patting his back as he said, Young master, there is no need for such gratitude. As long as you are well, I would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Wiping his tears away, Cheng Yi smiled at everyone. The group returned to the ice and fire yin yang eye, where Cheng Yi sat cross-legged beside the spring, beginning his cultivation. The eight-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom continuously absorbed the energy from the ice and fire yin yang eye, transforming it for Cheng Yi's use. Days passed in this manner, with Cheng Yi diligently cultivating by the ice and fire yin yang eye, only taking breaks for meals, bathroom visits, and minimal sleep. Soon, a month had elapsed. Cheng Yi gradually opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and declared, I can feel the opportunity to break through, but it seems I'm still missing something. As Cheng Yi pondered, he suddenly realized that Yu Egwan, Gue Mei, and Dugubo were missing. He then turned to Zi Yuan and asked, Sister Ling Yuan, where Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gue, and Grandpa Dugu? They went to spar, while Grandpa Dugu went to spectate. Would you like to go see? Zi Yuan inquired. Yes, Sister Ling Yuan, please take me to see, Cheng Yi replied. As they approached, the sounds of battle between Yu Egwan and Gue Mei reached their ears. In the distance, two figures, one yellow and one black, clashed in the air. Yueguan and Gue Mei. Old Gue, not bad. It's been quite a while since we last sparred, Yueguan said while launching an attack. Po, Yueguan. I thought your skills might have declined after such a long time without practice, but it seems you remain quite formidable, Gue Mei retorted while parrying Yueguan's strikes. The two of them truly are a comical pair. Even while sparring their trading quips, Zi Yuan chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Cheng Yi couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. Ju Huaguan, put in some effort. Have you forgotten to eat? Hui Mei exclaimed, blocking Yuan's blush. Old Gue, it seems your strongest attribute is your sharp tongue. Let us see how you fare against this move. 8th soul skill, Radiant Light. Yueguan's 8th soul ring shimmered, releasing a powerful beam of light from the heart of the Qirong Tongtianju flower, surging towards Gue Mei. Hui Mei, unwilling to back down, declare, then bring it on. 8th soul skill, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. His 8th soul ring also began to glow, and countless shadows emerged, charging towards the light beam. The two soul skills collided with a thunderous roar, resulting in a shockwave that dissipated both attacks, leaving both combatants firmly grounded. Old Gue, your skills remain as sharp as ever, Yueguan complimented. Ju Huaguan, enough of the flattery. Wait, you've broken through, Gue Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, after absorbing the celestial herb you provided, I broke through to the pinnacle of level 96. After a month of consolidation and sparring with you, I have now reached level 97. Witnessing Yueguan's breakthrough, Cheng Yi finally grasped the crucial point. After a month of consolidation, he should have been able to advance to the Soul Master level. All that was needed was a battle to unleash that power and allow for the breakthrough. Chapter 39, The Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Seeing your battle has made me realize how far I still have to go. I still wish to challenge you to a duel. Dugabo stepped forward, chuckling. Old Poison, you are quite self-aware now, aren't you? With your current level of cultivation, how can you protect the young master? Yueguan teased. At that moment, Cheng Yi applauded as he approached, praising Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gui. That was a spectacular battle. And congratulations on breaking through to level 97, Super Douluo. When did you arrive, young master? Yueguan asked in surprise. We came just in time for the most thrilling moment, Zi Yuan said with a smile. So, young master, have you managed to break through yet? Hui Mei inquired. Almost there. Upon witnessing the recent breakthrough of Grandfather Ju, I realized that I, too, am just one battle away from unleashing the latent power within me, which will enable my own breakthrough, Cheng Yi remarked. Very well. Let us proceed to the Great Soul Arena of Tiando. It is the largest combat arena within the Tiando Empire, and there you shall find an opponent suited to your strengths to assist in your breakthrough, Yueguan suggested. Agreed. Let's have Grandfather Ju and Grandfather Gue accompany me, while Sisters Yuan and Grandfather Dugong remain here to consolidate their skills, Cheng Yi stated. Indeed, Ziyuan and Dugong both nodded in agreement. All right, young master. Let us prepare to depart at once, Yueguan replied. 2 days later, accompanied by Yueguan and Gue Mei, Cheng Yi arrived in Tiando City. As soon as the trio entered, the guards at the gate reported their arrival to Emperor Shui Yi. Within the Tiando Palace, Cheng Yi, a guard at the city gate, reported, that boy has entered Tiando City again. Given their direction, it seems they are heading to the Great Soul Arena. He must have hunted down his 3rd soul ring. Is he seeking to hone his combat skills? Emperor Shui Yi pondered. Father, allow me to go and observe him. It would be a perfect opportunity to grow closer to Brother Cheng. Shueqing, he eagerly volunteered. Very well, that would be best. You may proceed, Emperor Shui Yi replied. As Cheng Yi, Yueguan, and Gue Mei strolled through the streets of Tiando Royal City, Yueguan elaborated. The Great Soul Arena was established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families on the continent. It operates independently of the Tiando Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and our Spirit Hall, forming a distinct entity. Its founding principle is to provide soul masters with a relatively fair platform for sparring, promoting interaction and growth among them. The arena hosts a variety of combat formats, including one-on-one duels, 2-on-2 matches, and team battles. Participants earn or lose points based on their performance, which helps elevate their ranks. Categorized as iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. As they conversed, the trio arrived at an opulent edifice bustling with soul masters, all eager and excited. Let us enter, Cheng Yi suggested, and they made their way into the Great Soul Arena. Upon entering, a young woman adorned in attire featuring the arena's emblem approached and inquired, Is this your first visit, esteemed sirs? Would you like me to explain the rules? Or shall I escort you directly to the registration area? Please take us directly to register. Cheng Yi replied with a wave of his hand. Certainly, esteemed soul masters. Right this way. The young woman gestured respectfully. We have arrived, so I shall take my leave now, she said as they reached the registration area. Cheng Yi then retrieved a gold soul coin from his soul guide and handed it to her. The young woman, taken aback, exclaimed, Esteemed soul master, this is too much. I cannot accept it. It is from the young master. You should accept it, Yu Guan interjected. Well, if you insist, she hesitated. Just accept it. Cheng Yi waved his hand, and the trio proceeded to the registration desk. Thank you, esteemed soul master. The young woman bowed as they walked away. Hello. I would like to register for a one-on-one duel, Cheng Yi announced at the registration desk. Very well, esteemed soul master. Have you participated in the Great Soul Arena before? The clerk asked. No, this is my first time, Cheng Yi replied. All right, I will help you register for an Iron Soul badge. May I have your name, age, and current level? The clerk inquired. Cheng Yi, 11 years old, level 39 Soul Master. Please match me with a relatively strong opponent. Thank you, Cheng Yi stated. At this age, level 39? The clerk thought in astonishment, but she maintained her composure and said, Very well, we will match you with an opponent of similar strength. Please proceed to pay the registration fee. Hearing this, Cheng Yi produced a black card from his soul guide and handed it to the clerk. The clerk was once again taken aback, her hands trembling slightly as she accepted the card, yet she managed to remain composed, saying, Thank you for your patience. The next one-on-one duel in the third arena will feature Li Muyang against Cheng Yi, the arena's announcement echoed. Young master, before that, shall we visit the betting area? Yu Guan proposed. Betting? Sounds intriguing. Cheng Yi mused, nodding in agreement. Before they reached the betting zone, they overheard someone say, Hey, did you hear? That Li Muyang, the one who always preys on newcomers, is facing a child today. We should bet on Li Muyang. It's a sure win. The trio exchanged knowing glances. Yu Guan stepped forward, exclaiming, What are the odds? I'll bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Cheng Yi to win. The crowd gasped, murmuring, Is this person insane? Betting on child? There won't be a penny left after this. Unfazed, Yu Guan merely smiled and walked away. Just as they departed, a masked Xueqing, he arrived at the betting area, observing the trio's retreating figures. I'll bet 100,000 gold soul coins on Cheng Yi to win, he declared. The crowd gasped in shock once more. Fools are abundant this year. Can money be spent so recklessly? Without a word, Xueqing, he smiled faintly and made his way to the VIP viewing hall. Young master, be careful and do not get hurt, Yu Guan cautioned. Grandfather Zhu, rest assured. I hope this opponent can provide me with some pressure, Cheng Yi replied, cracking his knuckles. Li Muyang and Cheng Yi, please proceed to the third arena. The duel is about to commence, the announcement rang out. Li Muyang had long awaited in the arena, while Cheng Yi leisurely made his way through the passage. Upon seeing his opponent was a mere child, Li Muyang could hardly contain a smirk, thinking, today will be a walk in the park. The audience erupted in astonished laughter. It really is a child. We're going to make a fortune. Dear audience, hello. I am your host, Meow Meow. Today, I will be guiding you through this thrilling duel, the host announced as she soared above the arena, eliciting thunderous applause and fervent cheers from the crowd. Now, let me introduce our two contestants. To my right is Cheng Yi, who has just registered for an Iron Soul badge. To my left is Li Muyang, a holder of the Iron Soul badge, known as the Newcomer Slayer, who will emerge victorious in this duel. Let's stay tuned, the host proclaimed, igniting the atmosphere into a frenzy of excitement. As the energy rose, the host stated, You now have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. Li Muyang, Martial Soul, Blazing Flame Goat, Level 38 Agile Attack Soul Master, Li Muyang declared, as fiery horns sprouted from his head, and 3 soul rings of yellow and purple spiraled around him. The audience erupted in deafening applause, fervently chanting Li Muyang's name. Seeing the adulation, Li Muyang smiled smugly, taunting, Child, if you're scared, you might as well run home to your mother. Cheng Yi, unfazed, contemplated a level 38 beast martial soul. No need for the Shadow Monarch's eye. This should provide me with some adequate pressure. Cheng Yi, martial soul, Shadow Monarch, he announced. The crowd fell silent for a moment, pondering the unfamiliar martial soul before erupting into discussion. What kind of soul is that? I've never seen it before, but what does it matter? His opponent is Li Muyang. At the 39th level, a shadowy figure of a formidable assault soul master erupted from Cheng Yi's shadow, materializing behind him. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple slowly ascended from beneath his feet, swirling gracefully before him. The audience fell into an astonished silence. Even Li Muyang's eyes widened in disbelief. It was soon followed by murmurs of sorrow and incredulity as they reassured themselves that it couldn't be possible. That boy had surpassed Li Muyang by a whole level. What a remarkable configuration of soul rings. 2 rings of millennium each. Could it be? Yet, he was merely a child and could hardly be expected to defeat someone seasoned in the soul arena like Li Muyang. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi's level and soul rings, Xue Qinghe in the VIP section was equally taken aback. Had it truly only been a few months? Cheng Yi was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sect. And what was this 2,000-year soul ring configuration? Quickly regaining his composure, Xue Qinghe mused that befriending Cheng Yi had indeed been the wisest decision. At that moment, the host, recovering from his astonishment, picked up the microphone and exclaimed, "I never anticipated that contestant Cheng Yi would possess such strength, along with a soul ring configuration that transcends the limits of soul masters. This is sure to be one of the most thrilling battles we have witnessed since the establishment of the Soul Arena." Hearing the host's words, the crowd snapped back to reality, and those who had come merely to observe the match began to chant Cheng Yi's name in unison, their voices even louder than when they had cheered for Li Muyang. "Very well, the battle begins now," the host declared. It was at this moment that Li Muyang finally emerged from his stupor, focusing intently on the fight ahead. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi initiated the assault, darting forward with remarkable speed. How can he move so swiftly? Isn't he an assault type? Li Muyang thought in astonishment. In an instant, Cheng Yi appeared at Li Muyang's side, delivering a swift kick aimed at his ribs. Li Muyang reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his hand. Yet he stumbled back several paces. Not hesitating for a moment, Cheng Yi retreated, having unleashed a rapid probing strike. "Indeed, it appears our contestant Li Muyang is in for a challenge," the host remarked as cheers erupted from the audience. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Li Muyang charged at Cheng Yi. The most distinctive feature of his beast martial soul was the remarkable enhancement it provided to all his attributes once activated. As he approached, he threw a powerful punch, which Cheng Yi narrowly evaded. This only fueled Li Muyang's anger as he relentlessly attacked Cheng Yi, who adeptly countered each blow. Seizing an opening, Cheng Yi delivered a kick to Li Muyang's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Come on, show me your true abilities. Surely you can do better than this," Cheng Yi scoffed, a retort to Li Muyang's earlier taunts. Li Muyang's face flushed with rage upon hearing Cheng Yi's words. Just then, the host's voice cut through the tension, remarking, Li Muyang's offensive has come to an end this round. It seems he truly cannot match Cheng Yi's prowess in physical combat." This only intensified Li Muyang's fury. And with that, his first soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill, Crimson Flame Horns. Instantly, the flames ignited more fiercely atop his horns, reminiscent of a formidable ram charging towards Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi smiled slightly, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The shadowy power coalesced in his hands, transforming into lethal claws as he charged towards Li Muyang. What is Cheng Yi planning? Is he truly preparing to clash head-on with Li Muyang? The power of that soul skill is not to be underestimated, the host speculated. Li Muyang, with a smirk, thought to himself, how bold to confront my assault head-on. Prepare for injury. Just as Cheng Yi and Li Muyang were about to collide, Cheng Yi leapt into the air, causing Li Muyang to miss his target entirely. As Li Muyang turned to assess the situation, Cheng Yi gathered his Shadow Claw in his right hand, freeing his left to activate the Shadow Dominator's hand, which ensnared Li Muyang, rendering him immobile. In that moment of shock, Cheng Yi exerted force with his left hand, propelling himself downward towards Li Muyang. He lifted his right hand, and the Shadow Claw struck Li Muyang with precision, causing him to cry out in pain as he quickly retreated. Cheng Yi's battle tactics are truly unconventional. He leapt into the air just before the collision. But why did Li Muyang suddenly stop? Did he really take Cheng Yi's attack head-on? The host pondered aloud, while the audience remained bewildered yet continued to cheer. Only Li Muyang understood that at the moment he attempted to turn, he felt as though an invisible hand had bound him. The more he considered the situation, the more he found the young man before him incredibly formidable. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he activated his third soul ring, unleashing his third soul skill. Rampaging Flame Ram. A fiery ram materialized behind him, flames surging forth, while his horns grew larger, significantly enhancing his attributes. Li Muyang's second soul ring also illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Fiery Double Kick. He leaped, engulfed in flames, aiming a powerful kick towards Cheng Yi. Li Muyang is pulling out all the stops. Let's see how Cheng Yi will respond. The host exclaimed excitedly. Cheng Yi responded by activating his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. Enhancing his defense as a transparent barrier manifested before him was Cheng Yi's third soul skill. The third soul ring shimmers. Yet its effects remain elusive. What kind of soul skill could this be? The host excitedly questioned, igniting the audience's enthusiasm once again. Li Mu Young, Tu, was engulfed in a deep confusion, but he could not afford to dwell on it now, charging straight towards Cheng Yi. Just as he was about to land a kick, he suddenly felt as if he had struck an invisible barrier, his attack rebounding with force, sending him hurtling backward. What just happened? What trickery has Cheng Yi employed? Why has Li Mu Yang been flung back? The host exclaimed in excitement. Undeterred by the setback, Li Mu Yang activated his first soul ring once more, employing his first soul skill, Crimson Flame Horns, and lunged towards Cheng Yi again. Cheng Yi stood his ground, maintaining his soul skill, and each of Li Mu Yang's charges ended with him being repelled. As Li Mu Yang prepared to charge once more, Cheng Yi decided it was time to conclude the bout. When Li Mu Yang charged at him again, Cheng Yi activated his second soul ring, unleashing his second soul skill, Shadow Shattering Strike. The shadowy power converged in his right hand, striking out towards Li Mu Yang. The moment their attacks collided, Li Mu Yang's assault was swiftly dismantled. Cheng Yi withdrew just in time, but the residual shadow energy erupted, striking Li Mu Yang on the head, causing him to lose consciousness and crash heavily to the ground. An immediate hush fell over the arena. The host was the first to react, swooping down to assess Li Mu Yang's condition. Fortunately, he had merely fainted, prompting the host to summon the medical soul masters to carry him away for treatment. I declare the victor of this one-on-one battle to be Cheng Yi, the host proclaimed with exhilaration. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting Cheng Yi's name. Cheng Yi quietly descended from the arena, while some rejoiced and others lamented. Those who had wagered on Li Mu Yang's victory were distraught, crying out in disbelief. How could he lose? He was the rookie killer. No, it cannot be my money. I demand a refund. Those who had borrowed money for their bets remained silent, their furious glares directed at Cheng Yi's departing figure as they stormed away. Xueqing has sat in the VIP room, gazing in a daze at Cheng Yi's prowess in the arena. Is this truly the next successor of the Spirit Hall? Has he already grown so formidable? Soon after, Xueqing has stepped outside. As expected of the young master, he won with such ease. Had he managed to break through? Yu Guan inquired, counting the day's betting profits with a pleased expression. Observing Yu Guan's demeanor, Gue Mei let out a resigned sigh. Not yet. I still feel I'm a step short. Cheng Yi replied, deep in thought. No worries, young master. We'll return tomorrow and continue until you achieve your breakthrough. Yu Guan asserted resolutely. If I could be matched with a slightly higher level opponent, I believe it would pose no issue, Cheng Yi remarked. The battle arena only pairs participants with opponents of the same rank. They do not match across levels. However, there is another method before Yu Guan could finish. A group of individuals emerged from the streets, encircling Cheng Yi and his companions. Hey, you made quite a stir at the battle arena today, the leader proclaimed, revealing 4 soul rings adorning his figure, with the others around him all being 3-ring soul ancestors. Yu Guan and Gue Mei fixed their indifferent gazes upon this group. It seems we have been absent from the continent for so long that many have forgotten my name, Yu Guan coldly remarked. Just as Yu Guan was about to take action, Cheng Yi gestured to halt him and addressed the group. So what? You all are merely gamblers who bet on Li Mu Yang and lost everything, right? What do you intend to do? Do you wish to fight in the streets of Tiando City? Look behind you. The group immediately turned to see the Tiando guards surrounding them, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Seize them. Xueqing's voice rang out from behind, and upon hearing this, the Tiando soldiers swiftly apprehended the gamblers. What? It's actually His Highness the Crown Prince. The leader thought frantically. Cheng Yi. No, Master Cheng, we truly did not recognize your greatness. Please spare me. The leader pleaded. But the soldier restraining him merely cast a disdainful glance and promptly threw him to the ground. I apologize, Brother Cheng. It seems such an incident occurred in Tiando City due to our negligence, Xueqing has said, cupping his hands in apology. Ha ha, it's nothing, Your Highness, Cheng Yi replied, then turned to the leading gambler with a smile, saying, gambling harms both body and life. Do take care in your next life. The gambler repeatedly begged for mercy. And at that moment, Yu Guan whispered a few words in Cheng Yi's ear. Cheng Yi then smiled at the leading gambler and glanced at Xueqing, saying, Brother Xue, how about we spare their lives for now? Since it is Brother Cheng's request, it can certainly be done, Xueqing replied with a smile. Cheng Yi cupped his hands in gratitude towards Xueqing, then approached the leader of the gamblers and asked, What is your name? In response to Master Cheng, I am called Hao Ku, the leader stammered. How Ku is it? I give you a chance to live. Wager your lives against me in the arena, Cheng Yi said with a smile. However, the gamblers found Cheng Yi's smile to be exceedingly unsettling, and Hao Ku replied tremulously, "Very well, I accept your challenge. Tomorrow at noon, I hope to see you at the Grand Battle Arena. As for your companions, they will remain with me for now. I trust a person like you would not concern yourself with their fates, but do not even think about escaping, for it will be impossible," Cheng Yi said, his smile fading into a cold demeanor. Understood, Master Cheng. I will arrive on time." Hao Ku stuttered before hastily fleeing in a panic. "Brother Shui, what brings you here?" Cheng Yi smiled. "Haha, to be honest, I watched your battle today, Brother Cheng. It was truly spectacular. How you completely overwhelmed your opponent of the same rank," Shui Cheng appraised. "Haha, thank you for your kind words, Brother Shui," Cheng Yi replied. "However, Brother Cheng, why engage in a wager with him? It seems entirely unnecessary," Shui Cheng queried. "To be candid, Brother Shui, I am on the verge of breaking through to level 40, but I'm still a bit short. I thought perhaps a battle would help me achieve that, which is why I came to the Grand Battle Arena. I have already reached the pinnacle of my current rank, and such battles do not place any pressure on me. Yet, as you know, the rules of the arena only match you with opponents of the same rank. It just so happens that Hao Ku is a 4-ring soul ancestor, and Grandpa Ju suggested that I wager against him. A battle across ranks should aid in my breakthrough," Cheng Yi explained. "Brother Cheng, your rate of advancement is unprecedented. It'll be challenging for anyone to follow in your footsteps. Truly a genius," Shui Cheng exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, please, Brother Shui, do not flatter me so. I feel quite bashful. I have merely encountered a stroke of fortune," Cheng Yi said humbly. "Brother Cheng, you should refrain from being modest, without talent. Even the greatest opportunities would be of no use," Shui Cheng replied with a smile. Chapter 42, The Wager, Part 2. Shui Cheng smiled and said, "By the way, Brother Cheng, since you will be battling Hao Ku tomorrow, I presume you will be staying in Tiando City tonight? Please follow me. I have arranged a banquet at the most luxurious inn in Tiando City, and I shall treat you tonight. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Without waiting for Cheng Yi to respond, Shui Cheng gestured invitingly. Seeing this, Cheng Yi no longer held back and said, "Brother Shui, your thoughtfulness is truly admirable. I thank you for your hospitality. I shall trouble you then. Ha! We are brothers. What need is there for thanks?" Shui Cheng laughed heartily. "Very well. I will heed Brother Shui's invitation," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "Brother Cheng, how is the cuisine today?" Shui Cheng inquired. "Of course, Brother Shui prepared only the finest," Cheng Yi affirmed. "By the way, Brother Shui, I have a gift for you." With that, Cheng Yi produced a wishful bag from his soul guidance ring. Upon seeing the wishful bag, Shui Cheng immediately realized that Cheng Yi had successfully tamed Douluo, noticing Shui Cheng's intense gaze upon the bag. Cheng Yi understood and explained. This item was gifted by Elder Douluo, who is now the newest elder of the Elder Hall. However, Elder Douluo will continue to remain in Tiando, so do not worry, Brother Shui. Ha! Brother Cheng, I admire your straightforward character. You are never one to hide anything. Shui Cheng laughed heartily. With that, Cheng Yi took out a medicinal herb from the wishful bag and introduced it. This is a 9-pin purple Ji. While it may not be an immortal-grade herb, it is exceedingly rare. It can help unlock your cultivation, Brother Shui. I gift this herb to you as a token of gratitude for your kindness with the soul bone. Brother Cheng, what is the meaning of this? This is far more precious than soul bones. I did not gift you the soul bone expecting anything in return, Shui Cheng has said, feeling somewhat troubled. Brother Shui, there is no need for such formality. We are brothers, are we not? With that, Cheng Yi insisted on placing the 9-pin purple Ji into Shui Cheng's hands. Then I shall graciously accept, Shui Cheng replied with a smile. Brother Cheng, do rest early. I will be attending your duel tomorrow as well, to learn some combat techniques. Otherwise, if I truly find myself on the battlefield, it would be rather embarrassing, Shui Cheng had joked. Brother Shui, you need not say such things. You are welcome to come and observe. Watching will not impart skills, but if you wish to learn, I can teach you some practical combat techniques next time. Cheng Yi smiled. Very well, Brother Cheng, it is a promise. I shall take my leave now, wishing you success in your duel tomorrow, Shui Cheng has said, cupping his hands in farewell. All right, I shall not see you off then. Take care, Brother Shui, Cheng Yi replied, also cupping his hands. Afterward, Shui Cheng bid farewell to Cheng Yi and boarded the carriage, heading towards the Tiando Royal Palace. Upon arriving, Shui Cheng knelt on one knee, paying respects to his father. Rise, Cheng He, there is no need for such formalities between us. How'd it go? The Emperor of the Snow Knight inquired. Thank you, father, Shui Cheng said as he rose to his feet. He continued, It has been several months since I last saw Brother Cheng, and he has already reached level 39. My purpose for visiting the Great Soul Arena in Tiando is to strive for level 40 through combat. I am unaware of the method Brother Cheng employed to persuade Douluo to join the Elder Hall, and I hear he intends to remain in Tiando. Additionally, Brother Cheng has gifted me a high-grade medicinal herb, claiming it will aid in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, stroking his beard in astonishment. To be so young, yet on the brink of breaking through to level 40, and to have successfully convinced Douluo to join the Spirit Hall and stay in Tiando, indicates that we are in peril. They will not remain indifferent. Moreover, to present you with a herb more precious than a soul bone is truly remarkable. This child is impeccable in every aspect: strength, temperament, wisdom, and the ability to win hearts. He is indeed a paragon of perfection, backed by an unassailable foundation. Such individuals must be befriended, not opposed. In this chaotic era, it is not the two great empires or the 7 major sects that are likely to restore order, but the Spirit Hall alone, as it is the only force capable of confronting the evil Soul Hall. Thus, if we align ourselves with Cheng Yi, the Tiando Empire may find a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. Indeed, Father, I understand. Please rest assured, I shall cultivate a profound friendship with Cheng Yi. As for the herb, Shuechinghe inquired. Keep it for yourself. It was a gift from Cheng Yi to you. Absorbing the herb will also assist you in your cultivation. Now, rest well, the Snow Knight Emperor advised. Understood, Father. I shall take my leave now, Shuechinghe replied. Bowing respectfully, the Snow Knight Emperor nodded gently, and Shuechinghe exited the royal chamber. The following day at noon, Shuechinghe mused. He still hasn't arrived? Truly, a gambler's word is the least trustworthy. Brother Shui, I apologize for the trouble, Cheng Yi said with a smile, his hands clasped. Brother Cheng, there is no need for formality. I am delighted to assist. We shall search for the gambler, and within half an hour, I wish to see him. Shuechinghe commanded his subordinates. Yes, Your Highness. The soldiers responded in unison before dispersing to track down the gambler. In less than half an hour, a soldier returned, carrying the gambler. Your Highness, I have completed the task, as ordered. You have performed admirably. I shall reward you upon our return, Shuechinghe said with a smile. He then turned to Cheng Yi and said, Brother Cheng, please. Cheng Yi nodded and approached the gambler, speaking coldly. You dare to break your promise, do you not? The gambler shook his head in fright. Master Cheng, I merely misremembered the time. I did not flee. When the guards found me, I was already en route to the Great Soul Arena. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Regardless of whether you win or lose in today's battle, give it your all, and I shall spare you, Cheng Yi declared with a smile. Thank you, Master Cheng. I will certainly give it my all, the gambler exclaimed, overjoyed. Brother Cheng, I shall head to the viewing hall of the exclusive battle arena, Shuechinghe said. Cheng Yi smiled and nodded in response. Hello. We would like to register for the battle, Cheng Yi announced at the registration desk. Upon hearing of the impending battle, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards them. Very well, esteemed Soul Master. May I ask the reason for your battle wager? You may choose not to answer, and simply state your level. The registration attendant inquired with a smile. As the crowd gradually recognized the figure of Cheng Yi, the one who had made waves in the arena yesterday, and saw that he was about to duel a gambler who had lost everything the previous day, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't that Cheng Yi? He effortlessly defeated the so-called newcomer killer, Li Muyang, yesterday. It appears the gambler has come seeking revenge. If bets were allowed, I would wager everything on Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, level 39, Cheng Yi stated. Gambler, level 45, the gambler replied. What? An overlevel challenge? The spectators gasped in astonishment. Very well, esteemed Soul Masters, the broadcast will soon announce your call to the battle arena. Please prepare yourselves, the registration attendant said, beaming. Chapter 43. Cheng Yi vs. Gambler. Cheng Yi and Gambler, please proceed to the designated battle arena. The match is about to commence, the announcement echoed. Upon hearing that Cheng Yi was competing once more, especially in a wager match, those who had witnessed or heard of his previous battles erupted in excitement and rushed toward the arena, quickly filling it to capacity. In a VIP box, Shuechinghe whispered, It seems Brother Cheng's battles are highly sought after. Who wouldn't want to witness such high-quality combat? Greetings, dear audience. I'm your host, Meow Meow. Today, I have the honor of presiding over this wager match and once again hosting Cheng Yi's battle, the host announced, summoning her martial spirit to hover above the arena. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi. Now, Let us welcome our two combatants for today's wager match. To my left is Cheng Yi, who recently defeated the newcomer killer, Li Muyang, and to my right is the gambler, seemingly participating in his first match. Without further ado, the battle is about to begin. You have 1 minute to unleash your martial spirits, the host declared. Gambler, martial spirit Phantom Wolf, level 45 agility type Soul Master. The gambler proclaimed as wolf ears sprouted from his head and a tail formed behind him. His teeth sharpening as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from beneath him and encased him. What? A cross-boundary martial spirit? The gambler's soul rings are incredibly well-matched. Can Cheng Yi truly win? Those who had missed Cheng Yi's previous battles wondered, while those who had witnessed him fight continued to chant his name. Cheng Yi, martial spirit Shadow King, level 39 strength type Soul Sovereign. As he spoke, a shadowy figure emerged from his own shadow, swirling behind him as 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose from his feet and circled around him. As Cheng Yi released his soul rings, the audience erupted even more fervently, while those unfamiliar with his prowess widened their eyes in disbelief, marveling at such a prodigy who was on the verge of breaking through to level 40 at such a young age. Is that a 1,000-year second ring? The arena was soon filled with shouts of Cheng Yi's name. Now, I declare the wagering match officially begins. The host announced, "Gambler, give it your all, and I shall spare you," Cheng Yi declared, assuming an attacking stance. The gambler, regaining his composure, nodded resolutely. Suddenly, the gambler charged forward, his first soul ring glowing as he activated his first soul skill, Phantom Wolf Claw. His hands transformed into wolf claws, and in an instant, he appeared before Cheng Yi, striking toward his face. Cheng Yi reacted swiftly, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade the attack. The gambler, surprised by Cheng Yi's quick reflexes, attempted another strike. But Cheng Yi would not allow it. He supported himself with his hands and kicked the gambler hard in the abdomen, forcing him back. Truly impressive for a soul master. This speed is worlds apart from Li Muyang, Cheng Yi thought to himself. What remarkable reflexes and combat skills. Are these the qualities of a soul sovereign? The gambler mused internally. What has happened? Their speed is astonishing. That first exchange was over in an instant. The host exclaimed in surprise. First soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring flickered as his hands transformed into claws of shadow, rushing towards the gambler. Is he seeking a direct confrontation? Very well, I shall oblige. The gambler thought as he charged towards Cheng Yi in response. As the two combatants launched their strikes almost simultaneously, a resonant clang reverberated through the arena. Following the initial clash, they swiftly became embroiled in an intense melee, their movements so rapid that the spectators could merely perceive 2 fleeting shadows, accompanied by the continuous sound of metallic strikes. The ensuing exchange of blows was nothing short of spectacular, an exquisite display of pure martial prowess. As the commentator remarked with fervor. Gradually, however, the formidable Hauke found himself at a disadvantage, realizing that his aggressive style was proving insufficient against his opponent. Engaging him directly is indeed too challenging, Hauke pondered inwardly as his third spirit ring illuminated, activating his third spirit skill, Phantom Wolf Transformation. The wolf-like features on Hauke's physique became increasingly pronounced, enhancing both his speed and offensive power. Hauke's relentless assaults met with Cheng Yi's defenses. But soon Cheng Yi began to find himself on the back foot. Yet, he sensed a gradual breakthrough of his own limitations. A faint smile graced his lips as his second spirit ring glowed, unleashing his second spirit skill, Shadow 1,000-Pound Strike. The concentrated dark power surged towards Hauke, who instinctively raised his claws in defense, yet was still propelled backward by the force of the strike. This second round of combat appears evenly matched, the commentator noted, as the audience erupted in an unprecedented chorus of cheers, ignited by the thrilling contest before them. The two fighters momentarily distanced themselves, each assuming a stance for their next attack. Hauke's second spirit ring flickered to life, activating his second spirit skill, Phantom Shadow Concealment. Suddenly, Hauke's figure began to fade from view. What? The contestant Hauke has vanished? The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Yi's eyes turned jet black with shadow vision. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. In an instant, Hauke reappeared behind him, launching a clawed assault. Cheng Yi, detecting the imminent threat, evaded to the side but still felt the sting of Hauke's strike. Without lingering to engage, Hauke disappeared once more, re-emerging from various angles to attack and conceal himself in rapid succession, forcing Cheng Yi into a defensive position. In response, Cheng Yi activated his third spirit ring, invoking his third spirit skill, Echo of Shadows, significantly bolstering his defenses with a translucent protective barrier. Hauke's relentless attacks rained down upon this unseen shield, granting Cheng Yi a moment to recuperate. As the effects of shadow vision dissipated, returning his eyes to their original clarity, Cheng Yi mused, "I must seize this opportunity. There may only be one chance." The commentator announced, once again, the two competitors find themselves in a stalemate, aware that Cheng Yi could not be allowed to recover unimpeded. Hauke's fourth spirit ring began to glow, activating his fourth spirit skill, Phantom Instant Kill Array. He conjured 5 clones, launching a coordinated assault from multiple angles towards Cheng Yi. The fourth spirit skill. Is Hauke finally unleashing his trump card? Let us see how Cheng Yi will respond. The commentator eagerly proclaimed. The 5 clones surged forth, and gradually, cracks began to form in Cheng Yi's protective barrier. With a furious final onslaught, the barrier shattered under the fierce assault, causing Hauke's clones to vanish. Seizing the opportunity, Hauke appeared before the weary Cheng Yi, his first spirit ring lighting up as he activated his first spirit skill, Phantom Wolf Claw. His hands morphed into claws, aimed directly at Cheng Yi. Although Cheng Yi raised his left arm to block, he was unable to match Hauke's speed, resulting in a deep gash extending diagonally from his left shoulder. In that moment, something unexpected occurred. Cheng Yi abruptly lifted his injured arm and seized Hauke. Hauke, caught off guard, could scarcely comprehend that Cheng Yi, despite his injury, could still muster the strength to grasp him. Struggling to break free proved futile as Cheng Yi tightened his grip, blood cascading down his arm like a rushing stream. With a subtle smile, Cheng Yi murmured, "Hauke, I finally have you." Second spirit skill, Shadow Thousand Armies Break. The glow of his second spirit ring intensified as he concentrated his remaining spirit energy and dark power into his right hand, striking towards Hauke. There was no time for Hauke to evade. Cheng Yi's spirit skill detonated upon impact, causing Hauke to cough up blood and be flung backward. What a remarkable contest! Cheng Yi has executed a strategy of injury for injury, delivering a significant blow to Hauke, who now appears unable to rise, the commentator declared, as the audience erupted into fervent chants of Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, invincible, invincible. Everyone assumed the battle had reached its conclusion, yet Cheng Yi remained fixated on Hauke's direction. To their astonishment, Hauke slowly began to rise from the ground. What? Hauke is getting back up. It seems this battle is far from over, the commentator exclaimed, and gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. You are strong, but that last blow fell just short, Hauke remarked as he charged at Cheng Yi, his first spirit ring igniting once more with the activation of Phantom Wolf Claw, aiming for a final strike. Suddenly, Cheng Yi's aura surged, his vitality and spirit energy recovering slightly as he narrowly evaded Hauke's attack before retreating. What? He has broken through. Hauke gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Cheng Yi has actually advanced to the Spirit Master level mid-battle. The outcome remains uncertain. This is truly thrilling, the commentator shouted excitedly as the audience collectively held their breath, riveted by the impending climax. It seems the next strike will determine everything, Cheng Yi declared with a smile, as his eyes were once again enveloped in darkness. As you wish, fourth spirit skill, Phantom Instant Kill Array. Hauke's fourth spirit ring flickered, instantly producing 5 clones that, along with his original self, encircled Cheng Yi. Which one is the real body? How will Cheng Yi resolve this dilemma? The commentator called out. As the words left his lips, all 6 Haukes charged at Cheng Yi. He evaded their assault, his eyes darting back and forth, until suddenly, a resolute glimmer took hold of his gaze. With a slight smile, he began to dart between the attacks of his 6 clones. Though he sustained new wounds along the way, he remained vigilant, searching for that elusive opportunity. Activating his first spirit ring, Cheng Yi unleashed his first spirit skill, Shadow Claw, channeling the remaining dark power into his right hand. He slipped through the encircling clones, delivering a fierce stab into Hauke's shoulder. The moment the Shadow Claw pierced Hauke's body, all of the clones vanished, and Cheng Yi's eyes returned to their original state. What? How is this possible? How did you discern my true form? Hauke gasped, panting heavily. I possess eyes that can see through the essence of things, Cheng Yi replied breathlessly, withdrawing the Shadow Claw from Hauke's body, causing him to collapse to the ground. With the battle decided, Hauke could no longer continue, and the victor of this wager was Cheng Yi, the commentator announced with fervor. The audience rose in unison, their silence giving way to a thunderous applause for the extraordinary duel they had witnessed. You have given your all, I will not pursue the matters of the past. And I shall release those individuals. Cheng Yi spoke in a breathless, fragmented manner, retrieving the Shadow Star Bell from his soul guide ring and fastening it to his waist. As soon as the Shadow Star Bell was in place, it began to gradually replenish Cheng Yi's spirit power, facilitating his recovery as he exited the arena. Just outside the battle stage, Yuan hurriedly rushed to embrace Cheng Yi, placing a recovery pill in his mouth, while Gue Mei stood nearby. Worry etched on her face as she reproached him. Young master, why must you always push yourself to such extremes? Cheng Yi, grinning within Yuan's embrace, flashed a peace sign and replied, I broke through to the spirit master level. Seeing this, both Yuan and Gue Mei could only shake their heads in exasperation. Brother Cheng, are you all right? Shui Qinghe inquired with concern. I am well, Brother Shui. I have successfully transcended to the Soul Master rank. Once I feel a bit better, I shall venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt souls, Cheng Yi remarked to his companion. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Cheng. However, you should allow more time for your injuries to heal before embarking on your soul hunting quest. I shall fetch a healing Soul Master for you, Shui Qinghe suggested. There's no need for such trouble, Brother Shui. My injuries are not severe. With just a couple of days' rest, I shall recover. At present, it's merely an overexpenditure of soul power. My energy is already on the mend. I have been away for too long, and my mother must be worried. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Very well then. Today's soul battles were truly exhilarating. I was on the edge of my seat when the gambler rose. I was quite anxious for you. Furthermore, the way you accurately identified the genuine one among the 6 gamblers was simply magnificent. Shui Qinghe exclaimed, slightly agitated. After all, he is a level 45 agile attacker. My speed pales in comparison, Cheng Yi remarked modestly. Brother Cheng, please do not belittle yourself. Your talent is unmatched on this continent, Shui Qinghe said with a smile. Haha, thank you for your kind words, Brother Shui. As for the gamblers I captured yesterday, please release them, Cheng Yi chuckled. All right, Brother Cheng is indeed a man of his word. I shall take my leave now. Rest well, and when the day comes for you to hunt souls, I shall be there to see you off. Shui Qinghe nodded, smiling. Then I'm grateful to you, Brother Shui, Cheng Yi responded, also smiling. In the Tiando Imperial Palace. Qinghe, what are the gambling duel? The Emperor Shui Yi inquired. This news has even reached Father's ears? Shui Qinghe responded in astonishment. Haha, that child's battle has spread throughout the Tiando Imperial City. I've already viewed the Soul Guide recordings. It was truly spectacular. To achieve a breakthrough through a battle of higher levels is no ordinary feat. Emperor Shui Yi laughed heartily. I truly admire Brother Cheng. His excellence surpasses everyone's imagination. I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. No, it's like the difference between heaven and earth, Shui Qinghe said self-deprecatingly. Qinghe, do not belittle yourself. To befriend such remarkable individuals is a skill in itself, Emperor Shui Yi advised. Indeed, Father, now that Brother Cheng has transcended to the Soul Master rank, he will soon venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt souls before returning to the Spirit Hall, Shui Qinghe added. Yes, the selection for the new generation of Golden Generation at the Spirit Hall is about to commence. It is time for him to return. I wonder if Bibi Dong will catch wind of this recording. She will surely be quite worried, Emperor Shui Yi chuckled while stroking his beard. Chapter 45. Soul hunting the next day, Hao Ku, battered and bruised, hurried to Cheng Yi's residence. Just as he attempted to enter, he was halted by the guards. Please, let me in. I have urgent business with young Master Cheng. Hao Ku pleaded anxiously with the guards at the gate. Weren't you already defeated by the young master? He has spared you. Why are you here again? One guard replied. At that moment, the enigmatic Gue Mei emerged, scolding, Hey, what are you all making such a racket about so early in the morning? Don't you know that the young master is resting? In response to Elder Gue, it is the gambler who was defeated by the young master yesterday and is demanding to see him, the guard respectfully explained. Gue Mei scrutinized Hao Ku, then the guards, and stated, I have been informed of this matter. Seeing as your martial spirit attributes are quite similar to those of me and the young master, there seems to be a connection. I shall take you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Hao Ku immediately knelt and bowed his head repeatedly. Thank you, esteemed elder. Follow me, Gue Mei said indifferently. Gue Mei led Hao Ku to Cheng Yi's door, gesturing for him to wait. Hao Ku nodded in acknowledgement. Gue Mei knocked and entered Cheng Yi's room, saying, Young master, the gambler has arrived and insists on seeing you. Cheng Yi smiled slightly and replied, Is that so? Let him in, and do not let him have come in vain. Gue Mei nodded and ushered Hao Ku inside. What brings you here? Did I not spare you? Have we not settled our grievances? Cheng Yi asked with a smile. Hao Ku suddenly knelt down and bowed his head heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Cheng Yi raised his hand in a stopping gesture, saying, "What is this? Are you here to beseech me? If it's for money, that can be overlooked." "Not at all, young Master Cheng. I wish to follow you," Hao Ku stammered, trembling. "Look at you. You are barely 20 years old and at your prime for soul ring configuration. Yet you have chosen to squander your life as a gambler. Why would I take you in?" Cheng Yi questioned. "That is not the case, young master. I lived in a small village on the outskirts of the Tiando Empire. My parents were both soul masters, and we were relatively well off. However, when I was 15, an evil soul master slaughtered our village, leaving me as the sole survivor. Since then, I have been listless, wasting my days in despair until you awakened me yesterday. Please, allow me to follow you. I seek vengeance." Hao Ku declared, his eyes wide with rage, gritting his teeth. Cheng Yi, moved by Hao Ku's similar plight, asked which faction was responsible for the slaughtered village. Hao Ku shook his head helplessly, replying, "For a small village like ours, the Evil Soul Hall need not dispatch a ranked Evil Soul Master. The one responsible was merely a Soul Master of the Soul Master rank." Cheng Yi retrieved a pill from his Soul Guide ring and tossed it to Hao Ku, saying, "This pill will slightly improve your physical condition from years of deficiency. Take it, train diligently, seek vengeance, and then come find me at the Spirit Hall." Hao Ku picked up the pill and bowed deeply to Cheng Yi, saying, "Thank you, young Master Cheng. I, Hao Ku, vow by my martial spirit that if I succeed in my revenge and return alive, I will follow you to the death." Enough with the superfluous words. "Be on your way." Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Hao Ku stood, deeply bowing once more to Cheng Yi before hastily exiting. "Young master, do you truly believe what he said? Will he really return?" Gue Mei inquired. "If he is a true man, clinging to the hatred of losing his family, he will return. Besides, his resentment does not seem feigned," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "Then let us hope he survives," Gue Mei said, also smiling. At that moment, the shadow soldier dispatched by Cheng Yi returned with information. Cheng Yi immediately declared, "Elder Gue, we shall depart for the Sunset Forest tomorrow. Be sure to inform Grandfather Ju." "Young master, but your injuries," Gue Mei hesitated. "I am fine. After all, I have two grandfathers," Cheng Yi said cheerfully. Seeing this, Gue Mei exited the room. "Brother Cheng, why are you rushing to hunt souls already? Your injuries have not yet healed." Shui Qinghe expressed his dissatisfaction. "Brother Shui, this matter cannot be delayed. Next time, I shall return to reminisce with you," Cheng Yi said, cupping his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Reluctantly, Shui Qinghe responded, "Very well, Brother Cheng. Travel safely. And should you need anything, come find me at the Tiando Imperial Palace. I'm always here for you," he added, producing a splendid token from his storage device. "Brother Cheng, this is my personal token. With it, you may freely enter and exit the palace." Cheng Yi accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Brother Shui. It is getting late. We must take our leave." "All right," Shui Qinghe nodded. With that, Cheng Yi boarded the carriage and waved goodbye to Shui Qinghe. "Young master, what is our target for this soul hunt?" Yuan inquired. "We are aiming for a human-faced demon spider over 10,000 years old. My shadow soldier has already stealthily infiltrated its shadow," Cheng Yi replied. "A 10,000-year human-faced demon spider?" Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "This creature is the nightmare of small soul beasts, renowned for its terrifying killing prowess. It possesses attributes of shadow and poison, and its 8 legs are exceedingly sharp. What kind of soul skill do you hope to obtain from the soul ring?" "The control-type soul skill. Through my battles with the arrogant opponents, I have come to realize that my current offensive techniques are quite commendable. However, I lack the ability to control my adversaries, which places me in a rather passive position. Fortunately, the human-faced demon spider possesses remarkable control capabilities, and its age is just right," Cheng Yi pondered. "Young master, the soul shock generated by the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider is considerably stronger than that of ordinary soul beasts. Should any danger arise during your absorption process, Old Ghost and I will not hesitate to intervene," Yu Guan sighed, with Gue Mei nodding in agreement. "Thank you, Grandfather Ju and Grandfather Gue, but I am determined to succeed," Cheng Yi declared resolutely. Yu Guan smiled and affectionately ruffled Cheng Yi's hair. 2 days later, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. "Young master, which direction should we proceed?" Yu Guan inquired. "Let us enter from here and delve deeper inside. We should find it swiftly," Cheng Yi responded, sensing his shadow soldiers. "Young master, the human-faced demon spider 1T escaped, but your injury hasn't T fully healed. We should take our time," Yu Guan expressed concern. "Oh, it's nothing, Grandfather Ju. I can manage," Cheng Yi confidently patted his chest. "Absolutely not," Yu Guan exclaimed, stepping forward to lift Cheng Yi into his arms. Grandfather Ju, what are you doing? Put me down, this is too. Cheng Yi blushed and protested. Young master, you will guide us, and I shall carry you. This way, although your wound is not yet healed, your condition should be sufficiently restored for the soul ring absorption, Yu Guan said, placing Cheng Yi on his back and charging into the sunset forest, with Gue Mei following closely behind. Chapter 46, The Human-Faced Demon Spider. Grandfather Ju, the human-faced demon spider is moving west, Cheng Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan immediately adjusted their direction, hastening towards the location of a human-faced demon spider. It seems that the spider is hunting. If fortune favors us, we may witness the creature in action shortly, Yu Guan stated as he quickened his pace. What is there to see? It might gross out the young master. Gue Mei retorted. Old ghost, you don't understand. This is an experience we must undergo, Yu Guan countered. Grandfather Ju, Grandfather Gue were almost there, Cheng Yi announced. Yu Guan and Gue Mei ceased their conversation, simultaneously slowing their pace to conceal their presence. The three moved stealthily when suddenly they spotted a creature with a body diameter exceeding 3 meters, 8 legs extending over 6 meters, its entire being adorned with a gleaming black carapace, and its abdomen bearing white patterns resembling a human face, with 8 eyes glowing with a ghostly purple light. That is the human-faced demon spider. It appears not to have detected us, Cheng Yi remarked. Of course, such a minor soul beast could not possibly sense our presence. However, considering its size, its cultivation must not be below 20,000 years, Yu Guan chuckled. Let us approach quietly. It seems to be in search of prey. Let it feast well before its demise, Cheng Yi suggested. Suddenly, the human-faced demon spider vanished from their sight, reappearing on a distant tree. It seems it has spotted its quarry. This should be entertaining, Yu Guan commented. The spider crouched atop the tree, spinning a web that, upon being released, gradually faded from view. Is this a variant? Web shadow, such a rare ability among human-faced demon spiders. We've truly struck gold, Gue Mei exclaimed. At that moment, a rampaging horned bull strolled leisurely towards the web, pausing in front of it, gazing around to ensure its surroundings were safe before proceeding. However, just as the bull took a step forward, its hoof became firmly ensnared in the web. The rampaging horned bull reacted swiftly, attempting to retreat, but to no avail. Its hoof was hopelessly stuck. At that instant, the human-faced demon spider lunged from its perch, aiming for the bull. Just as the spider was about to claim victory, a ghost tiger burst forth, colliding with the human-faced demon spider and issuing a resounding roar, as if to declare the rampaging horned bull as its own. The spider quickly regained its balance, emitting a faint hiss in response. Oh, the competition for prey has become more intriguing. However, that ghost tiger is at least 30,000 years old. The human-faced demon spider may not be its match. If the spider falters, we shall intervene, for that is the young master's quarry, Yu Guan noted, to which Gue Mei nodded in agreement. The human-faced demon spider and the ghost tiger surged into action, clashing fiercely in midair, neither willing to concede. Such primal instincts, such raw testing of strength. Truly fascinating, Cheng Yi mused with a smile. At that moment, the human-faced demon spider began to fade from view, suddenly reappearing behind the ghost tiger, extending its long legs to strike. The ghost tiger seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting an even louder roar that caused the spider to stumble. The human-faced demon spider, undeterred, retaliated with a spray of venomous goo, which the ghost tiger narrowly evaded, the corrosive liquid hissing as it met the ground. The two beasts circled the rampaging horned bull, each waiting for the other to make a move. Suddenly, the bull broke free from its entrapment and bolted away. The human-faced demon spider and ghost tiger could not allow their prey to escape, simultaneously leaping forward and swiftly tearing the bull asunder, leaving it lifeless in an instant. Cheng Yi, Gue Mei, and Yu Guan watched this spectacle with wide eyes, incredulous, silently lamenting, "Wait, they're already eating?" Then, waving his hand, Cheng Yi commanded, "Grandfather Ju, Grandfather Gue, subdue them both." At his command, Yu Guan and Gue Mei charged towards the human-faced demon spider and the ghost tiger, respectively. The two beasts, quick to react, abandoned their meal and leaped away. As Yu Guan and Gue Mei landed, they each faced opposite directions, a smirk playing at the corners of their mouths. "Old ghost Ju Huaguan," they shouted in unison, activating their dual-level stasis field. 18 soul rings flared to life around them, rising and merging as a soul power barrier enveloped the human-faced demon spider and ghost tiger, rendering them immobile. "Young master, it's your turn," Yu Guan urged. With that, Cheng Yi summoned the region of Netherworld's Demon Scythe, stepping forth from behind the trees. The human-faced demon spider and ghost tiger could only watch helplessly as Cheng Yi approached them, unable to make a move. Cheng Yi leapt, gripping the scythe tightly, and aimed for the ghost tiger's neck, severing its head in an instant before it could even utter a cry. Turning his gaze to the human-faced demon spider, Cheng Yi met its terrified eyes, but was bound by the stasis field, unable to tremble. He swiftly maneuvered beneath the spider, locking eyes with its 6 glaring ones. And with a fierce slash, he cleaved the creature in two. Yu Guan and Gue Mei subsequently released their martial soul fusion. 2 black soul rings ascended from the remains of a human-faced demon spider and ghost tiger. At that moment, the flesh of the ghost tiger's right leg suddenly burst open, revealing a soul bone that floated gently upwards, which Cheng Yi caught. A soul bone? The 3 exclaimed in surprise. Young master, this soul bone aligns with your attributes. After absorbing the human-faced demon spider soul ring, you should absorb this one as well. It would truly be a boon, Gue Mei said excitedly. Shaking his head, Cheng Yi handed the soul bone to Gue Mei. Grandfather Gue, this soul bone is for you. I am a strength type. This bone would not significantly enhance my abilities and would waste a soul bone slot. However, you are an agility type, and this soul bone complements your attributes perfectly. It would indeed be a true boon for you. Young master, this. Gue Mei hesitated. Grandpa Ghost, please do not refuse. I have already given a piece to Grandpa Ju as well. Accept this gift graciously, Cheng Yi implored as he forcefully handed the soul bone to Gue Mei. Gue Mei gazed at the soul bone in his hands, then glanced at Cheng Yi and Yu Guan, feeling a warmth in his eyes, before turning away. Yu Guan and Cheng Yi exchanged a knowing smile. Yu Guan teasingly remarked, "Oh dear, old ghost, what seems to be troubling you?" Gue Mei, regaining his composure, responded, "Thank you, young master. Only you and His Holiness the Pope have shown me such kindness." Hey, old ghost, am I not kind to you?" Yu Guan rolled his eyes. Yes, and you too, Grandpa Ju," Gue Mei replied with a smile. Ha. It seems the bond between our 2 esteemed grandfathers remains as strong as ever, Cheng Yi chuckled. Chapter 47. The Soulquake? Now, I shall begin absorbing the soul ring from the face spider, Cheng Yi declared, eyeing the soul ring on the creature. Young master, be cautious of the soulquake. Your mental fortitude must remain steady. If it becomes too overwhelming, we will intervene, Yu Guan cautioned. Cheng Yi nodded and seated himself cross-legged, initiating the drawing of the face spider's soul ring. The soul ring slowly descended onto Cheng Yi, and the power contained within surged wildly into his body. Despite the challenge of absorbing a soul ring of a higher level, Cheng Yi remained composed. As time passed, the essence of the face spider gradually coalesced within Cheng Yi's mental realm, its spirit howling in defiance, searching for Cheng Yi's presence. Cheng Yi frowned slightly as the soulquake began, prompting Yu Guan's concern. Cheng Yi's mental power also solidified within the mental space, and the face spider quickly located his figure, charging toward him. "Come forth," Cheng Yi intoned softly, summoning a shadow soldier that materialized in his mental realm, the dark golden terraclaw bear. The bear swiftly deflected the face spider's venomous spear, positioning itself protectively in front of Cheng Yi. Upon witnessing this, the face spider vanished, attempting to stealthily approach Cheng Yi from behind with its sharp legs poised for an ambush. Another shadow soldier coalesced in Cheng Yi's mental space, the 1,000-soldier ant, which extended its claws toward the face spider. The clash of their claws produced a sharp sound as the 1,000-soldier ant forcefully repelled the face spider once more. Frustrated by its failed approach, the face spider expelled a torrent of toxic webbing toward Cheng Yi, but a barrier intercepted it, while the mirror beast also began to materialize behind him. The face spider, now incredulous, began to doubt its very existence, letting out an enraged roar. Cheng Yi merely waved his hand, and both the dark golden terraclaw bear and the 1,000-soldier ant charged at the face spider. Left with no option, the face spider fled in disarray, launching webbing and venom in its retreat, all of which were effortlessly blocked by the mirror beast. With no other recourse, it resorted to maintaining its invisibility. Cheng Yi's eyes turned pitch black as he activated the shadow eye, instantly locking onto the face spider's position, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Domain, shadow domain," he declared, causing darkness to envelop the entire mental space, significantly enhancing the abilities of the dark golden terraclaw bear, 1,000-soldier ant, and mirror beast, sharing Cheng Yi's vision and revealing the face spider's location. Under the oppressive weight of Cheng Yi's domain, the face spider found its powers drastically diminished and swiftly changed positions. As the shadows descended, the face spider felt its world grow dark, visibility reduced to mere inches ahead, prompting frantic movements. The trio observed the face spider's antics, resembling a foolish jester. "Go forth, eliminate it," Cheng Yi commanded. Immediately, the dark golden terrorclaw bear and the thousand-soldier ant lunged toward the face spider. The bear intercepted the face spider head-on, gripping its front legs to restrain it, while the thousand-soldier ant leaped onto its back, sinking its claws into the creature's body. The face spider writhed and screamed in vain. Before long, the essence of the face spider dissipated entirely. As reality resumed its course of absorbing the soul ring, the tension in Cheng Yi's brow gradually eased, and the soul ring stabilized upon him. Observing this, Yu Guan and Gue Mei felt a sense of relief. As the soul ring settled, a dark purple armor began to manifest around Cheng Yi. "What is this? Another soul bone? Or perhaps an external soul bone?" Yu Guan and Gue Mei exclaimed in astonishment. "Young master, you truly are the chosen one," Yu Guan marveled. "Indeed, if it is the young master, he undoubtedly possesses the ability to bring an end to this chaotic era," Gue Mei affirmed. As time flowed gently by, the dark purple armor solidified around Cheng Yi, shimmering with brilliance. In the divine realm, "Hey, evil, was this your arrangement?" The destruction god king inquired, perplexed. "No, how could this be?" The evil god king denied. "This lad's luck is quite remarkable. I find myself envious," the destruction god king chuckled. After tens of thousands of years still acting like a child, the evil god king mocked. "So what? It seems this child will soon complete his first trial. Perhaps we should consider the subsequent assessments," the destruction god king suggested. "It appears you haven't forgotten your priorities," the evil god king teased. "How could I forget? This pertains to the future of both the divine realm and the continent. We must think quickly," the destruction god king urged. With the soul ring fully stabilized, it settled securely upon Cheng Yi. He exhaled slowly, opening his eyes. "Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough to Soul Master," Yu Guan and Gue Mei congratulated. Cheng Yi rose, inspecting the armor adorning him and then his hands, before clenching his fists. "The face spider has not only granted me a formidable control soul skill, but has also bestowed upon me an external soul bone. This external soul bone, named 8 Spider Armor, possesses remarkable defensive and counterattack capabilities," Cheng Yi elaborated. "This armor inherits the hard properties of the face spider's exoskeleton and even features a counterattack effect. Truly, external soul bones are extraordinary," Yu Guan remarked in awe. "Grandpa Ghost, you should begin absorbing your soul bone as well. I still need to consolidate my cultivation during this time, so I'll trouble Grandpa Ju," Cheng Yi stated. "Of course, young master," Yu Guan replied. Gue Mei then took the soul bone Cheng Yi had given him, seated himself cross-legged, and began the absorption process. Cheng Yi approached the corpse of the face spider and softly said, "Rise." The shadow of the face spider gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a new face spider, which then crawled at Cheng Yi's feet before returning to a shadow. The shadow star bell began to absorb the remains of both the face spider and the ghost tiger, continuously replenishing Cheng Yi. "Young master, every time I witness this ability of yours, I am left in awe," Yu Guan laughed. "Ha ha, Grandpa Ju, it's nothing special," Cheng Yi said, scratching his head in shyness. Yu Guan smiled and retrieved a pill from his storage soul guide, handing it to Cheng Yi. "Young master, I shall guard you. Please take a moment to adjust and consolidate your cultivation." "All right, I will trouble you, Grandpa Ju," Cheng Yi said, consuming the pill and subsequently sitting cross-legged. A day later, Gue Mei opened his eyes after completing the absorption of the soul bone. "Oh, old ghost, you've also made a breakthrough," Yu Guan remarked with a smile. "Yes, thanks to the young master, I have also reached the pinnacle of the 97th level," Gue Mei replied with a grin. Hearing their exchange, Cheng Yi opened his eyes and stood up. "Congratulations, Ghost Grandpa, on your breakthrough," Cheng Yi said with a smile. "It's all thanks to the young master. How is your cultivation stabilizing?" Hui Mei inquired. "My cultivation has stabilized at level 42, Cheng Yi replied. Chapter 48, The Corrupted Venomous Snake. "All right, let us return to the Eye of Ice and Fire," Cheng Yi declared. Gue Mei and Yu Guan nodded in agreement, and the three of them swiftly made their way toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. As they dashed forward at full speed, they soon encountered a haze of toxic mist. Yu Guan and Gue Mei enveloped themselves in soul power, while Cheng Yi's third soul ring glowed, and the trio plunged directly into the toxic fog. Dugubo immediately sensed their presence and smiled as he addressed Zi Yuan and Du Guyan. "The young master has returned. I wonder if their endeavor was successful." "Thank goodness the young master is back," I've nearly gone moldy from waiting here, Ziyuan complained. Hooray! It's Brother Yi, Du Guyan exclaimed joyfully. Before long, the three emerged from the toxic mist, arriving at the cliff above the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without hesitation, they leapt down. Upon witnessing this, Ziyuan promptly summoned her martial soul, the sacred fire spirit Sparrow, which flew toward Cheng Yi, embracing him as they landed safely. Cheng Yi jumped out of Ziyuan's embrace, blushing, and said, Sister Lingyuan, why are you doing this? I want to get into any trouble. Isn't it simply because I missed the young master? Ziyuan scratched her head. She then noticed the injury on Cheng Yi's left shoulder and expressed concern. Young master, what happened to your wound? Is it serious? It's a case of placing oneself in peril to achieve a breakthrough. Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Cheng Yi replied with a grin. You've actually reached level 42. It seems you have successfully acquired your soul rings, Douluo said in astonishment. Cheng Yi nodded and unleashed his martial soul, the Shadow Monarch, as 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose and spiraled around him. A 10,000-year soul ring. Young master, you truly succeeded. Both Ziyuan and Douluo exclaimed in delight. Wow, Brother Yi is so impressive. 2 rings of 1,000 years and 4 rings of 10,000 years. Throughout the entire continent's history, perhaps only Brother Yi has achieved such a feat. Du Guyan praised. Cheng Yi smiled and turned to Du Guyan, saying, Yin Yin, you have also broken through to 30 levels, haven't you? Yes, Brother Yi. I just reached 30 a few days ago. There is still a long way to go to catch up with you, Du Guyan replied cheerfully. Don't say that. Yin Yin, you haven't gone soul hunting yet, right? Perfect timing. I can help you find a suitable soul beast, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Young master, I can take Yin Yin soul hunting. You should hurry back to Spirit City. Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of troubling the young master, Douluo remarked. Grandpa Douluo, there is no need to worry. After helping Yin Yin find her soul ring, we will set off back immediately. There is no rush. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Brother Yi. You are the best, Du Guyan exclaimed happily. Seeing this, Douluo scratched his head and reluctantly agreed. Come forth, Cheng Yi said softly, and his shadow gradually elongated. The human-faced demon spider emerged from Cheng Yi's shadow, kneeling at his feet, ready to obey his commands. What is this? The human-faced demon spider? Young master, your 4th soul ring is that of the human-faced demon spider. The soul resonance it generates is far more potent than that of a typical 10,000-year soul beast. It is quite rare for a soul master to choose the human-faced demon spider. Douluo expressed in surprise. Oomph, old poison. Don't forget that the young master is no ordinary person, Yuguan said with a laugh. Gue Mei rolled his eyes at Yuguan, thinking to himself, you talk a good game, but you were the one panicking when the young master absorbed the soul ring. Yuguan, noticing Gue Mei's gaze, asked Old Ghost, what is with that look? Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing, Gue Mei shook his head. Cheng Yi, witnessing this, turned his face away and chuckled softly. All right, enough fooling around. We should get down to business, Cheng Yi said, then addressed the human-faced demon spider. You must be familiar with this area. Go and find a snake-type soul beast around 2,000 years old, one with potent venom. The human-faced demon spider nodded in response. Go, Cheng Yi instructed, and the human-faced demon spider darted off. Let us also proceed. We should search as well, Cheng Yi said, turning to the others. The group nodded in agreement and departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire. After searching for so long, why haven't we found a suitable soul beast? Du Guyan comprend. Yin Yin, be patient. Finding a suitable soul beast is not a simple matter, Douluo advised. At that moment, Cheng Yi abruptly halted, prompting the others to stop and look at him. What is it, young master? Did you discover something? Yuguan asked. Indeed, Grandpa Ju. My shadow soldiers have located a suitable soul beast for Yin Yin. Let us head east, Cheng Yi announced. Fantastic. Thank you, Brother Yi, Du Guyan exclaimed joyfully. The group changed direction and began racing toward the location of a human-faced demon spider. Soon, they arrived at the spot, and Cheng Yi leapt onto the back of the human-faced demon spider, patting it and saying, well done, excellent work. The human-faced demon spider, pleased by the praise, swayed its body happily. Before them lay a massive snake, approximately 3 meters in length, coiled around a tree. That is the corrupted venomous snake. Its age should be between 1,500 to 2,000 years. This is perfect for Yin Yin. Thank you so much, young master, Douluo exclaimed joyfully. Douluo then prepared to strike, but Cheng Yi swiftly intervened, saying, hold on, let me handle this. It's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with my new skills. Young master, be careful. Yuguan Kautioned, Wili Guimei, Ziyuan, Douluo. and Douluo Yin all turned their gazes to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi nodded, signaling for everyone to remain at ease. First soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring flickered, and the power of shadows manifested as sharp claws that enveloped his hands. With a swift motion, Cheng Yi unleashed 2 claw strikes toward the corrupted venomous snake. Sensing danger, the corrupted venomous snake raised its head and spotted the incoming claw strikes. Quickly leaping to another tree, the claw strikes landed on the tree, severing it cleanly in half. Regaining its balance, the corrupted venomous snake focused on the source of the attack and saw Cheng Yi alone, causing it to become excited, as if it had found its prey. What a disgusting expression, Cheng Yi remarked. The corrupted venomous snake seemed to understand, letting out a low growl. Suddenly, it lunged at Cheng, circling around him while tightening its grip, attempting to constrict him. Cheng Yi easily discerned its intentions and leaped above it. Cheng Yi's right hand summoned the skill of the dark golden tyrant bear's right claw bone, and with a powerful swipe, he struck at the corrupted venomous snake. Accompanied by a series of sharp sounds, the corrupted venomous snake attempted to evade, but Cheng Yi's attack landed on its tail, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed the bone. The snake screamed in agony. Chapter 49, 4th Soul Skill, Return Journey. The corrupted venomous snake quickly turned around and expelled a vast cloud of toxic mist toward Cheng Yi. The mist, highly corrosive, rapidly decayed the surrounding plants and trees. 3rd Soul Skill, Shadow Echo. Cheng Yi's 3rd soul ring shimmered as a transparent barrier enveloped him, shielding him from the toxic mist. The mist enveloped Cheng Yi, but was continuously rebuffed by his 3rd soul skill, which reflected the toxic cloud back. The tainted serpent believed itself to have triumphed, eagerly anticipating the enjoyment of its prey. In its moment of self-congratulation, it entirely forgot the pain coursing through its tail and burrowed into the noxious mist. Yet, what awaited the foul serpent within was not a sumptuous feast, but Cheng Yi, wielding the ethereal scythe of the netherworld. Cheng Yi spun the scythe with deft precision, dispersing the toxic fog entirely. The corrupted serpent stared in disbelief, its gaze shifting to the ghostly radiance emanating from the scythe in Cheng Yi's hand, and a wave of fear washed over it, causing it to tremble and yearn for escape. Cheng Yi discerned the serpent's intentions and, with a swift motion of scythe, executed a decisive strike that severed the trees behind the serpent, obstructing its path of flight. Faced with the impossibility of escape, the serpent resolved to fight Cheng Yi to the death, baring its venomous fangs and charging forward. Cheng Yi, resting the scythe upon his shoulder, smiled gently and extended his left hand, activating his 4th soul ring. The 4th soul skill, the 8th spider lasso, summoned 8 chains imbued with shadowy power from the ground, ensnaring the tainted serpent securely. The serpent struggled in futility, finding the chains tightening with each desperate attempt. Yin Yin, come forth and deal with it, Cheng Yi called out, sheathing the scythe. At his command, 5 figures emerged from the underbrush. Wowie good, you're amazing. You dispatched that foul serpent so effortlessly, praised Douluo Yin. It's nothing much. My soul skill has corrosive effects. It will perish soon, so hurry and finish it off before absorbing the soul ring, Cheng Yi replied. All right, thank you, Ego, Douluo Yin said, producing a dagger from her storage soul guide and advancing towards the serpent. With a swift thrust, she plunged the dagger into the serpent's brow. Already tormented by the 8th spider lasso, the serpent succumbed instantly, a purple soul ring drifting away from its body as Douluo Yin settled cross-legged to absorb it. Seeing this, Cheng Yi approached the serpent's remains and commanded, "Rise." The serpent's shadow gradually coalesced, transforming into a shadow soldier that melded into Cheng Yi's own shadow, while its lifeless body was absorbed by the shadow starbell. "Young master, what are these dual spirits of yours?" Yuan inquired, astonished, while Gue Mei wore a look of shock. "What's the matter? Is there an issue with the young master's dual spirits?" Ziyuan asked, perplexed by their expressions, while Douluo shared their confusion. "What is it, Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gue?" Cheng Yi also asked. "You see, young master, only 3 individuals with dual martial spirits have ever appeared on the continent. The first exploded upon absorbing a soul ring. The second is His Holiness the Pope, one of the continent's mightiest, and now you are the third," Yuan explained. "Isn't that common knowledge?" Ziyuan questioned. Yuan continued. "A soul master with dual martial spirits cannot wield both simultaneously. They must choose one for each attack. We have been around His Holiness for years, and know that even he cannot use both martial spirits at once. He can only switch between them. However, you just summoned both at once, which astonished both Gue and me." Gue Mei nodded in agreement, while Douluo and Ziyuan gazed at Cheng Yi in disbelief. I've heard my mother mention this limitation, but I didn't give it much thought. It just happened, Cheng Yi said, bewildered as he summoned the scythe again, channeling the Shadow Monarch's embodiment. Young master, this is truly remarkable. You must inquire with His Holiness upon our return. Our understanding of dual martial spirits is rather limited. Yuguan suggested. Grandpa Douluo, please guard Yin Yin here for a moment and temporarily remain in Heaven Do City. We will notify you should anything arise. We shall return now, Cheng Yi said to Douluo. Very well, young master. Take care. Douluo nodded in agreement. The four then dashed toward the outskirts of the sunset forest. A few hours later, Douluo, having absorbed the soul ring, slowly opened her eyes. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found no sign of Cheng Yi and the others, only her grandfather's presence. Grandpa, have Yi Gu and the others left? Douluo asked, disappointment evident in her voice. Don't be disheartened, Yin Yin. If you train diligently, after graduating from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, you can join the Spirit Hall. Douluo reassured her. Yes, I will work hard, Douluo affirmed with determination in her eyes. In the carriage, Yuguan remarked, young master. We've been away for quite a while. I imagine His Holiness is quite concerned. Indeed, I miss Mother and the others as well. When shall we arrive? Cheng Yi mused, gazing out the window. At least 3 more days. The news of our return has already reached the Spirit Hall. His Holiness should have received word by now. Yuguan replied. Cheng Yi sighed, boredom creeping in as he stared out the window. Days in this carriage are truly trying. Hearing this, Yuguan, Guai Mei, and Ziyuan exchanged knowing smiles. Little ones, I have good news. Do you wish to hear it? Bibi Dong entered the Pope's chamber, prompting Huowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing to turn their attention to her. Is there news of Yi Gu? They asked in unison. Bibi Dong, slightly exasperated, chuckled. Yes, yes. Your Yi Gu is finally returning. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls erupted in joy. Your Holiness, when will Yi Gu be back? Ning Rongrong eagerly inquired, while Huowu and Zhu Zhuqing shared her anticipation. Calm down, I know you all miss Yi, but their current pace, even the fastest carriage needs 3 days. Just hold on a little longer. Look at me. I don't miss Yi at all. He is destined to soar to greater heights, Bibi Dong said with a wry smile. We've waited this long. A few more days won't matter. Huowu chimed in, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodding in agreement. At that moment, Ning Rongrong mischievously added, speaking of which, I noticed that the light in your bedroom has been on late at night, as if you were staring at EG's picture. Bibi Dong's face flushed as she stammered. That's not true. I'm not like you silly girls. I am the Pope. Huowu and Zhu Zhuqing chuckled at Bibi Dong's flustered demeanor. Is that so, Your Holiness? Ning Rongrong teased with a sly grin. You all have me exasperated. So what if I miss Yi? He's my child. Now, hurry and focus on your training, Bibi Dong instructed. Humph, the Pope's words don't match her heart. She clearly misses Yi Gu, Zhu Zhuqing muttered. Chapter 50. Arrival at Spirit City 3 days later, on a clear morning. Sunlight bathed the streets of Spirit City as Cheng Yi and his companion's carriage slowly entered, heading toward the Spirit Hall. Huowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had risen early and awaited their return outside. As the 3 exited the Pope's chamber, they spotted Bibi Dong already standing in the courtyard. Your Holiness, why are you up so early? Ning Rongrong tested. Cough, 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 it's a habit. I wake up early every day, Bibi Dong explained, slightly flustered. The 3 girls exchanged glances and stifled their laughter, choosing not to call her out. Moments later, the carriage approached and came to a halt within the courtyard of the Pope's palace. Cheng Yi stepped down from the vehicle, waving his hand with a cheerful smile. Ah, long time no see. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, the joy the 3 girls had anticipated was replaced with glistening tears in their eyes as they rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Yi Gu, you finally returned. Do you know how worried we were for you? Huowu choked out, emotion evident in her voice. Brother Yi, during your absence, we have been taking good care of ourselves, eating well and diligently practicing, Ning Rongrong said, her voice trembling with emotion. I miss you so much, Zhu Zhuqing sniffled. All right, I have returned safe and sound. It won't take this long next time. Cheng Yi reassured as he gently patted the heads of the 3 girls. What? You intend to have next time? Hulaina retorted angrily. No, next time you must take us with you. We won't be a burden to you. Brother Yi, Ning Rongrong insisted firmly. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing echoed in agreement. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong caught sight of the injury on Cheng Yi's shoulder through the collar of his shirt, and without a second thought, she began to tug at his clothing. Hey, Rongrong, what are you doing? Don't! Cheng Yi exclaimed anxiously. Before long, Ning Rongrong had pulled down half of Cheng Yi's shirt, revealing the wound inflicted by the rogue. The sight of it caused tears to spring to the eyes of the 3 girls. With a quivering voice, Ning Rongrong said, Brother E, you promised us you would take care of yourself. She gently wiped away the 3 claw marks on his shoulder. Brother E, you mustn't take such risks again. Hulaina cried. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at Cheng Yi's injury, expressed her discomfort, saying, Brother E, you have truly endured so much. Enough, do not cry any longer. I am fine. This minor injury won't even leave a scar, and I will be completely healed in a few days. Cheng Yi comforted them. Bibi Dong observed the wound on Cheng Yi's shoulder and his surging cultivation, her heart aching as she thought, you must have faced many hardships along the way. Come here, Bibi Dong said tenderly. The 3 girls released Cheng Yi, who walked towards Bibi Dong. She swiftly embraced him and softly murmured, It must have been difficult for you on this journey. Cheng Yi remained silent, resting his head against her shoulder. You 3 should return. I need to have a word with Bibi Dong said promptly. Seeing this, the 3 girls exchanged glances with Cheng Yi and walked back to the room, giving Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi some space. Your Holiness, the young master is injured. It is our negligence. Please punish Yuan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan, they said in unison, kneeling on one knee. No, it is not their fault. Grandpa Zhu, Grandpa Gui, and Sister Ling Yuan, it is my recklessness, Cheng Yi interjected. Bibi Dong, seeing this, sighed in resignation. All right, get up. I do not blame you. You have all worked hard on this journey. Now, tell me everything that happened. Thank you, Your Holiness, Yuan. Gui Mei and Ziyuan replied in chorus. Your cultivation levels? Bibi Dong examined the 3 with surprise. Your Holiness, it is thanks to the young master. He provided us with divine herbs, which allowed our martial souls to fully awaken, granting us our current levels, Yuan explained, with Gui Mei and Ziyuan nodding in agreement. Mother, this is for you, Cheng Yi said, producing a 9 immortal purple mushroom from his treasure pouch and handing it to Bibi Dong. With my current cultivation, this won't be of much use, Bibi Dong said, pleased that Cheng Yi had brought her a gift. No, mother. This 9 immortal purple mushroom has the effects of strengthening the foundation, enhancing energy, and solidifying cultivation. It will help you complete the test of the plague, God, more swiftly. Cheng Yi explained. Very well. Then, thank you. Bibi Dong said, accepting the mushroom with affection, though her heart pondered. Even if gives it to me, how can I bear to consume something so precious? Your Holiness, the young master acquired 2 soul bones. He bestowed these 2 soul bones upon me and old Gui. Yuan stated. Yes, if you have received them, then keep them. I need not instruct you on what to do next, Bibi Dong replied. Understood, Your Holiness. They responded in unison. This time, all 3 of you have contributed. You have accompanied as he grew. In my name, I shall reward each of you with a soul bone over 10,000 years old. You may select from the treasury at your leisure, Bibi Dong announced. Looking at the 3. Thank you, Your Holiness. We shall serve you and the young master diligently from now on, Yuan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan promised. Now, please continue. Bibi Dong said with a smile. The soul bone for Grandpa Zhu was gifted by the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Prince of Tiando, Xue Qinghe, has become my sworn brother. The soul bone for Grandpa Gui was dropped by a 10,000-year soul beast. Cheng elaborated. You ultimately chose Tiando, did you not? Bibi Dong inquired. Mother, it wasn't my choice. It was that Tiando acted faster and offered enough sincerity. Cheng Yi clarified. Very good. Has grown, Bibi Dong said, her tone filled with affection. I also persuaded the elder Dagobao to join the spirit hall, Cheng Yi added. Remarkable, How did you manage to convince that stubborn old mule? Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment. Mother, do you remember the knowledge of poison and medicine I learned from you and Grandpa Siaitan? Cheng Yi asked. Bibi Dong nodded, and Cheng Yi continued. Grandpa Dugu was poisoned. It was a toxin from his family's martial soul. I helped him resolve the issue, and Tiando acquiesced. Indeed, if that is the case, that old mule would certainly agree. Tiando's sincerity is indeed profound. I thought the soul bone you requested would be of no use, Bibi Dong remarked. These divine herbs were obtained from Grandpa Dugu's medicinal garden, Cheng Yi added. The young master is truly impressive. The old poison master does not recognize these divine herbs. Even my passion for divine herbs cannot compare to the young master. He not only recognizes each herb, but also understands their uses and effects, Yuan praised. Of course. Just look at who is the child of, Bibi Dong said proudly. Chapter 51, The Gifts of All. I also relied on divine herbs to break through to level 39. To accelerate my advancement, I chose to enhance myself through battle. And then we went to the Tiando Great Fighting Soul Arena. The Soul Emperor of the Iron Fighting Soul was no match for me. My cultivation showed no signs of wavering. Coincidentally, someone lost a bet and lost everything, so I engaged him in a wager match. And this injury was sustained during that duel. I broke through to Soul Master during the fight and won. Cheng Yi recounted to Bibi Dong. Yeah, you must not engage in such risky endeavors again, Bibi Dong said, her heart aching. Yu Egwan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan thought to themselves, Your Holiness, please do not say that just yet. You must listen further, as what follows is even more perilous. Cheng Yi unleashed his martial soul, the Shadow King, as 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. For rings of 10,000 years. Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Yi continued, This 4-soul ring comes from a 20,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. It grants me a powerful control-type soul skill and also produced an external soul bone for me. After all, danger and opportunity coexist. As he spoke, a set of dark purple armor materialized around him. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexist, that is true. However, this is far too risky. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is one thing, but you specifically chose a man-faced demon spider? The soul shock it produces is far more potent than that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong admonished. Oh, come on, mother. I'm fine, aren't I? Cheng Yi chuckled. Fine, but always fine? If something were to go wrong, it would be too late, Bibi Dong scolded. Mother, please don't be angry. I will be more careful next time, Cheng Yi pleaded. By the way, mother, about my martial soul, Cheng Yi began again. What is it? Is there something wrong with your martial soul? Bibi Dong asked, her concern evident. Indeed, it is not the case. It is merely that a soul master possessing twin martial souls cannot wield both simultaneously. As Cheng Yi spoke, he summoned the hellish phantom scythe into his right hand, while simultaneously activating the first soul skill of the Shadow King, the Shadow Claw. The first spirit ring on Cheng Yi's body shimmered, and the power of shadows transformed into sharp claws that enveloped his left hand. Here, you can actually utilize 2 martial souls at once, exclaimed Bibi Dong, astonished. Cheng Yi then retracted his martial souls, stating, Indeed, mother, this was a discovery I made quite by accident. Even you cannot wield 2 martial souls at the same time. At most, you can only achieve seamless transitions between them. If I were to later attach spirit rings to both martial souls, by Dong pondered aloud. Your Holiness, will there be any side effects? Yuan inquired with concern. No, there should not be. Ear's physical strength far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. And with the enhancement of the Shadow Starbell, there should be no issues, Bai Dong assured. Go and find Nana and the others. Mother still has matters to attend to at the Spirit Hall, but I will return before dinner, she added, gently patting Cheng Yi's head. All right, mother, I understand. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Subsequently, Bai Dong, Yuan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan headed in the direction of the Spirit Hall. Peering out from the window, Zhu Zhuqing saw Bai Dong and the others leaving and quickly dashed out. Witnessing this, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong hurried after her. Ego, the 3 girls called out in unison. Cheng Yi turned around to see the 3 of them standing before him. Ego, how is your injury? Ning Rongrong asked with concern. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine, he reassured, demonstrating his arm's mobility to indicate his recovery. Ego, you should not push yourself so hard for breakthroughs in the future, Hulaina admonished. Isn't it so that I may grow stronger more quickly to protect all of you? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. We are capable of protecting you too. You should not always shield us, Zhu Zhuqing insisted anxiously. Indeed, Hulaina and Ning Rongrong echoed in agreement. In response, Cheng Yi affectionately patted the heads of the 3 girls, saying this time, I have brought gifts for all of you. I have already sent someone to call for Xiaoyu and Yin. They should arrive shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yan's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Ego, you're finally back. I thought I would die waiting for you. The 2 rushed in, visibly excited to see Cheng Yi, and they exchanged fist bumps. Come, I have gifts for you all, Cheng Yi declared. Ego, even after everything, you still think of us, Yin said, touched. In response, Cheng Yi playfully kicked Yan's rear, saying, Get it together. The other 4 could not help but chuckle at this. All right, let's not fool around. This is for you, Cheng Yi said, producing a flame sunflower from his 100 treasure bag and handing it to Yin. This is the flame sunflower. Consuming it will enhance your soul power and strengthen the fire attribute of your martial soul, he explained. Ego, this is far too precious, Yin exclaimed, taking the flame sunflower with a hint of embarrassment. Just accept it. Didn't you acknowledge me as your big brother? Of course. I must share my good fortune with my little brother, Cheng Yi teased. Yin smiled in response, saying, Thank you, Ego. Now, Xiaoyu, this is for you. Cheng Yi continued, retrieving a windborne leaf blade from his hunter treasure bag. Ego I, Xiaoyu began, feeling bashful. Cheng Yi promptly pressed the windborne leaf blade into Xiaoyu's hands, stating, "Don't be so sentimental. Just take it. This celestial herb, known as the windborne leaf blade, will similarly enhance your soul power and increase the strength of your moonblade." "Thank you, Ego," Xiaoyu replied gratefully. "Next, we have gifts for Nana, Rongrong, and Zhuqing," Cheng Yi remarked, producing the bewitching rose, the enchanting tulip, and the narcissus jade skin bone from his hunter treasure bag, handing one to each of the girls. He then explained, "The bewitching rose for Nana will amplify her enchanting control abilities. The enchanting tulip for Rongrong will fortify her martial soul, while the narcissus jade skin bone for Zhuqing will nourish her tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the 8 meridians, greatly aiding her martial soul cultivation." The 3 girls were moved, their eyes glistening with tears as they held the celestial herbs. "Ige, you must have exerted great effort to procure these," Ning Rongrong remarked. "Ige, I would rather forego these herbs than see you get hurt," Hulaina added. "Ige, why are you so foolish, risking so much for us?" Zhuqing chimed in. "Nana, Rongrong, Zhuqing, it is my fault for making you worry. I promise I will take you along next time, all right?" Cheng Yi said, gently patting their heads. Instantly, the 3 girls' faces lit up with joy as they exclaimed, "Ige, you said it. It's a promise. Wherever you go in the future, we will follow, and you must not go back on your word." "All right, it's a promise. Well, have I ever gone back on my word?" Cheng Yi replied with a smile. You always assure us that you want to take risks. Yet you end up risking it every time," Hulaina pouted. Indeed, Ning Rongrong and Zhuqing chimed in agreement. Faced with their remarks, Cheng Yi could only scratch his head awkwardly. Chapter 52, Breakthroughs Abound. Seeing Cheng Yi being cornered by Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhuqing, Xiaoyu and Yin could not help but chuckle. Cheng Yi, with a smile, said, "Well, you two, it seems you found this amusing, Haven to you? Shall we practice properly now?" With that, he summoned his martial soul, the 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircling him as he approached Xiaoyu and Yin with a smile. "Ige, we weren't laughing at you. We were just thinking of something happy," Xiaoyu quickly defended. Yes, we were just thinking of something happy," Yin added hastily. "Oh, is that so? What is this happy thought?" "Share it with me to bring me joy," Cheng Yi said, smiling as he closed the distance. "Hey, Ige, you've actually broken through to the soul sect level? The 4th ring is a 10,000-year one?" Xiaoyu attempted to change the subject. "Wow, Ige, that's impressive. I've heard that absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring causes soul turbulence. You managed to overcome that?" Yin praised. Seeing their reactions, Cheng Yi retracted his martial soul, saying, "If I hadn't overcome it, I wouldn't be standing here before you." "Soul turbulence?" The 3 girls' voices resonated from behind Cheng Yi, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Ige, it's clearly so dangerous, yet you still don't realize your mistakes and joke about it," Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile. "Ige, do you have any idea how worried we are for you?" Hulaina said, placing her hand on Cheng Yi's shoulder with a smile. Zhuqing, remaining silent, smiled as she pinched Cheng Yi's waist. "Nana, Rongrong, Zhuqing, I know I was wrong. Please don't do this," Cheng Yi pleaded in a flustered manner. Instantly, the courtyard of the Pope's palace was filled with Cheng Yi's cries of despair. Xiaoyu and Yin, witnessing this, turned away in fear. "Ige is truly in for it this time," Yin trembled. "This is all your fault for speaking out. Be careful, or Ige might hit you," Xiaoyu warned, also shaking. "Every challenge must be overcome. I fear this one might be insurmountable for Ige," Yin said with apprehension. "Do you understand your mistakes now?" The 3 girls chimed in unison. Cheng Yi lay on the grass, weakly responding, "I won't dare again." That's good," Ning Rongrong said, lying down beside Cheng Yi. Upon seeing this, Hulaina also lay down on the other side. Zhuqing, not to be outdone, directly sprawled atop Cheng Yi. "Hey, Zhuqing, we haven't even laid on Ige yet," Hulaina and Ning Rongrong protested. In response, Cheng Yi sat up and said, "All right, you all should absorb the celestial herbs now." The group stood up, and Cheng Yi turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu and Yin. As Xiaoyu and Yin sensed Cheng Yi's gaze, they were immediately drenched in cold sweat, trembling with trepidation. Observing this, Cheng Yi shook his head and remarked, "You two should hurry up." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's tone, they dared to turn around. "You may directly consume the celestial herbs after ingesting them. Take the time to truly appreciate their medicinal potency," Cheng Yi advised. After listening to him, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhuqing, along with Xiaoyu and Yin, nodded in agreement, subsequently placing the herbs into their mouths, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the medicinal essence contained within. As time passed, the medicinal energy within everyone began to stabilize. Soon after, Xiaoyu and Yin slowly opened their eyes. "Oh, you two are awake. How do you feel?" Cheng Yi inquired with a smile. "Brother Yi, I feel unprecedentedly well. My soul power has surged from level 26 to 30. Yin exclaimed joyfully, summoning the Flame Lord, whose magma appeared to bubble with greater intensity. "Brother Yi, my level has also transcended from 26 to 30, and the resilience and sharpness of my moon blades have significantly improved," Xiaoyu stated, conjuring two moon blades that clashed together, producing a crisp sound. "Very good. Your levels should improve even further after absorbing the soul rings, ultimately reaching around level 33, Cheng Yi remarked. "Really? That's fantastic." Xiaoyu and Yin responded with enthusiasm. "All right, Laina, Rong, and Zhuqing haven't woken up yet. We should wait a bit longer. Shall we practice in the meantime?" Cheng Yi suggested with a smile. "Huh, Brother Yi," Xiaoyu and Yin exclaimed nervously. "Fear not, both of you can strike me. Use your martial souls. But do not employ soul skills. This will be a pure test of combat techniques," Cheng Yi explained. "Brother Yi, isn't it your main martial soul? It's not the same as the enhancements we receive when our beast martial souls are activated," Yin remarked. "Enough of that. Come now," Cheng Yi said with a slight smile. Seeing that smile, Xiaoyu and Yin felt a chill run down their spines. But they did not wish to miss such a splendid opportunity to hone their combat skills, so they summoned their martial souls. "Martial soul activation," they shouted. Behind Yin, the Flame Lord materialized, enhancing his attributes, while Xiaoyu manifested the two moon blades in her hands. "Brother Yi, won't you summon your martial soul?" Xiaoyu asked. No sooner had she spoken than the domain of the Netherworld's scythe appeared in Cheng Yi's right hand. "Brother Yi, what is this?" Yin stammered in alarm. "Brother Yi, you possess another martial soul? You're a dual martial soul user?" Xiaoyu gasped, equally startled. "Be careful," Cheng Yi warned before springing into action, wielding the domain of the Netherworld's scythe and leaping towards Xiaoyu with a sweeping strike. Seeing the scythe approach, Xiaoyu did not dare to hesitate. Raising her moon blades to defend, the scythe collided with the blades, producing a sharp clang. "Not bad, Xiaoyu. Your reflexes are quick, but your strength remains insufficient," Cheng Yi remarked, pressing down with the scythe as Xiaoyu struggled to hold her ground. "And you, Yin, once you leave the Martial Soul Academy, your enemies will not grant you a moment's respite," he added, sending Xiaoyu sprawling before delivering a kick that sent Yin flying. "Hey, you two, be serious. If you think this level of ability will suffice to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, not to mention contend against the Evil Soul Hall, you are sorely mistaken," Cheng Yi shouted. Upon hearing his words, the two immediately ignited with determination, flanking Cheng Yi from either side. Cheng Yi, witnessing this, smiled faintly and deftly deflected Xiaoyu's moon blades with the scythe before effortlessly catching Yan's punch with one hand. "Put some effort into it. I now permit both of you to use your soul skills." After Cheng Yi's words, Yan and Xiaoyu ceased holding back. First soul skill slash. Xiaoyu's first soul ring flickered, enhancing her moon blades as she struck at Cheng Yi, who countered with the domain of the Netherworld's scythe to block her attack, then retreated. First soul skill, Hell's Magma. Yan's first soul ring glimmered, causing a burst of lava to erupt from Cheng Yi's position. Cheng Yi remained unperturbed, swinging the scythe to cleave the magma in two. Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. How is that possible? Excellent coordination, Cheng Yi Pires. Then unleashed a slashing strike with the scythe towards Xiaoyu and Yan. Second soul skill, Control. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Both Xiaoyu and Yan's second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, blocking Cheng Yi's strike. "Do you wish to continue?" Cheng Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yan quickly shook their heads, fearing that a delay might provoke another of Cheng Yi's strikes. "How do you feel?" Cheng Yi asked, patting Xiaoyu and Yan on the shoulder. "We are still too weak," they replied in unison. "In your future training, do not allow yourselves to slack off, especially you. Yan, now that you have absorbed the celestial herbs, you must strive even harder," Cheng Yi admonished. "Understood, Brother Yi. We will work diligently," Xiaoyu and Yan affirmed. "But Brother Yi, what kind of martial soul is yours? Its power is exceptional, even without the addition of soul rings," Xiaoyu marveled. "Indeed, Brother Yi, your martial soul is astonishing," Yan echoed. Enough with the flattery. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin both chuckled. After a while, Hulaina and Zhuqing also finished absorbing the celestial herbs and opened their eyes. The two immediately sought out Cheng Yi embracing him. Brother E, my soul power has surged from level 27 to 30. My mental strength and control abilities have also significantly improved. Thank you, Brother E, Hulaina exclaimed joyfully while hugging him. Me too, me too. My soul power has also risen from 27 to 30. I feel faster, my claws sharper, and I'm lighter than ever. Thank you so much, Brother E, Zhu Zhuqing added, also embracing him with glee. Wonderful, wonderful. You both did splendidly, Cheng Yi said, gently patting Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing on the head. Why isn't T Rongrong awakened yet? Hulaina wondered, glancing at Ning Rongrong. I believe it will be soon, Cheng Yi replied. Just as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes. Rongrong feels. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her question, Ning Rongrong leaped up and threw herself into Cheng Yi's arms, kissing him on the lips. At this sight, Hulaina, Zhu Zhuqing, Xieyu, and Yan were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing quickly rushed forward to pull Ning Rongrong away. Rongrong, what are you doing? I haven't even had my turn yet. That was Brother Yi's first kiss. Hulaina exclaimed angrily. Exactly. Rongrong, how could you do that? Zhu Zhuqing complained. Realizing what she had just done, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she stammered. I was too excited, so I couldn't hold back. Oomph. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing said disapprovingly. Rongrong, do tell, Cheng Yi said, still somewhat dazed. Ning Rongrong composed herself and summoned her martial soul. What are you doing, Rongrong? Why summon your martial soul? Hulaina asked in confusion. Wait, Rongrong's martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Xieyu and Yan leaned closer. Indeed, the nine treasure glazed tile pagoda. My martial soul has evolved and broken the family limit of absorbing only 7 soul rings, Ning Rongrong said. Her voice choked with emotion before leaping back into Cheng Yi's embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, Brother E. Congratulations, Rongrong, Cheng Yi said, gently patting her head with a smile. Oomph. Rongrong, although I congratulate you, this matter is not yet settled. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing pouted, though their gazes were fixed on Cheng Yi. Seeing this, Cheng Yi stepped forward to Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing, kissed them, and then affectionately patted their heads. Instantly, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing blushed from head to toe, stammering. Rongrong, we forgive you. Seeing this, Xieyu and Yan were astonished, their mouths agape, and thought to themselves, as expected of Iga. All right, let us seek out Mother. I will take you to hunt souls, Cheng Yi declared to the group. Multiple voices chimed in agreement, and they all headed towards the spirit hall. As they exited the courtyard, they encountered Bibi Dong approaching with Yueguan, Guimei, and Ziyuan. Little ones, what are you up to? Xieyu and Yin are here too. Let us return to the courtyard, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi and the others returned to the courtyard, where Bibi Dong and her companions followed suit. Your Holiness, esteemed teacher, several individuals greeted Bibi Dong. Hello, you all, Bibi Dong replied warmly. Mother, they consumed the celestial herbs I selected, and all of them have successfully advanced to soul respect. We were just about to seek you out to request permission to hunt souls, Cheng Yi explained. It seems that this time, the golden generation is firmly established with the 6 of you. We just need to select one more support type soul master, and the rest can only compete for a substitute position, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Mother, you returned so quickly, Cheng Yi asked in confusion. Quick, it's already evening. How long do you think it took to absorb the celestial herbs? It's perfect timing for us to have dinner together, Bibi Dong replied cheerfully. Cheng Yi and the others looked outside and saw the sun setting. Come, children, let us dine. Eat well, Yueguan, you 3 as well, Bibi Dong said. Yes, Mother, hello. Your Holiness, hello. Teacher, everyone replied, and thus they began their meal. This time, I will personally lead you in the soul hunting, along with Elder Ju, Elder Gui, and Elder Ling Yuan, Bibi Dong announced to the group. We are at your service, Yueguan, Gui Mei, and Ziyuan responded in unison. Hulaina and the others nodded in agreement. However, Bibi Dong then continued. This time, will lead the team. We will not intervene, and you will coordinate to hunt the soul beasts yourselves. We will only step in during the most perilous moments. Yin glanced at Cheng Yi and smiled reassuringly. Hey Yin, why are you smiling? Why do you look at me so lecherously? Cheng Yi remarked, shivering at Yan's grin, prompting everyone to turn their attention to Yin. Oh, it's nothing, Iga. I just feel inexplicably at ease with you leading, Yin said, scratching his head, and Xieyu nodded in agreement. Of course, Iga is the strongest, Ning Rongrong praised, while Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing smiled and nodded. Ha! The young master is indeed formidable when he assisted Duguian in hunting a soul ring, He single-handedly subdued the corrupted venomous snake, Yu Guan said with a smile. As expected of my truly impressive. It seems we 1T need to intervene this time. Bibi Dong remarked with a grin. Wait, who is Duguian? Hulaina suddenly realized the discrepancy, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned to Cheng Yi in curiosity, causing Yu Guan to feel he had spoken out of turn. Cheng Yi calmly set down his chopsticks and replied nonchalantly, Duguian is, of course, the granddaughter of Old Man Dugong. After helping them detoxify, Duguian has also advanced to Soul Sovereign, and we're just helping her hunt for a soul ring to test her fourth soul skill. Oh, I see. Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing relaxed upon understanding. By the way, Igu, what is the effect of your fourth soul ring? Ning Rongrong inquired, while the others gazed at Cheng Yi with curiosity. My fourth soul skill is named 8th Spider Binding Divine Lock. It is a powerful control-type soul skill that binds enemies and also has the effect of draining and eroding their soul power, Cheng Yi explained. Igu is so strong. You're no longer just a powerful attacker, but also balanced in attack, defense, control, and speed, Xiaoyu praised. Being a twin martial soul, my primary martial soul is my original one, and thus my soul ring configuration is naturally unrestricted, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Chapter 54, Setting Out to Hunt Souls. Now, let us discuss what you plan for your third soul rings. It's best to decide ahead of time to avoid becoming headless flies once we enter the Stardoe Forest, Bibi Dong stated. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Cheng Yi. Hey, why are you all looking at me? You should think for yourselves. Cheng Yi quickly understood their intent. Seeing this, Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly and remarked, you can't always rely on her. What if he is not around when the time comes? That 1T happen. Your Holiness, I am Igu's dedicated support. After consuming the celestial herbs from Igu, my martial soul has completely evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, allowing me to better assist Igu. My last 2 soul rings can also be chosen for self-protection skills, ensuring I 1T hold Igu back. I will always follow Igu, Ning Rongrong declared with determination, clenching her fist. What? Rongrong, your martial soul has evolved? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's all thanks to Igu. Ning Rongrong smiled at Cheng Yi. These celestial herbs are truly extraordinary, Bibi Dong remarked, though internally she pondered. The 7-treasure glazed sect? No. It should now be called the 9-treasure glazed sect, the wealthiest sect. We 1T have to worry about the Spirit Hall's funding in the future. I too will always follow Igu. I could never be a burden to him, Hulaina affirmed resolutely. Me too, I 1T be a burden to Igu. Zhu Zhuqing echoed with determination. Rest assured, Nana, Rongrong, Zhuqing, with you by my side, I will certainly protect you. My efforts to become stronger are precisely for this purpose. Cheng Yi said, clenching his fist. I lost to Igu in soul battles. I should have been Igu's little brother. But Igu treats me as a brother, so I will definitely follow him. I am EGE's strongest shield, no matter how dangerous it is. I will closely follow Igu, Yin declared, clenching his fist. Exactly. Since Igu considers me a brother, I am his sharpest spear. Wherever Igu points, I will strike. I will follow Igu, Xiaoyu said, looking at Cheng Yi with unwavering resolve. Hey, you two, this is so touching. To hear such words from you is incredible. I never regretted considering you brothers, Cheng Yi said excitedly, and he fist-bumped with Yin and Xiaoyu. Of course, we are brothers. Xiaoyu and Yin replied enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, I truly envy you all, Bibi Dong said, smiling at the group. Indeed, back in the day, old Guai and I were just like you, Yu Guan added with a smile. Hey, Zhuo Guan, why bring that up? We're all grown up now, Guai Mei said, slightly embarrassed. Old ghost, you're still shy? Have you forgotten our days of battling across the continent? Yu Guan teased with a chuckle. All right, let us not dwell on that. Guai Mei said, feeling shy. You two remain as you always were. Since I've known you, it has been this way, and it still hasn't changed, Bibi Dong remarked, smiling at Yu Guan and Guai Mei. Indeed, Your Holiness, the two seniors have always been a pair of comedic rivals, Ziyuan said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Laughter and joy filled the dining table. Now, let me ponder what kind of soul beast you should select for your soul rings, Cheng Yi reflected. Xiaoyu, for your third soul skill, choose a soul beast with strong attack power, Cheng Yi said, and Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yen, select a soul beast with powerful fire attributes, Cheng Yi continued, and Yen also nodded. Cheng Yi then turned his attention to Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Zhuqing should focus on speed and breaking defenses for her soul ring. As for Rongrong, her third soul skill should enhance her teammate's soul power. so it should focus on soul beasts with substantial soul power. As for Nana, she should choose a fox-type soul beast with strong mental power. Upon hearing this, the three women smiled and nodded in agreement. As the day approached for our journey to the Stardow Forest, I will select the most suitable soul beast for you. Given your physical strength, you may absorb soul rings ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 years, Cheng Yi added. Truly, Brother Yi is remarkable, so thorough and comprehensive. Ning Rongrong praised earnestly. Indeed, Brother Yi is exceptional. Hulaina also complimented, while Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Alas, in practical combat, I cannot compare to Brother Yi, nor can I hold a candle to him in theory. I am utterly outclassed, Yin said with a wry smile. Yin, with your multiple heads, do you still wish to compete with Brother Yi? Seiyu shook his head in disbelief. All right, enough praise. You're making me blush, Cheng Yi said bashfully. There is nothing to be shy about. It is a fact that my son is exceptional, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Hee, thank you, mother. Cheng Yi replied with a grin. Now, Yin and Seiyu, it is quite late. You two should stay here for the night. The guest rooms are tidy, so rest early. Tomorrow, we shall set off promptly, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness, everyone responded in unison. And you three should also stay here for the night. There are plenty of rooms, and we can set off together tomorrow without any fuss, Bibi Dong said, looking at Yuguan, Gue Mei, and Zi Yuan. Very well, thank you, Your Holiness, Yuguan, Gue Mei, and Zi Yuan echoed in unison, prompting Bibi Dong to wave her hand with a smile. Now, everyone, return to rest, Bibi Dong said warmly. Yin, stop sleeping. Get up. You're the last one we're waiting for, Cheng Yi said as he pulled back Yin's blanket. Brother Yi, what time is it now? Yin sat up and rubbed his eyes. Just look at the sun, Cheng Yi replied. Yin glanced at the sky and immediately leaped from the bed, exclaiming, how can it be this late? Everyone should be ready by now, Yin said in a panic. Of course, we've all been waiting for you, Cheng Yi said, exasperated, and promptly left the room. Ha ha ha, I apologize for the wait, everyone. I overslept a bit, Yin said sheepishly as he stepped outside. Just a bit, Seiyu retorted, displeased. Were we not in the same room? Why didn't you wake me? Yin complained. What did you say? I called you 4 or 5 times. But you didn't wake up. You should have some shame, Seiyu replied helplessly. All right, enough arguing. It is what it is. So there's no point in dwelling on it, Cheng Yi interjected. Indeed, as Yi said, you are a united front. You cannot let internal discord arise when you have yet to be defeated by the enemy, Bibi Dong chimed in from the carriage. Very well, Your Holiness. We acknowledge our mistake, Seiyu and Yin exchanged a glance and said simultaneously. Now, let us board the carriage. Our departure awaits, Cheng Yi declared, making his way to the second carriage, while Seiyu and Yin headed for the third. Yuguan and Gue Mei took their place in the first carriage, leaving Zi Yuan in the last one. Chapter 55. Zhu Zhuqing's Thoughts. A few days later, the 4 carriages traveled along the bumpy road towards the Stardow Forest. Yet they glided smoothly despite the uneven terrain. Brother, we have been on the road for so many days. How much longer until we arrive? Ning Rongrong asked, bored. Indeed, it is dreadfully dull in this carriage, Hulaina added, propping her chin on her hand. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, stating, a day spent in this carriage has been nothing but sleeping or cultivating. It is exceedingly tedious. We still have at least 7 days to go. After all, the Stardow Forest is quite distant from us, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. You little ones are truly unaware of the blessings you possess. The carriages we traveled in before were far from this comfortable. The journey to hunt souls was much more grueling, Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, the previous carriages must have been quite jarring, unlike the smooth ride we have now, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Your Holiness, could you share some stories from the past? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, with Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing looking on with equal intrigue. As the 3 young women's curiosity ignited, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were unaware of Bibi Dong's past, yet Cheng Yi, as a time traveler, was well versed in it. Although this world of Douluo differs from the original, Bibi Dong's experiences were hardly any better. She had endured a tumultuous journey, significantly diverging from the source material, especially after the tragic demise of Qian Xuanji at the hands of the evil Soul Hall's 3rd seat, leaving Bibi Dong to grapple with her bitterness and sorrow alone. Cheng Yi, sensing that reminiscing about the past might evoke negative emotions in Bibi Dong, gently tugged at her sleeve and offered her a reassuring smile. Bibi Dong returned his gaze with a warm smile and addressed Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. My past, well, the earlier part was bearable. Though I came from humble beginnings, Awakening dual martial souls changed my life, both for better and worse. Then, unforeseen events transpired until I adopted Yi-Er, who illuminated my life like a ray of light. Although I cannot completely let go of the past, Yi-Er's presence has certainly alleviated my burdens. Bibi Dong gazed tenderly at Cheng Yi and continued, "One must always look forward, right?" After that incident, I did not resign myself to despair. Instead, I worked even harder to cultivate, which allowed me to safeguard everything I have now and to sit firmly upon this exalted throne of the Pope. Your relentless pursuit of strength is also to protect all of you. I assent to it? Certainly, and for Mother and all that I hold dear. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Precisely, in this chaotic world, it suffices to preserve what one cherishes. Therefore, do not place undue pressure on yourself. Even if the heavens were to fall, your mother, grandfather Ju, grandfather Gui, and all the elders would shield you. And you, Nana, Rong, and Zhu Qing are no exception. We are still alive. It is not yet your turn, young ones, to charge into battle, Bibi Dong said, smiling at the group. Mother, everyone will be fine. It is we, the Spirit Hall, who will bring this chaotic era to an end. I shall personally annihilate the evil Soul Hall and restore peace to the continent. Cheng Yi declared resolutely. Indeed, we share that sentiment. Brother E.'s dream is our dream. Hulaina, Ning Rong, and Zhu Qing affirmed in unison. Then, once I establish as the Holy Son, you must assist him diligently, Bibi Dong said with a smile directed at the three young women. Of course, no matter what happens, we will steadfastly choose Brother E, Hulaina, Ning Rong, and Zhu Qing declared with unwavering determination. Since you have chosen them, and they have chosen you, you must not become a heartless scoundrel. Do not betray their trust. Bibi Dong turned to Cheng Yi, her expression serious. Cheng Yi immediately adopted a solemn demeanor and replied resolutely, Of course, Mother, I will keep my promises and remain true to my heart. Until my last breath, I shall protect them. Upon hearing this, Hulaina, Ning Rong, and Zhu Qing felt their faces flush, lowering their heads in silence. Haha, just like my son. Well done, Bibi Dong said with a smile. What are the goals of the three of you? Bibi Dong inquired, turning her attention to the three young women. Our goal, of course, is to assist Brother E. Our sect's greatest dilemma lies in the inheritance of auxiliary martial souls, which lack combat prowess. Within the sect, only Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu guard us. Now that we have joined the Spirit Hall, we are free from worries, Ning Rong explained. Indeed, Brother E is our foremost priority, Hulaina echoed in agreement. Exactly, ever since Brother E invited me to join the Spirit Hall, I have resolutely chosen to stand by him, Zhu Qing affirmed with conviction. However, Zhu Qing swiftly changed the topic and remarked, I believe our Spirit Hall can conquer the Star Luo Empire. As we all know, the traditions of the Star Luo Empire revolve around conflict, an unending cycle of strife. In these chaotic times, we are merely embroiled in internal disputes of the Dai family, with the Zhu family serving merely as their instrument for consolidating power. I nearly lost my life there. I was fortunate to have encountered Brother E and His Holiness the Pope. Yet, as I spoke, my sister Zhu Qing lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong shook her head in resignation. Hulaina and Ning Rong embraced Zhu Qing from either side, while Cheng Yi knelt before her, gently grasping her hand and wiping away her tears. He softly reassured her, Zhu Qing, do not worry. I shall help you put an end to all of this. I am but an orphan, unaware of who harmed my parents. I harbor no dreams until I awakened my martial soul and met Brother E and my teacher, as well as getting to know Rong and Zhu Qing. The three of us have followed Brother E, and since Zhu Qing has spoken, I shall naturally aid her, Hulaina declared resolutely. Indeed, Zhu Qing, I have been labeled the little witch within the sect. It was only upon meeting you all that I found unconditional acceptance for my quirks. Even without Brother Yi's influence, I would wholeheartedly support you. Besides, we are all in this together, Ning Rong asserted with unwavering determination. Hey, what can you children resolve? Focus on strengthening yourselves first. Leave these matters to us. The system of the Star Luo should have been eradicated long ago. Fear not, Zhu Qing. The impending turmoil will be beyond the Star Luo's control. If we can annihilate the evil Soul Hall when he ascends as Pope, I will assist him in unifying the continent. Though Tiando has allied with E, should those old fools remain obstinate, the aristocracy has lingered in their positions far too long, forgetting the suffering of the common people. Such imperial authority should no longer exist on this continent, Bibi Dong proclaimed, her grip tightening on her scepter. Thank you, Brother E, Your Holiness, and Nana and Rong. Truly. Thank you all, Zhu Zhuqing said, her voice choked with emotion. All right, Zhuqing, no more tears. Everything will take time, Cheng Yi soothed, gently patting her head. Okay, I won't cry anymore, Zhu Zhuqing replied, regaining her composure and allowing a smile to grace her lips. Chapter 56, The Soul Hunting begins. 7 days later, the carriage came to a gentle halt near the Stardow forest, and everyone disembarked. Wow, we finally arrived. This journey was dreadfully tedious, Ning Rong yawned, stretching her limbs. Indeed, we have finally reached our destination. Otherwise, I might have gone stir-crazy, Hulaina complained. How can sitting in a carriage be so exhausting? Zhu Zhuqing lamented, her expression one of despair. All right, look at Yin. He seems utterly lifeless. Cheng Yi pointed towards the back of the carriage, prompting everyone to glance over. Well, they saw Yin being dragged down by Xiaoyu, looking completely deflated. Are we ascending to the heavens? Yin said, his face devoid of life. Come on, Yin. Perk up, Xiaoyu urged, shaking him. The others stifled their laughter. Let me handle this, Cheng Yi said with a mischievous grin as he approached Yin. He retrieved a bottle of water from a storage ring and splashed it onto Yan's face, instantly reviving him. Huh. Yin, we have arrived, Cheng Yi informed him. Really? We've arrived? Yin replied. Disbelief etched on his face as if he were still lost in his own world. Enough of the antics. The carriage can only take us this far. Beyond this point lies the Stardow forest, and from here on, you must rely on yourselves. The elders and I will be watching over you from a distance, but we won't intervene unless there's a threat to your lives, Bibi Dong stated. The group immediately grew serious and nodded in agreement. I'll lead the way. Zhuqing, you'll take the right flank, Nana the left, and Rong will be in the center, with Xiaoyu and Yin at the rear. Report any discoveries immediately. Let us move, Cheng Yi commanded. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and promptly took their positions, advancing towards the Stardow forest. Young Master-S arrangements are indeed impeccable, without a single flaw, Yuguan praised. Indeed, he has already begun to embody the demeanor of a holy son. In the future, he may surpass me as Pope, Bibi Dong remarked, and with that, the four of them vanished from sight. As the group proceeded through the Stardow forest, Cheng Yi walked at the forefront, murmuring softly, "Come forth." His shadow expanded, and shadow soldiers gradually emerged from his silhouette, dispersing into the surroundings. Brother E, this ability is truly terrifying. It's even more potent than the soul skills provided by soul beasts, Yin murmured in awe. Cheng Yi said nothing, instead extending his mental energy ahead. Rong, there's something ahead. A soul beast with an exceptionally strong reserve of soul power. Let us go take a look, Cheng Yi declared. Fantastic. We're so lucky. Ningrong exclaimed joyfully. The group sprinted ahead, eventually spotting the soul beast. Brother E, your mental power is astonishingly potent. You can see so far. Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's not that impressive, Cheng Yi chuckled modestly. This soul beast appears to be around 2,200 years old, which is just right. I can handle this alone, Cheng Yi said as he stepped forward. No way, Brother E. You can't go in alone, Ningrong protested. Pulling him back, after a moment of thought, Cheng Yi proposed, then whoever captures the soul beast gets to come with me. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Rong, just provide support from a distance, Cheng Yi said, gently patting Ning Rong's head. Ningrong nodded. Her 9-treasure glazed tile, shining, with 2 yellow soul rings that enveloped her. Cheng Yi charged forward, and with the enhancement of Rong's 2 soul rings, his strength and speed surged dramatically. Suddenly, the right paw of the dark golden terraclaw bear manifested, and with a swift motion, Cheng Yi unleashed a claw strike towards the soul beast. The soul beast, caught completely off guard, was struck and slammed against a tree, shattering it and incapacitating it in an instant, leaving 3 deep claw marks across its abdomen. Unsteadily, the soul beast attempted to rise, its movements awkward and laborious due to its injuries. Cheng Yi stared wide-eyed in disbelief, muttering it can still stand. At that moment, the soul beast let out a low growl, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi activated his first soul ring and unleashed his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The power of shadows coalesced into claws as he lashed out with a cross-shaped claw strike towards the soul beast. Despite its injuries, the soul beast attempted to evade, but its body was too hindered to react quickly, and it could only watch as Cheng Yi's attack landed. With a defiant roar, the soul beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Come on, Rong, Cheng Yi beckoned. Witnessing Cheng Yi's prowess, everyone was left in awe, even Bibi Dong and her group watching from a distance. Hooray! Brother Yi is amazing. He defeated the soul beast with a single strike. Ning Rongrong cheered with delight. Ah, it's nothing. Quickly, go and understand it, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Just then, a figure burst forth from the underbrush, charging towards Cheng Yi. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the shadowy attack. When a shadow came to a halt, they all focused intently and exclaimed, "A striped cat. About 2,000 years old." Cheng Yi gasped, a grin spreading across his face. "Come on, Zhu Qing," Cheng Yi remarked with a smile. "It seems that fortune has favored us without much effort." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing surged forth from behind. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this, began to channel her soul power, activating her first and second soul rings, which enveloped Zhu Qing in a beneficial aura. "Rongrong, there's no need for assistance. Simply wait for us to deal with this pattern cat. You and Zhu Qing can absorb the soul rings together afterward," Cheng Yi said, looking at Ning Rongrong with a smile. Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "It's no trouble. Brother Yi, I'm just idle anyway." With a nod of understanding from Cheng Yi, he turned his gaze to Zhu Qing. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison before charging towards the pattern cat. As they ran, Zhu Qing swiftly completed her martial soul manifestation, and her first soul ring lit up, activating her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. Zhu Qing's speed escalated dramatically as she extended her sharp claws, launching herself at the pattern cat like an arrow released from a bowstring. The pattern cat reacted swiftly as Zhu Qing lunged. It exerted force through its limbs and abruptly darted to the side. What a remarkable soul beast known for its speed, Cheng Yi thought, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But there's still another. He activated his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The first soul ring on Cheng Yi's body flashed brightly, and the power of shadows transformed into deadly claws that enveloped his hands. With a swift motion, Cheng Yi unleashed two fierce claw strikes that raced towards the pattern cat with astonishing speed. Chapter 57, One Against Three Beasts. As the pattern cat noticed Cheng Yi's impending attack, it prepared to leap backward once more. However, before it could act, Cheng Yi's assault was already upon it. The cat could only hastily twist its body to evade, but Cheng Yi's strike still grazed its side. In that instant of contact, the cat's skin was torn open, and blood gushed forth onto the ground. Realizing the peril, the pattern cat attempted to flee, but Zhu Qing appeared from the side. "You won't escape," she sneered, and with that, her second soul ring illuminated, activating her second soul skill, Phantom Claw. An overwhelming flurry of claw strikes descended upon the pattern cat like a tempest, moving so swiftly that only afterimages could be seen. This time, the pattern cat could not evade. The strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy, and it let out a wretched scream as it crashed heavily to the ground. Cheng Yi approached Zhu Qing, giving her a high five before saying, "Zhu Qing, finish it off. Rongrong, you come over to harvest the spirit beast and prepare to absorb the soul ring." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, and Ning Rongrong began to walk towards the spirit beast. Just then, Cheng Yi sensed a message relayed by his shadow soldiers and shouted, "Rongrong, Zhu Qing, wait a moment and retreat." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged bewildered glances as sounds of commotion erupted from the surrounding forest. The sound of footsteps drawing near from all directions. "What is happening?" everyone exclaimed in astonishment. "Quick, retreat," Cheng Yi called out again, and the two finally snapped to attention, fully trusting Cheng Yi's command as they swiftly retreated to join Hulaina and the others. "What's going on? It seems like something is approaching," Hulaina remarked in shock. The sounds grew increasingly closer until suddenly, a demon fox leaped from the underbrush, halting not far from Cheng Yi. "How can this be? How could a soul beast come here on its own?" Yin exclaimed incredulously. Just as the demon fox landed, Cheng Yi's shadow soldiers emerged from the very thicket where the fox had appeared, swiftly returning to the shadows of Cheng Yi. "This soul beast was summoned by Brother Yi's shadow soldiers?" Xiaoyu said, her mouth agape in surprise. Following this, the Crimson Flame Beast and a unicorn also burst forth from the bushes, with two shadow soldiers trailing behind them, promptly returning to Cheng Yi's shadow. The demon fox, unicorn, and Crimson Flame Beast were all around 2,000 years old. What a remarkable gathering, Cheng Yi mused to himself. Seeing this, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiaoyu, and Yin prepared to assist Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi raised a hand to stop them, saying, "Let me handle this." "But Brother Yi," Xiaoyu began. But Cheng Yi interrupted her. "It's fine. You five stay put. I won TB in any danger. It's the perfect opportunity to test my current strength, he said with a smile, an air of combativeness surging within him. The five had no choice but to remain where they were. Brother E, please be careful, Hu Laina shouted in concern. Brother E, don't overexert yourself, Zhu Zhuqing added anxiously. At that moment, Ning Rongrong summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower, with 2 yellow soul rings manifesting around her. As she activated them, beams of auxiliary light enveloped Cheng Yi, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. Rongrong, Hu Laina, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in envy, tears welling up in their eyes as they lamented their lack of auxiliary powers. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and said, I am Brother Yi's exclusive support. My assistance is essential in his battles. Rongrong, be mindful of your soul power consumption. Do not deplete it entirely. If your energy runs low, retract your support immediately, Cheng Yi cautioned. Don't worry, Brother E, Ning Rongrong replied cheerfully. Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Ning Rongrong with envy. Noticing their looks, Ning Rongrong turned to them with a playful smirk, evoking even more resentment in them for not being support-type soul masters. Brother E, please be cautious, Xieyu and Yin urged. Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement, preparing his stance for an attack. Is a young master really going to face 3 soul beasts over 2,000 years old alone? Is that wise? Yuguan questioned anxiously. He will be fine. Yi-er will manage, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Yuguan, stop worrying unnecessarily. You know the young master's strength all too well, Gue Mei teased. Hearing this, Yuguan nodded and returned his focus to the battlefield. Which one to tackle first? Cheng Yi pondered. Before he could decide on a target, the 3 soul beasts charged at him simultaneously. Cheng Yi smiled slightly as he unleashed his domain, the Shadow Domain, which instantly enveloped the 3 soul beasts. They felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. The demon fox was the first to attack, moving with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. Simultaneously, the crimson flame beast unleashed a torrent of searing flames, while the unicorn lowered its head and charged at Cheng Yi. Remaining composed, Cheng Yi seized the moment while the demon fox attacked, sidestepping and delivering a powerful punch, the force of which sent the fox reeling. The flames from the crimson flame beast missed their target, igniting the nearby trees in a conflagration. As the unicorn bore down on him, Cheng Yi sprang into the air, using the momentum of his descent to deliver a kick to the unicorn's head. The unicorn staggered from the impact, its pace faltering. Is that all you've got? Cheng Yi scoffed, invoking the darkness of the Shadow Domain. As his words fell, the 3 soul beasts were plunged into darkness, their vision obscured. In their confusion, Cheng Yi's silhouette flickered as he moved. First, he appeared behind the crimson flame beast, delivering a precise strike to its neck, causing it to howl in pain. Then, he materialized before the demon fox, landing a direct punch to its abdomen, sending it flying. The unicorn, disoriented in the dark, charged wildly, providing Cheng Yi with the perfect opportunity. Activating his first soul ring, he unleashed his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The power of shadows transformed into deadly claws that enveloped his hands, and with a swift motion, he slashed at the unicorn's legs, injuring it and bringing it crashing to the ground. The 3 soul beasts, in agony, roared with fury, seemingly developing an unspoken understanding among themselves as they began to coordinate their efforts. The enchanting fox darted swiftly, persistently obstructing Cheng Yi's line of sight, while the blazing beast awaited its moment to unleash a searing flame, effectively restricting Cheng Yi's movements. Despite its injured legs, the unicorn charged forward with remarkable force, as if it were making a final desperate counterattack. How intriguing, Cheng Yi mused with a faint smile. Chapter 58, the battle concludes. Cheng Yi evaded the flames of the blazing beast and leapt gracefully onto the charging unicorn. The unicorn, feeling Cheng Yi's weight, galloped even more frantically, attempting to dislodge him. Cheng Yi tightened his grip around the unicorn, skillfully directing it towards the fire beast. Just as the 2 soul beasts were about to collide, the fire beast nimbly evaded the unicorn's charge, causing it to crash into a nearby tree, creating a gaping hole. Cheng Yi then dismounted, landing firmly on the ground. The unicorn turned its head, shaking it in anger as it glared at Cheng Yi, its eyes seemingly ablaze with unquenchable rage. The fire beast and the enchanting fox also fixed their gaze upon him. In response, Cheng Yi summoned the regional netherworld scythe, gripping it tightly in his right hand and addressing the 3 soul beasts. Reveal your true abilities now, or you shall miss your chance. No sooner had he spoken than the enchanting fox lunged forward, leaping into the air. Its eyes sparkled like two brilliant gems, gradually radiating a captivating pink light, as if seeking to ensnare the very souls of those who beheld it. Cheng Yi remained unfazed, locking eyes with the fox, which was taken aback by his unwavering composure. However, it had no retreat left, and its eyes glowed with the power of its charm. Charm, is it? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. However, my mental prowess surpasses yours. With that, he unleashed his mental energy, clashing it against the fox's allure. To his astonishment, the fox's charm crumbled as effortlessly as a leaf caught in a gust of wind, sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this, the blazing beast and the unicorn felt a surge of dread and swiftly turned to flee deeper into the forest. Yet, Cheng Yi would not allow them to escape so easily. He pursued them relentlessly. The unicorn, already hindered by its injuries, resembled a limping lamb, moving at a painfully slow pace. Cheng Yi effortlessly caught up to it, swinging the regional netherworld scythe with the precision of the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. In an instant, the unicorn's limbs were severed like brittle branches, and it let out a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing to the ground, breathless and on the brink of death. Cheng Yi spared the fallen unicorn a mere glance, summoning a shadow soldier to appear before it, before turning his attention to the blazing beast. He quickly locked onto its form, again brandishing the regional netherworld scythe, delivering two swift strikes that severed the blazing beast's escape route. The beast, realizing its predicament, spun around and unleashed a fierce torrent of fire towards Cheng. Unflinching, Cheng Yi absorbed the flames, and, as the fire struck him, the blazing beast reveled in its moment of triumph. However, its elation was short-lived. Cheng Yi emerged from the flames unscathed, casually extinguishing the fire with a flick of his scythe, leaving the blazing beast in shock. Apologies, but I am fire-resistant, Cheng Yi declared, as four soul rings of yellow, purple, and black materialized around him. He extended his left hand, activating his fourth soul skill, the 8 God-binding chains. Instantly, 8 dark purple chains materialized, hurtling towards the blazing beast. The beast, in a frantic attempt to evade its binding, struggled fiercely, but the chains were relentless and soon ensnared it securely. It roared in fury, flames erupting from its body more violently than before in a desperate bid to sever the chains, but such efforts proved futile. The chains remained steadfast against the inferno. Cheng Yi advanced step by step towards the blazing beast, raising the regional netherworld scythe, and with a single strike, inflicted grievous wounds upon it, plunging the beast into a state of near death. He retracted his soul skill, summoning yet another shadow soldier to appear before the blazing beast, before gesturing for it to follow as he made his way back. As he passed the incapacitated unicorn, he similarly beckoned the shadow soldier to drag it along. As Cheng Yi neared, he heard the voices of Hulaina and the others. "Teacher, let us go find Brother Yi," Hulaina exclaimed anxiously. "Indeed, Your Holiness. Brother Yi has been gone for so long. Could something have happened?" Ning Rongrong added, worry etched across her face. "No, Brother Yi will be fine," Zhu Zhuqing asserted, though her expression betrayed her concern. Bibi Dong, exasperated, remarked, "I have assured you that he will return safely. I have already scanned with my mental energy. He will be back shortly." However, before anyone could respond, Cheng Yi's voice rang out from a distance. "What is all this commotion? Have I missed something?" Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing turned in surprise to see Cheng Yi emerging from the grass, flanked by shadow soldiers dragging the nearly lifeless soul beasts. The three rushed towards him with joy. "Brother Yi, are you hurt?" Ning Rongrong asked with concern as the three began inspecting him from head to toe. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. How could I be injured by such a trivial matter?" Cheng Yi chuckled. Brother Yi, we were so worried when you dashed off." Hulaina pouted. "Yes, you mustn't do that again," Zhu Zhuqing added, visibly upset. "All right, I understand," Cheng Yi responded with a smile. "Brother Yi, your prowess is astounding. We could never keep up with you," Xiaoyu chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Yi, to take on 3 foes, each over 2,000 years old, is truly commendable," Yin remarked. "Haha, you two flatterers, cease your compliments." Cheng Yi laughed, pulling Xiaoyu and Yin in for a friendly embrace, prompting laughter from everyone. Splendid work. That was quite the soul hunt. I assume you haven't exerted your full strength yet," Bibi Dong said, affectionately ruffling Cheng Yi's hair. "Oh, mother, you flatter me." Cheng Yi responded bashfully. "The young master's combat techniques are impeccable," Yu Egwan remarked with a smile, while Gu Mei nodded in agreement. "Isn't it thanks to my mother and grandfather's teachings?" Cheng Yi replied with a grin. "The young master certainly knows how to charm," Yu Egwan teased. "Now, Quickly deliver the finishing blows to the soul beasts and absorb their soul rings. We shall provide protection, Bibi Dong instructed. Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xieyu, and Yin all nodded in agreement. Thank you, Brother Yi, they said in unison. Ah, save the thanks for later. Hurry and absorb your soul rings. Cheng Yi urged. Chapter 59, Absorbing the Soul Rings, the third soul skills of the group. Nana's enchanting fox, Rongrong's spirit beast, Zhuqing's striped cat, Xieyu's unicorn, Yan's blazing beast. Go now and end their suffering, Cheng Yi proclaimed. The five approached their respective soul beasts, with Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yin retrieving daggers from their storage soul guides, while Xieyu summoned his weapon, the Moonblade. They each delivered a final strike to the soul beasts. Subsequently, 5 purple soul rings gradually floated out from the corpses of the 5 spirit beasts. Upon witnessing this, the 5 individuals promptly sat cross-legged, beginning to draw upon their own soul rings, which slowly enveloped them. At that moment, a trace of murderous aura emanated from the bodies of the 5 soul beasts, instantly surging into Cheng Yi's being. His eyes momentarily turned crimson before swiftly returning to normal, with even Cheng Yi himself remaining entirely unaware of the occurrence. However, Bibi Dong keenly detected the murderous intent and Cheng Yi's transformation. Just as she was about to advance, the voice of the god of plague echoed in her mind. Bibi Dong. Do not worry. This is the work of the god of Shura. Cheng Yi will be unharmed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong retracted her actions. In the divine realm, within the Shura palace, the god of Shura laughed heartily. Bibi Dong truly lives up to her reputation as a woman who has traversed my city of slaughter. Her perception of murderous intent is sharp, to the extent that she even noticed this slight trace. What are you doing? The god of plague inquired, perplexed. Why bother asking so much? You wouldn't comprehend, replied the god of Shura. Are you not afraid of the forces of evil and destruction discovering this? The god of plague remarked nonchalantly. Curse you, be silent, you ill-fated crow. The god of Shura said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Shura. 2 furious voices resonated from opposite directions. Surely not. The god of plague exclaimed in disbelief. This is not my concern. Shura, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, the god of plague turned and departed from the Shura palace. This woman certainly departs swiftly. The god of Shura shook his head in resignation. Evil, destruction, what brings you two here? He inquired with a smile, feigning ignorance. What business do you think we have? Do you take us for fools? The evil god king sneered. The god of destruction, being more direct, shouted, What is the nature of that murderous aura within Cheng Yi? Do not claim ignorance. This can only stem from you in the entire divine realm. Realizing he had been unable to deceive the god of Shura, he finally voiced his thoughts. What? Shura, you madman? The god of destruction exclaimed incredulously. This is the most secure method. Who knows how much demonic energy that rascal will absorb? The demonic energy, there is virtually limitless, the god of Shura lamented. Yet this cannot be allowed. How do you intend to balance these powers? The evil god king questioned. I already possess a solution. Cheng Yi will not come to harm, rest assured. The god of Shura replied with a smile. Cheng Yi is our only hope. Do you have confidence in this? Are you willing to gamble with Cheng Yi? The evil god king pressed. Of course. You may rest easy. I would not undertake such a risk without absolute certainty. Nor would I permit Cheng Yi to come to harm, the god of Shura assured them. Upon witnessing this, the evil god king and the god of destruction exchanged glances and ceased their inquiries, each departing towards their respective palaces. Shortly thereafter, the soul rings on the 5 individuals stabilized, entering the final phase, allowing Cheng Yi and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, Hulaina was the first to awaken, followed closely by Xieyu and Yin, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong waking simultaneously shortly thereafter. Seeing this, Cheng Yi smiled and inquired, How do you all feel? Brother Yi, after absorbing the soul rings, my soul power has surged from level 30 to 35. Hulaina exclaimed joyfully. Me too. My soul power has also leaped to 35. Zhu Zhuqing added. I'm almost there. I am now at level 34. Ning Rongrong chimed in, equally delighted. Excellent. Cheng Yi praised, gently ruffling the hair of the 3 girls. What about you two, Xieyu and Yin? He asked further. Brother Yi, like Rongrong, I'm also at level 34, Xieyu replied, clenching her fist. I am the same, Yin concurred. Cheng Yi nodded and remarked. It seems the celestial herb has fully taken effect within you. Well done, little ones. Next, we shall focus on the selection of the first generation of our Spirit Hall. Although the outcome may seem predictable, you should still take it seriously. Upon our return, we must discuss your elevation to the status of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong addressed the group. Understood, Mother, Teacher, Your Holiness. They all nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, what are your new soul abilities? It would be beneficial for you to understand each other, as it will aid in your future teamwork, Bibi Dong added. Ning Rongrong summoned her 9-treasure glaze tile. Her third soul, ring shimmering as it bestowed enhancements upon Cheng Yi. Not bad, Rongrong. I can clearly feel my soul power increasing. Cheng Yi pides, clenching his fist in approval. My third soul skill can boost my teammate's soul power by 30%. Ning Rongrong beamet. Rongrong, you are so biased. Only enhancing Brother Yi. Hulaina pouted. Yes, indeed. Zhu Qing protested. Oh, during group battles, I will also grant you enhancements. Ning Rongrong replied with a hint of embarrassment. All right. What about you two, Laina and Zhu Qing? What are your third soul skills? Cheng Yi inquired. My third soul skill is called Fox Transformation, which enhances my mental strength, attack power, and speed, Hulaina explained with a smile. A commendable enhancement skill. Cheng Yi complimented. Thank you for the praise, Brother Yi. Hulaina responded joyfully. My third soul skill is called Nether Slash, Zhu Qing announced, activating her third soul ring. A blade of soul power materialized in her hand, and she swiftly struck a nearby tree, cleaving it cleanly in two, the cut remarkably neat. A powerful attack. Cheng Yi applauded, praising her skill. After hearing this, Zhu Qing smiled at Cheng Yi. And what about you two, Xiaoyu and Yen? Cheng Yi asked. My third soul skill is named Break, which possesses a notable armor-breaking effect for single-target attacks, Xiaoyu stated. My third soul skill is called Hellfire, unleashing flames that scorch enemies and restore my own state. Yen added. Cheng Yi nodded with a smile. Very impressive. Shall we engage in a friendly spar, or would you prefer to join forces? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin quickly shook their heads vigorously, resembling a pair of rattling drums. Oh, Brother Yi, let's refrain. The selection for the first generation of the Spirit Hall is imminent, and we can't afford to be injured. Yin hastily replied. Indeed, Brother Yi, that is exactly the case. Xiaoyu quickly affirmed. Seeing this, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing stifled their laughter, while Bibi Dong, Yuguan, and Gue Mei shook their heads in exasperation. Chapter 60, The Soul Hunting Team. In the distance, a group of individuals lurked, casting covetous glances towards Cheng Yi and his companions, resembling hungry wolves stalking their prey in the shadows. Boss, judging by their demeanor, this commotion must surely be their doing, one of them flattered the leader. Indeed, looking at their attire, they must belong to some noble academy. Those three are likely their instructors, guiding students to hunt for soul rings, the leader astutely assessed. Boss, considering the children's levels barely over 30, those three teachers likely aren't formidable either. If we were to rob them, we'd surely enjoy a long period of carefree living. One of the group rubbed his hands together, a lecherous smile spreading across his face. Indeed, boss, we have 4 soul masters at level 30 and 2 at level 40. You're a soul king. Dealing with them will be as easy as pie. Another chimed in, their nefarious grin growing ever more pronounced. Exactly, boss. The others echoed in agreement, their voices rising in a cacophony akin to a flock of raucous crows. The leader pondered for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, and declared, All right, my little ones, once we complete this heist, we shall revel in leisure for quite some time. Keep your spirits high and do not let your guard down. Yes, boss. The others replied in unison. Now, let us approach slowly. The leader gestured for them to advance. Bibi Dong, Yuguan, and Gue Mei had already detected this group from afar, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Children, it seems we shall be returning a little later, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile, eliciting puzzled looks from the others. Without further ado, Bibi Dong explained, we have a group trailing behind us, seemingly plotting against us. 1 soul king and 2 soul ancestors, alongside 3 soul masters. This must be a soul hunting team. Since they lack foresight, we cannot let them go unchallenged. We won't interfere directly. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. But don't falter, for defeat will bring dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Hulaina and the others felt a chill run down their spines, while Cheng Yi had already closed his eyes, releasing his mental energy to detect the enemy's position. We won't act unless absolutely necessary. Stay strong, children, Bibi Dong said with a smile, then vanished from sight in a flash. Yuguan and Gue Mei exchanged knowing smiles with Cheng Yi before also disappearing. Brother Yi, what should we do? Xiaoyu inquired. Cheng Yi opened his eyes and replied, I've detected their positions with my mental energy. A hunting team of 6, a formidable configuration. Brother Yi, can we handle this? Yin expressed his concern. Yin, hold your tongue and listen to Brother Yi's orders, Hulaina admonished. It will be fine. Nothing will happen, Cheng Yi assured them with a smile. You have just absorbed your soul rings, and your soul power is at its peak. Xiaoyu and Yin, you two must withstand their initial assault. There will certainly be a support-type soul master among them, and I will find a way to neutralize their support. They will undoubtedly attempt to eliminate our support-type soul master first. Nana and Zhu Qing, stay close to Rongrong, and the driver will support us. Remember to ensure that at least one of you remains by Rongrong's side. The group nodded, their trust and obedience to Cheng Yi unwavering. Boss, did those 3 teachers leave? They've left those children alone. One of them exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha, fate is on our side. Let us seize control of these children and extort their wealth. Charge. Capture them all. The leader shouted maniacally. Yes, boss. The remaining members echoed with wild laughter, no longer concealing their intentions. The group summoned their martial souls and charged towards Cheng Yi and his companions. First soul skill, Hellish Lava Burst. With the activation of Yan's first soul ring, a scorching column of lava erupted from the center of the hunting team, scattering them in an instant. You're quick to react, but it's futile. Spare yourself the struggle. The leader sneered. With your abilities, you are not worthy. Cheng Yi stepped forward and stated, Ha, you little brat, don't get cocky. First soul skill, Mountain Splitter. The leader's first soul ring shimmered as his colossal axe radiated a brilliant glow, cleaving towards Cheng Yi with ferocity. Cheng Yi, unfazed, summoned the ethereal Reaper Scythe, which emanated a chilling aura akin to that of a malevolent spirit from the underworld. With a casual sweep of the scythe, he effortlessly blocked the fierce attack and then delivered a sharp kick to the leader's chest, sending him staggering back. What martial soul is this? The leader gasped in shock. My giant spirit axe is trembling? Hey, Dongzi, provide support. He shouted to a man at the back of the group, who lifted his head to reveal 3 soul rings of yellow and purple. He opened a book that appeared in his hand, flipping to the first page, causing his first soul ring to glow. His first soul skill, Amplification, instantly enhanced the leader's attributes. A rare support martial soul, Cheng Yi mused inwardly. The leader, feeling the surge of enhanced attributes wash over him, smirked slightly. Second soul skill, Mountain Shatter. The giant spirit axe erupted with an even more ferocious aura, slashing towards Cheng Yi with overwhelming force. Cheng Yi gripped the ethereal Reaper Scythe tightly, his gaze playful. He then summoned the Shadow Monarch martial soul, a dark silhouette materializing behind him, swirling with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Unperturbed, Cheng Yi extended his left hand, activating his 3rd soul ring. His 3rd soul skill, Shadow Resonance, conjured an imperceptible barrier that expanded like an impenetrable fortress. The giant spirit axe crashed against this barrier, as if colliding with a mountain, leaving the leader's hands numb as if electrocuted. Cheng Yi simirkit koldi, and with a swift arc of the ethereal Reaper Scythe, like a fierce dragon slicing through the air, he left a deep gash on the leader's shoulder, blood gushing forth. In immense pain, the leader could only clutch his shoulder and stumble backward. The support-type soul master behind him, witnessing this, opened the 2nd page of his book, activating his 2nd soul ring to unleash his 2nd soul skill, Healing. As the skill took effect, the wound on the leader's shoulder rapidly healed. Chapter 61, Sudden Changes. Boss, what soul ring configuration does that kid have? Yellow, purple, black? Are you kidding me? One of them stammered, while the others were equally astonished. Do you think I'm blind? I can see that without you telling me. The leader fumed. That support martial soul has some merit, Cheng Yi thought to himself. No more hesitating. Let's all attack together and take them down. The leader shouted. Before they could act, Cheng Yi took the initiative. Nana, control them. Without hesitation, Hulaina manifested her fox ears and a bushy fox tail, her 3 soul rings swirling around her. Activating her 2nd soul skill, Fox Charm, she radiated an enchanting purple light, causing the hunting team to fall into a stupor as if enchanted. In that moment, Cheng Yi dashed towards the rear of the hunting team like a whirlwind. Seeing Cheng Yi charge towards him, the support soul master frantically opened to the 3rd page of his book, activating his 3rd soul ring for his 3rd soul skill, Dispersion. With his call, a dazzling white light erupted from the book, instantly dispelling Hulaina's soul skill and awakening the hunting team, who now closed in on Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi did not halt his advance, calling out as he ran, "Xiaoyu Yin." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin summoned their martial souls, while Ning Rongrong conjured the 7-treasure glazed tile, augmenting them with power and speed. The corresponding attributes of the three surged as they were enhanced. "We cannot let that kid succeed. Quickly protect Dongzi," the leader commanded. Hearing this, the group swiftly converged towards Cheng Yi. At that moment, Yan's first soul ring glimmered, activating his first soul skill, Hellish Lava Burst. With a roar, a surging column of lava erupted from beneath Cheng Yi, propelling him into the air and scattering the encroaching hunting team like a tempest. "Well done, Yin," Cheng Yi praised. "Damn it, it's that member of the soul hunting team again," gritted the member through clenched teeth. As the Shadow Dominator's hand fell, Cheng Yi's left hand reached out towards the auxiliary Soul Master, instantly seizing him, leveraging the pull to dive downwards. How could this be? How did he manage to gain momentum in the air? Frustrated, the leader exclaimed, "It's too late. Xiao Fei, Ahung, hurry and stop him." "Yes, boss." The two replied, their second soul rings glowing as they unleashed their second soul skill, Golden Eagle Charge, and the first soul skill, Leopard Cat Pounce, surging towards Cheng Yi. "With me here, you shall not succeed," Xiaoyu declared with a smile, activating his first soul ring and using his first soul skill, Slash, to swiftly intercept one of the attackers, halting his momentum in an instant. "Ha ha, what does it matter if you intercept one? Your plan is still doomed to fail." The auxiliary soul master laughed maniacally as he watched the others rush toward Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, however, remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. 9 treasures. Renowned for its speed, Ning Rongrong's second soul ring glimmered as the auxiliary light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing shot forth like an arrow, completing her martial soul possession with remarkable swiftness. Her first soul ring illuminated, activating her first soul skill, Netherworld Puncture. Like a bolt of lightning, she charged with fierce momentum towards the enemy. Just as the assailant was about to land a blow, Zhu Zhuqing's attack altered the course of his strike. Seeing this, the auxiliary soul master exclaimed in panic, "No, no, no. How could this be?" Before he could finish, Cheng Yi brandished the domain Netherworld side before him, resembling a grim reaper emerging from the realm of shadows. With a swift swing, the auxiliary soul master fell to the ground without even a scream. "No, Dongzi," the leader shouted, furiously declaring, "You will pay for this. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." "Ha, kill us. Let's see if you possess the capability." Cheng Yi retorted coldly. The leader, consumed by rage, shouted, "You little brat, you dare underestimate us? Let us all attack together. Face my third soul skill, Fury of the Giant Spirit." His third soul ring flickered, and his strength surged as he swung the giant spirit axe towards Cheng Yi. "Xiaoyu, Yin, Zhuqing, you hold off the others. I'll handle this," Cheng Yi instructed his companions. Activating his shadow eye, Cheng Yi's vision turned pitch black, rendering the leader's movements slow and cumbersome. He effortlessly evaded the incoming attacks. "What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant? Why are you only running now?" The leader taunted, realizing he could not land a hit on Cheng Yi. Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Yi seized the moment, sidestepping to his flank. His second soul ring flickered as he unleashed his second soul skill, Shadow, Thousand Armies. With a low chant, soul power and shadow energy coalesced in his hands, exploding against the leader's side, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and the others were locked in a stalemate with the soul hunting team. At that moment, one of the soul hunting team members revealed his martial soul, a drum surrounded by crackling lightning. As his second soul ring activated, he unleashed his second soul skill, Thunder Drum Shock. As he struck the drum, waves of thunderous sound surged forth, stunning Xiaoyu and her companions, who clutched their heads in agony as if struck by an invisible force. Just as the soul-hunting team members prepared to capitalize on the opportunity to severely injure Xiaoyu and her team, chains suddenly extended from nowhere, pulling them back to Cheng Yi's side. "Is that the power of that person? This is quite troublesome," Cheng Yi mused. The leader of the soul-hunting team dusted himself off and stood slowly, saying, "Kid, you're unscathed and even managed to save your teammates. But you should take a look at your friends. They can no longer fight. You cannot break free from this control. Ha 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 ha." Cheng Yi calmly contemplated a strategy to break the deadlock. Suddenly, he recalled the body he had just slain and the soul skill of that person, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind, accompanied by a slight smile. "You're facing death, and yet you can still smile," the leader mocked. "Death? Who? You?" Cheng Yi replied with a grin. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, still so defiant even at this point. You truly won. Shed tears until you see the coffin, the leader cackled. And the members of the soul hunting team joined in laughter. Chapter 62. Isn't he our teammate? Just as the laughter echoed, Cheng Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Domain shadows. In an instant, a dark vortex of shadow emanated from Cheng Yi, rapidly expanding outward and enveloping the entire battlefield. The members of the soul hunting team felt their powers swiftly diminish. What is happening? Why is my strength waning? One of them exclaimed in disbelief. Darkness descends upon the shadow domain. With those words, the members of the soul hunting team found their vision swallowed by an overwhelming darkness, their sight vanishing completely. Boss, what is happening? I can't see. They panicked, crying out in disarray. At that moment, Cheng Yi, like a specter, swiftly approached the dismembered corpse. Stand up, he commanded, and as his words fell, the shadow of the corpse began to coalesce, manifesting a shadow soldier identical to the fallen man in life. Just as Cheng Yi's domain skill concluded, the members of the soul hunting team turned to see Cheng Yi had transformed the slain man into a shadow soldier. Dongzi? Is it you? What is happening? The leader asked, terror etched on his face, while the others displayed similar disbelief and fear. I pledge allegiance to the king. The newly formed shadow soldier, Dongzi, stammered, summoning forth a book in his hands. As he opened it, a blinding light radiated from the pages, dispelling the negative effects afflicting Xiaoyu and her companions, who gradually regained their composure, releasing soul skills, yet no soul rings. It seems transforming the deceased into shadow soldiers retains only their former abilities. As I grow stronger, they only inherit their pre-mortem powers. Cheng Yi contemplated inwardly. Dongzi, we are not teammates. Why are you? One of the soul hunting team members urged anxiously. Dongzi remained silent, kneeling slowly before Cheng Yi, saying, Please, my king, grant me a name. Once victory is assured, I shall grant you a name, Cheng Yi replied, and as he spoke, his fourth soul ring lit up. Activating his fourth soul skill, 8 binding godlocks. With a wave of his left hand, 8 dark purple chains manifested, racing towards the controlling soul master of the soul hunting team. Xiaoyu, don't just stand there. First, release their control, soul master. Cheng Yi called out to his companions, who began to rally. Xiaoyu Yan and Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time charging towards the auxiliary soul master of the soul hunting team, while Hulaina stayed beside Ning Rongrong, who continuously amplified their powers with the auxiliary light emanating from her 9-treasure glazed tile. At that moment, the members of the soul hunting team recovered from their shock. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Drum Aftermath. The controlling soul master's fourth soul ring flickered as he summoned forth a torrent of lightning from the drum in his hands. He struck the drum repeatedly, sending waves of sound infused with thunder towards Cheng Yi and his allies, shaking the chains and preventing their advance. Dongzi's book emitted another radiant burst of light, shattering the sound waves in an instant. It seems that after transforming into a shadow soldier, his abilities have significantly improved. Cheng Yi mused to himself. As the situation unfolded with swift intensity, Cheng Yi unleashed his chain technique towards the control-type soul master. At that moment, however, the second soul skill of the Golden Eagle Assault, and the second soul skill of the Leopard Cat, Windbreaker, activated simultaneously from the 2 agility-type soul masters of the hunting soul team. They surged forward like a tempest, successfully intercepting Cheng Yi's chains. Yet, this chain was merely a ruse. Cheng Yi had already advanced rapidly to confront the control-type soul master of the hunting soul team, brandishing his ominous regional ethereal scythe with a fierce intent to claim the enemy's head. The third soul skill, Ice Tortoise Charge, illuminated the third soul ring of the last member of the hunting soul team. In an instant, his body was enveloped by a shell of ice as unyielding as rock, his defensive capabilities soaring to unprecedented heights, resembling an immovable iceberg as it crashed towards Cheng Yi. Taken by surprise, Cheng Yi had no time to evade the assault, and he was forcefully knocked back by the defensive soul master. How infuriating! The last one is a defensive soul master. What a well-rounded hunting soul team, Cheng Yi lamented. Xiaoyu and Zhu Qing engaged the 2 agility-type soul masters, while Cheng Yi shouted, Yin, break through his defenses. The first soul skill, Evil Slash, flickered from Xiaoyu's first soul ring as he struck at the soul master wielding the Golden Eagle Spirit. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, Ethereal Stab, charging towards the other soul master with the Leopard Cat Spirit. The 2 agility-type soul masters, seeing this, had no choice but to entangle themselves in battle with Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing. The third soul ring on Yin flickered, and the third soul skill, Hellfire, erupted forth, unleashing torrents of flames toward the defensive Soul Master. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. The leader of the hunting soul team bellowed, raising his giant spirit axe to cleave at Yin. With a resounding clang, Cheng Yi met the blow with his regional ethereal scythe. Once you entertain malicious thoughts, you must be prepared to face death, Cheng Yi remarked with a smile as he exerted his strength. Boss, Dongzi is no longer our companion. He is not the Dongzi we once knew. We must deal with him first. Otherwise, my control abilities cannot be executed. We cannot afford to delay. The control-type Soul Master urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, the leader of the hunting soul team gritted his teeth and, after pushing back Cheng Yi, turned to strike at Dongzi. Witnessing this, Cheng Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, choosing not to intervene. Dongzi, forgive me. The leader of the hunting soul team gritted out through clenched teeth, each word laced with anguish and helplessness. He raised the giant spirit axe high and brought it down upon Dongzi, who was instantly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing their leader succeed, the control-type Soul Master resumed, striking the thunder drum, unleashing thunderous sound waves that surged towards Cheng Yi and his companions like a tidal wave. Cheng Yi's lips curved into a confident smile as he softly commanded, "Come forth." A shadow soldier gradually emerged from Cheng Yi's shadow, revealing Dongzi, who had just been scattered. Dongzi reopened the book in his hands, dispelling the sound waves, as a dazzling white light pierced through the control-type Soul Master's sonic attack. No, this is impossible. Dongzi was just obliterated by the boss. The control-type Soul Master exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide in astonishment. The leader of the hunting soul team mirrored this shock. My shadow soldiers are immortal, Cheng Yi stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 63, Victory. At this moment, Yan's flames tore through the defenses of the defensive Soul Master like a ferocious beast. Cheng Yi, seeing this, wasted no time. Like a bolt of black lightning, he wielded the regional ethereal scythe and charged at the control-type Soul Master. The other members of the hunting soul team attempted to intervene but were firmly held back, rendered powerless to assist. No, stop. The anguished cries of the control-type Soul Master fell silent as Cheng Yi's hand, swift as lightning, swung the regional ethereal scythe, which cleaved through the air with a chilling gleam, descending mercilessly upon the control-type Soul Master's head. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Zhu Qing were locked in a fierce stalemate with the two agility-type Soul Masters. Just then, Hulaina's third soul ring glimmered, activating her third soul skill, Demonic Fox Transformation, which instantaneously enhanced her attributes. Following this, her first soul ring shone, unleashing her first soul skill, Charm. The Charm skill immediately influenced the two agility-type Soul Masters, momentarily halting their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu and Zhu Qing activated their third soul ring simultaneously, unleashing their third soul skill, Ethereal Slash. Without hesitation, they directed their soul skills at the two agility-type Soul Masters, landing solid blows that rendered them incapable of continuing the fight. Enough of looking around. You should focus on yourself. Cheng Yi, like a specter, stealthily approached the side of the remaining defensive Soul Master. He raised the regional ethereal scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, brimming with lethal intent, ready to strike down. What? The defensive Soul Master gasped in terror, his voice turning shrill. He hastily summoned his first, third, and fourth soul rings, unleashing all his defenses. First soul skill, Ice Tortoise Armor, third soul skill, Ice Tortoise Body, and fourth soul skill, Mystic Ice Shield. In an instant, his defensive capabilities reached their zenith, and a massive ice shield appeared before him, resembling an impregnable fortress. With a resounding crack, Cheng Yi's regional ethereal scythe struck the ice shield, leaving only a minor crack in its surface. Damn it, it's tougher than I thought. Yin, unleash everything you've got, Cheng Yi commanded. Upon hearing his words, Yin unleashed his full power, his soul energy erupting like a volcanic eruption. The third soul skill, Hellfire, flared brightly, and torrents of flames, like fire dragons, surged forth from Yin, relentlessly attacking the defensive Soul Master and gradually melting the ice shield. Seeing this, Cheng Yi's second soul ring flickered, activating his second soul skill, Shadow Army Break. Soul power and shadow energy converged in Cheng Yi's hands like a raging torrent. As he built up power, it felt as if the force would pierce the heavens, and the subsequent assault descended upon the ice shield like a torrential downpour. Under this relentless onslaught, the ice shield could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering like fragile glass from the point of impact, producing a series of crisp cracks. In a matter of moments, the ice shield was utterly destroyed. Cheng Yi swung the regional ethereal scythe, delivering a decisive blow, and another head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Stand up, Cheng Yi softly commanded as the shadow of the defeated defensive soul master began to coalesce, rapidly forming a new shadow soldier. Now it's just you left, Cheng Yi said, shouldering the regional ethereal scythe as he faced the last remaining leader of the hunting soul team. Xie Yuyan and Zhu Qing surrounded him from 3 different directions. Damn it, how could this happen? The leader of the hunting soul team lamented, clutching his head in despair. His expression shifted to one of fierce determination as he declared, "You will pay for your actions." Pay? From a moment you entertained malicious thoughts. You should have anticipated this moment, Cheng Yi retorted disdainfully. The leader of the hunting soul team activated his 3rd soul ring, unleashing his 3rd soul skill. Rage of the Giant Spirit. His aura surged, and then his 5th soul ring illuminated, activating his 5th soul skill, Landslide. The giant spirit axe in his hand emanated a terrifying pressure as he charged at Cheng Yi. In the face of this impending assault, Cheng Yi remained unperturbed. Come fort. As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow soldiers, newly transformed by Cheng Yi, resolutely positioned themselves in front of him like loyal sentinels. Simultaneously, Xie and Yin appeared at the flanks of the shadow soldier. The 2nd soul rings of Yin and Xie glowed brilliantly as they unleashed their 2nd soul skills. Granite Rock in defense. With their proclamations, Yin's form was instantly enveloped in the unyielding embrace of granite, resembling an indestructible fortress, while Xie crossed his moonblade, significantly augmenting their defense. The Ice Turtle's Drive Shadow Soldier, created by Cheng Yi, likewise unleashed a formidable skill, boasting a defense as impenetrable as steel. The trio stood firm against the soul hunting team leader's 5th soul skill, intercepting it with thunderous might. Finish it, Cheng Yi exclaimed as he leaped from behind Xie Yin and the shadow soldier like a bird in flight. In his right hand, the dark golden claw bone of the Terror Claw Bear radiated a chilling light as he activated its skill, Tear. With overwhelming force, he swiped his claw, landing a direct hit on the leader of the soul hunting team. The leader was unable to utter a sound before being torn to shreds under this terrifying blow. His life force vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wow, hooray. We won. Ningrongrong, Teret. Yes, we have triumphed. Thanks to Brother E, Hulaina said joyfully. Brother E, every step of your plan struck at the opponent's vital points. You are truly remarkable. Zhu Qing praised. Oh, it's not just my achievement. Everyone performed splendidly. Cheng Yi responded with a smile. Brother E, to be honest, that control-type Soul Master-esque skills were exceedingly formidable. After he unleashed his soul skill, I felt we were doomed. There was no way to evade, Xie said, still shaken. Indeed, Brother E, we owe our victory to you. However, your ability to transform not only soul beasts but even humans into shadow soldiers is astonishing. Yin remarked in awe. Thankfully the opposing support soul master possessed such a skill. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. As expected, there is always an antidote within 3 steps. Ha ha. Cheng Yi chuckled, prompting the others to join in laughter. Chapter 64. The Return Journey, the Plan of the Azura God. Cheng Yi glanced at the 2 unconscious members of the soul hunting team, the bodies that had not been transformed into shadow soldiers, and the soul beast corpses recently absorbed by Hulaina and the others. He mused, we can overlook the 2 unconscious ones, but we must not waste the others. With that thought, he approached them slowly. Stand by, Cheng Yi instructed softly, and the 2 members of the soul hunting team and the 5 soul beasts quickly converged, forming new shadow soldiers in no time. Cheng Yi drew the soul beast shadow soldiers back into his own shadow, as the 4 humanoid shadow soldiers knelt on one knee. Addressing him, Your Majesty, grant us names. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and replied, What were your names in life? In response to Your Majesty, I am Yak, said the captain of the soul hunting team, now a shadow soldier. In response to Your Majesty, I am Mindong, said the auxiliary soul master transformed into a shadow soldier. In response to Your Majesty, I am Lycas, the control-type soul master stated. In response to Your Majesty, I am Gu Lei, the defense-type soul master declared. Very well, Yak, Mindong, Lycas, Gu Lei, you may withdraw. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for the names, Your Majesty. The 4 shadow soldiers chorused before returning to Cheng Yi's shadow. At that moment, Bibi Dong Yueguan and Gue may emerge from the nearby forest. Well done, little ones, Bibi Dong exclaimed with a smile, clapping her hands. Thank you for your praise, mother. Thank you for your praise, teacher. Thank you for your praise, your holiness. Cheng Yi and the others responded in unison. Though there are still many areas for improvement, you have all performed admirably, especially Yi. In battle, the ability to adapt is paramount, and Yi's planning and command have been exceptional. Your unwavering trust in Yi is commendable, Bibi Dong remarked. It's nothing, Cheng Yi said, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy. Of course, we unconditionally trust brother Yi. Ning Rongrong said, hugging Cheng Yi's arm. Indeed, we do. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, surrounding Cheng Yi. Once again, we owe it all to brother Yi. Xie Yu said, smiling at him. Without brother Yi, we would have faced annihilation, Yin said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Had it not been for the young Master-S abilities, I truly don't know how you would have dealt with that control-type Soul Master-S powers. He is a Soul Ancestor, and you have only just broken through to Soul Sovereign. Yi's immunity to his soul skills is solely due to his vastly superior mental strength, Yu Egwan summarized, with Bibi Dong nodding in agreement. I never imagined the young master could transform the deceased into shadow soldiers. This ability, if wielded in battle against the Evil Soul Hall, would be a formidable weapon. Gue Mei commented. Indeed, Yi's capacity will play a decisive role on the battlefield, Bibi Dong affirmed with a nod. Brother, is your transformation of shadow soldiers a guaranteed success? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously, with Xie Yu and Yin looking at Cheng Yi with intrigue. Hulaina and Ning Rongrong remained silent, having heard Cheng Yi's earlier explanation. Of course not. Some with particularly strong wills, or those whose strength far surpasses mine, may fail to transform. Each individual or soul beast can be attempted for extraction a maximum of 3 times, Cheng Yi elucidated. And what happens if the extraction fails? Zhu Zhuqing inquired further. Their shadows will completely dissipate, Cheng Yi replied. In that case, if I were to meet with some unfortunate accident, brother, he could transform me into a shadow soldier. So I could still accompany you. Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Zhuqing, you sly one. If that day ever comes, I want to be transformed too. Hulaina exclaimed loudly. And me. Don't forget me. Ning Rongrong added. What are you all talking about? Ha ha ha. That day will never come. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first step over my dead body, Cheng Yi said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Huliena, Ning Rongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly as they looked at Cheng Yi, then smiled. By the way, aren't there's still 2 unconscious members of the soul hunting team? What should we do with them? Yin asked. Upon hearing Yin's words, everyone remembered the 2 individuals lying on the ground. Let us toss them into the city of slaughter and let them fend for themselves, Bibi Dong said nonchalantly, not even glancing at the 2. She then addressed Yu Egwan and Gue Mei. Understood, Your Holiness, they both replied in unison, lifting the 2 individuals, one on each shoulder. All right, children, let us head back to Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong said with a smile directed at Cheng Yi and the others. Very well, they all replied in unison. In the divine realm, the god of destruction expressed disbelief. That child's abilities are extraordinary. Yes, his abilities bear a striking resemblance to those of the Rakshasa. Yet it is evident that his powers surpass those of the Rakshasa, the evil god remarked. The child's combat talent is remarkable. Bibi Dong has truly imparted all her skills to him. Thankfully, she saved him, otherwise. I shudder to think where we might find such a suitable heir to confront the Rakshasa God and the evil soul hall. The god of destruction concluded. It seems he will soon complete the first trial. We should consider what to set for the second, the evil god contemplated. Ah, both evil and destruction are present. The voice of the Azura god echoed from afar. He asked back, the evil god said, his expression one of resigned exasperation. Azura god, what brings you here? The god of destruction inquired. Isn't it just a chance to discuss a few matters with you 2, my esteemed brothers? The Shura god remarked with a smile. What is there to discuss? We have nothing of importance to say. The evil god king feigned ignorance as he replied. Oh, dear brothers, isn't this all for that child? It is for the future of both the continent and the divine realm, the Shura god asserted, clenching his fist. Shura, spare us the frivolities. If you do not possess absolute certainty, there is nothing to negotiate. We cannot gamble with that child, the destruction god declared. Of course I possess ample certainty. Otherwise, I would not have proposed this notion, the Shura god countered. Indeed, your method for balancing our powers is sound. But have you considered what will serve as the vessel for your Shura power? The evil god king inquired. Precisely. That child possesses only 2 martial souls, the Shadow Monarch martial soul, which harbors destructive power, and the Abyssal Scythe, imbued with malevolence. There is no additional capacity to accommodate your Shura energy, The Destruction God remarked. I have certainly contemplated this, and there are indeed means to address it. We shall wait for the opportune moment. You both will arrange the divine trial for Cheng Yi to venture into the city of slaughter, and then you shall see. You need not worry, the Shura God assured. The evil God King and the Destruction God nodded in agreement with the Shura God's plan. By the way, have you informed the forces of good in life? The Shura God inquired. Yes, the evil God King and the Destruction God replied. Chapter 65. The Wisdom of the Spirit's Condensed Skull half a month later. As Ning Rongrong returned, she leaped onto the sofa and languidly exclaimed, Wow, we are finally back. At last, we can enjoy a good night's sleep. Indeed, we are back at last. I am utterly exhausted. Hulaina sighed, rubbing her shoulders. I need a good bath and then a restful sleep, Zhu Zhuqing declared cheerfully. At that moment, Cheng Yi was making his way to the door, preparing to step outside. Hey, Iga, where are you going? We just got back, and you're heading out again? Hulaina noticed Cheng Yi's departure and asked, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also turning their attention towards him. Yes, Mother asked me to visit the Papal Hall. I should return shortly. Would you like to accompany me? Cheng Yi explained. The head of the Martial Soul Academy is looking for the teacher, but why are they calling you over now? Is something wrong at the academy? Hulaina questioned, puzzled. That's impossible. This is Martial Soul City. What could possibly go wrong at the Martial Soul Academy? Besides, if something were to happen, my presence wouldn't be of any help. I doubt there is any issue, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Hulaina then realized the situation and nodded in understanding. Nana, how could you be so foolish? Such a question should not escape your lips. Indeed, love does make one dim-witted, Zhu Zhuqing teased with a smile, causing Ning Rongrong to stifle a laugh behind her hand. Hulaina's cheeks flushed as she retorted, Oh, Zhuqing, you have no right to say that. You're no different. It's not just me who monopolizes Iga. Perhaps the recent soul-hunting experience has left us all a bit weary and slow-witted. Since Her Holiness has only summoned Iga, let's not trouble him further. Yige, be sure to return quickly. We shall wait for you and Her Holiness to dine together, Ning Rongrong urged. All right, I understand, Cheng Yi said as he opened the door and stepped outside, heading toward the Papal Hall. Upon arriving at the Papal Hall, Cheng Yi knocked and then entered, immediately spotting Bibi Dong seated regally in the main chair, holding her scepter, flanked by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Below, the head of the Martial Soul Academy appeared to be reporting something to Bibi Dong. Mother, I've arrived, Cheng Yi called out as he walked in. Seeing him, Bibi Dong's face lit up with a smile. Ear is here. Come, sit beside your mother. Cheng Yi approached Bibi Dong, who shifted to make room and gestured for him to sit down. Cheng Yi complied, and Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled his hair before addressing the academy head. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Yes, Your Holiness, the individual responded respectfully before exiting. What did you summon me for, Mother? Cheng Yi inwitted, puzzled. Actually, it's not a significant matter. You, Nana, Rongrong, Zhuqing, Xiaoyu, and Yin need not participate in the selection for the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong said, stroking Cheng Yi's head. Why not, Mother? Cheng Yi asked, bewildered. Children from a Martial Soul Academy are generally around level 20, while Nana and the others have already surpassed 30 levels. As for you, you have reached level 42. Participating in this election holds little significance, Bibi Dong explained, smiling. Ultimately, it is because our is too exceptional, Bibi Dong said affectionately, while Yu Guan and Gue Mei looked on with beaming smiles. Not at all. I'm not that great, Cheng Yi said bashfully, scratching his head. Young master, your diligence has not gone unnoticed. From a young age, you have trained alongside Her Holiness and us to hone your combat skills, awakening your twin martial souls with innate soul power of level 12. Even so, you have relentlessly pursued training and challenged yourself beyond your limits. Young master, there's no need for modesty, Yu Guan remarked with a smile, while Gue Mei nodded in agreement. Cheng Yi's face turned crimson at the praise, eliciting affectionate smiles from Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. By the way, Mother, is the selection for the golden generation still to be held? Cheng Yi asked. Actually, it's not of utmost importance. I will select 1 support-type Soul Master and 2 battle-type Soul Masters from the Academy. I will personally choose the support Soul Master, while the battle Soul Masters will be determined through combat. Naturally, you will serve as the captain of the Martial Soul Hall's battle team, and the vice-captain will be Nana, who is a control-type Soul Master, Bibi Dong stated. All right, I will follow Mother's arrangements, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Yeah, the main reason I called you here is to discuss establishing you as the Holy Son of the Martial Soul Hall. It is time for the continent to witness the future heir of our Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Mother, Am I truly worthy of this? Cheng Yi asked hesitantly. Of course, Yi. You are my son, the most gifted and outstanding soul master in the history of the continent. Even my own talents pale in comparison to yours. You will undoubtedly be the most remarkable heir of the martial soul hall, Bibi Dong affirmed. Thank you, mother, Cheng Yi said as he embraced Bibi Dong. Yi, remember not to bear too much pressure regarding the affairs of the evil soul hall. You are still young and should not carry such burdens. If you feel weary, pause and look back. Your mother will always be behind you, no matter what happens. I will ensure your safety, Bibi Dong reassured him. Young master, we old fellows are still here. Even if the sky falls, we will stand by your side. Gui Mei said, clenching his fist. Indeed, even if the evil soul hall were to sweep across the continent, we of the martial soul hall would not cower before them. They are not worthy to wage war against us, Yuguan added. Here, this is for you, Bibi Dong said, retrieving a radiant blue soul bone from her storage soul tool, glimmering like a precious gem. Mother, what is this? Cheng Yi inquired. This is the wisdom bone of spirit condensation, derived from a 60,000-year-old holy phantom ape, which was slain by the previous pope, Bibi Dong explained, her expression turning serious as she mentioned the former pope. I now present it to you, the holy son of the martial soul hall. Bibi Dong smiled. Mother, isn't this a bit premature? I am not yet the holy son, Cheng Yi said, feeling bashful. Soon, a coronation ceremony for Yi will be held. This soul bone will eventually belong to you. Yi, why not absorb it now? Bibi Dong remarked, as she placed the wisdom skull, a manifestation of mental concentration, into Cheng Yi's hands. Cheng Yi accepted it with both hands and said, Thank you, mother. All right, Yi, you should absorb the wisdom skull here. Both I and Elder Ju Gui will protect you, Bibi Dong encouraged. Mother, please wait a moment. I have a few things I would like to experiment with regarding this soul bone, Cheng Yi said, holding the wisdom skull. Chapter 66. The Shadow Power Invading the Soul Bone? Oh, Yi, what are your thoughts? Please share them with me, Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. Cheng Yi, still holding the wisdom skull, articulated, Mother, I think since Grandfather Douluo can store the poison within him into a soul bone, enhancing its potency, couldn't I also infuse my shadow power into this wisdom skull? This would make the attributes of the soul bone more compatible with me. Moreover, my shadow power is distinctly different from Grandfather Douluo's poison, which cannot be infused into a cranial soul bone. My shadow power, however, poses no such risks. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Gui Mei began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition. Your Holiness, I believe this poses no problem at all. Although there is no precedent, the nature of the old poison differs significantly. However, the young master's shadow power is unique and may very well endow this wisdom skull with shadow attributes, thus enhancing its compatibility with him, Yueguan stated after some consideration. Indeed, the nature of Douluo is different, yet the underlying principle is quite similar. It is merely a matter of timing. Aside from the young master's exceptional shadow power, I doubt any force could alter the attributes of a soul bone. Douluo merely intensified his poison, Gui Mei added promptly. Very well, Yi, give a try. Is there anything we can do to assist you? Bibi Dong inquired. Well, my current soul power may be insufficient to support such a monumental endeavor. I will need someone to channel soul power to me, Cheng Yi reflected. Channeling soul power, you say? Let Elder Gui assist you. His martial soul attributes are similar to yours, making it easier for you to accept the soul power, Bibi Dong pondered. Okay, then I will trouble Grandpa Gui, Cheng Yi said to Gui Mei, who nodded with a smile in response. Cheng Yi then stood up, and Gui Mei stepped behind him. Now, I shall begin, Cheng Yi declared. Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Gui Mei all nodded in agreement. Cheng Yi held the wisdom skull with one hand, his Shadow King martial soul manifesting. As 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerge around him, he commenced the continuous circulation of his soul power alongside his shadow power. The soul power and shadow power began to converge upon Cheng Yi's palm, which channeled it into the wisdom skull. The skull began to absorb the shadow power, as specks of black gradually appeared on its azure surface. Just as Cheng Yi's soul power was nearing depletion, Gui Mei moved to assist him, but Cheng Yi gestured for him to wait a moment. At that moment, the shadow star bell at Cheng Yi's waist gently shook, emitting a melodious chime, and began to release soul power to replenish his dwindling reserves. If this succeeds, it would undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement for Yi, Bibi Dong thought joyfully. After absorbing so much soul power and shadow power, the wisdom skull had yet to undergo a complete transformation. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Cheng Yi's forehead, and the hand holding the wisdom skull trembled slightly. Observing this, Guimei placed his hands on Cheng Yi's back, his martial soul manifesting, as 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose sequentially from his feet. Guimei slowly infused his soul power into Cheng Yi's body, which improved Cheng Yi's condition. Soul power and shadow power were continuously injected into the wisdom skull, and the brilliant azure light it had previously emitted was gradually supplanted by the shadow power. It worked. It truly worked. Cheng Yi exclaimed with excitement, as the wisdom skull in his hand transformed from its original azure hue to a deep blue-black, exuding an aura of darkness. Here, it really worked. Elder Gui, you've worked hard too. Bibi Dong approached, affectionately ruffling Cheng Yi's hair. Thank you, Grandpa Gui. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Ha ha. It was nothing. I hardly exerted myself. Guimei chuckled, his fatigue instantly dissipated by Cheng Yi's gratitude. Old Gui, your grin could stretch to your ears. Yue Guan teased, rolling his eyes. What business is it of yours? Guimei retorted, also rolling his eyes. All right, you should absorb this soul bone now, Bibi Dong instructed. Cheng Yi nodded and then sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes as he guided the shadow wisdom skull toward his forehead. A torrent of soul power and mental energy surged into Cheng Yi's consciousness, and he felt his mental acuity advancing to a new level. As the soul power from the shadow wisdom skull continued to pour into Cheng Yi, his soul power surged from the peak of level 42 to level 43. And it did not stop there. His soul power continued to rise. Because this wisdom skull was integrated with Cheng Yi's shadow power, his absorption faced no obstacles. Gradually, Cheng Yi's aura stabilized, and the shadow wisdom skull completely merged with him, prompting him to open his eyes. Incredible, that was remarkably swift, Yue Guan marveled. After absorbing the young master's shadow power, the attributes of this soul bone aligned perfectly with him, facilitating a seamless integration, Guimei commented. How do you feel? Bibi Dong inquired. Cheng Yi, reflecting on the soul power and mental energy flowing within him, as well as the enhancements granted by the shadow wisdom skull, clenched his fist and replied, Mother, my soul power has now reached level 44, and my mental power has improved yet another tier. The shadow wisdom skull has integrated seamlessly with my shadow power. It is perfectly suited to me. No, it should now be called the shadow wisdom skull. Excellent. What kind of skill does the shadow wisdom skull bestow upon you? Bibi Dong further inquired. This skill is named Shadow Divine Light. It allows me to unleash soul power lasers from the shadow wisdom skull, serving as a penetrating attack, Cheng Yi explained. The young master has acquired yet another powerful offensive skill, Yue Guan said with a smile, to which Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, also smiling. All right, you may return now. I will follow shortly, Bibi Dong said, affectionately patting Cheng Yi's head. Mother, won't you return with me? Nana and the others are waiting for us to have dinner. Cheng Yi said. I still need to organize the selection process for the remaining 2 members of our generation at the Spear Hall. It won't take long. You should head back first, Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Okay, then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gui. Cheng Yi said, waving to Bibi Dong, Yue Guan, and Guimei as he walked towards the Pope's office. Watching Cheng Yi's departing figure, the 3 couldn't help but smile tenderly. Chapter 67. Reserved? Ning Rongrong greeted Cheng Yi as he entered, immediately approaching him with a question. Brother Yi, you returned. Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? Upon hearing the sounds, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing paused their activities and turned their gaze toward the door, subsequently making their way toward Cheng Yi. Brother Yi, why are you back so late? Why didn't the teacher accompany you? Hulaina inquired. I have some exciting news for you all, Cheng Yi replied mysteriously. What is it? The 3 girls asked in unison, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly approaching Cheng Yi upon hearing the mention of good news. All right. Let me inside first. Why are we standing at the door? Let us discuss this inside, Cheng Yi said, affectionately patting the heads of the 3 girls before settling down on the sofa, with the girls following suit. Brother Yi, what is this good news? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Yi, please tell me there isn't going to be any bad news after the good news, Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a playful smile. How could there be? I only mentioned good news, Cheng Yi chuckled. What is it, Brother Yi? Please tell us, Ning Rongrong urged, climbing onto Cheng Yi's back, with Zhu Zhuqing flanking him on either side. The good news is that we, along with Xie Yu and Yin, do not have to participate in the Golden Generation selection. We have already been internally appointed, Cheng Yi announced. I thought it would be something more significant. I, as a support-type Soul Master, don't need to participate in the selection anyway, Ning Rongrong said, disappointment creeping into her voice as she clung to Cheng Yi a bit tighter. Why don't we have to participate in the selection? Hulaina asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's because our levels are too high. There is no one in the academy who can challenge us. Therefore, we are exempt from the selection. Mother will personally choose a support-type Soul Master from the academy and have them compete to select 2 Battle Soul Masters to join our team, Cheng Yi explained. Our high levels are all thanks to Brother Yi, Zhu Zhuqing said, grinning as she hugged Cheng Yi. Of course, without the celestial herbs provided by Brother Yi, how could we have progressed so quickly? Hulaina chimed in joyfully. Indeed, thanks to Brother Yi, my martial soul has evolved. Otherwise, my highest achievement would have only been a Soul Emperor, with no hope of advancing further, let alone becoming Brother Yi's exclusive support, Ning Rongrong said, smiling at Cheng Yi while tightening her embrace, as if trying to meld into him. Hey, Rongrong, while it's fine talk. Why are you hugging Brother Yi so tightly? You might not be able to breathe soon, Hulaina said, peeking from behind Cheng Yi's neck. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, simply holding on to Cheng Yi. What does it matter? I want to let Brother Yi suffocate. I just like Brother Yi, Ning Rongrong replied, playfully sticking her tongue out at Hulaina. Brother Yi is not just yours, Hulaina said, turning to Cheng Yi and planting a kiss on his cheek. Wow, nah, what are you doing? That is pretty sneaky, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Zhu Zhuqing, silent until now, quickly leaned over and kissed Cheng Yi on the other cheek before wrapping her arms around him once more. Zhuqing, what about you? I said both of you are being too forward, Ning Rongrong said, her tone tinged with irritation. Do you think you're the only one who likes Brother Yi? Hulaina retorted, turning her face away. Ning Rongrong released Cheng Yi and stepped in front of him, cupping his face before planting a kiss on his lips. Hulaina's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing this, let go of Cheng Yi and swiftly embraced Ning Rongrong's waist, separating the two. Zhuqing, well done, Hulaina said, giving Zhu Zhuqing a thumbs up. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly released Ning Rongrong and straddled Cheng Yi, lifting his face for a kiss. Hulaina's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. Zhuqing, even you? No longer holding back, Hulaina pushed Zhu Zhuqing aside, tilting Cheng Yi's head back and kissing him. Oh, nah, you're even bolder than us. Ning Rongrong laughed, covering her mouth. Nah, it's my turn now, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, shaking Hulaina. No, it's clearly my turn, Ning Rongrong shouted. Cheng Yi remained silent, allowing the 3 girls to have their way. After a while, the 3 girls returned to their initial positions, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing on either side of Cheng Yi and Hulaina behind him. Brother Yi, no matter what happens, we will always be together, right? Hulaina said softly. Cheng Yi looked up, reaching back to pinch Hulaina's cheek, and replied, of course, we will always be together. Brother Yi, what do you think the continent will be like in the future? Ning Rongrong asked, her expression laced with concern. The future of the continent? Cheng Yi pondered. The 2 great empires will undoubtedly be the first to fall, especially the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing said, tightening her embrace, her expression darkening. Zhuqing, was there no one good to you in the Star Luo Empire? Hulaina asked. Yes, of course. That was a long time ago. But she couldn't escape her family's fate, and I couldn't bring her away, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice quivering. Cheng Yi gently patted Zhu Zhuqing, saying, what if she is still alive? What if? Brother Yi, Zhu Zhuqing said, her voice choked with emotion. Zhuqing's childhood. Ning Rongrong Scythe. Yes, as a member of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, Zhuqing's childhood was even harsher than mine. The Zhu family was a family that had a marriage alliance with the Star Luo royal family. Although she was an orphan, at least in our Spirit Hall orphanage, she never had to worry about food or clothing, nor was she bullied, Hulaina remarked. What about you, Brother Yi? Zhu Zhuqing asked, while Hulaina and Ning Rongrong looked at Cheng Yi with curiosity. Hey, Nana, you knew Brother Yi the earliest. How did you meet him? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone filled with intrigue, while Zhu Zhuqing also gazed at Hulaina with curiosity. The first time I met Brother Yi was during the Soul Awakening ceremony. I was so lucky to awaken a great martial soul and be noticed by the teacher, who took me as a disciple, Hulaina said, her face lighting up with joy. When Brother Yi awakened his martial soul, it was a divine spectacle, a twin martial soul, surpassing the innate full soul power. With an innate level of 12 soul power, his aura was remarkable. Hulaina recalled excitedly. Is that inherited from His Holiness the Pope's genes? Ning Rongrong inquired. Actually, I was picked up by His Holiness the Pope, Cheng Yi said with a smile. What? You didn't know this? Cheng Yi added. Upon hearing this, Hulayina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Cheng Yi with expressions of guilt. At that moment, Bibi Dong entered the room, saying, How could these three little piglets think of this? Teacher, you're back. Hulayina exclaimed in delight. All right, you girls need to get off Brother Yi. If you're feeling cramped, imagine how he feels. Bibi Dong said. How could that be? His Holiness the Pope, Brother Yi isn't cramped at all. Ning Rongrong replied, snuggling against Cheng Yi once more. By the way, Rongrong, haven't you seen your father in a long time? Bibi Dong asked. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Since coming to the Spirit Hall, I haven't seen my father, Grandfather Jian, and Grandfather Gu for several years. I miss them, Ning Rongrong said. You'll see them soon. Bibi Dong assured her. Wonderful. They're coming to the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. Yes. They will be attending the ceremony to officially appoint Brother Yi as the Saint's son, Bibi Dong replied. Saint's son? Hulayina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise. Turning to Cheng Yi. Brother Yi, why didn't you tell us about such an important matter? Ning Rongrong asked. Indeed, Brother Yi. How could you keep something so significant from us? Hulayina added. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have recalled something as she held onto Cheng Yi in silence. Didn't I just mention that we need not participate in the selection of the Golden Generation, only to have you all interrupt me? Cheng Yi remarked. Huh, that cannot be used as an excuse, Ning Rongrong responded. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's emotional shift, Cheng Yi inquired, Zhuqing, what troubles you? Bibi Dong, Hulayina, and Ning Rongrong also turned their attention to Zhu Zhuqing. With just a glance, Bibi Dong understood her concerns. Zhuqing, what is the matter? You seem so dejected, Hulayina asked. Isn't it a joyous occasion for Yi Gu to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong added. I am indeed delighted that Yi Gu has become the holy son of the Spirit Hall, but, Zhu Zhuqing stammered. Zhuqing, I understand your worries. Cheng Yi said, grasping her hand. Rest assured, you are now a member of the Spirit Hall. The people from Xingluo will not be so foolish as to provoke you. They must consider whether they possess the strength to do so, Bibi Dong assured. Do not worry, Zhuqing. Not a single hair on your head will be harmed as long as I am here, Cheng Yi added. All right. With Yi's appointment as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, not only the 7 great sects but countless other factions will gather, especially the 2 great empires that wish to ally with our Spirit Hall, Hulayina realized belatedly, and Ning Rongrong also grasped Zhu Zhuqing's concern. Zhuqing, fret not. This is the Spirit Hall. Even if the 2 great empires were to unite against us, they would have to weigh their options. Moreover, in these tumultuous times, disrupted by the evil soul masters, our 7-treasure glazed tile school has joined the Spirit Hall, and the other 2 sects of the upper 3 sects share the sentiment. The 2 great empires should be more concerned about their own survival, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Thank you, Your Holiness. Thank you, Yi Gu. Thank you, Nana and Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing's spirits began to lift. In truth, Xingluo is already on the brink, Bibi Dong stated. When Yi went to the Sunset Forest to hunt for his 4th spirit ring, the Tiando Empire had already sent their prince, Xue Qinghe, to establish rapport with him. Yi agreed, and I believe his willingness to assist Tiando rather than Xingluo is also for your sake, Zhuqing, Bibi Dong explained. Yi Gu, thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said tearfully, then embraced Cheng Yi tightly. Seeing this, Hulayina and Ning Rongrong felt unable to separate Zhu Zhuqing and thus joined in the embrace around Cheng Yi. All right, you 3, if you keep this up, the 4 of us will become one, Cheng Yi said, both amused and exasperated. At his words, the 3 women finally released Cheng Yi. Now, children, let us dine, Bibi Dong announced. Tomorrow, you shall go to the academy to observe the selection of the last 2 battle spirit masters of the Golden Generation, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, mother. Yes, teacher. Yes, Your Holiness, the 4 replied in unison. Oh, by the way, should anyone dare to question your abilities, Bibi Dong said, clenching her fist. I know, mother. If anyone questions us, we shall challenge them directly. Strength is the ultimate truth, Cheng Yi asserted, earning a nod of approval from Bibi Dong. No one would dare question Yi Gu once he reveals his spirit rings. Moreover, Yi's reputation at the academy is quite formidable, Hulayina remarked. There will always be those who are blind to reality, Ning Rongrong added. Without demonstrating some strength, there will always be dissent, Cheng Yi stated. I personally selected an auxiliary spirit master from the academy named Lin Yu. You can meet her tomorrow if you have the time, Bibi Dong informed them. I know Lin Yu. She's a rank 20 spirit master with the peach heart bracelet as her spirit, a benign mutation of the bamboo peach spirit. Her talent is exceptional. Ning Rongrong noted. Knowing her is even better. This will help her integrate into the team more swiftly, Bibi Dong said. The next day, Ika. What do you think the spirits of the last 2 battle spirit masters of the golden generation will be like? Hulaina asked curiously as they walked. Cheng Yi smiled but remained silent, having already guessed the winners in his heart. The group chatted merrily as they arrived at the academy. Iga, Xiaoyu and Yin called out in unison. You two must have heard the news, Cheng Yi said. Indeed, Iga. We were shocked when we first received the news. We never expected we wouldn't have to participate in the assessment, Yin admitted. It's all thanks to the celestial herbs you provided. Iga, Xiaoyu added. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, even without those celestial herbs, with your talents, entering the golden generation would not be difficult. So, knowing we were already designated, there must be some who are not pleased in the academy. Cheng Yi probed further. Iga, you are overthinking it. Who would dare question your strength in the academy? Yin replied with a chuckle. Huh, I had no idea I was so famous, Cheng Yi exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Iga. First, you completely defeated Yin, and then you utterly trounced the Li brothers. Those achievements are well known, Xiaoyu laughed. Hey, Xiaoyu, you don't need to bring that up. My battle with Iga is something I'd rather forget. It's quite embarrassing, Yin said, blushing furiously. Oh, I did warn you back then. Who told you to be so overconfident? Now you feel embarrassed, but the word has already spread throughout the academy, Xiaoyu teased. Well, that's not. Yin stammered, unable to articulate further, his face red as a beet. All right, Xiaoyu, stop teasing Yin. You know how he is, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Indeed, Iga has battled the most talented individuals in the academy, so it's no wonder no one dares to question him. Ning Rongrong chuckled, covering her mouth. Shall we head to the soul fighting platform to take a look? The selection must be nearing its conclusion, Cheng Yi suggested. Chapter 69. A spar? With me? The group arrived at the soul fighting arena, where the selection process was nearing its end. Second soul skill, Ring Binding Curse. The second spirit ring on Li Qianwei flashed as he swung his dragon twisting staff, creating dense binding bands that ensnared his opponent, subsequently sending them off the platform with a powerful strike. I declare that Group 1, Li Qianwei, is victorious, the referee announced. Meanwhile, on the other side, second soul skill, Thousand Arm Counterattack. The second spirit ring on Li Qianyu shimmered as the blue light of the dragon twisting staff intensified, forming a solid barrier that effortlessly blocked the incoming attack from his opponent. With a sudden burst of force, he deflected the attack, sweeping his staff horizontally and knocking the opponent off the platform. I declare that Group 2, Li Qianyu, is victorious, the referee proclaimed. It seems our other 2 teammates have made their appearance, Cheng Yi remarked. It turns out they're the grandsons of the Thousand Arm Offering and the Demon Suppression Offering. Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. Aren't they both EGE's defeated foes? Zhu Zhuqing questioned. In truth, they are quite formidable. Their talents are not to be underestimated. Cheng Yi replied. Look, Lin Yu is also down there, Ning Rongrong noted. Let us go see, Cheng Yi suggested. Congratulations to Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei for becoming the final pieces of our Spirit Hall's golden generation. The academy head congratulated. The 2 brothers exchanged fist bumps. At that moment, Cheng Yi and the others approached. Young master, what brings you to the Spirit Hall Academy? The academy head asked respectfully. I came to see the last piece of our Spirit Hall's golden generation, Cheng Yi replied. Iga, it's been a long time, Li Qianyu said excitedly upon seeing Cheng Yi. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Congratulations to both of you, Cheng Yi smiled. Yige, since it's been so long, shall we have a spar? Li Qianwei proposed. After Li Qianwei uttered these words, the students in the audience, particularly Chi, turned their gaze towards him, while Hulaina and others looked at Li Qianwei with expressions of disbelief, pondering silently. Has this person, in his relentless pursuit of cultivation, rendered his mind utterly foolish? A spar? With me? Cheng Yi inquired. Indeed, it's with you, brother Yi, Li Qianwei replied innocently. Noticing the students below, Cheng Yi felt it inappropriate to elaborate further and merely nodded. How about this? You will team up with Qianyu and Lin Li. The 3 of you shall face off together, Cheng Yi suggested, pointing to Li Qianyu beside him and Lu Yu in the audience. Upon hearing that Cheng Yi intended for a 1 versus 3 match, the audience erupted in excitement. An icy dread surged towards Li Qianyu and Lin Li. Li Qianyu thought to himself, why do I have an ominous premonition? Lin Li mused, perhaps I should not have come to witness this election today. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Li Qianwei remarked, is there really someone who can take us on all at once? Yes, Cheng Yi confirmed with a nod. Rong, please go and summon Lin Li, Cheng Yi said, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Brother Yi is so biased. Why don't you let me call Hulaina? She pouted in complaint. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, yet looked at Cheng Yi with a forlorn expression. Cheng Yi, in turn, affectionately patted both Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing's heads, saying, Rongrong knows her well. Satisfied by Cheng Yi's gesture, the girl smiled. As Ning Rongrong brought Lin Li to the stage, she announced, Brother Yi, I'm back. This is Lin Li. Her support abilities are quite formidable. Hello, I'm Lin Li, a member of our golden generation. Lin Li shyly introduced herself. Greetings, I am Cheng Yi, he replied politely. At that moment, Lin Li had entirely forgotten the chill that had just surged through her, her heart fluttering. Wow, Brother Yi is indeed as handsome as the rumors suggest. Perhaps even more so. His voice is delightful, and his strength is impressive. He truly embodies the ideal male figure, giggling internally. Very well. The three of you shall face off together. We will keep it light, Cheng Yi stated. Understood, the three replied in unison. Now, please proceed to the Soul fighting platform. The head of the Soul Master Academy announced. The students below eagerly shifted towards the platform, their faces alight with excitement. Buzzing with discussions, to witness Senior Cheng Yi's soul battle is a treat. His soul is always so captivating. Hey, are you talking about his soul or him? Senior Cheng Yi's battles are always thrilling. This time, it's a 1 versus 3 match. What high expectations. Haha, today was definitely worth it. Do you think these three can apply any pressure on Brother Yi? Yin inquired. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Hey Qianwei, Brother Yi is going to take on all three of us. Don't you feel something is amiss? Li Qianyu whispered. What do you mean amiss? Li Qianwei asked, puzzled. Li Qianyu and Lin Li exchanged glances, shaking their heads in exasperation at Li Qianwei's naivety. Let us just keep it light. Cheng Yi waved his hand. Are both sides ready? The head of the Soul Master Academy asked. Cheng Yi, Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, and Lin Li nodded in agreement. Very well, please release your souls. The head instructed. Li Qianyu, a level 25 Assault Systems Soul Master, with the soul of the Spiral Dragon Staff. Please guide me well. Li Qianyu announced, as 2 yellow soul rings slowly ascended from beneath him. He grasped forward with one hand, and a blue glowing Spiral Dragon Staff manifested in his grip, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from sea. Li Qianwei, a level 25 Assault System Soul Master, with the soul of the Spiral Dragon Staff. Please guide me well. Li Qianwei followed suit, 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath him as he clasped his hands together, then slowly opened them to reveal a red glowing Spiral Dragon Staff that appeared, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. He hoisted the staff onto his shoulder. Elena, a level 23 Support System Soul Master, with the soul of the Heart Spirit Bracelet. Please guide me well. Lin Li introduced herself, as 2 yellow soul rings ascended from her. Gracefully lifting her right hand, a pink bracelet adorned with delicate flower petals appeared on her wrist, quite exquisite. Observing this, Cheng Yi thought, so this is the mutated soul, the Heart Spirit Bracelet. It seems even stronger than before its mutation. It is rare for the poison bamboo to transform into a support type, and being favored by her mother, her support abilities must be exceptional. Cheng Yi stepped forward, his soul power surging around him. Something feels off, very off, Li Qianyu murmured. Lin Li now regretted coming to witness the selection, while Li Qianwei remained blissfully unaware, waiting for Cheng Yi to release his soul. For soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose from Cheng Yi's feet, casting a shadow that elongated on the ground. Suddenly, a dark figure surged forth from a shadow, hovering steadily behind him. Cheng Yi, soul of the Shadow Monarch, level 44 Battle Soul Master. Please guide me well. His voice resonated through the air. Chapter 70, Beneficial Mutation, Heart Spirit Bracelet. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi's level and soul ring configuration, the head of the Soul Master Academy widened his eyes in astonishment. Disbelief etched on his face as the audience erupted in hushed whispers. Wait, level 44 Soul Master? 10,000-year soul rings? 2,000-year rings? 4,000-year rings? No wonder Senior Cheng, it doesn't need to participate in the selection. If he did, would anyone else stand a chance? This is utterly unfair. On the platform, it dawned on Li Qianwei what Li Qianyu and Lin Li had been hinting at, and he trembled as he turned to ask, is it too late for us to back down? Back down? What are you thinking? You initiated this spar. We're both stuck here with you. And now you want to back out? Li Qianyu rolled his eyes. Li Qianwei, have you forgotten how Brother Yi thoroughly trounced you a few years ago? Why would you still dare to spar with him? I should have come to this election today, Lin Li remarked incredulously. Don't forget that at that time, Brother Yi fought us without Rong Rong's assistance. Now, with Lin Li added, we stand no chance, Li Qianyu lamented. I didn't realize, Li Qianwei scratched his head, glancing at Cheng Yi in confusion. Just then, the head of the Soul Master Academy declared the battle begins. Qianyu, Qianwei, let me see how much you've improved, Cheng Yi called out. Upon hearing this, the duo shuddered. Before they could react, Cheng Yi vanished from in front of them, leaving them with a chilling sensation as they turned to find him standing right behind them. What are you two thinking? If this were outside the academy, no one would wait for you to react. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei cast aside their hesitation, raising their spiral dragon staves like arrows released from a bow, charging fiercely at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, unfazed, slowly raised his right hand, and then his third soul ring flared to life. With a gentle command, echo of shadows, an invisible barrier resembling an impenetrable shield quietly unfolded before him. Encouraged by Cheng Yi's apparent overconfidence, the two felt emboldened, swinging their spiral dragon staves and accelerating towards him. They lifted their staffs, preparing to strike Cheng Yi with overwhelming force, but suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as if thunder had struck the ground. The staffs of Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei halted abruptly mid-air, trembling as if caught in a tempest, while they themselves quaked as if jolted by electric shock, before being sent flying like kites with severed strings. At that moment, Cheng Yi turned to Lin Yu and struck up a conversation. Your name is Lin Yu, isn't it? Lin Yu blushed and nodded slightly. Your martial soul has undergone a benign mutation, which is quite impressive. It transformed from a poison-based offensive martial soul to a support type 1, seemingly stronger than Zhu Jiapiao, Cheng Yi praised. Perhaps it's due to the combination of my parents' martial souls, but thankfully it resulted in a benign mutation, Lin Yu stammered, still blushing. That's remarkable. What abilities does your martial soul possess? Cheng Yi inweeded. My first soul skill can heal teammates, and my second soul skill provides them with a shield, Lin Yu replied swiftly. Just make sure not to conserve soul power, Cheng Yi advised, pointing at the Li brothers, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, who had just risen. Huh? Okay. Lin Yu responded with a hint of worry. You needn't worry about soul power. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Cheng Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong, who immediately understood and summoned the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, rose gradually from her feet. The 9 treasures shine with brilliance, she intoned, as the pagoda emitted a dazzling light, casting a supportive glow upon Lin Yu, who instantly felt a significant enhancement to his soul power. Wow, it seems Brother Yi is going to give these 2 brothers a thorough lesson, Hulaina remarked with a giggle, prompting Zhu Zhuqing and others to stifle their laughter. Aren't you joining in? Then I will, Cheng Yi asked. Instantly, a chill swept over Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's heads. First soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring shimmered with a mysterious light as the power of shadows surged like a tumultuous wave, coalescing into a pair of extraordinarily sharp claws that tightly enveloped his hands. Cheng Yi leaped forward, striking with a claw, the fierce momentum akin to a tempest, instilling fear in his adversaries. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei hastily raised their dragon-slaying sticks in an attempt to block the assault. Cheng Yi's shadow claw grazed the stick, leaving deep gashes as if a ferocious beast had torn through. Second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. Lin Yu's second soul ring flickered, and the Peach Spirit bracelet on his wrist radiated a brilliant pink light, akin to warm sunlight cascading over Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, enhancing their defenses. Simultaneously, the pink glow enveloped them in an invisible barrier. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Li Qianyu's first soul ring suddenly blazed to life. First soul skill, Ocean Wave, 3 strikes. The dragon-slaying stick in his hand seemed imbued with boundless power, its aura radiating brilliant blue light as it surged toward Cheng Yi like a crashing wave. Shadow Eye. Cheng Yi's eyes instantly turned pitch black, resembling an endless abyss. He nimbly dodged left and right, evading Li Qianyu's strikes that barely grazed his clothing. Just then, Li Qianwei seized a fleeting opportunity, unleashing his second soul skill, Binding Spell. His second soul ring flickered as he swung the dragon-slaying stick, creating a dense binding strap aimed at ensnaring Cheng Yi. Seeing this, Cheng Yi forcefully deflected Li Qianyu's attack, delivering a powerful kick to Li Qianyu's chest that sent him flying. With his shadow claw gathered in his right hand, he swung with great force, effortlessly breaking through Li Qianwei's soul skill. Subsequently, Cheng Yi soared forward like a bird, claw outstretched towards Li Qianwei, who had no time to react and was struck by Cheng Yi's blow. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Yu's soul skill, the shield generated absorbed most of the damage, leaving Li Qianwei only slightly injured. At that moment, Li Qianyu held his chest, propping himself up with the dragon-slaying stick as he staggered to his feet. Observing this, Lin Yu raised his right hand once more, activating his first soul ring. First soul skill, Bracelet Shadow Life Ring. The pink glow from Lin Yu's wrist brightened again as two light rings emerged from the peach spirit bracelet, cascading down upon Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei like gentle rain upon the earth. The rings swiftly penetrated their bodies, rapidly mending their wounds. Chapter 71, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Instantly, the injuries on Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei were completely healed, leaving them in disbelief as they exchanged victorious fist bumps. This peach spirit bracelet is quite formidable. Cheng Yi mused internally. The mutation of a martial soul can either ruin or exalt it, Ning Rongrong remarked while continuing to support Lin Yu. Indeed, transforming from the unremarkable Zhu Jiapiao to the peach spirit bracelet is fortunate to be a benign mutation, Hu Liena commented. But why does it seem that this mutation made it significantly stronger than the original martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing pondered. Indeed, although this martial soul's quality may not rival the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its support capabilities are undeniably comparable, Ning Rongrong praised. It can actually rival Rongrong's support abilities. Zhu Zhuqing marveled. Lin Yu's father possesses the Zhu Jiapiao martial soul, while his mother wields the spirit bracelet, both of similar quality, thus leading to this mutation. The Zhu Jiapiao, originally a plant-type martial soul, retained its plant characteristics even after mutating into a tool-type martial soul, harmoniously complementing each other and merging the strengths of both parents' martial souls to create the peach spirit bracelet, Ning Rongrong explained. Such a mutation is truly astonishing. Yin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it is thanks to the close quality of Lin Yu's parents' martial souls. Otherwise, such an effect would not have occurred, Xiaoyu added. How about it? Can you still fight? Cheng Yi asked with a smile. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, filled with renewed determination, exchanged glances and said, "Thank you, Brother Yi. For today, please guide us." Cheng Yi, amused by their demeanor, thought to himself, no wonder they are the grandsons of the esteemed Qianjun and Jiangma. They have great aspirations. All right, let us go again, Cheng Yi declared, taking a stance once more. This time, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei coordinated more seamlessly. Li Qianyu lunged forward with an arrow-like speed, wielding the dragon-slaying stick with a fierce wind, while Li Qianwei flanked from his side, preparing to launch a two-pronged assault. Cheng Yi remained calm, slightly tilting his body to deftly evade Li Qianyu's strike while countering with a claw aimed at Li Qianwei. Startled, Li Qianwei raised the dragon-slaying stick to block, but the impact left his arm numb. At that moment, Li Qianyu attacked from behind. Cheng Yi, agile as a swallow, sprang into the air, executing a graceful turn and delivering a kick towards Li Qianyu. Li Qianyu sidestepped, and his first soul ring illuminated as he unleashed his first soul skill, Ocean Wave 3 Strikes. The blue light from his dragon-slaying stick surged with unmatched momentum as it swept towards Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi swiftly bent low to dodge, catching a glimpse of Li Qianwei attempting a sneak attack from behind. With a slight smile, Cheng Yi pushed off the ground with both hands, leaping high into the air, gracefully soaring over Li Qianwei's head. The two brothers, taken by surprise, heard a resounding clash as their dragon-slaying sticks collided, the tremendous force causing their arms to tremble, nearly dislodging their grips. Cheng Yi landed deftly, observing the disheveled duo, and called out again. Gritting his teeth, Li Qianwei activated his first soul ring. First soul skill, Demon Subduing Dragon Hammer. In an instant, the dragon-slaying stick in Li Qianwei's hand shimmered with radiant red light, resembling a colossal beast awakened, accompanied by a thunderous dragon-esque roar. Its momentum surged towards Cheng Yi like a rainbow piercing the sun. Li Qianyu, not one to back down, maintained his soul skill and swung the dragon-slaying stick toward Cheng Yi, their attacks perfectly synchronized. Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened as he activated his second soul ring. A powerful wave of soul power surged forth as he unleashed his second soul skill, Shadow Army Break. Cheng Yi concentrated his soul power and shadow energy in his right hand, facing the onslaught from Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. With a punch that struck like a thunderclap, the combined forces erupted like a volcanic explosion, rendering Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's attack utterly futile, akin to the frailty of a chicken against a storm. Their offensive was instantly shattered. Cheng Yi activated his first soul skill once again, the Shadow Claw, imbued with shadow energy, transformed into razor-sharp talons that enveloped his hands. Harnessing this formidable momentum, he charged once more at Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. The two brothers, taken aback, felt their hearts plunge into an abyss of dread. They hastily raised their coiling dragon staffs to fend off Cheng Yi's advance. However, Cheng Yi's speed was akin to lightning, and he swiftly positioned himself before them. With a powerful swing of both arms, he struck their staffs with tremendous force, producing a sharp crack. The sheer strength not only left deep gashes on their coiling dragon staffs, but also sent them sliding backward, their feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Lin Yu's first soul ring flickered again, and the heart of peach blossom bracelet in his hand radiated a pink glow, healing the injuries Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei had just sustained. Nevertheless, their soul power was now nearly depleted. Very impressive, Cheng Yi praised with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, brother Yi. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei replied in unison, exchanging glances and nodding at one another. Brother Yi, this will be our final strike. Li Qianyu declared with a grin. Brother Yi, this move has been honed through our arduous training. You must be ready. Li Qianwei added, equally enthusiastic. Then let it commence. Cheng Yi responded, his spirit ignited. At this moment, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei stood shoulder to shoulder. Li Qianyu gripped his coiling dragon staff, which emanated a blue light, reminiscent of a roaring blue dragon in his grasp, with two yellow soul rings glowing around him. Li Qianwei, holding the staff that radiated a red light, resembled a flaming dragon, also adorned with two yellow soul rings. The brothers crossed their coiling dragon staffs, akin to two true dragons converging in the clouds, their soul power surging like mighty waves. The staffs, drawn by an unseen force, began to intertwine, merging into a single, more robust entity that radiated a dazzling blend of red and blue light. Subsequently, four soul rings ascended, all converging upon the coiling dragon staff, amplifying its power. What is this? What has happened to Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei? What skill is this? Spectators whispered among themselves. What? Is it a martial soul fusion technique? Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. A martial soul fusion technique. Yin inquired, puzzled. The compatibility of soul masters' martial souls must be high, and their intentions must align without reservation to achieve such a technique, Ning Rongrong elucidated. To think that a skill even the Qianjun and Jiama offerings could not master has been perfected by them, Hu Laina remarked, astonished. Brother Yi, this is our final strike. Li Qianyu reiterated with a smile. Brother Yi, you are the first to witness our move. Li Qianwei added, equally cheerful. One honor. Cheng Yi iknameth. His fighting spirit at its peak. In unison, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei chanted. Threads of soul weave a net of 1,000 layers, entwined in the roar of the azure dragon, with dragon patterns emerging, a force that astonishes the heavens, shattering the winds and clearing the skies. Martial soul fusion technique. Soul weave dragon pattern break. As Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei initiated their martial soul fusion technique, the four soul rings fully merged into the coiling dragon staff, which began to rise slowly. Gradually, it coalesced into a colossal, ethereal dragon formed of soul power and dragon patterns, its body shimmering in red and blue hues. Each scale radiating a brilliant luminosity, and its eyes holding boundless strength and majesty. The dragon took shape and unleashed a deafening roar, as Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei propelled it forward with their soul power, charging towards Cheng Yi with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. You two brothers truly surprised me. As he spoke, a blue-black shadow spirit, the wisdom skull, materialized upon his forehead. Cheng Yi held nothing back, channeling 90% of his remaining soul power into it. As his soul power flowed continuously into the soul bone, the wisdom skull radiated an even more brilliant light. What is that on Senior Cheng Yi's head? Is that a soul bone? A rare head soul bone? The onlookers murmured in astonishment. Cheng Yi, inspired, recited. The magic waves surge, devouring the dying sun. A glimmer of darkness pierces the long night. Shadow spirit wisdom skull skill. Shadow divine light. As Cheng Yi's words resonated, two beams of light, imbued with unfathomable mysterious power, shot forth from the wisdom skull. One beam was an abyssal black, while the other shone a brilliant azure. These two contrasting rays gradually converged, intertwining before merging, the azure light entirely consumed by the darkness. The shadow divine light surged forth like a black spear, enveloped in consuming darkness, and pierced towards the ethereal dragon. The dragon let out a thunderous roar. one that seemed capable of rending the heavens, and charged at the shadow divine light with overwhelming force. At the moment of collision, rather than an explosive sound, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, reminiscent of the calm before tempest. The shadow divine light spread like a flood of ink, coursing along the dragon's horns and whiskers, rendering its scales instantly dull and lifeless. Witnessing this, the spectators and old Su were left speechless, their gazes fixed on the mesmerizing clash of energies. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, seeing the situation unfold, hesitated no longer and poured their remaining soul power into the dragon. As they did, the ethereal dragon emitted an exhilarating roar, shaking off the encroaching shadow divine light. However, as their soul power waned, they collapsed to the ground, resembling marionettes whose strings had been cut. The ethereal dragon, now devoid of control, surged into the shadow divine light, causing the two energies to merge explosively and expand rapidly. Cheng Yi sensed the impending danger and immediately activated the shadow star bell hanging from his waist. The bell emitted a clear, melodious chime and began to channel soul power to him. Cheng Yi wasted no time, raising his hands as his third soul ring blazed to life. Activating his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. As Cheng Yi unleashed his soul skill, an invisible barrier enveloped the two colliding energies. Just then, the energies detonated with a cataclysmic roar. The crowd below, bewildered, could only watch in confusion. The shockwave from the explosion surged like a raging tide, battering against Cheng Yi's barrier. Cheng Yi strained to hold on, like a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of collapse. Sweat poured down his brow, and he yearned to alert the others, yet his voice was stifled, devoid of strength. The soul power replenished by the Shadow Star Bell was but a drop in the ocean compared to the rate of consumption. Just as Cheng Yi was on the verge of exhaustion, Ning Rongrong, reacting swiftly, summoned all her strength to activate the 9-treasure glaze tile, channeling her third soul skill. Her third soul ring flickered incessantly, providing a steady stream of soul power to Cheng Yi. His condition began to improve, akin to a parched traveler in the desert finally receiving a life-giving rain to sustain him in maintaining his third soul skill. "Quick, go help Brother Yi," Ning Rongrong cried urgently, her heart racing. With her call, Hulaina and the other students snapped back to their senses, their gazes turning toward Cheng Yi. "Brother Yi!" Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing shouted anxiously, ready to rush onto the stage. Before anyone could react, a crisp sound rang out, reminiscent of shattering glass. As Cheng Yi's barrier instantly crumbled, the residual energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, propelling Cheng Yi away. At that moment, a ghostly figure dashed out, deftly catching Cheng Yi. Third soul skill, Breath Barrier. The third soul ring on Yu Guan shimmered with a brilliant light, and the petals of the rare, miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum burst forth, forming an indomitable barrier akin to an iron wall, blocking the remaining energy. Subsequently, Yu Guan flew to Cheng Yi's side, concern etched on his face. "Little young master, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong and the others rushed over. "Brother Yi, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong's voice trembled as she continuously activated the 7-treasure glaze tile to restore Cheng Yi's soul power. "Brother Yi, it's all our fault for not noticing," Hulaina lamented. "Brother Yi, we're to blame," Zhu Zhuqing choked out. "Ego, are you all right?" Xie and Yin asked anxiously. Cheng Yi regained some composure and spoke. "I truly appreciate Grandpa Zhu and Grandpa Gui, but may I ask how you both arrived here?" Upon sensing such a significant fluctuation of soul power from the academy, Gui Hua and I hurried over. Thankfully, we arrived just in time. Gui Mei exhaled in relief. Yu Guan rose, casting an enraged glare at the head and teachers of the Martial Soul Academy. The officials of the Martial Soul Academy trembled and fell to their knees in fear. "What kind of conduct is this?" Yu Guan furiously questioned, causing the group of teachers to hold their breath. With a wave of his hand, he shouted in anger, "Bring them all away and await judgment." At Yu Guan's command, the guards of the Martial Soul Hall surged forth, escorting the teachers away. "All right, you are granted a 3-day break. Spread the word and attend to your own affairs," Yu Guan announced, prompting the students below to disperse. At that moment, Cheng Yi had also recovered and stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire. Chapter 73. Team. "I'm fine, don't worry. How could I blame you? What wrong did you do?" "Ah, it's my fault for being too excited," Cheng Yi said, scratching his head. "Fortunately, Rongrong provided me with some soul power at a critical moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it until Grandpa Zhu and Grandpa Gui arrived," he added with a smile. "You're still smiling. Ego, are you really okay?" Ning Rongrong asked, her voice laced with anger. "Of course," Cheng Yi exclaimed, bouncing slightly. Little young master. It's a relief to hear that you're fine. You really scared me, Yuguan remarked, calming his breath. Thank you, Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gue. Cheng Yi smiled, eliciting a knowing smile from Yuguan and Gue Mei. Little young master, we must take our leave now. Old Gue and I have other matters to attend to. Yuguan said, all right, goodbye, Grandpa Ju and Grandpa Gue. Cheng Yi waved. Goodbye, Elder Ju and Elder Gue. The others echoed, waving as well. Yuguan and Gue Mei nodded with smiles before soaring towards the martial soul hall. Brother Yi, I'm sorry we couldn't be of any help. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqin said, disappointment evident. Why apologize? It's not your fault. Come now, let us see some smiles, Cheng Yi replied, playfully ruffling the hair of the three girls. They managed to muster faint smiles. At that moment, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei approached, leaning on each other, followed closely by Lin Li. Lin Li intended to heal them, but, lacking the soul power to do so, could only share her own energy between the two. Yige. We lost again. Li Qianwei laughed heartily. Li Qianyu, with a hint of resignation, playfully punched Li Qianwei's arm. At a time like this, you still care about that? Igo, I'm really sorry. Are you alright? I'm Fine. You three are incredibly strong. Your talents are quite impressive. Your support abilities are on par with Rongrong's, and your individual strengths are formidable as well. You've even mastered such a powerful martial soul fusion technique. Cheng Yi generously praised. Thank you for the compliment, Igo. Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, and Lin Li said, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Ha ha, if you had been soul emperors today with 2 more soul rings, I wouldn't have been able to handle that martial soul fusion technique. Cheng Yi chuckled. Igo, that's too impressive. I wish to be your little brother. Li Qianyu exclaimed excitedly. Me too. Li Qianwei chimed in. Let's not go that far. We'll be brothers, Cheng Yi said, extending his hand for a fist bump with the two. Igo, what about that skull? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Oh, this skull? It's a precursor to becoming a holy son. My mother gifted it to me. This skull is originally known as the wisdom skull of spirit condensation, dating back around 60,000 years, brought back by the former pope. I've infused it with my shadow power, which transformed it into its current state. Now it's called the Shadow Wisdom Skull of Spirit Condensation, Cheng Yi explained. The magical waves surge, engulfing the setting sun. A hint of darkness pierces the long night. Shadow Divine Light. Igo, your skill is simply magnificent, Yin exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Actually, I just improvised after hearing the incantation of Qianyu and Qianwei's martial soul fusion technique, Cheng Yi said, scratching his head sheepishly. Yige, battling with you truly teaches us a lot. Your combat skills are extraordinary. You didn't even need to use your 4th soul skill, yet you handled us with ease. Li Qianyu remarked. EG's 4th soul skill. If you had used it, we wouldn't have had the chance to execute our martial soul fusion technique. Yin added with a shrug. Really? Is EG's 4th soul skill that powerful? Li Qianwei asked, astonished. EG's 4th soul skill, 8 chains of God binding, is a dominantly controlling soul skill. If caught, it continually drains your soul power, Yin explained. Thank you, Igo, for going easy on us, Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, and Lin Li said, clasping their hands in gratitude towards Cheng Yi. It's nothing. This is merely a friendly spar. A chance to learn from each other. Using that soul skill would defeat the purpose. Cheng Yi smiled. By the way, Igo, why do you keep your soul skills concealed? My grandfather taught us to hide our abilities, Li Qianwei inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi, Xiaoyu, and Yin exchanged glances. Because we are a team, Yin replied. If you don't understand your teammates' skills, how can you discuss cooperation? How can you face other students, let alone venture beyond the martial soul hall? Moreover, we would never betray each other, Xiaoyu added. Hiding your abilities is wise until you are confident you can eliminate your enemy. However, we are a team. Just as you two are striving to master the martial soul fusion technique, we must be in sync with no reservations. A team is a cohesive unit. If we cannot trust each other, how can we fight side by side? Cheng Yi stated with a smile. Li Qianwei, you really are a blockhead, making a scene. Li Qianyu said, playfully punching Li Qianwei's head. What was that for? I was just asking. Li Qianwei protested, rubbing his head. We are indeed a unit. As Iga said, we should conceal our strength from our enemies. But do we need to hide it from our closest allies? Li Qianyu pointed out. Oh, I understand now. Clearly, my grandfather did not explain it well, Li Qianwei admitted, feeling aggrieved. All right, congratulations on passing the selection. We will now be a team, Cheng Yi said with a smile. We look forward to your guidance in the future. Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, and Lin Li bowed deeply to Cheng Yi. Seeing this, Cheng Yi exchanged knowing glances with his companions and also bowed to Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, and Lin Li, saying, "Please take care of me. We shall take our leave now. Let us meet tomorrow for the Golden Generation's enshrinement." Cheng Yi waved. As everyone bid their farewells, Cheng Yi departed with Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. "Hello, hello, hello. You three have been sulking ever since a while ago. What troubles you?" Cheng Yi turned to the three girls and inquired. "Ego, if it weren't for Elder Zhu and Elder Gui, you would have certainly sustained serious injuries," Zhu Zhuqing remarked. "At least Rongrong lent you a hand." "I and Zhuqing were of no assistance," Hulaina added. "That was merely an accident. I didn't anticipate such an outcome. It was rather sudden." Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong smirked and said, "Since you two didn't help Ego, why not let me have him all to myself?" "Absolutely not. Under no circumstances." Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. "Oh, I was just joking. Why are you two reacting so dramatically?" Ning Rongrong chuckled. Next time I won't let Ego fall into danger," Hulaina declared. "I will definitely assist Ego next time," Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Oh, next time." Ning Rongrong desit. Rongrong. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing shouted, and the three girls promptly began to playfully tussle. Seeing the trio return to their lively selves, Cheng Yi couldn't help but smile faintly. Chapter 74. The Golden Generation. "Mom, we are back," Cheng Yi announced as he pushed the door open. "You've returned," Bibi Dong replied. "Ear, I heard you had a thrilling spar with the last 3 members of the Golden Generation at the Soul Master Academy today. It seems it was quite spectacular," Bibi Dong said with a smile. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, a chill ran down Cheng Yi's spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Oh, really? Was it that impressive?" "No, not really, Mom. I feel a bit tired, so I won't be having dinner tonight. I'm heading to my room," Cheng Yi stammered. "Teacher, I don't think I'm hungry either. I won't be having dinner tonight. I'll just head back to my room," Hulaina nervously chimed in. "Ah yes, Your Holiness. I had quite a bit for lunch, so I won't eat either. I'll just return to my room," Ning Rongrong added, fiddling with her fingers. Yes, me too," Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly agreed. The 4 of them began to slowly make their way to their respective rooms. Before they could take more than a few steps, Bibi Dong's voice rang out, "Stop." Instantly, Cheng Yi, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing stood at attention. "Come and have dinner," Bibi Dong commanded. "All right, Mom." "Yes, Teacher." "Yes, Your Holiness," the 4 responded in unison, before obediently taking their seats at the dining table. "Mom, the truth is, it wasn't tea as you imagined. It was just a regular spar. We held back, didn't we?" Cheng Yi glanced at the 3 girls anxiously. Yes, exactly. That is how it was." Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing fervently nodded in agreement. "Oh, then why did such a strong surge of soul power emanate from the Soul Master Academy this afternoon?" Bibi Dong inquired with a smile. "I don't know." Cheng Yi feigned ignorance. The waves roiling and swallowing the setting sun. A hint of darkness piercing through the daylight. "Very eloquent," Bibi Dong remarked. "That is not it, Mom. It's just that, Cheng Yi was drenched in cold sweat and struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Ear, have you forgotten that Elder Zhu and Elder Gui brought the head of the Soul Master Academy and all the teachers present back with them?" Bibi Dong slammed her hand on the table. Cheng Yi, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing immediately lowered their heads. "Well, you've truly grown up now, daring to look your mother in the eye when there's trouble. You've really become quite bold," Bibi Dong scolded. "Oh, come on, Mom. I was just trying not to worry you. Besides, I turned out fine, didn't I?" Cheng Yi scratched his head sheepishly. "Fine? If Elder Zhu and Elder Gui had arrived even a moment later, would it still have been fine?" Bibi Dong questioned. "Mom, I was wrong. Teacher, I was wrong. Your Holiness, I was wrong." Cheng Yi, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all quickly admitted their faults. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's anger instantly softened, and she lost her temper. "All right, I didn't mean to blame you. But you've been quite reckless this time. Using 90% of your soul power to activate a soul bone skill. Have you considered the repercussions?" Bibi Dong admonished. "Mom, I was just too excited. I had already guessed that the Li brothers would make it through the selection of the Golden Generation. The spar was proposed by Li Qianduo, and I just didn't want to seem like I was bullying them, especially with Lin Yu present, which is why I suggested a 1-on-3 match. However, I never anticipated that the soul fusion skills that neither Qianjun nor Jiangma could master were executed by those brothers. I got overly thrilled. So I assure you it won't happen again," Cheng Yi explained. "Oh, you 3. Why didn't you stop a year?" Bibi Dong chided. "We understand our mistakes." Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing said in unison, heads bowed. All right, let us eat," Bibi Dong concluded. Okay." The 4 of them instantly perked up again. Bibi Dong looked at the 4 with a helpless smile. "What do you think of the 3 of them?" Bibi Dong asked the 4. I feel that Lin Yu's support abilities are on par with mine, Ning Rongrong remarked. Li Qianduo and Li Qianwan have decent talent. They are at the same level as Xie Yu and Yin, Hu Laina pondered. They were completely dominated by Yi Ge. Even their final soul fusion skill couldn't compete with him, Zhu Zhuqing added. Overall, they're quite good. Rongrong and Lin Yu provide solid support, allowing Xie Yu, Yin, and Li Qianduo and Li Qianwan to rotate in and out for maximum effect. The soul fusion skills of Li Qianduo and Li Qianwan will also be a secret weapon in the competition, Cheng Yi concluded. Alright, then it's settled. Tomorrow, the bestowal ceremony for the Golden Generation will take place in the Offering Hall. You all should get some rest, Bibi Dong instructed. The next day, in the Offering Hall square, Cheng Yi donned a dark outfit adorned with a golden-trimmed cloak, the hem embroidered with the emblem of the six-winged angel, symbolizing the core disciples of the Spirit Hall. Behind him stood Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yu, all clad in crimson skirts, similarly adorned with the six-winged angel motif. In the back row were Xie Yu, Yin, Li Qianduo, and Li Qianwan, dressed in dark attire, though without cloaks. The six-winged angel design graced the backs of their garments. The 8 elders of the Spirit Hall stood sequentially to the left of Cheng Yi and the others. Grand Elder, Yu Guan, level 97, Zhu Douluo. Second Elder, Gue Mei, level 97, Gue Douluo. Third Elder, Zi Yuan, level 95, Ling Yuan Douluo. Fourth Elder, Xiong Husheng, level 93, Mo Xiong Douluo. Fifth Elder, Gue Yinwen, level 93, Gue Bao Douluo. Sixth Elder, Shi Long, level 92, Shi Mao Douluo. Seventh Elder, Ci Shui, level 92, Ci Tan Douluo. Eighth Elder, Yao Bai Gue, level 92, Hai Gue Douluo. The 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall stood aligned to the left of Cheng Yi and the others. Grand Offering, Qian Daolu, level 99, Tian Shi Douluo. Second Offering, Jin Tian Lei, level 98, Jin Yi Douluo. Third Offering, Wan Yuqing, level 97, Qing Wan Douluo. Fourth Offering, Xiong Kuahai, level 97, Xiong Shi Douluo. Fifth Offering, Bing Ling, level 97, Guang Ling Douluo. Sixth Offering, Li Qianwan, level 96, Qian Jun Douluo. Seventh Offering, Li Qiandi, level 96, Jiang Mo Douluo. Bibi Dong gracefully ascended the steps, donned in a regal purple and gold robe, holding a scepter embedded with exquisite gemstones. Bibi Dong turned to face Cheng Yi and the others, her voice resonating with authority as she proclaimed, Cheng Yi, Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Yu, Xie Yu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei are the 9 individuals with the most exceptional talents in the history of our Spirit Hall. Today, in the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I hereby bestow upon them the title of the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, with Cheng Yi as the captain. In unison, Cheng Yi, Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Yu, Xie Yu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei knelt on one knee, placing their right hands upon their left shoulders, and stated, Thank you, Your Holiness. We shall diligently obey your command. Chapter 75, Establishing the Holy Sun. You 9 shall represent our Spirit Hall in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. Last time, our Spirit Hall Academy failed to secure the championship, which was claimed by the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will be organized by the Star Luo Empire a year from now. I hope you 9 can bring the championship back to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong declared, gripping her scepter firmly. We shall exert our utmost efforts and not disgrace our mission. Cheng Yi, Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Yu, Xie Yu, Yan Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei responded in unison. Excellent. Bibi Dong replied with a smile. There is another matter for which I have summoned you all, she continued. I wish to appoint Cheng Yi as the new Holy Son of our Spirit Hall. I now consult with the elders and the worshippers present. Do any of you have objections? Bibi Dong inquired with an undeniable tone. Your Holiness, the position of Holy Son can only rightfully belong to Cheng Yi. Gue Mei knelt and asserted. Indeed, Your Holiness. Cheng Yi is currently 13 years old, with a cultivation level of 44. His talent is unparalleled in the history of the Spirit Hall, a true prodigy. Thus, the title of Holy Son is undeniably his, Yu Guan echoed, kneeling as well. Your Holiness, we have no objections, Ziyuan added, also kneeling. Witnessing this, Xiong Husheng, Gue Yinwen, Shilong, Ci Shui, and Yao Bai Gue followed suit, kneeling and stating, Your Holiness, we have no objections. At that moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward the worshippers led by Qian Daolu. Jin Tianlei, Wan Yuqing, Xiong Kuahai, Bingling, Li Qianyi, and Li Qianfeng remained silent, directing their attention to Qian Douluo. Brother, what should we do? Jin Tianlei communicated telepathically to Qian Douluo. Before he received a response, Qian Douluo spoke directly. Cheng Yi is indeed worthy of the title of Holy Son. We have no objections. Upon hearing this, Jin Tianlei, Wan Yuqing, Xiong Kuahai, Bingling, Li Qianyi, and Li Qianfeng did not hesitate to place their right hands upon their left shoulders, bowing slightly as they stated, "We have no objections." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Well, since there are no objections, I hereby announce the appointment of Cheng Yi as the new Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The ceremony for this proclamation will be held 7 days from now at the Spirit Square. Elder Jew, please send someone to notify all factions. It suffices to deliver the message. Whether they come or not is their own affair." "Understood, Your Holiness," Yuan acknowledged. "All right, since there is nothing further, you may all disperse," Bibi Dong concluded. "Brother, why? Why must that child be made the Holy Son?" Xiong Kuahai questioned in confusion. "Indeed, brother, allowing that child to become the Holy Son will further diminish our authority. This Spirit Hall was founded solely by the Qian family. Are we to relinquish our power willingly?" Jin Tianlei inquired. "Enough. What if it was established by the Qian family? What was the original intention behind the founding of the Spirit Hall? And what is the situation now? We lack the capability to resolve our issues against the gods. 8 of them. What do we have to counter that? Even the angel god is beyond our reach," Qian Douluo retorted. "But brother," Jin Tianlei hesitated. "There is nothing to discuss. Since Bibi Dong took charge, the Spirit Hall has entered its most prosperous era. The Spirit Hall should be entrusted to those capable of leading it. Although it initially stemmed from the misdeeds of that ungrateful child, you have all seen the transformation since Bibi Dong assumed leadership. Handing the Spirit Hall over to Cheng Yi will only lead to greater prosperity," Qian Douluo asserted. "Brother, can Bibi Dong and Cheng Yi truly contend against the gods?" Wan Yuqing asked. "You are all aware of the events before the Angel Temple. Do you think Bibi Dong was able to stand against me in a stalemate for no reason? Why do you think Cheng Yi was unharmed when he rushed in?" Qian Douluo questioned. "Bibi Dong is a chosen one? But how old was that child at that time?" Bingling exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, Bibi Dong is destined for a divine position, potentially even more formidable than that of the angel god. As for Cheng Yi, he was likely marked by the god from the moment he awakened his martial soul. 2 gods, in fact. The angel god has vowed to protect that child with all her might. The divine realm has staked everything on him," Qian Douluo explained. "Then are we to be of no assistance at all? What can we do?" Li Qianyi lamented, striking the wall beside him. "When the time is right, I will assist Xuer in unlocking the angel's 9 trials. The angel god will pass down her divine position to Xuer, allowing her to aid Cheng Yi. However, the condition for unlocking the 9th trial is a sacrifice from the high priest. At that time, you will follow Xuer," Qian Douluo stated, hands clasped behind his back. "Brother." Jin Tianlei, Wan Yuqing, Xiong Kuahai, Bingling, Li Qianyi, and Li Qianfeng all fell silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts. "All right, this is a necessary sacrifice for the sake of the continent. Before that, we must spare no effort to safeguard Cheng Yi. We still do not know the whereabouts of the Evil Soul Hall. If they make a move, we must ensure Cheng Yi's safety at all costs," Qian Douluo expressed, resigned. "Rest assured, brother," Jin Tianlei, Wan Yuqing, Xiong Kuahai, Bingling, Li Qianyi, and Li Qianfeng all affirmed. "Congratulations, brother Yi," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed with a smile. "Brother Yi, congratulations on becoming the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall," Ning Rongrong added joyfully. "Congratulations, brother Yi, on becoming the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Does that not make me the Holy Son's consort?" Hulaina laughed. What are you thinking? If anyone should be first, it should be me," Ning Rongrong retorted. "Hey, Rongrong, what do you mean by that? I clearly met brother Yi first," Hulaina countered. "Although I was the last to meet brother Yi, I wouldn't mind." Zhu Zhuqing interjected. "Ah, so in the end I am second, right?" Ning Rongrong sighed. As the 3 women began to bicker, Cheng Yi looked at them helplessly and remarked, all right, why are we even discussing this? Congratulations, brother Yi." Lin Yu, Xie Yu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei all chimed in with their congratulations. "Thank you, everyone," Cheng Yi said with a smile. "To be honest, I am not surprised at all that you have become the Holy Son. Ever since the first time you overwhelmed me, I felt no one was more suited to be our Spirit Hall's Holy Son than you," Li Qianyu remarked. "Indeed, brother Yi's talent is not only the best in the history of the Spirit Hall, it may well be the best in the entire continent," Yin added. "Oh dear, please stop praising me. I am becoming embarrassed," Cheng Yi chuckled. "By the way, when do we start training?" Li Qianwei inquired. "Normally, we would start immediately, But with the need to officially appoint Brother Yi as Holy Son and the ceremony to follow, training will likely commence after the ceremony, Xiaoyu suggested thoughtfully. Yes, that seems to be the case. In that case, let's all do our best and bring the championship back to the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi declared. Chapter 76, Movements from All Sides. In the Heaven Do Empire, in the capital city of Heaven Do, at the Heaven Do Royal Palace. Greetings, Father. Xueqinghe knelt on one knee and said, Rise, Qinghe. There is no need for such formalities, Emperor Shui Yi replied. Thank you, Father, Xueqinghe said. Did you summon me for a specific purpose, Father? Xueqinghe inquired. Take a look at this, Emperor Shui Yi said with a smile, producing a letter. Xueqinghe stepped forward to receive the letter, subsequently opening it to reveal its contents, and with a smile, he proclaimed, Brother Cheng has ascended to the position of Saint Child. Indeed, that young lad has become the Saint Child. Our investment has proven to be wise. Qinghe, you should go and attend the grand ceremony of his investiture, and take your sister, Xueku, along with you, declared the Emperor of the Snow Knight. Yes, Father. Xueqinghe responded. Do not miss the ceremony. You and Xueku should set forth immediately, the Emperor instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, Xueqinghe replied before exiting the Grand Hall. In the Stardo Empire, Stardo City, within the Stardo Palace, Dai Yutian remarked, Weiss, Zhu, you have arrived. Your humble son pays his respects to Father. Dai Wei said. Enough of the formalities, Dai Yutian replied, noticing Dai Wei and Zhu Zhuan about to kneel. Thank you, Father, Dai Wei responded. What troubles you, Father? Dai Wei inquired. The Spirit Hall has established a new saint child named Cheng Yi, the adopted son of Bibi Dong, at the age of 13 with a rank of 44. It would not be an exaggeration to say he possesses the highest talent on the entire continent, Dai Yutian explained. What? 13 years old? Rank 44? Dai Wei exclaimed in shock. Indeed, you and Zhu Yun must attend this investiture ceremony together and ensure to foster a good relationship with that boy, Dai Yutian advised. Yes, Your Majesty, both Dai Wei and Zhu Zhuan acknowledged. Now, go prepare. You must set out at once, Dai Yutian commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, they replied before exiting the hall. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji cheerfully announced, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, that boy is to become the Saint Child. He has already reached rank 44. Rank 44? Ha ha ha. I knew that boy would become the Saint Child. Old Bone, why are you silent? Speak up, Chun Xen exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Humph. The old rascal has indeed guessed correctly. That boy is a true prodigy. This time, I concede the victory to you, Gu Rong grumbled, his face sour. Entrusting Rong Rong to that boy was indeed the right choice. I wonder how she is getting along with him, whether she is practicing diligently, and if she has caused any trouble for his holiness, Ning Fengji mused. After the ceremony, let us visit Rong Rong. I have missed her dearly, Gu Rong suggested with a smile. Humph, old Bone, have you forgotten? One of us must stay behind to guard the sect, Chen Xin teased with a mischievous grin. Come now, let us have a duel to decide who accompanies Fengji, Gu Rong challenged. Hey, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, that seems too troublesome. Why not let you decide by rock, paper, scissors instead? Ning Fengji suggested with a smile. All right, we shall heed Fengji's advice and resolve it through rock, paper, scissors. Chun Xin and Gu Rong agreed in unison. 10 seconds later, no, that does not count. Old Bone, you were slow to react, you cheated. Let us do it again. Chun Xin protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Once more, old rascal, I shall ensure you lose convincingly this time. This is the final round, Gu Rong stated. All right, the last time, Chen Xin conceded. Another 10 seconds passed. What? How is this possible? No, it cannot be. Chen Xin lamented, holding his head in despair. Old rascal. This is fate. Accept your destiny. As a titled Douluo, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Gu Rong teased, grinning. Oof. As a dignified sword Douluo, I shall not go back on my word. This time, I shall remain to guard the sect while you go with Fengji. Chen Xin declared with resolve. Ning Fengji looked at the two and chuckled. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle, you both behave like children. Well then, old rascal, we are off. Gu Rong winked at Chun Xin as they took to the skies with Ning Fengji. Once Gu Rong and Ning Fengji had flown far away, Chun Xin slammed his hand on the table in frustration, causing it to crack instantly, muttering, How could this happen? How could I lose both times? This is unfathomable. He scratched his head in confusion. Someone, Chun Xin called out to summon a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Come, let's play rock, paper, scissors. I have a reward for you, he said with a smile. The disciple, bewildered, nevertheless joined in the game. A minute later, all right, enough, I am done, Chen Xin said, shaking his head as he looked at his hand. The disciple gazed at him eagerly, practically begging for his reward. Seeing this, Cheng Yi kept his promise, retrieving a pill from his storage soul guide and handing it to the disciple. The disciple received the pill with both hands, eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder Sword. If you wish to play rock, paper, scissors again, just call for me." "No more. I shall never play again," Cheng Yi said, utterly exasperated. "By the way, please replace this table." He added, "Of course, Elder Sword. I shall get right on it," the disciple replied before dashing away. Left alone, Cheng Yi sat staring at his hand, lost in thought. Why can I wield a sword but not play rock, paper, scissors? This is truly strange, he pondered. At the Haotian school, Father Tang Xiao greeted Tang Hao. "You have arrived. Dang Wei deeply." The Spirit Hall is to establish a new saint child named Cheng Yi. Age 13, rank 44, Tang Wei announced. A true prodigy, surpassing even Bibi Dong in her prime. Tang Hao marveled. Indeed, Tang Wei smiled. "This time, let you two brothers along with Yuehua attend the investiture ceremony," Tang Wei instructed. "Let us witness that boy. I feel that the future stability of the continent lies in his hands," Tang Wei said with a knowing smile. "Father, then I, my brother, how shall set off with Yuehua?" Tang Xiao declared. Tang Wei nodded, and Tang Xiao and Tang Hao promptly turned to leave. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Sect Master, you summoned us, Yu Qianxin and Yu Qianheng enter the Grand Hall. The investiture ceremony for the new Saint Child of the Spirit Hall is upon us. You two will accompany me, Yu Yuanjin announced. The Spirit Hall has chosen a new Saint Child? Yu Qianheng asked, surprised. Indeed, his name is Cheng Yi, age 13, rank 44, Yu Yuanjin confirmed. 13 years old. Rank 44? Sectmaster, I must have misheard. Yu Qianheng exclaimed in astonishment. Would I deceive you? Yu Yuanjin replied. The Spirit Hall is truly a cradle of talent. It seems we must align ourselves with them, Yu Qianxin remarked. The world appears to be leaning towards the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School seems to have covertly allied with them, and Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, has apparently been chosen as one of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Yu Yuanjin added. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once, he instructed. Yes, Sectmaster. Both Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng affirmed. Chapter 77. The Saint Child of the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi. As the dawn's first light pierced through the thin mist enveloping the Spirit City, the square of the Pope's palace gleamed like gold. 12 spiral dragon jade pillars rose majestically into the sky, their scales shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the morning sun. Atop each pillar, the soul-guiding lamps held by golden lion statues sequentially illuminated, casting a radiant glow upon the three-tiered white jade altar at the center of the square, making it appear as though it floated upon a sea of light. At the base level stood countless soul masters of the Spirit Hall, densely packed together. Ascending to the next level were 360 silver-robed deacons, arranged in a grid formation, each standing 3 steps apart, their silver staffs angled towards the ground. The crystal atop their staffs reflected light, casting patterns on the bluestone tiles that outlined the emblem of the Spirit Hall's 6 wings. Above them were 72 red-robed cardinals, their scarlet robes embroidered with golden thread, depicting their respective martial spirits. The 8 elders of the Elder Hall and the 7 offerings of the Offering Hall stood facing each other on the staircase. As the gaze ascends, traversing the numerous tiers to the summit, the Pope Bibi Dong sits regally upon her throne. Today, she is not adorned in her customary attire, but rather dons the resplendent papal robe embroidered with 12 golden patterns. The gem-studded scepter in her hand sparkles brilliantly, while the papal insignia, encrusted with rubies, gently rises and falls with her breaths. On the observation platform, the representatives are arranged in order. From the Heaven-Do Empire are Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku. From the Star Luo Empire are Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. From the Haotian sect are Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua. From the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are Yu Yuanjun, Yu Qianxin, and Yu Tianheng. From the Elephant Armor sect is Hu Yanjun. From the Sacred Dragon sect is Tuoba Shi. From the Black Tiger sect is He Shi Hu. From the Windsword sect is Feng Bai Long. From the Fire Leopard sect is Hui Yin Ting. From the Quail Beast sect is Kei Lin. From the Antelope sect is Ka Mi Si, alongside various nobles and dignitaries. Brother E, with so many people here, are you feeling nervous? Hulaina inquired. Nervous? Not really, Cheng Yi replied with calmness. Brother E, I see my father and Grandpa Gu. Ningrongrong etflamet etsitedli. Hey, why hasn't Grandpa Jian come? Ningrongrong questionet bushlet. Your grandpa, Jian, probably stayed back to guard the sect, After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School predominantly comprises support-type soul masters, Cheng Yi explained. Well, I can only visit Grandpa Jian next time, Ning Rongrong said with a hint of disappointment. Most of them on the observation platform are titled Douluos. Igu Yin said with excitement. Indeed, even the Haoyan twins have arrived, Cheng Yi noted. Is that Tang Hao? I wonder if I can acquire the secrets of the explosive rings. Cheng Yi mused inwardly. At this moment, Cheng Yi noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's expression was not quite right. So he comforted her. It's all right, Zhu Qing. Is it because of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan? You're now a member of the Spirit Hall. They wouldn't dare to do anything. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened a bit, and she nodded. Shortly, it will be your turn to take the stage, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong slowly raised her hand, and the square instantly fell into a profound silence. The only sound being the wind rustling the banners. Suddenly, the square reverberated with the sound of 100 drums, not mere ordinary beats, but the soul-shaking drums activated by an 81st level assault system Battle Soul Daw, each beat accompanied by a purple-black soul ring ripple, creating visible ripples in the air. This was a proclamation of power and a prelude to submission. With the powerful drum beats, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Lu, Xieyu, Yan Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei emerged one by one, stepping onto the staircase and positioning themselves behind the 8 elders and 7 offerings. Is this the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Their captain must be the current Holy Sun, murmured the spectators. Who is that? Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing. How did she become a member of the Spirit Hall's golden generation? Davis whispered, bewildered. At that moment, the voice of the Master of Ceremonies resonated throughout the venue. Infused with soul power, the Holy Sun has arrived. From the end of the western corridor came the synchronized sound of armor clashing. As Cheng Yi strode down the crimson carpet, he was clad in a dark golden-trimmed Holy Sun robe, its hem embroidered with a 6-winged angel poised for flight. The shadow star bell at his waist swayed with each step, producing a crisp sound. Cheng Yi descended the staircase step by step, followed closely by 72 cardinals clad in red and 360 deacons, along with numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Cheng Yi elegantly flicked his robe and ascended the steps, passing by Li Qianwei, Li Qianyu, Yin, Xieyu, and Lin Lu, who regarded him with veneration. He then continued past Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Hulaina, who smiled faintly at the resplendent Cheng Yi, before all 8 knelt on one knee. As Cheng Yi continued upward, he passed by the 8 elders of the Elder Hall and the 7 offerings of the Offering Hall, each of whom offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. As he passed the members of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, along with the elders and offerings, only the staircase remained before him, leading to the summit where Bibi Dong smiled down at him. Cheng Yi's eyes glistened with emotion as he smiled faintly. Taking one step at a time toward the apex of the platform, Bibi Dong raised her hand, the golden crown she cradled slowly rising, its blue gemstones refracting a chilling light. In the name of the angel, I grant you this golden crown, Bibi Dong declared, her voice imbued with innate authority. As she personally placed the crown, adorned with gemstones the size of pigeon eggs, upon Cheng Yi's head. At noon, the coronation reached its zenith. Cheng Yi turned to face the square, the shadows behind him elongating as 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, slowly ascended, swirling around him. A shadowy figure behind him gradually expanded. Cheng Yi extended his right hand, and a slender scythe handle of 7 feet appeared in his grasp, followed by the emergence of the blade, exuding a terrifying aura of the underworld. Just like the current pope, he too possessed twin martial souls. This soul ring configuration, surpassing the limits of soul masters, 2 rings of 1,000 years, 4 rings of 10,000 years. The audience was utterly astonished. The gemstones on the golden crown above Cheng Yi's head refracted 12 beams of light, precisely striking the apex of the 12 dragon-patterned pillars. In an instant, the dragon engravings on the pillars came to life, emitting a deafening dragon roar, and 12 streams of golden dragon energy erupted from the pillar tops, intertwining in the sky to form a colossal 6-winged, angelic silhouette. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. 360 silver-robed deacons knelt on one knee, the sound of their silver staves striking the ground resonating in unison. 72 red-robed cardinals bent at a 90-degree angle, their crimson robes sprawling like a sea of blood, while the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall maintained a half-kneeling posture. They understood that this grand ceremony was not merely a ritual, but also a display of strength. As the most gifted child in the continent's history, had now become the new holy son of the Spirit Hall. The nobles and elders in the observation seats bowed their heads in rhythm with the thundering sound of the soul-shaking drums. The command token for the issuance segment was crafted from angelic divine jade, warm to the touch yet imbued with searing power. The moment Cheng Yi grasped the token, a map of the Spirit Hall's territories suddenly appeared on its surface, illuminating all the locations marked for the subhalls. The voice of the elder officiant rang out like a bell. By the decree of the Pope, the Holy Son holds command over half of the Spirit Hall's military power, governing the Heaven Do and Star Luo subhalls, and may mobilize all the elders of the Elder Hall. As soon as the words left his lips, the multitude of soul masters in the square simultaneously knelt on one knee, the thundering sound of their iron boots striking the ground causing the entire city to tremble slightly, while only the two figures atop the platform remained standing. As the ceremony concluded, countless gold and red petals suddenly fell from the sky, the holy sacrificial flowers cultivated by healing-type soul masters. When they landed on individuals, they transformed into warm glimmers of light. Cheng Yi stood at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the bowing crowd and the mist-shrouded Douluo continent in the distance. In his eyes, hidden beneath the golden crown, was the determination to eradicate the evil Spirit Hall. Cheng Yi gently caressed the Holy Sun token at his waist, where the six-winged angel seemed to flap its wings in rhythm with his heartbeat. In that moment, even the wind held its breath, and everyone knew that an era belonging to Cheng Yi was silently unfurling, marked by the glimmer of the gemstones atop the golden crown. Chapter 78. A Meeting. The Joining of the Haotian Sect. In the Spirit Hall's reception room, Heaven Do Empire. Brother Shui, Brother Cheng. Cheng Yi and Shui Qinghe greeted each other with joyful embraces upon meeting in the Spirit Hall's reception room. Brother Cheng, congratulations on becoming the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Shui Qinghe said sincerely. Thank you, Brother Shui. I'm glad you could attend my coronation ceremony. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Brother Cheng, when you have time, do come to visit us in the Heaven Do Empire. I will arrange everything for you. Shui Qinghe invited. To be honest, Brother Shui, our golden generation of the Spirit Hall is about to commence training, and we will likely be heading to the Grand Soul Arena in Heaven Do Imperial City for practical training, Cheng Yi explained. Haha, welcome. I am thrilled to learn Brother Cheng's combat skills again, Shui Qinghe exclaimed joyfully. By the way, Brother Shui, did you get to try the celestial herb I gave you last time? How did it feel? Cheng Yi invited. Of course, thanks to the celestial herb Brother Cheng provided, I am on the verge of breaking through to level 50. Shui Qinghe replied with a smile. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Brother Shui. Cheng Yi said warmly. Brother Cheng, you must have other matters to attend to, so let us meet again in Tiando, Shui Qinghe suggested. Very well, Brother Shui. I shall take my leave now. See you in Tiando, and please extend my regards to the great Emperor Shiva. Cheng Yi replied before exiting the room and making his way to the next one. In a reception hall of the Spirit Hall, Star Luo Empire, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun bowed slightly and said, We pay our respects to your highness, the Holy Son. Greetings, I am Cheng Yi. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Your Highness, I am Davis. You may call me Vis, Davis said, shaking Cheng Yi's hand. Your Highness, I am Zhu Zhuyun, she added in turn. I have long heard of the unparalleled genius emerging from the Spirit Hall, an 11-year-old soul sovereign and a 12-year-old soul ancestor. Indeed, seeing you today is remarkable, Davis praised. V. You flatter me, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. By the way, Your Highness, among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, is there a member named Zhu Zhuqing? Davis inquired. Cheng Yi feigned ignorance, nodding in response. Zhu Zhuyun laughed heartily. Haha, Zhu Qing is a child of our Zhu family from Star Luo. She is my younger sister. I never expected she would end up in the Spirit Hall. Can we? Star Luo Empire. Zhu family, Zhu Qing? I have never heard of such a person. I have only heard of Zhu Qing from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. She is indeed under my protection, Cheng Yi stated, his words dripping with authority. My apologies. Your Highness, it seems Zhu Yun is mistaken. There truly is no such person from the Zhu family of Star Luo, Davis quickly interjected. Oh, is that so? Is your family so forgetful that they cannot remember how many members they have? That is quite forgetful indeed, Cheng Yi remarked with a chuckle. Oh dear, Your Highness, please do not take it to heart. Forgetfulness is inevitable, Davis said. No matter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to your father. This is for you, Cheng Yi said, retrieving a small badge from his storage ring and tossing it to Davis before turning to exit the reception hall. As Cheng Yi closed the door, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing standing behind it. Cheng Yi affectionately patted Zhu Zhuqing's head and asked, "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" "Brother Yi, I heard everything." Zhu Zhuqing blushed as she replied. "What did you hear?" Cheng Yi fine ignorante. "You said, I am under your protection," Zhu Zhuqing shyly admitted. "All right, go find Anna first. I will return once I finish here," Cheng Yi said, giving her another pat on the head with a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded happily and dashed away. In the reception hall of the Star Luo Empire, Davis pondered over the badge in his hand, which he had obtained from the team that previously pursued Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuyan, are you a fool?" Davis exclaimed in frustration. "Father entrusted us with a task, and not only did we fail, but we may have also offended Cheng Yi. What shall we do?" he asked. If we inform Father about Zhu Zhuqing's connection to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and her relationship with Cheng, our positions will surely be at risk," Zhu Zhuyan replied. "Is that all you can think about? What about the nation? How will we explain this to Father?" Davis retorted angrily. "We simply need to defeat them at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition in a year. That will suffice," Zhu Zhuyan asserted. "You must be mad. How can we possibly defeat Cheng Yi? He is 13 years old and at level 44, while we are barely in our 30s. In a year, how can we hope to surpass him?" Davis said, exasperated. "There's a way to handle this," Zhu Zhuyan said with a sly smile. In a reception hall of the Spirit Hall, Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua bowed as Cheng Yi entered. "Three esteemed elders. No need for such formality. I have long admired the renowned names of the Haotian twin stars and sister Yuehua's Yuexian," Cheng Yi said with a smile. Tang Yuehua beamed with joy at being called sister, saying, "Your Highness, you honor us. We often hear tales of your remarkable deeds." Seeing his sister so pleased, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao could not help but roll their eyes. "Your Highness, we have another matter to discuss," Tang Xiao said. "Please, speak freely, Your Highness." Cheng Yi Angregit. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has indeed joined the Spirit Hall, correct? Tang Xiao asked directly. Cheng Yi was taken aback by Tang Xiao's straightforwardness but smiled and replied, "Indeed, Your Highness. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has joined the Spirit Hall. Would the Haotian sect also wish to join the Spirit Hall and unite against the Evil Soul Hall?" "Yes," Tang Xiao agreed immediately. "We at the Haotian sect have actually been contemplating this for some time. Ultimately, the strength of one is limited, but together we are formidable," Tang Hao asserted, clenching his fist. "Your Highness is absolutely correct. If we fight separately, we will surely be defeated one by one. However, united, we stand a chance," Cheng Yi affirmed. Chapter 79. The Secret of the Exploding Rings and the Defecting Disciple. "We have nothing to offer you, Your Highness, as a gift for joining the Spirit Hall. I remember one of your martial spirits is that spirit, correct? I will teach you the profound mysteries of the exploding rings from our Haotian sect. But please do not share with others," Tang Hao stated, with Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua nodding in agreement. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "I have not even asked, and they're already offering me the secrets of the exploding rings. Such straightforwardness is refreshing. Thank you, Your Highness. I assure you I will keep it confidential," Cheng Yi promised. The Great Sumeru Hammer's exploding rings was created by the first sect master of the Haotian sect, my grandfather Tang Chun. The exploding rings requires an exceptional talent and a profound foundation. To date, aside from my grandfather, only I can execute this technique. Your Highness, you possess both outstanding talent and a rich reservoir of soul power. If you practice, I believe you will succeed," Tang Hao elaborated. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," Cheng Yi said, cupping his hands in gratitude. The so-called Great Sumeru Hammer involves condensing all one's soul rings into a singular force, infusing it into the martial spirit to transform into purest strength and attack power, geometrically amplifying one's capabilities and breaking free from all constraints to unleash strength beyond one's soul power, following the route of overwhelming force. The essence of the Great Sumeru Hammer's exploding rings first requires complete integration of the soul ring's power into the martial spirit, which is a prerequisite for executing the exploding rings. Then, one must detonate the soul rings one by one and absorb the energy released to gain strength far exceeding one's own. The higher the age and quality of the soul rings, the greater the power gained, Tang Hao explained. Cheng Yi carefully contemplated the key points Tang Hao summarized, nodding earnestly. Your Highness, the detonated soul rings generally recover within 3 days, or one can infuse powerful soul power into the detonated rings to reconstitute them. However, the exploding rings should not be used frequently. At least 36 days should pass between uses, or it may damage the soul rings. Yet, if the soul rings are of exceptional age and quality, this limitation can be ignored. My grandfather Tang San did just that, Tang Hao stated. Thank you for your guidance. Your Highness, Cheng Yi expressed his sincere gratitude with a bow. Your Highness, feel free to visit Yuexian when you have time. It is located in the Tiando Empire. Tang Yuehua cheerfully suggested. Sister Yuehua, I will definitely pay a visit, Cheng Yi replied with a smile and a nod. At any time, we welcome your Highness. The Holy Sun, Tang Yuehua, who chuckled while covering her mouth. By the way, in a couple of days, we will convene the various sects to discuss the specifics of our future collaboration. For now, you all can enjoy your time in our Wuhuan city for the next 3 days. I shall cover all expenses, Cheng Yi said with a smile. As Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua prepared to speak, Cheng Yi quickly anticipated their thoughts and waved his hand to interrupt, saying, Senior Xiao Tian, Senior Hao Tian, Sister Yuehua, please do not stand on ceremony with me. We are all family now, and besides, Senior Hao Tian has already imparted the profound mysteries of the great Sumeru hammer to me. Allow me to extend my hospitality. You may enjoy yourselves in Wuhuan City without any concerns. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua exchanged glances. Your Highness, we are truly grateful. Since you insist, we shall graciously accept, Tang Xiao replied with a slight bow. Thank you, Your Highness, Tang Hao echoed, bowing as well, while Tang Yuehua smiled and nodded at Cheng Yi. Oh please, no need for such formality. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I wish you all a delightful time in Wuhuan City, Cheng Yi said, waving his hand with a smile. Safe travels, Your Highness, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua replied in unison, nodding in acknowledgement. Cheng Yi then exited the reception hall. As soon as Cheng Yi departed, Tang Hao lamented, elder brother. No matter how talented the Holy Sun is, he is merely 13 years old. Should we really allow him to treat us? It hardly seems appropriate. I understand your concern, but since the Holy Sun has offered, it would be rude to refuse, Tang Xiao responded. You two really ought to behave more responsibly. Let us simply enjoy ourselves and not disregard the Holy Sun's goodwill. You both are grown men, yet your judgment seems less mature than a child's. Tang Yuehua remarked with an exasperated shake of her head. In the reception hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, as Cheng Yi pushed open the door, Yu Yuanjin hurried over, startling Cheng Yi. Senior Thunder, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Yi stammered, taken aback by the sudden display of reverence. Salutations, Your Highness, Yu Yuanjin said, kneeling on one knee before Cheng Yi. Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng followed suit, also kneeling and stating, Greetings, Your Highness. Cheng Yi immediately rushed to assist Yu Yuanjin up, saying, Senior Thunder, what is this? You two, Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng, please rise. Your Highness, to be frank, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wishes to join the Wuhuan Hall. Yu Yuanjin grasped Cheng Yi's hand, speaking earnestly. Before Cheng Yi could respond, Yu Yuanjin continued. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is the weakest among the top 3 sects, with only myself as a title de law. We only attained our position among the top 3 due to our dominion over the continent's strongest beast martial spirit. Recently, however, one of our inner disciples. He sighed heavily as he pounded the table. What happened to that disciple? Cheng Yi inquired, puzzled. Your Highness, I am ashamed to say he strayed and joined the Evil Soul Hall. Yu Qianxin interjected in place of Yu Yuanjin. Your Highness, it is rather embarrassing to admit that one of our inner disciples from the prestigious top 3 sect has joined the Evil Soul Hall. Yu Yuanjin said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for this incident, I might have been able to protect our sect. However, the inner disciple possesses many secrets of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and now morale within the sect is faltering. Yu Yuanjin lamented deeply. Yao, I shall personally see to it that he pays for this. Yu Tianheng slammed his fists on the table in fury. Then let us first welcome the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to the Wuhuan Hall, Cheng Yi stated. Since the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has joined the Wuhuan Hall, I will find a way to address your issues. I shall not allow the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to fall into the hands of the Evil Soul Hall. Thank you, Your Highness, Yu Yuanjin replied earnestly. Please, do stay in Wuhuan City for a few more days. 2 days from now, I will gather all the sects to discuss future developments. During this time, you may enjoy yourselves in Wuhuan City. I shall cover all expenses, Cheng Yi smiled. Your Highness, that seems rather inappropriate. Yu Yuanjin scratched his head. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It is only right that I extend my hospitality. Do not worry. You may enjoy yourselves freely in Wuhuan City, Cheng Yi assured them. Then thank you, Your Highness, Yu Yuanjin replied gratefully. Chapter 80. the beacon of light and the shadow courtyard in the reception hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Cheng Yi cheerfully announced, "Uncle Ning, Rong Rong, I have arrived." As he pushed open the door, upon entering, Cheng Yi was taken aback to find Ning Fengji kneeling before him. His smile instantly froze, and he quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he thought, this must be a trick. It cannot be real. I'll open the door again, and everything will be normal. However, when he opened the door once more, the same scene confronted him. Glancing back, he saw Ning Rongrong and Gu Long standing behind him, both wearing expressions of despair. Cheng Yi's vision darkened as he thought, this is Rongrong's father. Has the world turned upside down? And Rongrong is right here. His mouth agape and mind blank. Cheng Yi instinctively dropped to his knees. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong rushed to Cheng Yi's side, and before his knees could touch the ground, she pulled it back up. "Father, I told you not to do this. It will scare Brother Yi," she scolded Ning Fengji. Gulong stood behind, head bowed and frowning, thinking, had I known this would be so embarrassing, I would have intentionally lost the game of chance to that old scoundrel. What a disgrace. Rongrong, what is happening? Cheng Yi stammered, unable to bear looking at Ning Fengji. "Father, you explain." Ning Rongrong turned her head away, indicating for her father to take the floor. "Uncle Ning, what is the meaning of this? Are you seeking something from me? There is no need for such formalities. Just tell me directly, and I will assist you within my means." "Please rise," Cheng Yi said, covering his face in embarrassment. "Thank you, Your Highness," Ning Fengji said as he stood up. "Thank you? For what?" Cheng Yi asked, utterly bewildered. "Thank you for resolving a long-standing dilemma that has plagued our family. Our ancestral martial spirit, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, is the foremost auxiliary martial spirit on the continent. Yet, such a powerful martial spirit comes with a fatal flaw. It can only absorb 7 soul rings, preventing one from surpassing the 79th level for a lifetime. You are our benefactor, not just of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, but of the 9-treasure glazed tile sect," Ning Fengji said with a smile. "Uncle Ning, there is really no need for such gratitude," Cheng Yi replied, feeling overwhelmed. "Your Highness, please do not take it to heart. I am simply too excited," Ning Fengji insisted. "Uncle Ning, just call me Yi when we are alone. It feels a bit strange otherwise," Cheng Yi said, scratching his head. "Young Yi, thank you for allowing our Rongrong's martial spirit to break its limitations. Whatever you desire, just ask, and I shall grant it," Gu Long said with a grin. "Grandfather Gu, can we save that for next time? I truly cannot think of anything right now," Cheng Yi replied, scratching his head again. "All right, it remains an open offer," Gu Long said. "Brother Yi, just having me will suffice. The entire 9-treasure glazed tile sect will belong to you," Ning Rongrong said shyly. Ning Fengji and Gu Long exchanged astonished glances, thinking, it seems our little cotton-padded jacket is revealing a bit too much. Hearing this, Cheng Yi affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, saying, "Rongrong, please do not say such things." Cough, cough. Ning Fengji cleared his throat and asked, "Here, has Rongrong caused you any trouble?" "Not all, Uncle Ning. Rongrong has been very well behaved," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "Then, I shall entrust Rongrong to you. I am well aware of your unique connections with Hu Liena and Zhu Zhuqing. However, that matters not. What is important is that you do not let them down," Ning Fengji stated solemnly. "Young Master Yi, should you dare to bully Rongrong, you shall not escape retribution," Gu Rong remarked with a smile. "Uncle Ning, Grandfather Gu, rest assured, the things I cherish shall not be taken from me," Cheng Yi asserted confidently. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong nodded in satisfaction. At the spirit hall, Cheng Yi pushed open the door and called out, "Mother, Yi has arrived. I trust this journey has been exhausting," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. "Not at all. I'm quite well," Cheng Yi responded. "How'd it go?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Both the Haotian clan and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan have joined our spirit hall. Senior Haotian imparted the profound essence of the great Subhoodie hammer to me, and on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan side, one of their inner disciples defected to the evil spirit hall," Cheng Yi explained. "Excellent. We must keep a close eye on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. We cannot allow the evil spirit hall to seize any opportunities." "What are the 2 empires?" Bibi Dong asked. "The Tiando Empire remains unchanged. As for the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Zhuyan has the audacity to covet Zhuqing." "Humph," Cheng Yi scoffed. "Yi, pursue your ambitions freely. You have your mother behind you," Bibi Dong encouraged. "Then, Mother, may I speak with the grand offering?" Cheng Yi inquired. "What is there to discuss with that old fellow?" Bibi Dong queried in confusion. "I seek to obtain the authority to mobilize the offering hall. This way, matters with the Tiando and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan can be easily negotiated," Cheng Yi stated resolutely. "Very well, I shall accompany you shortly, Bibi Dong replied. Thank you, mother, Cheng Yi said gleefully. However, prior to that, select 2 elders and 2 small teams. The 2 elders shall serve as your exclusive execution elders, Bibi Dong said, her gaze filled with fondness for Cheng Yi. I choose Grandfather Ju and Grandfather Gui, Cheng Yi declared without hesitation. Ha Yi, I knew it. Come forth, Elder Ju, Elder Gui. Bibi Dong chuckled. As she finished speaking, Yue Guan and Gui Mei stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to your holiness the Pope and to your highness the Son of God. Rise. From this day forth, you 2 shall serve as the exclusive execution elders for Yi. Do you find this agreeable? Bibi Dong asked. To serve the Son of God is an honor we gladly accept, Yue Guan and Gui Mei replied. Yi, do you have any thoughts regarding those 2 small teams? Bibi Dong inquired. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and said, Mother, I wish for one team to handle my daily affairs without any specific requirements concerning martial spirits, led by Grandfather Ju. Then, the Angel Corps shall be assigned to you. Additionally, we shall incorporate some plant-type martial spirit soul masters into the team, who will be selected by Elder Ju. Bibi Dong instructed. Understood, Your Holiness, Yue Guan replied. What about the other team? Bibi Dong asked. As for the other team, we shall select some soul masters skilled in covert operations from our spirit hall, tasked with carrying out missions in the shadows, led by Grandfather Gui, Cheng Yi articulated. Excellent. As expected from you. Yi, your considerations are thorough. Thus, this team shall be personally selected by Elder Gui. Remember, it is not about quantity, but quality, Bibi Dong commanded. Yes, Your Holiness. This team will undoubtedly meet the expectations of both Your Holiness and the Son of God, Gui Mei assured. Yi, please name these 2 teams, Bibi Dong suggested. Cheng Yi thought for a moment and stated, the team led by Grandfather Ju shall be called the Radiant Sentinels, while the team led by Grandfather Gui shall be known as the Shadow Courtyard. Chapter 81. The imagined negotiation. Very well, Elder Ju, Elder Gui. You 2 may begin your preparations for the afternoon, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, Your Holiness, Yue Guan and Gui Mei responded, then exited the Grand Hall to commence their preparations for selecting soul masters. Yi, let us proceed to the offering hall, Bibi Dong said, taking Cheng Yi's hand as they left the Grand Hall. Along the way, Bibi Dong remarked, if you seek the authority to mobilize the offering hall, I believe that old fellow will certainly acquiesce. Why is that, mother? Cheng Yi inquired, puzzled. The divine position I inherited is that of the Plague God, which holds greater power than even the Angel God. Do you know what the Plague God said to me after you received your divine trial? Bibi Dong posed. What did he say? Cheng Yi asked, his face a mask of curiosity. The Plague God proclaimed, You are the hope against the evil spirit hall. I believe the Angel God conveyed a similar message to Douluo, Bibi Dong recounted. Mother, how can you be so certain? Cheng Yi questioned. Do you recall the moment I confronted that old fellow? At that time, he was backed by the Angel's Sacred Hall, and our divine powers were evenly matched. However, when you rushed in to shield me, the divine might of the Angel God vanished in an instant, Bibi Dong explained. Is that all, mother? Cheng Yi asked. Additionally, when you traveled to the Tindo Empire, I was genuinely concerned. I feared the evil spirit hall would strike at you from the shadows. Thus, aside from Elder Ju and Elder Gui, I had you select another elder to accompany you. I was still uneasy and intended to follow you discreetly. But shortly after your departure, the 3rd offering from the offering hall, Kyunglu and Douluo, trailed you. I suspect that old fellow sent him to protect you, Bibi Dong elaborated. Thank you, mother, for your concern, Cheng Yi said, shaking Bibi Dong's hand. Yi, your focus is rather peculiar. Are we not analyzing whether Douluo will grant you the authority to mobilize the offering hall? Bibi Dong remarked, gently ruffling Cheng Yi's hair. Mother, the Plague God said I am the hope against the evil spirit hall, yet I lack the capability, Cheng Yi expressed doubtfully. The Plague God informed me that the evil spirit hall has thrived due to the Rakshasa God, who led the 7 deadly sins to betray the divine realm, aiding the evil spirit hall's growth. They also intend to bestow these divine positions upon the officers of the evil spirit hall, Bibi Dong reminisced. 8 gods betrayed the divine realm. Where could they possibly go? If they arrived on the continent, wouldn't the 5 main gods descend personally to deal with them? Cheng Yi questioned, bewildered. The Plague God mentioned that aside from the mortal realm and the divine realm, there exists another space on Douluo continent that even gods cannot easily reach, Bibi Dong explained. Another space? Cheng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that space is known as the Hell Demon Realm, a place even the main gods cannot probe. The Plague God stated that its ruler is a soul beast with a cultivation of 200,000 years, Bibi Dong elaborated. Wait, mother. What do you mean by 200,000 years? A soul beast of 200,000 years? Cheng Yi gasped in shock. Yes. The Hell Demon realm is imbued with unique demonic energy, inexhaustible and boundless, which is why that soul beast has attained a cultivation of 200,000 years. The Rakshasa God and the others must have struck some deal to enter the Hell Demon realm and began absorbing its demonic energy. The Plague God mentioned that when the Rakshasa God ultimately transfers the divine position to the chief of the evil spirit hall, his power will surpass that of a God King, Bibi Dong elucidated. Such a place exists on the continent. Cheng Yi marveled. Mother, even if I inherit the divine positions of 2 God Kings, will my strength truly surpass that of a God King? Cheng Yi voiced his concern. Yeah, that is not a matter for you to worry about. Your mother is here. All this talk of hope is meaningless. As long as I am by your side, you shall find joy every day, Bibi Dong said, affectionately ruffling Cheng Yi's hair. Mother, Cheng Yi said, his eyes moist, embracing Bibi Dong. Alright, yeah. You are all grown up yet still cling to your mother, Bibi Dong teased, playfully patting Cheng Yi's head. At this, Cheng Yi smiled brightly. They arrived at the offering hall. When you negotiate with that old man later, remember to be assertive. After all, your mother is here, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood. Mother, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Subsequently, Cheng Yi pushed open the door to the Hall of Offerings and stepped inside. Upon entering the grand door, he immediately spotted Qian Daolu seated in the main position, flanked by Qian Rinxue, with the other 6 offerings occupying their respective seats. Bibi Dong followed Cheng Yi into the hall and instantly noticed Qian Rinxue standing beside Qian Daolu, casting a disdainful glance before averting her gaze. Your Holiness and the young master, what brings you to my humble abode? Qian Daolu inquired. I wish to discuss a matter with the grand offering. Cheng Yi stepped forward and stated. Come forth, Qian Daolu beckoned. Both Cheng Yi and Bibi Dong recognized this as a test of Cheng Yi's strength. Cheng Yi smiled slightly and advanced, while Li Qianfeng and Li Qianyi, seated at the back, instantly released their soul power pressure. The pressure bore down on Cheng Yi, causing him to momentarily hesitate before continuing forward. Cheng Yi mused to himself. This soul power pressure pales in comparison to my mother's. In response, the other offerings, aside from Qian Daolu, began to release their soul power pressure as well. Bibi Dong smiled softly, thinking, they wish to test Yi with soul power pressure? How naive. All this pressure fell upon Cheng Yi, causing the shadow star bell at his waist to emit a series of chimes. An aura of the netherworld emanated from him, and the shadows behind him continued to expand, as though an endless darkness was swallowing everything. Witnessing this, Qian Daolu was taken aback. The power of the netherworld? An extreme darkness? The strength contained within this child's dual martial souls is simply unimaginable. Even I cannot fathom this darkness. It appears that the fate of the continent truly rests in his hands. Cheng Yi persevered under the soul power pressure, the shadowy force and nether aura intensifying around him. He halted at the center of the grand hall, and Qian Daolu waved his hand, prompting the 6 offerings to retract their pressure instantaneously, restoring Cheng Yi's shadow to its original form. Grand offering, I wish to obtain the authority to mobilize all offerings in the Hall of Offerings, Cheng Yi declared without trepidation. Upon hearing his words, the 6 offerings and Qian Rinxue, aside from Qian Daolu, were taken aback, unable to believe what Cheng Yi had just said. Qian Daolu pondered briefly before responding without hesitation. Granted. At this, everyone present, except for Qian Daolu, was rendered speechless. Wait, what happened to the negotiation? Is it to be this casual? Cheng Yi thawed in disbelief. Chapter 82. Cheng Yi versus Qian Rinxue. Grand offering. I said I want the authority to mobilize all offerings in the Hall of Offerings. Cheng Yi reiterated. Indeed, I agree, Qian Daolu confirmed. Elder brother, Jin Tianlei exclaimed. Qian Daolu raised his hand to interrupt Jin Tianlei. Young master, I agree that you may mobilize all offerings in the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu stated. What would you have me do? Cheng Yi inwitted. Everything is for the sake of our spirit hall and the continent, Qian Daolu replied. Though the grand offering has agreed, it seems the other offerings are quite dissatisfied with your decision. Do I need to prove myself? Cheng Yi shuruk. What do you mean, Cheng? Xiong Kuai retorted angrily, immediately releasing his soul power pressure toward Cheng Yi. In response, Bibi Dong struck the ground forcefully with her staff, instantly shattering Xiong Kuai's soul power pressure. With an authoritative tone, Bibi Dong declared, Fourth offering, Yi is now the young master. Old fourth, Qian Daolu reprimanded. Understood, your highness, Xiong Kuai conceded reluctantly. How about this? Let us have a duel. Qian Rinchue's voice rang out. Shui? Qian Douluo questioned in confusion. Indeed, I wish to duel with the young master. If the young master wins, it will demonstrate his capability to lead all offerings, and I request that everyone follows his commands. Conversely, Qian Rinchue proposed. Agreed. If I win, I ask that all offerings heed my whims, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Isn't that a bit unfair? What do you expect to win with? The young master is a soul saint at level 63. No matter how prodigious your talent is, you are merely a level 44 soul master, Bing Ling interjected. Fairness? If it were fair, how could it serve as proof? Cheng Yi chuckled it. Very well. Let us meet tomorrow morning at the training grounds in the Hall of Offerings. Qian Douluo concluded. Understood, Grand Offering. We shall take our leave for now, Cheng Yi stated. With that, Cheng Yi and Bibi Dong exited the Hall of Offerings. Who would have thought that the true challenge wouldn't be Qian Douluo, but the other offerings? They can't possibly think the Qian family is as powerful as it once was, Bibi Dong remarked. No, mother, they simply cannot abide our dominance over them. Ultimately, they still wish for Qian Rinchue to inherit the Spirit Hall. Cheng Yi replied. That wretch? Ha ha ha. If it weren't for my meticulous plans over the years, Yi wouldn't have the backing of such powers for the Spirit Hall now. With her background and talent, she would struggle to command these forces. Even with her grandfather, Qian Douluo, there wouldn't be this many factions joining the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong scoffed. Though she possesses innate, full soul power, she is hardly remarkable. Additionally, considering the actions of the Qian family, if the forces on the continent were to learn of it, Bibi Dong continued. Look at my ear, breaking through to innate full soul power with innate level 12 soul power and possessing dual martial souls like me. Only then will these factions willingly join the Spirit Hall. Under our stewardship, the Spirit Hall will ascend to unprecedented heights. It is already the foremost power on the continent. The future belongs to you, Yi. This era shall be named after Cheng Yi. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Cheng Yi's hair. Mother, it shall be so. I will ensure the Spirit Hall remains at its pinnacle, both now and in the future, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Excellent, Bibi Dong affirmed. Yi, how do you plan to defeat that wretch? Bibi Dong inquired. Mother, I have discovered a new ability of my shadow soldiers, Cheng Yi announced. New ability? Yi, while your powers and shadow soldiers are formidable in warfare, this is a one-on-one soul battle. Bibi Dong expressed her skepticism. No, mother, you will understand tomorrow, Cheng Yi said mysteriously. You little rascal, not telling your mother and keeping secrets. Bibi Dong laughed. Then would you like to see me demonstrate? Cheng Yi asked. Forget it. I wish to keep the surprise for tomorrow, Bibi Dong replied. All right, Cheng Yi acquiesced. Teacher, Ego, you've finally returned. Wasn't the meeting supposed to end earlier? Hulina hurriedly inquired upon seeing Cheng Yi and Bibi Dong enter, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also emerging from their rooms. I sought to obtain the authority to mobilize the offerings, so I went to consult the Grand Offering. Cheng Yi explained it. Did the Grand Offering agree? Ning Rongrong asked. The Grand Offering agreed surprisingly readily, but the other offerings are not compliant. Cheng Yi scratched his head. Huh? Then wasn't that a failure? Zhu Zhuqing lamented. Not quite. Tomorrow I will duel with Qian Douluo's granddaughter, Qian Rinchue. If I win, then all offerings will heed my command. Cheng Yi said with a smile. The Grand Offering has a granddaughter too? Ning Rongrong quitted it. Do not pay her any mind. She is merely a wretch, Bibi Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Hulina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged bewildered glances. What level of cultivation does that person known as Qian Rinchue possess? Hulina inquired. It seems to be level 63, Cheng Yi recalled. 63? Hulina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. What's wrong? No need to shout, Cheng Yi said, covering his ears. Brother Yi, she is indeed at level 63, Hulina remarked. This is too perilous. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Brother Yi, please don't take such risks. Zhu Zhuqing added. Oh, don't worry. If I can agree to this, I certainly have the confidence to defeat her, Cheng Yi responded with a smile. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Hulina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing still wore expressions of concern. Tomorrow, you all should join as well. With Xie Yin, and the other three from the Golden Generation, let us observe, Bibi Dong proposed. All right, the three women answered in unison. The following day, before the worship hall, the 9 elders of the Elder Hall and the 7 worshippers of the worship hall stood on either side, while Bibi Dong stood alongside the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Wow, all the top combat forces of our Spirit Hall are present. We actually get to observe. Yin exclaimed excitedly. Yin, be serious and don't embarrass brother Yi, Ning Rongrong advised. At her words, Yin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Cheng Yi gradually stepped onto the arena, with Qianren Shui closely following him. Hey, we've seen that girl before. Yin exclaimed. Isn't she the one who blocked Brother Yi in Wuhuan City? She is the granddaughter of the Grand Worshipper, Ning Rongrong stated. Indeed, she is the granddaughter of that old fool, Bibi Dong disdainfully remarked. Go, Brother Yi, Li Qianyi got. Only to be stepped on by Li Qianyu in response. Li Qianyi glared at Li Qianwei upon hearing this, then helplessly shook his head. Your Highness, I shall not hold back, Qianren Shui stated with a smile. In response, Cheng Yi merely smiled and remained silent. Ear, do not show mercy, Bibi Dong conveyed through a mental message. In response, Cheng Yi nodded, contemplating. Mother has completely transferred her resentment towards Qianchu and Ji onto Qianren Shui. At that moment, Qian Douluo approached the arena and asked Cheng Yi, Qianren Shui, are you both ready? Both Cheng Yi and Qianren Shui nodded with smiles. If Cheng Yi wins this soul battle, he will obtain the command to mobilize all worshippers of the worship hall, and they are to follow his orders without question. This should hold no significance for everyone else, Qian Douluo remarked. The remaining 6 worshippers nodded in agreement. Very well, let both sides release their martial souls, Qian Douluo commanded. Qianren Shui, martial soul, 6-winged angel, a level 63 assault type, soul emperor. Please be kind, she announced as 6 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, rose slowly from beneath her feet, swirling around her. 3 pairs of pure white wings sprouted from Qianren Shui's back, each feather radiating a sacred golden glow. And as she gently flapped her wings, golden sparkles trailed behind. Simultaneously, a colossal 6-winged angelic silhouette appeared behind Qianren Shui, resembling her, yet towering and more divine, as if it were a manifestation of her very soul. Level 63? She surpasses Brother Yi by 19 levels. Can he really win? Xiaoyu expressed his concern. Of course. Brother Yi will definitely win. After all, he is Brother Yi, Yin declared confidently. Witnessing this, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing silently prayed that Cheng Yi would not suffer severe injuries. Cheng Yi, martial soul, Shadow King, domain of the Netherworld Scythe, a level 44 assault type soul sect. He proclaimed as 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, ascended from beneath his feet, encircling him. Cheng Yi's shadow elongated, exuding dark energy, and a mass of shadow burst forth from his own shadow, hovering behind him. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, the domain of the Netherworld Scythe manifested in his grasp. The scythe's handle was long and sturdy, adorned with intricate runes and demonic patterns, while its blade was wide and sharp, shimmering like a ghostly light in the night, its body a deep, abyssal black, as if it could swallow everything into an endless void. Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, you 3 must watch closely and learn how Yi wields his martial soul. You as well, you will learn much from this battle, Bibi Dong instructed. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The soul battle begins, Qian Douluo announced. As soon as his words fell, Cheng Yi, wielding the domain of the Netherworld Scythe, surged towards Qianren Shui like an arrow released from a bow. Qianren Shui, noticing this, smiled subtly. A 1 TB defeated easily. Activating her second soul skill, Void Wings, her second soul ring shimmered, rendering her figure translucent, akin to a ghost. Seeing this, Cheng Yi smirked, leaping high into the air like a bird. The domain of the Netherworld Scythe glinting with a chilling light as he swung it down upon Qianren Shui with the force of a mountain. Initially brimming with confidence, Qianren Shui suddenly felt the eerie energy emanating from the scythe wrap around her like a constricting serpent, sending chills down her spine. Not daring to hesitate, she swiftly activated her second segment of Void Wings, teleporting a short distance backward just in time to narrowly evade Cheng Yi's onslaught. Cheng Yi's attack crashed down like a meteor, shattering the ground upon impact and sending dust billowing into the air. That was close. Although his scythe lacks an attached soul ring, it still carries the power of the Netherworld, Qianren Shui thought, astonished. Seizing the opportunity amidst the dust, Qianren Shui unleashed a counterattack, a golden halo erupting around her as her 3 pairs of holy wings spread wide, each feather shimmering with divine radiance. With a light touch of her toes, she darted towards Cheng Yi, her first soul ring illuminating as she activated her first soul skill, Angel Assault. Her right fist enveloped in searing golden energy, striking forth. In response, Cheng Yi's third soul ring flared brightly. Third soul skill, shadow echo. A transparent barrier resembling a delicate veil gracefully enveloped his left hand, allowing him to effortlessly grasp Qianren Shue's fist. With a swift motion, Cheng Yi flung her into the air as if brushing her aside. With his Shadow Dominator's hand, Cheng Yi reached out with his left hand, seizing the airborne Qianren Shui, who instantly felt as if ensnared by an invisible hand, unable to move. Just as she attempted to struggle, her body plummeted like a building stripped of support, crashing heavily to the ground. What has he done? How could Xiao Shui? Xiong Kuahai gasped in shock. It seems this child harbors quite a few secrets. Qian Douluo remarked with a smile. Qianren Shui staggered to her feet, brushing off the dust, and then a soul bone radiating golden light appeared on her left arm. Angel Divine Armor, left arm bone skill. Angelic clone, she declared. The Angel Divine Armor's left arm bone emitted a dazzling glow, and soon a clone, identical to Qianren Shui in strength and appearance, materialized beside her, and together they charged towards Cheng Yi. Shadow's eye. Cheng Yi's eyes turned pitch black, resembling black holes. As the movements of the two, Qianren Shui appeared to him as if in slow motion, allowing him to adeptly evade their attacks. At that moment, Cheng Yi softly uttered, "Come forth." His shadow elongated, and Rakas stepped forth from his shadow, standing motionless in the arena. What is this? The 7 worshippers and 5 elders, excluding Yue Guan, Gui Mei, and Zi Yuan, along with Lin Lu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei, all wore expressions of astonishment. Isn't that one of the members from the soul hunting team who was transformed into a shadow soldier by Brother Yi? Hulaina remarked with a hint of confusion. What is he planning? Using a shadow soldier in a one-on-one soul duel seems rather unfair. Yin expressed his concern. Brother, he must have his reasons for this. Ningrongrong asserted. Cheng Yi nimbly evaded Qianren Shue's fierce onslaught like a cunning rabbit, then approached Lycus. Together, they extended their hands, clasping them tightly as Cheng Yi called out fusion. Instantly, the power of shadows surged forth like a torrential flood. Lycus transformed into shadow, gradually extending from the point where their hands met, swiftly enveloping half of Cheng Yi's body in darkness. In Cheng Yi's hand appeared Lycus's thunder drum. With a forceful strike, he struck the drum, unleashing waves of sound that crashed forth like tumultuous waves, causing both Qianren Shue's clones to clutch their ears in pain as if struck by lightning. Chapter 84. A Stalemate. The true Qianren Shui, bolstered by her formidable mental strength, withstood the aftermath of Cheng Yi's thunder drum. However, her clone lacked such resilience and dissipated under the sonic barrage. Observing this, Cheng Yi retracted the shadow enveloping him. Is this the new ability he mentioned? Bibi Dong mused. Brother Yi's shadow soldiers can be utilized in such a manner. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Just how many skills does Brother Yi possess? Zhu Qing marveled. From now on, Brother Yi's combat style will be even more unpredictable. Hulaina chuckled. The elders and offerings, who were unfamiliar with Cheng Yi's abilities, were left utterly astonished. Truly, he is a chosen one of the Lord God, Qian Douluo praised. You are quite formidable, Qianren Shui complimented. You flatter me. So, will you concede? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Concede? Certainly not. We will fight until the end, Qianren Shui declared, as her 4th soul ring suddenly illuminated. The 4th soul skill, Angel's Free Will, accompanied by her fierce roar, unleashed golden threads like arrows from the angelic figure behind her. In response, Cheng Yi's 4th soul skill flickered, and 8 inky black chains burst forth from behind him, clawing toward the golden threads of Qianren Shui. The clash of Cheng Yi's chains and Qianren Shue's golden threads in the air was akin to a meteor shower, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. At that moment, Cheng Yi's right hand revealed the faint outline of the dark gold Terraclaw bear's right paw bone, emanating a chilling aura. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 razor-sharp claw strikes toward Qianren Shui. In reaction, a dazzling golden light flickered from her right arm, revealing a soul bone aglow with mysterious radiance. The Divine Armor right arm bone skill summoned the Angel's Wings, manifesting a resplendent barrier that stood resolutely before Qianren Shui. Cheng Yi's claw strikes pounded against the luminous barrier with the ferocity of a tempest, yet they vanished as if stones sinking into the ocean, both forces nullifying one another. Impressive. I acknowledge your strength, Qianren Shui exclaimed. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. Her 5th soul ring glimmered, and the Holy Sword, ablaze with divine fire, materialized in her grasp, reflecting blinding light in the sun. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the sword downward with purifying intent, warping the very fabric of space. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi summoned the domain of the Netherworld Scythe, channeling his soul power fervently into the weapon. In an instant, the scythe radiated an eerie glow, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, exuding a terrifying aura. Cheng Yi gripped the scythe firmly and met Qian Rinchue's holy sword head-on. The collision of their weapons erupted like two celestial bodies colliding in the sky, unleashing a powerful shockwave of soul power that surged forth like a tidal wave, sending both combatants reeling apart several meters away. Seeing this, Bibi Dong gently tapped her staff, conjuring a protective barrier of soul power to shield Hulaina and the others from the shockwave. Adjusting her stance, Qian Rinchue charged at Cheng Yi once more, her holy sword raised high. Cheng Yi, with both hands, swung the hellish Netherworld Scythe to block her strike, using the momentum to push her back. First soul skill. Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring flickered, and shadow energy coalesced into sharp claws that gripped his left hand, brimming with lethal intent as he lunged at Qian Rinchue. In response, her first soul ring illuminated, activating her first soul skill, Angel's Assault. Clenching her left fist, infused with angelic power, she struck at Cheng Yi's Shadow Claw. In an instant, their attacks intertwined, rendering them evenly matched. Qian Rinchue's gaze sharpened, and her sixth soul ring glimmered. With her sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar, her 6 wings unfurled, releasing an intangible wave of mental force that swept toward Cheng Yi, striking deep into his soul. He faltered momentarily, a flash of dizziness crossing his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinchue swung her holy sword fiercely toward Cheng Yi. Yet, his formidable mental resilience allowed him to react just in time, narrowly evading her strike and swiftly distancing himself. "Come forth," Cheng Yi commanded, clutching his head, his voice low. His shadow elongated, and Bibi Dong emerged from it, seamlessly melding with Cheng Yi as they prepared for fusion. However, Qian Rinchue would not permit Cheng Yi to realize his intent. She charged toward him, holy sword in hand, aiming to thwart the merger. The sword thrust toward Cheng Yi, but unexpectedly, a suit of dark purple armor materialized around him, deflecting her blow. "What is this? Another external soul bone?" Qian Rinchue gasped in shock. At that moment, Bibi Dong had transformed into a shadow, closely attaching himself to Cheng Yi's form. In Cheng Yi's left hand, a radiant auxiliary book appeared. "Disperse!" Cheng Yi shouted, and the auxiliary book erupted with blinding white light, instantly nullifying the effects of Qian Rinchue's 6th soul skill, restoring Cheng Yi's state. Second soul skill, Shadow Cataclysm. Cheng Yi's 2nd soul ring ignited, and soul power combined with shadow energy surged into his right hand, launching toward Qian Rinchue like a cannonball. At such close range, she had no time to activate her soul skill, and there was no escape. This strike, akin to a lethal meteor, struck Qian Rinchue with precision, exploding upon contact and sending her flying like a kite severed from its string, sliding across the ground for a considerable distance. Cheng Yi grasped the auxiliary book once more, declaring, "Healing." The book emanated a dazzling radiance that enveloped him, instantly mending his wounds. He then retracted Bibi Dong's shadow, breathing heavily. "Brother Yi, you are truly amazing. Now he is an all-rounder soul master. Ningronggrong eflamet yoifuli." Observe, Yi's soul power depletes significantly after using such a technique. Thankfully, he possesses the Shadow Star Bell to restore his soul power, Bibi Dong noted. Meanwhile, Qian Rinchue struggled to rise from the ground, clutching her chest and gasping, "I truly underestimated you." With her 3rd soul ring glowing, she activated her 3rd soul skill, Angel's Blessing. The angelic figure behind her began to chant, and divine energy enveloped her, gradually restoring her condition. Chapter 85, Domain, Nether Scythe. "The child's prowess is truly astonishing," Wan Yuqing exclaimed. Each of his moves echoes the brilliance of Bibi Dong in her prime, perhaps even transcending her mastery. "Bibi Dong has shown unwavering support for that child," Jean Tianlei remarked. As for his strength, aside from the wisdom skull bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong upon becoming the Holy Sun, he possesses 2 external soul bones, which are already exceedingly rare, let alone external ones, being Ling added. And his unique capabilities. What is it that his shadow has manifested? He can even wield skills that do not belong to him, Xiong Kuai pondered. "Domain," Cheng Yi bellowed, and in an instant, the shadow domain began to expand from him, enveloping the soul fighting platform. Qian Rinchue felt an immediate pressure as she was caught within its grasp. "What? That child possesses a domain as well?" Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. "Qian Rinchue, you can hardly hold out now, can you?" Cheng Yi taunted. Whether I can endure or not, we'll find out. Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. Very well. Before his voice faded, Cheng Yi summoned the specter of the Netherworld Scythe once more. In an instant, the power of the Nether surged from him, flooding the arena like a torrent, causing his hair to billow wildly. Observing this, Qian Rinxue instinctively raised her holy sword to shield herself from the overwhelming energy. Cheng Yi felt the surge within him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. What is happening? Brother Yi? This energy fluctuation is incredible. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. A new domain, Bibi Dong murmured. Cheng Yi grinned. Nether Scythe domain. Activate. In that moment, the power of the Nether replaced the shadow power, enveloping the arena with a fierce wind. This force was far more domineering than the shadow energy. What is this? Qian Rinxue gasped in disbelief. Qian Rinxue, brace yourself for this strike, Cheng Yi declared. 9 Nether Prison King's Judgment. Summon the Scythe of Judgment. 9 Nether Reincarnation of the Nether Scythe domain. As he spoke, the Nether energy surged violently from Cheng Yi, and the ground within the domain revealed 9 circular patterns that spread outward from the center, resembling the 9-layered boundaries of the 9 Nether Hell. Each pattern was filled with struggling spectral figures, bound by chains or engulfed in hellfire, rotating clockwise while emitting mournful wails. Cheng Yi swung the Netherworld Scythe, cleaving through space to reveal a writhing dark red void behind, a true rift of the 9 Nether. From within, not claws but chains of the Nether bound in hellfire emerged. With another swing, Cheng Yi directed the hellfire-infused chains towards Qian Rinxue. Witnessing this scene, beads of sweat instantly formed on Qian Rinxue's forehead, her heart racing. Without hesitation, she channeled all her remaining soul power into her soul bones, invoking the angelic divine armor's right arm skill, Angel Wings. As she spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from her right arm bone, resembling a golden sun rising, its flames burning fiercely. A massive light barrier unfolded from her arm, shielding her like an impregnable fortress against Cheng Yi's formidable attack. At that moment, Qian Rinxue refrained from releasing any more soul skills, prompting Jin Tianlei, standing at the sidelines, to secretly transmit a portion of his soul power to her. Noticing Jin Tianlei's covert actions, Bibi Dong couldn't help but snort in disdain. Despicable tactics. Yet she was unconcerned about any threat this posed to Cheng Yi. Qian Douluo also sensed Jin Tianlei's subtle maneuver and shook his head helplessly. As Qian Rinxue felt the influx of soul power from various sources, she understood that this would be her final strike. Subsequently, a soul bone materialized on her forehead, the angelic divine armor's headbone. Angel S. Light Wave, she proclaimed, as a resplendent golden wave shot forth from her forehead, akin to a golden meteor streaking across the dark night sky, carrying unmatched power towards Cheng Yi. How does she still have soul power to activate her soul bone? Cheng Yi wondered in astonishment. At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice echoed in Cheng Yi's ear, do not hold back. With this, Cheng Yi felt unencumbered, as the wisdom skull of Shadow manifested, unleashing the Shadow divine light. 2 rays, one black and one blue, shot from his soul bone, converging into a more powerful black beam that surged toward Qian Rinxue's attack. The 2 assaults collided, producing a cataclysmic clash of golden and black light, resonating with a deafening roar as the brilliance swept around like a tidal wave. Bibi Dong struck her staff to form a protective soul power shield around the golden generation. The golden wave and black beam wrestled in a stalemate, their energies incessantly eroding and countering each other. How can this be? Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth, exerting all her might to sustain the power of the angelic light wave, sweat pouring down her forehead. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi's expression remained cold. Your holy light cannot dispel my darkness. With that declaration, he intensified his soul power output. Qian Rinxue's attack faltered progressively, and ultimately, amidst a blinding flash of light, Cheng Yi's shadow divine light broke through the last line of defense of the angelic light wave, surging directly towards Qian Rinxue. With little time for further reaction, she was struck by this overwhelming force, and like a severed kite, she was sent flying off the soul fighting platform, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. Seeing this, Cheng Yi also dispelled his martial soul, appearing weary and on the verge of collapse, as Hu Lina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing rushed to his side to support him. I lost, Qian Rinxue lamented, gazing at the sky with regret. It's all right, little Shui. You performed admirably, Qian Douluo consoled her. Brother, Jin Tianlei began hesitantly. Qian Douluo waved his hand. It's fine, this is not your fault. You acted for Xiao Shui's sake. I implore everyone to support the Holy Sun wholeheartedly in the future, for the sake of our spirit hall and the future of the continent, Qian Douluo urged. Yes, brother. The other 6 devotees responded in unison. What skill was that? It was so impressive, Yin exclaimed, eyes sparkling with admiration. Which one do you mean? Cheng Yi inmuted. Fusion was an unintentional discovery I made while exploring the abilities of shadow soldiers. This new domain was suddenly awakened, remarked Cheng Yi. Brother Yi, your skills are incredibly impressive, especially that domain ability. I feel as though I have witnessed the true essence of Jiuyou, said Li Qianwei. The skills of this new domain are beyond my own expectations. I suspect that my demonic scythe harbors many secrets yet to be unveiled, secrets that may only reveal themselves once I bestow a soul ring upon it. Cheng Yi reflected. As for the fusion, I shall not employ it lightly, for the consumption is excessively high. I require double the soul power to utilize the skills of the shadow soldiers I have fused with. And activating the shadow domain does not substantially lessen the soul power drain, he added. Then what if we combine with my support? Ningronggrong inquired. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment before responding. With Rongrong's assistance, it may only require 140 of my soul power. Such consumption is still manageable for me, he smiled. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned to Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing, raising an eyebrow as if to say, see, I have aided brother Yi once again. In response, both Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing rolled their eyes in unison. Your Holiness, I find brother Yi's combat style utterly incomprehensible, Li Qianwei confessed. While Li Qianyu and Xiaoyu exchanged troubled glances with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glanced at Cheng Yi, then at Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. Shaking her head in resignation, you have my sympathies. It is entirely normal to find it perplexing. Engaging in battles with me will provide clarity. As the saying goes, practice yields true knowledge. I too hone my abilities by frequently sparring with my mother during my childhood. Cheng Yi chuckled, scratching his head. In response, Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei quickly shook their heads. Brother Yi, that Qianren Xue at level 60 was no match for you, Xiaoyu remarked. Indeed, brother Yi. And let us not even mention ourselves. Xiaoyu is at least over level 30, while Qianwei and I are merely in our 20s, Li Qianyu added. Of course, we shall rely solely on our martial souls and not our soul skills, though you may freely employ your martial souls, with the exception of your martial soul fusion techniques. Cheng Yi stated, let us follow Yi's guidance, and you shall give it a try, Bibi Dong instructed. Hearing this, Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei nodded reluctantly. Oh, by the way, Lin Li, Qianyu, Qianwei, take this, Cheng Yi said as he retrieved a bag of treasures from his storage ring, extracting 3 immortal herbs and a pill. Qianyu, Qianwei, this is the Earth Dragon Melon. Though it is not an immortal grade herb, its effects are remarkably potent, surpassing any immortal grade herb in enhancing your capabilities. Consuming it will elevate your soul power level and awaken the dragon's strength within your martial souls. Cheng Yi explained as he handed an Earth Dragon Melon to both Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Lin Li, this is what your martial soul looked like before its mutation, a bamboo peach. This bamboo peach is considered a medium-grade immortal herb. Consuming it will also enhance your level and unlock the potential of your martial soul. However, given that your martial soul is mutated, you will be unable to absorb the toxins within it. I shall provide you with the pill as well. Take them together, Cheng Yi said, placing the bamboo peach and the pill into Lin Li's hands. Brother Yi, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The 3 protested in unison. Accept it. They have all received theirs. Consume it upon your return, Cheng Yi insisted. Upon hearing this, Lin Li, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei turned to look at Hu Laina and the others, who all nodded in agreement. Thank you, brother Yi. We will stand by you through thick and thin. The 3 vowed simultaneously. All right, I have said it before. We are indeed a team, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. We must confront future challenges together, and I, Cheng Yi, will not abandon any one of you, Cheng Yi declared, waving his hand. The golden generation, united in life and death, Cheng Yi proclaimed, extending his hand. Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Li, Xiaoyu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei all placed their hands upon Cheng Yi's, affirming the golden generation. United in life and death. Yi, you will preside over tomorrow's sect assembly, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood, mother, Cheng Yi replied. The following day, in the Spirit Hall's conference hall, seated beside the main seat were Tang Xiao from the Haotian sect, Ning Fengji from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Yu Yuanjin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Hu Yan from the Elephant Armor sect, Tu Ba Shi from the Holy Dragon sect, He Shihu from the Black Tiger sect, Feng Bailong from the Wind Sword sect, Hu Yinting from the Fire Leopard sect, Kei Lin from the Sparrow Bee sect, and Kami Si from the Antelope sect. Indeed, aside from these sects, the top 3 sects, the Haotian sect and the 9-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, had long since allied with the Spirit Hall, confirming that my choice was correct, Yu Yuanjin mused. I knew that the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would eventually join the Spirit Hall, whether sooner or later, Ning Fengji thought. It seems that many powerful sects on the continent have already aligned with the Spirit Hall, while the smaller sects have either disbanded or succumbed to the evil Soul Hall. My father's decision was indeed sound, Tang Xiao contemplated. Truly, only by following the Spirit Hall can one envision a future. Tang Xiao, Ning Fengji, and Yu Yuanjin silently agreed. At that moment, 3 sets of footsteps approached, and the guards pushed open the doors to the Spirit Hall's conference chamber. Cheng Yi entered, followed closely by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Upon Cheng Yi's arrival, everyone rose to their feet. Cheng Yi took his place at the head of the table and sat down, with Yu Guan and Gue Mei flanking him. All present bowed slightly toward Cheng Yi in unison. We pay our respects to your highness, the Holy Sun. Esteemed elders, no need for such formalities. Please be seated. Cheng Yi gestured with his hand. Thank you, Holy Sun, the assembled crowd replied before taking their seats. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you for joining the Spirit Hall, and I am grateful for your presence at this sect assembly. Cheng Yi said politely. Chapter 87. Content of the assembly. I believe you are all aware that the continent is currently tumultuous, with evil soul masters committing heinous acts. I assume many of you have experienced this firsthand. The smaller sects on the continent have been nearly exterminated by the followers of the evil Soul Hall, with only a few remaining, many of which have disbanded, leaving their halls deserted. Some even surrendered without resistance, joining the evil Soul Hall and aiding the malevolent soul masters in their wickedness. The sects represented here today each have at least one title Douluo in their ranks. Now that you have joined the Spirit Hall, we shall not allow your sects to be persecuted by the evil Soul Hall. I foresee a confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the evil Soul Hall in the future. So I urge you all to remain vigilant and share any intelligence regarding the evil Soul Hall, Cheng Yi asserted. I will now bestow upon you the tokens of the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi announced, waving his hand. The doors to the conference hall opened, and maidens entered, each bearing a tray. Each tray held a token emblazoned with the Spirit Hall's emblem and the insignias of each major sect. The Haotian hammer for the Haotian sect, the 9-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda for the 9-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Diamond Mammoth for the Elephant Armor sect, the White Armored Earth Dragon for the Holy Dragon sect, the Golden Black Tiger for the Black Tiger sect, the Wind Sword for the Wind Sword sect, the Fire Blaze Leopard for the Fire Leopard sect, the Sparrow Bee for the Sparrow Bee sect, and the Rock Antelope for the Antelope sect. Everyone eagerly took their tokens from the trays to examine them. What you now possess is the Sect Master token issued by the Spirit Hall. Please keep it safe. Should you encounter difficulties, you may use this token to contact me or come to the Spirit Hall to find me and the Holy Pope, Cheng Yi explained. Thank you, Holy Sun. The crowd responded in unison. Additionally, every disciple of your sect should also receive a token, though it will simply be the standard Spirit Hall token. I will arrange for someone to deliver these to your sects, Cheng Yi concluded. The emblem of the Wuhuan Hall's token shall bear the insignia of each sect, albeit in a considerably smaller size. It retains the ability for sound transmission. I sincerely hope that the disciples of each sect, while executing their missions, will remain vigilant for any encounters with the evil Soul Hall or relevant clues, and utilize the token to communicate with one another at any given moment. Should you face the evil Soul Hall, prioritize your own safety, Cheng Yi explained. Furthermore, I implore each of you to exert your utmost efforts in safeguarding the civilians within the jurisdiction of your sects. Relying on the empire will yield no benefits, as both great empires are currently struggling for their own survival. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you, Cheng Yi stated as he rose and bowed. Witnessing this, the assembly stood in unison. Your Highness, it is our duty to undertake such responsibilities. Please do not mention it. We shall do our utmost to eradicate the evil Soul Hall, they replied collectively. In unison, they declared, we stand in solidarity with the Wuhuan Hall. Thank you all. Your unwavering commitment touches me deeply, Cheng Yi responded with a smile. Now, please be seated. There is another matter to discuss, he continued, prompting everyone to settle back down. Each sect should have received an academy, correct? Cheng Yi inquired. Tang Xiao and Ning Fengji exchanged troubled glances with Cheng Yi. Observing this, Cheng Yi reassured them, of course. If not, it is of no consequence. I envision that each sect with an academy will form a battle team to participate in the prestigious elite competition for Senior Soul Masters, which will take place a year hence. Like the two great empires, we shall vie for a chance to compete in the finals through combat, he articulated. Very well, those sects with academies should commence preparations. For sects like Haoyan and Jiubao Lulazong, which lack affiliated academies, you may enroll qualifying disciples in the affiliated academies of other sects to compete. You are free to decide. Ultimately, including the Golden Generation, we need to select 3 teams to represent the Wuhuan Hall, Cheng Yi concluded. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement with Cheng Yi's proposal. By the way, Senior Leitang, you and your Thunder Academy, along with the other 3 elemental academies, should proceed to participate in the selection for Tiando, Cheng Yi stated. Your Highness, this. Yu Yuanjin hesitated to respond. No need for concern. I hope Thunder Academy will uphold our honor, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Rest assured, Your Highness. Thunder Academy shall not fail its mission, Yu Yuanjin affirmed. Next, regarding the training for the competition, the Wuhuan Hall will dispatch specialized Soul Master instructors to provide guidance and training for each academy's battle team, Cheng Yi continued. These instructors are seasoned, and they will tailor training regimens according to the unique characteristics of each team to enhance everyone's capabilities. The assembly's faces lit up with joy. The guidance from Wuhuan Hall's instructors would not only elevate the team's strength, but also ensure the protection of their sections. Additionally, to incentivize everyone, beyond the rewards offered by the Star Luo organizers, the Wuhuan Hall will bestow generous rewards on teams and individuals who achieve outstanding results in the competition. Cheng Yi surveyed the crowd. The rewards will include soul-guided devices, precious resources such as soul beasts cultivated by the Wuhuan Hall, and particularly exceptional disciples from the sects will have the opportunity to become core members of our Wuhuan Hall, gaining access to greater training resources and development opportunities. As Cheng Yi's words resonated, the sect leaders exchanged glances, indicating their full support for the training of teams, striving to bring glory to the Wuhuan Hall in the competition. Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction. Well, regarding the sect assembly, these are the 2 points to address. You may disperse, Cheng Yi announced as he stood up, prompting the assembly to rise as well. If any of the esteemed seniors wish to discuss further, please do so. I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave. Cheng Yi waved his hand as he departed. Your Highness, travel safely, the assembly chorused. As Cheng Yi exited the Grand Hall accompanied by Yue Guan and Gue Mei, he remarked, I never expected that not only we, but now even the upper 3 sects have joined the Wuhuan Hall. Kei Lin expressed in surprise. What of it? Is this not the natural order? In these times, if we were to fight alone, we would all perish. Would you rather seek refuge with the evil Soul Hall? Such an act is beyond my principles. Hu Yanjin declared. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's expression became one of resigned contemplation regarding his sect's affairs. Indeed, what the Xiangjia sect master has stated is accurate. If we were to engage in separate battles, we would surely meet our demise. Even the upper 3 sects, despite having 2 titled Douluos within their ranks, would stand little chance against the slaughter by the evil Soul Hall. It is far better to pledge our allegiance to the Wuhuan Hall, as both the current Pope and the Saint Sun represent unprecedented genius on the continent. Aligning with such individuals promises a brighter future for our sects, Ning Fengji affirmed. Grasping his ledger, upon hearing that the soul of the daughter of the esteemed Lord had been aided by the Saint Sun to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tower, and that she had joined the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, Feng Bailong expressed admiration. The enhancements of the 7-treasure glazed tower are already formidable. The evolution into the 9-treasure glazed tower is simply unimaginable. Truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Sect Master Ning. The others chimed in jovially. Thank you all. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. Chapter 88. Arrangements, by the way, Sect Master Xiaotian and Sect Master Ning. Will you be sending your sect disciples to our academy? Hua Yanting inquired, prompting the assembly to turn their attention to Ning Fengji and Tang Xiao. Naturally, they responded in unison. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Xiaotian and Sect Master Ning. There is no need for our Xiangjia sect to participate. We have already selected 7 individuals from our academy and devised a well-established strategy. Hu Yanjun said with a smile. Then how about this? Our Jiubao Lulazong will contribute 1 auxiliary soul master, either from the 7-treasure glazed tower or another support system, ensuring they're within the appropriate age range for competition, Ning Fengji proposed. Excellent. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. The assembly agreed enthusiastically. Do you require our soul masters from the Haoyan sect? Tang Xiao inquired. Of course. Hua Yanting responded eagerly. How about this? Our seventh elder's Hao Ian hammer possesses fire attributes, and his grandson has inherited this trait. It aligns well with your fire leopard sect. So we shall send him to your academy, Tang Xiao suggested. Ha ha ha, splendid. Thank you, Sect Master Xiaotian. Hui Yanting replied cheerfully. Sect Master Xiaotian. I would also like to contribute, Feng Bailong added. After some contemplation, Tang Xiao stated, our sixth elder's grandson, Tang Xian, possesses wind attributes. Let us send him to your sect's academy. Very well. Thank you, Sect Master Xiaotian. Feng Bailong smiled. As Tang Xiao turned, he noticed Toba Shi, Heishi Tiger, Kailin, and Kamisi all gazing at him intently. After further reflection, Tang Xiao declared, Sect Master Xinglong, let us send the grandson of the Grand Elder Tang to your sect's academy. Heishi Tiger, we shall send the grandson of the second elder, Tang Zhong, to your esteemed academy. And finally, Feng Ke, the grandson of the third elder, Tang Qi, will join your sect's academy. Lastly, Yin Yang, the grandson of the fifth elder, Tang Yin, will go to your academy. Thank you, Sect Master Xiaotian. Tooba Shi, Heishi Tiger, Kailin, and Kamisi all bowed in gratitude. Rest assured, all the children assigned to you will be within the appropriate age for competition, Tang Xiao assured them. And the assembly nodded in agreement. Sect Master Xiaotian, I recall that your Haotian sect has 4 affiliated sects, correct? You could select participants from those sects for the elite competition, Feng Bailong remarked. Indeed, Tang Xiao concurred, then turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji understood immediately, stating, Sect Master Xiaotian, I shall also send one disciple from our sect. I appreciate your assistance, Sect Master Ning. Tang Xiao responded with a bow. Back at the Wuhuan Hall, Cheng Yi pushed open the grand doors and announced, Mother, I have returned. How did it go? Bibi Dong asked with a smile. It went smoothly, Mother. Cheng Yi replied. What of Lin Li, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei? He inquired. They consumed the celestial herbs you provided, and have now surpassed level 30. They are currently being escorted to select soul beasts from our Spirit Hall's collection, Bibi Dong remarked. It is surprising how well the Earth Dragon Melon and Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei are suited for this, Cheng Yi commented. Have you informed them about selecting participants from their sect's affiliated academy for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Bibi Dong inquired. Certainly, as both Haotian sect and Jiubao, Liuli's sect lack affiliated academies. I instructed them to select individuals and send them to other sects-affiliated academies for competition. Cheng Yi responded. You have arranged this splendidly. Do you not fear complicating matters for yourself? Bibi Dong remarked. Not in the slightest. The stronger the opponents, the better, as it will incite the full potential of our golden generation. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Very well, let us proceed as Yi suggests, Bibi Dong agreed. Mother, I wish to summon the worshippers, Cheng Yi declared, retrieving the worship command from his storage ring. Very well, Yi, do as you see fit, Bibi Dong said. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi infused his soul power into the worship command, which instantly radiated with light. Simultaneously, the tokens on the worshippers in the worship hall emitted a glow, as they all responded to the summons and flew towards the Spirit Hall. We have come in response to the summons. Qian Daolu led the way, and the other worshippers echoed in agreement. Esteemed ones, our Spirit Hall is currently on good terms with the Tiando Empire, and I have brought all sects on the continent under my command. However, a disciple from the inner sect of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has defected to the Evil Soul Hall. I wish to send 2 worshippers to the Tiando Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. This way, should there be any movements from the Evil Soul Hall, we can minimize our losses, Cheng Yi stated. Who among you wishes to go? Cheng Yi inquired. We shall obey your orders. All 7 worshippers replied in unison. Excellent. Can the 4 worshippers proceed to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Cheng Yi asked. The 4th worshipper of the worship hall, the Lion Douluo, Xiong Kuahai, knelt on one knee, saying, I obey the command of the Holy Sun. The 5th worshipper will go to the Tiando Empire. Is that acceptable? Cheng Yi inwided. The 4th worshipper of the worship hall, the light feathered Awe, Bing Ling, knelt on one knee, replying, I obey the command of the Holy Sun. You 2 worshippers may depart, Cheng Yi instructed. Senior Light Feather, the situation in Tiando is somewhat unique. Our Spirit Hall's elder, Bo, is there. I am selecting another elder, and both of you shall proceed together, Cheng Yi said. Very well, wait, did you say Bo? Our Spirit Hall's elder? Bing Ling exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I subdued Elder Dugu during my soul-hunting expedition in the Sunset Forest, Cheng Yi affirmed. How did you manage to subdue someone like Bo? Li Qianyi asked in astonishment. I merely resolved the issues he faced. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. By the way, let the 4th elder accompany you. Cheng Yi added. Su In, Elder Hall's fourth elder, the demon bear Douluo, Xiong Husheng, Cheng Yi called out. The fourth elder of the Elder Hall, the demon bear Douluo, Xiong Husheng, knelt on one knee, saying, I obey the command of the Holy Sun. Fourth elder, you shall travel to the Tiando Empire with the 4 worshippers, Cheng Yi instructed. Yes, your highness, Xiong Husheng replied respectfully. Senior light feather, senior lion, senior demon bear. Please do not resist. Allow me to send shadow soldiers into your shadows. This way, if any incidents occur, I will be informed immediately, Cheng Yi said, as shadows elongated from him, with 3 shadow soldiers emerging, subsequently diving into the shadows of Bing Ling, Xiong Kuahai, and Xiong Husheng. Very well. If the Evil Soul Hall launches a massive attack on the Stardow Empire or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I will be notified at once. Senior Light Feather and Senior Lion, should the situation in the Tiando Empire take a turn for the worse, immediately summon Elder Dugu and retreat with Prince Shuechinghe. Prioritizing your safety. Senior Lion, if the Evil Soul Hall attacks the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you must hold the line with Senior Thunder. As the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has already allied with our Spirit Hall, and I will dispatch reinforcements at the first opportunity, Cheng Yi declared. Yes, your highness. Bing Ling, Xiong Kuahai, and Xiong Husheng all replied in unison. Chapter 89. A Frightening Encounter. Your highness, what sort of ability is that? Bing Ling inquired, while the other worshippers turned their gaze towards Cheng Yi. It is an ability bestowed upon me by the martial spirit, allowing me to transform the deceased into my shadow soldiers. It is nothing extraordinary, Cheng Yi replied. At this, the crowd was taken aback. Very well, you may go prepare. Cheng Yi waved his hand. At that moment, Li Qianfeng and Li Qianyi clasped their hands together, saying, We are grateful to your highness for the celestial herbs gifted to our grandsons. They not only elevated their soul power, but also awakened the dragon nature of their martial spirits. It is no trouble at all. Qianyu and Qianwei are not only members of our Spirit Hall's golden generation, but also my brothers, Cheng Yi stated. Just in time, I plan to visit them shortly. Would you 2 worshippers care to join me? Cheng Yi asked. It is best if you go alone. We shall not accompany you. Li Qianfeng and Li Qianyi replied. Mother, I shall go and see them first, Cheng Yi said. Very well, take care on your journey, Bibi Dong advised. Subsequently, Cheng Yi exited the Grand Hall and made his way towards the region where soul beasts were being cultivated within the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Xiong Kuahai arrived outside the lounge of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and knocked on the door. Enter, Yu Qianxin called. Pushing the door open, Xiong Kuahai entered, and upon seeing him, Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng were taken aback, promptly calling for Yu Yuanjin. Upon seeing Xiong Kuahai, Yu Yuanjin was filled with disbelief. Worship Hall, 5th Worshipper, Lion Daw, Xiong Kuahai, under the orders of the Holy Sun, I have come to accompany Lord Thunderback to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and to remain stationed there, Xiong Kuahai announced. I greet the 5th Worshipper, Yu Yuanjin hastily said. I greet the 5th Worshipper, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng echoed. We are indebted to the 5th Worshipper, Yu Yuanjin said respectfully. It is no trouble. I am merely following the command of the Holy Sun, Xiong Kuahai replied. Meanwhile, in the resting area of the Tiando Empire, the 4th Worshipper remarked, Is this truly acceptable? Xiong Husheng queried, perplexed. Oh, what is wrong with it? Isn't it quicker to enter through the window? Just follow me, Bing Ling laughed. At that moment, Bing Ling noticed Shuechinghe with his back to the window, enjoying tea, and with a mischievous grin said, Look, there's the prince of the Tiando Empire. Entering through the window would be most convenient. Hurry and follow me. With that, Bing Ling took flight. Seeing this, Xiong Husheng scratched his head and followed suit. Bing Ling and Xiong Husheng arrived at the window, and Shuechinghe suddenly sensed the sunlight disappearing, pondering, why has it suddenly turned cloudy? He leisurely took a sip of tea. Observing this, Bing Ling knocked on the window softly and whispered, Your Highness. Startled, Shuechinghe instantly spat out the tea he had just sipped as his guards rushed in, shouting, What is the matter, Your Highness? Turning around, Shuechinghe saw it was Bing Ling and Xiong Husheng and waved his hand, saying, It is nothing. You may leave. The guards then retreated. Shuechinghe wiped his mouth and opened the window as Bing Ling and Xiong Husheng flew in. Worship Hall, 4th Worshipper, Light Feather Daw, Bing Ling. Under the command of the Holy Sun, I have come to accompany the prince back to Tiando, and to be stationed there, Bing Ling stated. Elder Hall, 5th Elder, Demon Bear Daw, Xiong Husheng. Under the command of the Holy Sun, I have come to accompany the prince back to Tiando, and to be stationed there, Xiong Husheng added. Upon hearing this, Shuechinghe felt a surge of joy, thinking, Brother Cheng is truly loyal. Counting the poison Douluo, he has dispatched 3 powerful tidal Douluo to Tiando. Welcome. I shall rely on you both in the days to come, Xueqing has said with a smile. Is no trouble at all. Bing Ling and Xiong Husheng replied with smiles. By the way, why did you two enter through the window? Xueqing asked in confusion. Amidst the laughter, Xiong Husheng offered an awkward smile before casting his gaze towards Bing Ling. Of course, it's convenient, Bing Ling remarked, scratching his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xueqing nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, indicating his lack of understanding yet showing respect. Simultaneously, Cheng Yi arrived at the place within the spirit hall designated for nurturing soul beasts, where he found Lin Yu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei, all engaged in absorbing soul rings, along with the bystanders, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Ziyuan. Ah, everyone is here, including you, Sister Lin Yuan. Cheng Yi waved cheerfully. Young Master, your Highness. Ziyuan responded with a smile. Brother Yi, Xiaoyu, and Yin exclaimed in unison. Oh dear, Sister Lin Yuan, among our own. You needn't call me Your Highness. Let us stick to the way things were before. It feels rather embarrassing, Cheng Yi said, scratching his head. Understood, young master. Ziyuan replied with a grin. Now we just need Nana and the others. From today until the elite competition of advanced soul masters across the continent, I will be leading everyone in training, Ziyuan announced. At that moment, Hulina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing rushed over. Brother Yi, the 3 girls called out in unison. Slow down, you 3. Cheng Yi chuckled. Hello, Sister Lin Yuan, they greeted in unison, to which Lin Yuan waved back with a smile. Brother Yi, isn't the herb for Lin Yu a medium-grade immortal herb? The level added exceeds that of a superior-grade herb, Yin remarked, astonished as he looked at Lin Yu. Indeed, the bamboo peach is a medium-grade immortal herb. However, the key lies in the pill given to Lin Yu. Her martial spirit is a variant of the bamboo peach and cannot consume it directly. Thus, Grandpa Ju and I studied her martial spirit in conjunction with the bamboo peach, and that is how we formulated the pill. It not only eliminated the toxicity of the bamboo peach, but also enhanced the compatibility between the herb and Lin Yu. That is the crux of the matter, Cheng Yi elucidated. Young master, you truly spare no effort for the golden generation, Ziyuan marveled. Of course. Among the teams competing alongside us, we might just be the youngest. How could I possibly contend with those teams alone? Hence, we must advance together, Cheng Yi affirmed. By the way, the Spirit Hall has decided to have each major sex-affiliated academy form a team. Like us. The teams from Tiando and Xingluo will compete to secure spots for the finals, so everyone must strive to perform well, Cheng Yi stated. Understood. Everyone chorused, including Lin Yu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. Huh? When did you wake up? The crowd was taken aback. Hee. I woke up when Brother Yi was explaining the immortal herb to me. Thank you, Brother Yi. Lin Yu smiled. We both woke up when Brother Yi mentioned the elite competition. The herb you provided us has greatly enhanced our abilities. Thank you. Brother Yi, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei chimed in, also smiling. No need for thanks. You 3 truly startled me, Cheng Yi said, patting his chest. Honestly, you should have said something when you woke up, Hulina remarked. Exactly, the others echoed. We didn't mean to startle you. Brother Yi was just discussing the elite competition, and we didn't want to interrupt, so we listened in, Li Qianyu explained, with Li Qianwei nodding in agreement. Next time I won't do that, Lin Yu said, scratching her head. Chapter 90. Another spar? Lin Yu, Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei, tell us about your third soul skills. Ziyuan prompted. Our skills don't need much explanation. They are inherited from our family's martial spirits, just like Grandpa's, Li Qianyu stated, with Li Qianwei nodding in agreement. However, after consuming Brother Yi's Earth Dragon Melon, their power will be significantly enhanced, Li Qianwei added. Indeed, the Dragon Spiral Staff's inheritance has reached you too. With such a soul ring configuration, there's little that can be altered, Cheng Yi nodded. My third soul skill is named Peach Spirit Manifestation. This skill cannot assist allies, but can enhance myself, and it can also amplify my other soul skills, Lin Yu explained. Very impressive. This can be considered a form of indirect enhancement of your supportive capabilities, Ziyuan remarked. All right, we shall commence our first training session here, Ziyuan declared. Upon her command, everyone stood ready, awaiting her next instructions. First, Xiaoyu, Qinyu, and Qianwei. You 3 form a team to battle against little Ziyuan announced. Seriously? Teacher Lin Yuan, we're sparring against Brother Yi again? Li Qianyu exclaimed in disbelief. My rear is going to be sore again, Xiaoyu lamented. Teacher Lin Yuan, can't we skip the fighting? Li Qianwei bleda. That is not an option. This is training, and it must be executed. You'll have to figure it out. Ziyuan replied firmly. Also, there are limitations for this match. Little E, you can only use your weapon martial spirit. Soul bones are off limits, Zi Yuan instructed. What? Why so? Cheng Yi asked with a mischievous grin. Zi Yuan instantly understood his intentions, saying, you may have assistance. Let Rong Rong support you. All right, teacher Ling Yuan, Ning Rong Rong agreed. Give it your all. We want TB following the usual battle rules. Let us begin, Zi Yuan commanded. Before her words had fully settled, Cheng Yi had already launched himself forward, his speed leaving the onlookers in awe. As he moved, the ethereal grim scythe materialized in his hand. With the 9-treasure glazed tile emerging in Ning Rong Rong's grasp, radiant light enveloped Cheng Yi as the first and second soul rings flickered in succession, casting a supportive glow upon his head. In a heartbeat, Cheng Yi, like a specter, appeared before the trio, the ethereal grim scythe wielded with fierce intent. Striking downwards towards them, Xiaoyu was the first to react, summoning the moon blade in his hands, activating his second soul ring and unleashing his second skill, control. The 2 moon blades crossed to block Cheng Yi's attack. Seeing this, Cheng Yi smirked slightly, intensifying his downward force, relentlessly pushing Xiaoyu's blades back as if he intended to crush them. Hey, you two, are you still dazed? I can barely hold on. Xiaoyu's voice thundered through the air. At this moment, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei snapped back to reality. Blue and red dragon spiral staves appearing in their hands as they flanked Cheng Yi. However, Cheng Yi had no intention of lingering. As Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's dragon spiral staves closed in, he swiftly retreated, vanishing from their sight. How fast? The crowd gasped. Having witnessed Brother Yi in so many battles, I realize his speed surpasses mine. A powerful assault-type soul master with agility akin to that of a speed type. Truly formidable, Zhu Zhuqing praised. Indeed, Brother Yi's control is also tyrannical. Once ensnared by his 8 binding chains, escape is futile, Hulina remarked. On the field, Cheng Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rong Rong, both smiling and nodding. Ning Rong Rong's 3rd soul ring illuminated, and another wave of supportive energy enveloped Cheng Yi. Comme fort, Cheng Yi commanded as a shadow elongated, and Yak emerged from it. Merging, they charged toward each other. In the moment of collision, Yak transformed into a shadow. Fusing with one side of Cheng Yi's body, Cheng Yi raised his right hand, and a pitch-black giant axe appeared in his grasp. Teacher Ling Yuan, this. Li Qianyu stuttered. Little E, this is still a weapon martial spirit. It's within the rules, Zi Yuan reassured. Now, Cheng Yi beckoned with a flick of his finger. Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei exchanged determined glances. Xiaoyu's moon blades shimmered with a cold light as his first soul ring activated, unleashing the first soul skill. Moon Slice, which glimmered with a chilling aura as he charged towards Cheng Yi, while Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei skillfully circled around him, searching for an opportunity to strike. Cheng Yi wielded the colossal spirit axe with an imposing presence, charging towards Xiaoyu with fervor. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a devastating strike that summoned a fierce gale, compelling Xiaoyu to transition from offense to defense, desperately attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, the sheer force of Cheng Yi's attack sent him reeling backward. At that moment, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei launched a coordinated assault from either side. Their dragon staffs aimed to strike Cheng Yi with ferocity. In a swift maneuver, Cheng Yi sidestepped, using the momentum of his giant axe to repel both assailants. The trio, recognizing the threat, swiftly repositioned themselves into a triangular formation, encircling Cheng Yi. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed, and with rapid hand movements, he initiated an attack against Cheng Yi. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, refusing to be outdone, followed suit, their dragon staffs howling through the air as they struck from different angles. Cheng Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, felt his aura surge as the heavy shadow of the spirit axe materialized before him, effectively blocking their combined assault. With renewed vigor, Cheng Yi's power escalated, sending the 3 opponents sprawling. He wielded the spirit axe with precision, launching 3 fierce slashes towards Xiaoyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. The trio quickly adjusted their stances, with Xiaoyu and Li Qianyu activating their second soul rings simultaneously, unleashing their second soul abilities, control and counterstrike. They assumed defensive postures, while Li Qianwei exclaimed, "But you both possess defensive soul abilities. What am I to do?" He could only brace his dragon staff across his chest in a futile effort to withstand Cheng Yi's attack. While Xiaoyu and Li Qianyu successfully deflected Cheng Yi's strikes, Li Qianwei was sent flying by the sheer force. Zuin gently patted Lin Yu's head, prompting him to activate the Heart Spirit Bracelet, causing his first soul ring to glow. First soul technique, Bracelet of Life, he announced, sending a radiant ring towards Li Qianwei, instantly healing his injuries. Li Qianwei rose, brushing off the dirt, and lamented. You two are rather ungrateful, aren't you? We agreed to work as a team, yet I'm the only one without a defensive soul technique, while theatrically wiping non-existent tears. Seeing Li Qianwei's exaggerated performance, the others couldn't help but shake their heads. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi dispelled his fusion state, and Yak returned to the shadows. The ethereal Reaper Scythe, reappearing in Cheng Yi's grasp. Enough with the theatrics. We must proceed to the next round, Cheng Yi declared, raising the ethereal Reaper Scythe. Domain. Ethereal Scythe. Cheng Yi's words resonated as the ethereal energy surged, erupting from him and enveloping the arena, exerting overwhelming pressure on Xieyu, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. In response, the three opponents braced themselves. Li Qianyu took the lead, charging at Cheng Yi with a fierce blow aimed at his head. Cheng Yi, reacting swiftly, raised the scythe to block. At that moment, Li Qianyu's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul ability, Dragon's Roar. The dragon staff emitted a deafening roar that disrupted Cheng Yi's soul power, momentarily halting his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qianwei launched himself at Cheng Yi, activating his third soul ability, Awakening Dragon. The dragon staff glimmered with power as the sound of a dragon's roar intensified, boosting his momentum as he struck with all his might. Cheng Yi flicked his head, channeling force into his weapon, sending Li Qianyu staggering back. He swiftly turned to counter Li Qianwei's attack with the ethereal Reaper Scythe, resulting in a fierce clash where neither side gained an advantage. At that moment, Xieyu silently approached Cheng Yi from behind, a smirk gracing his lips. With his third soul ring aglow, he activated his third soul ability, unleashing the crescent blades toward Cheng Yi. Just as the blades were about to strike, Cheng Yi, seemingly aware of his surroundings, deftly sidestepped, evading Xieyu's assault. Taken aback by Cheng Yi's reaction speed, Xieyu hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu seized the moment, knocking the ethereal Reaper Scythe from Cheng Yi's grasp and re-establishing his position before him, flanking him from both sides. Cheng Yi remained unfazed, enhancing his domain's power as the ethereal energy coalesced around him, momentarily freezing the two opponents in place, causing a chill to run down their spines. In this fleeting standoff, the scythe, which had been sent airborne, suddenly vanished, reappearing in Cheng Yi's hand. He executed a sweeping strike, infused with immense power, aimed at Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, sending shockwaves through the air that altered their expressions dramatically. At that moment, Xieyu's silhouette appeared before them, activating his second soul ability, Control. The crescent blades crossed to intercept Cheng Yi's onslaught, struggling to hold back the force of his attack. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei regained their composure and charged at Cheng Yi amidst the standoff with Xieyu. Cheng Yi smiled slightly, retreating as they lunged forward, missing their target. Excellent teamwork. Let's do it again, Cheng Yi commended, wielding the ethereal Reaper Scythe. Xieyu, Qianwei and I are preparing a fusion technique. Hold Cheng Yi off for a moment, Li Qianyu instructed. Understood, Xieyu replied. Cheng Yi, prepare for my ultimate move, Xieyu announced as he stepped forward. Bring it on, Cheng Yi countered, readying himself. Self-created soul technique, Full Moon, Xieyu proclaimed. Instantly, his aura surged, and the two crescent blades that had rested at his sides began to levitate, swirling around him, their edges glimmering with a chilling light. A resolute glint flickered in his eyes as all three of his soul rings illuminated, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that reverberated through the air. With a swift motion, Xieyu spun, causing the crescent blades to whirl at an astonishing speed. Initially, only the blades spun rapidly, emitting a low hum. But as their velocity increased, they conjured a small whirlwind that swept up dust and debris around them. In the blink of an eye, the once separated crescent blades merged into a colossal white disk, resembling a full moon suspended in the sky, radiating an aura of chilling strength. This moon was not merely an illusion. With each rotation, it wielded an overwhelming cutting force, slicing through the air with a sound akin to countless invisible blades wreaking havoc. Cheng Yi observed Xieyu's rapid spinning with keen eyes, his expression sharpening. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his domain's power once more, the ethereal energy peaking as 9 circular patterns radiated from him within the scythe's domain. At that moment, Xieyu charged forward with a roar. In response, Cheng Yi wielded the ethereal Reaper Scythe to meet him, their powers colliding fiercely, causing the entire arena to tremble. The resulting shockwave radiated like a sonic boom, forcing Hulaina and the others to retreat hastily. Ziyuan raised a hand, conjuring a soul power barrier that shielded them from the onslaught. Cheng Yi grunted, slightly staggering under the force, while Xiaoyu felt the impact as well, his form wavering under the strain. Both had reached their limits when Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei prepared their fusion technique. Xiaoyu, thank you. The next part is up to us, Li Qianwei declared. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu retreated to the side. Cheng Yi, we're coming. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei shouted in unison. They crossed their blue and red dragon staffs, merging them into one, as their soul power surged, causing their 6 soul rings to rise in unison, enveloping the staff. Rongrong, come here and stand behind me. Cheng Yi called, and Ning Rongrong promptly positioned herself behind him. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei chanted, soul threads weave a 1,000-layer net, entwined with the roar of the Songlong. The power of the dragon's pattern reveals itself, shattering storms and clearing the skies. Fusion soul technique, dragon pattern weave break. As Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, they poured every ounce of their remaining soul power into this singular strike. The 6 soul rings coalesced entirely within the Panlong staff, which gradually transformed into an ethereal dragon, woven from soul energy and dragon patterns. The dragon's body shimmered in a breathtaking interplay of crimson and azure hues, with each scale radiating a brilliant luminescence, exuding an even more magnificent aura than before. As the dragon took full form, it emitted a thunderous roar, and propelled by the soul power of Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, it surged forth with an indomitable momentum towards Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but smirk slightly. His entire being resonated with soul power as an enigmatic blue-black glow surged within his profoundly deep eyes, resembling a portal to an abyss of endless darkness. The 9 circular patterns within his domain suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light. Cheng Yi began to chant, crack the earth, give birth to the 9 hells. The black mist binds the vast void. The wails of the damned pierce through the bones. Vengeful spirits swirl around like scythes. With that, Cheng Yi wielded the domain's nether scythe and slashed forward, instantly creating a rift in space. From within this fissure emanated haunting wails, as skeletal arms reached out, only to be yanked back by fiery chains of the nether, a true manifestation of the 9 hells rift. The rift exuded a powerful allure, gradually consuming the magnificent dragon. Despite its desperate attempts to escape, clawing and thrashing, the dragon was ultimately overpowered by this formidable force and plunged into the depths of the 9 hells. Was a martial soul fusion technique of Qianyu and Qianwei truly devoured? The onlookers were left in utter shock at this scene. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the rift, reminiscent of malevolent spirits howling beneath the 9 hells, akin to the dragon's fierce struggle. The ghostly blue light flickered wildly within the rift, unleashing a tremendous force that warped the surrounding space. Cheng Yi fixed his gaze on the 9 hells rift, veins bulging on his forehead, as all of his soul power surged chaotically to maintain the rift's existence. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's faces turned pale, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads as they exerted every ounce of strength to control the dragon, striving to break free from the 9 hells rift. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted from within the rift, scattering fragments of the dragon outward, which slowly dissipated upon hitting the ground, exhausted from overextending their soul power. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei collapsed, blood trickling from their mouths, while Cheng Yi gradually retracted the domain's nether scythe, causing the 9 hells rift to close. Chapter 92, The 9 Hells Rift. Ning Rongrong's 3rd soul ring flickered to life, the 9 treasures' glazed tower radiating a dazzling brilliance, bestowing 3 additional supportive lights upon Shiyue, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei, slightly restoring their states. Simultaneously, Lin Lu's 1st soul ring activated its 1st soul skill, the Bracelet Shadow Life Ring. As 4 rings shot forth from Lin Lu's wrist, merging into Cheng Yi, Shiyue, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei, instantly healing their wounds. At that moment, Cheng Yi plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "This isn't a self-created soul skill. We've already used our martial soul fusion technique. Was that truly necessary for friendly sparring? My goodness, brother E, and we still haven't won. The entire domain was unleashed to counter my self-created soul skill. It's truly formidable. I'm at a loss," Shiyue lamented, also sitting on the ground. "Indeed, brother E, we've exhausted all our means. Last time, during our martial soul fusion technique, you had to rely on soul bone skills. Now we've gained an additional soul ring. Our fusion technique has become even more potent, and it just devoured our attack, Li Qianwei panted. Brother, what kind of skill was that? It seems different from what I saw last time, Li Qianyu inquired. This skill can be described as a simplified version of my Netherside's 9 Hells reincarnation. I merely summoned the 9 Hells rift, possessing only the capability to consume. Cheng Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Consume? Brother, what does that mean? Hulaina asked in astonishment. Last time, this skill was thwarted by the angel's wings of Qianren Shui's angel divine armor. Had she not defended, the fiery chains would have dragged her into the 9 Hells rift. Cheng Yi elucidated. Brother, can those who enter ever return? Zhu Qing queried. Of course, those with cultivation levels surpassing mine can break free. I can also control the chains to release them. Even if I chose not to, as you witnessed with Qianyu and Qianwei's martial soul fusion technique. She is the granddaughter of the Grand Priest, and I would never cast her into the 9 Hells rift. My mother simply instructed me not to hold back. Cheng Yi explained. Brother, look at what happened to Qianyu and Qianwei's martial soul fusion technique. After entering and emerging, it is transformed into mere fragments, Yin expressed fearfully. Brother, what is the realm within the 9 Hells rift like? Ning Rongrong inquired. I have no knowledge of what lies within the 9 Hells rift. I cannot fathom what those drawn into it experience. It may be an entirely different realm, a domain belonging to the departed, Cheng Yi mused. Shiyue, Qianyu, Qianwei, how do you 3 feel? Ziyuan asked. Not enough, I need more practice. With my current abilities, I cannot keep pace with Brother, Shiyue asserted. Fighting against Brother, truly allows me to learn a great deal, whether it be combat techniques or otherwise, Li Qianyu remarked. Brother Yi's combat techniques are simply beyond our reach, Li Qianwei exclaimed in disbelief. Why can't we learn? I only acquired these skills through battles with my mother. Cheng Yi responded. Well, what I want to emphasize is that you should discover your own shortcomings through combat, rather than merely imitating others. Xiao Yi has infused his own understanding into these techniques, so you must find your unique combat style in battle, complementing each other's strengths. That is what you should focus on, Ziyuan advised. Actually, in this battle, all of you performed admirably. Your combat techniques and teamwork were quite impressive, Ziyuan praised. In the coming month, I will conduct specialized training with you all, so be prepared, Ziyuan added with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. All right, everyone, you may return to rest for today. Tomorrow morning, at the Spirit Hall training ground, do not be late. Ziyuan instructed. Goodbye, Sister Ling Yuan. Goodbye, Teacher Ling Yuan. The group waved in unison. We're doomed. The next month will be unbearable, Yin lamented. Huh? The next month? Yin, what are you thinking? Li Qianwei queried. Exactly, Yin. We have more than a year until the Elite Soul Master competition for the entire continent. The specialized training may only last this month. You don't think this is the only training we'll have, do you? Cheng Yi teased with a grin. No, Yin howled dramatically. The group burst into laughter. All right, Yin, both you and Sister Ling Yuan possess fire attribute martial souls. Perhaps she will give you special attention. Cheng Yi chuckled. At this remark, Yin was momentarily taken aback, and the thought of the days ahead left him in despair. By the way, brother, how many teams are there in our Spirit Hall division? Ning Rongrong asked. Counting us, there should be at least 8 teams, Cheng Yi mused. Speaking of which, each of the other teams will likely have a 7 Treasures Glazed Tower Soul Master and a Haoyan Hammer Soul Master, Cheng Yi added. Huh? How could that be? The group exclaimed in surprise. Because the Haoyan sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect do not have affiliated academies. They select disciples who meet the competition criteria from within their sects to join other sects teams, Cheng Yi explained. It's quite all right, Li Qianwei remarked with a smile. When it comes to the Spirit Master of the Glazed Tower, no one surpasses Sister Rongrong. And as for weapon spirits, none can compare to Yi Ge. There's truly nothing to worry about. Ning Rongrong interjected. Have you forgotten something, Xieyu? We're the youngest participants in this competition, aren't we? Look at their ages and spirit power levels. I can't believe I overlooked that. We must hurry and train, Li Qianwei exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 93. The Duties of Light and Darkness in the Divine Realm, within the palace of the evil God King. Evil, Shura, the god of destruction began. The abyssal rift summoned by that child appears to be a new realm, akin to the demon world, doesn't it? Indeed, the evil god replied. Although it is a new space, the Juyo rift should differ from the hell demon world. The latter is a naturally formed space, with the Lord of Hell emerging from it. As gods, we cannot linger there for long. I still don't understand how that rascal, the Rakshasa God, managed to find the Lord of Hell and forge an alliance, subsequently exploiting the divine realm to hide the 7 deadly sins within that domain. The child's Juyo rift is distinct. I can sense it emanates from the very power of the martial soul. After all, my divine essence resides within the Yumming Demon Scythe, the evil god king chuckled. So, does that mean the child possesses absolute control over this space? The Shura god inquired. Absolutely. The child can open the Juyo rift at will through his domain skills, indicating that space wholly belongs to him, the evil god king affirmed. Evil. That child is destined for godhood. Should we not contemplate his next trial? The god of destruction queried. Yes, indeed, we ought to consider that. Who could have anticipated his rapid ascension? The evil god king responded. A month later. All right, children, the month-long specialized training has come to an end. You all did wonderfully. Ziyuan clapped her hands. Hearing this, the group collapsed onto the ground. Even Cheng Yi fell down. Sister Ling Yuan, this past month was hardly training. It was outright murder. Cheng Yi gasped for breath, while the others were too exhausted to speak. What is the matter? It was just a bit intense, Ziyuan remarked. Wow, Sister Ling Yuan, are you perhaps misunderstanding the concept of intense? Cheng Yi replied. All right, you can now rest for 3 days, Ziyuan said with a smile. Only 3 days? The group exclaimed in unison. 3 days is quite a lot, considering our tight schedule and heavy tasks ahead. The upcoming training will focus on your team coordination skills. Ziyuan explained. At this moment, the spirit power levels were as follows. Cheng Yi, level 45 Spirit Master. Hulaina, level 36 Spirit Master. Zhu Zhuqing, level 36 Spirit Master. Ning Rongrong, level 35 Spirit Master. Lin Lu, level 33 Spirit Master. Xieyu, level 36 Spirit Master. Yin, level 36 Spirit Master. Li Qianyu, level 33 Spirit Master. And Li Qianwei, level 33 Spirit Master. Thank you all for your hard work over the past month. You have all performed exceptionally well, completing your training tasks admirably, and your spirit power levels have indeed improved. Enjoy your 3 days of rest, and we shall convene at the Spirit Hall in 3 days, Ziyuan announced. Understood. Although the group voiced their complaints, they unanimously agreed. Brother Yi, what shall we do during these 3 days? Ning Rongrong inquired. I wish to sleep for 3 consecutive days. Cheng Yi replied with a grin. What? Sleep for 3 days straight? Hulaina exclaimed, astonished. Brother Yi, if you sleep for 3 days, won't you turn into a fool? Zhu Zhuqing commented. Oh, I was just joking. I'll spend the next 3 days taking you all to Spirit City. Cheng Yi said with a smile. Great. The 3 girls responded with laughter. 3 days swiftly passed, and early one morning, Cheng Yi and the others arrived at the Spirit Hall, where Bibi Dong sat majestically in the main seat, while Ziyuan stood quietly below. Greetings, Your Holiness. The group chorused. There is no need for such formalities. Bibi Dong waved her hand with a smile. Next, you'll be heading to the Heaven Do Empire. The training details will be conveyed to you by Elder Ling Yuan, Bibi Dong instructed. Your 2 teams are prepared, she added. Thank you, Mother. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. This time, both of Era's teams will escort you to the Heaven Do Empire. You may set off at once. And be cautious on your journey, Bibi Dong admonished. Yes. The group responded in unison. Outside the Spirit City, 4 carriages were ready for departure. One team clad in silver and gold interwoven light armor, the other in sleek black attire, draped with short cloaks. The first carriage carried Cheng Yi, Yuguan, Gui Mei, and Ziyun. The second held Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Lu, while the final carriage contained Xieyu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. As the carriages passed the 2 teams, Yuguan waved his hand, and the bright sentinels immediately followed behind the 3 carriages. Gui Mei also gestured, and the shadow court vanished from sight. Inside the carriage, Cheng Yi reviewed the introductions of the personnel from both teams. How do you find them, young master? Are you satisfied with these individuals? Yuguan inquired. Extremely satisfied. The selections made by Grandfather Zhu and Grandfather Gui are splendid. Their martial souls and abilities are top-notch. Cheng Yi pides. Thank you for your kind words, young master. I spent quite some time selecting these individuals from the Spirit Hall as Spirit Masters. Gui Mei smiled. All these individuals will heed your commands and are unwaveringly loyal, Yuguan added. The bright sentinels symbolize the dawn of light, a relentless spear that moves forward, while the shadow court embodies the concealed shadows, the blades that merge with the darkness. Cheng Yi articulated. The bright sentinels represent light, hope, and guardianship, serving as a symbol of resistance against dark forces and embodying the courage to never retreat in the face of darkness. They shine like the first star to appear at dawn, representing the belief in stability and justice that resides in the hearts of the people. Always willing to become the light that embraces the abyss, Cheng Yi expounded. Young master, the bright sentinels will undoubtedly become your sharpest spear. Piercing through the gloom of the continent, Yuan affirmed with a smile. In contrast, the Shadow Court is intrinsically tied to shadows, not a straightforward embodiment of justice, but rather a balancer in realms untouched by light. The Shadow Court symbolizes the other side of the world, the corners overlooked by sunlight, the secrets obscured by rules, and the order that must be maintained through unconventional means. The very existence of the Shadow Court signifies that for light to be pure, one must first bear the weight of shadows. Cheng Yi elaborated. Young master, the Shadow Court will serve as your most dependable hidden blade, resolving all matters from the darkness. A force of justice lurking in the shadows, Gue Mei assured. Grandfather Ju, Grandfather Gue, please provide each member of the two teams with a Saint Child order. I will place a shadow soldier within the shadow of each one. Grandfather Gue, disperse the members of the Shadow Court across various locations. Be vigilant for any disturbances caused by the members of the Evil Soul Hall. Until we ascertain their exact location, refrain from making any significant moves, Cheng Yi instructed. Understood. Young master, both Yuan and Gue Mei replied. Chapter 94. The Soul Duel Task, Cheng Yi vs. Shai Juanhao, half a month later. The group successfully arrived in the Heaven-Do City. A few days prior, as Cheng Yi's carriage entered the borders of Heaven-Do City, news reached Xue Qinghe, who had been waiting at the city gate for Cheng Yi's arrival. Brother Xue, how could I allow you to come personally to greet me? Cheng Yi said, stepping down from the carriage, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah, Cheng brother, you mustn't say that. I haven't had the chance to thank you for the previous matters. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. What is there to thank, Brother Xue? This is all for the purpose of combating the Evil Soul Hall. Cheng Yi responded. Brother Cheng, Xue Qinghe declared brightly. This time you all visit Tiando City. I shall cover all expenses. Is that appropriate, Brother Xue? We may stay in Tiando City for quite a while, Cheng Yi replied. Stay as long as you wish. As long as you spend in Tiando City, it matters not. Xue Qinghe chuckled. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Let me extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone, Brother Xue, Cheng Yi said, cupping his hands in respect. What thanks are necessary between brothers, Brother Cheng? We are kin. Such formalities need not apply. Xue Qinghe laughed. Up ahead lies the grand spirit arena of Tiando. I trust little E is not unfamiliar with it? Zi Yuan inquired with a smile. Certainly, Cheng Yi responded. In the time to come, you shall engage in battles at this grand arena. Aside from Rong Rong and Lin Lu, each of you must secure at least a silver spirit badge. You may freely engage in 2-on-2 duels, yet you must participate in a group battle each day. In the group battle, little E, Nana, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, and Lin Lu will form a fixed team, while you four, Xie Yu, Yin, Qian Yu, and Qian Wei, will rotate, Zi Yuan instructed. Should we not wear masks to disguise ourselves? Yin inquired. Not at all. Our spirit hall maintains a cordial relationship with Tiando, and such measures are unnecessary, though there are certain special reasons. Cheng Yi scratched his head, explaining. What special reasons are those, brother? The others queried in confusion. Ha ha, you shall soon find out. Cheng Yi chuckled. Greetings, we wish to register for a one-on-one duel. Cheng Yi announced. The attendant at the front desk remained engrossed in her work, not lifting her head, and inquired, badge level, name, spirit power level? Cheng Yi, 45th level spirit master, copper spirit badge. The remaining 8 are participating for the first time, Cheng Yi replied. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's name, the attendant looked up, astonished. Cheng Yi, you are the holy son of the Spear Hall. It has been quite some time since you graced our arena. Brother Yi, you are quite popular here. Hulaina remarked. Haha, well, that's a bit embarrassing, Cheng Yi responded sheepishly. Indeed, the most thrilling wagers of the Grand Arena have been initiated by Cheng Yi himself. Particularly those cross-level challenges, the attendant elaborated. All right, enough of this. Please proceed with our registration. Cheng Yi gestured impatiently. Certainly. Kindly provide your names and spirit power levels. The attendant smiled. Hulaina, 36th level spirit master, Hulaina stated. Ning Rongrong, 35th level spirit master, Ning Rongrong added. Zhu Qing, 36th level spirit master, Zhu Qing declared. Lin Lu, 33rd level spirit master, Lin Lu said. Xie Yu, 36th level spirit master, Xie Yu announced. Yin, 36th level spirit master, Yin stated. Li Qianyu, 33rd level spirit master, Li Qianyu mentioned. Li Qianwei, 33rd level spirit master, Li Qianwei concluded. In a short while, the attendant approached with a tray, neatly displaying 8 copper spirit badges, which everyone eagerly took. Please register us for a one-on-one duel, Cheng Yi requested. Very well, I will handle that for you. The attendant replied with a smile. All right, everyone, shortly the broadcast will announce your names. Please proceed to the corresponding battle arena, the front desk personnel informed. Thank you. Everyone responded politely. Let us depart. Cheng Yi waved his hand. Before long, the broadcast announced, next, please welcome Cheng Yi and Chai Juanhao to the first arena after the incense burns, Hulaina and Bai Xing to the second arena after one incense, Zhu Qing and Feng Xian to the third arena after one incense. How fortunate that we are all together. After our duels, let us convene in the hall. If you wish to watch someone's match, simply head to the audience seats, Cheng Yi suggested. Agreed. Everyone replied. At this moment, whispers circulated around them. Cheng Yi? Is that the same Cheng Yi? Is he the one who previously engaged in cross-level duels? It cannot be mistaken. Let us hurry and secure our seats. Don't forget to place bets. Wager everything on Cheng Yi to win. Ha. This time we are sure to make a profit. Brother Yi, I finally understand why you need not hide your identity. Even if you did, your distinctive spirit and spirit ring configuration would be unmistakable, Xiaoyu noted. Ha! Cheng Yi awkwardly scratched his head. What does placing a bet mean? Ning Rongrong inquired. It means to wager on who will win. If you bet correctly, you earn money. Cheng Yi explained. Then I will bet everything on brother Yi, Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Rongrong, please place a bet for me as well, Hulaina requested. Me too, Zhu Qing chimed in. We may not necessarily win, but brother Yi will surely triumph. It's a guaranteed profit, Yin laughed. Let us hurry to place our bets, then we can watch the matches, Li Qianwei said excitedly. Then you best be swift. Otherwise, it seems you will have to choose between betting and watching the match. Cheng Yi shook his head. Dear audience, welcome to today's Spirit Duel. I am your host. Meow Meow. I am delighted to have you all join us for the matches today. Let me introduce the contenders. On my left, we have Chai Juanhao, and on my right is Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi has previously shown remarkable prowess in our arena, the host announced. As soon as Cheng Yi's name was mentioned, the crowd erupted into cheers. Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, brother Yi is indeed famous. This spectacle is astonishing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Indeed, Rongrong. We nearly couldn't squeeze our way in, Yin added. I wonder who the rascal was that stepped on me several times, Xiaoyu fumed. Upon hearing this, Yin promptly turned his head away and whistled. These people are truly formidable. They are so determined to watch Brother Yi's match, Li Qianyu remarked. Who could argue? Brother Yi is simply exceptional, Li Qianwei concurred. Chai Juanhao, facing Cheng Yi, thought to himself. They sing Cheng Yi's praises. I shall see just how formidable he truly is. Very well, let the duel commence, the host proclaimed. Chai Juanhao steadied himself, thinking, no matter, I shall strike first. Chai Juanhao's first spirit ring glowed as he activated his first spirit skill, Steel Claw Assault. With that, sharp metallic claws extended from his hands, shooting towards Cheng Yi. Seeing this, a smirk danced on Cheng Yi's lips as he effortlessly evaded Chai Juanhao's attack with a swift movement. Undeterred, Chai Juanhao launched another assault. But Cheng Yi remained unfazed. Activating his third spirit skill, Shadow Resonance, a barrier of shadow energy materialized before him. As Chai Juanhao charged towards Cheng Yi, he smirked, believing he had the upper hand. But just as he was about to strike, he felt his attack thwarted by an unseen force, sending him reeling backward uncontrollably. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. Alas, our contestant, Chai Juanhao, has met with failure in his initial assault. What kind of battle shall unfold next? The host proclaimed. Chai Juanhao rose, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to Cheng Yi. At that moment, Cheng Yi's first spirit ring suddenly ignited, and with his words, the shadow claw manifested. Sharp and lethal, it clung tightly to his hand as he surged towards Chai Juanhao. In response, Chai Juanhao's second spirit ring flared to life. Activating his second spirit skill, Ironhide. Instantly, his body appeared cloaked in a layer of impenetrable steel-like fur, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Cheng Yi's assault descended upon Chai Juanhao with the ferocity of a tempest, yet only stirred faint ripples against the fortified contestant. With a flash, Cheng Yi unleashed his second skill, Shattering Strike. His second spirit ring glimmered as soul power and shadow energy surged into his right hand, launching forth like a cannonball. Chai Juanhao's Ironhide shattered under the overwhelming force, crumbling as easily as fragile parchment. The impact sent Chai Juanhao reeling, blood erupting from his mouth. Yet he managed to steady himself at the edge of the stage, clutching his chest and glaring at Cheng Yi with fury. What a thrilling exchange of offense and defense. Remarkably, Chai Juanhao held his ground just before the brink of falling off the stage. The host exclaimed. With a roar, Chai Juanhao activated his fourth spirit skill, Alloy Frenzy. His fourth spirit ring shimmered, propelling him into a frenzied state, his physique swelling with newfound power, muscles and bones inflating as if ignited by gunpowder. He charged at Cheng Yi with tremendous force. Unfazed by Chai Juanhao's aggressive advance, Cheng Yi calmly raised his right hand. His fourth spirit ring illuminating as he activated his fourth skill, 8 binding chains. 8 chains, dark as ink, shot forth from behind him with blinding speed, effectively halting Chai Juanhao's charge and ensnaring him tightly. Chai Juanhao struggled desperately, yet the chains tightened around him like a spider's web, draining his soul power with every futile effort. The audience roared with excitement, their cheers echoing like thunderous waves. Just then, Chai Juanhao's third spirit ring ignited. Unleashing his third skill, Steel Shockwave, he channeled his soul power into his bones, and with the formidable enhancement of his fourth skill, he shattered Cheng Yi's chains with brute force, roaring as he charged once more. Cheng Yi's expression hardened, swiftly gathering his soul power to activate his fourth skill again. In an instant, another set of 8 inky chains emerged from behind him. Chai Juanhao attempted to evade, but his stamina had reached its limit, and ultimately, he was ensnared once more, only to be thrown off the stage by Cheng Yi. The host excitedly announced, in this match, Cheng Yi emerges victorious. The crowd erupted once again in a storm of applause and cheers. In the grand hall of the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Cheng Yi looked at Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing, who were already waiting, and asked curiously, "Hey, why are you two out so soon?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong and others approached from the spectator seats. "Brother, Yi, don't even mention it. My opponent was barely over level 30. With a white 10-year spirit ring for the first. I just used my charm, and he walked off." Hu Laina shook her head in resignation. "Me too, brother Yi. My opponent's first ring was also white. No pressure at all," Zhu Zhuqing added. "A white first spirit ring? It's quite an achievement to reach Spirit Elder status." Cheng Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not even talk about the difficulty of your matches. Brother, Yi faced an opponent with the best spirit ring configuration, but still crushed them." Ning Rongrong remarked, shaking her head with a smile. "Hey, haven't you all matched up yet?" Cheng Yi inquired. Just then, the announcement rang out. "Please have Xiaoyu and Yin arrive at the second battle stage within the incense duration." "Haha, you two ended up matched against each other." Li Qianwei laughed. "Qianwei, stop laughing. You might end up matched against Qinyu as well," Cheng Yi said. At that moment, the announcement interrupted again. "Li Qianwei, please arrive at the second battle stage within the incense duration after Xiaoyu and Yan's match concludes." "Ha, brother Yi, your words are truly prophetic." Elena Li Shukulat. Covering her mouth. "I was just joking. I didn't expect it to actually happen." Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. "How do we even place bets? Both matches are unpredictable. Their strengths are quite similar," Li Qianwei remarked. "You're still thinking about betting? Your grandfather gives you quite a bit of pocket money, huh? You'd better focus on how to fight." Li Qianyu Raplia. "If you want to place bets, just go ahead and have fun. Who knows, you might actually guess correctly. As for me, I want to be betting on these two matches, and remember, you can't bet on your own battles," Cheng Yi declared. The group nodded in agreement, indicating they would not be placing any bets either. "Then let us head to the spectator area directly. Both matches are on the same battle stage." Saving us a trip back and forth, Cheng Yi suggested. "All right, brother Yi, we'll prepare first," Xiaoyu replied. Thus, Cheng Yi and the others made their way to the spectator seats for the second battle stage. Chapter 96, Xiaoyu vs. Yin, Cold Edge against Blazing Flame. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Shaolo. Now, allow me to introduce the contestants. To my left, we have Xiaoyu, and to my right, we have Yin. Both contestants are newcomers. I wonder what kind of spectacular match they will bring us today. Let us all stay tuned. The host announced. The audience for the match between Xiaoyu and Yin was noticeably smaller and lacked the fervor of Cheng Yi's match. "Brother Yi, who do you think will win, Xiaoyu or Yin?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "It's hard to say. If Xiaoyu uses his self-created spirit skills, Yin won't stand a chance. However, I doubt Xiaoyu will resort to them," Cheng Yi replied. "Contestants, please unleash your martial souls." The host called out. Xiaoyu, Martial Soul, Moonblade. 36 level assault, System Spirit Elder. As he spoke, 2 shimmering moon blades appeared in Xiaoyu's hands, and 3 spirit rings, yellow, and purple, rose beneath him. Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, 36 level assault, System Spirit Elder. A phantom of the Flame Lord emerged behind Yin, fiery and boiling, with the same 3 spirit rings rising from beneath his feet. "I've been eager to spar with you," Yin said with a smile. Just don't get lost after the beating. Xiaoyu retorted. Enough talk. Let me show you my magma. Yin exclaimed. The battle begins. The host announced. Before the referee finished speaking, Xiaoyu shot forward like an arrow. In response, Yin activated his first spirit ring, the dark red flames instantly thickening like sludge. First spirit skill, hellish magma surge. Yin slammed his hands down onto the ground, unleashing a powerful eruption of magma that shot up towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu pressed forward, gripping his blades as he simultaneously activated his first spirit ring. First spirit skill, crescent slash. As Xiaoyu swung his blades, a silver arc sliced through the air, colliding with Yan's magma column in a resounding crack, shattering it into fiery sparks. Yan's offensive strikes like a tempest. The explosive force of magma allows him to shatter the bluestone with every step he takes. Flames trailing from his fists and feet etch long charred marks upon the stage. Xiaoyu's figure flits about like a firefly beneath the moon blade in his hand transforming into a silver net to seal off escape routes one moment, and solidifying into a sharp point to pierce through openings the next. The two engage in a rapid exchange of attack and defense, their fiery and silvery lights weaving together in a dazzling display. The fierce battle captures the attention of the audience, who watch with rapt attention. What an exhilarating clash. It seems this will be a spectacular match, the host exclaims. With lightning speed, Yin takes a half step forward, his second soul ring suddenly glowing, activating his second soul skill. The granite pattern emerges on his body, his skin hardening instantly like granite, even his hair transforming into dark brown rock spikes. This protective soul skill allows him to withstand a horizontal slash from the moonblade, leaving only a white mark amidst the sparks. Seizing the moment, Yin unleashes a heavy punch aimed directly at Xiaoyu's face. Xiaoyu's eyes sharpen, his second soul ring illuminating as he activates his second soul skill. The moon blade retracts to his forearm, his arms crossing to form a crescent-shaped shield of silver light in front of him. Yan's heavy punch crashes against the shield, forcing Xiaoyu to stagger back 3 steps. Steadying himself, Yan's eyes blaze with determination as he launches another aggressive assault, while Xiaoyu also charges forward, his footsteps fluidly dancing across the stage. The moon blade glimmers coldly as he targets a gap in Yan's defense, advancing swiftly. Yin reacts with remarkable speed, flames roaring fiercely around him, his soul power surging violently as he strikes towards Xiaoyu with hands covered in granite. Xiaoyu sidesteps, avoiding Yan's attack, and using the momentum, he slashes the moon blade towards Yan's leg. Yin swiftly leaps, the phantom of the flame lord releasing intense heat that distorts the surrounding air. In midair, he performs a somersault, delivering a kick aimed at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu raises his blade to block, being pushed back repeatedly by the force of the kick. Just then, Xiaoyu's gaze sharpens. He notices Yan's landing is slightly delayed. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he darts forward like a specter, bringing the moon blade down violently upon Yan's shoulder. Yin winces in pain, his balance faltering, and Xiaoyu follows up with a flurry of slashes from the moonblade, the silver light flashing, forcing Yin to the edge of the arena. Gritting his teeth, Yin endures the pain, focusing his mind to prepare for a counterattack. It seems Xiaoyu has the upper hand now. How will Yin break this stalemate? The host announces as the crowd erupts into cheers, swept up in the excitement. It's time to get serious. Yin licks his lips, declaring as his third soul ring suddenly illuminates, activating his third soul skill, Hellfire. As he speaks, the pressure of the flame lord distorts the surrounding air, the dark red magma, fire transforming into a brilliant white. He seems to become a volcano ready to erupt, a towering wave of flames surging forth with the intent to incinerate all in its path. Xiaoyu takes a deep breath, his third soul ring glowing as he activates his third soul skill, Break. With that, the silver light on the moon blade condenses into a point, its tip shining brighter than the stars. He steps forward against the fiery wave, his figure twisting in the sea of flames like a specter. With a whoosh, the moon blade pierces through the inferno just as Yan's fist meets it. The collision of their attacks sends both fighters staggering back several steps. The audience's cheers reach a crescendo, captivated by the intensity of the battle. Yin steadies himself, the flames surrounding him burning even hotter. With a fierce roar, he charges forward once more, the granite patterns on his body shimmering with light, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Xiaoyu's gaze remains resolute as he skillfully maneuvers the moonblade, searching for a flaw in Yan's defense. Just as they are about to clash again, Xiaoyu suddenly sidesteps, the moonblade slicing through under Yan's armpit. Yin winces, his body swaying slightly, and Xiaoyu seizes the opportunity, delivering a kick to Yan's knee, causing him to drop to one knee. Xiaoyu raises the moonblade high, ready to strike down. But suddenly, the phantom of the flame lord on Yan's body erupts with searing flames, engulfing Xiaoyu. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyu brings the moonblade crashing down. As the flames dissipate, both combatants collapse simultaneously, leaving the arena in a profound silence. I declare this match a draw. The host proclaims loudly. Thank you to both competitors for delivering an extraordinary battle. The host announces, and the audience erupts into a fervent applause. Yan and Xiaoyu slowly rise, exchanging a glance and a smile, then fist-bumping before descending from the stage. The first soul skill, Bracelet of Life, activates as Lin Lu's first soul ring glimmers. Two light rings flying out from the heart-shaped bracelet on his right hand, merging into Yin and Xiaoyu's bodies, healing their injuries significantly. You both performed remarkably. This month of intense training was certainly worthwhile, Cheng Yi remarks as he and Xiaoyu, along with Yin, share fist bumps. Xiaoyu and Yin chuckle, scratching their heads in humility. Chapter 97, Brothers Battle. Qianyu, Qianwei, you two should prepare. It's your turn to take the stage soon. Cheng Yi says. Understood. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei respond. Then we'll head to the audience seats, Cheng Yi announces, as the group makes their way to the stands. Hello everyone, I'm still your host, Shaolo. I will be presiding over this soul battle. Let me introduce the competitors. On the left, we have Li Qianyu, and on the right, Li Qianwei. Both contestants are newcomers, and they appear to be brothers. We look forward to an exciting match from them. Now, let both sides unleash their martial souls. The host declares, Li Qianyu, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff. Level 33 Assault System Battle Soul. Upon his declaration, a coiling dragon staff, radiating blue light, materializes in his hand. He then plants the staff firmly on the ground, as three soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, gradually appear beneath him. Li Qianwei, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff, Level 33 Assault System Battle Soul. Similarly, Li Qianwei summons a Coiling Dragon Staff, but it emits a red glow. He rests the staff on his shoulder as three soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, manifest beneath him. Qianyu, today we shall see whose Coiling Dragon Staff is sturdier. Li Qianwei proclaims. Then let us find out. Li Qianyu raises his staff in response. Very well, let the battle begin. The host calls out. Li Qianyu is the first to launch an attack, charging at Li Qianwei with his Coiling Dragon Staff. The wind from his strike howling fiercely. Li Qianwei remains unflustered, skillfully sidestepping the blow while hoisting his staff into a sweeping arc aimed at Li Qianyu's waist. Li Qianyu reacts swiftly, leaping into the air to evade the strike, twisting his body mid-flight, and delivering a powerful downward smash with his Coiling Dragon Staff towards Li Qianwei. Li Qianwei hastily blocks with his own staff, resulting in a loud clang as their weapons collide, sparks flying. Both are jolted by the tremendous force, their arms tingling from the impact. After a brief stalemate, they quickly withdraw their weapons, creating distance once more. A pure clash of martial souls, with neither side yielding. Truly a spectacular display. The host exclaims. The audience, ignited by the excitement, erupts into cheers. At this moment, Li Qianwei charges at Li Qianyu again. Upon closing in, he steps forward with his left foot, swinging his Coiling Dragon Staff in a half circle. With a whoosh, Li Qianwei's first soul ring activates, unleashing his first soul skill, Demon Subduing Dragon Hammer. As he speaks, the dragon patterns on the staff illuminate, a deep dragon roar erupting from within, causing the air to ripple. Using the momentum from his turn, he swings the staff in a red arc, striking towards Qianyu's left shoulder with an overwhelming force, causing the nearest tile to shatter upon impact. Li Qianyu's gaze sharpened, refusing to retreat, but instead advancing. The Panlong staff in his hand twisted suddenly, its shaft lifted as he collided with Li Qianwei's Panlong staff, unleashing his first soul skill. The Oceanic 3 strikes. Li Qianyu let out a low shout, his first soul ring shimmering as the dragon patterns on the staff glowed with an ethereal light. The staff suddenly emanated 3 spiraling shockwaves, surging like crashing waves. Clang! The moment the two staffs met, the sound of dragon roars clashed with the roaring waves, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Li Qianwei felt a sharp spiral force travel along his staff, causing his Panlong staff to veer slightly, striking the ground beside Li Qianyu and shattering the stone slab into a web of cracks. Li Qianyu was also jolted back a half step, his palms tingling from the impact. In this fierce confrontation, neither party gained any advantage from the other. The host announced, on the stage, as Li Qianwei's Panlong staff was retracted, his second soul ring illuminated. activating his second soul skill. The Ring S incantation uttered. The Panlong staff suddenly shot out 3 crimson beams, entwining around Cheng Yi's wrists and abdomen like living serpents. The beams interwove in midair, forming 3 impenetrable loops, their edges glimmering with dragon scale-like barbs. Once ensnared, not only would one be bound, but the barbs would also lock the flow of soul power. Seeing this, Cheng Yi tapped his toes against the ground and slid back a distance of about 10 feet, simultaneously activating his second soul ring and launching his second soul skill, the counterstrike. He twirled the Panlong staff, which traced a circular arc before unfolding a semi-transparent blue light shield from its body. Cheng Yi's crimson beams collided with the light shield, producing a crisp crackle, yet they rebounded back towards him, forcing him to swiftly raise his staff to block. The beam struck his Panlong staff, causing his arm to tremble as he retreated 2 steps. At this moment, Cheng Yi's battle intent surged even more fiercely. He dragged the Panlong staff along the ground, creating sparks that marked a long trail on the stone slab. Taking a deep breath, his third soul ring suddenly illuminated, activating his third soul skill, the awakening of the dragon. The dragon patterns on the staff became menacing, the dragon's head seemingly ready to open its eyes, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the battle arena. Crimson flames enveloped Cheng Yi, making him appear taller, as the staff began to ooze a fine red light. Each strike's force surged by 30%, and his momentum was akin to a rampaging dragon emerging from the abyss, causing the surrounding air to feel heavy. Cheng Yi's expression turned grave, sensing the rapid escalation of Cheng Yi's soul power. The wind from the staff bore a scorching pressure. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi stood tall with the blue Panlong staff in hand, his third soul ring also lighting up as he activated his third soul skill, the dragon's restraint. Unlike Cheng Yi's furious dragon roar, this dragon's cry resonated with a distant depth, akin to the roar of a colossal dragon, carrying a peculiar frequency that disturbed the mind. The blue sound waves radiated from Cheng Yi, causing the crimson flames surrounding Cheng Yi to flicker slightly, his soul power flow noticeably hindered by half. Furios, swinging his Panlong staff with newfound vigor, the speed enhanced by his soul skill, now nearly 50% faster as he targeted Cheng Yi's center. Aware of the interference in his soul power, he nonetheless relied on his current momentum to forcefully break through, intending to overwhelm with sheer force. Cheng Yi, too, advanced rather than retreated, gripping the Panlong staff upright before his chest, the blue light surging along its shaft. The 2 staffs collided once more, this time devoid of any flashy techniques, only the pure clash of soul power. The scarlet and indigo brilliance erupted at the point of contact, and 2 dragon roars erupted simultaneously. One as ferocious as a volcanic eruption, the other profound as a surging tsunami. The ground of the battle arena shattered in pieces. Cheng Yi felt an overwhelming force surge through his staff, as if the bones in his arm were groaning in protest. Cheng Yi was equally affected, the constant interference with his soul power making his explosive force unsustainable, feeling as if a boulder were crushing his chest, his vitality surging. Both gritted their teeth, channeling their soul power into the staffs like a flood bursting through a dam, unwilling to yield even an inch. The crimson and azure lights intensified, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the arena. Boom! A shockwave radiated outward from the 2 staffs, sending debris flying. Cheng Yi and Cheng Yi were simultaneously propelled into the air, like kites severed from their strings, hurtling backward. Cheng Yi managed to execute a half-turn in midair, barely using the Panlong staff to touch the ground, yet the residual force propelled him off the battle platform, crashing through 2 wooden pillars below with a resounding crack, causing him to spit blood. Cheng Yi fared even worse, being violently thrown out of the training ground and crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, the Panlong staff slipping from his grasp and sliding far away as he, too, coughed up blood. At this sight, the host and the audience fell into a stunned silence. After a moment, the host regained composure and declared, "Both contestants have simultaneously exited the battle platform. I announce that the result of this match is a draw. Thank you both for the thrilling battle." With the host proclamation, the audience snapped back to reality, erupting into enthusiastic cheers. The first soul skill, the life ring of the heart bracelet, flickered on Lin Yu's first soul ring. 2 luminous rings shot out from the heart-shaped bracelet on Lin Yu's wrist, merging into the bodies of Cheng Yi and Cheng Yi, instantly healing their wounds. Though the battle was spectacular and both of you have made significant progress, you 2 are still brothers. Why fight so fiercely? Cheng Yi remarked, patting both Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei on the shoulder. They both chuckled and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Indeed, Brother Yi is right. With Xiaoyu and Yin, we truly go all out against our own. I've never seen anyone come away unscathed from duels with outsiders, yet we seem to always end up battered when facing each other. Lin Yu complained, hands on her hips. It's all for the sake of improvement. Teammates know each other's strengths and weaknesses best, with no reservations, Yin said, scratching his head and smiling. Next time this happens, don't let Lin Yu treat you, Ning Rongrong warned. Don't. Xiaoyu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei exclaimed in panic. Seeing this, Cheng Yi and the others couldn't help but laugh. Next, we should register for the 2-on-2 battle, Cheng Yi said, looking at the four of them. Are you all okay with that? Absolutely, Brother Yi, Yin replied, thumping his chest. No problem, Brother Yi. Lin Yu has healed our injuries. And we haven't lost much soul power, Xiaoyu added. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei nodded in agreement. Then let's arrange the teams, Cheng Yi said. I want to team up with Brother Yi. Hulaina quickly interjected. I want to team up with Brother Yi too. Ning Rongrong eagerly chimed in. Me too. Me too. Zhu Zhuqing said in a rush. Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly began to bicker. All right, enough of the noise. I'll form teams with each of you three, Cheng Yi said, fondly patting the heads of the three girls. Is it really possible to team up with 3 people at once? Yin asked, puzzled. It is indeed possible. The battle arena has no rules against forming teams with multiple individuals for a 2-on-2 battle, Cheng Yi clarified. Then it's settled. Huliena, Ningrongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed joyfully. I want to team up with Brother Yi as well. Lin Yu added. All right, then it's decided. Cheng Yi nodded. Then the 2 of us brothers will team up, which will enhance our synergy and better utilize our martial soul fusion technique, Li Qianyu suggested. I'll team up with Yin, as it fits perfectly with the way we rotate in team battles, allowing for better coordination, Xiaoyu stated. All right, that is settled, Cheng Yi affirmed. Brother Yi, can you really handle 4 matches like this? Li Qianwei inquired. It should be fine, as long as they aren't consecutive matches, Cheng Yi assured. Let us go register. Cheng Yi said. At the registration desk for the battle arena, Cheng Yi politely stated, Hello, we would like to register for the 2-on-2 battle. Is this your first time participating in the 2v2 Soul Arena? Inquired the staff at the front desk. Indeed, replied Cheng Yi. Very well. How would you like to be grouped? The staff member continued. My name is Yin, and I am in a group with him. He is called Xiaoyu, Yin stated, pulling Xiaoyu closer. Please present your Soul Arena badges and choose a name for your duo, the staff member instructed. Hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin handed over their badges. Let us call ourselves the Xia-Yin duo, Yin declared without hesitation. That one do. It sounds too cliché. Xiaoyu interjected swiftly. Then what do you suggest? Asked Yin. Hello, we shall be known as the Yin-Yu duo, Xiaoyu responded to the front desk staff. Very well, I will register you both, the staff member confirmed. Xiaoyu, that is a splendid name you have chosen. Yin praised. It would be utterly mortifying to take the name you suggested onto the stage. Xiaoyu shook his head in disapproval. Your registration is complete. Next group, please. The staff member announced, returning the Soul Arena badges to Xiaoyu and Yin. I am Li Qianyu, said one participant, and I am Li Qianwei, chimed in the other, as they both handed in their badges. Our duo shall be called the Twin Dragons, Li Qianwei asserted confidently. All right, Li Qianyu nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. Please wait a moment, the staff member instructed. Your registration is complete. Next group, please, the staff member said, returning the badges to Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Cheng Yi stepped forward, stating, please register a duo for me in them, pointing to Hualaina, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yu behind him. The staff member looked astonished for a moment and said, all right, please come one at a time. I am Cheng Yi, he introduced himself, followed by Hualaina. They then presented their Soul Arena badges. Brother Yi, you can decide on our duo's name, Hualaina suggested. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and replied, let's name ourselves the Ghostly Mystic Fox. Thank you. Please hold on, the staff member said. Next contestant, please, the staff member announced, returning Hualaina's badge. Ning Rongrong stepped up and submitted her badge, stating, I am Ning Rongrong, then looked up at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi instantly understood and declared, our duo will be called the Shadow Glass. Please wait a moment, the staff member said. Next contestant, please, the staff member continued, returning Ning Rongrong's badge. Zhu Zhuqing handed over her badge and said, I am Zhu Zhuqing, and then tugged at Cheng Yi's sleeve. Our duo shall be the God Slayer Spirit Cat. Cheng Yi announced. Please hold on, the staff member responded. Brother Yi, why do we have to call ourselves the God Slayer? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. I'm not quite sure. It just feels right subconsciously, Cheng Yi replied. Next contestant, please, the staff member announced, returning Zhu Zhuqing's badge. Chapter 99. Yin Yu breaks the shadow. Lin Yu approached and handed over her Soul Arena badge, saying, I am Lin Yu. Brother, you can name our duo as well, Lin Yu suggested. All right, let us call ourselves the Shadow Peach Spirit, Cheng Yi replied after some contemplation. All of your duos have been registered, the staff member confirmed. Could you please register us for the competition? Cheng Yi requested. I just need to confirm. Are all 4 duos participating in today's match? Absolutely, Cheng Yi replied without hesitation. All right, I will register you all, the staff member stated. I have successfully registered all of you. Please wait for the announcement, the staff member informed. Thank you. Everyone responded in unison. Brother E, are you certain about 4 matches? We still have to participate in the team battle afterward, Xiaoyu expressed concern. Oh, it will be perfectly fine as long as they're not all back-to-back. Cheng Yi reassured, patting his chest. Please, the Yin Yu duo and the Qining duo report to the 3rd Soul Arena within the incense's duration, the announcement echoed. It appears that Yin and I have been matched first, Xiaoyu remarked. Well, since we haven't been called yet, we'll head to the audience seats to prepare for your match, Cheng Yi suggested. Brother E, let us play some bets. Li Qianwei exclaimed. Then let us go. Cheng Yi replied with a resigned shrug. Xiaoyu Yin, you must win. Li Qianwei yurja. Absolutely. Just watch us closely, Yin replied confidently. Hello everyone, I am your host, Xiao Qi. Welcome to today's 2v2 Soul Arena match. Allow me to introduce the participants. On my left is the Qining duo, a team you all know well. And on my right is the newly registered Yin Yu duo. We eagerly anticipate a thrilling showdown from both teams, the host announced. Please, both sides, unleash your martial spirits. The host commanded. Yao Shi, martial spirit. Spirit harp, level 30 support type soul sage. As the words fell, a harp emanating a soft glow appeared in Yao Shi's hands. With 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, slowly materializing beneath her feet. Yingfei, martial spirit, shadow leopard, level 36 agility type soul sage, as Yingfei spoke. The features of the shadow leopard gradually manifested on him, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floating down from his feet. Xiaoyu, martial spirit, moonblade, level 36 assault type soul sage. As Xiaoyu declared, 2 glimmering moon blades appeared in her hands, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rising beneath her feet. Yin, martial spirit, flame lord, level 36 assault type soul sage. As Yin announced, the phantom of the flame lord gradually emerged behind him, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floating up from his feet. An auxiliary type. We might have the chance to eliminate that support first, Xiaoyu noted, to which Yin nodded in agreement. Then let the battle commence, the host proclaimed. As the referee's words fell, Yingfei shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, his first soul ring illuminating as he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Assault. Yingfei transformed into a dense black shadow, gliding along the stage and leaving a trail of sparks, dashing towards Yan's flank with a lightning-fast strike that tore through the air. Come at me. Yin laughed, and his second soul ring lit up instantly, activating his second soul skill, Granite Armor. With that, a thick layer of granite enveloped Yan's body. Clang! Yingfei collided with Yan's rock armor, producing a crisp sound, his claws leaving 3 white scratches on the armor, yet failing to breach the defense, causing him to stagger back, his blood surging, retreating to Yao Shi's side. Third soul skill, String of Power. Yao Shi's third soul ring shimmered as her fingers danced across the harp strings, sending vibrant notes like invisible energy into Yingfei's body, granting him sudden vigor. Yingfei's gaze sharpened as his second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone. Yingfei's figure flickered, splitting into 3 afterimages. The 3 shadows, along with his true form, lunged at Xiaoyu and Yin, indistinguishable from one another. Such petty tricks, Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, activating her second soul skill, Blade of Evil. Xiaoyu crossed her moon blades before her chest, forcefully blocking the incoming assault. Then, her first soul ring lit up as she activated her first soul skill, Blade Slash. Xiaoyu swung her moon blades, unleashing 2 slashing attacks that spiraled into 2 silver rings, the edges shimmering with a delicate energy, shredding the approaching afterimages, which dissipated into black smoke upon contact. Only one shadow broke through her defense, its claws aiming straight for Xiaoyu's face. It was Yingfei's true form. The malevolent moon did not recede, but rather advanced, and the first soul ring on his body once again ignited. The first soul skill, Moon Cleaver, emitted a frigid glow as it slashed diagonally towards Ing Fei's waist with a speed both swift and cunning, leaving no room for evasion. Ing Fei's pupils constricted sharply, and he abruptly twisted his body. The blade grazed his ribs, drawing forth a cascade of blood droplets. The second soul skill, Healing Melody, caused Yaoshu's second soul ring to flicker. Her fingertips softened as a soothing melody flowed like a clear spring, visibly mending Ing Fei's wounds at an astonishing rate. Was there still time to tend her teammates? Yan's voice, imbued with a searing intensity, approached Yaoshu's side. His first soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill. Hellfire Lava. Yan's hand struck down fiercely, and a robust column of molten rock erupted from the ground, charging towards Yaoshu with the ferocity to scorch mountains and boil seas. Despite the harp's spiritual protection, it could not withstand such violent power. Yaoshu's complexion turned ashen. The third soul skill, Gale Steps, caused Ing Fei's third soul ring to shimmer. His figure transformed into a streak of light, dashing fiercely towards Yaoshu. Just before Yan's assault could strike her, Ing Fei embraced her tightly, narrowly avoiding the lava pillar. The molten rock crashed onto the stage, emitting a sizzling sound and instantly melting a charred pit. At this moment, the malevolent moon charged forward once more. Ing Fei pushed Yaoshu behind him, confronting the malevolent moon alone. Utilizing the speed boost from Gale Steps, he deftly dodged and weaved, his claws clashing continuously with the moon blade, sparks flying in every direction. Yaoshu's third soul ring glimmered again as she activated her third soul skill, String of Power. Her fingers danced upon the harp strings, producing a melody faster than before. Ing Fei's offensive intensified, managing to suppress the malevolent moon. Yan's spiritual energy surged dramatically, and his third soul ring illuminated as he unleashed his third soul skill, Hellfire Blaze. Flames erupted violently from him, sweeping across the battle platform like a tidal wave. Wherever the fire passed, the surface turned charred black, and the flames rapidly encircled Ing Fei. Ing Fei's speed diminished significantly amidst the inferno, his hair singed, emitting a burnt odor. Desperate to break free, he was seized by the malevolent moon, who exploited the opening. The third soul skill, Break the Malevolent Moon, activated as the malevolent moon swung the moon blade towards Ing Fei. The air was torn as the blade sliced through, and Ing Fei, unable to evade, was grazed on the shoulder, blood erupting forth as he was sent tumbling off the stage. Chapter 100. The Twin Dragons Battle the Ninja Turtle. Witnessing this, Yaoshu raised her hand and declared, "We concede. I announce that the victors of this 2v2 battle are the Yin Moon duo," the host proclaimed. The audience erupted in cheers for the malevolent moon and Yin. Quite simple. Without any pressure, Yin chuckled. "Do not be so arrogant. They are not merely two battle soul masters," the malevolent moon countered, shaking his head as the first ring remained white. "What of it? We still won," Yin replied. All right, you two bickering right after descending. Focus on recovering your spiritual energy for tonight's group battle," Cheng Yi interjected. "Brother Yi, why weren't we called?" Li Qianwei inquired. No sooner had Li Qianwei spoken than the announcement echoed. "Please have the Dragon Duo and Ninja Turtle team arrive at the 2v2 battle platform within the incense's duration." "Seriously? Word become law," Li Qianwei exclaimed in shock. "Stop dawdling," Li Qianyu urged, grabbing Li Qianwei. "Brother Yi, we shall head over first," Li Qianyu stated. "Let's go to the audience seats." Cheng Yi waved his hand. "Hello everyone, I am today's host, Qin Liang. Welcome to the Battle Soul competition. Now, let me introduce today's competitors. To my left is the Ninja Turtle team, who has shown remarkable performances in previous matches. To my right is the newly registered Dragon Duo. We look forward to an exhilarating contest, the host announced. "Now, may the competitors unleash their martial souls," the host declared. Lu Feng, Martial Soul, Flowing Shadow Dart. Level 35 Agility Type Battle Soul. As he spoke, a dark silver, palm-sized diamond-shaped dart quietly appeared in his hand, followed by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple slowly manifesting. Song Song, Martial Soul, Emerald Leaf Turtle. Level 33 Defensive Type Battle Soul. As he spoke, a turtle shell emerged behind him, adorned with verdant leaf-like patterns, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple gradually rising. Li Qianyu, Martial Soul, Dragon Spiral Staff. Level 33 Assault Type Battle Soul. As he spoke, a staff radiating blue light appeared in his hand, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple slowly emerging from beneath him. Li Qianwei, Martial Soul, Dragon Spiral Staff. Level 33 Assault Type Battle Soul. As he spoke, a staff emanating red light appeared in his hand, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple gradually appearing beneath him. Then, Li Qianyu planted the dragon's spiral staff into the ground with one hand, while Li Qianwei rested his staff on his shoulder. And Lu Feng and Tang San assumed their battle stances. The battle commenced. The host shouted. Liu Feng's figure moved faster than the host's voice. The first soul ring on Lu Feng lit up, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Strike. He swiftly shifted his body, his left toe tapping the back of his right foot, and his figure suddenly darted sideways 3 feet. With a flick of his 3 fingers, 3 flowing shadow darts shot forth in a formation, their blades cutting through the air with a sound he intentionally muted, leaving behind 3 nearly invisible silver lines. Although these darts appeared to target Li Qianyu, they subtly adjusted their angles mid-flight, with the lowest dart veering ominously towards Li Qianwei's knee. The first soul skill, Devil-subduing Dragon Hammer. Li Qianwei bellowed, his first soul ring shimmering as the staff trembled, echoing a dragon's roar like thunder, shaking the platform and causing dust to fall. The dart aimed at his knee was deflected off course by the sonic impact. Li Qianyu, wielding the dragon spiral staff, precisely struck the side of the remaining 2 darts, producing a sharp sound as the 2 flying darts were sent soaring into the air. At that moment, Tang San sprang into action. With his feet subtly apart, his first soul ring illuminated as he activated his first soul skill, Leaf Armor. The phantom of the emerald leaf turtle expanded dramatically, and the leaf patterns on the shell glowed with a brilliant green light. Instead of rushing forward, Tang San sat down, activating his second soul skill, Turtle Breath Barrier. His second soul ring shimmered as a barrier spread from him, layers of translucent leaf phantoms materializing to shield Lu Feng behind him. It's here. The effective move from the ninja turtle team. The host exclaimed excitedly. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Planning to retreat into your shell? Li Qianyu's gaze sharpened as his second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Thousand Gene Counter. The dragon's spiral staff pointed diagonally to the ground, a cerulean barrier unfurling before him and Li Qianwei, with the dragon's phantom weaving through the shield. Li Qianyu surprisingly chose a défensive stance, clearly aiming to provoke the opponent into an offensive move. Lu Feng, unable to resist, seized the opportunity behind the turtle breath barrier, suddenly hurling a flowing shadow dart. The dart grazed the edge of the barrier, and just as it seemed destined to miss, Liu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as his second soul ring suddenly glowed. Activating his second soul skill, Returning Dart. The dart rapidly reversed, shooting towards the back of Li Qianyu's neck at a tricky angle, perfectly circumventing the azure barrier's defense. Li Qianwei, noticing this, swept his dragon's spiral staff horizontally, the staff cutting through the air with a howling wind, intercepting the dart. Subsequently, Li Qianwei's second soul ring illuminated as he activated his second soul skill, Binding Spell. Several crimson bands erupted from the staff, resembling a spider's web as they surged towards Lu Feng. Liu Feng's pupils constricted. Although he could evade 1 or 2 of the bands, he could not avoid the remaining ones. In a critical moment, Liu Feng's third soul ring suddenly flickered, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Escape. Lu Feng slammed the ground, and one of the previously deflected flowing shadow darts glimmered to life. In an instant, Lu Feng vanished, reappearing at the edge of the stage, narrowly avoiding the binding bands. Now's the chance. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei moved simultaneously. The third soul skill, the Panlong technique, manifested as Li Qianyu's third soul ring shimmered. The Panlong staff struck the ground with a thunderous impact, reverberating with a deafening dragon's roar that echoed across the soul arena. The sound waves carried intricate fluctuations of soul power, causing Lu Feng to feel a surge within, his fingers gripping the Luiying dart, trembling slightly. The barrier of the Tang San's turtle breath quaked violently, as if the leaf-like phantoms were being torn asunder by a tempest, shattering piece by piece. Concurrently, Li Qianwei's third soul ring flared to life, unleashing the third soul skill, the awakening of the Panlong. The Panlong staff resonated with a formidable dragon's roar. As Li Qianwei's aura surged dramatically, the staff advancing with an unstoppable might towards the barrier of Tang San's turtle breath. This strike embodied his entire strength, the dragon patterns on the staff seemingly coming to life, opening wide as if to devour the barrier before him. The third soul skill, Heavy Impact, saw Tang San roar fiercely as his third soul ring illuminated. The phantom of the emerald leaf turtle tightened, its limbs pushing against the ground, charging towards Li Qianwei with immense force. Tang San knew the barrier could not hold for long and needed to utilize the delayed effect of the impact to buy time. With a resounding boom, the collision of the staff and the turtle shell produced a cataclysmic sound, the Panlong staff embedding itself half an inch into the back of the emerald leaf turtle. Li Qianwei staggered back 3 steps from the force of the impact, his calf muscles momentarily stiffening. Although Tang San's soul skill began to take effect, he too bore the brunt of the assault. The turtle breath barrier shattered completely under the dual onslaught of Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's soul skills, resulting in him spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the phantom of the emerald leaf turtle dimmed instantly. Seeing this, Lu Feng, disregarding the chaos in his soul power, hurled the Lu Ying dart once more, this time aimed directly at Li Qianwei's injured calf. However, Li Qianyu had already positioned himself protectively beside Li Qianwei, activating his first soul skill. The 3 strikes of a sea, with the Panlong staff executing 3 swift strikes, its sharp force sending the dart flying. Subsequently, Li Qianyu charged towards Lu Feng. The Panlong staff aimed at his chest, launching a seamless barrage that forced Lu Feng to retreat repeatedly, unable to even initiate his shadow escape dart. Seizing this fleeting moment, Li Qianwei, enduring the lingering effects on his leg, dashed towards Lu Feng, sweeping the Panlong staff horizontally. Lu Feng had nowhere to retreat, and the gust from the staff struck his shoulder, sending him flying off the stage, his Lu Ying dart clattering to the ground. "We have lost," Tang San murmured, gazing at the fallen Lu Feng and the shattered barrier. The battle concluded, and the announcer declared, "The victors are the Panlong twin heroes." The audience erupted in cheers. "Their combat style is truly remarkable," Li Qianyu began, hesitating to finish his thought. "Ah, who cares about their style? At least we won," Li Qianwei replied. "Very well done. Your teamwork has improved significantly," Cheng Yi praised. "Hee, thank you for the compliment, Brother Yi," Li Qianwei responded. "Brother Yi, it's your turn next," Xie said. "Once Brother Yi's match concludes, we shall register for the team battle. I eagerly anticipate tonight's clash," Yin stated. "Brother Yi, will it be Xie and Yin competing next? Or shall it be me and Qianwei?" Li Qianyu inquired. "Let Xie and Yin go first. Tomorrow, you and Qianwei will take the stage, and we shall alternate." Cheng Yi decided. "All right, Xie, Yin, Li Qianyu, Li Qianwei," they all agreed. "Teams of the YOMIYO and the Mouse Cat duo, please arrive within the incense time for the second round of the Soul Arena," the announcer called out. "Finally, it's our turn." Cheng Yi stretched leisurely. "Brother Yi, let us head to the betting station first. We can place a significant wager this time," Li Qianwei grinned. "Be careful not to throw a fixed match." Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. "Come on, Brother Yi," Li Qianwei pouted playfully. All right, you may go ahead. Nana and I will prepare." Cheng Yi relented. "Brother Yi, stay safe." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously called out. "Hey, why aren't you too concerned about my safety?" Hulaina asked with her hands on her hips. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged playful grimaces before following Li Qianwei and the others. "Hello everyone. Welcome to this Soul Arena match. I am your host, Xian. Now, let me introduce the competitors. On my left, we have the recently victorious Mouse Cat duo, and on my right, the newly registered YOMIYO team, which includes the esteemed Cheng Yi." The announcer proclaimed. Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi." The audience erupted in excitement. "Oomph, that kid over there stole our spotlight. We'll make him pay," Jian Zue sneered. "Both sides, please unleash your martial souls." The announcer instructed. In Li, martial soul, Swift Cat, level 35 agility-based battle spirit. Upon the announcement, cat ears sprouted atop In Li's head, accompanied by a long cat tail, as 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, slowly materialized. Jian Zue, martial soul, sharp-toothed mouse, level 42 agility-based battle spirit. Jian Zue's teeth sharpened, mouse ears appearing on his head, as 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, gradually emerged. Hulaina, martial soul, demon fox, level 36 control-type battle spirit. Hulaina's ears transformed into fox ears, a soft foxtail sprouting behind her as 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, rose from beneath her feet. Cheng Yi, martial soul, Shadow King, level 45 attack-type battle spirit. Cheng Yi's shadow elongated, a dark silhouette bursting forth to hover behind him, as 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, slowly ascended. The arena erupted into excitement at Cheng Yi's soul ring configuration. What soul ring configuration is this?" Yin Li exclaimed in astonishment. "Who cares? Let us just fight." Jian Zue gritted his teeth. "The battle begins," the announcer declared, almost instantaneously as the referee's words fell. Ainley sprang into action, activating her first soul skill, speed enhancement. Her form transformed into a silvery blur, darting towards Hulaina, perceiving girls as potential weak links. Simultaneously, Jianzhe moved as well, bowing slightly, activating his first soul skill, Sharp-Tooth Charge. His incisors glinted with a chilling light, poised to strike. Yet he refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he used Ainley's cover to stealthily maneuver towards Cheng Yi's flank, clearly intending to coordinate a surprise attack. Such coordination would be considered sophisticated in lower-tier battles, but unfortunately, they were up against Cheng Yi and Hulaina. Hulaina remained stationary, a beautiful smile gracing her face. Her eyes narrowing slightly as she activated her second soul skill, Fox Enchantment. Her second soul ring glimmered, releasing a gentle pink wave of soul power that expanded outward, seemingly soft, yet carrying an undeniable mental impact. Ainley found the world around her blurring, her steps involuntarily slowing, her vigilance inexplicably diminishing. Even the flow of her soul power experiencing a momentary stagnation. This is bad. Ainley's heart raced, attempting to break free, only to find the enchanting force ensnaring her like a spider's web, drastically reducing her speed enhancement effect. At that moment, Cheng Yi also made his move. Without even glancing back at Jianzhe, he raised his right hand slightly, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The shadow energy coalesced into a pitch-black claw, its tips shimmering with a ghostly light. Jianzhe's attack was upon him, a sharp sound slicing through the air as he lunged towards Cheng Yi's back, convinced that this surprise strike would succeed. However, just as his sharp teeth were about to make contact with Cheng Yi's robe, Cheng Yi's figure slid sideways like a specter, perfectly evading the attack while his right hand, adorned with the shadow claw, slashed back in retaliation. With a soft hiss, Jianzhe felt a searing pain in his abdomen. His protective soul power shattered like paper, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth. With a cry of anguish, Jianzhe was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters before gradually coming to a halt. With a single strike, the 42nd level of the pointed beak had already gravely injured the host, who shouted in astonishment. The audience erupted in chaos, utterly unprepared for Cheng Yi's astonishing speed and ferocity. That seemingly casual counterattack was imbued with an irresistible force. Silverlee was jolted back to reality by this sudden turn of events. Her enchanting influence shattered significantly. Terror gripped her heart, and she dared not advance any further. Instead, she sought to retreat and regroup with the pointed beak. Yet, would Hulaina allow Silverlee to escape? With a soft, mocking laugh, Hulaina activated her third soul ring, unleashing her third soul skill, the Demon Fox transformation. In an instant, her eyes glowed with a mesmerizing pink hue, her speed and mental acuity soaring. Like a wraith, Hulaina pursued Silverlee, her delicate fingers poised, imbued with a faint pink soul power, as she struck towards Silverlee's rear. In a frantic response, Silverlee activated her second soul skill, and her second soul ring flared to life, unleashing a flurry of silver claw shadows towards Hulaina. However, in her transformed state, Hulaina's speed rivaled that of Silverlee, effortlessly weaving through the claw attacks. Her fingertip deftly bypassing defenses to land precisely upon Silverlee's shoulder. With a sudden thud, Silverlee felt a gentle yet insurmountable force surge through her, a sharp pain radiating from her shoulder, rendering her entire arm numb and her soul power in disarray. She emitted a muffled groan, staggering forward and collapsing just shy of the pointed beak. At that moment, the pointed beak struggled to remain upright, casting a fierce glance at the nearby Silverlee. Deep down, it understood that victory was beyond reach today, but if it could at least dampen the opponent's spirit, it would be worth it. Exchanging a knowing nod with Silverlee, she leapt onto the pointed beak's shoulder. Silverlee's third soul ring ignited, and she unleashed her third soul skill, Silver Claw Rending. Simultaneously, the pointed beak's third soul ring also glimmered, activating its third soul skill, New Whirlwind. The pointed beak spun rapidly, drawing Silverlee into a synchronized whirl. Countless razor-sharp wind blades enveloping them, forming a 3-meter diameter black whirlwind. The host excitedly declared the appearance of the cat-and-mouse duo's combination technique, instantly elevating the battle's intensity, inciting fervent cheers from the audience. Unfazed, Cheng Yi smiled slightly, then pulled Hulaina close, causing her cheeks to flush. He raised his right hand, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance. Cheng Yi's third soul ring flickered, and a translucent shadow barrier abruptly materialized before him and Hulaina. appearing delicate yet radiating an indomitable aura. With a resounding crash, the pointed beak and silverly collided violently against the shadow barrier. The wind blades and razor claws struck the barrier, creating a cacophony of sounds, yet failing to create even the slightest ripple. Strangely, upon contact, those attacks rebounded as if striking a mirror, accurately returning to the center of the whirlwind, impacting the pointed beak and silverly. With a shriek, the whirlwind came to an abrupt halt, and the two figures tumbled out in disarray, their bodies riddled with numerous wounds, their injuries magnified several times over. Completely devoid of combat capability, the shadow barrier dissipated quietly, leaving the host and audience in stunned silence. The combination technique of the cat-and-mouse duo was effortlessly neutralized by Cheng Yi, a truly astonishing feat, the host exclaimed excitedly. The spectral demon-fox duo had utterly dominated the cat-and-mouse combination. I declare the victors of this 2-on-2 soul battle to be the spectral demon-fox duo. The crowd erupted into chants of Cheng Yi's name. Ha ha, brother Yi, you've struck gold again. Li Qianwei laughed heartily. Look at how little you've accomplished. Li Qianyu raplia al blesli. Brother Yi, that was pure domination. Watching your matches is exhilarating. Yin said with a grin. Not all, Cheng Yi replied modestly. Nana, you must be thrilled to be embraced by brother Yi on the battlefield. Ning Rongrong remarked with a playful pinch at her waist. Of course, Hu Laina replied cheerfully, not forgetting to make a silly face at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I wonder how long we'll have to wait for the next match, Cheng Yi mused. Just then, the broadcast announced, please, the Shadow Glaze duo and the Rock Swallow duo arrive at the first 2-on-2 soul battle stage within the incense's duration. What, brother Yi, another consecutive match? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, it's just 2 matches. I'm completely fine. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Hee hee. Let South go place our bets first, Li Qianwei said excitedly. All right, you all go ahead. Rongrong, and I will prepare, Cheng Yi said, taking Ning Rongrong by the hand toward the soul battle area. Hello everyone, I am today's host, Qin Liang. Welcome to today's soul battle competition. Now, let me introduce today's contestants. To my left is the Rock Swallow duo, a veteran team in the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. And to my right is the newly registered Shadow Glaze duo, the host announced. What? Cheng Yi is actually among them. I recall he just appeared at the second 2-on-2 soul battle stage. The host exclaimed in astonishment. Cheng Yi, Rock Swallow, Cheng Yi. As soon as his name was mentioned, a significant portion of the audience began chanting for Cheng Yi, though many also cheered for the Rock Swallow duo. What's the deal with Cheng Yi? Why is he so popular? Phone you questioned. I don't know. He seems to be a rising star. Regardless, no matter how strong he is, his combat experience cannot compare to ours, Yin Ming replied. That is true, Feng Yu pondered. Let both sides summon their martial souls. The host called out. Feng Yu, martial soul, Gale Swallow, 37-level agility type battle soul. Upon this declaration, a pair of swallow wings sprouted from Feng Yu's back. The feathers of bluish-gray with white streaks, as 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple slowly emerged. Yin Ming, martial soul, Rock Spike Battle Axe. 45-level Assault Type Battle Soul. As he spoke, a massive battle axe materialized in Yin Ming's hands, resembling irregular rocks, its surface studded with spikes. As 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings gradually appeared. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glaze Tile, 35-level Support Type Weapon Soul. Ning Rongrong summoned the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile, which radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, as 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple rose from beneath her feet. Cheng Yi, Martial Soul, Shadow Monarch, 45-level Assault Type Battle Soul. Cheng Yi's shadow elongated, a dark form bursting forth from it, hovering behind him, as 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black gradually ascended from his feet. What kind of soul ring configuration is this? For rings of 10,000 years. And what of that support soul master beside him? Yin Ming exclaimed in shock. Not only does he possess an extraordinary soul ring configuration, but the support soul master behind him is also from the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile clan? Feng Yu gasped in disbelief. What? The soul master standing next to Cheng Yi actually comes from the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile clan, wielding the clan's soul 9 Treasure Glaze Tile. This is truly eye-opening, the host declared, and the audience erupted in fervent cheers for the Shadow Glaze duo. 10,000 years? What of it? We must find an opportunity to eliminate that support soul master first. Once that support soul master is dealt with, we can focus on that kid, Feng Yu strategized. To which Yin Ming nodded in agreement. The soul battle begins, the host announced. As the referee's words fell, both sides remained still, observing one another intently. Feng Yu flapped his swallow wings, slowly ascending into the air, his gaze fixed intensely upon Ning Rongrong. His intentions were glaringly obvious: to eliminate the support first. Cheng Yi thought to himself. Suddenly, the wings behind Feng Yu accelerated, producing a sharp wind sound, and he transformed into a faint blue blur, hurtling towards Ning Rongrong with such speed that he had not even released a soul skill. As the thunderous roar supporting Yan Ming erupted, he gripped his rock spike battle axe tightly, and his first soul ring suddenly ignited, unleashing his initial soul skill. The rock spike surged forward, wielded by Yan Ming. As he swung the massive battle axe with fervor, a wave of earthy yellow soul power coalesced into a spear-like shockwave, roaring through the air. Not aimed directly at Cheng Yi, but rather slicing diagonally, targeting Ning Rongrong behind him. The synergy between the yin-yang duo was astonishingly seamless. Feng Yu's rapid assault captured attention, while Yan Ming's ranged shockwave sealed off any retreat, evidently determined to eliminate Ning Rongrong, the greatest threat, in an instant. Gasps erupted from the audience as they recognized the ferocity of this opening gambit. However, Cheng Yi's reaction was swifter. Rongrong, retreat, he commanded, moving not backward but forward. His first soul ring illuminating as he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. In a heartbeat, his hands were enveloped by claws forged from shadowy energy, their tips gleaming with a chilling luster. Instead of pursuing the lightning-fast Feng Yu, he sidestepped to position himself protectively in front of Ning Rongrong, crossing his claws in a defensive stance against the incoming rock spike shockwave. With a resounding clash, the Shadow Claw collided with the rock spike shockwave, sending black and earthy yellow energies erupting in a violent explosion, fragments of soul power scattering like shattered stone. The bricks beneath Cheng Yi cracked with fine lines, yet he stood his ground, unyielding against the blow. Meanwhile, Feng Yu had already ghosted to within 3 meters of Ning Rongrong, a cold smirk gracing his lips. His second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Gale Wings, as the frequency of his wings' vibrations surged, summoning a small whirlwind around him and increasing his speed further. With claws outstretched, he aimed a fierce strike at Ning Rongrong's wrist, intent on neutralizing the support. Not on my watch. Cheng Yi's voice echoed from the shadows. Just as Feng Yu was about to strike, Cheng Yi propelled himself forward, spinning like a top and creating a flurry of black afterimages, seemingly teleporting to Feng Yu's side. He swung his Shadow Claw, emitting a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air toward Feng Yu's flank. Feng Yu's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Cheng Yi's speed could match his own. In a moment of desperation, he activated his third soul ring, triggering his third soul skill, Winged Return. Miraculously, Feng Yu halted mid-air, twisting his direction just in time to narrowly evade the lethal edge of Cheng Yi's Shadow Claw, retreating swiftly to distance himself. Jubal Yuli first, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong's melodic voice rang out as her first and second soul rings flashed consecutively. 2 beams of colorful light emanated from the Jiubao Liuli Tower, precisely landing on Cheng Yi, who felt an immediate surge in the flow of his soul power, his muscles brimming with explosive strength, alleviating some of the fatigue from the earlier impact. Interesting, Yan Ming mused, a grin spreading across his face as he readied himself after failing to execute his surprise attack. He hoisted the rock spike battle axe onto his shoulder, his fourth soul ring igniting with newfound vigor as he activated his fourth soul skill, Rock Explosion. Waves of earthy yellow soul power surged into the axe, causing the stone spikes to tremble slightly, radiating an unstable energy as they gathered strength. Feng Yu once more. Yan Ming commanded firmly. Understood. Feng Yu replied, flapping his wings and once again transforming into a blur. This time, he circled Cheng Yi at high speed, not directly attacking Ning Rongrong, but creating a whirlwind of slicing winds aimed at distracting him. Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened, his left hand shielding Ning Rongrong behind him while his right hand wielded the Shadow Claw, deftly parrying each of Feng Yu's probing strikes. Simultaneously, Cheng Yi noted the increasing might of Yan Ming's battle axe. The air around it seemed to compress ominously, signaling an immensely powerful attack. Rongrong, Cheng Yi called out. Ning Rongrong understood immediately, her third soul ring glowing as the third beam of light enveloped Cheng Yi, instantly filling him with invigorated soul power, amplifying the density of his shadow energy. At that moment, Yan Ming surged into action. Break for me, he bellowed. As the amassed energy of his rock spike battle axe descended toward Cheng Yi and Ning Rongrong with cataclysmic force. This strike was not a mere shockwave but a pure collision of power. The ground beneath them shattered into fragments before the axe even reached them. A visible shockwave barreling toward the duo. At the same time, Feng Yu seized this fleeting opportunity, his wings folding as he shot toward Ning Rongrong like a bullet. His speed heightened by threefold. One advancing, one retreating, one powered by force, the other by speed. They once again targeted Ning Rongrong. A glint of cold light flashed in Cheng Yi's eyes as his third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. A transparent shadow barrier erupted before him, adorned with countless flickering shadows. With a resounding crash, Yan Ming's rock explosion battle axe struck the shadow barrier, unleashing a tremendous impact that sent tremors through the barrier, nearly shattering it. Cheng Yi's feet sank half an inch into the ground, his complexion paling slightly, yet he held firm, refusing to yield an inch. Just as the axe connected with the barrier, the rebound effect of Shadow Echo activated, reflecting a portion of the earthy yellow impact back toward Yan Ming. He felt an immense force travel through the axe handle, numbing his arms and forcing him to stagger backward involuntarily, momentarily halting his assault. Meanwhile, Feng Yu's assault was upon them. He was about to bypass Cheng Yi, his fingers almost grazing Ning Rongrong's Jubao, Liuli Tower, when Cheng Yi's left hand shot up like lightning. His fourth soul ring glowed, activating his fourth soul skill, 8 God-binding locks. 8 inky black chains erupted from the shadows behind him, writhing as if alive in the air, swiftly ensnaring Feng Yu's form tightly. What? Feng Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Cheng Yi's ability to execute such precise control while fending off Yan Ming's full-force strike. Desperate, he struggled against the chains, attempting to tear them apart with his wings, but the 8 binding locks were remarkably resilient. The more he struggled, the tighter they constricted, even siphoning away his soul power, causing waves of pain to course through him. Chapter 104, Shadow Breaks Rock. Damn it, Yan Ming exclaimed, seeing Feng Yu ensnared. Urgency surging through him as he raised his battle axe once more to charge forward. Too late, Cheng Yi retorted, dismissing the Shadow Echo barrier, braving the residual force of the rock explosion as he lunged at the bound Feng Yu with unyielding momentum, activating his second soul skill, Shadow Might. His second soul ring flickered as he gathered soul power and shadow energy. With an overwhelming force, he struck Feng Yu squarely in the chest. Puffed. Feng Yu coughed up blood, his soul rings dimming instantaneously, the wings on his back drooping lifelessly, signifying his loss of combat capability. Feng Yu. Yan Ming's eyes widened in desperation, wishing to intervene but finding it too late. In that instant, Cheng Yi, having seized the advantage, turned back with unbroken momentum, placing himself once more in front of Ning Rongrong. He pointed a finger at Yan Ming, his gaze icy. "You're next. Kid, I'll admit you have some skill, but I want to concede." Yan Ming replied with a smile. "Boldness." Cheng Yi commended. "Rongrong," he called, gesturing to Ning Rongrong, who instantly understood as the auxiliary light from the Jiobao Liuli Tower faded. "What?" Cheng Yi chooses to forego assistance, opting for a true man-to-man duel with Yan Ming. The host exclaimed excitedly. "Cheng Yi, Yan Ming, Cheng Yi, Yan Ming." The audience erupted in fervent chants. "Very well, let us see who stands victorious in the end," Yan Ming declared, stepping forward as his first soul ring illuminated. Invoking his first soul skill, Rock Spike Impact, the battle axe struck heavily, its fan-shaped rocky tip piercing through the earth, accompanied by a shattering sound that rushed directly towards Cheng Yi's face. This blow was potent enough to rend iron armor. However, Cheng Yi merely tilted his body slightly, his first soul ring flickering as his right hand summoned the Shadow Claw, which glided through a wisp of ethereal light and precisely struck the very tip of the foremost spike. With a crack, the power of shadows spread like a malignant growth along the spike, causing the entire rock spike's shockwave to disintegrate in an instant, shattering into a shower of stone fragments. Yan Ming's pupils constricted. This was no mere evasion. He swiftly withdrew his battle axe, activating his fourth soul ring, summoning the fourth soul skill, Rock Explosion. The axe blade coalesced with a golden yellow radiance, and the axe, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air, was swung down with enough force to shatter mountains. "Isn't this too much? Coming back for more?" Cheng Yi remarqued in surprise, raising his left hand to unleash his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. His third soul ring shimmered, and a shadowy barrier abruptly unfurled to meet the axe blade. Clang! The resonating clash of metal was deafening as the rock explosion collided with the barrier, dissipating as effortlessly as a cow sinking into the sea. The rebounding shadow energy transformed into fine beams, striking precisely at Yin Ming's wrist that gripped the axe. Ugh! Yin Ming felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, nearly dropping the axe. He quickly changed tactics, activating his third soul ring to use the third soul skill, Axe Blade Spin. He hurled the spinning axe into the air, its whirling form emitting a sharp whistle as it approached Cheng Yi's back along a strange arc. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Cheng Yi waved his right hand to activate his fourth soul skill, 8 binding chains. His fourth soul ring flashed, and 8 pitch-black chains erupted forth like ethereal serpents, ensnaring the spinning axe in an instant and forcibly dragging it to the ground. Impossible! Yin Ming's face turned ashen. All his soul skills were effortlessly neutralized by Cheng Yi, to the point where he hadn't even seen when the latter had moved. Cheng Yi stepped forward slowly, his first soul ring flickering once more as the shadow claw swirled at his fingertips. Your attacks are far too slow. Before his words had fully left his lips, Cheng Yi's figure blurred before Yin Ming. The latter, sensing the urgency, hastily activated his second soul skill, Rock Shield. His second soul ring glimmered as a hefty stone shield rose from the ground, but the moment the shadow claw descended, the shield shattered like paper. The claw's wind grazed his neck, leaving a thin trail of blood. Yin Ming stood frozen in place, the coldness at his neck sending chills throughout his body. He watched as Cheng Yi slowly retracted his claws. "I've lost," he murmured, lowering his battle axe, his voice laden with bitterness. "I declare the winner of this soul battle to be the Shadow Liuli combination," the announcer proclaimed loudly. "Cheng Yi." The audience began to chant his name. "Brother, I was even worried when they charged at us. I knew you would be quicker," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. "Of course, I promised to protect you," Cheng Yi responded, ruffling her hair. "Brother Yi, that was an incredible match. You were amazing," Yin excitedly exclaimed. "One must respect their opponents." Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. "But Brother Yi, that's already 2 consecutive matches, and going one-on-one has drained considerable soul power." Hulaina expressed her concern. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm still capable. They won't schedule me for another match immediately, will they?" Cheng Yi scratched his head. Just as he finished speaking, the announcer's voice echoed. "Please have the Shashan Lingmao combination and the Ice-Fire combination arrive at the second 2-on-2 soul battle platform within a stick of incense." "No way." The crowd gasped. "Brother Yi, are you really going to fight 3 matches in a row? Are you sure you're all right?" Lin Lu said, astonished. "It's nothing. I have the Shadow Star Bell to replenish my soul power," Cheng Yi assured him with a wave. "Brother Yi, the soul power restored by your Shadow Star Bell can't keep up with your consumption," Zhu Zhuqing said anxiously. "Don't worry, let's prepare," Cheng Yi said, patting Zhu Zhuqing's head. "Brother Yi," the others called out. "No problem." Cheng Yi nodded, then took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked away. The others couldn't help but feel anxious as they watched his retreating figure. "Brother Yi will surely make it. Yes, my brother," Ning Rongrong comforted herself, though the worry was evident on her face. "Indeed, he is Brother Yi. It's going to be fine, right?" "Really, is it going to be fine?" Hulaina said, concern etched in her expression. "Brother Yi." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, wanting to say something. "Everything will be fine, of course. It's merely a soul battle. If I can't handle this, how can I talk about annihilating the evil soul hall or being the holy son of the martial soul hall?" Cheng Yi chuckled. "Welcome, everyone, to today's 2-on-2 soul battle. I'm your host, Xiaoqi. Now, let me introduce the competitors. On my left is the Ice-Fire combination, a duo with remarkable synergy, and on my right is the newly registered Shashan Lingmao combination," the announcer declared. "Wait, what? Cheng Yi is actually part of this combination? I recall he just fought in the first and second 2-on-2 soul battles and emerged victorious. Is he really registering a combination alone against 3 opponents? Truly, Cheng Yi continues to astonish us," the host marveled. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's name, the audience erupted into cheers. "All right, let both sides unleash their martial souls," the announcer shouted. Chapter 105, Shashan Lingmao vs. Ice-Fire Duo. Han Feng, Martial Soul, Ice Pattern Jade Flute, Level 37 Control System Soul Master. As he spoke, a completely white jade flute appeared in Han Feng's hand, adorned with faint blue ice patterns and 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, and purple slowly materialized. Yuri, Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Trap, Level 47 Assault System Soul Master. As he spoke, a pair of dark red gauntlets that covered his forearms appeared on Huihui's hands. their surfaces embedded with diamond-shaped flame emblems, with flowing flame patterns along the edges. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, gradually manifested. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Level 36 Agility System Soul Master. As she spoke, her 10 fingers transformed into sharp cat claws, and a pair of black cat ears concealed within her dark hair twitched subtly. 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, slowly emerged beneath her feet. Cheng Yi, Martial Soul, Shadow Monarch. Level 45 Assault System Soul Master. As he spoke, his shadow began to stretch, and a mass of darkness surged forth from his shadow, floating behind him. For soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, and black, gradually rose from his feet. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Qing, let us finish this quickly, Cheng Yi instructed, to which Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recognizing his fatigue. The soul battle begins. Zhu Zhuqing's figure transformed into a blurred shadow, her first soul skill, Nether Strike. Activated as her first soul ring flickered. The inky afterimages glided close to the ground, their speed so swift that they left fleeting traces in the air, producing sharp sound that sliced through the silence. Zhu Zhuqing had a clear target, the delicate-looking Han Feng, wielding the ice-patterned jade flute, a control system soul master, and she aimed to suppress him at the first opportunity. This was the instinct of all agility-type soul masters. However, Han Feng's reaction was swifter than anticipated. Almost the instant Zhu Zhuqing moved, he raised the flute to his lips, activating his first soul skill, Cold Sound Disruption. His first soul ring glimmered, and deep sound waves rippled outward like invisible water waves, carrying a chilling aura that collided with Zhu Zhuqing's psyche. Zhu Zhuqing felt a faint buzzing in her mind. Her soul power momentarily faltered, and her forward momentum slowed by half. Cheng Yi, witnessing this, intended to assist, but Fire Hui seized the opportunity. Kid, your opponent is me. Hua Hui grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites, as he abruptly donned his blazing crimson flame gauntlets. Ignoring Zhu Zhuqing entirely, he charged ferociously towards Cheng Yi. The first soul ring around Hua Hui shimmered as he activated his initial soul skill, Flame Fist, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with searing heat, aimed directly at Cheng Yi's face, distorting the very air around them. Cheng Yi's expression sharpened. He activated his own first soul ring and summoned his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The dark energy coalesced into lethal claws in his hands, glinting ominously. Rather than evade, Cheng Yi met Hua Hui's fiery fist head-on, determined to shatter his opponent's assault with sheer force and speed. With a deafening clash, the Shadow Claw collided with the Flame Fist, erupting in a blinding display of black and red light. Cheng Yi felt a violent wave of scorching energy surge up his arm, instinctively forcing him to retreat half a step. Conversely, Hua Hui was struck by the chilling sensation emanating from the Shadow Claw, causing his hand to tingle, and he too was forced to step back. The initial confrontation concluded in a stalemate, prompting the announcer to declare the engagement even, while the audience erupted in cheers. How intriguing! Hua Hui cackled, his second soul ring igniting as he activated his second soul skill, Flame Burst. Instantly, the flames on his right fist surged, forming a swirling fireball. Let us see how you fare against this. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had broken free from the interference of Han Yin, closing in on Han Feng without a moment's hesitation. Her second soul ring illuminated, and she activated her second soul skill, Nether Claws. Zuzaking Spoon rapidly, her fingers morphing into a blur of shadowy talons, targeting Han Feng's vital points. This was her swiftest assault, capable of incapacitating her opponent in an instant. However, Han Feng was evidently prepared. Instead of retreating from the onslaught of claws, he advanced, positioning his jade flute before his lips as his second soul ring flickered. With a low, resonant note, a torrent of white ice mist erupted around him, spreading at an astonishing speed and enveloping a 5-meter radius in mere moments. The icy fog chilled to the bone, drastically reducing visibility. Zhu Zhuqing felt her feet bogged down as if wading through thick mud, her speed reduced by a third. And to her dismay, Han Feng's figure became indistinct within the mist, causing many of her nether claws to miss their mark. Third soul skill Ice Sound. From within the fog, Han Feng's voice carried an icy edge. A wave of concentrated white energy shot forth like a piercing arrow, striking Zhu Zhuqing squarely in the shoulder. Ugh, she gasped, feeling a sharp pain radiate from her shoulder, followed by a numbing cold that rendered half her body momentarily frozen. though the duration was fleeting. In the midst of rapid combat, that brief second could prove fatal. "I've got you." Hua Hui's voice rang out from the side. To Zhu Zhuqing's horror, he had abandoned his assault on Cheng Yi and lunged at her, his fist engulfed in roaring flames, clearly intent on delivering a devastating blow. Cheng Yi's expression turned icy. His plans had been thoroughly disrupted, yet he remained unflustered. Activating his third soul ring, he summoned his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance. With a hum, Cheng Yi raised his hand, conjuring an almost transparent shadow barrier before Zhu Zhuqing. The impact of Hua Hui's flame crashed against the shadow barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames erupted, and the barrier quaked under the assault, fracturing under the strain, yet it ultimately absorbed the blow. The force of the explosion rebounded, sending a portion of the shock wave back towards Hua Hui, compelling him to retreat. Fourth soul skill, 8 chains of binding. Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring flickered as he swept his arm, dispatching 8 chains as dark as ink that shot forth from behind him. The chains pierced through the icy mist at blinding speed, ensnaring Hua Hui and the newly emerged Han Feng. Cheng Yi aimed to restrain both simultaneously, buying Zhu Zhuqing precious moments for a counterattack. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing had freed herself from the frozen state. The agonizing pain in her shoulder hardened her resolve. Seizing the moment Cheng Yi's shadow resonance shielded her from Hua Hui's attack, she transformed into a shadow once more, this time targeting Han Feng, albeit with a different tactic. Her third soul ring glowed brightly as she activated her third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing's hands converged above her head, her 10 fingers merging into a foot-long black blade. This concentrated blade of darkness, infused with her entire soul power, sliced through the icy mist with a piercing shriek. Aiming directly for Han Feng's jade flute, she poured all her strength into this strike. Chapter 106. Breaking the stalemate. Han Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's ability to unleash such speed and power while injured. Instinctively, he raised his flute to defend. The clash of the black blade against the icy flute produced a clear, resonant sound. Han Feng felt a surge of violent force travel through the flute, causing his arm to go numb and nearly lose grip of the instrument, forcing him to stagger backward, disrupting the icy mist. Meanwhile, Hua Hui faced the approaching 8 chains of binding without flinching. Taking a deep breath, he activated his third soul skill, Flame Armor. Flames enveloped his body, forming a protective layer of burning armor that shielded him. As the shadow chains made contact with the fiery armor, they emitted a hissing sound, their speed noticeably diminished. "Break free," Hua Hui roared, channeling his strength as the flames surged, snapping 2 of the shadow chains in half. Although the remaining 6 wrapped around his limbs and torso, the heat from the armor slowed the constriction, preventing him from being completely restrained. "Ego," Zhu Zhuqing called out, warning Cheng Yi that Han Feng was preparing to unleash another control skill. Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened. He understood that waiting was no longer an option. Ignoring the ensnared Hua Hui, he dashed towards the steadying Han Feng, knowing that neutralizing the control user would render Hua Hui insignificant. Activating his second soul skill, Shadow 1000 Weight Break, Cheng Yi's second soul ring flickered, channeling soul power and shadow energy into his right hand. The intense concentration of shadow energy warped the very air around it. Han Feng's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Cheng Yi's swift approach, completely disregarding Hua Hui's threat. Instinctively, he raised the flute once more to unleash his soul skill, but Zhu Zhuqing pressed forward with her claws, forcing him to divide his attention. In that critical moment, the restrained Hua Hui roared as he activated his fourth soul skill, Chain Fire Fist. Boom! 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 5 fiery punches were unleashed at a speed imperceptible to the eye, each one landing precisely on the shadow chains binding him. The first 4 punches shattered the restraints, while the 5th, imbued with doubled force, hurtled towards Cheng Yi's back. Hua Hui was willing to trade injury for injury, sacrificing himself to prevent Cheng Yi's attack. Cheng Yi sensed the searing threat approaching from behind, brow furrowing as he found himself caught between Han Feng in front and Hua Hui behind. In a moment of resolve, Zhu Zhuqing abandoned her attack on Han Feng, executing an astonishing maneuver mid-air to collide forcefully into Cheng Yi, propelling him sideways. Thud! Cheng Yi stumbled, narrowly evading Hua Hui's 5th punch, which grazed past his shoulder and created a smoldering crater in the ground. However, Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance, inadvertently entering the range of Han Feng's soul skill. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng activated his third soul ring once more, unleashing his third soul skill, Ice Sound, sending another wave of chilling energy that struck Zhu Zhuqing squarely in the back. This time, although the freezing effect still lasted only a second, Han Feng had already seized the opportunity to retreat and rejoin Hua Hui. The flames of Hua Hui's fiery armor continued to blaze, while Han Feng once again lifted the jade flute, and the icy mist began to envelop the area once more. Cheng Yi supported Zhu Zhuqing, who had just broken free from the ice, and their eyes met, revealing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's gaze. Zhu Zhuqing bore scars on her shoulders and back, the former inflicted by the chilling melody, the latter seared by fire, leaving her complexion somewhat pallid. Cheng Yi's left arm also bore the mark of Hua Hui's previous attack, charred and blackened. The plan for a swift resolution had utterly collapsed, plunging them into a stalemate. "Ha! Are you afraid now?" Hua Hui gasped, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Your speed is impressive, but my flames can counter shadows, and Han Feng's icy mist can restrain your velocity. You cannot win." Han Feng remained silent, the tone of his jade flute deepening, the chill within the mist intensifying. Cheng Yi gently pressed on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, signaling her to step back slightly, while he himself advanced slowly. His gaze steadied, the earlier impatience replaced by calm resolve. "You speak the truth." Cheng Yi's voice carried a hint of coldness, but shadows are ever present. He slowly raised his right hand, the power of shadows coalescing once more. Yet this time he refrained from launching an immediate attack. The four soul rings beneath his feet began to pulse irregularly, his aura shifting quietly, becoming deeper and more menacing. Zhu Zhuqing, observing Cheng Yi's silhouette, discerned his intentions. Taking a deep breath to suppress her pain, she crouched once more, akin to a poised feline ready to pounce. The previous setback had sharpened her focus. She understood that what was needed now was not speed, but timing. Hua Hui felt daunted by Cheng Yi's imposing presence. Instinctively clenching his fists as flames surged anew, Han Feng accelerated his playing, and tiny ice needles began to form within the mist, clearly preparing for a more potent skill. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Suddenly, Cheng Yi moved, not forward, but retreated half a step, his fourth soul ring illuminating as he activated his fourth soul skill. With a swift motion of his left hand, 8 shadowy chains burst forth from behind him, then abruptly changed direction, entwining around Zhu Zhuqing like living tendrils. Both Hua Hui and Han Feng were taken aback, puzzled by his intentions. However, Zhu Zhuqing immediately comprehended. She did not evade, but allowed the shadow chains to wrap around her waist. "Now!" Cheng Yi bellowed, exerting force with his left hand to propel Zhu Zhuqing diagonally upwards. Simultaneously, his second soul ring glowed, activating his second soul skill, Shadow's Might. Cheng Yi's right hand concentrated his soul power and shadow energy once more, this time targeting Hua Hui. Drawn by Cheng Yi's assault, Hua Hui readied his flame burst, charging forward, while Han Feng instinctively looked up at the airborne Zhu Zhuqing, redirecting the jade flute to unleash the chilling melody. In that instant, an astonishing light erupted from Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. The body pulled by the shadow, chains spun rapidly in midair. Her third soul skill, Nether Slash, flickered to life, and her soul power swiftly converged into a 1-foot-long black blade. This iteration of Nether Slash was no longer a straightforward attack, instead, utilizing the force of her rotation. It carved a dark arc like the Scythe of Death, bypassing Hua Hui and striking precisely at the unsuspecting Han Feng. Chapter 107. For consecutive battles? Han Feng's face blanched in terror. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing could unleash such a peculiar attack in midair, nor at such an acute angle. In a panic, he raised the jade flute above his head. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the ice-patterned jade flute shattered. The residual force of the Nether Slash crashing into Han Feng's shoulder, sending him hurtling backward, colliding against the edge of the battle arena, spitting blood, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Han Feng, momentarily distracted. In that instant, Cheng Yi's shadow's might was upon him. Thud! The shadow claws pierced effortlessly through Hua Hui's fiery armor, gripping his chest. Hua Hui let out a muffled grunt, his body soaring backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, 5 deep claw marks etched into his chest. The brilliance of the flame gauntlets instantly dimming. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Cheng Yi released the shadow chains, and Zhu Zhuqing landed gracefully, staggering slightly, the recent exertion having taken a significant toll. Cheng Yi extended his hand to support her, and the two of them gazed down at their fallen adversary. Both silent, merely panting heavily, with Cheng Yi's soul power nearly depleted. As the icy mist gradually dispersed from the arena, it left behind a scene of chaos, littered with remnants of flames and shadows. Using the shadow chains as a means to elevate Zhu Zhuqing, evading the limitations of the icy mist while simultaneously launching a fierce assault on Hou Hui, forcing Han Feng to intervene. What a masterfully crafted strategy. Cheng Yi's on-the-spot response was truly remarkable, the announcer praised. I declare the victors of this battle to be the Godslayer Spirit Cat duo, the announcer proclaimed loudly. Godslayer Spirit Cat. The audience erupted in admiration and astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing, leaning on Cheng Yi, slowly descended from the stage. Ego, are you alright? Ning Rongrong and Hulaina hurried to Cheng Yi's side, supporting him. I'm fine, just a bit drained of soul power, Cheng Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Ego, how did you come up with that final move? Using the change from your fourth soul skill to help sister Zhuqing find an opening? Li Qianwei asked in admiration. Haha, I learned it from a dear friend whose martial soul is blue silvergrass, Cheng Yi chuckled. However, this is my fourth soul skill. I cannot emulate that friend, who could constantly find opportunities in this manner, he added. Blue silvergrass? Isn't that a useless martial soul? Yin questioned, perplexed. There are no useless martial souls. As long as one possesses innate soul power, every martial soul can fulfill its unique purpose. Especially when that friend's martial soul is not just ordinary blue silvergrass. Cheng Yi countered, shaking his head. Ego, where's this friend of yours now? Lin Lu asked. Ha ha ha, you won't meet him. He doesn't exist in this world, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Huh? The group looked at each other in confusion. I really need to rest for a while, Cheng Yi said, waving his hand. Before he could finish, the announcement rang out again. Please have the Shadow Peach Spirit Duo and the Clear Thunder Duo arrive at the second battle arena within a stick of incense. At this, everyone was taken aback. Lin Lu grasped Cheng Yi's arm anxiously. Say, go, let's forfeit. We shouldn't compete anymore. To forfeit? That word is not in my dictionary. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. A stick of incense is enough for me to recover a significant amount of soul power. Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all embraced Cheng Yi. Ego, please don't fight anymore, Hulaina implored. Ego, let us battle again tomorrow. It's just one day. Ning Rongrong added. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained silent, clinging tightly to Cheng Yi, unwilling to let him return to the arena. Xiaoyu, Yan Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei also urged Cheng Yi not to proceed. Yet, Cheng Yi merely smiled and said, one must grow through their limits. It's merely a bit of hardship. Lin Lu, let us go. Hearing this, everyone exchanged worried glances, knowing that Cheng Yi's resolve was unshakable, just as he had always promised to protect them. Remember to place all your bets on me, and watch closely from the stands. Learn well, Cheng Yi said with a smile to the group. Li Qianwei had lost interest in betting, and everyone was solely concerned with ensuring Cheng Yi would be safe. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to today's Soul Duel. I am your host, AXIN. Allow me to introduce the contestants. To my left is the esteemed Qing Lei duo, both possessing exceptionally rare martial souls, and their prowess requires no further elaboration. To my right stands the newly registered team, the Shadow Peach Spirit, the host declared. Ah, but how is contestant Cheng Yi among them? Could it be true? For consecutive battles? Has Cheng Yi lost his mind? Truly, he is a legendary figure of the Tiando Great Soul Arena. The host exclaimed with palpable excitement. The audience below was similarly astonished, their faces painted with disbelief as they gazed at Cheng Yi before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Very well, contestants, unleash your martial souls. The host announced. Lei Yu, wielding the Martial Soul Thunder Pattern Python, a level 38 control system Soul Sovereign, summoned a colossal azure python that materialized behind him, its scales adorned with dark purple lightning patterns, its eyes gleaming amber, crackling with faint currents as it moved. Lei Yu himself was also enveloped in layers of scales as 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, emerged. Qing Feng, with a martial soul azure edge sword. A level 47 assault system soul sect conjured a 3-foot-long azure sword, its blades slender and sharp, with delicate cloud patterns along the spine, exuding a steady brilliance despite its unassuming appearance. For soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, slowly manifested. Lin Yu, with the Martial Soul Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet, a level 33 support system Soul Sovereign, lifted his right hand, revealing a pink bracelet adorned with petals that appeared on his wrist. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath Lin Yu's feet. Cheng Yi, possessing the Martial Soul Shadow Monarch, A level 45 assault system soul sect saw his shadow elongate, as a dark figure surged forth from it, hovering behind him, while 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, gradually ascended from beneath his feet. 10,000-year soul rings? Lei Yu exclaimed in shock. But what of it? Did you not hear the host mention this is already his 4th 2-on-2 duel? We still do not know the auxiliary's abilities. We must first eliminate that support to prevent any unexpected turns. Once that's done, dealing with that boy will be a mere formality, Qing Feng remarked. Nodding in agreement, Lei Yu acknowledged Qing Feng's assessment. Lin Yu, my soul power is limited, and I cannot expose my soul bones before so many. If the situation turns dire, simply leap from the stage. I have my own methods, Cheng Yi instructed. Observing Cheng Yi's demeanor, Lin Yu resolutely replied, Brother Yi, I am unafraid. I will fight alongside you until the end. The duel begins, the host declared. Chapter 108, Shadow Peach Spirit vs. Qing Lei, a bitter struggle. Lei Yu smiled slightly as his second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Thunderweb. The phantom of the thunder pattern python raised its head, and its massive jaws opened wide, forming a lightning net with an 8-meter diameter, the purple lightning patterns crackling ominously. As if countless serpents wove a cage, accompanied by a jarring electrical sound, descending upon Lin Yu. This net covered an extensive area, evidently aimed at sealing off all her escape routes. Should she touch it, her soul power would falter, and that would be the moment Qing Feng's deadly attack would ensue. Almost instantaneously, as the thunder web ascended, Qing Feng transformed into a streak of azure light, activating his first soul skill, Azure Edge Thrust. The first soul ring around him flickered as a faint azure glow enveloped the sword, enhancing its sharpness by 30%. Qing Feng's speed surged by 50% compared to usual, and the spiraling force coalescing at the sword's tip tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Aimed directly at Lin Yu's heart beneath the thunderweb. The Qing Lei duo, one controlling and the other attacking, executed their seamless combination, a technique refined through countless rehearsals. The host exclaimed, as the audience held their breath in anticipation. Not on my watch. Cheng Yi's eyes gleamed with intensity. Despite his current lack of soul power, his movements were as swift as a specter. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, the ground beneath him cracked, utilizing the recoil to shift his form, positioning himself before Lin Yu. Simultaneously, his third soul ring glowed, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Reverberation. A translucent shadow barrier erupted before Cheng Yi, its surface flowing with imperceptible dark patterns, as if compressing the entire shadow within. Crack! The thunder web collided with the barrier first, unleashing a violent surge of electricity, attempting to tear through the seemingly fragile defense. The shadow barrier trembled violently. Cheng Yi grunted, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. With the remnants of his soul power, he braced against the level 38 control system soul skill, feeling as if the currents might sear through his meridians. Yet, he clenched his teeth, muscles taut, continuously channeling soul power and shadow energy into the barrier. Indeed, it is Cheng Yi. The moment of delay becomes a flicker of hope. The host proclaimed, Clang! Just then, Qing Feng's Azure Edge Thrust followed closely, the spiraling force of the sword striking the shadow barrier with ferocity. However, the most fearsome aspect of Shadow Reverberation is not its defense, but its ability to counterattack. The dark patterns on the barrier flared to life, rebounding 30% of the spiraling force back at Qing Feng. He felt a peculiar force surge along his sword, his right arm instantly numbing, the grip nearly fracturing, as he involuntarily took a half-step back. What a remarkable shadow reverberation! Qing Feng's eyes flashed with fury and astonishment. But how much longer can you endure? Cheng Yi did not respond. His focus was entirely on the quaking barrier, as the electric currents from the thunder web continued to assail it. Each strike diminished his soul power, cold sweat trickling down his chin, pooling on the ground in dark spots. Cheng Yi could sense the dark patterns of the shadow barrier gradually fading, its defensive strength visibly waning. Lin Yu, fall back! Cheng Yi bellowed. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, placing complete trust in Cheng Yi. With a delicate push of his toes, he floated backward like a willow catkin. The moment he vacated his position, several tendrils entwined with faint purple lightning surged from the ground. Lei Yu had stealthily unleashed his first soul skill, Lightning Pattern Bind. These tendrils shot forth like venomous snakes. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would surely have been ensnared, leading to a precarious situation due to the stacking paralysis effect. Seeing this, Qing Feng activated his second soul ring, unleashing his second soul skill, flowing Shadow Quicksword. Would Qing Feng let this opportunity slip? Utilizing the momentum from his retreat to adjust his stance, he activated his second soul skill in an instant. The azure-edged sword began to vibrate at high speed, emitting a buzzing sound akin to a swarm of bees. Within the next 10 seconds, his sword-swinging frequency surged to 1.5 times its normal rate, compressing the intervals between his strikes to the utmost limit. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple afterimages of sword strikes rained down upon Cheng Yi, each aimed with precision at the vulnerable points of his defense, joints under the ribs, throat. Although each individual strike lacked overwhelming power, their relentless frequency was akin to water wearing through stone, repeatedly assaulting both the shadow barrier and Cheng Yi's already dwindling soul power. Break! Qing Feng roared. The moment Cheng Yi abruptly abandoned shadow reverberation, forsaking his defense, his first soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The dark shadow energy coalesced into claws enveloping his hands, glistening with a chilling light. Cheng Yi pressed forward instead of retreating, meeting sword with claw, employing his unique combat techniques to weave through the flurry of sword strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of claws clashing against the sword rang out like a torrential downpour. Sparks flying. Cheng Yi's form flickered amidst the sword light, each block sending tremors through his arms, the remnants of his soul power trickling away like sand through an hourglass. Observing this, Lin Yu activated his second soul ring, invoking his second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. In an instant, a pink shield enveloped Cheng Yi, barely intercepting Qing Feng's thrust aimed at Cheng Yi's back. Crack! The shield shattered with a resonant crack, yet it granted Cheng Yi a fleeting moment to breathe. Seizing this brief respite, Cheng Yi forcefully twisted his body to evade the subsequent 3 strikes, though his left shoulder was still grazed by a blade, instantly staining his black attire with crimson. A persistent sting emanated from the wound, a remnant of the sword's lingering aura, disrupting Cheng Yi's movements. Lei Yu, strike now, Qing Feng commanded. Lei Yu had long been poised for action, as his third soul ring blazed to life, unleashing his third soul skill. The lightning patterns on the thunder scale Python's body illuminated in an instant, and a circular shockwave of electricity surged outward with astonishing speed. Boom! Cheng Yi was struck directly by the shockwave, sent flying like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground and skidding for dozens of meters. Coughing up blood, his vision began to blur. This was the nerve-disrupting effect of Lei Yu's thunder scale, which not only skewed Cheng Yi's movements, but also significantly diminished his perception. It is over. A murderous intent surged in Qing Feng's eyes as his fourth soul ring ignited, activating his fourth soul skill. The clarity of his gaze became ethereal, rendering Cheng Yi's every movement and the unseen corners of his soul power transparent. The Qing Feng sword was raised high, as pale azure soul power surged into it, the blade shimmering with a nearly tangible radiance. Yige! Lin Yu exclaimed, attempting to rush forward to assist, only to be repelled once more by Lei Yu's lightning tendrils. With a sinister grin, Lei Yu manipulated the tendrils to harass Lin Yu, preventing her from approaching. Cheng Yi lay on the ground, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. He sensed the aura of the Shadow King rapidly dissipating. The soul power within him had nearly run dry, and he could scarcely muster the strength to lift a finger. Yet, gazing at Qing Feng's sword aimed at Lin Yu, an indomitable fury surged within him. I cannot lose. Chapter 109. I will not lose. Cheng Yi roared, Shadow's eye. Instantly, his pupils were shrouded in darkness, forcefully breaking through the negative effects of Lei Yu's thunder scale, allowing him to perceive Qing Feng's sword trajectory. With the last remnants of his willpower, his second soul ring erupted with light, activating his second soul skill, Shadow's Might. Cheng Yi concentrated all remaining soul power and shadow energy into his right fist. This punch lacked the earth-shattering momentum of legends, yet it was distilled to pure darkness. Overreaching, Qing Feng scoffed, adjusting his sword's trajectory, embodying the momentum to cleave through all. Boom! The clash of fist and sword resonated not with the expected cataclysm, but with a dull thud. Cheng Yi was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Utterly still, the shadowy figure of the Shadow King flickered in the air before vanishing entirely. Out of soul power? Qing Feng gasped, a victorious smile creeping across his face. Lei Yu, deal with Lin Yu. Secure the victory. Lei Yu, wielding the tendrils like a whip, lashed out at Lin Yu, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. After 4 rounds of 2-on-2 soul battles, it appears Cheng Yi has indeed exhausted his soul power, the host announced, and the audience echoed their disappointment. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Cheng Yi's prone form suddenly radiated a faint black aura. Initially weak, it rapidly surged, expanding like ink diffusing in water. A brand new wave of soul power erupted from within him, more concentrated and profound than before. A breakthrough. Both Qing Feng and Lei Yu exclaimed in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Who could have anticipated that in the dire straits of depleted soul power, Cheng Yi would transcend his limitations? What? It's not over yet. Cheng Yi has broken through mid-battle. The host exclaimed excitedly, igniting the audience's fervor as they rose to their feet, chanting Cheng Yi's name. Slowly, Cheng Yi raised his head, fatigue replaced by newfound sharpness. The soul power gained from his breakthrough began nourishing his parched meridians, yet it was still insufficient to sustain a battle. Ego. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Without hesitation, she charged toward Cheng Yi, braving Lei Yu's soul skill. Simultaneously, her third soul ring glimmered, activating her third soul skill. Peach Spirit. Lin Yu's attributes surged, and she pressed her hands against Cheng Yi's back, the rosy glow of her peach heart bracelet radiating brilliantly. Without reservation, she infused nearly all her soul power into Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi felt a warm and pure wave of soul power flood into him, merging instantaneously with his shadow energy. His momentum surged at a visibly rapid rate, the strength of a 46th level soul master, pushed to its zenith with Lin Yu's support. Fourth soul skill, 8 binding chains. Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring flickered, and he raised his hand forcefully. 8 chains, thicker than before, shot forth from the shadow behind him with a whooshing sound. The chains, entwined with shadow energy and tinged with a faint pink glow, surpassed previous speeds and binding strength. Qing Feng and Lei Yu were struck with terror and attempted to evade, only to find the chain's trajectory insidiously crafty, sealing off all avenues of retreat. After his breakthrough, Cheng Yi's control over his fourth soul skill had become extraordinarily refined. Whoosh, whoosh, the 8 chains ensnared both opponents in an instant, the dark shadow energy voraciously eroding their soul power defenses. Qing Feng hastily swung his sword at the chains, only to discover their exceptional resilience. The blade merely left shallow marks. Lei Yu attempted to unleash a thunderous force to shatter the chains, but the shadow energy suppressed him, devouring the lightning upon contact. I will not lose. Cheng Yi growled, his form blending with the shadows as he closed in on Qing Feng. His first soul ring ignited, activating his first soul skill. Shadow Claw. The claws reappeared on Cheng Yi's hands, now imbued not only with shadow energy, but also intertwined with Lin Yu's residual peach spirit energy, shimmering with brilliance as they aimed for Qing Feng's chest. Bound by the binding chains and limited in movement, Qing Feng could only feebly raise his sword in defense. Clang! The claws clashed with the sword, and Qing Feng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his right arm to lose sensation. And the Qing Feng sword flew from his grasp. Phew! The shadow claw struck cleanly against Qing Feng's chest. Although Cheng Yi had withheld his lethal force, the blow still forced Qing Feng to spit out blood, his vitality waning instantly. Having subdued Qing Feng, Cheng Yi turned his attention to Lei Yu. Seeing the situation, Lei Yu was paralyzed with fear, desperately channeling all his soul power to break free from the chains, but it was futile. Cheng Yi advanced, his second soul ring igniting as he unleashed his second soul skill, Shadow's Might. Cheng Yi concentrated his soul power and shadow energy into a punch directed at Lei Yu's abdomen. The force of Shadow's Might erupted, and Lei Yu let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, entirely devoid of combat capability. I declare the victors of this 2-on-2 soul battle to be the Shadow and Peach Spirit duo, the host announced with fervor. The audience erupted into cheers. Cheng Yi has fought 4 rounds against different teams, achieving 4 victories, truly a legendary figure of our Tiando Great Soul arena, the host proclaimed, continuously challenging the limits of soul masters. Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, the crowd roared, chanting his name. Elder Brother Yi, are you alright? Ning Rong anxiously inquired as Cheng Yi and Lin Yu approached. Elder Brother Yi, how are you feeling? Are you hurt? Hu Laina added. Zhu Zhuqing began to examine him closely. Oh, I'm fine. I feel much better, and my soul power has recovered a bit. Cheng Yi chuckled, scratching his head. Ego, that battle was incredibly perilous. I've never seen you fight in such a thrilling soul battle before. Li Qianwei exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Ego. Had it not been for your breakthrough, we we would have truly lost this match, Yin remarked. Oh, it's nothing. One must grow through challenges. I also broke through to the 40th level during battles here. Sometimes, one must push themselves, Cheng Yi replied. Once again, the slight elevation in soul power was insufficient to fully unleash my fourth soul skill. Fortunately, Lin Lu utilized the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet to transfer her soul power to me, enabling us to triumph in the soul duel, Cheng Yi remarked with a smile. It's nothing much, Ego, Lin Lu replied, scratching her head modestly. Under ordinary circumstances, the soul power transferred to another cannot be completely compatible. However, the soul power conveyed through the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet could merge seamlessly, which indeed signifies an extraordinary, mutated martial soul, Cheng Yi noted. Oh dear Ego, please don't flatter me. I only transferred my soul power to you out of desperation. I had no idea that my martial soul possessed such an effect. I'm not that remarkable, Lin Lu said bashfully. Chapter 110. Team Battle Registration, Provocation? By the way, Ego, how come I haven't seen you utilize your domain or soul bone skills during these matches? Even your shadow has only been used once, Li Qinyu inquired. Of course, if I were to use all my abilities indiscriminately, I wouldn't achieve the training effect I desire. Moreover, I cannot reveal too much in front of the public just yet, Cheng Yi responded. Ego, that is still too dangerous. I absolutely must inquire with the staff about how the matches are arranged, Ning Rongrong said, visibly upset. Indeed, absolutely. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqin concurred. Hey, what do you mean by that? You clearly know that Egu and the four of us form separate teams, yet you still scheduled us consecutively. Ning Rongrong approached the registration desk, her voice tinged with anger. This doesn't align with the regulations, does it? Hulaina smirked. Exactly. I can't believe you don't have ulterior motives. ISNT at all, just for the sake of entertainment? Do I need to elaborate further? Zhu Zhuqin added. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. It was an oversight on our part, the front desk staff said, bowing deeply and sincerely. This matter indeed reflects poorly on our soul arena. We will provide suitable compensation. I am truly sorry. The person in charge of the Tindo Great Soul Arena approached earnestly. Compensation is unnecessary. We simply hope such incidents do not recur, Cheng Yi replied. If this happens again, you can consider your arena closed, Xue Qinghe's voice echoed, softly from distance. The staff of the Tindo Great Soul Arena, upon hearing this, immediately knelt, exclaiming, We have seen the Crown Prince. This is my sworn brother. Should there be a next time, you all know the consequences, Xue Qinghe stated coldly. Yes, Your Highness, we would not dare. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena stammered. Your Highness is magnificent. Hulaina and the others chimed in. Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively. I am merely a brother to Cheng, and you are all his friends. There is no need for such formalities. Shuego, what brings you here? Cheng Yi stepped forward to bump fists with Xue Qinghe, smiling. Naturally, I came to witness your soul duel, Xue Qinghe replied with a grin. Cheng Yi, you've become even more formidable, competing in 4 consecutive 2-on-2 soul duels. Each match was spectacular. I've also taken note of your friends' duels. They are quite impressive. Xue Qinghe praised. Oh dear, Shuego, please stop flattering me. It makes me feel shy, Cheng Yi said, scratching his head awkwardly. Thank you for the compliments, Your Highness. Everyone echoed. Qingge, you're set to partake in a team battle soon, so I eagerly await that, Xue Qinghe said cheerfully. Yes, we were just about to register. Cheng Yi confirmed. Then you should proceed with your registration first. I will head to the viewing area for the team battles. I'll look forward to your match. Xue Qinghe said with a smile, turning toward the VIP box. Hello, please assist us in registering for the Team Soul Duel, Cheng Yi requested. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena greeted them with a smile. Certainly. Please hand me your soul badges, and then choose a team name and select a captain. Everyone promptly submitted their soul badges and simultaneously looked toward Cheng Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yi declared, I shall be the captain, and we shall be named the Golden Flow. Very well, please bear with us for a moment. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena responded respectfully. Your team has been successfully registered as the Golden Flow team. Additionally, please note that only 7 members can participate in each team battle. So ensure you manage your rotations accordingly. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena informed them respectfully. Great, please arrange our team battle for today, preferably as the last match, if possible, Cheng Yi inquired with a smile. Of course, that is no problem. Please make your way to the VIP lounge to rest beforehand. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena said flatteringly. Thank you, Cheng Yi replied. It's no trouble at all. The head of the Tindo Great Soul Arena hurriedly assured. Are you feeling nervous? This is our first team soul duel after all, Yin asked. I feel fine, Lin Lu responded. With Egu here, what is there to fear? As long as we give it our all and follow Egu's lead, we'll be fine. Hulaina asserted confidently. Exactly. With just a glance from Egu, I know what he intends to convey. Ning Rongrong agreed, and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. This is our inaugural team, Soul Duel. Everyone must give their utmost. Over these past months, we must forge ourselves into an unstoppable unit. Let's go for it. Cheng Yi raised his hand, rallying the group. Let us go. Everyone echoed enthusiastically. Inside the VIP lounge, the Wild Horn embraced the Weaver Spider as they entered. Well, what do we have here? A team we've never seen before, filled with a bunch of wet behind-the-ears youngsters, still unkempt and trying to participate in a soul duel. The Wild Horn mocked. At this, Yin and Li Qianwei stood up in anger. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Yin glared, the flames of his martial soul flickering ominously, while Li Qianwei clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. I'm merely stating the obvious. A bunch of stinky kids. Aren't they? The Wild Horn laughed derisively. And look, there are 4 beautiful ladies too. Why don't you come over here and join me? The Wild Horn leered. Before he could finish, Cheng Yi's Phantom Scythe domain instantly enveloped the room, a chilling aura spreading forth, freezing the glass in an instant and creating a crack. Both the Wild Horn and the Weaver Spider shivered involuntarily, sensing a shift in their own essence. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, glaring at the Wild Horn as he spoke. Fighting outside the Soul Arena is strictly prohibited. Wild Horn, it's you again. If this continues, we will revoke your eligibility to compete. Leave this place at once. Upon hearing this, the Wild Horn instantly changed his demeanor, saying, all right, we'll take our leave. Before dragging the Weaver Spider away, casting a provocative glance back at Cheng Yi and the others. Seeing this, Yin and Li Qianwei fumed even more. Esteemed guests, I apologize for their behavior. They often act this way, and we will do our utmost to prevent such incidents in the future. I'm truly sorry, the staff member said. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They will be educated in due course. The staff member bowed deeply before exiting, closing the door behind them. Egu, we cannot let this slide, Yin and Li Qianwei said angrily, while the others shook their heads in resignation. They're likely our opponents in today's team's Soul Duel, here to gather intelligence on us, Cheng Yi sighed. Yin, I cannot participate today. If it is indeed them, make sure to teach them a lesson for me. Li Qianwei patted Yin's shoulder. Naturally, Yin replied. Now, please welcome the Wild Battle Team and the Golden Flow Team to the Soul Duel Arena within the next Incense Stick's time, the announcement echoed. Everyone, let's give it our all. Cheng Yi Simidit. Chapter 111. Golden Flow Team versus Wild Battle Team. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the final match of today's team battle in the arena of spirit fighting. I'm your old friend Ahua. Allow me to introduce the 2 competing teams. To my left stands the Frenzied Team, led by the formidable Quan Shi. This team boasts an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories and has become a favored contender in our Tiando Grand Spirit Arena. On my right, we have the newly registered Golden Team, captained by none other than Cheng Yi, a name that surely resonates with all of you, as the host proclaimed. As soon as Cheng Yi's name was uttered, the cheers for the Frenzied Team were swiftly drowned out, replaced by an overwhelming chorus of shouts for Cheng Yi and the Golden Team. Damn it, who is that kid? Quan Shi seethed in frustration. What does it matter? Today they shall undoubtedly become our vanquished foes, Ji Zhu replied with a smile. Let both sides summon their spirits. The host announced. From the Frenzied Team, we have Ho Yu with the spirit of the swift Shadow Monkey, a 36th level agility type soul master. His fingers are sharp as claws, and a slender tail trails behind him, adorned with 3 soul rings in white, yellow, and purple. Yang Ming, wielding the spirit of the galloping antelope, a 37th level agility type soul master. His ankles are cloaked in light gray fur, and a pair of curved horns emerge from his head, accompanied by 3 soul rings in white, yellow, and purple. Hongda, possessing the spirit of the Rui Plate, a 38th level support type soul master. The Rui Plate manifests in his hands, radiating with 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple. Mao Ran, with the spirit of the White Cat, a 38th level agility type soul master. Cat ears sprout from her head, her fingertips sharpened, and a long tail extends behind her, adorned with 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple. Lang Tu, wielding the spirit of the Dark Wolf, a 39th level agility type soul master. Wolf ears rise atop his head, and his claws gleam with a chilling light, surrounded by 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple. Ji Zhu, with the spirit of the Dark Spider, a a 42nd level control-type Soul Master. Her eyes glow a menacing red, shimmering with an eerie light, as a shadowy spider form looms behind her. Encircled by 4 soul rings in yellow, purple, and purple. Shi, stepping forward as the captain of the frenzied team, with the spirit of the rampaging rhinoceros. A 45th level assault-type Soul Master. His physique slightly swells, muscles bulging as a sharp rhino horn emerges from his head, accompanied by 4 soul rings in yellow, purple, and purple. From the golden team, we have Linley with the spirit of the heart bracelet, a 33rd level support-type Soul Master. She gracefully raises her right hand, revealing a pink bracelet adorned with petals, as 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple rise from her feet. Ning Rongrong, wielding the 9-treasure glazed tile. A 35th level support-type Soul Master. The tower manifests in her hands, emanating radiant colors, as 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple appear beneath her. Yu, with the spirit of the Moonblade, a 36th level assault-type Soul Master. 2 gleaming moon blades materialize in her hands, as 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple rise from her feet. Yin, possessing the spirit of the Flame Lord, a 36th level assault-type Soul Master. A spectral flame lord slowly emerges behind him, surrounded by 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple. Zhu Zhuqing, with the spirit of the Phantom Spirit Cat, a 36th level agility-type Soul Master. Her fingers transform into claw-like spikes, and hidden within her dark hair, a pair of black cat ears twitch as a slender cat tail extends behind her, accompanied by 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple. Hulaina, wielding the spirit of the enigmatic fox, a 36th level control-type Soul Master. Fox ears sprout from her head, and a soft fox tail appears behind her, surrounded by 3 soul rings in yellow, purple, and purple. Cheng Yi, stepping forward as the captain of the golden team, with the spirit of the Shadow Sovereign, a 46th level assault-type Soul Master. His shadow elongates, and a dark figure bursts forth, hovering behind him, as 4 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black rise from his feet. Can you believe it? These kids possess the optimal configuration of soul rings. Shi gritted his teeth. And what of that boy soul ring configuration? 2 rings of 1,000 years and 4 of 10,000? What does that matter? These youngsters lack combat experience. We still have our secret techniques, Zhizhu replied, smiling. Shi smirked slightly, nodding in agreement. Regardless, we must first eliminate the 2 support-type Soul Masters opposite us. Let's catch them off guard, Zhizhu suggested, grinning. The 4 agility-type Soul Masters of the frenzied team nodded in unison. Zhuqing, if the opportunity arises, take out that Rui Plate Soul Master first. Do not allow him to unleash his 3rd soul skill. The opposing 4 agility types will likely target Rongrong and Linley first, so be cautious, Cheng Yi advised. With that, everyone nodded, readying themselves for battle. Spirit battle, commence, the host declared. The light of defense and attack blossomed as Hong Da's 1st and 2nd soul rings flickered. The Rui Plate radiated light, instantly enhancing the defense and attack of the frenzied team. Attack! Shi roared, swinging his arm fiercely, and in an instant, 4 figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Lang Tu's form flickered as his 1st soul ring illuminated, activating his 1st soul skill, Wolf Shadow Flash. He transformed into a gray-black afterimage, deftly maneuvering towards Ning Rongrong. Then, Lang Tu activated his 2nd soul skill, Sharp Claws, as dark glimmers appeared around his claws. Maoran unleashed her 1st soul skill, Swift Strike, with her 1st soul ring glowing. Her speed surged, and she became a streak of white light, her fingertips projecting 3 inches of white blades, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Yangming activated his 1st soul skill, Wind Step, as his 1st soul ring glimmered, generating gusts that left a trail of afterimages behind him, his horns gathering faint yellow soul power. Hoyu performed an unexpected maneuver, activating his 1st soul skill, Swift Assault, as his 1st soul ring lit up. He exploded forward, skimming close to the ground, targeting Lin Li's lower body. The force struck with overwhelming force, yet halted abruptly 3 zhang away from Ning Rongrong and Lin Li. Hulaina stood protectively beside them, her 1st soul ring illuminating as she activated her 1st soul skill, Enchantment. Gazing upward, her violet fox eyes shimmered with swirling light, exuding an inexplicable aura that momentarily stilled the movements of Lang Tu and Maoran. Their soul power seemed to be subtly manipulated by invisible threads, causing their claw trajectories to deviate slightly. Chapter 112. The Frenzy Unleashed. A predictable tactic, Cheng Yi murmured. Shadow Eye. His pupils transformed into an abyssal black, rendering the movements of the frenzied team visible to him. Then he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. The power of shadows erupted from him, morphing into dark claws that tore through the air as they clashed with Yang Ming's horns. The two forces met with a thunderous collision, sending a chilling energy coursing through Yang Ming, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu activated his second soul skill, Moon Blade Defense. Crossing his twin blades in a precise X, he deftly deflected Hou Yu's clawed assault. Sparks flew as he then unleashed his first soul skill, Moon Blade Slash, with his first soul ring shimmering, sending the blades gleaming with cold light towards Hou Yu, compelling him to retreat and evade. And stood on the opposite side, witnessing as Mao Ran liberated himself from the enchantment and lunged once more. A subtle smile graced his lips as his first soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill. Hell's magma surged forth as Yan's hand struck forcefully against the ground, causing the earth beneath him to glow a fiery red. 3 torrents of searing crimson energy erupted from the earth, coiling around Mao Ran like ethereal serpents. With a sharp contraction of his pupils, Mao Ran's third soul ring glowed. Unleashing his third soul skill, Cat Shadow flashed, and Mao Ran curled into a ball, gliding close to the ground to narrowly evade the magma waves. Upon landing, he unleashed a fierce swipe of his claws, but Yin reacted swiftly as his second soul ring flared to life, activating his second soul skill. Instantly, granite enveloped Yan's form, leaving only shallow scratches from Mao Ran's assault upon his rocky armor. The first wave of ambush was thwarted, and the furious rhinoceros twitched his mouth, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes as he activated his third soul skill, Earth Shatter. The third soul ring on his body flickered as he stomped forcefully on the ground. Boom! A shock wave radiated from him, causing the soul arena to tremble. Cheng Yi and his companions felt an immense force beneath their feet, their vitality momentarily disrupted, their stances faltering. Jiju smiled faintly, seizing the fleeting opportunity as her third soul ring glowed, activating her third soul skill, Web Trap. 10 translucent threads of silk shot forth from her hands, weaving an invisible net within 3 zhang of Ning Rongrong and Lin Li Tao, the threads shimmering with a barely perceptible luminescence. Watch your step. Cheng Yi's shadow, I had already tracked the trajectory of the threads. He swiftly invoked his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance, sweeping his left hand to conjure a transparent shadow barrier that completely deflected the residual force of the shockwave. Ning Rongrong, embodying the 9 treasures, activated her third soul ring, channeling the luminous power of the 9 treasure glazed tile into Cheng Yi. He felt his soul power surge within him, flowing more smoothly than ever. At that moment, Lang Tu's third soul ring ignited, and he unleashed his third soul skill, Wolfpack Howl. A low growl reverberated from Lang Tu, the sound waves intangible, yet causing the members of the Golden Team to feel a slight sluggishness in their soul power, as though a thin layer of ice pressed against their skin. Seizing this moment, Lang Tu activated his first soul ring, launching into Wolf Shadow Flash, with his target still set on Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing, Cheng Yi suddenly called out. The ever-patient Zhu Qing, who had remained hidden in the shadows, responded immediately. Activating her second soul skill, Speed, the light of her second soul ring illuminated as she became an elusive shadow, darting past Lang Tu without attempting to intercept him. Instead, she used Cheng Yi and the others as cover, streaking like a black lightning bolt directly toward the heart of the Frenzy Team's formation, Hongda. The Golden Team executed their tactics expertly. It was an audacious and perilous ambush. The agile members of the Frenzy Team were positioned on the periphery, making the center appear vacuous, yet hidden webs laid by Zhiju safeguarded the area. However, Zhu Zhuqing's timing was impeccable. Zhiju's attention was entirely on setting traps, while the furious rhinoceros was held at bay by Cheng Yi, leaving the remaining 3 occupied by Xiaoyu and Yin in a fierce struggle. The audience below was captivated, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Oh no! Zhiju sensed the shift, but realized it was too late. Her first soul ring flared dramatically, activating her first soul skill, Silk Binding, as a thread shot toward Zhu Zhuqing. In response, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring flickered, her explosive agility allowing her to evade Zhiju's silk, which merely snagged a single strand of her hair. Seeing this, Hongda's face turned ashen as Zhu Zhuqing closed in. Activating her third soul skill, Nether Slash, her third soul ring glittered, and she brought her hands together above her head, her fingers merging into a black blade nearly a foot long, slicing downward with a sound that split the air. Being an auxiliary-type soul master, Hongda's close combat abilities were severely lacking. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his Rui plate defensively. Clang! The clash between the claws and the bronze plate emitted a deafening metallic sound, and Hongda felt a tremendous force surge, nearly wrenching the Rui plate from his grip, forcing him to stagger backward. Hongda gasped, losing his balance and teetering toward the edge of the soul arena. Stop her! The furious rhinoceros roared, attempting to rush forward, but Cheng Yi held him fast. Cheng Yi's second soul ring flared, invoking his second soul skill, Shadow, Thousand Gene. Soul power and shadow energy began to coalesce in his hands, launching forth like a relentless barrage toward the rhinoceros. Startled by the impact, the rhinoceros activated his second soul skill, Frenzy, coating his body in a layer of hardened skin, enhancing his defenses just in time to withstand Cheng Yi's strike. Zhu Qing, having achieved her goal, did not linger in battle. With a swift movement, she activated her second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. Her second soul ring glowed as countless claw shadows instantly forced the pursuing monkey leap to retreat, swiftly returning to their own formation, leaving behind only a faint black shadow. At that moment, half of Hongda's body had already crossed the edge of the arena. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as his third soul skill erupted forth, Frenzy. He pushed the third soul skill of the Rui plate to its limits. An orange-yellow halo exploded around him, and although he was already falling, the aura still enveloped the remaining 6 members of the Frenzy team. In an instant, the rhinoceros's muscles swelled, his horns glowing with a dark golden hue. Lang Tu's eyes turned crimson, his claws shimmering ominously, Mao Rant's blade stained with blood. And the soul power of Yang Ming and Monkey Leap surged dramatically, revealing intricate crimson patterns on their skin. Their strengths rose, infused with a fervor, while only Zhizhu remained unperturbed, meticulously controlling her teammates. This is troubling, Cheng Yi's brow furrowed. Through his shadow eye, he observed the chaotic surge of soul power within the Frenzy team, a tumultuous energy laden with the potential for destruction. Chapter 113. The Victory of the Golden Team. The fourth soul skill, Shattering Mountain, illuminated on the rhinoceros's fourth soul ring, dark golden soul power enveloping his form like flames. The destructive energy, accumulating in the horns, twisted the air around them. The rhinoceros transformed into a dark golden torrent, ignoring Xiaoyu's obstruction as he charged straight toward Cheng Yi, intent on tearing apart the one who continually disrupted their plans. Nana, restrain the others. Cheng Yi's voice was steady and resolute. Hearing this, Hulaina activated her third soul skill, Fox Transformation. As her form slightly elevated, her fluffy fox tail expanded, her violet eyes shimmering brightly as her mental energy surged forth, enveloping Lang Tu, Mao Ran, and Yang Ming. The allure of Hulaina's power, augmented by the fox transformation, intensified, significantly delaying the onslaught of their frenzied foes. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's first soul ring glimmered as she activated the 9-treasure glaze tile, channeling strength into Cheng Yi. Simultaneously, Lin Li's third soul ring ignited, invoking her third soul skill, Peach Spirit Manifestation. Gently tapping her jade bracelet, the peach blossom patterns glowed, surrounding her in a soft pink light that amplified the power of her soul skills. Next, Lin Li activated her second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian, conjuring a pink shield that enveloped the members of the Golden Team. Following this, her first soul ring sparked to life, activating her first soul skill, Bracelet Shadow Life Ring. With all her might, Lin Li summoned the power of her first soul skill, the Peach Heart Jade bracelet vibrating as a pink halo enveloped the entire arena, healing the injuries of the Golden Team's members. Cheng Yi stood firm against the rhinoceros's charge, advancing rather than retreating. He could distinctly feel the destructive energy that disregarded defenses emanating from the rhinoceros. His shadow, I dissected the rhinoceros's speed and trajectory, and as the beast approached within 5 zhong, Cheng Yi finally made his move. The fourth soul skill, 8 Chains of Binding, erupted from Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring, and 8 pitch-black chains burst forth from a shadow, coiling around the rhinoceros's limbs and torso like 8 agile ink dragons, exuding a chilling aura. In a state of berserk might, the wild rhinoceros's soul skill rendered it impervious to control. However, upon being ensnared by chains, its expression drastically altered. These chains were not mere bindings of brute force. Rather, they possessed a bizarre, devouring power that slowly eroded its dark golden battle aura. Break free, the wild rhinoceros bellowed, unleashing its strength to the utmost. The chains strained taut, emitting a groan under the unbearable load, and even displayed fine cracks upon their black surface. Zhu Qing, Xie and Cheng Yi shouted, their hands tirelessly maintaining the chain's restraint. Zhu Qing's first soul skill illuminated, and with a swift motion, she executed the nether stab, leaving only an afterimage as she darted towards the monkey leap. Sensing the impending attack, Monkey Leap retreated, activating his third soul ring and unleashing the frenzied claw barrage. In response, Zhu Qing altered her strategy, simultaneously activating her second soul skill, the Nether White Claw, their speeds rendering them mere flickers in the arena. Xieyu's eyes gleamed coldly as he activated his third soul skill, the Moon Blade, infusing his entire soul power into the blade. A brilliant light coalesced at the tip of the short dagger, shooting forth like a meteor towards the wolf diagram restrained by Hulaina. This was a concentrated burst of power. Despite the fervor-enhancing wolf diagram, he was forced to retreat, the Moon Blade grazing his shoulder and leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone. With the third soul skill, Hellfire, Yin activated his flames to their zenith, surrounding himself in a blazing inferno. The flames, upon touching the ground, did not extinguish but rather wrapped around Mao Ran and Yang Ming like a relentless parasite. Mao Ran, activating her second soul ring, lunged fiercely at Yin with her sharp claws, only to be seared by the flames. In response, Yang Ming leapt high, attempting to escape the encirclement of fire, yet found himself trapped within Yan's blaze. As the flames licked his calf, a searing pain shot through him. Though the fervor dulled his senses, it could not halt the flames' advance. Noticing the dire situation, Zhizhu activated her fourth soul ring, casting the heart-eating cocoon towards Ning Rongrong, attempting to employ control to compel Cheng Yi to assist. Hulaina, aware of her intentions, would not allow Zhizhu to succeed. With a sudden burst, Hulaina activated her second soul skill, Charm, enveloping her in a dazzling purple aura that momentarily disoriented everyone in the frenzied team except for the wild rhinoceros. At that moment, the chains restraining Cheng Yi reached their limit, snapping with a crisp crack. The wild rhinoceros's momentum surged, closing the distance to Cheng Yi to less than 2 yards. Now is the time. A glint of determination flashed in Cheng Yi's eyes as he activated his second soul skill, Shadow Quake. Abruptly withdrawing the soul power, maintaining the chains, and channeling all his energy into his right fist, unleashing the Shadow Quake to its zenith. This strike was a culmination of 90% of Cheng Yi's soul power and shadow energy, his dark fist resembling a miniature black hole, violently drawing in air and emitting a piercing shriek. The wild rhinoceros, in its charge, surged forward with earth-shattering force, colliding with Cheng Yi's fist. Instead of a thunderous crash, an invisible shockwave radiated from their clash, shattering the blue stones at the edge of the battle arena. Cheng Yi felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, pain searing through his right arm as his bones groaned under the pressure, forcing him to stagger backward, leaving deep impressions in the stone beneath him and causing a trickle of black blood to escape his lips. Yet the wild rhinoceros did not fare well either. Its charge was abruptly halted, its dark golden aura dimming, cracks appearing upon its horns. More critically, the berserk state was shattered, a wave of exhaustion washing over it, diminishing its defenses. The wild rhinoceros roared in defiance, only to realize its allies had vanished, and the charm of Hulaina's aura struck again, leaving it dizzy. Lin Litao's healing aura incessantly mended the injuries of their teammates, while Wolf Diagram and his companions were forced to retreat under the relentless assault from Zhu Qing. Xieyou and Yin, it is over. Cheng Yi wiped the blood from his lips, his shadow, locking onto Zhizhu as he activated his first soul skill, the Shadow Claw. Shadow energy coalesced into deadly claws on his right hand as he lunged at the spider. At that moment, the wild rhinoceros collapsed heavily, stirring a cloud of dust, and tranquility finally descended upon the battle arena. Wolf Diagram found himself restrained by Xieyu's moon blade at his throat, Mao Ran and Yang Ming ensnared by Yan's flames, while Monkey Leap's wrist was firmly gripped by Zhu Qing, and Zhizhu was pinned by Cheng Yi's shadow claw aimed at her forehead. The members of the Lu Jin team gasped for breath. Suddenly, the host's voice rang out. I hereby declare the victors of this team battle to be the Lu Jin team. The crowd erupted in an unprecedented roar, chanting Cheng Yi and the Lu Jin team's name. Brother Yi, you were incredible, Li Qianwei exclaimed. Indeed, it was exhilarating, Li Qianyu added. Tomorrow, Will you two be on rotation? Yin asked with a smile. To think that Hongda managed to unleash his third soul skill. Zhu Qing lamented. Fear not. Zhu Qing, you performed admirably. It was merely the wild rhinoceros that posed a challenge. Cheng Yi reassured her with a smile. Nana did splendidly as well. None of the agile types could even approach Rongrong and Lin Li Tao. Cheng Yi remarked towards Hulaina. Oh, brother Yi, you flatter me. Hulaina blushed. At that moment, Xue Qinghe approached, clapping his hands. Brother Cheng, you truly embody the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The frenzied team has secured a remarkable 7 consecutive victories in the titled Douluo arena, he praised. Haha, it was nothing, brother Xue, Cheng Yi replied modestly. Brother Cheng, if I had the time, I would come to watch your matches every day, Xue Qinghe stated. That would be wonderful, brother Xue. It would be our honor. Cheng Yi smiled. Then I shall take my leave for the palace. I look forward to your match tomorrow, Xue Qinghe said eagerly. Cheng Yi and his companions departed the titled Douluo arena, only to spot Ziyuan, who stood a short distance away, smiling at them. They all rushed to her side. Children, you all performed splendidly today. Your teamwork in the battle was commendable, Ziyuan smiled. Sister Ling Yuan, it is the result of your intensive training over the past month. Especially Yen. His flames have grown stronger than ever. We must continue to provide him with more specialized training. Cheng Yi said with a grin. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Thinking back to the training, Yin quickly shook his head, saying no, that was just too much. Indeed, Yin, brother Yi is right. Your flames can be refined further, Xie Yu chimed in, placing a hand on Yan's shoulder, grinning. Laughter erupted once more. The next day, Cheng Yi remarked, tonight's team battle will be between Xin Yu and Qian Wei. Rest assured, brother Yi, we will utterly crush the opposition. Li Qianwei declared confidently. Don't boast too much. Be wary of speaking too soon, Li Qianyu laughed. Let us register for some one-on-one battles first, Cheng Yi suggested. Yay, I'm going to play some bets. Li Qianwei rubbed his hands together excitedly. The winner of this one-on-one battle is Cheng Yi. The victor is Hulaina. The champion is Zhu Qing. The winner is Xie Yu. The victor is Yan. The champion is Li Qianyu. The winner is Li Qianwei. That was a breeze, Li Qianwei remarked, shaking his hands. Relax. Have you forgotten that you nearly got thrown off the stage just now? Yin remarked. Weren't you also on the brink of losing? Li Qianwei retorted. Yet I never claimed it was effortless, Yin chuckled. You two are acting like children. Xie Yu waved his hand dismissively. Next up is the 2v2 soul duel, everyone. Remember to conserve your soul power, Cheng Yi advised. The crowd nodded in agreement. By the way, Iga, we couldn't team match with you yesterday. We can't possibly match with you today, right? Li Qianwei asked, trembling slightly. No, Qianwei, are you foolish? How can we possibly match with Iga? Li Qianyu looked at Li Qianwei as if he were simple-minded. Cheng Yi shook his head with a smile. Huh. Li Qianwei responded, Bujlat. Iga is a soul sect, while Nana, Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Lin Li are soul emperors. The matchmaking, of course, requires a soul sect to be paired with a soul emperor. How can we possibly be matched with you? Xie Yu explained helplessly. It was only then that Li Qianwei realized, scratching his head awkwardly. All right, don't overthink it. Let us go sign up, Cheng Yi said. The victors of this round of 2v2 soul duels are the God of Death Spirit Cat. The victors are the Underworld Demon Fox. The victors are the Shadow Glaze. The victors are the Shadow Peach Spirit. Today's 2v2 soul duel seems particularly effortless. Zhu Qing remarked with a smile. Zhu Qing, you and Ego ended your first match swiftly. It hardly felt like you expended any soul power, Hulaina commented. Fortunately, we weren't matched together in these 4 rounds. It was quite easy, Cheng Yi replied with a grin. Indeed, Ego, it feels almost surreal to be this relaxed. Ning Rongrong added. They barely touched me. Being with Ego gives me a sense of security, Lin Li stated. Let's not dwell on that. Today we've made a fortune betting blindly that Ego would win, Li Qianwei exclaimed, laughing. But, Qianwei, our Spirit Hall ISNT sure on money to spend. Both your grandfather and His Holiness the Pope have generously provided for us. It will be quite the rumor if it got out that our Spirit Hall is stingy with its funds, Xie Yu shook his head. You don't understand, Xie Yu. You don't grasp the exhilaration that comes with winning, Li Qianwei replied with a smile. Didn't we already know Ego would win? ISNT that interesting? Li Qianyu inquired. Of course. Oh, you all just don't get it. It's simply joyous, Li Qianwei responded. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, filled with confusion. They respected, but could not comprehend his sentiment. Oh well, if Qianwei enjoys it, let him be. We ought to have some other hobbies aside from training, Cheng Yi remarked. Ego, you're so wonderful. Li Qianwei exclaimed as he rushed to embrace Cheng Yi. Hey, all right, Cheng Yi hurriedly replied. By the way, why haven't I, Xiaoyu, Qinyu, and Qianwei matched up yet? Yin questioned, puzzled. Yes, Li Qinyu echoed. Just then, the announcement echoed, please, the Yinyu duo and the Panlong twin heroes arrive at the 2v2 soul duel stage within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. No way, they set us up against each other. Cheng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. That is fine. It's just right to see the gap between Xiaoyu and Yin, Li Qinyu stated. Xiaoyu, Yin, you two must not hold back, Li Qianwei urged. Of course not. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged knowing glances. We'll head to the audience seats. You prepare well. Cheng Yi instructed. Oh, remember, don't use your martial soul fusion techniques or self-created soul skills. We can't reveal too much just yet, Cheng Yi cautioned. Understood. Ego, Xiaoyu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei replied in unison. Chapter 115, Yinyu vs. Twin Dragons. Hello everyone. Welcome to today as 2v2 Soul Duel. I am your host, Xin. Now, allow me to introduce the competitors. On my left is the Panlong Twin Heroes duo, and on my right is the Yinyu duo. Both teams are promising new combinations. Over the past few days, the competitors from both sides have achieved remarkable results in individual and team soul duels. It's worth mentioning that both teams hail from the illustrious Lu Jin squad. Led by Cheng Yi, I'm genuinely excited to see what sparks will fly in this duel. The host exclaimed enthusiastically. The audience erupted into cheers. Please, both sides, unleash your martial souls. The host called out. Li Qianyu, martial soul, Panlong staff, level 33 assault system, Soul Emperor. As he spoke, a blue glowing Panlong staff appeared in Li Qianyu's hand, and 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floated slowly beneath him. Li Qianwei, martial soul, Panlong staff, level 33 assault system, Soul Emperor. Likewise, a Panlong staff radiating a red hue materialized in Li Qianwei's grasp, with 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rising from beneath him. Xiaoyu, martial soul, Moonblade, level 36 assault system, Soul Emperor. 2 shimmering moonblades appeared in Xiaoyu's hands, followed by 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, ascending from his feet. Yin, martial soul, Flame Lord, level 36 assault system, Soul Emperor. A spectral image of the Flame Lord emerged behind Yin, its fiery essence bubbling forth as 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, slowly materialized beneath him. Surdruel, commence, the host declared. No sooner had the host finished speaking than Xiaoyu sprang into action. With a ghostly grace, he propelled himself like an arrow towards Li Qianyu, crossing his moon blades into a cruciform, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Li Qianyu. The strike was as swift as lightning, the blades wind causing the air before Li Qianyu to ripple and crackle. Yet, Li Qianyu advanced rather than retreated, swinging his Panlong staff with a fierce determination. Meeting the moon blade head-on, the clash rang out, a deafening symphony of metal on metal. Li Qianyu's first soul ring ignited, activating his first soul skill, Ocean's 3 strikes. The intricate patterns on his Panlong staff glowed vividly, sending forth 3 fine waves of blue energy that cascaded towards Xiaoyu's moon blades like relentless tides. Xiaoyu felt a subtle force redirect his trajectory, forcing him to defend with his blades. In that fleeting moment, Li Qianwei's second soul ring flared to life, activating his second soul skill, Binding Spell. The Panlong staff in his hands glowed red as 3 crimson rings manifested, intertwining and aiming to ensnare Xiaoyu's legs. Not a chance. Yan's voice boomed as he unleashed his second soul skill, Granite of Hell. With a forceful slam of his palms into the ground, 3 towering rocks erupted around Xiaoyu, forming a protective barrier against the red rings. The impact was thunderous as the binding rings shattered against the rocky shield, sending a shockwave that rattled Li Qianwei's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Yin activated his first soul skill, Hellfire Magma, thrusting his left hand upward. A column of searing magma erupted from the ground, the air distorting under its heat. In response, Li Qianyu activated his second soul skill, Counterstrike, anchoring his staff to the ground and flipping backward. The Panlong staff traced an arc before him, enveloped in a thick azure glow, forming a translucent barrier. The magma's wave crashed against the shield, sizzling and sparking as the blue light flickered intensely, ultimately holding back the fiery onslaught. The barrier rebounded slightly, redirecting the residual magma energy back towards Yin, who had to sidestep to evade the counterattack. Impressive, Xiaoyu remarked, an admiring glint in his eyes. The synergy between the brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei is remarkably harmonious. Li Qianyu assumes the role of the defender, expertly wielding the Panlong staff for both defense and counterattacks, while Li Qianwei takes on the offensive, executing fierce and cunning strikes. Together, their alternating roles of offense and defense subtly compensate for their disparity in soul power, effectively neutralizing the initial aggressive onslaught from him and Yin, much to the delight of the excited host and the audience, whose enthusiasm reaches a fever pitch in applause. At this moment, the third soul ring of Li Qianwei illuminates, activating his third soul skill, the awakening of the divine dragon. As he steadies the Panlong staff, a deafening dragon roar erupts from its body. The dragon patterns on the staff seemingly coming to life, their scales rendered vividly. A potent and fiery aura surges forth, causing Li Qianwei's presence to swell. His eyes blazing crimson, and the veins in his arms bulging as he grips the red staff. "Receive my strike," he bellows, sweeping the staff with a force that carries the resonance of the dragon's cry towards Yin. Li Qianwei's speed has increased by nearly 30%, with the staff's wind carving shallow grooves into the stone floor in its wake. Simultaneously, Li Qianyu's third soul ring also glimmers, activating his third soul skill, the unwavering Panlong. He raises the Panlong staff high, releasing an even more exalted dragon cry, which, unlike Li Qianwei's imposing display, resonates with an enigmatic vibration, spreading like invisible sound waves. Xiaoyu and Yin perceive a buzzing in their ears, their internal soul power momentarily disrupted, a clear sign of interference. Xiaoyu nearly loses grip of his moonblade, and Yin's magma energy momentarily falters. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Qianyu activates his first soul ring, unleashing his first soul skill, the three strikes of the sea. The blue light emanating from the Panlong staff surges as it hurtles towards Xiaoyu with the speed of a released arrow, directly targeting his chest. "Qianyu, you still need practice." Despite being momentarily distracted by the dragon's roar, Xiaoyu reacts with swift precision. His second soul ring ignites, activating his second soul skill, the Moon Guard. The dual moon blades cross, instantly radiating a halo that dramatically enhances their defensive capacity. Li Qianyu's Panlong staff collides with the intersection of the blades, producing a deep thud. He feels a resilient yet pliable force push back against him, causing his staff to rebound. Nevertheless, Li Qianyu remains undeterred, activating his first soul ring once more, and the energy of the three strikes of the sea erupts again, yet still, it is systematically dissipated by the layers of the moon blade's defense. At this juncture, Li Qianwei has already charged towards Yin, wielding the Panlong staff. Yin smiles faintly, a flicker of flame igniting in his eyes as his third soul ring activates, unleashing his third soul skill, the Hellfire. Flames engulf Yin, cascading down to the ground and igniting the stone floor, transforming it into a sea of fire. More intriguingly, the flames are interspersed with rocky debris, indicating that Yin has fused granite with the Hellfire, crafting a formidable dual offensive and defensive stance. Chapter 116, The Dual Dragon's Narrow Defeat. Sizzling sounds echo as Li Qianwei plunges into the inferno, the clash of his crimson energy against the flames producing a piercing noise. Despite the enhancement of the awakening of the divine dragon, he is forced to retreat under the scorching onslaught, the Panlong staff's body slightly charred. Yet, leveraging his backward momentum, he thrusts the staff upward, launching a blazing rock fragment towards Yin, compelling Yin to momentarily retract his flames. Although Xiaoyu and Yin possess a level advantage, they find it challenging to breach the combined defenses of the two brothers. Li Qianyu's unwavering Panlong intermittently disrupts their soul power flow, while Li Qianwei, bolstered by the awakening of the divine dragon, consistently retaliates in concert with Li Qianyu's defenses. Their synchronized maneuvers with the Panlong staff flow seamlessly, establishing a perfect closed loop of offense and defense, much to the host's exhilaration and the audience's resounding applause. Exchanging glances, Xiaoyu and Yin both recognize the gravity of their situation. Though both are formidable attackers and their coordination is commendable, it pales in comparison to the profound understanding shared between the brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Each defensive maneuver from Li Qianyu creates opportunities for Li Qianwei's assaults, while every ambush from Li Qianwei alleviates the pressure on Li Qianyu. This synergy, cultivated over the years, effectively mitigates the gap in their levels. The fluctuations of soul power on the battle arena intensify, the stone floor marred and uneven, with patches of flame and traces of dragon energy lingering in others. Yin, We can no longer afford a delay. We must end this swiftly, Xiaoyu murmurs, his moon blades gleaming with an even colder light. Yin nods, and the flames surrounding him surge once more, this time coalescing into 3 more potent flames, poised at his side, evidently preparing for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu springs into action, his form shifting rapidly as he darts toward Li Qianyu's flank, activating his 3rd soul skill, the Breaking Moon. His 3rd soul ring flickers, and the dual moon blades cease their pursuit of speed, instead gathering immense soul power for a concentrated burst, channeling all their strength into a singular point of explosive force. The blades in Xiaoyu's hands shine with a blinding brilliance as he thrusts towards Li Qianyu. Perceiving the ominous wind behind him, Li Qianyu promptly activates his 2nd soul ring, unleashing his 2nd soul skill, the counterstrike. He swiftly swings the Panlong staff back, conjuring a blue barrier that instantly unfurls. However, Xiaoyu's moonblade, akin to a drill, accurately targets the center of the barrier, pouring all its might into the tip, a radiant point that violently rends the blue shield apart. With a sharp sound, the moon blade grazes the blue staff, though it does not harm Li Qianyu. It tears his sleeve, leaving a crimson mark upon his arm. More critically, it creates a momentary gap in his defenses. Now, Yin bellows as the 3 flames surge forth, not aimed at Li Qianwei, but rather lashing towards Li Qianyu with increased speed. Simultaneously, Yin activates his 2nd soul skill, the Granite Shield, pressing his hands to the ground. This time, instead of forming a shield, 4 stone pillars erupt from beneath Li Qianyu's feet, sealing off his escape route. Li Qianwei, witnessing this, is alarmed and swings the Panlong staff towards Yin, determined to compel him to assist. Yet Yin is well prepared. The flames around him explode violently, forming a wall of fire that intercepts the staff's advance. Realizing his plan has failed, Li Qianwei pivots to aid Li Qianyu. You shall face me. Yan's voice radiates with fiery intensity as he reignites the flames, ensnaring Li Qianwei. Li Qianyu, trapped by the stone pillars, sees the flames encroaching upon him, and in a moment of desperation, activates his 1st soul ring, unleashing the 3 strikes of the sea. He thrusts the Panlong staff into the ground, the 1st soul ring flickering repeatedly as the energy surges, attempting to shatter the stone pillars. However, Xiaoyu's onslaught shadows him relentlessly, as Xiaoyu's 1st soul ring activates. Invoking his 1st soul skill, the Cleaving Moon, the combined might of his moon blades focuses directly towards the vulnerable point where Li Qianyu's hand grips the Panlong staff. Clang! The moon blade collides with the Panlong staff once again, unleashing an explosion of power. The dragon patterns on the staff flicker violently, emitting a resonant hum under the strain. Li Qianyu feels an overwhelming force surge through the staff, causing his palm to bleed profusely as he nearly loses his grip. In that moment of imbalance, the flames from Yin have already ensnared Li Qianyu, the fire rapidly spreading, inflicting excruciating pain that halts his movements. Witnessing this, Li Qianwei pushes the awakening of the divine dragon to its utmost limit, his 3rd soul ring pulsating with energy. And the Panlong staff emits a thunderous dragon roar as it crashes through the wall of fire, barreling towards Yin. As Li Qianwei charges forward, Yin does not flinch or evade. His 2nd soul ring ignites, activating the Granite Fist. The granite envelopes his fists, simultaneously ignited by the flames of his 3rd soul skill, the Hellfire, as he prepares to confront Li Qianwei head-on. Boom! The clash between the Panlong staff and the fist left Li Qianwei at a disadvantage. As if struck by a powerful blow, he was sent hurtling backwards, the luminous dragon patterns on the staff dimming instantly, interrupting the enhanced state of the awakened dragon. Struggling to rise, Li Qianwei felt a surge of blood and energy rising in his chest, his soul power now sluggish in its flow. At that moment, the crescent blade of Shiyue was poised at Li Qianyu's throat. Observing his fallen brother, Li Qianyu sheathed the Panlong staff and let out a bitter smile. We have lost. I hereby declare the victors of this soul duel to be the Yin Yu duo, the host announced, and the audience erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha, still couldn't manage it. Could you? Li Qianyu laughed. Even with all our might, we still can't defeat the 2 of you, Li Qianwei replied with a smile. If you 2 had unleashed your martial soul fusion technique, we would have had a tough time winning, Shiyue shrugged. But aside from Ego, who among our peers could withstand that move? Anyone else would be hopeless, Yin interjected. That is a valid point, Li Qianwei acknowledged. Shiyue, that self-created soul skill you used earlier was impressive, Li Qianyu remarked. Still, a self-created soul skill cannot compare to a martial soul fusion technique. Shiyue waved his hand dismissively. Qinyu, Qinwei, I must say, your coordination is indeed commendable. Shiyue, and I didn't gain much advantage, Yin noted. You performed quite well. Just then, Cheng Yi arrived with Hulaina and others, having found Shiyue and the others post-duel. Oh, Igu, stop praising us, the four of them said simultaneously, scratching their heads and laughing. Ah, all bruised up, you four must be quite proud. Lin Lu's ethereal voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Shiyue, Yin, Li Qinyu, and Li Qinwei felt a chill down their spines. What? Speak up. I want to say anything about getting hurt while dueling outsiders. But why must we fight so fiercely among ourselves? Lin Lu smiled. The four of them turned to Cheng Yi for help, but he could only shrug helplessly. Lu, Sister Lu, please listen to me, they said, trembling. Speak. What is there to say? Lin Lu's heart-shaped bracelet shimmered, and her first soul ring lit up, activating her first soul skill. Soft rings of light emanated from her wrist, enveloping Shiyue, Yin, Li Qinyu, and Li Qianwei, gradually healing their wounds. Thank you, Sister Lu, Yin said, scratching his head. I knew Sister Lu was the best, Li Qianwei smiled. This transformation was purely coincidental, Shiyue remarked. Indeed, Yan Li Qinyu and Li Qianwei echoed. Sister Lu, we promise it won't happen again, Li Qinyu assured. Yes, it definitely won't happen again, Shiyue, Yin, and Li Qianwei chimed in. Watching the four of them bicker, Cheng Yi, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh. Umph. Lin Lu crossed her arms and snorted. Lulu, you still have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, Ning Rongrong laughed. What can I do, Rongrong? It's just how I am, Lin Lu replied with a helpless shake of her head. Let us go. We need to register for the team battle. Cheng Yi clapped his hands, smiling. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the resting room, Cheng Yi examined the team introduction in his hands. Our next opponent is quite formidable, he remarked. Iga, what kind of team can make you say that? Hulaina asked, with the others also looking to Cheng Yi for clarification. Our next opponent is named the Seven Elephants team, and their captain is called Yin Jin. The team includes 3 Soul Masters, Cheng Yi explained. Putting aside the 3 Soul Masters, why is the team called the Seven Elephants? Ningronggrong inquired. Their 7 elephants likely correspond to the attributes of the 7 members' martial souls. Fire, water, thunder, earth, wind, wood, and shadow, Cheng Yi speculated. 7 elemental types? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. With 3 Soul Masters and 4 Soul Venerates, they are indeed a formidable adversary, Cheng Yi smiled. I say, Qinyu and Qianwei, can you handle it? If not, let me take the lead, Yin said, his fighting spirit growing. What are you saying? Of course we can. Li Qianwei replied with a grin. Then let us prepare well. Even if we lose, we must give it our all, Cheng Yi urged. With Iga here, how can we possibly lose? Li Qianwei asarta. That is not guaranteed. In team battles, even the slightest mistake could be magnified by our opponents, Cheng Yi cautioned. Let us fight with all our might until the very last moment, he declared. The group echoed his sentiment. In another resting room, the Lu Jin team, led by that Cheng Yi who's been making waves in the Tiando Grand Soul arena lately. This will be interesting, Yin Jin chuckled. Yin, that kid's soul ring configuration surpasses the limits of a soul master. We cannot afford to underestimate him, Mo cautioned. You are overly concerned. The opponent is merely a soul master. How much could he possibly do? He will still end up defeated by us, Yi Shao laughed. Brother Shadow, you remain as arrogant as ever. Be careful not to lose the duel, when he teased, resting her chin on her hand. Humph, I shall counter every move. My warhammer will shatter everything, Lei Gang retorted. First, break through my defenses, and then we shall see, Shi Hung sneered. Relying solely on brute strength is futile. Have you not heard the saying, there is always a mountain beyond the mountain, and a person beyond the person? Family Ramarca. All right, team, let us all perform well today. And let me see just how strong that kid really is. Yin Jin stood up, cracking his neck. Now, arriving, the Lu Jin team and the 7 Elephants team. Please reach the designated Soul Duel Arena within the incense's duration, the announcer called out. Let us go. Both Cheng Yi and Yin Jin rose with faint smiles. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this team duel. I'm your old friend, Ahua. Allow me to introduce both teams. To my left stands the 7 Elephants team, led by Yin Jin, who has yet to taste defeat since their formation. To my right is the Lu Jin team, led by Cheng Yi, also a formidable team, particularly their captain Cheng Yi, a renowned figure in the Tiando Grand Soul arena, who will triumph in today's Soul Duel. Let us await the outcome, the host proclaimed. As the host concluded, the audience erupted in cheers for both the Lu Jin team and the Seven Elephants team. Please, both teams, unleash your martial souls, the host announced. When he, Martial Soul, Warm Sunflower, 35 level support Soul Master. As she spoke, a half-blooming golden flower appeared in her hand, its petals edged with a gentle orange glow. And a small sun-like light point hovered at its core, exuding warmth as it swayed gently with a flow of soul power. 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared. Sure hung, Martial Soul, layered rock shield, 36 level defense Soul Venerable, as he spoke. A gigantic shield made of multiple layers of brown-gray rock materialized in his hands, its edges uneven and covered with intricate patterns, with a deep blue crystal embedded at its center. 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared. Feng Li, Martial Soul, Swift Weasel, 37 level agility type, Soul Venerable. As he spoke, his body was covered in short gray fur, his limbs becoming slender yet muscular, and a fluffy tail grew behind him. 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared. Lei Gang, Martial Soul, Thunder Hammer, 37 level assault type, Soul Venerable. As he spoke, a pitch-black war hammer appeared in his hands, its head large and round, adorned with intertwining silver-blue lightning patterns, as if electricity surged within it. 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appeared. Yi Xiao, Martial Soul, Shadow Falcon, 41 level agility type, Soul Master. As he spoke, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, the feathers a deep black, shimmering with a dark purple hue at the edges when fully spread. 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple appeared. MOU. With the martial spirit of the water binding whip, a level 43 control system spirit master manifested a whip composed entirely of refined liquid water in his hand. The whip shimmered with a translucent azure hue, streaked with delicate silver sparkles, while 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, materialized. The captain of the 7 Elephants team, Yanjin, wielding the martial spirit of the Crimson Fire Lance, a level 45 assault system spirit master, summoned a long spear of vibrant red. Its surface is smooth as metal and its tip shaped like a flame, adorned with red tassels. The spear ignited in flickering orange flames as Yanjin infused it with his soul power, accompanied by the appearance of 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Chapter 118. The Gilded Team versus the 7 Elephants team. Lin Yu, with the martial spirit of the heart-shaped bracelet, a level 33 support system, Soul Venerable, slowly raised his right hand, revealing a pink bracelet adorned with flower petal motifs at his wrist. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated up from beneath him. Ning Rongrong, with the martial spirit of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, a level 35 support system, Soul Venerable, summoned the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, radiating a spectrum of colors, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, gradually emerged from below her. Li Qianyu, with the martial spirit of the Coiling Dragon Staff, a level 33 assault system, Soul Venerable, conjured a staff emanating a blue glow as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly appeared from beneath him. Li Qianwei, also with the martial spirit of the Coiling Dragon Staff, a level 33 assault system, Soul Venerable, manifested a staff that shimmered in red, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising from his feet. Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial spirit of the Nether Cat, a level 36 agility system, Soul Venerable, transformed her fingers into claw-like appendages. A pair of black cat ears peeked out from her dark hair, twitching slightly, while a slender cat tail sprouted from behind her. As 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly ascended from beneath her. Hulaina, with the martial spirit of the Demon Fox, a level 36 control system, Soul Venerable, sprouted a pair of fox ears atop her head, accompanied by a soft, bushy fox tail, as 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose from her feet. Cheng Yi, stepping forward, declared, captain of the Gilded Team. Cheng Yi, with the martial spirit of the Shadow Monarch, a level 46 assault system spirit master, as a shadow elongated, a dark silhouette bursting forth to hover behind him, while 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, gradually emerged from below. Is it possible that they are even 1 level higher than me? Let me see what sort of team this is, Yanjin remarked with a smile. The members of the meteorological team assumed their battle stances. A team composed of 7 elements, truly something to anticipate, Cheng Yi mused with enthusiasm. The members of the Gilded Team also took their positions for battle. The soul battle begins, the host announced. Everyone, stay focused, urged Cheng, to which the others nodded in agreement. With the Eye of Shadows, Cheng Yi's pupils turned pitch black as he scrutinized the opposing team through the lens of his power. Ning Rongrong then sprang into action, activating her first and second soul rings simultaneously. 9 treasures, glazed light. First, power. Second, speed. The 9-treasure glazed tower in her palm spun, unleashing a radiant aura that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. The manifestation of her martial spirit, the Nether Cat, enhanced Zhu Zhuqing's agility, blending her form with the shadows cast by the arena's edge. The claw tips glimmered with a ghostly light, amplifying the powers bestowed upon Cheng Yi, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei. On the side of the 7 Elephants team, Yan Jin thrust the crimson fire lance in the ground as flames surged dramatically from its tip, preparing to assist in eliminating the opposing support. Receiving the sunflower from Wen He, a gentle golden light began to bloom. The night owl spread its wings, soaring into the luminous air as its first soul ring illuminated, activating its first soul skill, Silent Ambush, rendering even the sound of its wings inaudible. The wind lynx arched its body, activating its first soul ring and unleashing its first soul skill, Gale Dash. A pale blue wind swirled around the lynx, enhancing its speed by 60% as it darted towards the flank of the gilded team. Nana, restrain him. Cheng Yi commanded sharply, activating her second soul skill, Enchanting Fox. Hulaina's second soul ring shimmered, her violet eyes swirling as purple light rippled outward, causing the wind lynx's movements to stall momentarily. This brief moment of disorientation, though fleeting, was ample opportunity for Zhu Zhuqing to strike. With her first soul skill, Nether Strike, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring glimmered as she transformed into a streak of black lightning, her claws slicing through the air towards the wind lynx's rear. The lynx, startled back to awareness, found it too late to evade and could only hastily invoke its third soul skill, Shadow Flicker. The third soul ring glowed, leaving behind an afterimage as it teleported 5 meters away. However, Zhu Zhuqing reacted even faster, using the momentum of her assault to spin around, activating her second soul ring to unleash her second soul skill, Nether Claw, as countless claw shadows tore the lynx's afterimage to shreds. While her peripheral vision locked onto the trajectory of the diving night owl, almost simultaneously, the night owl's second soul ring illuminated, activating its second soul skill, Wind Blades, as 5 dark wind blades fanned out towards Ning Rongrong and Linyu, cutting off all possible escape routes with their precise angles. With his second soul skill, Counterstrike, Li Qianyu's second soul ring flashed, as the coiling dragon staff appeared in his grasp, radiating a heavy blue light that formed a translucent barrier. The wind blades collided with the barrier, producing a series of sharp cracks, yet were completely deflected back, forcing the night owl to retreat hastily. What remarkable teamwork from the gilded team! The host praised, eliciting cheers from the audience. Seeing this, Yan Jin scoffed coldly, as his first soul ring activated, unleashing his first soul skill, Flame Thrust. The fire at the tip of the crimson fire lance condensed into a streak of orange light, hurtling towards Li Qianyu with astonishing speed. The spear's piercing shriek echoed in the air, and before it could reach him, the searing heat caused Li Qianyu's hair to flutter. With his first soul skill, Demon Dragon Hammer, Li Qianwei's first soul ring illuminated as the coiling dragon staff swung down just in time, releasing a deafening dragon's roar that deflected the trajectory of the flame thrust by half an inch. Sparks flew as the dragon pattern on the staff glowed, pushing Yan Jin back slightly, causing him to waver. Interesting, a flicker of surprise crossed Yan Jin's eyes as he gripped his spear with both hands, activating his second soul ring to unleash his second soul skill, Blazing Gun Shadows. 3 fiery spear images shot forth, targeting Cheng Yi, Li Qianyu, and Zhu Zhuqing respectively, scorching the ground beneath them with faint burn marks. Cheng Yi, instead of retreating, advanced as his first soul skill suddenly activated, Shadow Claw. The power of shadows coalesced into claws, enveloping his hands with a dark energy as he met the spear images head-on. Upon contact, a subtle smile graced Cheng Yi's lips, and he activated his third soul ring, summoning his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. A transparent shadow barrier unfolded in front of him and his companions. Let us see how you handle your own soul skill. Cheng Yi quipped with a grin. Bang! The fiery spear images collided with the barrier, only to be rebounded back, forcing Yan Jin to block with his spear. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu seized the moment, activating his first soul ring to unleash his first soul skill, Oceanic 3 Strikes. with a swing of the coiling dragon staff. 3 waves of blue energy surged towards Yan Jin's lower body. Chapter 119, Gaining the Upper Hand. Observing his captain entangled, Mou activated his first soul ring, unleashing his first soul skill, Waterbind. The water-binding whip in his hand transformed into a stream of water, precisely wrapping around Li Qianwei's ankle. The light blue flow tightened instantaneously, momentarily hindering Li Qianwei's movements. In this fleeting moment, Yan Jin seized the opportunity, leveraging his spear against the ground to leap away from the encroaching dual strikes of the coiling dragon staves. Quite impressive, Cheng Yi noted to himself as he observed the cooperation of the 7 Elephants team. The relentless assault of Yan Jin, the control exerted by Mou, and the disruptive tactics of Yi Xiao and Feng Li formed a meticulously constructed tactical loop. Particularly noteworthy was the subtle support provided by one He's warm sunflower, whose pale, golden halo significantly accelerated the soul power recovery of the 7 Symbols team, earning the admiration of the undefeated team leader. In the center of the soul arena, the fluctuations of soul power intensified. The shadow domain of Cheng Yi, centered around him, swiftly expanded, silently eroding the golden halo of one He's warm sunflower. Wherever it passed, the attributes of the 7 Symbols team members were stealthily diminished, prompting immediate shock among them. Mou, freeze that control-type fox. After breaking free from the encirclement, Yan Jin aimed his gun at Hulaina, recognizing the profound disruption her allure posed to the team, necessitating her immediate neutralization. Mou's eyes sharpened, and the water-binding whip suddenly tautened as her 4th soul skill, Ice Prison Chains, activated. The 4th soul ring around her flickered, and a faint blue stream instantaneously solidified into ice, transforming into 3 silver chains that shot toward Hulaina with a sound akin to the breaking of air. The ice chains emanated a bone-chilling coldness, clearly indicating that being ensnared would not only freeze her movements, but also subject her to the corrosive effects of ice-type soul power. In response, Hulaina activated her 3rd soul skill, Fox Transformation, her 3rd soul ring glowing brightly. Rather than retreating, she advanced, her fluffy fox tail expanding behind her as her soul power surged. The enhancement from her 3rd soul skill amplified both her speed and reaction time, allowing her to twist her body at an incredible angle and narrowly evade 2 of the ice chains. However, the remaining ice chain was inescapable. Sensing this, Cheng Yi swiftly turned, activating Shadow Manipulator's hand. He grasped the air with his right hand, forcibly halting the ice chain before crushing it with sheer force. My ice chain? What did he just do? Mou thought in shock, but she had no time to ponder further as her 2nd soul ring illuminated, activating her 2nd soul skill. Water Screen. With a wave of her left hand, a fan-shaped water screen abruptly appeared before Hulaina, obstructing her line of sight and reducing her speed by 20. At that moment, Yi Xiao's 4th soul ring suddenly glowed, activating his 4th soul skill, Wind Blade Storm. 8 wind blades rained down upon Hulaina, ensnared by the water screen, their edges gleaming with a sharp light, evidently imbued with special effects. Simultaneously, Lin Yu activated her 2nd soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. As her 2nd soul ring flickered, the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet emitted a pink glow, enveloping Hulaina in a timely shield. The wind blades collided with the shield, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds as the shield flickered violently, ultimately managing to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Lin Yu's 1st soul ring illuminated, activating her 1st soul skill, Life Ring of the Bracelet. A radiant ring emanated from the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet on her wrist, merging with Hulaina to repair the meridians eroded by the cold. Ning Rongrong's voice resonated once more. Understanding instantly, her 3rd soul ring flickered, activating her 3rd soul skill, 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. The tower in her hand glowed with soul power, which then surged towards Cheng Yi. Seizing this fleeting moment, Cheng Yi's shadow eyes locked onto the hovering Yi Xiao, and he activated his 4th soul skill, Binding Chains of the Dark God. 8 ebony chains shot forth from the shadows behind him, snaking towards Yi Xiao's wings like serpents. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted as she activated her 3rd soul skill, Shadow Flash, attempting to evade Cheng Yi's chains through 3 rapid teleports. However, Cheng Yi deftly controlled the chains to relentlessly pursue her. Ultimately, one chain ensnared her left wing, dark shadow energy spreading along her feathers, drastically reducing her flight speed. Thunder. Act. Yan Jin commanded upon witnessing this, pointing his red fire gun at the chain, entangling Yi Xiao. Lei Gang's 2nd soul ring flickered incessantly as he prepared his second soul skill, Thunder Breakhammer. The hammer in his hand crackled with electricity before he slammed it down onto the ground, causing the earth within a 3-meter radius to erupt in a violent explosion, sending debris infused with lightning power soaring into the air, striking the chain beneath Yi Xiao. The chain trembled violently, and Yi Xiao was jolted off balance. Yet the chain around her left wing did not shatter. Instead, it tightened, completely immobilizing her movements. How is this possible? It hasn't broken. The members of the Seven Symbols team exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Qing, Cheng Yi shouted. At his command, Zhu Qing shot forth like an arrow along the path of Cheng Yi's chains, activating her third soul skill, Nether Slash. A black blade of light coalesced in her hand, cleaving down towards the bound Yi Xiao. A glimmer of despair flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes as she barely managed to block with her wing. Bang! The blade of light collided with her wing, and Yi Xiao let out a pained scream as feathers from her right wing scattered, a blood arrow plunging toward the ground. Though she did not fall from the soul arena, she had lost her combat capability. The Shadow Wind Fox roared in fury, recklessly charging at the just-landed Zhu Qing. Activating her second soul skill, Claw Wind, the Fox's second soul ring flickered as its claws gleamed with azure light, striking out. Just in time, Li Qianyu intervened, activating his second soul skill, Counterstrike. His soul ring illuminated as a barrier promptly unfolded, successfully blocking the Fox's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qianyu activated his second soul ring once more, unleashing the coiling spell from his dragon twining staff, ensnaring the Fox's waist. The crimson binding tightened, rendering the Fox unable to move. The Wind Fox howled in frustration. Mou activated her third soul skill, Vortex Prison. Her third soul ring glimmered as the water-binding whip transformed into a torrent, forming a massive vortex centered around Li Qianyu. He felt the turbulence of the waters around him, his soul power stalling, compelling him to release the dragon twining staff and retreat. The Fox seized the moment to break free, but Cheng Yi had already appeared before it. The Fox was instantly taken aback as Cheng Yi's first soul ring glowed. Activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw, the claw coalesced once more, slashing toward the Fox. The Fox hastily dodged, but was grazed on the shoulder, causing blood to spatter. As Cheng Yi prepared to pursue further, Shi Heng surged forward, activating his second soul skill, Rock Shock. His second soul ring flickered as he slammed his shield into the ground, causing tremors and summoning sharp stones to rise. Cheng Yi, observing this, had no choice but to retreat from his pursuit. It appears that the Lu Jin team has gained the upper hand, the host announced, while the audience below erupted in cheers for the Lu Jin team. Chapter 120. Fire Dragon breaks the formation, darkness descends. Rock. Yin Jin's voice carried a grave tone. I underestimated them. Yin Jin realized that the coordination of the Lu Jin team was far more cohesive than anticipated. Cheng Yi's unstoppable momentum, Hu Lai's mental disruption. The dual dragon staff's seamless offense and defense. Zhu Qing's precise strikes, combined with the continuous support from the two assistants, formed an almost flawless loop. Shi Yin stepped forward, deploying the layered rock shield before when he. Following this, Shi Heng's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Crystal Guardian. The crystal glowed softly, enveloping both Shi Heng and one he within a layer of rock shield. Would? Yin Jin declared, pointing his spear at Cheng Yi. Today, let them witness what true teamwork looks like. When he took a deep breath as her third soul ring glowed, activating her third soul skill, Blooming Ring. The warm sunflower in her hand suddenly blossomed in full, its pale golden radiance instantly spreading, causing the remaining 5 members of the Seven Symbols team to experience a simultaneous surge in their aura, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 10. The flames at the tip of Yin Jin's spear surged 3 feet high, warping even the surrounding air. Ning Rongrong, Lin Yu, follow the plan as discussed. Cheng Yi commanded decisively. Activating her third soul skill, Peach Spirit Manifestation, Lin Yu's third soul ring flickered. Instantly, all attributes surrounding her surged, and she pressed her hands against Ning Rongrong's back, channeling the abundant glow of the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet while continuously transferring her soul power to Ning Rongrong. The first, second, and third soul rings on Ning Rongrong's body gleamed in unison, granting her the powers of strength, speed, and soul energy. With all her might, she activated the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, which illuminated its 3 tiers, radiating a gentle pink glow. The enhancements of power, speed, and soul energy were simultaneously infused into her comrades. The third soul skill, Pillar of Flames, ignited as the third soul ring on Yanjin flickered. He thrust the crimson fire spear into the ground, and a ring of flames erupted around him, sending waves of orange fire soaring into the sky, engulfing Cheng Yi and Li Qianyu. The repelling force of the fire pillar compelled the three to leap back in avoidance. Yet they still felt the searing sting of the flames upon their skin. Now was the moment. Mou seized the opportunity, and her fourth soul ring glowed. Activating her fourth soul skill, Ice Binding Chains, she swung her water-binding whip, sending the icy chains forth, this time targeting Ning Rongrong. Quick as a flash, Cheng Yi invoked his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance, causing a shadow barrier to appear instantaneously in front of Ning Rongrong. The ice chains shattered upon impact, momentarily interrupting Ning Rongrong's enhancements. Simultaneously, Lei Gang's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Thunder Chains. He swung his Thunder Hammer, releasing 3 arcs of lightning chains that ensnared Cheng Yi, Li Qianyu, and Zhu Zhuqing, sending currents of electricity coursing through them and causing a momentary paralysis. With the tip of the wind flame spear pointed at Lin Li Tao, Feng Li's eyes flashed fiercely as his first soul ring activated his first soul skill, Gale Rush. He transformed into a green shadow and charged at Lin Li Tao, his claws extending into sharp 3-inch talons, clearly intent on eliminating this support character in one decisive blow. Not a chance. Hulaina's first soul ring activated her first soul skill, Charm. The purple light of her fox charm surged forth, her mental power reaching its zenith, condensing into a tangible fox silhouette that crashed into Feng Li's consciousness. Feng Li felt a buzzing in his mind as multiple afterimages danced before his eyes, causing his trajectory to veer off course. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing broke free from the paralysis of the Thunder Chains, activating her third soul skill, Nether Slash. Her third soul ring flickered as she conjured a blade of light that sliced through Feng Li's side. Blood sprayed forth as Feng Li let out a pain scream, crashing into the stone wall and losing consciousness. Cheng Yi dusted himself off and reignited the Shadow Domain. Under its continuous weakening effect, the pressure on Yanjin and his companions grew apparent. Yet the counterattack from the 7-symbol team intensified. Yanjin's fourth soul ring glowed as he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Fire Dragon Break. He raised the crimson fire spear, flames dancing along its length as if alive, causing the very air to tremble with its might. Rain restrained Cheng Yi. Thunder smashed those poles. Yanjin shouted. Mou's third and fourth soul rings activated in succession, unleashing both Vortex Prison and Ice Binding Chains. She swung her water-binding whip, entwining Cheng Yi with dual control skills, compressing his evasion space to its utmost limit. Meanwhile, Lei Gang wielded his Thunder Hammer, the flickering of his first and second soul rings unleashing shockwaves that pressured Li Qianyu and his brother into retreat, their defense with the red and blue rods showing signs of cracks. At this moment, Yanjin completed his charge, unleashing a colossal fire dragon, 10 meters long, that roared forth from the spear's tip, enveloped in an aura of destruction. As it surged forward, the air warped and the ground began to melt beneath its heat. Cheng Yi's gaze flickered. With no time to ponder, he shouted, "Jump out! Jump off the soul fighting platform!" As the fire dragon approached, the others hesitated to leap from the platform. Seeing this, Cheng Yi had no choice. His fourth soul ring glimmered and shadow chains erupted from shadow, ensnaring the remaining members of the Lu Jin team and tossing them off the platform. What is Cheng Yi doing? He intends to throw his teammates off the platform. The host exclaimed, eliciting gasps from the audience. Brother Yi, don't. Iga, please. The crowd shouted in distress. In that moment, the fire dragon and Mou's ice chains struck Cheng Yi simultaneously, resulting in a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust. When silence fell within the smoke, the members of the 7-symbol team breathed a sigh of relief, while the host prepared to announce the victor. Just then, a haunting voice emerged in the Shadow Domain. Darkness descends. In an instant, the vision of everyone from the 7-symbol team was completely obscured. You rejoiced too soon. Cheng Yi's voice echoed through the haze, indistinguishable in direction. Second soul skill, Shadow, 1,000 tons break. His second soul ring flickered as soul power and shadow energy converged, smashing down onto the ground and shattering it, sending a massive cloud of dust rising to envelop the 7-symbol team, obscuring the scene entirely. When the world is happening, Cheng Yi appears unscathed. The dust is too thick. We cannot see what's occurring. The host exclaimed excitedly. Amidst the haze, the members of the 7-symbol team were disoriented. flailing wildly with their martial souls. At that moment, Cheng Yi's domain Infernal Scythe gradually manifested as he calmly declared, "It ends here." Chapter 121. All members advance. Golden Soul Fighting Badge. Cheng Yi's shadow I first locked onto Lei Gang, who was flailing about like a headless fly. Just as Lei Gang was about to collide with him, Cheng Yi's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance. A transparent shadow barrier unfolded instantly, and Lei Gang, unaware, crashed into it, rebounding and hurtling back. Cheng Yi casually swung his domain Infernal Scythe, delivering a strike that landed solidly on Lei Gang, causing blood to erupt from the impact point before he collapsed unconscious. Next, Cheng Yi approached Mou, who instinctively whipped her water, binding whip backward. Cheng Yi paid her no heed. With a gentle sweep of the scythe, the whip disintegrated into a puddle of ice water. As he passed by Mou, he struck her on the back of her neck, causing her to faint and fall to the ground. Shi Hung, ever clever, maintained his soul skill, shielding himself, and one he behind a protective barrier. "Clever of you," Cheng Yi chuckled. As the dark golden claw bone of the Terror Claw bear slowly emerged from his right hand, an aura of destruction radiating outward. With the skill of the dark golden claw bone, he struck, unleashing a terrifying force that rushed toward Shi Hung's layered rock shield, shattering it instantly. Shi Hung grunted, spitting blood before collapsing, while the residual shockwave knocked when he unconscious as well. Finally, Cheng Yi swung his domain Infernal Scythe towards Yan Jin's Crimson Fire Spear. Yan Jin, relying on his experience, attempted to block with his spear amidst the dust, but underestimated Cheng Yi's strength. The spear was sent flying with a resounding clash, and Cheng Yi struck him down in one swift motion. As the dust settled and light flooded the soul fighting platform once more, the audience gasped sharply at the sight of the seven-symbol team sprawled across the ground, while Cheng Yi looked down upon the fallen Yan Jin from above. "You are remarkably strong. I concede defeat with respect. However, could you tell me how you managed to escape from the dual assault of ice and fire from both me and you?" Yan Jin panted, breathless. "I braced myself against your attacks. I'm immune to both ice and fire," Cheng Yi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yan Jin fainted in disbelief. A victor has emerged. The captain of the Lu Jin team, Cheng Yi, has triumphed against the undefeated seven-symbol team in a 1 versus 5 showdown. The Lu Jin team emerges victorious. The host exclaimed with fervor. The audience, slowly recovering from their shock, erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the clamor, Cheng Yi descended from the soul fighting platform, greeted by a swarm of concerned voices. "Brother Yi, are you all right? Ego, are you okay?" they implored, rushing to his side. "Ah, what could possibly trouble me?" "There's no need to worry," Cheng Yi casually remarked as he waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Yi, you mustn't act this way in the future. Why would you leave us behind?" Hulaina retorted with evident frustration. His strike was exceedingly powerful. None of you would have been able to withstand it. Even if you did, the injuries would have been severe. "Fortunately, I possess the dual immunity of ice and fire," Cheng Yi responded with a smile. "That may be so, but you previously asserted that we are one entity," Ning Rongrong interjected. "Yet, I also assured you that I would not allow any harm to befall you," Cheng Yi replied. "That is unacceptable. I shall face the challenges alongside you, brother Yi," Zhu Qing exclaimed. "Indeed, brother Yi, we are the golden generation. Regardless of the circumstances, we must confront everything together," the others chimed in unison. "I understand. I shall face it all with everyone," Cheng Yi said with a smile. "Brother Yi, what truly transpired in the smoke?" Li Qianwei inquired with curiosity. "It's quite simple. After activating my domain skill, I stirred up a considerable amount of dust and smoke. Within the haze, I utilized the Spectral Reaper's scythe and the right paw bone of the Dark Golden Terror Claw bear, striking them down one by one," Cheng Yi explained. "If I hadn't done so, once they recovered, taking on 5 opponents would have proven exceedingly difficult. To secure victory while revealing as little as possible, this was the only course of action," he continued. "Brother Yi, your strength is unparalleled. No other opponent of the same level could achieve this," Yin remarked in admiration. "Do not say such things. After all, there are always greater talents beyond us," Cheng Yi waved his hand modestly. "Now, let us unleash our full strength. Before the training concludes, we must hone our teamwork to its utmost potential," Cheng Yi declared. "Yes," the others echoed in agreement. 2 months later, the victors of this match are the Golden Team, the host announced. With today's victory, this team, led by Cheng Yi, has achieved a staggering 60 consecutive wins, a record that no other team has matched since the establishment of the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. is truly remarkable, the host proclaimed. Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Golden Team, Golden Team. The audience shouted with fervor. Brother Yi, yet again we have emerged victorious. Li Qianwei exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, in both one-on-one and two-on-two soul battles, we experienced wins and losses. However, we have yet to lose a single team battle, Yin noted. With Brother Yi by our side, we are certainly invincible, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Zhuqing, do not say such things. Our teamwork has evolved significantly from before, Cheng Yi replied. Indeed, our coordination has improved beyond measure, Ning Rongrong added. Indeed, teamwork can only be refined through numerous battles, Xie Yu remarked. These past 2 months have been arduous for you. Brother Yi, as vice chairman, I couldn't participate in one-on-one battles, and in two-on-two battles, I was well protected by you, Ning Rongrong said with a laugh. Yes, I feel the same way. Thank you, Brother Yi, for everything over these 2 months, Lin Yu chimed in. Rongrong and Lin Yu's support abilities are formidable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have won so effortlessly, Cheng Yi acknowledged. After today's evaluation, we should all be able to advance, right? Hulaina asked. After considering it, it appears so. Our points should indeed suffice for advancement. Let us proceed to register, Cheng Yi replied. Congratulations to all. Your current points have all met the requirements for advancement. Please hold on a moment, the staff member said with a smile. Yay. So, does that mean our training for this phase is officially over? And we can finally take a break? Li Qianwei said joyfully. You and your laziness, Ning Qinyu teased. Moments latte. Another staff member approached with a tray holding 9 pristine badges. Thank you for your patience. Here are your new badges. Congratulations on your advancement, the staff member announced cheerfully. Is that one in the middle gold? Yin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Cheng Yi's points have reached the criteria for the Golden Soul badge, allowing him to skip the silver badge entirely. This kind of breakthrough is unprecedented in all soul arenas across the continent, the staff member explained with a smile. Chapter 122, the Heaven Do Royal Academy Team. Brother Yi, you are simply incredible. 2 months without a single defeat, and you directly attained the Golden Soul badge. Xie Yu praised. It was merely luck, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Luck? No, it is clearly a testament to your overwhelming strength. You have a penchant for humility, Ning Qinyu remarked. Indeed, Brother Yi, stop being modest. You are truly formidable, Li Qianwei added. The others then each collected their respective badges. Well done, little ones. It seems you have all successfully completed this phase of your tasks, particularly you, Xiao, Yi, Ziyuan praised. Teacher Lin Yuan, does this mean we can finally rest? Li Qianwei asked eagerly. Wasn't the journey back to the Spirit Hall a form of rest? Ziyuan teased. How can that be considered rest? Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Ziyuan let out a light scoff. All right, it was rest. Yin quickly relented, fearing Ziyuan's response. At this, everyone burst into laughter. Over the past 2 months, everyone as cultivation and teamwork have seen remarkable improvements, but do not grow complacent. Another training awaits you, and it is the final one, Ziyuan stated. What is it? Sister Lin Yuan? What is it? The group asked in confusion. Well, we will discuss it upon returning to the Spirit Hall. For now, have you all been eating well? Gulme. Tonight, I shall treat you to a feast, Ziyuan said. Yay! The group cheered. After several rounds of dining, Shueqing knocked on the door and entered, followed closely by Yu Qianheng and Dege Yin. Shuai, what brings you here? And Tianheng and Yin as well. Cheng Yi acclaimed joyfully. Yin, Huliena, Ningrongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing's expressions instantly turned sharp. Greetings, Your Highness. Yu Qianheng and Dege Yin both knelt on one knee. Hey, Tianheng Yin, what are you doing? There is no one else here, so get up. Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yi, I have truly missed you, Dege Yin said, moving to embrace Cheng Yi. At that moment, Hulaina stepped forward and embraced Dege Yin first, with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing standing on either side of Cheng Yi. You must be the granddaughter of Elder Poison, Dege Yin. A pleasure to meet you, Hulaina said with a smile. Dege Yin looked momentarily bewildered and replied, Hello. Nice to meet you, brother. Last time you not only helped me and my grandfather with the poison, but also assisted me in hunting soul beasts. I have yet to properly thank you, Dege Yin continued. Haha, no need for that, Yin. Elder Degu has already bestowed the medicinal garden upon me. Cheng Yi replied with a wry smile. But that is not right. I must express my gratitude to brother Yi, Dege Yin insisted. Standing behind Dege Yin, Shueqing and Yu Qianheng couldn't help but twitch their lips, thinking to themselves, this naive girl cannot see that those three are the main consorts. At that moment, Yu Qianheng stepped forward and tugged at Dege Yin's arm. Let us set this aside for now. We have very important matters to discuss. This is important too. Dugu Yin protested. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. Your Highness, thank you for sending someone to assist our blue Electro-Tyrant Dragon clan. They have been immensely helpful. Yu Qianheng diverted the topic. It's nothing. As members of the Spirit Hall, we naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Besides, we are all one family. There's no need for formalities, Cheng Yi said. Your Highness, I am older than you, so calling you brother Yi would feel inappropriate. I can only resort to calling you Your Highness, Yu Qianheng said with a wry smile. Then, like Brother Shui, you may call me Brother Cheng, Cheng Yi remarked. Huh? Yu Qianheng responded with astonishment. Who am I to possess the merit to be on such familiar terms with the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire and the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall? He pondered silently. Just call me as you wish. There's no need for such pretentiousness among men. It's merely a title. Not like the genuine brotherhood that Brother Cheng and I share, Shui Qinghe countered, shaking his head. Indeed, Brother Shui concurred, smiling at Cheng Yi. By the way, Brother Cheng, the purpose of your visit is to arrange a match against the Tiando Royal Academy's team, to challenge the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, right? I wonder if you have the time for it, Shui Qinghe inquired. Certainly, I have the time. However, our team is likely to encounter them when we reach the Star Luo Empire. Isn't that a rather redundant endeavor? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Although we fall short of the golden generation in many respects, they are keen to enhance their skills before the prestigious Continental Advanced Elite Tournament. Hence the desire to spar with them, Shui Qinghe explained. That works for me. Let's set it for tomorrow, Cheng Yi responded, still smiling. Well then, the Tiando Royal Academy's team consists of only Tianheng as a soul sect, while the other 6 are soul masters, Shui Qinghe stated. Much like us. As our golden generation only features myself as a soul sect, with the remainder being soul masters, Cheng Yi noted. Brother Cheng, our soul sect differs significantly from yours. I presume, Yu Qianheng remarked with a wry smile. Though the rest of your team are also soul masters, they are of the same age, while we are considerably older. Even Yin Yin is, Yu Qianheng added. Dugu Yin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It must be this way. Otherwise, how would you progress? The objective is for you to extract experience from Brother Cheng. I kindly ask that you do not hold back tomorrow. It is time for them to face some adversity. Shui Qinghe urged. Brother Shui is correct. Growth is forged through battle. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse will never rival one that flourishes amid storms. In this world, there exists no eternal greenhouse. Leaving the academy is akin to stepping into a tempest, Cheng Yi articulated. Well said, Brother Cheng. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy's team are currently as arrogant as my incompetent younger brother, SoulLand. If they do not face some setbacks, they may not survive the trials of the world outside the academy, especially if they encounter the evil Soul Hall, Shui Qinghe expressed. Are they truly equipped to withstand such setbacks? Yu Qianheng questioned, filled with doubt. Those who cannot endure such trials have no right to be soul masters, nor to aspire to save the continent. Moreover, as the starting members of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, they have grown far too comfortable. The academy was established to guide soul masters toward the correct path. But the atmosphere at the Tiando Royal Academy has been tainted by the offspring of powerful families in recent years. It is truly disheartening, and any attempts to change it seem futile, Shui Qinghe lamented. Indeed, the governance of the Tiando Empire is not as tyrannical as that of the Star Luo Empire. Yet the common folk fare a little better. The nobility monopolizes most resources, leaving the lives of the commoners unchanged. The arrogance of noble offspring has reached new heights, necessitating a resolution to the root of the problem, Cheng Yi remarked. A resolution to the root of the problem? Shui Qinghe mused. Chapter 123, The Golden Team vs. Tiando Royal Academy Team. Precisely, Brother Shui. We must address the root causes swiftly and decisively, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Brother Cheng, I shall take action, Shui Qinghe declared after a moment of contemplation. Then let us dine together, Brother Shui. We can arrange everything for tomorrow at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. We must return to the Spirit Hall after this match, Cheng Yi suggested. Very well, Brother Cheng. I shall accompany you, Shui Qinghe replied. Meanwhile, Yin and Li Qianwei found themselves in a heated argument. According to the rotation, it is clearly our turn to participate tomorrow, Yin exclaimed in frustration. That cannot be. The training session has already concluded. Why should you take the stage? This is unfair, Li Qianwei retorted. Hey, you two, what does it matter who takes the stage? There is no need for such quarrels, Xiaoyu interjected. Indeed, the Crown Prince is present. Don't embarrass Brother Yi, Li Qianyu added helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yin and Li Qianwei quieted down. Ha ha, Brother Cheng, your teammates are quite amusing. It's wonderful to have such friends, Shui Qinghe chuckled. Apologies for the laughter, Brother Shui. We are often this way, bickering and bantering, Cheng Yi responded. So, Brother Cheng, who will be participating in tomorrow's match? Shui Qinghe inquired. Cheng Yi glanced at Xieyu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei before suggesting, how about this? Let us decide by drawing lots. That way it's fair. You can choose a representative, and we'll determine the outcome in one round. Xieyu and Li Qianyu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation before pushing Yin and Li Qianwei forward. All right, let us begin, Cheng Yi declared. Let us go. Yin and Li Qianwei shouted in unison. Rock, paper, scissors. They called out simultaneously, revealing their choices. Yay, I win. Tomorrow, you'll be watching from the sidelines. Yin exclaimed triumphantly. Li Qianwei knelt in disbelief, murmuring, no, how could this be? Hava, habidisabit. Yin laughed heartily. Brother Shui, as you can see, those are the participants for tomorrow, Cheng Yi said with a resigned smile. Very well, Brother Cheng. Please do not hold back tomorrow, Shui Qinghe urged. The next day, Captain, why are we organizing this soul battle? Osro asked. Why ask so many questions? Just do your best, Yu Tianheng replied. Captain, this is a team within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. How formidable can they be? Yufeng commented. How formidable? Let us see after we win, Dugian interjected. A team that can prompt Yin Yin to say, that must be quite remarkable, Yi Lingling remarked. Of course. Lingling answered Dugian. 3 power type, 2 support type, 1 agility type, and 1 control type on the opposing side, Yu Qianheng reported. 3 power types? Captain, your martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as the most fearsome power type, Shurimo pointed out. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. The opposing team's captain will challenge your perceptions, Yu Tianheng replied. Is there a power type stronger than you, Captain? Shi Montak in Kviat. In any case, give it your all today. Do you understand? Yu Tianheng instructed. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded in unison. Brother Yi, what level of strength does the opposing team possess? Yin asked. What level? It's hard to say. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know their exact ranks, but they certainly 1 TB stronger than us, Cheng Yi replied. Brother Yi, what about their soul master composition? Hulaina inquired. 1 power type, 1 control type, 2 agility types, 2 defense types, and 1 support type, Cheng Yi explained. Among them, their captain, Yu Tianheng, wields the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and Yin Yin need not be mentioned. It's worth noting their support type soul master, Yi Lingling, whose martial soul is the 9-heart Sea Ginseng, Cheng Yi added. The 9-heart Sea Ginseng, a top-tier support type martial soul, reputed to be able to save a life as long as there's breath left. Its martial soul quality rivals that of the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, yet its awakening conditions are extremely stringent, leading to the current scarcity of 9-heart Sea Ginseng soul masters, Ning Rongrong remarked. All right, everyone, let us take this seriously today. After the match, we'll return to the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi instructed. Understood, everyone replied eagerly. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to today's Soul Arena. I'm your old friend, Ahua. Allow me to introduce the contenders on both sides. To my left stands the team from the Royal Academy of Tiando, captained by Yu Tianheng, a distinguished Silver Soul squad. And to my right, as many of you may be familiar, is the illustrious Gold team, led by the formidable Cheng Yi. The Gold team has previously achieved an impressive record of 60 victories, making them the fastest team to ascend since the establishment of the Grand Soul Arena. They have now reached the pinnacle of Gold Soul teams. As the announcer proclaimed, Gold team, the audience erupted in cheers. What a remarkable team. I've never heard of them before. Osro exclaimed in astonishment. 60 consecutive wins? Is that truly the case? Yufeng responded, equally surprised. For them, these feats are merely child's play, Du Gaian stated calmly. Indeed, what may astonish you lies ahead, Yu Qianheng remarked. Let both teams unleash their martial spirits. The host declared. Sure Mo, martial spirit. Xuanwu Turtle, 34th level defense system, Soul Master. As the words fell, 2 ethereal green turtle shells shimmered into existence, adhering closely to Sher Mo's chest and back, accompanied by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple. Sher Mo, martial spirit. Xuanwu Turtle, 34th level defense system, Soul Master. Similarly, Sher Mo manifested 2 glowing green turtle shells, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appearing in tandem. Osro, martial spirit. Ghost Leopard, 35th level agility system, Soul Master. Osro's back arched like a bow, dark claws glistening at his fingertips, his pupils narrowing into slits, while a tail sprouted behind him, accompanied by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple. Yufeng, martial spirit. Wind Spirit Bird, 35th level agility system, Soul Master. Yufeng sprouted a pair of crystal-clear wings, with swirling wind elements radiating light, enveloped in a soft blue glow, followed by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple. Yi Lingling, Martial Spirit. 9 Heart Begonia, 35th level support system, Soul Master. A pink radiance enveloped Yi Lingling's hand as 9 begonia petals appeared, accompanied by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple. Duve Gaian, Martial Spirit. By Phosphor Snake, 37th level control system, Soul Master. A dark green serpent's shadow gradually emerged behind Du Gaian, its scales shimmering with a chilling gleam, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple appearing. Yu Qianheng stepped forward, declaring, Captain of the Royal Academy of Tiando, Yu Qianheng, Martial Spirit, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, 34th level assault system, Soul Master. As he spoke, blue-purple lightning erupted, dragon scales rapidly enveloping his body, with prominent dragon horns and a robust tail, accompanied by 4 soul rings of yellow, purple. Chapter 124, Shadow against Thunder, Agility in Competition. Lin Lu, Martial Spirit. Heart-shaped Spirit Bracelet, 35th level support system, Soul Master. Lin Lu slowly raised her right hand, revealing a pink bracelet adorned with petals, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple ascending from her feet. Ning Rongrong, Martial Spirit. 9 Treasure Glaze Tower. 37th level support system, Soul Master. The 9 Treasure Glaze Tower radiated with a spectrum of colors, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple gradually materializing beneath her. Xiaoyu, Martial Spirit. Moonblade, 38th level assault system, Soul Master. Xiaoyu manifested 2 gleaming moonblades, followed by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple rising from his feet. Yin, Martial Spirit. Flame Lord, 38th level assault system, Soul Master. A shadow of the Flame Lord emerged behind Yin, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple gradually rising. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Spirit. Nethercat, 38th level agility system, Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers transformed into sharp claws. A pair of black cat ears concealed within her dark hair, and a long cat tail sprouted behind her, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple ascending. Hulaina, Martial Spirit. Demon Fox, 38th level control system, Soul Master. Hulaina sprouted fox ears atop her head, accompanied by a soft foxtail, with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple rising from her feet. Cheng Yi stepped forward, declaring, Captain of the Gold Team, Cheng Yi, Martial Spirit, Shadow Monarch. 48th level assault system, Soul Master. As he spoke, Cheng Yi's shadow elongated, a dark mass surging forth from his shadow, hovering behind him, with 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black ascending beneath him. What is this? Am I seeing things? Emo exclaimed in shock. These are all top-tier martial spirits, and their soul power levels far surpass ours. Yufeng responded in astonishment. My goodness, what a soul ring configuration. 2 rings of 1,000 years. 4 rings of 10,000 years. And he appears to be much younger than us. Is he even human? Osro uttered in disbelief. An unprecedented assault system martial spirit. An extraordinary soul ring configuration that transcends the limits of soul masters. And a 9 treasure glaze tower? Could it be that they are? Ye Lingling, Gospit in surprise. Indeed, Lingling, you're correct, Du Gaian affirmed. Give it your all. Even if we lose, let it not be in a disgraceful manner. Yu Qianheng commanded. I declare the soul arena begins. The host announced. Yu Qianheng's first soul ring ignited almost simultaneously with the referee's words. First soul skill. Thunder Dragon Claw. Blue-purple lightning surged up Yu Qianheng's arm, his fingers transforming into claws covered in dragon scales. He dashed forward like lightning, a piercing shriek slicing through the air as he charged directly at Cheng Yi, leaving scorched marks on the ground. Cheng Yi stood his ground, remaining motionless until the dragon claw was mere inches from his brow. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he invoked Shadow Eye, causing Yu Qianheng's movements to slow in his perception, even the path of the lightning becoming distinctly visible. First soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring flickered to life, shadowy power coalescing into claws that enveloped his hands. He then expertly grasped the gaps in the Thunder Dragon Claw, the dark energy swiftly binding the lightning as if ink were drawn into a fountain. Zzz. As the 2 forces collided, acrid white smoke billowed from the arena. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Yu Tianheng's second soul ring glimmered, and with a sudden exertion, the lightning on his claw surged, expanding dramatically. A blue-purple electric net erupted from him, instantly enveloping half the arena as fine currents danced across the ground, a paralyzing aura permeating the air. Rongrong Linlu. Cheng Yi's voice pierced through the electric net, clearly reaching his teammates. The Nine Treasures glazed tower brings forth the brilliance of power and speed. Ning Rongrong's first and second soul rings flickered in succession, the golden light rippling from the first and second tiers of the tower, casting two beams of auxiliary light upon her allies. Second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. Lin Lu's second soul ring shimmered, as the heart-shaped spirit bracelet on her wrist radiated a pinkish-white glow, summoning 7 peach-shaped shields that enveloped the members of the gold team. As the shields collided with the electric net, ripples formed, effectively blocking the currents. With the thunder still rumbling, the agility masters of the Royal Academy of Tiando sprang into action. Osro unleashed his ghost leopard martial spirit, his first soul ring igniting. First soul skill, Ghost Leopard Strike. Osro's fingertips morphed into 3-inch claws as he glided along the ground like a shadow, aiming straight for Ning Rongrong. In his mind, he concluded that by eliminating the opponent's support, victory in this soul arena would be assured. Your opponent is me. Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated from a diagonal position behind him. Her first soul ring flared to life as she initiated Nether Stab, her form accelerating rapidly, claws slicing through the air towards Osro's back. Oslo reacted with remarkable swiftness, utilizing the momentum from the ghostly leopard's assault to pivot, his claws clashing against Zhu Zhuqing's. The two forces collided without yielding a clear victor. Observing this, Oslo's second soul ring illuminated, activating his second soul skill, Shadow Step. In an instant, Oslo's form melded into the shadows, re-emerging at Zhu Zhuqing's left side, his claws imbued with shadowy power aimed at her waist. Contrary to retreating, Zhu Zhuqing advanced, twisting her body in mid-air with an astonishing arc to evade the attack. Simultaneously, her claws crossed, her second soul ring glowing as she unleashed her second soul skill, Phantom Hunter Claws. Her form spun like a top, the dark claws merging into a singular shadowy mass, leaving dozens of crimson streaks across Oslo's chest. With a muffled groan, Oslo leveraged the inertia of his retreat to create some distance before his third soul ring shone forth, activating his third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone. Instantly, 3 identical figures emerged, surrounding Zhu Zhuqing in a triangular formation, their claws glinting ominously. At the same time, Yufeng's first soul ring illuminated, activating his first soul skill, Northern Wind S Enchantment. The wings of the wind spirit bird unfurled behind him, and as he flapped them, 5 blades of wind surged towards Xiaoyu, howling fiercely. In response, Xiaoyu's second soul ring glowed, invoking his second soul skill. Grasping dual moon blades, each emanating a cold luminescence, he crossed them in front of him, forming an overlapping silver light. The wind blades collided against his blades, exploding without leaving a trace. Thinking of assisting? First, you must pass my test, Xiaoyu sneered, activating his first soul skill as his left blade came crashing towards Yufeng's face while the right swept horizontally at his waist. Yufeng retreated, flapping his wings, and then his second soul ring glowed, activating his second soul skill, Wind Eye. As he fanned his wings, 2 whirlwinds spiraled forth, a faint turquoise wind pattern appearing on his forehead, simultaneously marking Xiaoyu with a wind moon sigil. Enjoy this, he declared. Chapter 125, Chains Binding the Dragon. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's third soul ring flared to life, unleashing his third soul skill, Dual Blade Rupture. Infused with potent soul power, the blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek towards Yufeng, moving so swiftly that he scarcely had time to unfurl his wings. At that moment, Duguyen finally made her move, standing behind the stone mill, her serpentine eyes shimmering with an eerie violet hue. Her third soul ring glowed, activating her third soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison. A wisp of purple mist flowed from the phantom of the phosphorescent serpent behind her, twisting like a spectral snake, evading Yan's molten lava, and lunging directly at Ning Rongrong and Lin Lu, who were augmenting Cheng Yi. Once struck by this poison, soul power will drain continuously. No support can save you. Duguyen laughed. Why are you always trying to target our support? Hulaina interjected with a smile, stepping forward. Her first soul ring glowed, activating her first soul skill, Enchantment. Hulaina's violet eyes locked onto Duguyen, her intangible mental force coiling around Duguyen like threads, slowing her movements. Duguyen bit her tongue sharply, the pain snapping her out of the enchantment. Then, her second soul ring illuminated, activating her second soul skill, phosphorescent blue poison. A light blue mist poured from the phantom of the phosphorescent serpent behind her, enveloping her. Douluo Yan's skin glistened with a keratinous sheen. You still think you can control me? You're still too tender. Hulaina chuckled softly, activating her third soul ring and unleashing her third soul skill, fox transformation. Instantly, she became even more alluring, her foxtail fluffing up, her mental strength, speed, and power surging simultaneously. Let us see how you handle this. Subsequently, Hulaina's second soul ring glowed, activating her second soul skill, fox charm. A soft purple light surged towards Douluo Yan like a tide. The disorienting effect far stronger than before. Seeing Douluo Yan ensnared, Yu Qianheng's eyes flashed with intensity. He stomped the ground, his third soul ring igniting to activate his third soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Head. Suddenly, the lightning from half the battle arena converged, forming a towering dragon head phantom before him. As the dragon's jaws opened, the fangs crackled with electricity. Yan's shadow, I remained fixed on Yu Tianheng, tracking the flow of soul power within the dragon head. As Cheng Yi spoke, Yan's third soul ring illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Hellfire. Yan's hand slammed against the ground, and dark red flames surged forth, coalescing into a fiery wall before him, interspersed with black embers that burned holes into the stone floor. His second soul skill, Granitic Rock, activated as Yan's second soul ring flickered. He slammed both hands onto the ground again, causing a towering stone to erupt, obstructing the dragon head's path. Just as the dragon head collided with it, he ignited the magma within. Stone Mill, Stone Ink, protect me, Yu Qianheng shouted. Both Stone Mill and Stone Ink advanced, standing back to back as their first soul rings illuminated, activating their first soul skill, Black Tortoise Guard. Two black water barriers merged in front of them, forming a wide shield wall, shimmering with water-like patterns. Their second soul skill, Shield Transformation, activated as both transformed their martial spirits into tortoise-shell shields, positioning them behind the Black Tortoise Guard, the edges gleaming with a metallic sheen. Boom! The moment the Thunder Dragon's head struck the granitic rock, the entire battle arena trembled, fragments of rock exploding amidst the scattering lightning. It was thrown backward by the shockwave, sliding several meters before halting, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but excitement gleamed in his eyes, for the dragon head's impact had been significantly mitigated. Cheng Yi, it's your turn, Yin called out, wiping the blood from his mouth. Cheng Yi's third soul ring had already illuminated, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. He thrust his hands forward, conjuring a transparent shadow barrier before the dragon head. The barrier appeared fragile, yet upon contact with the dragon head, it rippled, reflecting the residual force back. Just as Yu Qianheng prepared to unleash his fourth soul skill, the rebounding lightning struck him, causing him to grunt in pain as the dragon head's form disintegrated. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, charge, Yu Qianheng roared, enduring the excruciating pain as his fourth soul ring erupted with blinding light. The blue-purple phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus enveloped him entirely, his speed surging to its peak as he lunged towards Cheng Yi with cataclysmic force. Cheng Yi did not retreat, but advanced, his shadow tracking Yu Tianheng's trajectory with clarity. Instantly, Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring illuminated, activating his fourth soul skill, 8 binding chains. 8 pitch-black chains shot forth, darting towards Yu Tianheng's limbs and waist with the swiftness of a striking serpent. Break free, Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus roared, lightning coursing along the chains in a desperate attempt to shatter the bindings. Yet, the binding chains tightened instantaneously, ensnaring the phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus while the shadow power began to siphon the lightning strength. With their captain bound, the formation of the Tiando battle team was thrown into disarray. Oslo's clone was shattered by Zhu Zhuqing's phantom slash, while his main body suffered a deep wound visible to the bone on his shoulder, unable to cast Shadow Step due to insufficient soul power. Yufeng was cornered by Xiaoyu's moon blades, the enhancement from wind, unable to withstand the opponent's fierce onslaught, and he bore several new wounds. Douluo Yan was repeatedly disoriented by Hulaina's fox charm, her phosphorescent purple poison failing to breach the defenses, while her phosphorescent blue poison's protection began to collapse due to excessive soul power consumption. Stone Mill and Stone Ink continued to resist, their third soul rings glowing as they activated their third soul skill, Tortoiseshell Cutting. 8 black shield walls spun rapidly around them, slicing through the encroaching chains, buying time for Yu Tianheng to break free. Yin, burn him, Cheng Yi commanded calmly, fully focused on suppressing Yu Tianheng's soul power. Yin rose from the ground, his first soul ring illuminating as he activated his first soul skill, Hellfire Magma. He slammed his hands against the earth, magma pillars erupting with precision towards the spinning shield walls. The moment the magma collided with the shield walls, it exploded, the intense heat causing white smoke to billow from the black stone surface, visibly slowing their rotation. Xiaoyu, Cheng Yi called out. The third soul skill activated. As the third soul ring on Xiaoyu shimmered, the dual blades struck the shield wall with a resounding crack. In an instant, a section of the shield wall shattered, revealing a vulnerability in the rotating formation. At that very moment, Yu Tianheng successfully broke free from his chains. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia continuously emitted healing light. Yet, amidst the overwhelming pressure from the Golden Team, the speed of healing could not keep pace with the rate of injury. The 9-heart begonia activated as all 3 of Yi Lingling's soul rings sparkled simultaneously. Channeling its full power, a faint green halo enveloped her teammates, staunching Asro's wounds and restoring a fragment of Yu Tianheng's soul power. However, Yi Lingling's own soul power was rapidly depleting. Despite the strength of the 9-heart begonia, it ultimately possessed but a single soul skill. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng's 4th soul ring illuminated once more, unleashing his 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Charge. Chapter 126, The Final Counterattack. Yu Tianheng's form was instantaneously enveloped by a bluish-purple dragon apparition, his speed multiplying exponentially. With a fierce gale that tore through the air, he darted towards Cheng Yi like a bolt of lightning. Cheng Yi sensed an even more ferocious surge of electric power than before. His shadow eye clearly captured Yu Tianheng's trajectory. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Yi activated his 4th soul ring once again, invoking his 4th soul skill, 8 God Binding Chains. Dense shadows coalesced behind Cheng Yi as 8 jet black chains shot forth like agile shadowy serpents, ensnaring Yu Tianheng in his blue lightning dragon charge state. Yu Tianheng let out a dragon roar, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex apparition opened its massive jaws to unleash a powerful bolt of lightning, striking the chains. Yet, the shadowy chains proved remarkably resilient. This time, Yu Tianheng failed to shatter them. Even when struck by the lightning, the chains merely trembled violently, without breaking, instead accelerating their coil around Yu Tianheng's body in the moment of the lightning's eruption. Yu Tianheng's complexion shifted as he shouted, "Break them." He desperately urged his soul power. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex apparition roaring as it charged at the chains. Cheng Yi, channeling the 2nd soul ring, activated his 2nd soul skill, Shadow 1000 Tons Break. Concentrating his soul power and shadow energy into a single point, he thrust it towards Yu Tianheng. A meticulously condensed shadow impact pierced through the gaps of the chains, striking Yu Tianheng squarely in the chest. He felt an immense force, as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing his blood to surge. The state of blue lightning dragon charge was shattered in an instant, and his body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Captain, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy team gasped in shock. Yu Tianheng struggled to rise, the excruciating pain in his chest causing his vision to blur. Looking towards Cheng Yi, he saw his opponent still standing resolutely, the darkness of the shadow eye unyielding, akin to a sovereign wielding absolute control. "Asro, you Feng go!" Yu Tianheng roared, realizing this was their last chance to strike back. Asro's ghost leopard martial spirit surged to its zenith, his 3rd soul ring ignited, unleashing his 3rd soul skill, Phantom Leopard Clones, which created several duplicates that lunged at the Golden Team support. Yu Feng's 1st soul ring flared, activating his 1st soul skill, Raging Wind, which sent wind blades imbued with a dizzying effect hurtling toward Lin Li Tao. "Bamboo Qing, intercept Asro." Cheng Yi's voice remained steady, as his 2nd soul ring sparkled. He activated his 2nd soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. In an instant, his figure appeared amidst Asro's clones, talons raining down like a storm, moving so swiftly that afterimages flickered, instantly shredding several clones, forcing the real Asro to retreat repeatedly. Flame, Cheng Yi Projlimit. His 3rd soul skill, Hellfire, ignited as his 3rd soul ring glimmered. Raising his hands, torrents of fire erupted like a dragon, consuming all wind blades and chasing after Yu Feng. The fierce flames compelled Yu Feng to flee continuously. In his fixation on the flames behind him, he failed to notice the 1st soul skill of Xiaoyu. With the cold glimmer of the moon blade in hand, Xiaoyu leaped high into the air, casting a shadow over Yu Feng. By the time Yu Feng sensed the danger, it was too late. Xie Yu's attack had already descended. The simultaneous cries of anguish from Osro and Yu Feng echoed as they fell to the ground. At this moment, only Yu Qianheng and Duvi Yin could barely hold their ground. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia persistently emitted healing light, yet the healing speed was utterly insufficient to match the pace of their teammates' injuries. The defensive barrier of the Shimo brothers had been breached. Osro was thoroughly suppressed by Zhu Zhiqing, losing all capacity for counterattack. Gazing at his fallen teammates, Yu Qianheng forced a wry smile. Struggling to rise once more, he sought to mount another assault, only to find himself locked in Cheng Yi's shadow eye. Tianheng. It's over, Cheng Yi declared, his 4th soul ring igniting once again to summon his 4th soul skill, 8 God-binding chains. 8 chains surged forth from behind Cheng Yi, this time unimpeded by lightning, steadily wrapping around Yu Qianheng's body, binding him firmly in place. The shadow energy incessantly eroded Yu Qianheng's soul power, rendering him immobile. Witnessing this, Duvi Yin glanced at Yu Qianheng, then at her teammates. Raising her hand, she said, "Ego, we concede. I declare the winner of this soul battle to be the Golden Team." The announcer proclaimed, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Cheng Yi, Golden Team, Golden Team. The audience erupted in cheers. "Captain, what kind of team is this? They are utterly monstrous." Osro complained. "Monstrous?" Yu Qianheng inquired. "Indeed, Captain. The leader of the Golden Team is already at level 48 at such a young age. Not to mention their soul ring configurations," Yu Feng remarked. It's clear that you all haven't exerted enough effort. Look at what those noble heirs have achieved. If only you had worked a little harder. We wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat today," Dugu Yin chastised. At her words, the group fell silent, heads bowed in shame. "The team you face today is the one that will compete alongside us in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition," Yu Tianning stated. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. "Captain, are they the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Yi Lingling asked. "What? The golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" The group exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, indeed, they're the golden generation of the Spirit Hall," Yu Qianheng confirmed. "Look at them. Then look at yourselves. Their talent is remarkable. And they put in the effort. What about you?" Yu Qianheng remarked. "Captain, we understand," the group replied, filled with shame. "All right, return and reflect on this. I hope everyone can make significant improvements before the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition," Yu Qianheng instructed. "Yes, Captain." The group echoed in unison. Yu Qianheng and Dugian entered the Golden Team's lounge, knocking on the door before stepping in. Upon entering, they found Cheng Yi and Shui Qinghe engaged in lively conversation, while the others shared laughter and banter. "Your Highness, Prince," Yu Tianheng greeted. "Tianheng, are you satisfied?" Shui Qinghe asked with a smile. "I hope this battle can awaken them." Yu Tianheng replied, "I believe the outcome will be quite favorable. Their martial spirits and talents are commendable. If all goes well, they should achieve good results in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition," Cheng Yi remarked. "Let us hope so," Dugi Yin said with a hint of resignation. "Brother Shui, we will be heading back soon. The next time we meet may be at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition," Cheng Yi noted. "Brother Cheng, I truly hate to see you go. Allow me to see you off," Shui Qinghe offered. Chapter 127. Collaborating with the Evil Soul Hall? In a side chamber of the Star Luo Palace, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" as he shouted at Davis. "Lost my mind? Am I not speaking the truth?" "This is the only way forward," Zhu Zhuqing countered. "But we cannot lower ourselves to the level of the Evil Soul Hall." Davis argued, "What cannot be done, and what is different?" "The fact that we have failed to establish a favorable relationship with the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall has already incited the King's ire," remarked Zhu Zhuyan. "Davis, you may conceal the truth for a time, but you cannot hide it forever. When the elite competition for high-ranking soul masters across the continent arrives, the king will undoubtedly become aware of it. With our current strength, confronting the Royal Academy of Tiando poses no challenge. But what about the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Zhu Zhuyan pressed. Davis fell into a contemplative silence. "We have absolutely no chance of victory. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall consists of extraordinary individuals, especially that Holy Son, who would toy with us as if we were mere playthings. When the time comes, and the prince encounters Zhu Zhuqing again, we shall be finished," Zhu Zhuyan lamented. "As long as we collaborate with the Evil Soul Hall, we can gain strength and defeat them. At that point, none of this will matter." "Davis, think carefully. What will we do if it is discovered by Father?" Davis wavered. "Rest assured, it will not be uncovered. Consider this. The throne of the Xingluo Empire will eventually be passed to you. If we cooperate with the Evil Soul Hall now, we will stand against the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall together. We shall not lose, Zhu Zhuyan asserted. Davis remained silent, deep in thought. Davis, ponder it well, Zhu Zhuyan urged. After a moment, Davis's gaze suddenly turned resolute as he inquired, what must we do? At last, you have come to your senses. Zhu Zhuyan exclaimed with delight. Follow me, he added. They arrived at a concealed passageway behind the palace. Here, isn't this the place we prepared to imprison Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing? Davis questioned in surprise. Indeed, although currently it is only Dai Mubai. Come with me, Zhu Zhuyan instructed. The two entered the secret passage, which led to a hidden chamber. Upon entering, they found Dai Mubai bound to a cross in the center of the room, his eyes turning fierce at the sight of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. What do you intend to do? I will no longer contest the throne. Let me go, Dai Mubai exclaimed angrily. Contest? What can you contend with, you waste? Davis retorted. You are even inferior to my sister Zhuqing. Whether in the art of escape or sheer fortune, she is not only more intelligent, but also luckier, Zhu Zhuyan chuckled. Indeed, she has already fled to the Stardow Forest. We were on the verge of catching her when she encountered people from the Spirit Hall and was rescued. Now she stands by the side of the current Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Davis added. Infuriating, utterly infuriating, Dai Mubai seethed. Angry? Why are you angry? Shouldn't you be pleased that she has escaped? Oh, wait, I forgot. She is merely a pawn in your path of escape, Zhu Zhuyan remarked. Dai Mubai, from the very beginning, you have never been qualified to vie for the throne. I have never regarded you with esteem, Davis mocked. Dai Mubai glared at Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Zhuyan, why have you brought me here? Is it merely to humiliate me, your worthless brother? Davis asked, perplexed. Of course not. Just wait a moment, Zhu Zhuyan replied. As soon as Zhu Zhuyan finished speaking, two figures emerged from the shadows of the chamber. Greetings, Qi Mei said. It seems you have made up your minds, Wang Liang added. Who are they, Zhuyan? Davis inquired, puzzled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Mei, the fourth seat of the Evil Soul Hall, Qi Mei announced. And I am Wang Liang, the fifth seat, Wang Liang added. Esteemed seniors, I look forward to your guidance. Davis said respectfully. In the Evil Soul Hall, we strengthen ourselves through murder, far surpassing the speed of ordinary soul master's cultivation. By mastering our techniques, you will assuredly defeat the Spirit Hall in the elite competition across the continent, Qi Mei proclaimed. What is the price? Zhu Zhuyan asked. The cost is simple. You must severely injure the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall during the competition. The rest will be taken care of by us, Wang Liang explained. You intend to kill him? That may not be so simple. What if others discover we have utilized the techniques of the Evil Soul Hall? Davis questioned. I understand. He is surrounded by many titled Douluo. If all goes well, we will instigate a minor beast tide to assist us. Once you choose to collaborate with us if discovered, it will be a case of mutual destruction. We will help you ascend to the throne and control the Xingluo Empire. At that point, we must stand on the same battlefield, Qi Mei declared. Very well, I agree to your terms, Davis stated. Words alone bear no weight, Wang Liang grinned. I, Davis, swear by my martial spirit to stand with the Evil Soul Hall. Should I betray this oath, may my martial spirit shatter, Davis vowed. Then you must also pledge something, Zhu Zhuyan insisted. We swear by our martial spirits. The Evil Soul Hall will never betray, Qi Mei and Wang Liang declared in unison. Never betray? How novel, Davis remarked in surprise. We of the Evil Soul Hall shall never betray one another, Qi Mei affirmed. You will come to realize that joining the Evil Soul Hall is indeed the wisest choice, Wang Liang added. What shall we do now? Zhu Zhuyan inquired. Come here. Qi Mei and Wang Liang beckoned. After a brief hesitation, the two approached. Qi Mei and Wang Liang placed their hands on Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's backs and began to channel their techniques. Have you both remembered? Qi Mei asked, to which they nodded in unison. Devour? How intriguing, Davis mused. Allow me to gift you something. Your worthless brother has outlived his usefulness, Wang Liang inquired. Of course. He is merely a waste now. Everyone believes he is dead, Davis replied. Then I shall assist you in evolving your martial spirit, Qi Mei stated. The evil eye white tiger can evolve? Davis exclaimed in astonishment. Theoretically, it cannot, but that is merely a theory. Using our Evil Soul Hall's devouring method, it can succeed, albeit with great difficulty and a slim chance, Wang Liang explained. Such a minuscule probability, and you still want me to proceed? Davis questioned. No, you're different. You share the same root and origin as him. Simply absorbing his martial spirit, coupled with our assistance, will lead to success, Qi Mei reassured him. So, what must I do now? Kill him? Davis asked. Precisely. First summon your martial spirit and eliminate him, Wang Liang instructed. No, you cannot. I am your brother. Dai Mubai trembled in protest. Brother? That bond ceased to exist the moment you awakened your martial spirit. All that remains is a rival, Davis laughed. Chapter 128. The Evil Eye Twin-Headed Tiger. Stop hesitating. Kill him, Chi Mei urged. Understood. Davis waved his hand dismissively and then summoned his martial spirit, advancing towards Dai Mubai. In an instant, the phantom of the white tiger roared behind Davis, its bones cracking and muscles bulging like forged steel, its claws gleaming with a chilling white light. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, Davis, do you not fear the repercussions of the spirit hall for consorting with these evil beings? Repercussions? Once I devour you, no one will know. Even Father believes you are dead. Our Xingluo Empire operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, is it not? Davis scoffed. Seeing this, Dai Mubai ceased his resistance and chuckled. Collaborating with the evil soul hall will lead to your demise. Your death will ultimately be 1,000-fold more tragic than mine. Ha ha ha. This need not concern you, Davis remarked, raising his hand and plunging his claws into Dai Mubai's chest. A fountain of blood erupted from Dai Mubai, splattering across Davis's face, after which he burst into laughter. Yet, soon after, Dai Mubai's breath became faint and ephemeral. Observing this, a fleeting pang of sorrow flickered across Davis's visage, though it vanished almost immediately. How resolute you are. I expected you might hesitate a little longer, Chi Mei chuckled. Having resolved to ally with the evil soul hall, it is imperative to cast aside the superfluous, Davis stated. Let us commence. He is half alive now, making this the optimal moment. Can you feel it, brother? Davis murmured as he approached Dai Mubai, his fingers caressing the sinister eye upon his forehead. This is the essence of power. Your sinister eye, your white tiger lineage, rightfully belongs to me. A glint of avarice ignited in Davis's eyes. Very well, follow my lead, Chi Mei instructed, whispering a few words to Davis. Davis formed hand seals, intoning with fervor, by blood as the guide, by soul as the offering. The sinister eye opens and closes, the white tiger devours the spirit. Accept the shadow of Chi Mei, draw in the specters of the nether, entwine flesh and bone. Merge soul power. Left eye, seize the soul. Right eye, command the heavens. Twin pupils shine in unison, devour all from the same source. I command sinister eye white tiger. Consume and evolve. The somber cadence of the incantation twisted amidst the tremors of soul power, as though countless specters howled in agony. With each word uttered, the air shimmered with intertwining shades of crimson and obsidian. Behind Davis, Chi Mei and Wraith pressed their hands against his back, dark and pallid soul power coursing down their arms and into Davis, before being channeled through his fingertips into Dai Mubai's body. No, Dai Mubai suddenly gasped, letting out a faint roar as his consciousness was forcibly stripped away. He beheld his sinister eye, its vertical pupil witnessing the phantom of the white tiger being dragged and torn by a black force. While Davis's sinister eye expanded, the surrounding black mist thickening. The devouring had commenced. Dai Mubai's body visibly withered as soul power, bloodline, and even the essence of his martial soul were forcibly siphoned away by Davis through the dark arts of Chi Mei and Wraith. The sinister eye upon his forehead gradually lost its luster, fading into a faint mark, while Davis's sinister eye erupted with an unprecedented red glow, even beginning to split. Davis emitted a painful yet ecstatic roar as his body underwent a dramatic transformation. The white fur that cloaked him became a swirling mix of black and white, his muscles bulging with newfound strength. The shadow of the sinister eye white tiger behind him saw its eye split into two vertical pupils, the distance between them widening. Strangely, a sound of bones fracturing and reassembling resonated from the neck of the sinister eye white tiger, as a massive flesh lump swelled, slowly giving rise to a second head. Two heads, for eyes, each adorned with a sinister vertical pupil. The left head retained the original visage of the sinister eye white tiger, yet bore the madness of devouring, while the right head's gaze harbored a trace of Dai Mubai's anguish and defiance. It is done. Ha ha, I have succeeded, Davis exclaimed with excitement. The sinister eye white tiger, or rather, my martial soul shall now be known as the sinister eye two-headed tiger. Davis reveled in the surging power within him, as both heads of the sinister eye two-headed tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. The roar from the left head carried the chilling essence of Chi Mei and Wraith, capable of freezing the spirit, while the right head's roar retained the white tiger's dominance, shaking the surrounding stone walls. Beneath the swirling black and white fur, his muscles knotted like mountain ridges, claws gleaming with a sinister crimson hue. The fluctuations of soul power surged exponentially, yet bore an unsettling malevolence. Dai Mubai's body had completely lost its vitality, reduced to a desiccated shell, which Davis casually swept aside into a nearby corner. His martial soul, his bloodline, his strength, all had become the sustenance for Davis's martial soul evolution. Chi Mei and Wraith lightly applauded behind Davis, seemingly congratulating him. Davis cracked his neck and stretched, surveying his surroundings with a cruel smile. From now on, regardless of the team, be it the golden generation of the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Royal Academy team, they shall be no match for us. The right head of the sinister, two-headed tiger behind Davis let out an unconscious roar, a flicker of struggle crossing its gaze, swiftly subdued by the sinister aura of the left head. Given this, our martial soul fusion technique should be even more formidable. This is not merely the addition of 1 or 2 soul rings, but essentially the equivalent of an entirely new martial soul. Zhu Zhuyan remarked. Indeed, that is correct. Your martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, can now be referred to as the Nether Two-Headed Tiger, Wraith affirmed. Now, you must rely on killing to elevate your cultivation. After devouring Dai Mubai, your current level stands at 46. How far you can progress before the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament depends entirely on you, Chi Mei stated. I hope you can severely injure Cheng Yi. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, we will initiate a small-scale beast tide. If all goes well, you will take Dai Yutian's place, Wraith added. Why a small-scale beast tide? And do you two titled Douluo have the confidence to manage it? Davis inquired. We are still lacking one material, so for now, we can only summon a small-scale beast tide. Of course, we will not be alone. Considering the situation, Dai Yutian had one titled Douluo, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will likely send another. We are also uncertain of the formidable beings that may accompany Cheng Yi, so we will dispatch 3 additional titled Douluo from our headquarters. Conveniently, the Evil Soul Hall has newly promoted titled Douluo, so we shall test their strength. Chi Mei remarked with a smile. Good. Let us hope the plan proceeds smoothly, Davis replied. Chapter 129, The Death Canyon. Half a month later, outside the Spirit City, the carriage carrying Cheng Yi and his companions slowly entered Spirit City, subsequently heading towards the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong had received news early on, and a shadow of a smile finally graced her previously gloomy countenance. As they disembarked, Brother Yi, we are finally back, Hulaina exclaimed, stretching her limbs. I need to rest well, Ning Rongrong chimed in, tapping her shoulder. Rongrong, we have no time for rest. We should be commencing the next training immediately, Zhu Zhuqing asserted. Ah, surely not. Yin and Li Qianwei gasped in astonishment. It must be so. If we do not hurry to cultivate, our time is limited, Cheng Yi remarked. At that moment, Bibi Dong approached, staff in hand. Children, welcome back, she greeted with a smile. Mother, teacher, your holiness. The group exclaimed in delight. Elder Lin Yuan. How'd it go this time? Bibi Dong inquired. In response to the Pope, the children have excelled in completing their training tasks, both in teamwork and cultivation levels. Ziyuan reported. Excellent. I grant you 3 days of rest, Bibi Dong announced to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. 3 days later, the final training will commence, where you must survive for 3 months in the Death Canyon. This training will not provide any assistance. You must rely solely on yourselves. Bibi Dong stated. The Death Canyon? The group questioned, only Cheng Yi comprehending its terror. You'll understand soon enough. Return now and rest, Bibi Dong smiled. The Death Canyon? What sort of place is that? Yin pondered. Yes, I have never heard of such a place, Li Qianwei added. Given that this is the final trial, it surely will not be simple, Xie contemplated. Brother Yi, are you aware of the Death Canyon? Lin Lu inquired. To the best of my knowledge, the Death Canyon features a complex terrain encompassing wetlands, marshes, and various other landforms. Towering mountains rise majestically on either side, often shrouded in the presence of ancient soul beasts soaring through the skies. A thick, milky fog permeates the canyon, significantly reducing visibility, thereby rendering the environment even more enigmatic and perilous. The soul beasts here are numerous and exceedingly fierce, exhibiting a pronounced aggressiveness towards humans. The strength of the soul beasts intensifies the deeper one ventures into the canyon, towards the center. One might encounter soul beasts that have existed for up to 100,000 years. Due to the unique nature of these soul beasts, many have undergone mutations, causing their powers to surge unexpectedly. This is indeed the place where our Wuhuan Hall exiles criminals and evil soul masters, Cheng Yi elucidated. Ah, the group gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the Death Canyon? It sounds terrifying, Yin remarked. I knew that this final trial would not be simple, Xie said with a smile. Can we really survive in such a place? Li Qianwei pondered aloud. Did you not hear Brother Yi mention that there are exiled criminals and evil soul masters within? If they can survive, why can't we? Li Qianyu kuntarat. Is it truly the same? Li Qianwei replied, nearly in tears. This is precisely how one achieves the desired results in cultivation. It is under such conditions that breakthroughs can be attained, Cheng Yi asserted. Brother Yi, don't push yourself so hard. You are already quite formidable, Ning Rongrong remarked. Of course I must strive. How else can I succeed? Cheng Yi replied with a smile. But Brother Yi, this way, you will eventually collapse, Hu Liena cautioned. That won't happen. What cannot kill me will only make me stronger, Cheng Yi asserted confidently. Brother Yi, you are already a genius, yet you still push yourself so diligently, Zhu Zhuqing observed with admiration. A genius? Even those deemed talented must persistently strive for improvement. Cheng Yi responded. As expected of Brother Yi, possessing the most extraordinary talent, yet working so diligently, Lin Lu remarked in awe. By the way, if we wish to survive in the Death Canyon, we must be vigilant not only against sudden soul beasts, but also against the exiled soul masters, Cheng Yi noted. Understood, the group replied in unison. 3 days later, are we all prepared? Bibi Dong asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed, Bibi Dong declared. We have arrived. Ahead lies the Death Canyon. Bibi Dong gestured towards the fog-laden expanse. From here on, you must rely on yourselves. I shall return to retrieve you at the conclusion. Good luck, my children, Bibi Dong encouraged with a smile. All right, the group replied in unison. I will take the lead. Xiaoyu and Yin will follow closely behind me, with Rongrong and Lin Lu positioned in the center, while Zhu Qing and Nana shall flank us on either side. Xinyu and Qianwei will bring up the rear, Cheng Yi organized. Understood, Captain. The group responded, their demeanor turning serious. Let us move, Cheng Yi said as he stepped forward. Keep a close watch on Yi. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, Your Holiness, the group affirmed. As they entered the Death Canyon, a wave of decay and blood mingled with the air, reminiscent of a long-sealed chamber of death suddenly thrown open. The sky was obscured by thick, inky clouds, with sunlight struggling to pierce through, casting mottled and eerie shadows across the canyon floor, thereby enhancing its air of mystery. The mountains on either side loomed like colossal barriers cleaved by a giant's axe, their surfaces etched with deep ravines that told tales of fierce battles from ages past. Some crevices bore the remnants of soul beast claw marks, deeply embedded in the rock, their edges exhibiting a strange crystalline formation, evidently scorched by immense soul power. The canyon floor was rugged and uneven, strewn with rubble and desiccated bones. Some belonged to soul beasts, their massive skulls and sharp fangs bearing witness to their ferocity in life, while others were the remains of human soul masters, with shattered soul-guiding devices and broken weapons scattered about, chronicling their struggles and despair. Occasionally, a few black plants stubbornly emerged from the crevices of stone, their leaves dripping with a viscous fluid that exuded a repugnant odor as they absorbed the peculiar nutrients of this desolate place, defiantly thriving. A faint mist enveloped the canyon. Not merely ordinary water vapor, but instead laden with a profound aura of death. Within this fog, countless unseen eyes seemed to lurk, sending chills down one's spine. Inhalation of this mist induced a chilling sensation that penetrated to the marrow, causing the flow of soul power to become sluggish, as if being tugged by invisible hands. The deeper they ventured into the canyon, the more intense the eerie atmosphere became, with low growls echoing intermittently, as if emanating from the depths of hell, reverberating through the canyon and quickening their heartbeats. Accompanying the growls were faint fluctuations of soul power, potent and malevolent, warning intruders not to tread further. Meandering rivers at the canyon's base flowed with an unsettling dark red hue, emitting a sharp, metallic scent, the result of years steeped in blood. Occasionally, unidentified objects would surge forth from the river, only to vanish into the depths of the sanguine waters. Chapter 130. The Spectral Demon Bear. The mist of the Death Canyon was frigid, akin to iron filings steeped in ice. When it touched the skin, it brought a piercing pain. Standing atop a prominent gray-black rock, Cheng Yi activated the Shadow Eye, his pupils instantly consumed by darkness. As his gaze sank into the inky depths, the swirling mist around him appeared to slow, revealing fragments of desiccated bones languidly rolling within its embrace. He noticed a pair of ghostly green eyes blinking from behind a nearby rock, while his comrades behind him were drenched in a sheen of cold sweat as they gripped their weapons. To the left, 15 paces, 3 corrupted bone lizards hidden in the crevice. Cheng Yi whispered, his voice barely audible. The shadow manipulator's hand silently reached out, while his fourth soul ring flickered subtly. 8 slender shadow chains slithered along the ground like coiled serpents, quietly ensnaring the crevice. Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the moonblade, her third soul ring emanating a soft violet glow. Rongrong, enhance Zhuqing's speed. Understood. Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring, the 9 treasures glazed tower glowing with radiant colors. The cerulean aura descended upon Zhuqing, infused with the spirit of the spectral spirit cat, suddenly found her movements lightened. With her first soul skill, Spectral Pounce, Zhuqing's first soul ring flickered as she propelled herself from the rock, transforming into a fleeting violet shadow. As her glistening claws aimed for the eye socket of the foremost corrupted bone lizard, Cheng Yi relinquished control over the shadow chains. A trio of agonizing shrieks erupted simultaneously as the 3 corrupted bone lizards were yanked from their hiding place. Zhuqing's claws pierced the eye of the first with precision. Utilizing the momentum, she spun around, activating her second soul skill, Spectral 100 Claws, unleashing a flurry of shadowy strikes that burst forth at the neck of another corrupted bone lizard, as droplets of blood mingled with the mist. Lin Lu's voice rang out, "Beware of the blood." Second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. Lin Lu's second soul ring glimmered, enveloping Zhuqing in a protective pink light. As one corrupted bone lizard, nearing death, spewed forth its black blood onto the shield, it hissed and produced a cloud of white smoke. Lin Lu's fingertips turned pale. The toxicity of this newly matured corrupted bone lizard surpassed the records by a significant margin. "Yan, clear the area," Cheng Yi commanded. No sooner had his words left his mouth than Yan's first soul ring illuminated, and he pressed his palms against the ground. The moment the Hellfire Lava technique activated, a surge of crimson soul power shattered the earth, and boiling lava surged forth from the crevice, engulfing the ensnared, corrupted bone lizards, which writhed momentarily before being reduced to charred remains. Yet before the smoke from the extinguished lava could dissipate, Cheng Yi suddenly called out, "Fall back." The third soul skill, Shadow Echo, suddenly illuminated Cheng Yi's third soul ring. As the transparent shadow barrier exploded before the onlookers, a boulder the size of a grinding stone crashed against the barrier. Amidst the shower of debris, an enormous, pitch-black bear surged forth from the mist. As its massive paw struck the ground, the very rocks beneath Cheng Yi trembled with a low hum. In his soul power perception, it felt as though the surrounding air had been vacuumed away, causing even the radiance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to flicker momentarily. Is it the Netherworld Demon Bear? This creature's cultivation undoubtedly exceeds 20,000 years. It could devour soul power. Hulaina's fox ears perked up, and her second soul ring glimmered as she activated her second soul skill. The enchanting light in her violet eyes shimmered, casting a captivating glow towards the Netherworld Demon Bear's head. However, the bear merely shook its head in response, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. The fur that the purple light brushed against revealed dark patterns, indicating its formidable mental strength. Indeed, it is beyond our control. Hulaina bit her lip and retreated. Ning Rongrong's third soul ring flickered, and she immediately cast a soul power amplification aura upon Hulaina, urging her to try again. Igij needs time. At that moment, Cheng Yi's shadow power was coalescing at his fingertips. Subsequently, his first soul ring glowed, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. This time, the shadow power did not cling to Cheng Yi's hand. Instead, it swiftly slithered up the chains of the 8 god-binding locks, covering them with barbs. When the Netherworld Demon Bear broke free from Hulaina's charm and swiped at Xiaoyu, Cheng Yi seized the opportunity to control the chains. In an instant, all 8 chains ensnared the bear's limbs, and as the barbs pierced its fur, the bear let out a pained roar, halting its advance. A prime opportunity. Xiaoyu swiftly raised the moonblade, his first soul ring illuminating as he unleashed 2 slashes towards the Netherworld Demon Bear. Simultaneously, he sidestepped to clear the way, while Yan's third soul ring suddenly glowed, activating his third soul skill, Hellfire. Waves of flames surged across the ground, scorching the mist away. Yet, as the flames licked the bear's body, they were absorbed by the dark patterns on its surface, causing its belly to swell slightly, as if digesting the fiery soul power. Do not employ large-scale soul skills. Cheng Yi admonished, spinning around as his second soul ring flickered into life, unleashing Shadow 1000 Gene Destruction. The shadow power coalesced into a dark point in his palm. Leveraging the amplification of Ning Rongrong's recently bestowed power, he forcefully slammed the concentrated shadow energy into the ground. The force of his second soul skill erupted beneath the bear, causing numerous sharp stone spikes to shoot up from beneath its feet. Although they did not injure it, they disrupted the netherworld demon bear's balance. Taking advantage of this, Zhu Zhuqing maneuvered behind the massive bear, activating her third soul ring to unleash her third soul skill. Nether Slash. Black soul power coalesced into a blade at the tip of her claws, and leveraging her speed, she struck fiercely at the bear's tailbone. However, as her blade made contact with its fur, a sudden burst of dark energy repelled her, sending her flying. Zhuqing, Lin exclaimed, her second soul ring shimmering as she activated Peach Spirit Guardian, casting a protective shield that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing just in time. As the shield shattered, it released a burst of pink light, and Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Li Qianwei wielded his dragon coiling staff, activating his second soul skill, Binding Curse. His second soul ring glimmered, and a red light enveloped the staff, wrapping the struggling bear in a series of crimson bands that tightened around it. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu spun around to unleash the first soul skill of his dragon coiling staff. See overturning 3 strikes. His first soul ring illuminated, and blue light erupted from the staff's tip, landing 3 heavy blows on the bear's knee. While the bones remained intact, the impact caused the massive creature to bend its leg, half kneeling on the ground. Nana, where's its weakness? Cheng Yi shouted, as the shadow echo barrier continued to shield them from the debris flung by the bear's struggles, preventing them from discerning the creature's vulnerabilities. Hulaina closed her eyes, and her third soul ring glowed as she activated her third soul skill. The pink light of the fox transformation radiated from her, and as her fox tail swayed gently behind her, the heightened mental power allowed her to quickly perceive the flow of the bear's soul power. The third rib on the left side, that is where its soul power is weakest. Hulaina exclaimed. Chapter 131, The Perilous Cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yi yanked on the chains, exposing the netherworld demon bear's left rib entirely. He then leaped into the air, his second soul ring glowing once more as he activated his second soul skill, Shadow Thousand Gene Destruction. The shadow power surged violently in his palm, and he forcefully pressed it against the exposed gap. The instant the black light erupted, the netherworld demon bear emitted a deafening wail, its immense body crashing to the ground. A gaping wound opened in its left rib, and black blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Slowly, a black soul ring began to rise from the bear's body, along with a wisp of malevolent energy that silently drifted into Cheng Yi. The group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Cheng Yi's first soul skill, Shadow Life Ring, activated as Lin Yi's first soul ring illuminated. The Peach Heart Spirit bracelet on her wrist emitted waves of light to heal Cheng Yi and the others. The pink halo enveloped their wounds, healing them instantly. Zhu Zhuqing winced in pain, but managed to force a smile. Thank you, Yi. Cheng Yi stared at the corpse of the netherworld demon bear for a moment, watching as it was gradually enveloped by the mist, as if something was stealthily dragging it away. Something feels off, Cheng Yi frowned, rising to his feet. The corrupted bone lizards shouldn't be this densely packed, and netherworld demon bears rarely appear at the entrance to this canyon. Suddenly, Hulaina grasped Cheng Yi's arm, her fox ears twitching alertly. Listen, there are footsteps. From deep within the mist came a rustling sound, reminiscent of countless feet scuttling about. Cheng Yi activated his shadow eyes once more, scanning the fog. This time, he discerned the presence of over 100 corrupted bone lizards lurking within the mist, surging towards them from the depths of the canyon. The foremost among them was significantly larger than the one they had just encountered, its scales still glistening with fresh blood. Are they migrating as a pack, or are they being driven by something? Li Qianyu tightened his grip on the dragon coiling staff, prepared for any sudden developments. Cheng Yi glanced back at the narrow mountain path behind them, then cast his gaze toward the distant, vaguely visible cliff. Move towards the cliff. The terrain there is elevated, making it easier to defend. Xieyu took the lead, cleaving through the thorny vines blocking their path with the moonblade. Yan ignited flames on either side of the group, repelling the approaching corrupted bone lizards. Hulaina positioned herself in the center, ever watchful of the movements within a mist. Ning Rongrong's glazed tower continued to flicker, maintaining their power augmentation, while Lin Yi shielded Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally raising her hand to reinforce the protective barrier. Li Qianyu and his brother stood back to back, alternating strikes with their red and blue staffs, shattering the skulls of the rushing corrupted bone lizards. As Cheng Yi brought up the rear and glanced back, he noticed a taller, darker silhouette standing behind the swarm of corrupted bone lizards, resembling a giant wolf with wings. Its crimson eyes fixated on their direction. Meanwhile, beside the corpse of the netherworld demon bear, a pale hand formed from a mist was gradually dragging the bear's remains deeper into the Death Canyon. The mist of the Death Canyon seemed to have truly come alive. "Stand up," Cheng Yi shouted at the corpse of the netherworld demon bear. The shadow of the bear being dragged began to coalesce, but in mere moments, it astonishingly dissipated. "What?" Cheng Yi gasped in shock, helplessly watching as the mist enveloped the bear's body. "Igij, we need to leave," Ning Rongrong cried out. As the group climbed over the rubble towards the cliff, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Yin looked down and saw black blood seeping from the crevices in the rocks, flowing down the cliffside as if the mountain itself were bleeding. "Be careful where you step." Just as Yin shouted, Cheng Yi yanked him back. The very spot where Yin had stood suddenly collapsed, revealing a bottomless pit from which came the horrifying sound of gnawing. Cheng Yi's shadow eyes narrowed, its soul devouring ants. A gregarious soul beast capable of devouring soul power? No way. Countless black ants the size of fingernails swarmed out of the pit, climbing up the rock face. Cheng Yi immediately unleashed the 8 god-binding locks, weaving chains into a net against the horde of ants, temporarily blocking their advance. "Yin, use fire," he shouted, simultaneously channeling the power of shadows to envelop the chains. The barbs of the shadow claws rendered the chains sharper, yet the swarm of ants was overwhelming, soon gnawing at the chains with a crackling noise. The third soul skill, Hellfire, ignited as the third soul ring on his body shimmered, and flames erupted fiercely around him. The inferno cascaded down, incinerating the soul-devouring ants into ashes. But as the flames extinguished, an even greater tide of ants surged forth. Ning Rongrong's third soul ring glimmered, and the 9-treasure glazed tile illuminated, amplifying the soul power and bestowing it upon Yin. "Hold on, we're nearly at the cliff's summit." Li Qianwei plunged the spiral dragon staff into a crevice, his third soul ring glowing as he activated his third soul skill, summoning a dragon's roar that thundered through the air. Dragon patterns emerged on the staff, momentarily halting the ants' advance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qianyu struck the rock face with the staff, creating several footholds. "Hurry up!" The group ascended, with Cheng Yi being the last to reach the top. Peering down, he noticed that the chains had been gnawed down to mere stubs. The winds atop the cliff were fierce, dispersing some of the mist, allowing them to finally glimpse the valley below, where swirling black fog concealed countless soul beasts. The corrupted bone lizard and the soul-devouring ants below were fixated on Cheng Yi and his companions. "Wait, why aren't those soul beasts leaving?" Li Qianwei expressed his confusion. "It seems they are waiting for us at the top." "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Yin inquired. "Let's take a brief respite. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Once we regain our soul power, we will break through," Cheng Yi replied. "Agreed." The others nodded in affirmation. The wind at the cliff's edge carried a foul stench, stinging their faces like shards of glass. Cheng Yi crouched on a protruding rock, using his shadow eye to survey the scene below. The abyss, 100 feet deep, heaved with dark currents, where over 100 corrupted bone lizards clawed at the cliff face, their sharp claws etching myriad white scratches into the stone. Their murky green eyes fixated on the 9 individuals above, while behind them, a swarm of black soul-devouring ants climbed up the rock seams. These beetle-sized insects, entirely black, left tiny indentations in their wake, and the sound of their wings rustling in the wind sent shivers down their spines. There's a hollow in the left cliff wall that can accommodate 2 people. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was barely above a whisper. Her spirit, the netherworld spirit cat, heightened her senses immensely. She pointed toward the spot 3 meters ahead on the cliff face, noting that the soul-devouring ants had already ascended halfway up the mountain. They would reach the top in no more than a stick of incense. The 9-treasure glazed tile rotated in her hands. The first, second, and third soul rings on Ning Rongrong illuminated in succession, as the 9-treasure glazed tile emitted a soft glow in her palm. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheek as the glimmering aura enveloped her companions, providing them with various enhancements. Chapter 132, Bloodshed and Breakout. Juliana's fox ears twitched slightly, her enchanting fox spirit flickering on her shoulder. Her second soul ring brightened, activating her second soul skill, Fox Charm, which radiated a faint purple light, spreading down the cliff. The corrupted bone lizards have weak mental fortitude. I can temporarily hold them back, but not the soul-devouring ants. These creatures lack intelligence, so my charm will not affect them. Liana glanced at Cheng Yi, her violet eyes reflecting the tide of insects below. We must first deal with the soul-devouring ants. If they reach us, Our spirits will be devoured. Suddenly, Cheng Yi spoke, his voice steady yet calm. The shadow manipulator's hand reached towards several massive stones at the cliff's edge. Invisible soul power levitated the rocks into the air, and with a slight motion of his finger, one stone plummeted towards the densest cluster of soul-devouring ants below, sealing off their approach. Do not let them come within 3 feet of the cliff's edge. Yin stepped forward, crimson soul power surging in his palms. His third soul ring flared brilliantly as he unleashed his third soul skill, Hellfire. With a powerful clap of his hands against the cliff's edge, crimson flames snaked down the rock face like 2 burning serpents, plunging into the swarm of soul-devouring ants. The ants shrieked as they were scorched, falling in droves towards the abyss. Yet the relentless tide continued to climb over their fallen brethren, forcing a path through the flames. This is futile. Yin gritted his teeth, amplifying his soul power. The intensity of the hellfire surged, but his complexion began to pale. Maintaining such a large-scale soul skill was immensely draining. Even with Ning Rongrong's amplification, his soul power was depleting rapidly. Observing this, Lin Lu immediately raised her hand, her first soul ring glowing as she activated her first soul skill, Peach Spirit, summoning the Peach Heart Spirit bracelet that radiated a gentle pink light. The life ring transformed into a faint pink halo, merging with Yan's back. Subsequently, her third soul ring also illuminated, activating her third soul skill. In an instant, a bridge of pink light formed between Lin Lu and Yan, creating a translucent cocoon around him, significantly slowing his soul power depletion and raising the temperature of the hellfire, which now blazed with a bright white hue. Today, I truly appreciate the uniqueness of your ability, Lin Lu. Well done. Yin praised. His first soul skill, Demon-Suppressing Dragon Hammer. Li Qianwei's first soul ring flickered, and he slammed the spiral dragon staff against the cliff's edge. The resounding dragon roar echoed down the cliff, causing the corrupted bone lizards directly beneath to stagger backward, some even tumbling off the precipice. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu positioned his spiral dragon staff horizontally across his chest, activating his second soul ring and unleashing his second soul skill. Thousand June Counter, enveloping the staff in a brilliant blue light that formed a translucent barrier. Qianwei, hold the right side. Do not let the corrupted bone lizards ascend. His second soul skill, Evil Moon, activated as the second soul ring shimmered, drawing forth the moon blade, which crossed before him, its white light shimmering. We must fend off this swarm of soul beasts. Brother E, the corrupted bone lizards are breaking through Nana's control. Just as Evil Moon spoke, the corrupted bone lizards below stirred restlessly. Hualiana's fox charm flickered violently before she staggered back with a soft groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. They are tearing at each other. They've broken my control with their comrade's blood. Cheng Yi's expression darkened, the inkiness of his shadow eye deepening. Indeed, the corrupted bone lizards below were turning on one another. Several larger ones viciously clawed at their companions' throats, their green blood splattering against the cliff face, instantly dissipating Hualiana's purple light. Without the binding of fox charm, the remaining corrupted bone lizards scrambled up the cliff frantically. One particularly massive lizard climbing to within 5 feet of the cliff summit, drool dripping from its maw onto Li Qianwei's boots. Fourth soul skill, 8 chains of binding. Cheng Yi bellowed, his fourth soul ring flashing brightly. 8 pitch-black chains erupted from the shadows behind him, coiling like ethereal serpents around the leading corrupted bone lizard, binding it tightly and eliciting a deafening roar as it struggled against the chains. Yet, they held it firmly in place. With a flick of his fingers, Cheng Yi activated the shadow manipulator's hand once more, causing several hovering boulders to plummet down, accurately striking the heads of other corrupted bone lizards that were about to ascend. Evil Moon finished them off. Evil Moon was already poised for action, and with the sudden activation of his third soul ring, his third soul skill, Breaking Moonblade, surged forth, the dual blades slicing through the air and striking the neck of the corrupted bone lizard ensnared by the binding chains. With a sickening thud, its head rolled off the cliff, green blood splattering across Evil Moon, who remained unfazed, using the momentum to spin and carve 2 white arcs against the cliff wall, eliminating 2 more climbing corrupted bone lizards. The silhouette of Zhu Zhuqing darted along the edge of the cliff, her first soul ring illuminating as she unleashed her initial soul skill, the Ethereal Puncture. Her lethal claws precisely pierced the heart of the soul-eating ant swarm, her target being the soul-eating ant queen, a creature thrice the size of her kin, who cowered behind the carcass of a corpse-bone lizard, commanding the swarm with her venomous stinger. The moment Zhu Zhuqing's claws penetrated the queen's exoskeleton, the swarm was thrown into disarray, their movements visibly slowing. However, the queen retaliated, her stinger lunging toward Zhu Zhuqing's calf. Observing this, Lin Lu's second soul ring instantly flared to life, activating her second soul skill, the Peach Spirit Guardian. A delicate pink shield materialized with a crisp sound, shattering as the queen's stinger broke in two. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing still sustained an injury. Zhuqing, Lin Lu's voice was laced with urgency as her first soul ring shone brightly, conjuring the life ring of the Bracelet of Shadows. A luminous halo emanated from the Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing's bleeding calf. As the pink radiance swirled, the wound healed with remarkable speed, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to somersault back to the cliff's summit. Gasping, the queen is dead, but the remaining soul-eating ants, before she could finish. A violent tremor reverberated from below the cliff. Yan's first soul ring ignited, and with a forceful strike of his palms, he unleashed the hellish magma, causing crimson lava to surge from the cliff's edge and ensnare the remaining soul-eating ants and the corpse-bone lizard. The lizard, trapped within the molten flow, emitted desperate wails, while Yan, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground, declared, "The rest is up to you." At that moment, Cheng Yi leaped into action, his right hand radiating a dark golden light that traveled up his arm to his palm, where three razor-sharp claws suddenly extended, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The dark golden claw bear's right palm materialized as he remarked, like catching a turtle in a jar. With a swift motion, he unleashed the dark golden claw bear's skill. The rending claw, which bore the sharpness of finely honed iron, its tips darkened with an ominous hue. As Cheng Yi's wrist twisted, the claws sliced through the air with a sound like shattering glass, striking directly at the ensnared, soul-eating ants and the corpse-bone lizard. Chapter 133. Out of control, the malevolent aura erodes the heart. The attack landed with devastating speed, shredding the corpse-bone lizard and the soul-eating ants trapped in the lava before they could emit a single cry of anguish. Hooray! A resounding victory! Yan exclaimed gleefully as he sat on the ground. Let us not linger here. We should head down, Cheng Yi suggested. Subsequently, the group leapt from the precipice, landing on the scorched earth below, which still radiated heat. The dark green blood of the corpse-bone lizard seeped through the crevices, forming putrid puddles on the ground. As Cheng Yi stepped on the charred remains of the soul-eating ants, the crunch of shattered carapaces echoed beneath his boots. What a brutal scene, Lin Lu lamented. Indeed, to encircle us, they must pay a heavy price, Li Qianwei replied with a grin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on the 9-treasure glaze tile, the 3 layers of colored light shimmering with unease. She noticed wisps of gray-black mist rising from the pile of corpses behind Cheng Yi. This mist was not the miasma of the cliff, but rather the malevolent aura left by the soul beasts before their demise. As if countless icy hands were reaching from the bodies, creeping up Cheng Yi's ankle. The first to sense the anomaly was Hulaina. Her fox ears quivered as she extended her spirit power through her fox spirit, only to recoil in pain from the scorching mist. Brother E, what is that? Get away. Yet the malevolent aura was swifter than Hulaina's warning. As Lin Lu raised her Peach Heart Spirit Bracelet to summon the Peach Spirit Guardian, the gray mist had already infiltrated Cheng Yi's skin. He suddenly arched his back, a deep groan emanating from his throat. The group finally discerned Cheng Yi's face, once clear, now tainted with crimson as the blood-red hue spread from the corners of his eyes to the center of his pupils, transforming into 2 blazing orbs of fire. Even the whites of his eyes tinged with an eerie red. Yige! Lin Lu's voice trembled. Her first soul ring flickered as the pink light of the life ring enveloped his back, but it was as if it had been thrown into boiling oil, disappearing without a trace as the malevolent aura consumed it. Cheng Yi's fingertips began to darken, not merely the pitch black of shadow power or the purity of soul energy, but a corrupt hue, as if eroded by the cadaverous miasma. Suddenly, Cheng Yi moved, grasping at the void with his right hand. Blue soul power erupted, and the domain Netherworld Demon Scythe materialized, its ethereal blue glow radiating coldness. The scythe, nearly 7 feet long, bore a razor-sharp blade, wreathed in gray mist akin to that of the malevolent aura. This time, the scythe felt heavier and colder than ever, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Brother E, Zhu Zhuqing cried out, but as she transformed into a faint purple shadow and lunged toward Cheng Yi's side, he was already fully consumed by the malevolent aura. The domain Netherworld Demon Scythe swept toward Zhu Zhuqing with a deafening whoosh. Instinctively, she activated her 3rd soul ring, the ethereal slash. The moment her black blade met the scythe, she felt a chilling force penetrate her bones, and with a resounding clang, she was thrown back, crashing against the rock wall. Coughing up blood, Lin Lu hurriedly pursued, activating her first soul ring. The pink light from the life ring merged into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Just as Cheng Yi thrust the scythe backward, colliding with Li Qianyu, who attempted to block with his spiral dragon staff. Li Qianyu gruanat, bending over as the staff slipped from his grasp, crashing at Li Qianwei's feet. Just as Li Qianwei intended to unleash his soul skill, he was forced to retreat as Cheng Yi's scythe swept toward him, the staff dancing in a desperate defense, yet the blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash that instantly stained half of his robe with crimson. "Brother Yi, what is happening?" "It's us," Ning Rongrong cried, her voice tinged with desperation. She flickered her soul rings to amplify Li Qianwei's power and enhance Zhu Zhuqing's speed. However, everyone was struggling to exert their strength. As the moon blade of the evil moon neared Cheng Yi's neck, it only managed to nick his collar, revealing a collarbone tainted gray by the malevolent aura. Yin pressed his hands to the ground, his first soul ring glowing as the heat of the hellish magma surged to his fingertips, yet he hesitated to unleash it, fearing the scalding magma might harm Cheng Yi. Even Zhu Zhuqing, skilled in ambush, dared only to nudge the handle of the domain Netherworld Demon Scythe with her ethereal puncture, reluctant to truly strike Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, however, showed no mercy. The blade of the domain Netherworld Demon Scythe plunged downward, skimming the ground and igniting sparks as it carved deep grooves into the impenetrable black iron rock. Amid the chaos, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile narrowly avoided being struck by debris, and Hulaina activated her second soul ring, enveloping Cheng Yi's head in a purple light. Yet, Cheng Yi merely shook his head, his blood-red eyes devoid of emotion, as if Hulaina's spirit power were nothing more than a bothersome insect. "We must subdue Ego first." Evil Moon gritted her teeth, her third soul ring glowing as she unleashed her third soul skill, the Broken Moon Blade, aimed at Cheng Yi's wrist, attempting to disarm him. Yet, with a slight twist of his wrist, Cheng Yi redirected the scythe along the arc of her blade, countering with a swift cut aimed at Evil Moon's side. She could only retreat hastily, activating her second soul ring for defense as the moon blade crossed in front of her, raising her defenses. When the scythe clashed against her protective barrier, her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings trembled violently, forcing her to stagger back 3 steps, blood dripping from her injured hand, instantly consumed by the gray mist conjured by the malevolent aura. Finally, unable to contain himself, Yin activated his soul skill, his second soul ring illuminating as the earth-yellow soul power coalesced beneath Cheng Yi's feet, forming stone spikes to impede his movements. Yet, Cheng Yi leapt, using the stone spikes as a stepping stone, the scythe cleaving downward, targeting Lin Lu, who was tending to Li Qianyu's wounds. Lin Yu was petrified with fear, her second soul ring shimmering with the protective pink light of the Peach Spirit Guardian. Just as the pink glow began to bloom, it was quickly pressed inward by the shockwave generated by the scythe's blade. At the critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing, enduring her shoulder injury, lunged forward to push Lin Yu aside, only to have her back swept by the scythe, her clothing instantly slashed open, blood oozing out and forming a layer of gray frost upon her skin. "Brother Yi, wake up!" Hulaina shouted, but Cheng Yi remained impervious, entirely under the influence of the malevolent energy. "This cannot continue. Everyone, form up." Hulaina's fox ears stood straight, her tail unfurling behind her, her violet eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. With her third soul ring glowing, her ethereal fox spirit energy enveloped her enhanced mental force, attempting to pierce through the malevolent energy to disrupt Cheng Yi's actions, while she commanded, "Ning Rongrong, Lin Yu, amplify with all your might. Qin Yu, Qianwei, control the ground. Xie Yu, hold the front. Zhuqing, flank from behind." Chapter 134, Total Overwhelming. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile spun rapidly in her palm, her first, second, and third soul rings flashing simultaneously. 3 layers of colorful light erupted instantaneously, the golden radiance of power amplification enveloping Xie Yu, Yin, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei, while the azure glow of speed enhancement coiled around Zhu Zhuqing's ankles, and a life-boosting glimmer of the glazed ring enveloped the entire group. At that moment of amplification, the twin brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei crossed their dragon-patterned sticks, one red and one blue, as Li Qianwei's second soul ring ignited, summoning his second soul skill. The binding curse, which formed a dense red band of spirit energy beneath Cheng Yi's feet, attempting to bind his ankles. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu positioned his dragon-patterned stick before his chest, activating his second soul skill, the counter-strike, which spread a blue light instantaneously, erecting a semi-transparent defensive barrier in front of him. Xiaoyu activated his second soul skill, his second soul ring flickering as he crossed his hands with the moon blade before his chest. When his silver soul ring lit up, the moon blade gleamed with a cold, hard light. Xiaoyu and Yin stood resolutely at the forefront, with Yin pressing his hands against the scorched earth, simultaneously activating his second soul skill, the Hell Lava Surge. The yellowish spirit energy spread along the ground, quickly forming a half-man-high rocky barrier in front of him. Then, Yan's first soul ring ignited as well, unleashing the crimson spirit energy of the Hell Lava Surge, ready to unleash its devastating impact upon Cheng Yi. Zhu Zhuqing utilized the speed amplification to transform into a faint purple shadow, silently maneuvering behind Cheng Yi. Her third soul ring shone brightly as she activated her third soul skill, the Nether Slash, with a black blade coalescing in her hand, poised for ambush. Lin Yu stood beside Ning Rongrong. Her second soul ring ignited, and the Peach Spirit Guardian's gentle pink glow illuminated the shield hovering above them, while her first soul ring radiated the light of the life ring, primed to heal her companions. The 8 of them coordinated flawlessly, with offense, defense, support, and control all present. This was the culmination of countless battles fought shoulder to shoulder alongside Cheng Yi, forming their optimal formation. Yet the moment Cheng Yi moved, all their strategies were as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart. Cheng Yi did not even glance at the binding curse beneath his feet. He merely raised his hand holding the regional Nether Demon Scythe, the blade slicing down with a sharp sound that tore through the air, employing nothing but pure power and the oppressive force of malevolence. Clang! The scythe first struck against Li Qianyu's defensive barrier, the blue light sustaining for but an instant before violently trembling, followed by a crack as it shattered. Li Qianyu felt an overwhelming chill surge through the blue stick, his grip fracturing, blood streaming down the stick as it nearly slipped from his grasp. Without losing momentum, the scythe continued its arc, cleaving down upon the binding curse below, the red binding strip snapping apart like fragile grass. Li Qianwei stifled a grunt as he was forced back repeatedly by the malevolent energy, a heaviness settling in his chest. In the blink of an eye, their defenses had crumbled. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their attacks. Xiaoyu's first soul ring ignited as he unleashed his first soul skill, the Moon Slash, charging at Cheng Yi's left side with the moon blade gleaming menacingly. The sound of the blade slicing through the air piercingly sharp. Simultaneously, Yin activated his first soul skill, the Hell Lava Surge, slamming his hands against the ground, as scalding lava erupted from the cracks, aiming to scorch Cheng Yi's legs from below. Yet, Cheng Yi's figure suddenly became elusive. He did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he gently twisted his wrist holding the regional Nether Demon Scythe, the back of the scythe colliding leftward, just as Xiaoyu's moonblade was about to make contact. It was precisely struck by the scythe's back, causing the blade to recoil violently. Xiaoyu felt his arm go numb, his spirit energy surging backward, the assault abruptly interrupted. Simultaneously, with a slight stomp of his right foot, Cheng Yi unleashed the Nether Scythe domain, causing the air to turn frigid. The shockwave from the ground erupted, enveloping the dense malevolent energy, which directly froze the oncoming lava into black shards. Yan's lava surge was thwarted before he could even conjure his third soul skill, the Hell Inferno. Cheng Yi's regional Nether Demon Scythe swept over, the blade grazing his shoulder. Although it did not strike directly, the malevolent energy pierced into his flesh like needles, causing Yin to feel a scorching pain in his shoulder, his spirit energy stagnating as he hurriedly retreated to avoid the onslaught. Zhu Zhuqing's ambush arrived just at that moment. Her Nether Slash's black blade aimed directly at Cheng Yi's back, mere inches away. Yet, as if Cheng Yi had eyes in the back of his head, he flicked his wrist, the handle of the regional Nether Demon Scythe colliding precisely with Zhu Zhuqing's abdomen. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing stifled a moan, propelled backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing into the distant rock wall before coming to a halt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She looked down at her abdomen, where faint black veins had begun to surface, the malevolent energy creeping in through the wound. Lin Yu, witnessing this, immediately unleashed the powdery glow of the life ring. But as soon as the pink light touched the black veins, it was diminished by more than half, only barely suppressing the spread of the malevolent energy, unable to eradicate it completely. Brother Yi has been completely consumed by that dark energy. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled with a hint of tears. The colorful light of the nine-treasure glazed tower dimmed further, as Ning Rongrong could distinctly sense that Cheng Yi's current spirit power was exponentially greater than usual. The malevolent energy acting as a catalyst, unleashing his power to a horrifying degree. Cheng Yi paid no heed to the wounded Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze settled upon Xieyu at the forefront. The regional Nether Demon Scythe was raised once more, this time for a vertical strike. Xieyu gritted his teeth, activating his second soul ring, crossing the moon blade before him in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. Clang! The moment the scythe and the moon blade collided, sparks flew. Xieyu's feet carved deep grooves into the scorched earth, the cold light upon the moon blade dimming at a visible rate. He felt the malevolent energy creeping up the blade, attempting to erode his spirit power, cold sweat trickling down his face. Xieyu exerted every ounce of strength, yet was only barely able to withstand the strike, devoid of any energy for a counterattack. Third soul skill, break! Xieyu suddenly shouted, his third soul ring flashing. The light coalescing at the tip of the moon blade erupted, attempting to force Cheng Yi back with a concentrated explosion. Yet Cheng Yi merely applied slight additional force. The blade of the regional Nether Demon Scythe glowing a deeper shade of azure. The moon blade was instantly pushed downward and with a muffled sound. Xieyu could no longer hold on, a mouthful of blood spraying onto the moon blade as his body uncontrollably fell. Yin roared, rushing forward to shield Xieyu, while simultaneously activating his third soul ring, unleashing his third soul skill, the Hell Inferno. Crimson flames surged toward Cheng Yi like a tidal wave, carrying an incinerating heat. Chapter 135, It Is I. However, as the flames approached within 3 feet of Cheng Yi, they were frozen by the malevolent energy surrounding him. Flickering uncertainly as the temperature plummeted, Cheng Yi thrust the regional Nether Demon Scythe forward, the blade piercing directly through the flames, the handle crashing heavily into Yan's chest. Yan flew backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding with Xieyu as both tumbled to the ground. He cast a glance down at his chest, where a dark mark had already been etched by malevolent energy, a searing pain radiating from it, the infernal flames of his soul power dissipating in an instant. In mere moments, 4 powerful assault-type soul emperors had suffered successive setbacks. The brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei gritted their teeth and charged once more. Their 2 dragon-patterned sticks aimed at Cheng Yi's flanks, attempting to corner him into defense. Yet, Cheng Yi stood his ground, unyielding. He seized the end of his scythe's handle with his left hand and gripped the midsection with his right, swiftly spinning the regional underworld demon scythe before him. As the scythe's blade whirled, it conjured a jet-black whirlwind, the sinister energy radiating outward. The moment Li Qianyu's blue stick grazed the edge of the whirlwind, it was cleaved, fracturing deeply and slipping from his grasp. Li Qianwei's dragon-patterned stick was similarly repelled by the malevolent force, sending him sprawling, his body spinning like a top as he crashed into a nearby heap of corpses, unable to rise for quite some time. Lin Lu's Peach Spirit Guardian now enveloped both herself and Ning Rongrong, but Cheng Yi's swirling scythe winds reached them, eroding the pink shield with relentless malevolence, causing a web of cracks to burgeon across its surface. Ning Rongrong clutched the 9-treasure glazed tower desperately, striving to enhance her companions. Yet the depletion of her soul power was too great. The tower's radiance dimmed with each passing moment, even raising her hand becoming a Herculean task. Li Qianyu retrieved his dragon-patterned stick, and he and Li Qianwei stood back to back, their second soul rings igniting simultaneously, a red and blue halo illuminating them as the barrier of qi and the binding incantation surged toward Cheng Yi. However, Cheng Yi's regional underworld demon scythe drew a circle in front of him, the black mist generated by the scythe instantly shredding the red and blue soul power to fragments. Xieyu and Yin lunged from either side, their third soul rings igniting in unison, the moon blade's assault and the infernal flames crashing together. Yet, Cheng Yi remained unmoved. He slammed the scythe's handle against the ground, unleashing a surge of black mist that sent both assailants hurtling away. Xieyu collided with Li Qianyu, while Yin smashed through half a stone wall, coughing blood and unable to rise. Ning Rongrong's soul power surged forth continuously, but the consumption among the group was too rapid. Lin Lu's peach spirit had begun to falter, the pink light of the bracelet of life growing ever fainter. Zhu Zhuqing's speed had diminished significantly, the phantom of the underworld spirit cat wavering, and even Hulaina's fox transformation dimmed, the glow of her foxtail notably waning. Cheng Yi halted, his crimson eyes sweeping across the fallen companions. Xiaoyu clutched her chest, struggling to rise, the moon blade severed in half. Yin lay on the ground, the dark mark on his chest expanding relentlessly, while Li Qianwei lay unconscious nearby, Li Qianyu kneeling beside him, the fractures on his dragon-patterned stick ghastly. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the rock wall, her complexion as pale as a sheet, while Lin Lu's peach heart spirit bracelet lost its luster. Exerting the last of her soul power to uphold the shield above Ning Rongrong's head, who, in turn, wept, tears mingling with sweat as she clutched the 9-treasure glazed tower. No one was left capable of sustaining a cohesive offensive. Cheng Yi advanced slowly, the regional underworld demon scythe dragging along the ground, its blade scraping against the scorched earth with a piercing screech, akin to the harbinger of death. With each step he took, the malevolent energy spread further, pressing down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. He walked past the unconscious Li Qianwei, past the half-kneeling Li Qianyu, past the injured Xiaoyu gasping for breath, and past Yin, who propped himself up with his hands. Cheng Yi's pace was deliberate. Each stride felt as though it crushed the hearts of those present. The regional underworld demon scythe swayed lightly at his side, the red glow of its blade intensifying, tinting Hulaina's pale visage with a shade of crimson. No! Two desperate cries erupted simultaneously from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who instinctively lunged forward. Ning Rongrong discarded the 9-treasure glazed tower, fiercely embracing Cheng Yi's waist, her frail strength barely able to constrict his ribs. Big brother, look at me. It's me. It's Rongrong. Just glance at me, please. Zhu Zhuqing leapt toward Cheng Yi, seizing his hand, gripping the scythe, her claws still smeared with blood. Digging into his wrist, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Try to rouse him from his stupor. Big brother, wake up. It's Nana you're aiming for. It's us. Hulaina's fox transformation had vanished, her hair matted to her face with sweat. She gazed into Cheng Yi's blood-red eyes, not fleeing, but rather smiling softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Big brother, it's me. Cheng Yi offered no reply, slowly raising the regional underworld demon scythe, its blade aimed at Hulaina's chest. The gray mist of the blade met the beads of sweat on her neck, instantly crystallizing into tiny ice particles. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for Lin Lu's stifled sobs and the muffled sound of Ning Rongrong biting her lip. At the very moment the scythe was poised to descend, Cheng Yi's movements abruptly halted. The faces of Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing collided within Cheng Yi's mind. Not the distorted phantoms of foes conjured by malevolent energy, but memories of training. The image of them handing him a water pouch, of tending to his wounds after a battle, of their current trepidation yet courageous attempts to prevent him from descending into darkness, along with the myriad moments shared with them. These recollections struck like a thunderclap, shattering the chaotic web woven by the malevolent energy. Cheng Yi's own mental strength erupted, stirring tumultuous waves within his consciousness. No! Cheng Yi's throat emitted fragmented syllables, a flicker of clarity igniting within his blood-red eyes. The hand gripping the scythe began to tremble violently, the regional underworld demon scythe, descending uncontrollably, its blade tipped merely half an inch from Hulaina's garments. Restrain it. Restrain it for me. Cheng Yi poured every ounce of strength into gripping the handle, his knuckles whitening from exertion, even crushing his skin, droplets of blood falling onto the scythe, which absorbed them instantly. The malevolent energy coiled within Cheng Yi surged, akin to a disturbed serpent, frantically rushing toward his limbs, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier near his heart, a mental shield he had forcibly conjured. With nowhere to escape, the malevolent energy began to creep upward along the regional underworld demon scythe, the scythe's ethereal blue glow gradually shrouded by the gray mist, the blood-red hue of its blade deepening, appearing as though blood flowed lazily from it. Everyone watched in astonishment as the gray mist surrounding Cheng Yi coalesced at the handle of the scythe, forming a swirling mist ball at the junction of the blade and handle. Within the mist, fleeting images of fox ears, the souls of spirit beasts, the sharp horns of unicorns, the flames of the fire beast, the paws of the underworld demon bear, and the scales of the decayed bone lizard flashed by, interspersed with the antennae of soul-eating ants, remnants of those spirit beasts. That is Ning Rongrong's voice trembled. Chapter 136. The transformation of malevolence into a ring. The mist ball suddenly began to contract, the gray-black hue gradually fading, revealing a transparent core, yet was soon suffused with swirling blood red, ultimately taking shape as a soul ring, a blood-red soul ring, though its body remained predominantly transparent, with a faint blood red flow coursing within. The edges entwined with the last vestiges of malevolent energy, gently rotating as it affixed itself to the handle of the regional underworld demon scythe. Cheng Yi's body softened, the regional underworld demon scythe clattering to the ground. The soul ring upon its body slowly faded, and Cheng Yi stumbled forward, his blood-red eyes rapidly losing color, returning to their original state, albeit with lingering traces of red at their depths. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, Cheng Yi beheld Ning Rongrong, still clutching him, Zhu Zhuqing also embracing his arm, and Hulaina rushing over to envelop him. Cheng Yi's lips moved, but no words escaped as he slipped into oblivion. Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing continued to hold Cheng Yi, eventually collapsing to the ground. Hulaina immediately slumped down, realizing her back was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Lu hurriedly rose and dashed over, her first soul ring illuminating as the pink light of the bracelet of life cautiously settled upon Cheng Yi's wrist, this time untainted. The pink glow successfully merging into his being, his complexion gradually regaining some color. Ego is safe now. Lin Lu's voice trembled with emotion, yet could not conceal her relief. The crowd collectively exhaled, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Li Qianwei's shoulder continued to bleed, while Li Qianyu bore a sizable bruise on his chest. Xie Yu and Yin leaned against each other for stability, and Zhu Zhuqing's back was marred by crusted blood mixed with ash. Ning Rongrong held on to Cheng Yi tightly, tears streaming down her face. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. Ego is safe. Indeed, it's such a relief. I nearly thought we would perish here, Yin said, his voice laced with lingering fear. Ha ha! The 8 of us stood utterly defenseless against Ego. Xie Yu laughed heartily. Well, that is self-evident. Ego is ego. Li Qianyu shook his head in agreement. The first soul skill, the bracelet of life, glimmered on Lin Lu's arm. The heart-spirit bracelet rippled with energy, casting a warm glow that swept over the group, gradually mending their wounds. Thank you, Sister Lu. Thank you, Lulu. The others expressed gratefully. Lulu, don't waste your soul power. These injuries are trivial. You should focus on regaining your strength, Ning Rongrong advised. All right, Lin Lu nodded. Let us rest here until Ego awakens, and then we can plan our next steps. Hulaina suggested. Aside from Rongrong and Lulu, let's take turns resting while the rest remain vigilant until Ego regains consciousness, Zhu Zhuqing proposed. Agreed. The group nodded in unison. In the divine realm, laughter echoed. This child is indeed extraordinary. His formidable mental strength has dispersed the malevolent aura, the Shura god remarked. Shura, have you gone too far? The evil god king questioned. Allowing him early exposure to this malevolent aura will yield only benefits, not detriments, the Shura god replied. And what of that soul ring? Shura, you truly are extravagant, the destruction god sneered. The malevolent aura has transformed into a ring. Currently, the child has yet to absorb enough of it to form a soul skill, hence the ring remains translucent. Once he accumulates a sufficient quantity, the ring will transform into a deep crimson, and further absorption will enhance the skill's power. Although it is but a single skill, it will be immensely formidable. Consider it a gift I've prepared for him, the Shura god chuckled. Moreover, it seems a candidate to balance the child's power has been chosen. This way, he will be able to accommodate your divine position, but it will also require a vessel to bear your divinity and another to balance the power of the Shura god. The evil god king stated. Are you referring to those 3 young ladies? Their talents are indeed commendable. Having been together for such a duration, they must share a profound connection, making them a viable choice, the destruction god mused. I choose the girl with the 9-treasure glazed tile as her martial soul. Her name is Ning Rongrong, correct? Came the voice of the god of life from afar. Life? The Shura god exclaimed in astonishment. Then I shall select Hulaina, the one with the fox spirit martial soul. The voice of the benevolent god resonated. Benevolent? You all? The Shura god hesitated, struggling to find words. This allocation seems reasonable. The girl with the nether spirit cat martial soul shall belong to me. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing, correct? She is worthy of becoming the Shura god's sheath. The Shura god affirmed. Shura, the matter of the vessel remains, the evil god king remarked. I have my means to resolve the vessel issue. When the time is right, let Cheng Yi first visit the Eye of Ice and Fire. then accompany Zhu Zhuqing to the city of slaughter. The rest will be left to me. The Shura God declared. Shura, are you interested in those remnants? The god of life inquired. Astute, the Shura God clapped his hands in delight. It will depend on how you execute this. If successful, the child will attain an entirely new realm, the benevolent god stated. Once the child has completed his journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, you may then bestow the legacy, the Shura God advised. Upon hearing this, the benevolent and life gods nodded in agreement. Cheng Yi felt a dull heaviness in his head and slowly opened his eyes, immediately spotting Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing surrounding him. Iga, you're finally awake. Ning Rongrong ethlimet yoifulli. Hearing this, the others rushed to gather around him. Nana, Rongrong, Zhuqing, everyone. Cheng Yi stammered. We're here. Igu. The group replied in unison. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Cheng Yi said, covering his head with his hands. Igu. This is not your fault, Li Qianwei reassured him. Indeed, Igu. How could this possibly be your fault? Yin added in agreement. Yige. You were under some form of control. How can we blame you? Zhu Zhuqing gently caressed Cheng Yi's face. I failed to protect you. I hurt you all. Cheng Yi expressed his guilt. In response, the three young women placed their hands upon Cheng Yi's head, comforting him. Igu, it's all behind us. It was clearly not your fault, Hulaina said with a smile. Look, Igu, we are all unharmed, Ning Rongrong added. Do not blame yourself, Igu. Zhu Zhuqing encouraged. Yes, Igu, if blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at that entity that controlled you, Yin said, his voice tinged with anger. Fortunately, Yi's mental strength is formidable, allowing him to break free from control, Li Qianwei noted. Igu, truly it's all fine. Consider it merely a part of our trials, Xiaoyu laughed. Indeed, this is no different from our usual encounters. We merely suffered a more severe defeat this time. Yige remains Yige, li vianyutisit. Exactly, there is no difference from usual. Besides, regardless of how grievous our injuries, I will heal everyone, Lin Lu said with a smile. Everyone, Cheng Yi spoke, his voice thick with emotion. Chapter 137. The Bone-Spike Scorpion in the Poisonous Miasma. By the way, Igu, what is the nature of the soul ring on your netherworld scythe? Yin queried, perplexed. At this, Cheng Yi clenched his right hand, summoning the netherworld scythe, as a semi-transparent, blood-colored soul ring began to materialize beneath him. What is this soul ring? The group gasped in astonishment. I am uncertain. Typically, 10,000-year soul rings are red. Yet mine is blood-colored and semi-transparent. I believe it must be a manifestation of the malevolent aura, Cheng Yi pondered. Igu, what kind of soul skill does this soul ring bestow upon you? Hulaina inquired. Soul skill? Cheng Yi felt the power within the soul ring. This ring has not granted me any soul skill. However, it has elevated my soul power to level 49. Huh? The group gasped again. I suspect this is due to my insufficient absorption of the malevolent aura, which is why the ring remains translucent, Cheng Yi explained. Igu, do you still need to absorb that malevolent aura? What if you get controlled again? Ning Rongrong voiced her concern. Do not worry. Having experienced it once, I now know how to break free from control, Cheng Yi reassured her with a smile. Cheng Yi surveyed the surroundings, taking in the corpses of the soul beasts strewn across the ground. Stand up, he commanded. As he spoke, the shadows of the soul beasts began to coalesce, forming their former selves, and all bowed before Cheng Yi in submission. Cheng Yi then waved his hand, and the shadow soldiers returned to merge with his own shadow. We must continue onward, Cheng Yi stated, gazing into the depths of the Death Canyon. Upon hearing this, the group turned to look into the abyss of the canyon and nodded in agreement. 2 months later, Cheng Yi and his companions traversed the Death Canyon. Cheng Yi walked at the forefront of the group, his eyes shrouded in the dark, shadowy pupils having awakened. In his vision, the movements around him slowed. The trajectory of falling debris from the rock walls, the subtle fluctuations of the air currents, even the breathing frequencies of creatures hidden in the shadows far away, all became vividly clear to him. The netherworld scythe in his hand quivered slightly, the black patterns along its blade appearing almost alive, intermittently flashing with a ghostly blue light, as if sensing the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere ahead grows increasingly ominous. Cheng Yi's voice resonated with a deep timbre, transmitted through his soul power to each individual's ear. Cheng Yi could sense that not far ahead, a formidable surge of energy lay concealed within the shadows, emanating an aura of ferocity and bloodlust that stirred the dark power within him into a frenzy. Hulaina, closely following Cheng Yi, felt her fox spirit's soul awakening, a faint purple tail manifesting behind her as her eyes shimmered with an enchanting glow. She expanded her mental energy, keenly attuned to the surrounding environment. Her first soul skill. Enchantment, poised for activation. I detect numerous life forms ahead, yet their mental oscillations are chaotic, seemingly manipulated by some unseen force. Hulaina murmured, her tone laced with a hint of wariness. Ning Rongrong stood at the center of the formation, her 9-treasure glazed tile hovering before her, radiating a gentle, multicolored luminescence, ready to amplify her comrade's strength. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flitted like a specter along the flanks of the group, her spirit of the nether cat maximizing her speed. With her claws slightly extended, glinting coldly, her third soul skill, Nether Slash, had already coalesced, a black blade of light flickering at her fingertips. Something is moving on the left rock wall, and it's swift. Zhu Zhuqing's voice cut through the tension, her gaze fixed intensely on the left side, her body taut and ready to strike. Lin Yu stood beside Ning Rongrong, her heart-shaped spirit bracelet floating at her wrist, the embedded pink gem emanating a warm glow. She cast her second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian, enveloping the group in a soft pink shield, while her mental focus sharpened, prepared to utilize her first soul skill. Bracelet Shadow Life Ring, to heal any wounded teammates. Xiaoyu and Yin walked steadfastly at the rear, forming a reliable support. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, its cold gleam ever ready for action. The energy fluctuation ahead is intense. Let us not lower our guard. Xiaoyu's voice was steady, his sharp gaze scanning the path ahead. Yin radiated a fiery aura, his flame-lord spirit allowing him to keenly sense the temperature fluctuations around him. He discerned that the air ahead had grown searing, as if magma churned beneath the ground. His fist clenched slightly, his second soul skill, Granite Rock, primed for deployment, ready to summon granite for defense at the first sign of an enemy assault. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, the two brothers, wielded their dragon coiling sticks, stationed on either side of the formation. Li Qianyu's stick shimmered with a faint blue light. His first soul skill, Sea Turning 3 sticks, already coalesced. The dragon patterns on the sticks seemingly alive, emitting a soft dragon's roar as Li Qianyu's gaze remained locked on the front. Li Qianwei's stick glowed with a fierce red light, his second soul skill, Binding Spell, at the ready. Should any adversary approach, he could instantly ensnare them with the binding band. Suddenly, Cheng Yi halted abruptly. Be careful, he exclaimed, as dark green, poisonous miasma seeped from the canyon walls, a pungent, metallic scent filling the air. This miasma is toxic, Cheng Yi warned. Hulaina reacted instantly, her third soul ring illuminating as she activated her third soul skill, Fox Transformation. In an instant, her purple tail unfurled, her mental power surging forth like a tide, temporarily pushing back the encroaching toxins. Yin, ignite a fire to test it, Cheng Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Yin summoned a flicker of flame at his fingertips and hurled it towards the densest part of the miasma. Upon contact, the fire sizzled loudly, producing thick black smoke. It's the bone-spiked scorpion. Zhu Zhuqing's figure darted to the rock wall, her nether cat's night vision revealing the scene beyond the miasma. Hundreds of half-meter-long black scorpions lay in wait, their tails glowing with a sinister blue venom. The largest among them measured 2 meters in length, its shell adorned with sharp bone spikes. An ancient soul beast. Nana, control them. Cheng Yi commanded, his fourth soul ring igniting as he unleashed his fourth soul skill, 8 God binding chains. 8 dark chains shot forth from behind him, piercing through the miasma to ensnare the leading bone spike scorpion. Hulaina, understanding the cue, activated her second soul ring, her second soul skill, Fox Charm, unleashing a violet glow that penetrated the miasma, enveloping the majority of the scorpion swarm. Those touched by the light fell into a stupor, their tails drooping helplessly, their movements significantly slowed. Chapter 138. The Assault of the Stone-Armored Bear Horde. 9 treasures turn in a glazed light. 1 speaks of strength, 2 speaks of speed, and 3 speaks of soul. Ning Rongrong's first, second, and third soul rings illuminated in sequence, her 9-treasure glazed tile glowing with 3 beams of light. Cheng Yi felt a surge of power coursing through him, his domain of the nether magic scythe vibrating slightly as his first soul ring also lit up, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. His left hand became enveloped in inky dark power as he leaped towards the leading bone spike scorpion. The ancient scorpion struggled against the binding chains, arching its back as its bone spikes shot towards Cheng Yi like arrows. A glint of cold determination flashed in Cheng Yi's eyes as his third soul ring erupted with light, activating his third soul skill, Shadow Resonance. A transparent shadow barrier materialized before him, clanging as the spikes collided, rebounding and impaling several unrestrained bone spike scorpions. Watch this. Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the moonblade, his first soul ring igniting as he unleashed his first soul skill. The cold light of the moonblade surged, and he leapt into the air, slicing through the bone spike scorpion horde with a crescent-shaped wave of energy that cleaved through the miasma, instantly severing a dozen dazed scorpions in half. Yin pounded his fists into the ground, his first soul ring igniting as he unleashed his first soul skill, Hellish Magma. The earth shook violently as 3 columns of molten rock erupted from the swarm, engulfing over 20 bone spike scorpions, instantly reducing them to charred remnants. Zhu Zhuqing darted through the scorpion horde, her third soul ring illuminating as she activated her third soul skill, Nether Slash. A foot-long black blade of light coalesced in her hand, each swing severing a scorpion's tail. Spotting an opening, she executed Nether Stab, her speed surging to its peak as her claws plunged into a scorpion's eye, killing it instantly. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei fought back-to-back. Li Qianyu swinging his dragon coiling stick as his first soul ring glowed, activating his first soul skill, turning 3 sticks. The dragon patterns on the stick flared to life as he smashed through the exteriors of 3 scorpions. Meanwhile, Li Qianwei activated his second soul ring, unleashing his second soul skill, Binding Spell. He spun and hurled his dragon coiling stick, creating a dense binding band that ensnared a dozen bone spike scorpions. Qianyu, finish them off, Li Qianwei called. Understanding the cue, Li Qianyu struck down hard upon the binding band with his stick, reducing the scorpion horde to a mushy pulp. At that moment, Cheng Yi grappled with the ancient bone spike scorpion, the 8 binding chains straining under its might, threatening to snap. A glint of fierce resolve crossed Cheng Yi's eyes as he activated his second soul ring, unleashing his second soul skill, Shadow Thousand Breaks. He channeled a significant portion of his soul power and dark energy into his left hand, coalescing into a pitch-black orb. Break for me, Cheng Yi roared, thrusting his fist forward. The dark light shot towards the scorpion's head, piercing through its shell. The scorpion emitted a horrific screech before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing. A soul ring, black as night, floated gently out, with the leading bone spike scorpion vanquished. The remaining swarm was swiftly dispatched by the others. Cheng Yi approached the corpse of the ancient scorpion, feeling the soul power within the soul ring stirring restlessly. He was but a step away from reaching level 50, as the malevolent energy from the fallen scorpions seeped into his body. Once the bone spike scorpions were cleared, Lin Yu activated her first soul ring, her first soul skill, Bracelet Shadow Life Ring, shimmering as it spread to heal the group's injuries. Cheng Yi remained standing beside the corpse of the ancient bone spike scorpion, surrounded by the remains of numerous other bone spike scorpions. In a gentle tone, he spoke, and instantly, the shadows of the surrounding scorpions began to coalesce, taking on the forms they had in life. Leading the way was the ancient bone spike scorpion, and one by one, they prostrated themselves before Cheng Yi. Brother Yi's ability is truly awe-inspiring, Xiaoyu remarked, marveling at the spectacle. After a brief respite, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the canyon, accompanied by violent tremors as if 1,000 troops were advancing. It's the stone-armored bears. Cheng Yi's shadow, I immediately captured the distant scene. Over 100 colossal stone-armored bears were charging toward them. These bears, their bodies composed entirely of rock, could shatter the ground with each step. The foremost 2, measuring 5 meters in length, bore glimmering rock armor, evidently soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Yin, use your soul skill to block, Cheng Yi commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, Yin activated his second soul ring, unleashing his second soul skill, Granite Wall. With both hands pressing against the ground, 3 towering granite walls rose up, forming a barrier in front of the team. With a thunderous crash, the first stone-armored bear collided violently with the granite wall, causing cracks to appear instantly. The second stone-armored bear followed suit, delivering another forceful blow, resulting in the wall's catastrophic collapse. Ning Rongrong, amplify our strength to the maximum, Hu Laina urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile shone brightly, as her first, second, and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the power, speed, and soul power of her companions. Cheng Yi, wielding the domain of the Underworld Scythe, leaped toward the left stone-armored bear, activating his 4th soul skill, 8 divine binding chains. Cheng Yi's 4th soul ring flickered rapidly, as 8 chains shot forth from behind him, ensnaring the limbs of the 2 leading stone-armored bears in an attempt to restrict their movements. With a fierce roar, the 2 bears exerted their strength, pulling the divine binding chains taut, causing Cheng Yi's arms to ache as his soul power began to deplete rapidly. Brother, let me assist you. Zhu Zhuqing's figure darted like a specter to the rear of the two stone armored bears. Utilizing her third soul skill, Phantom Slash, her third soul ring shimmered, and a black blade of light struck the joint of one bear's hind leg. She swiftly moved to the other bear, delivering a similar blow. The two bears, momentarily pained, hesitated, granting Cheng Yi an opportunity to channel the remaining soul power within him into the underworld scythe. The scythe radiated an eerie blue glow as he swung it toward the two stone armored bears. With a resounding tear, the rock armor of the two bears was pierced, blood gushing from the wounds. Nevertheless, the bears' vitality was remarkably resilient. Despite their injuries, they did not retreat. They swung their massive paws at Cheng Yi. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he activated his third soul skill, Shadow Echo, summoning a shadow barrier before him that rebounded the bear's attack. The bears staggered back, struck by their own force. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu and Yin launched their assault. Xiaoyu activated his third soul skill, Break, causing the light on his moon blade to surge as he struck at the bear's wounds. At the instant the moon blade penetrated, he infused it with soul power, triggering an explosion that left a gaping hole in the bear's head. Yan's third soul ring also illuminated, igniting hellfire that enveloped the stone armored bear, which roared in agony as it was consumed by flames. Its body gradually reduced to ashes, revealing a black soul ring. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei seized their chance to attack the other stone armored bear. Li Qianwei activated his first soul skill, Demon Subduing Dragon Hammer, as his spiral dragon staff emitted a mighty roar, causing the bear's eardrums to ache and its movements to slow. Observing this, Li Qianyu activated his third soul skill, Dragon's Might, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar that disrupted the bear's soul power, significantly diminishing its attack strength. Qianwei restrained it. Li Qianyu Shota. In response, Li Qianwei activated his second soul skill, Binding Seal, launching his dragon staff, which coiled around the stone armored bear's body. Li Qianyu then activated his first soul skill, Ocean's Three Strikes, as the dragon staff glowed blue and struck down heavily on the bear's head. With three mighty blows, the bear's rock armor shattered completely, crashing to the ground and revealing yet another black soul ring. Having vanquished two ancient stone armored bears, the remaining bears, now leaderless, fell into disarray. Hulaina activated her second soul skill, Fox Charm, casting a purple glow that enveloped the majority of the bears, while Ning Rongrong amplified their strength further. Before long, they had cleared the remaining stone armored bears, and the malevolent energy emanating from the corpses surged into Cheng Yi, momentarily reddening his eyes before quickly returning to normal. Solidifying the new soul ring. Standing beside the fallen stone armored bears, Cheng Yi felt the unrest within his soul power. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian, causing his soul power to explosively rise, breaking through the 50-level barrier. I made a breakthrough, Cheng Yi exclaimed, exhilarated. He could distinctly sense that the shadow power within him had become more robust, and the effects of the shadow had significantly improved, even allowing him to faintly perceive the flow of soul power in the air. That's wonderful, brother, Yi. Ning Rongrong cheered. I never expected you to break through to Soul King so swiftly. It's unprecedented. Zhu Zhuqing laughed. So, brother Yi, what trial awaits you next? Hulaina inquired. Upon absorbing the fifth soul ring, I will have completed my transformation, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Brother Yi, what kind of soul beast do you desire for your fifth soul ring? Xiaoyu asked. A soul beast over 50,000 years old, one with formidable attack power. Cheng Yi contemplated before responding. What? 50,000 years? The group gasped in astonishment. Brother Yi, does the fifth soul ring truly require such an age? Lin Yu questioned. Indeed. My fourth soul ring is 10,000 years old. Absorbing a soul ring of around 50,000 years is certainly feasible, Cheng Yi confirmed. Then let us continue our exploration, Li Qianyu declared, glancing toward the depths of the Death Canyon. To find a suitable soul beast, we must delve deeper, Cheng Yi agreed. Before departing, he extracted the stone armored bears into shadow soldiers. After a brief rest, Cheng Yi and his companions, stepping over the rubble, ventured further into the depths of the Death Canyon. Following his breakthrough to level 50, the shadow power within Cheng Yi began to crystallize further, with the shadow eye remaining activated. In his darkened gaze, the canyon ahead grew increasingly dim, the air laden with the dry scent of rock, mingled with an almost imperceptible aura of annihilation. As they advanced along the canyon, The walls on either side became increasingly shrouded in black moss, and the ambient light waned, even affecting Zhu Zhuqing's night vision. Hulaina activated her third soul ring, unleashing her third soul skill, Fox Transformation. The faint glow of her purple foxtail became the soul beacon for the group. Her mental energy spread out like a spider's web. Yet at a distance of 100 meters ahead, it encountered a chilling shadow presence that sent shivers down their spines. Elder brother, the shadow energy ahead is exceptionally dense. Could it be a soul beast suited for you? Ning Rongrong held the 9-treasure glazed tile aloft, its resplendent colors standing out vividly against the darkness. She could distinctly sense that the energy fluctuations ahead far surpassed any soul beast they had previously encountered. Cheng Yi nodded slightly. As the shadow domain quietly activated, wisps of intangible shadow power expanding outward to probe the surrounding environment. The energy was remarkably pure and of considerable age. Everyone, remain vigilant and slow your pace. Hulaina's demon fox martial soul was half awakened, her purple fox tail swaying gently behind her, while her spiritual energy spread like a spider's web. I cannot discern the specific form of the soul beast, but its aura is ferocious, akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows. Having traversed less than 100 meters, the rock walls of the canyon suddenly darkened to an inky black, as if steeped in ink. The rubble on the ground began to tremble slightly, a surge of dense shadow energy gushing forth from the darkness ahead, accompanied by a low, mournful wolf howl. This howl was not the usual ferocity of soul beast. Rather, it possessed a chilling sharpness, as if it could tear through the darkness itself. It's here. Cheng Yi gripped the regional Nether Demon Scythe tightly, the vision of the shadow eye amplifying instantly. He beheld, 30 meters ahead in the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes glaring back, followed by a massive wolf-like soul beast emerging slowly from the shadows of the rock wall, its body stretched over 5 meters in length. With robust limbs and claws glimmering with a dark, cold light, its fur as dark as ink, interwoven with faint shadow energy. Most strikingly, fragments of shadow swirled around its body, as if each breath it took could rip apart the surrounding light. It is the annihilation, shattering shadow wolf. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted slightly. The nether spirit cat's sensitivity to shadow beings was unparalleled. Observing the sheen of its fur and the energy fluctuations, it was evident that this creature was at least 60,000 years old. 60,000-year soul beast? A tremor ran through the hearts of the group. A soul beast of such age possesses strength akin to that of a soul emperor above level 60. We must give our all, Cheng Yi declared. Chapter 140, The Ultimate Struggle. The annihilation, shattering shadow wolf halted, its crimson eyes sweeping over the group, emitting a deep growl that intensified the surrounding shadow energy. Freezing the very air, it suddenly lifted its head and released a long howl into the sky, the sound laced with a potent pressure that disordered everyone's soul power. Nana, try using charm first, Cheng Yi commanded sharply, as his fourth soul ring illuminated. The 8 binding god chains instantly shooting forth from behind him like venomous snakes towards the annihilation, shattering shadow wolf. Hulaina reacted swiftly, her third soul ring glowing as she unleashed her third soul skill, Fox Transformation. Her spiritual power surged, and her first soul ring activated, casting a stream of purple threads towards the wolf's blood-red eyes. However, the annihilation, shattering shadow wolf's mental fortitude was formidable. As the purple threads neared its body, they were torn apart by the shadow energy surrounding it, and its gaze remained unchanged, growing even more ferocious. It's futile. Its mental power is too strong. Hulaina's expression altered, and its shadow energy can negate my control. The annihilation, shattering shadow wolf evaded the binding god chains, its body suddenly flickering and transforming into a shadow, instantaneously appearing 10 meters ahead of the group. This was its innate skill, Shadow Flash, allowing it to teleport short distances with shadow energy, its speed exceedingly swift. It raised its right paw, gathering dense shadow energy, and struck towards the nearest Li Qianwei. Be careful. Li Qianyu abruptly pushed Li Qianwei aside, simultaneously activating his second soul ring, forming a defensive barrier with his second soul skill, Dragon Taming Counter. Bang! The annihilation, shattering shadow wolf's paw struck the barrier with immense force, bending the dragon taming staff, causing Li Qianyu to stagger backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Rongrong, amplify! Cheng Yi's voice rang out, and Ning Rongrong immediately responded, the light of the 9-treasure glazed tile surging dramatically. Her first, second, and third soul rings activated in succession, casting beams of light. The first for strength, the second for speed, the third for soul power. As the three beams struck, Cheng Yi felt a surge of power, the shadow energy within him merging seamlessly with the amplified soul power, causing the shadow patterns on the regional Nether Demon Scythe to flicker violently. Cheng Yi leaped into the air, activating his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. His left hand was enveloped in black shadow energy, while he channeled soul power into the regional Nether Demon Scythe, condensing a blade of light a foot long. Aiming for the wolf's back. The annihilation shattering shadow wolf's reflexes were astonishing. It transformed into a shadow once more, teleporting to Cheng Yi's left side. Its tail swinging fiercely, the shadow energy coalescing into a sharp shadow blade aimed at Cheng Yi's waist. Third soul skill, Shadow Echo. Cheng Yi did not hesitate. His third soul ring shimmered as he activated his third soul skill, a transparent shadow barrier materializing beside him. Clang! The shadow blade struck the barrier with a crisp sound, leaving a crack upon it, yet still managing to block the attack. Xiaoyu, Yin, target its limbs. Cheng Yi shouted, and Xiaoyu and Yin immediately understood. Xiaoyu gripped the moon blade tightly, his third soul ring glowing as the light of the broken moon blade surged. Leaping towards the annihilation, shattering Shadow Wolf's left front leg, attempting to break its defenses with a concentrated strike. Yin, on the other hand, slammed his fists into the ground, his first soul ring activating, summoning 3 magma columns to erupt from beneath the wolf's feet, aiming to restrict its movement. The annihilation shattering Shadow Wolf snorted disdainfully. Though a wolf cannot express human-like emotions, its actions conveyed clear contempt, its left paw striking out fiercely, sending a shadow blade hurtling towards Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, it leapt lightly, evading the magma columns. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted at this sight. He activated his second soul skill, the moon blade, crossing in defense. The shadow blade collided with the moon blade, sending Xiaoyu flying backward. Zhu Qing, flank it and disrupt. Cheng Yi commanded once more. And Zhu Qing's figure vanished from her position in an instant. The Nether Spirit Cat's speed, amplified by Ning Rongrong, reached its zenith, activating her third soul skill. Nether Slash. Zhu Qing's third soul ring glimmered as she conjured a black light blade aimed at the joints of the annihilation shattering Shadow Wolf's hind legs. The annihilation shattering Shadow Wolf possessed keen perception. Even as Zhu Qing moved at breakneck speed, it sensed the attack from behind. The wolf spun around abruptly, its right paw imbued with shadow energy, swiping at Zhu Qing. Reacting swiftly, Zhu Qing activated her first soul skill, Nether Thrust, further enhancing her speed as she narrowly evaded the attack, her claws grazing the wolf's hind leg and leaving a shallow wound. However, the moment the wound appeared, it was instantaneously healed by the shadow energy enveloping it. Its self-healing ability is astonishing. Zhu Qing gasped inwardly, hastily retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei launched their assault. Li Qianwei's dragon-taming staff slammed down on the ground, his first soul ring illuminating as he unleashed his first soul skill, demon-subduing Dragon Hammer. The mighty dragon roared momentarily, stunning the annihilation, shattering Shadow Wolf. Li Qianyu took advantage of this moment, activating his third soul ring and employing his third soul skill, dragon taming, and used the staff emitting a deafening dragon cry in an attempt to disrupt the wolf soul power. Effective. A glimmer of determination flashed in Cheng Yi's eyes as he observed the disturbance in the shadow energy enveloping the annihilation, shattering Shadow Wolf. Activating his fourth soul skill, the 8 binding god chains, his fourth soul ring shone once more, and this time, 8 chains infused with greater soul power ensnared the wolf's limbs and body from 8 different directions. Now is our moment. Hyena seized the opportunity, her second soul ring illuminating as her second soul skill activated. The alluring purple light surged like a tide towards the abyssal Shadow Wolf. This time, due to the disruption of the wolf's soul power, the purple radiance successfully enveloped its form, causing its movements to slow and a glimmer of confusion to flicker in its crimson eyes. Brother, hurry, Ningrongrong Urket, as she activated the power amplification from her first and third soul rings, layering it onto Cheng Yi. The brilliance of the 9-treasure glaze tile was nearly illuminating the surrounding darkness. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Yi's second soul ring glowed fiercely as he gathered nearly all his soul power and shadow energy into his second soul skill, Shadow Quake. He leaped onto the head of the abyssal Shadow Wolf and delivered a devastating punch, infused with Annihilation's might, striking down upon the wolf's skull. Chapter 141. The Fifth Soul Ring, Anomaly. A howl erupted from the abyssal shadow wolf as it sensed the imminent threat, violently breaking free from the allure of the fox charm. Its body erupted with intense shadow energy, attempting to escape the 8 binding god chains that had already ensnared its limbs. Despite the chains creaking ominously, they held firm. With a resounding crash, the shadow quake struck the wolf's head, dark blood splattering forth as it released a heart-wrenching howl, its body thrashing in agony. Yet Cheng Yi offered no respite. Activating his shadow claws, he plunged his talon-like hands deep into the wolf's skull, shattering its core completely. The abyssal shadow wolf's body went rigid, its scarlet eyes dulling, and the shadow energy within it began to dissipate rapidly, leaving only the 6,000-year black soul ring rising slowly from its carcass, emanating rich and pure shadow energy. Finally dealt with, the group exhaled in relief, retracting their martial souls. Li Qianyu rubbed his numbed arm, while Li Qianwei leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. The recent battle had nearly depleted their soul power. Lin Lu immediately stepped forward, activating her first soul skill, Heart Bracelet, followed by the third skill, Peach Spirit. As her first soul ring shimmered, a pink halo enveloped the injured, rapidly healing their wounds. Cheng Yi approached the corpse of the abyssal shadow wolf, sensing the potent energy contained within the 6,000-year soul ring. He then settled into a meditative position, closed his eyes, and began to channel the energy of the soul ring. Form a circle to protect Brother Yi. Ning Rong commanded, holding the 9 treasure glazed tile aloft, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. They were deep within the Death Canyon, where other soul beasts might be lured by the soul ring's energy. Oliena, Zuzuking, Xia Iwa, Yan, Liqianyu, Liqian'e, and Lin Lu quickly formed a protective circle around Cheng Yi. Huyena's mental energy spread outwards, while Xie and Yin readied their weapons for any unforeseen threats. Zhu Zhuqing patrolled the perimeter, remaining on guard. As Cheng Yi guided the soul ring's energy into his body, he found it far more potent than he had anticipated. Upon entering, it surged through his meridians like a raging torrent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his shadow power and soul energy, cautiously directing this formidable energy. His Shadow King martial soul awakened within him, resonating with the shadow energy of the soul ring. Half an hour later, beads of sweat began to trickle down Cheng Yi's forehead, his complexion growing pale. The energy of the 6,000-year soul ring was overwhelmingly domineering, causing damage to his meridians. Lin Lu noticed Cheng Yi's distress. Her third soul ring illuminated, activating her third soul skill, Peach Spirit, enhancing her attributes, followed by her first soul ring lighting up to activate the first soul skill, Heart Bracelet. The pink aura gradually expanded as she gently spoke, "Brother, I will help stabilize your meridians." With Lin Lu's healing, Cheng Yi's condition improved significantly. He focused on regulating his breathing, gradually converting the soul ring's energy into his own power, leveraging his mastery over shadow energy. As time passed, occasional roars of other soul beasts echoed through the surrounding darkness. Yet, under Huyena's mental intimidation and the group's vigilance, no soul beasts dared to approach. Meanwhile, Ning Rong intermittently applied her power amplification to Cheng Yi, aiding him in sustaining his soul power. The shadow star bell at Cheng Yi's waist chimed softly, replenishing his soul energy. 3 hours later, the energy of the soul ring within Cheng Yi finally stabilized, entering the final stage of fusion. The pitch-black soul power flowed into his limbs like ink, merging seamlessly. Huyena's third soul ring glowed, transforming into the fox spirit as her purple tail swayed behind her. Her mental energy wove into a dense net, encasing the surroundings. While Ning Rong's 9 treasure glazed tile hovered in midair, its amplifying light continuously enveloping Cheng Yi, stabilizing the restless power of the soul ring. Lin Lu supported her wrist with a heart bracelet, the pink halo swirling at her fingertips, her gaze fixed intently on the depths of the canyon. Everyone understood that Cheng Yi must not be disturbed at this moment. A heart-wrenching howl suddenly shattered the canyon silence, the sound infused with overwhelming pain and fury, causing loose stones on the rock face to tumble down. Huyena's countenance shifted dramatically within her mental perception. A presence even more formidable than the previous abyssal shadow wolf was rapidly approaching. This aura, thick with shadow energy, was intermingled with violent gusts of wind, resembling a black blade poised to strike. "Stand ready," Huyena commanded sharply, her third soul ring illuminating once more as the effects of her fox spirit reached their zenith. The purple tails behind her expanded dramatically, and the bewitching light in her eyes sharpened to a blade-like edge. Xiaoyu and Yin immediately positioned themselves before Cheng Yi. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, activating his second soul skill, Control, as a layer of icy light enveloped the crossblades. Meanwhile, Yin slammed his fists into the ground, activating his second soul skill, Granite, raising 3 towering stone walls around Cheng Yi, their surfaces bristling with sharp stone spikes, forming an initial line of defense. Zhu Zhuqing darted like a specter to the canyon's entrance, her dark vision revealing the newcomer's form. A colossal wolf measuring 6 meters in length, its body cloaked in dark purple fur, muscles rippling beneath as if forged from steel. Its claws shimmered with a ghostly blue, corrosive light. Most terrifying were the massive black wings unfurling from its back, spanning 10 meters. Their feathers were as sharp as blades, each flap stirring a wind laden with an iron scent. Its blood-red eyes fixed hungrily on the corpse of the abyssal shadow wolf. Another abyssal shadow wolf? Or a variant? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. The winged abyssal shadow wolf approached its fallen companion, gently nudging the cold body with its snout before suddenly raising its head. Its scarlet gaze locked onto Cheng Yi, who was absorbing the soul ring, emitting a low growl from its throat. The wings on its back flared open, releasing a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily on all present, making their soul power sluggish and difficult to mobilize. A howl erupted from the winged abyssal shadow wolf once more, this time carrying a distinct summoning intent. Footsteps echoed throughout the canyon, and Zhu Zhuqing's pupils dilated as she turned to shout, "It's a soul beast tide. There must be at least hundreds of them." From every corner of the canyon, countless soul beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Previously encountered bone-spiked scorpions, stone-armored bears, shadow-scaled lizard beasts, and blood-sucking bats with luminescent wings. Under the oppressive presence of the winged abyssal shadow wolf, these creatures glimmered with a frenzied light in their eyes, charging towards the stone walls surrounding Cheng Yi, their claws thundering against the ground. Chapter 142. The Guardian on the Brink of Despair. Nana, control the front line first. With a resounding roar, Xiaoyu wielded his dual crescent blades, activating the first spirit ring to unleash his initial spirit skill. Waves of crescent-shaped energy sliced through the air, cleaving through the foremost blood-sucking bats, instantly severing more than 20 of them in twain. Their dark blood splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Simultaneously, Yan's first spirit ring illuminated, and he executed his first spirit skill, Hellfire Eruption. With a fierce strike of his hands against the earth, the ground trembled violently, and 5 columns of molten rock erupted from the throng of spirit beasts, engulfing over 30 shadow lizards, reducing them to charred remains. While the acrid scent of singed flesh filled the air, Hulaina inhaled deeply as her second spirit ring glowed, activating her second spirit skill, Fox Charm. A purple radiance instantly spread, enveloping a significant portion of the spirit beast horde. Those touched by the light fell into a stupor, their movements slowing considerably. However, the sheer number of spirit beasts was overwhelming. As the dizzying effect waned, more surged forward, viciously clawing and biting at the rocky wall, which soon became riddled with scratches. The stone spikes bitten off one by one. "Rong, enhance my abilities," came the voice of Zhu Zhuqing, who then darted into the fray like a streak of black lightning. Her third spirit skill, Nether Slash, activated as her third spirit ring flickered. The black energy blade, a foot long, severed the heads of spirit beasts with each swing. Ning Rongrong's first and second spirit rings illuminated, immediately amplifying both speed and power for Zhu Zhuqing, increasing her velocity by an additional 30%. Her claws sliced through the armor of a stone-armored bear, parting it like soft tofu. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei stood back to back on the left side of the rocky wall. Li Qianyu's second spirit ring glowed, invoking his second spirit skill, Titan's Reversal. The coiling dragon staff spun, forming a defensive barrier that thwarted the tail stingers of a dozen bone-spiked scorpions, the rebound force sending them staggering back several meters. Meanwhile, Li Qianwei activated his first spirit skill, Demon Suppression Hammer, as the staff emitted a fearsome dragon roar, pushing back the stone-armored bear before his second spirit ring glimmered. Invoking his second spirit skill, Binding Seal, he twirled the staff, ensnaring over 20 spirit beasts in a dense binding ribbon. Qianyu finished them off. Li Qianwei Yurja. Understanding the command, Li Qianyu activated his third spirit ring, invoking his third spirit skill, Dragon's Roar. The resonating sound disrupted the spirit beast's energy, and with a powerful strike, he smashed the bound creatures into a bloody pulp. Lin Yu stood within the rocky wall, her gaze fixed intently on the battle outside. The heart of Peach spirit bracelet in her hand flickered continuously. Upon witnessing Xieyu's arms splashed by the venom of a shadow lizard, her first spirit ring immediately illuminated. Activating her first spirit skill, Life Ring, a pink halo permeated through the cracks of the rocky wall, landing on Xieyu, neutralizing the toxins within his body. When Zhu Zhuqing was struck by the massive paw of a stone-armored bear, Lin Yu's second spirit ring quickly lit up, activating her second spirit skill, Peach Spirit Guardian, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in a protective shield that absorbed subsequent attacks, granting her a moment to breathe. The battle raged for nearly an hour, and the spirit power of the group had already dwindled significantly. Xieyu's crescent blades were marred with chips, and blood flowed from the wounds on his arms. Each swing of his blades tugged at his injuries, slowing his movements. Yan's hellfire had weakened, his rocky armor cracked, and the power of the magma columns had diminished considerably. Zhu Zhuqing's breathing became labored, her speed noticeably reduced, and her attire bore multiple gashes revealing blood-soaked wounds beneath. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei's coiling dragon staffs were stained with the blood of spirit beasts, their arms trembling slightly as their spirit power neared depletion. The twin-winged shadow wolf remained aloof, merely observing from a distance, its scarlet gaze fixed on Cheng Yi, as if awaiting the moment he absorbed the spirit ring. As it sensed the group's energy waning, a cruel glint flickered in its eyes. Suddenly, its dual wings flared open, unleashing a black wind blade aimed directly at the rocky wall. "Watch out!" Xieyou summoned the last vestiges of his spirit power, stepping in front of the rocky wall as his second spirit ring activated to employ his second spirit skill. Crossing his crescent blades, he braced for impact. Bang! The wind blade struck fiercely against his blades, sending Xieyou reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth, and his crescent blades clattered to the ground, his arms falling limply to his sides. A massive crack formed in the rocky wall from the wind blade's onslaught, allowing several shadow lizards to slip through and lunge at Cheng Yi. Without hesitation, Lin Yu placed herself in front of Cheng Yi, her second spirit ring glowing as she activated her second spirit skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. The pink shield unfurled instantly, only to shatter under the claws of the lizards, sending Lin Yu staggering back several steps, her chest heaving violently, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. "Lin Yu!" Ning Rongrong cried out, attempting to rush to her aid, only to be ensnared by a few blood-sucking bats. Witnessing this, the twin-winged shadow wolf's eyes gleamed with triumph. It leapt forward, its wings flapping as it dove towards Cheng Yi, its claws charged with potent shadow energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow at the moment Cheng Yi absorbed the spirit ring. "Do not harm him." Hulaina's eyes flashed with determination as her third spirit ring illuminated, activating her third spirit skill, Fox Transformation, maximizing her attributes. Her mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave towards the twin-winged shadow wolf. As her first spirit skill, Charm, activated, a purple light ensnared its spiritual sea. The wolf's movements slowed momentarily, yet its mental fortitude was formidable, quickly breaking free, its claws lunging towards Hulaina. Xieyou, Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, Li Qianyu, and Li Qianwei summoned their remaining strength, positioning themselves before Hulaina. Xieyou retrieved his crescent blades, his third spirit ring glowing as he invoked his third spirit skill, Break. The brilliance of the crescent blades surged as he slashed towards the wolf's claws. Yan's third spirit ring also illuminated, unleashing his third spirit skill, Hellfire, as flames enveloped the twin-winged shadow wolf. Zhu Zhuqing activated her second spirit skill, Shadowy Claw, her claws raking across its wings, leaving dozens of wounds. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, expending their utmost energy, struck the wolf's head with their coiling dragon staffs. Bang! Their combined assault struck the twin-winged shadow wolf simultaneously, which let out a heart-wrenching howl, recoiling several meters. However, the backlash flung the group to the ground, leaving them too exhausted to rise. The wolf shook the blood from its head, slowly advancing towards Cheng Yi, its claws leaving dark trails on the ground as the surrounding spirit beasts closed in, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 143, the fifth spirit skill, completing the first trial. Buzz. Just as the claws of the twin-winged shadow wolf were about to descend upon Cheng Yi, the 6,000-year spirit rings surrounding him suddenly dissipated. A terrifying surge of shadow energy erupted from within him, black spirit power spreading like a tidal wave, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Cheng Yi slowly opened his eyes, a crimson wolf silhouette flickering within his pitch-black pupils. Indeed, the spirit imprint of the Shadow Wolf. His aura became unfathomable, stabilizing his spirit power at the 52nd level. Domain Shadow. Cheng Yi uttered a low command, and the shadow energy instantly coalesced into a domain. The light within the domain abruptly dimmed, plunging the area into darkness. All spirit beasts within this shadow domain found their vision obscured by an inky fog, able to see only within a meter before them. Simultaneously, the domain's attribute reduction effect activated, diminishing the power, speed, and defense of all enemies within by 30%, and slowing the circulation of their spirit power. Is this Brother Yi's domain? Hulaina gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, feeling the weight upon her lift instantaneously. She could distinctly sense the spirit beasts around her growing weaker. Cheng Yi extended his right hand, gripping the Nether Demon Scythe, the shadowy patterns on the blade erupting with resplendent light. He cast his gaze upon the approaching twin-winged Oblivion Rift Wolf, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. With a flicker of his fourth soul ring, 8 binding god chains shot forth from behind him, ensnaring the wolf's limbs and wings like venomous serpents. The shadowy power of the chains relentlessly eroded its body, eliciting anguished howls from the creature. Everyone, step back. Cheng Yi's voice resonated. He commanded the shadow domain, enveloping the injured comrades at its center. The domain's power not only spared his allies from harm, but also gradually restored their soul energy. Lin Lu's first soul ring illuminated, seizing the opportunity to activate the bracelet of shadow life, a pink aura merging into the group and mending their wounds. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong bestowed her soul power amplification upon Cheng Yi, providing him with a continuous supply of soul energy. Cheng Yi leaped into the air, wielding the Nether Demon Scythe in a sweeping strike before retracting it. His first soul ring glimmered as he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. His hands became enveloped in a shroud of dark power as he lunged toward the bound, twin-winged Oblivion Rift Wolf. The striking claws tore through its wings, leaving 4 gaping wounds that exposed bone, black blood gushing forth and being instantly absorbed by the shadowy force within the domain. The wolf roared in fury, exerting its strength to break free from the binding god chains. But the attribute suppression of the domain rendered its power significantly diminished, the chains remaining steadfast. It conjured a pitch-black shadow sphere in its mouth and hurled it at Cheng Yi. Prepared, Cheng Yi activated his third soul ring, summoning the Shadow Echo, a transparent barrier that shielded him. The shadow sphere collided with the barrier, resulting in a violent explosion, the black shockwave rebounding and injuring nearby soul beasts. It is time to end this. A flicker of resolve ignited in Cheng Yi's eyes as his soul energy fused seamlessly with the shadow power. Shadow Monarch 5th soul skill, Wolf Fang Slaughter Array. His 5th soul ring shimmered. Centered around him, a circular slaughter array with a 20-meter diameter unfolded within the shadow domain. 36 semi-ethereal black wolf fangs materialized, each approximately half a foot in length, their serrated edges glistening with a ghostly blue chill and imbued with a tearing effect. With a mere thought, the wolf fangs shot forth toward all soul beasts within the domain. Thud! Thud! The fangs pierced the bodies of the soul beasts, leaving gaping wounds, and those struck collapsed instantly, their bodies shredded into fragments. Over 30 soul beasts perished in an instant under the assault of the wolf fangs, while the remaining beasts recoiled in terror, trapped by the power of the shadow domain, unable to escape. Observing this scene, the twin-winged Oblivion Rift Wolf's eyes flickered with fear. It summoned its strength to break free from the binding god chains and attempted to flee. Cheng Yi, however, would not grant it that chance. With a mere thought, the 36 wolf fangs coalesced into a singular, dark wolf-shaped light blade, shooting toward the fleeing wolf. Howl! The wolf-shaped light blade pierced through the twin-winged Oblivion Rift Wolf, which let out a piercing wail before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to silence. A 50,000-year soul ring slowly ascended from its corpse, only to be dispersed by Cheng Yi's wave of his hand, for the 5th soul ring he sought was already within his grasp, rendering this one useless. As Cheng Yi's 5th soul skill gradually dissipated, the shadow domain also closed. He approached his fallen comrades, extending his hand to assist them one by one. At that moment, a voice resonated within Cheng Yi's mind. You have passed the first trial of the God of Destruction. Reward, Destruction Domain. Affinity with the God of Destruction increased by 5%. The Destruction domain will integrate directly into the Shadow domain. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the God of Destruction, as well as the first trial of the God of Evil. Rewards will be distributed after the first soul ring of the Terrene Nether Demon Scythe is fully coalesced. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Are you all alright? Cheng Yi inquired softly. Of course, Big Brother E. Thankfully, you woke up just in time, Hulaina replied with a smile. Big Brother, wasn't the process of absorbing the soul ring quite perilous? Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Not too bad, just took a bit of time to counter the soul shock. It's nothing to worry about. What about you all? Are there any injuries? Cheng Yi responded. Big Brother E, we are truly fine, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Big Brother E, your fifth soul skill looks incredibly powerful, Yin remarked enviously. It's quite decent. This fifth soul skill is called Wolf Fang Slaughter Array. It forms a circular slaughter array centered around myself, generating 36 semi-ethereal black wolf fangs, each about half a foot long, possessing a tearing effect. And I can control these fangs with my thoughts, Cheng Yi explained. How impressive. Such a strong effect. Li Qianwei exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, our trial in the Death Canyon is nearing its conclusion. Have you all made breakthroughs in your cultivation? Cheng Yi inwided. I am currently at level 39, and I will soon reach level 40, Hulaina said cheerfully. Big Brother E, I am also about to reach level 40. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. I am in the same boat, Xiaoyu added. Big Brother E, I might be a bit short, but I will also soon break through to level 40. Yin said somewhat shyly. Big Brother E, I have just broken through to level 39, so I still have a ways to go to reach level 40, Ning Rongrong stated. Big Brother E, both Qianwei and I are at the peak of level 37 and will soon break through to 38, Li Qianyu informed. Big Brother, I just broke through to 37, Lin Lu exclaimed. Chapter 144, The Rift Eagle. After contemplating, Cheng Yi said, Alright, then we need to accelerate our pace. The trial in the Death Canyon is about to conclude, and we must also participate in the selection for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. Nana, Zhuqing, Xian, make sure to break through to level 40 and absorb your soul rings before the trial ends. Rongrong, do your best, and Qinyu, Qianwei, and Lin Lu. Focus on enhancing your strength as well. The most crucial aspect remains our teamwork. Everyone nodded in agreement. Cheng Yi then gazed at the multitude of soul beast corpses strewn across the ground and spoke slowly. Rise. As shadows converged. The shadow star bell at his waist began to devour the remains of the Oblivion Rift Wolf, nourishing Cheng Yi in return. A month passed quietly amid the trials of the Death Canyon, with Cheng Yi and his companions firmly rooted there, battling soul beasts daily, their strength soaring. Hulaina's demon fox martial soul became increasingly refined, her spiritual power thickening by 30% compared to before. Zhu Zhuqing's nether spirit cat reached new heights in speed, while Xiaoyu's moon blade gleamed with an intimidating chill. At this moment, all three had firmly reached level 40, needing only a suitable soul ring to completely transcend to Soul King and ascend to the Soul Sector realm. Cheng Yi stood atop Atoiding Kudif, the Eye of Shadows quietly activating. His pitch-black gaze pierced through the mist deep within the canyon, precisely capturing a sharp aura 1,000 meters away. He turned and leaped down the cliff, the Terrene Nether Demon Scythe in his hand, trembling lightly, the ethereal patterns on the blade glowing faintly. There it is, he thought. Spotting a rift eagle approximately 6,000 years old perched on a ridge 3,000 meters ahead. Swift and with a sharp attack, perfectly suited for Xiaoyu's moonblade. Following Cheng Yi's lead, the group advanced. As they drew closer to the ridge, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, the rocky walls of the canyon occasionally shedding small stones. In the distant sky, low rumblings could be heard, not the sound of wind, but rather the tremors in the air caused by the flapping wings of the rift eagle. Everyone suppressed their presence, for the rift eagle possessed exceptionally keen sight and hearing. As Hulaina activated her third spirit ring, the ethereal power of her third soul skill, Demon Fox transformation, enveloped her. The purple fox tail swayed gently behind her, while her mental prowess unfurled like a delicate spider's web, meticulously probing the surroundings. No sooner had Hulaina spoken than a sharp cry pierced the air from above, its sound slicing through the atmosphere with formidable authority, causing a sharp pain to resonate in the ears of those nearby. The group looked up to behold a colossal eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, majestically perched atop a rocky outcrop 100 meters ahead. Its feathers shimmered in a profound hue of blue and purple, radiating a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Each feather's tip crackled with minute sparks of electricity, and its beak, sharp as a hook, gleamed with a frigid light. Its talons, robust as iron, clutched the rock with fierce tenacity, leaving deep imprints in the surface. Its gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, with pupils narrowing to fine slits. Fixated intently on the group below, it was the legendary 6,000-year-old sky-splitting eagle. The eagle, evidently sensing the hostility emanating from the group, unfurled its wings with sudden ferocity. As it flapped its mighty wings, a bolt of blue lightning, as wide as a bowl, shot forth from its beak, accompanied by a thunderous roar, aimed directly at Yin. "Watch out!" Cheng Yi reacted swiftly, his third spirit ring illuminating as he invoked his third soul skill, Shadow Echo. A translucent shadow barrier sprang up before Yin, just in time. The crack of thunderous impact resounded as the lightning struck the barrier, creating a jarring metallic sound. Blue currents danced madly along the barrier, which bore the marks of scorching, with several small breaches forming under the onslaught of the electric force. Yin, drenched in cold sweat, promptly slammed his fists into the ground, activating his second spirit ring. The second soul skill granite wall manifested 3 towering rock walls, rising to 3 meters in height to shield against the ensuing electric surge. The eagle's lightning power is far stronger than I anticipated. Seeing its initial strike thwarted, the sky-splitting eagle beat its wings once more, ascending into the sky above the group, circling with an ominous presence. Its feathers bristled, and countless tiny bolts of lightning danced among them. With a piercing screech, it unleashed dozens of lightning blades, each as thick as an arm, raining down upon the group like a torrential downpour. "Ning grong grong, amplify," Cheng Yi called out, leading the charge. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower erupted with 3 brilliant beams of light, illuminating her first, second, and third spirit rings in succession. The powers of strength, speed, and soul enhancement cascaded down upon their intended targets. Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if the moon blade in his hand had gained a will of its own, while Zhu Zhuqing became even swifter, darting like a bolt of black lightning to the side. Cheng Yi leaped into the fray, his first spirit ring igniting for the first soul skill, Shadow Claw. His hands were enveloped in a shroud of dark power as he aimed for the airborne, sky-splitting eagle. The eagle, however, deftly evaded his grasp by retreating swiftly, while another bolt of lightning hurtled toward Cheng Yi's back. Prepared, he activated his third spirit ring once more, summoning the Shadow Echo, which conjured a transparent barrier behind him. The incoming lightning struck the barrier and was instantly rebounded, hurtling back toward the eagle. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eagle's eyes as it flapped its wings again, raising a lightning barrier to shatter the returning bolt. In that fleeting moment, Hulaina's voice rang out, "Xiaoyu, now's your chance." With her second spirit ring aglow, she unleashed her second soul skill, Fox Charm. A purple radiance enveloped the sky-splitting eagle, causing its movements to slow and its gaze to cloud with confusion. Its sensory abilities and soul power significantly hampered. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, Xiaoyu gripped the moon blade tightly, his third spirit ring igniting for the third soul skill. The light of the broken moon blade surged, forming 2 half-meter-long white blades of energy. He leaped into the air, propelled by Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, and struck fiercely at the eagle's left wing. With a piercing sound, the blade of energy sliced through the eagle's wing, causing blue blood to spurt forth, mingled with crackling sparks of electricity. The sky-splitting eagle emitted a chilling cry, losing its balance and plummeting toward the ground. Zhuqing, entangle it. Cheng Yi shouted. Zhuqing, like a specter, darted beneath the fallen eagle, activating her third soul skill, Phantom Slash. Her third spirit ring flickered as a 1-foot-long black blade of light coalesced at her claw tip, aimed at the eagle's talons. Though wounded, the eagle's instincts remained sharp. It swiftly adjusted its position, using its uninjured wing to create a powerful gust of wind, attempting to blow Zhu Zhuqing away. Anticipating this, Zhu Zhuqing activated her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust, increasing her speed to evade the wind while her claws carved a grievous wound into the eagle's abdomen. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, the twin brothers, simultaneously joined the fray. Li Qianwei swung his dragon-slaying staff, his first spirit ring igniting for the first soul skill, Demon-slaying Dragon Hammer. The staff emitted a thunderous roar, causing the sky-splitting eagle's eardrums to ache and its movements to falter once more. Meanwhile, Li Qianyu activated his second spirit ring for the second soul skill, Thousand Gene Rebound, spinning the staff to create a defensive barrier behind Zhu Zhuqing, while simultaneously rebounding the wind force back toward the eagle. Qianwei restrained it. Li Qianyu bellowed, prompting Li Qianwei to rotate the dragon-slaying staff. His second spirit ring igniting for the second soul skill. A series of red binding ribbons burst forth from the staff, coiling like serpents around the sky-splitting eagle's body. The eagle struggled to break free, but the wounds on its abdomen and wings had severely diminished its strength, coupled with the lingering effects of Hu Laiina's fox charm. It found itself ensnared by the binding ribbons. Yan, fuel the flames. Cheng Yi's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Yan's third spirit ring illuminated, unleashing infernal flames, as torrents of fire gushed forth, completely engulfing the sky-splitting eagle. Amidst the flames, the eagle's pained cries echoed, its feathers blackened, and its electrical power waning. Standing at the rear of the group, Lin Li observed closely, her heart pearl bracelet flickering incessantly. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder injured by the eagle's flailing feathers, she activated her first soul skill, Life Ring, as a pink halo emerged from the bracelet, precisely enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and visibly hastening the healing of her wound. Seeing Xie Yu fatigue from his leap, she activated her third spirit ring for the third soul skill, Peach Spirit Manifestation, enhancing all of Xie Yu's attributes and forming a pink bridge that connected to him, augmenting Ning Rongrong's soul power enhancement and significantly accelerating Xie Yu's soul power recovery. As the sky-splitting eagle grew weary from the flames and bindings, it ceased to struggle. Cheng Yi leaped in front of the eagle, raising his scythe, the domain underworld demon scythe, high above, concentrating his soul power into a dark point at the blade's edge. He uttered a low command before bringing the scythe down with force, cleaving a deep wound into the eagle's body, the power of the underworld slowly eroding its essence. Xie Yu, it's your turn. Cheng Yi sheathed his scythe and patted Xie Yu's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Xie Yu approached the sky-splitting eagle, swinging the moon blade to deliver the final blow. A violet soul ring ascended slowly from the eagle's corpse, imbued with a potent attribute that exuded a sharp, cutting essence, exactly the perfect soul ring required for Xie Yu's advancement to level 40. Seated in meditation, Xie Yu formed hand seals to guide the soul ring. Ning Rongrong's third spirit ring illuminated, channeling a stream of soul power to Xie Yu, while Hu Laiina activated her third spirit ring to unleash demon fox transformation. Her mental force enveloping a 100-meter radius around Xie Yu, vigilantly guarding against any potential threats. Lin Li stood, ready beside her, prepared to activate her second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian, to erect a protective barrier for Xie Yu. The violet soul ring gradually approached Xie Yu's body, the power contained within it surging like a torrent into his being. Xie Yu felt a violent tremor coursing through him, a ferocious force racing through his veins as if it sought to tear his body asunder. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his soul power, striving to assimilate this overwhelming energy. The moon blade before him quivered slightly, its radiance resonating with the might of the soul ring. During the absorption process, Xie Yu's body trembled incessantly, sweat soaking his garments, and his complexion turned pale. Observing this, Lin Yu activated her first soul ring, gently transferring the bracelet of life into Xie Yu's body. The pink aura alleviated the searing pain in his meridians, while Ning Rongrong intensified the amplification of his soul power, ensuring Xie Yu possessed sufficient strength to withstand the soul ring's ferocity. After half an hour, the power within the soul ring was finally completely absorbed by Xie Yu. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce lightning-like glint flashing within them, as his soul power surged dramatically, stabilizing at the 41st rank of the Soul Master Realm. Xie Yu slowly rose to his feet, gripping the moon blade with both hands and with a gentle sweep, launched two crescent-shaped blades imbued with blue lightning toward a nearby boulder. Bang! The boulder was instantly cleaved in two, smoke wafting from the freshly severed edge. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, a smile crept onto Xie Yu's lips. This fourth soul skill, named Strength, enhances all my attributes and the potency of my soul skills, allowing for an instantaneous eruption. As he spoke, he swung the moon blade once more, sending a blade of energy soaring into the sky, cleaving a passing bird in half with astonishing force. The group gathered around him, their faces alight with joy. Cheng Yi chuckled, saying, "Congratulations, Xie Yu. You've finally advanced to the Soul Master Realm. Next, we must seek suitable soul beasts for Na Na and Zhu Qing." Cheng Yi gazed deeper into the canyon, where the atmosphere grew increasingly complex, concealing more formidable soul beasts. "Let us rest for half an hour to recuperate our soul power, and then we will delve deeper. We are bound to discover the perfect soul rings for you." Subsequently, Cheng Yi glanced at the corpse of the sky-rending eagle and instructed everyone to rise. As they traversed into the Death Canyon, they arrived at a forest where towering ancient trees interlaced their branches and leaves, obscuring the sky completely. Only scattered beams of light filtered through the gaps, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, while a mist wafted like a delicate veil, each breath of air infused with the damp scent of decaying leaves. Everyone, be cautious. The fluctuations of soul power in this area are quite unusual, Cheng Yi warned, leading the group ahead, his shadow eyes scanning the surroundings. In Cheng Yi's view, the movements of everything around him slowed, and even the gentlest breeze and rustle of grass became distinctly perceptible. He sensed a powerful, chilling presence of soul power lurking not far ahead. Ning Rongrong immediately comprehended the situation, her palm glowing as the exquisite 9-treasure glazed tile floated before her. The first, second, and third soul rings illuminated in succession, and the 9 treasures turned with shimmering light. The first spoke of strength, the second of speed, and the third of soul. A golden aura rapidly expanded, enveloping all present and amplifying their power, speed, and soul power. As the amplification took effect, everyone felt their bodies lighten, their limbs brimming with newfound strength, and the flow of soul power became notably smoother. Hulaina discreetly activated her fox spirit martial soul, her features enhanced with a touch of allure. Her senses heightened to an extreme, meticulously capturing every subtle sound around her. Zhu Zhuqing, on high alert, felt her hair stand on end, her feline instincts, granted by her nether cat martial soul, warning her of countless unseen eyes lurking in shadows. Chapter 146, The Sky Canopy Butterfly. Buzzing. Suddenly, a dull sound of flapping wings resonated from the depths of the forest ahead. Initially faint, it soon surged like a tide, causing a ringing in their ears. Cheng Yi's pupils constricted, and he gravely declared, "Prepare for battle. They are coming." Before his words could fully settle, a swarm of black butterflies, each the size of a basin, burst forth from the thicket. Their wings were a pure, inky black, adorned with speckles of light purple, resembling fragments of the night sky scattered across their wings. With each flap, they released vast amounts of black scales that descended to the ground, transforming into slender, shadowy tendrils that writhed frantically among the decaying leaves, advancing toward the group. More unsettling was the fact that the butterflies' eyes glowed a blood red, shimmering with a predatory gleam even in the dim light. These were the sky canopy butterflies they sought. With this many, we'll be in trouble if we're surrounded. Seiyu gripped his moon blades tightly, their cold light gleaming in his hands. His fourth soul ring suddenly illuminated, unleashing the fourth soul skill, a potent silver aura enveloping him. Instantly, his aura surged, his strength, speed, and attack power receiving a comprehensive enhancement. Following this, his first soul ring lit up, and with a swift, cutting motion, the moon blade cleaved through 3 of the sky canopy butterflies in an instant. Yin, not one to be outdone, activated his second soul ring, bringing his fist down heavily onto the ground, unleashing his second soul skill, granite spikes. The earth quaked violently as towering granite spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the wings of several sky canopy butterflies. Simultaneously, Yan's first soul ring ignited, and his first soul skill, Hellfire Lava, erupted from the ground, engulfing clusters of butterflies in boiling magma, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Yet, the sheer number of sky canopy butterflies was overwhelming. As one batch fell, another surged forth. Their wings flapped, releasing a cloud of dark scales akin to a storm, while the shadowy tendrils ensnared the ankles of the group, attempting to hinder their movement. Be wary of the scales. Do not let the tendrils wrap around you. Lin Yu's heart peach bracelet glowed with a gentle pink light, and her second soul ring activated, summoning translucent pink shields to materialize around each member, blocking the incoming scales and tendrils. Subsequently, her first soul ring glowed, activating her first soul skill, the Bracelet of Life, as a soft pink halo infused into her companions, healing their wounds. Cheng Yi's gaze remained fixed on the swarm of sky canopy butterflies, and soon he spotted a particularly robust specimen, its wings larger than its counterparts, with more intense light purple spots and a powerful soul energy emanating from it. About 6,500 years old, just right for you, nah. A flicker of delight crossed through Laina's eyes as she nodded, promptly activating her third soul skill. A pale purple aura enveloped her, causing her aura to surge, significantly enhancing her mental acuity, attack power, speed, and strength. Following this, her first soul ring lit up, and her first soul skill, enchantment, transformed her gaze into an irresistible allure, influencing the 6,500-year-old sky canopy butterfly through her various senses. The butterfly's movements slowed noticeably, a hint of confusion flashing in its crimson eyes. Its sensory capabilities and soul power significantly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Yi unleashed a sudden burst of soul power from within, activating the Shadow Domain. Centered on himself, the shadowy domain rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of 50 meters. Within this realm, destructive energy intertwined with shadowy power, causing the attributes of the sky canopy butterflies to plummet while their bodies became increasingly eroded by the destructive energy, manifesting myriad tiny wounds. Destruction storm of the Shadow Domain. Cheng Yi bellowed, activating the domain skill. Within the realm, a dark storm erupted, swirling with countless shards of destructive energy, akin to razor-sharp blades, incessantly slicing into the bodies of the sky canopy butterflies. Those ensnared by the storm emitted piercing cries, their wounds widening without the hope of healing, while blood and fragments of wings danced within the tempest. The devastating tempest not only wrought immense destruction, but also erected a natural barrier, isolating the remaining celestial butterfly from the outside world, leaving only the ancient celestial butterfly, aged 6,500 years, and a handful of unfortunate survivors trapped within the storm's core. Now, Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring illuminated, and with it activated his fourth soul skill. The 8 God-binding chains. 8 obsidian chains surged forth from behind him, swiftly ensnaring the wings and body of the celestial butterfly. In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing vanished, her speed amplified by Ning Rongrong, reaching its zenith. With her first soul skill, the Phantom Stab, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring shimmered, and her claws extended with lethal precision, plunging toward the bound celestial butterfly, leaving deep gashes visible to the bone upon its wings. Immediately after, Zhu Zhuqing's second soul ring glowed, activating her second soul skill, the Phantom 100 Claws. Her body spun rapidly, her claws striking the same spot on the celestial butterfly over 100 times in the blink of an eye, exacerbating its wounds. Finally, her third soul ring illuminated, invoking her third soul skill, the Phantom Slash, as a 1-foot-long black blade of light coalesced, cleaving down upon the celestial butterfly with tremendous force. Under the relentless assault of the group, the 6,500-year-old celestial butterfly soon lay battered and drained of spirit power. It struggled to free itself from its bindings, but ultimately succumbed, its wings drooping as its massive form crashed to the ground. A deep purple soul ring slowly rising from its body, exuding a potent wave of soul energy. Success. Joy illuminated the faces of the group, their taut nerves finally easing. At that moment, the remaining celestial butterfly charged into the storm without hesitation, launching an attack on Cheng Yi and his companions. Leave it to us. Xiaoyu and Yin simultaneously initiated their attack. Xiaoyu's third soul ring gleamed, unleashing his third soul skill, the moon-shattering blade, which burst forth in a blinding radiance, piercing through the air toward the celestial butterfly's vulnerability, dispatching several with rapid agility. Yan's third soul ring activated his third soul skill, the Hellfire, engulfing the celestial butterfly in searing flames that continuously eroded its life force, while simultaneously restoring Yan's own vitality. Chapter 147. Hulaina's fourth soul skill, Ghost Tiger's Assault. The brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei joined forces to unleash their soul skills. Li Qianyu's third soul ring ignited, activating his third soul skill, the Coiling Dragon's Restraint. The Coiling Dragon Staff emitted a deafening dragon's roar, sending shockwaves that disrupted the celestial butterfly's spirit power, slowing its movements. Meanwhile, Li Qianwei's second soul ring illuminated, invoking his second soul skill, the Binding Spell. He hurled the Coiling Dragon Staff, creating dense crimson bands that further restrained the celestial butterfly, rendering it unable to struggle. Subsequently, Li Qianwei's third soul ring shone, activating his third soul skill, the Awakening of the Divine Dragon. The Coiling Dragon Staff radiated a formidable dragon's might, causing Li Qianwei's aura to surge dramatically. Following this, his first soul ring lit up, invoking his first soul skill, the Demon-Subduing Dragon Hammer, as the Coiling Dragon Staff repeatedly struck down upon the celestial butterfly. In no time, the group had effectively dispatched the celestial butterfly. "Nana, it's your turn," Cheng Yi said with a smile. Hulaina nodded with a grin, taking a deep breath as she retrieved a dagger from her soul guide, approaching the 6,500-year-old celestial butterfly. With a swift thrust, a purple soul ring gradually ascended, and she sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb this soul ring that belonged to her. The immense energy contained within surged into her body, colliding with her meridians and martial soul. Lin Lu remained vigilant, monitoring Hulaina's condition, ready to release the life bracelet to heal and stabilize her soul power should any discomfort arise. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong continuously applied soul power enhancement to assist Hulaina in better absorbing the soul ring's energy. Cheng Yi and the others stood guard, alert to prevent any other soul beasts from interrupting. As time passed, the fluctuations of Hulaina's soul power intensified, her aura steadily rising. Finally, when the last vestige of soul ring energy was absorbed, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Hulaina, signifying the successful manifestation of her fourth soul ring. She slowly opened her eyes, confidence sparkling within them. Rising to her feet, she felt the newly acquired soul power and soul skill, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "That's wonderful, Nana. You did it!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward. Hulaina nodded with a smile. "Thanks to everyone's help, I couldn't have absorbed the soul ring so smoothly otherwise." "Congratulations, Nana," Cheng Yi said with a grin. "That is all thanks to you, brother. Without your new domain skill, capturing it so swiftly would have been quite challenging," Hulaina replied, embracing Cheng Yi. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly appeared on either side of Hulaina, pulling her away. "Why are you all like this?" Hulaina lamented. "Nana, what is your current level and your new soul skill?" Cheng Yi inquired. "Brother Yi, I am now at level 41, and my fourth soul skill is called the Body of Invisibility, which can withstand a single attack of any kind, but it consumes a tremendous amount of spirit power. I can only use it in critical moments for survival," Hulaina explained. "Very good, Nana. A solid life-saving skill," Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing," Hulaina said, scratching her head playfully. Cheng Yi looked at everyone and said with a smile, "All right, since Laina has successfully absorbed her soul ring, let us take a moment to rest here before continuing our search for a suitable soul ring for Zhuqing tomorrow." He then gazed at the corpses of the soul beasts on the ground, contemplating not to let their remains go to waste, and stepped forward. The light pierced through the misty edge of the Death Canyon, casting a pallid golden-red hue upon the jagged black rocks. Cheng Yi treaded upon the gravel, leading the way as a Shadow King martial soul quietly activated, his pupils transforming into an unfathomable abyss of black. The shadow eyes slowed down every movement within 100 meters ahead into clear trajectories, the snapped vines, fresh claw marks, and the faint scent of blood in the air were all captured within Cheng Yi's sight. The traces of soul beast activity became increasingly dense. Cheng Yi raised his hand to signal the group to halt, the shadow power swirling at his fingertips, slightly trembling. "Zhuqing, be cautious of the left crevice. There is the presence of a 4,000-year-old swift leopard, but it's not our target yet." Zhuqing nodded, her phantom spirit cat martial soul heightening her sensitivity to the slightest sounds. Clad in a black bodysuit that accentuated her athletic form, she crouched against the rock wall, her claws faintly visible at her fingertips. The scent of blood was still fresh, reminiscent of large soul beasts after a hunt. Ning Rongrong raised her 9-treasure glazed tile, its 9-tiered body shimmering with a lustrous glow. Her first, second, and third soul rings lit up sequentially, casting golden halos of power, speed, and soul affinity upon each member, allowing Cheng Yi to distinctly feel the acceleration of soul power flow. Hulaina's enchanting fox martial soul emanated a faint purple glow, her alluring eyes sharpening with newfound clarity. Lin Lu's heart peach bracelet hovered at her wrist, her soul rings gently rotating as her second soul skill, the Peach Spirit Guardian, released 3 pink shields that accurately enveloped Cheng Yi, Xieyu, and Yan. "You all charge ahead, but be mindful of your defenses," Lin Lu instructed. The team ventured deeper into the canyon, the cliffs on either side becoming increasingly steep, the sunlight sliced into narrow beams. Suddenly, Li Qianyu's coiling dragon staff emitted a low hum, its azure dragon patterns flickering with a soft light. Something is approaching, and it's fast. Li Qianyu gripped the coiling dragon staff tightly, his first soul ring igniting as he activated his first soul skill, the sea-disrupting 3 strokes, channeling his spirit power to the staff's tip, ready to breach any defenses. Li Qianwei's formidable dragon stick trembled in tandem with his resolve as he pivoted sharply, bringing the staff crashing down to the ground. The first soul skill, Demon Slayer Dragon Hammer, glimmered with the light of his initial soul ring, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar. The rubble ahead was sent soaring, and from the debris emerged a massive shadow, a black tiger, exceeding 3 meters in length and nearly 1.5 meters at the shoulder. Its ebony fur shimmered like ink, smooth and lustrous, save for the white king pattern on its forehead, which stood out like a striking flash of lightning in the dim light. The ghost tiger. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as the aura of her hellish spirit cat, martial soul, resonated intricately with that of the soul beast. Its age clocking in at over 6,000 years, perfectly suited for her. As the ghost tiger landed, it stirred a cloud of dust, its amber eyes gleaming with ferocity. Clearly incensed by Li Qianwei's dragon's roar, it opened its mouth to unleash an earth-shattering tiger's roar, sending vibrations that caused stones to tumble from the nearby cliff face. Engage! Cheng Yi commanded sharply, his fifth soul ring suddenly igniting. The fifth soul skill, Wolf Fong's shattering array, erupted with dark energy, radiating from Cheng Yi as the circular killing formation rapidly took shape, expanding to a 20-meter diameter. 36 half-foot-long black wolf fangs hovered within the array, their tips glinting with a chilling light as Cheng Yi's domain unfurled. The shadow domain enveloped the area, flooding with dark crimson energy of shadows and destruction. Surging towards the ghost tiger. Chapter 148. The Inferno of Darkness and Flame concluded effortlessly. Darkness descends upon the shadow domain. Cheng Yi bellowed. The ghost tiger was instantly shrouded in an overwhelming darkness, its movements faltering. A hint of confusion flickered in its amber eyes as the domain's inherent properties began to take effect, tightening its muscles and visibly diminishing its speed and strength. A faint layer of dark crimson energy began to devour its skin. An opportune moment. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, his fourth soul ring illuminating with brilliance. The fourth soul skill, Strong Moon Blade, emanated a silver, sharp glow as his attributes surged. With enhanced speed from Ning Rongrong's amplification, Xiaoyu raced towards the ghost tiger like an arrow. His first soul skill, Slash, activated, and with a crosscut of his dual moon blades, 2 arcs of silver light tore through the darkness, precisely targeting the tiger's forelegs, its crucial point of power. If he could injure its tendons, its speed would be severely hampered. The ghost tiger reacted with astounding swiftness, instinctively sidestepping despite the obscured vision. Its right paw swung towards Xiaoyu with a fierce gust. Cheng Yi had anticipated this, activating his fourth soul ring. The fourth soul skill, 8 binding chains, erupted as 8 black chains shot forth from behind him, ensnaring the ghost tiger's limbs and neck like venomous serpents. The shadowy power of the chains crackled ominously, incessantly gnawing at the tiger's essence. The second soul skill, Fox Charm, illuminated Hua Lyena's second soul ring. A soft violet light pierced through the darkness, striking the ghost tiger accurately. Its movements froze abruptly, its gaze becoming vacant as the charm took effect. Although the disorienting effect was fleeting, it provided a critical opportunity for the others. Li Qinyu seized the moment, sweeping his dragon stick in a wide arc. The first soul skill, Tsunami of 3 sticks, activated as his first soul ring glimmered. 3 blue stick phantoms overlapped, delivering a devastating blow imbued with the power of the dragon, crashing into the ghost tiger's ensnared hind leg with a resounding crack. The tiger emitted a pained roar, its leg bending at an unnatural angle, its speed instantly halved. Li Qianwei followed up with another strike, wielding his dragon stick as his third soul ring flared to life. The third soul skill, Awakening Dragon, unleashed another dragon's roar, dramatically enhancing Li Qianyu's presence. Subsequently, his second soul ring ignited, and the binding curse unleashed countless red bands that coiled tightly around the ghost tiger, constricting its movements further. The ghost tiger, thoroughly enraged, felt its soul power surge uncontrollably. Its black fur bristled, the white pattern on its forehead glowing ominously as it prepared to unleash a skill. Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened. Destruction storm of the shadow domain, he declared. A tempest of black and red swirled within the shadow domain, countless shards of destructive energy slicing through the ghost tiger's form. Its wounds began to bleed, the blood evaporating upon contact with the storm's energy, leaving behind numerous festering lacerations. Yan suppressed its soul power with flames. Cheng Yi shouted. Yan's flame Lord Martial Soul ignited, his third soul ring glowing brightly. The third soul skill, Hellfire, erupted as dark red flames surged forth, merging with the destructive storm to create a veritable hellscape of fire and shadow. The ghost tiger writhed in agony amidst the flames, its fur igniting, skin sizzling under the heat. It struggled to break free from the chains and bindings, yet Cheng Yi's wolf fang shattering array held it firmly in place. The 36 wolf fangs relentlessly battered its defenses under Cheng Yi's command, each collision amplifying the chaos within the tiger's soul power. At that moment, Yan's soul power surged dramatically. The aura of his flame, Lord Martial's soul, escalating. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Did I just break through to level 40? Congratulations. But take advantage of its weakness and suppress it. Cheng Yi's voice snapped Yan back to focus. Gritting his teeth, Yan channeled all his newly acquired soul power into the hellfire, intensifying its temperature. The ghost tiger's struggles grew increasingly feeble, despair creeping into its amber gaze. Zhu Qing, the opportunity has arrived. Cheng Yi commanded, retracting the wolf fang shattering array. The 36 wolf fangs lunged simultaneously at the ghost tiger's limbs, pinning it firmly in place. The 8 binding chains and binding curse tightened to their utmost limits, rendering the tiger incapable of moving even a single finger. Zhu Qing, prepared and poised, surged forward with the speed of her hellish spirit cat, Martial Soul, amplified to its peak by Ning Rongrong. Like a bolt of black lightning, she flanked the ghost tiger from his side. Her third soul ring ignited, activating her third soul skill, Hellish Slash. The dark energy coalesced at her fingertips into a blade nearly a foot long, and she leapt, driving the blade with all her might into the vulnerable nape of the ghost tiger, its weakest point. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced flesh. The ghost tiger let out one final, short roar of anguish before its colossal form crashed to the ground. Its once lustrous black fur dulled, save for the flickering king pattern on its forehead. A purple soul ring emerged from the tiger's lifeless body, slowly ascending into the air, exuding the heavy aura of a soul beast aged over 6,000 years. As Zhu Qing landed, she gazed at the floating soul ring, then turned to Cheng Yi, inhaling deeply before sitting cross-legged. The aura of her hellish spirit cat, Martial Soul, radiated once more, resonating with the soul ring as it began to swirl, gradually merging into her being. The absorption process unfolded smoothly, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's soul power enhancement, while Lin Lu stood ready with the Bracelet of Life to replenish Zhu Qing's vitality, preventing any unforeseen mishaps during the process. Yin, watching from the sidelines, felt the tumultuous surge of his level 40 soul power, excitement evident on his face. His flame Lord Martial Soul, having broken through, had become even more refined, elevating the temperature of the hellfire to a new level. I can't believe I broke through in the midst of battle, he exclaimed, turning to Cheng Yi with a grin. Thanks to your domain suppression, I wouldn't have had this chance otherwise. There's no need for thanks. This is merely the result of your hard work, Cheng Yi replied, retracting his domain and soul skills as the wolf fang shattering array and 8 binding chains dissipated. He glanced at Zhu Qing, who was in the process of absorbing the soul ring, and then surveyed the others. Is everyone all right? Lin Lu, please check for any injuries. Lin Lu nodded, her first soul ring glowing as the light of her heart-spirit bracelet swept over the group. A pink aura settled over Li Qianyu, who had sustained a minor scratch from the ghost tiger's claw. Only Qianyu suffered a slight injury, but I've already healed him with the Bracelet of Life, Lin Lu said with a smile. Chapter 149, Zhu Qing's fourth soul skill, Lava Red Armor Beast. Hulayina retracted her fox spirit and approached Cheng Yi, a playful glimmer in her enchanting eyes. Brother Yi, your versatility is astonishing. Your ability to control the battlefield is remarkable. If that ghostly tiger hadn't been subdued by your domain, we might not have triumphed so effortlessly. Moreover, it was you who led us through the previous battles. Xiu also sheathed his moonblade, nodding in agreement. Indeed, without Brother Yi, it would have been nearly impossible for us to survive for so long in the Death Canyon. Not at all. Everyone has been putting in tremendous effort, Cheng Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Yi, that combination we executed earlier, it was spectacular. The storm enveloping the flames was not only visually striking, but also incredibly powerful, Yin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, I didn't expect such a combination to be possible. It seems we need to practice our coordination even more, Cheng Yi remarked. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei leaned against each other, gazing at the soul rings hovering above Zhu Qing's head. This is wonderful. Sister Zhu Qing has acquired a suitable soul ring, and Yin has also reached level 40. Our journey to the Death Canyon has not been in vain. As the sun gradually ascended, rays of light streamed through the crevices of the canyon, illuminating Zhu Qing. The fluctuations of her soul power became increasingly stable as the purple soul ring fully integrated into her being. Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in her dark orbs. Rising to her feet, she flexed her limbs, feeling the newfound soul power within her. I have succeeded. My fourth soul skill is named Phantom Shadow Clone. As she spoke, her fourth soul ring ignited, and in a blur, a black clone identical to Zhu Zhuqing appeared beside her. Moving in perfect synchrony with her, exuding the agility characteristic of the Phantom Spirit Cat. Unimpressive soul sikid, Cheng Yi nodded. Having a clone in the agility attack category enhances our flexibility, whether for ambush or distraction. Lin Li smiled at the group. Now that Zhuqing has absorbed her soul ring and Yin has leveled up, should we find a place to rest? There are still many soul beasts in the Death Canyon, and we must continue our exploration. Cheng Yi looked up at the dimly lit sky. Though the light in the canyon remained subdued, distant roars of other soul beasts echoed from afar. He nodded. All right, let us seek out a safe cave to recuperate. Once everyone has regained their strength, we shall proceed to find a soul ring for Yin. The group gathered their belongings, and as Zhu Zhuqing walked beside Cheng Yi, she quietly murmured, "Thank you, brother Yi. Without your support, I would not have been able to successfully acquire the ghostly tiger soul ring." Cheng Yi smiled wryly and patted Zhu Zhuqing's head, saying, "Zhuqing, there's no need to mention it. Just ask if you want a head pat." Zhu Zhuqing thought, her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away, while Ning Rongrong and Hulaina looked at her with faint annoyance. Seeing this, Cheng Yi also patted the heads of Hulaina and Ning Rongrong, restoring balance among them. In the depths of the Death Canyon, the air had been warped by the seething heat from below, creating shimmering ripples. The volcanic rock beneath their feet radiated a dark red warmth, leaving faint char marks with each step. Occasionally, dark red magma seeped from the cracks, snaking along the ground and leaving long trails of fire. Cheng Yi led the way, his shadow eye fully activated. Through his pitch-black pupils, he discerned the crimson figure lurking by the lava pool 30 feet away. Even the droplet trails of magma spilling from the cracks in its shell were distinctly visible. This is it. It truly was easy to find. Cheng Yi signaled for the team to halt. The hand of the shadow manipulator quietly stirred, parting a waft of sulfurous heat. Thanks to his dual immunity to fire and ice, the searing environment felt as tame as a flat surface. However, his companions were already sweating as they faced the lava-red armor beast, a creature over 6,000 years old, possessing both fire and earth attributes. Look at its shell. The denser the flowing fire patterns, the more vigorous the magma within. The spiraled horns emit an orange-red flame, indicating its power has yet to fully erupt. Cheng Yi pointed at the massive beast. It has 3 weak points, the widest gaps in the shell at the front leg joints, an old scar on its lower back, and its breath. Each time it exhales, the muscles beneath the shell relax, presenting the perfect opportunity for control. The group followed his gaze as the lava-red armor beast finally lifted its head. Its size surpassed that of an average adult rhinoceros, standing nearly 2 meters tall and exceeding 4 meters in length, enveloped in a dark crimson shell akin to solidified magma. The surface of its shell flowed with intricate fire patterns, seemingly on the brink of melting again. Dark red magma continually leaked from the seams of its shell, sizzling as it dripped onto the volcanic rock, sending up plumes of white steam. With each step, the flames beneath its hooves scorched star-shaped marks into the ground. Its 2 spiraled horns, each half a meter long, flickered with dancing orange flames, which pulsed in intensity with its breath, emitting scorching heat that made the surrounding air feel warm. Rongrong, amplify. Lin Li, prioritize your shield for yourself. Laina, Rongrong, and Zhuqing, Cheng Yi softly instructed. Ning Rongrong instantly understood, raising her 9 treasure glaze tile, its 9 tiers shimmering with a radiant glow. Her first, second, and third soul rings lit up sequentially. 9 treasures released the glazed light. The first enhances strength, the second increases speed, and the third amplifies soul power. Ning Rongrong first directed the 3 beams of auxiliary light onto Cheng Yi, followed by the pale golden amplification enveloping Xieyu and Li Qianwei, both feeling their arm strength surge dramatically. Next, a speed enhancement aura wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing and Li Qianyu, making Zhu Zhuqing's movements lighter and Li Qianyu's grip on his dragon staff quicker. Finally, the warm glow of soul power enhancement enveloped everyone, and Yin felt the tension in his soul power ease, the burning sensation from the hellfire becoming more tolerable. Lin Li immediately reacted, her peach heart spirit bracelet floating at her wrist, the pink soul power gently swirling. Her second soul ring ignited, activating her second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. Two pale pink protective shields flew forth like gossamer, perfectly enveloping Hulaina and Zhu. The shields shimmered with tiny specks of light, capable of perfectly withstanding a single attack. Subsequently, Lin Li's first soul ring lit up, activating her first soul skill, Life Ring. The pink halo infused into each individual, and a gentle warmth spread within Yan's chest, dispelling the discomfort caused by the searing environment. Zhu, you make the first move, Cheng Yi instructed. His shadow I locked onto the breathing rhythm of the lava-red armor beast. The beast paused for 3 breaths after each exhale, providing Zhu the opportunity to maneuver behind it. Avoid its tail. The magma at the tip is the hottest and can melt away your soul power. Be extremely cautious. Chapter 150. The Burning Lava Red Armor. Zhu nodded, her phantom spirit cat martial spirit instantly manifesting. The black bodysuit accentuated her lithe form, and her claws shimmered at her fingertips. With the speed amplified by Ning Rongrong, she darted like a black lightning bolt, gliding along the rough surface of the volcanic rock, perfectly evading the lava-red armor beast's line of sight by utilizing the shadows cast by the rock fissures. As the lava-red armor beast exhaled a gust of hot air, lowering its head slightly, Zhu maneuvered behind it. Her third soul ring activated, and her third soul skill, Phantom Slash, materialized a black light blade at her fingertips. Yet, she refrained from striking impulsively, waiting silently for Cheng Yi's signal. Nana, as the enchanting voice of Cheng Yi echoed in the air, Hulaina took a step forward, her enchanting fox spirit manifesting a lush, fluffy tail behind her. The first soul ring on her body illuminated, activating her first soul skill, Enchantment. A soft, lavender aura unfurled like invisible threads, weaving into the senses of the lava-red armored beast. Its once murky, beastly eyes suddenly lost focus, the flames spiraling from its horns flickering slightly, its movements becoming noticeably sluggish. In quick succession, Hulaina's second soul ring glowed, unleashing her second soul skill, Fox Charm, which surged toward the red armored beast like a tidal wave. This time, the violet light ensnared the beast's limbs, binding it with invisible chains that firmly restrained its movements. Roaring in alarm, the lava-red armored beast sensed something amiss and violently shook its head, staggering 2 steps under the disorienting effects of the fox charm. Attempting to raise its foreleg to stomp the ground and summon a magma attack, it discovered its limbs felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead. Xiaoyu, Qinyu, and Qinwei engaged directly. The fourth soul ring on Cheng Yi shone brightly, activating 8 binding chains that erupted from the crevices behind the lava-red armored beast, coiling around its limbs and torso like venomous serpents. As the shadow energy made contact with the beast's shell, it emitted a sizzling sound, and the molten rock seeping from the cracks was momentarily frozen, a testament to the shadow energy suppression of the fire element. Xiaoyu's moon blade gleamed with a silvery chill as the fourth soul ring ignited, amplifying his aura dramatically. Then, with a flicker of his third soul ring, he executed his third soul skill, Crescent Slash, crossing the blades in a swift strike that erupted with the force of lightning, targeting the joints of the beast's forelegs where the shell was weakest. A spot Cheng Yi had marked with shadow energy. A sharp clang resounded as the moon blade struck the lava-red armored beast's shell, sending sparks flying and revealing a fine crack at the joint. Simultaneously, Li Qianyu swept his dragon staff horizontally, his first soul ring glowing as he unleashed his first soul skill, Dragon's Roar. 3 blue staff shadows converged and struck fiercely at the beast's abdomen, precisely where Cheng Yi had indicated an old injury. The impact caused a section of the shell to cave in, dark red magma bursting forth. Yet Li Qianyu's second soul ring was already aglow, activating his second soul skill, Counterstrike. He swung the dragon staff, forming a protective barrier that intercepted the magma, which instantly vaporized into a cloud of white mist upon contact. Li Qianwei spun into the air, his second soul ring illuminating as he invoked his second soul skill, Binding Seal, causing the dragon staff to emit a scarlet binding strap that coiled around the beast's neck. Concurrently, Li Qianwei's third soul ring glimmered, activating his third soul skill, Divine Dragon Awakening. The staff unleashed a thunderous roar, enveloping the lava-red armored beast in golden dragon might, momentarily disrupting its soul power fluctuations. Yen, prepare to unleash your attack. Cheng Yi's shadow domain unfurled abruptly, enveloping the battlefield with destructive energy that pierced like fine needles into the cracks of the lava-red armored beast's shell. Within this domain, the beast's attributes diminished by nearly 30%, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, the flames spiraling from its horns dimming. Though its shell was hard, the magma within served as its sole power source. Incinerate its cracks with your hellfire, forcing the magma inside to become chaotic. Yin was poised and ready, his flame lord spirit igniting his form in a blaze of orange-red flames. His third soul skill, hellfire, flared as the third soul ring flickered, and he unleashed a torrent of flames. The raging inferno surged forth like magma toward the lava-red armored beast. Unlike the flames upon its shell, Yan's hellfire bore an extraordinary heat. As it struck the cracks, it caused the magma within to bubble, a testament to the flame-suppressive effect. The beast howled in agony, attempting to thrust its spiraled horn toward Yin, but was ensnared by the binding chains and binding seal, helplessly witnessing the fire penetrate its shell, searing its insides. Zhu Qing, use your clones to distract it. Cheng Yi commanded. At his call, Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul ring immediately illuminated, activating her fourth soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. 4 identical black clones leaped toward various joints of the lava-red armored beast, their movements synchronized with Zhu Zhuqing's own, their claws raking across the beast's shell. Although they could not inflict substantive damage, they successfully disrupted the lava-red armored beast's line of sight. Just as it turned to attack the left clone, the real Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to close in, activating her third soul skill, Nether Slash. The third soul ring flickered as her black blade struck the old injury on the beast's lower back, where the shell was already weak, cleaving a 2-inch deep wound from which dark red magma, mixed with blood, surged forth. Now is the moment. Cheng Yi's fifth soul ring ignited, summoning the Wolf Fang Slaughter Array, a 20-meter diameter circular killing formation that formed beneath the beast's feet. 36 semi-physical black wolf fangs circled like stars, each carrying a tearing effect. With a mere thought, Cheng Yi commanded the wolf fangs to simultaneously launch at the cracks in the beast's shell, the joints of its forelegs, the old injury on its lower back, and the crevice of the binding seal around its neck. Each fang struck true, the shadow energy relentlessly widening the fissures. The beast's struggles growing weaker, the flames on its spiraled horns slowly extinguishing, its limbs beginning to sag, evidently nearing its limit. Yin, deliver the final blow. Cheng Yi withdrew a portion of his soul power, granting Yin the opportunity. Yin inhaled deeply, his soul power surging within him like boiling magma, the aura of his flame lord spirit reaching its zenith. Clenching his fists, both his first and third soul rings ignited simultaneously, the first soul skill, Hell Lava, merging with the third soul skill, Hellfire. Yin slammed his fists into the ground. Dark red magma erupted from below, merging with the flames surrounding him to form a massive fire pillar that crashed into the wound on the beast's lower back. This time, Yin did not unleash the flames with brute force. Instead, he compressed the fiery energy into needles, penetrating the wound and precisely triggering the chaotic magma soul power within the lava-red armored beast. Chapter 151. Yan's fourth soul skill, the trial concludes. With a thunderous roar, the lava-red armored beast's body convulsed violently. Magma, spewing from the fissures in its shell, erupted into a sky of embers. The creature let out its final, heart-wrenching cry, its colossal form crashing to the ground, the flames on its spiraled horn extinguished entirely, its beastly eyes losing their luster. In the wake of this, a purple soul ring emerged from the beast's lifeless body, exuding a weighty aura unique to soul beasts over 6,000 years old, slowly swirling in the air. Surrounded by a faint mist of magma, resonating powerfully with Yan's flame lord spirit, Yin felt the surge of soul power within him rejoicing, as if calling for the integration of that soul ring. Quickly absorb it. Cheng Yi approached Yin, and the shadow domain unfolded once more, not for attack this time, but to create a protective barrier around Yin with shadow energy. The black barrier shimmered softly, isolating the surrounding heat and any potential soul beast from intruding. The shadow vigilantly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no unforeseen disturbances would interrupt Yin's absorption of the soul ring. Yin sat cross-legged, fully manifesting his flame lord spirit, a fiery phantom appearing behind him, engulfed in magma flames that resonated with the essence of the soul ring, as if they were one. Yin closed his eyes, allowing the soul ring to gently descend upon his head. The moment the soul ring integrated, his aura began to fluctuate violently, his soul power surging like a flood breaking through its dam, the phantom of the fourth soul ring gradually clarifying behind him. Yin could distinctly feel the molten power within the soul ring intertwining and merging with his own fiery essence. The weight of the magma and the searing heat of the flames nourished one another, forming a new core of soul power within his dantian, a manifestation of the fourth soul skill's potency. Yan's skin glowed with a faint crimson hue, and the flames enveloping him gradually took on the dark red tint of magma. What was once a pure fire attack now bore additional viscosity and burning sensation akin to magma. The onlookers held their breath. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile continued to radiate, providing unwavering support to Yan's soul power. The consumption of the 6,000-year soul ring was immense, and without Ning Rongrong's amplification, you might have struggled to endure the soul power surge. Lin Lu's first soul ring flickered, and the heart-spirit bracelet intermittently glimmered with a soft light. The healing energy of the bracelet quietly mending the subtle internal injuries Yin sustained from the soul power impact, ensuring his body could withstand the force of the soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing and Xie Yu remained vigilant, with Zhu Zhuqing's phantom shadow clone patrolling the battlefield's perimeter, repelling any encroaching soul beasts with its sharp claws. Xie Yu gripped her moonblade, the powerful amplification from her fourth soul skill unwavering. Any sign of disturbance would prompt her to strike without hesitation. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei stood back to back, their blue and red dragon spiral sticks crossed in front of them. The energies of the dragon spiral and the demon-suppressing dragon hammer coiling and gathering, the sound of dragon roars occasionally resonating, intimidating the surrounding soul beasts. After several hours, the soul power within Yin finally stabilized, the deep purple fourth soul ring settling firmly upon his martial soul. The power contained within the soul ring refined the flames surrounding Yin, imbuing them with a flowing essence reminiscent of magma. Slowly, Yin opened his eyes, his hands clasping together as dark red flames coalesced in his palms, taking on a viscous quality akin to magma. This was his new soul skill, the fourth soul skill that belonged to him. It was a success. Yin rose to his feet, exhilarated by the surge of soul power within him, and excitedly clenched his fist. He lifted his hand toward a nearby volcanic rock, and in an instant his fourth soul ring ignited, unleashing the fourth soul skill. Magma eruption. Dark red flames erupted from Yan's palm. Upon contact with the volcanic rock, the flames transformed into flowing magma, adhering tightly to the rock's surface, continuously scorching it. The rock quickly turned a fiery red, its surface beginning to melt, yet the magma did not extinguish. Instead, it spread along the rock's veins, enveloping it entirely. This soul skill not only possessed formidable attack power, but could also cling to foes, persistently burning them. The high temperature of the magma could temporarily solidify their flow of soul power, preventing them from easily executing their own soul skills. Cheng Yi approached, patting Yin on the shoulder with a smile, gracing his lips. Well done. This soul skill perfectly compensates for the previous shortcomings of your fire attacks. Now that you're also a soul zone, our team's firepower output will be even more stable. Cheng Yi glanced at the magma in Yan's palm, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. This is all thanks to everyone, especially Yui Ge, Yin replied, scratching his head. Why bring this up? Cheng Yi chuckled, giving Yan's shoulder another light pat. Indeed, our success in this trial, along with the support of our soul beasts, is largely due to Yi Ge. Hulaina chimed in with a smile. Everyone has worked hard, not just me. We are a collective, and we cannot afford to lose anyone, Cheng Yi declared. We should also take our leave. It is time to exit the Death Canyon, he added. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before making their way towards the outskirts of the Death Canyon. At the exit of the Death Canyon, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, the lingering scent of magma and sulfur gradually diluted by the cool breeze blowing in from outside the valley. The Bright Sentinels, led by Yu Guan and the Shadow Court, under the guidance of Gui Mei, had long awaited the group's emergence from the Death Canyon. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yi and his companion stepped out. Young Master, Yu Guan and Gui Mei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing them. We pay our respects to your highness, the Holy Sun. The members of the Bright Sentinels and the Shadow Court knelt in unison. No need for such formalities. We are all comrades, Cheng Yi said with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, Your Highness, they responded in unison. Young Master, how was your experience in the Death Canyon? Yu Guan inquired with a smile. It was quite rewarding. We encountered several surprises, but we grew stronger as a result. I successfully obtained my 5th soul ring, and Nana, Zhuqing, Xie Yu, and Yin all acquired their 4th soul rings. Rongrong is also nearing level 40, and Lin Lu, Qin Yu, and Qianwei have made significant advancements as well. Cheng Yi replied. As 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, slowly materialized beneath his feet. Young master, the aura of your soul rings. Are they 60,000 years? Hui Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, we expended considerable effort for this soul ring. Thankfully, we had everyone's assistance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to acquire it. During the absorption process, the mutated Annihilation Shadow Wolf launched a minor attack, but everyone risked their lives to protect me while I absorbed the ring. Had anything gone wrong, we would have all perished in the Death Canyon. Cheng Yi explained, scratching his head sheepishly. What of it? Ego, did you not always say we are a collective? The group chimed in unison. Chapter 152. Return to the Spirit Hall, the harvest to the group. Yes, we are a collective, and we must continue to strive together. Cheng Yi said with a smile. All right. The group responded in cheerful unison. Young master, let us be on our way. His Holiness the Pope has been waiting for you. Yuan remarked with a smile. Very well, let us set off to the Spirit Hall, Cheng Yi agreed. The group quickly returned to Spirit City, and as they disembarked from the carriage, they were greeted by air that starkly contrasted with that of the Death Canyon. Wonderful, we are finally back, Yin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha, those months were truly torturous. I'm finally free from that dreadful place. Li Qianwei laughed heartily. Hulaina took a deep breath, exclaiming, This is fantastic. I need a good bath. Ego, when we rest, accompany me for a stroll in Spirit City. Before Cheng Yi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected. That won't do. Ego is going to accompany me. No, Ego is clearly coming with me. Zhu Zhuqing insisted, vying for his attention. All right. We shall all go together, Cheng Yi said, affectionately ruffling the heads of the 3 girls. Let's head to Mother first. We wouldn't want her to worry, he added. With that, the group made their way towards the Spear Hall. Bibi Dong stood at the entrance of the Pope's Hall, smiling warmly. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Cheng Yi dashed forward, calling Mother, with a beaming smile. Teacher, Your Holiness the Pope, the others echoed in unison. Come in, Bibi Dong said with a smile. What gains did you achieve during this excursion in the Death Canyon? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let me show you, Mother. I shall summon my martial soul. Cheng Yi repeated. Cheng Yi, martial soul, Shadow Monarch, level 52 assault type, Soul King. As he spoke, a shadow emerged from his own silhouette, stretching and transforming into a dark figure that hovered behind him. Subsequently, 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, materialized behind him. Hulaina, martial soul, Demon Fox, level 41 control type, Soul Zone. As she spoke, her eyes took on a beguiling glow, fox ears sprouted atop her head, and a soft, furry tail emerged from behind her. As 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, floated up from beneath her feet. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat, level 41 agility type, Soul Zone. As she proclaimed her title, her fingers morphed into sharp claws, black cat ears hidden within her dark hair twitched slightly, and a slender tail sprouted from her back, with 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, slowly rising beneath her feet. Ning Rongrong, martial soul, 9 treasure glaze tile, level 39 support type, Soul Master. As she spoke, the 9 treasure glaze tile appeared in her hand, radiating a spectrum of colors, with 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, gradually manifesting beneath her feet. Lin Yu, possessing the martial soul heart bracelet, a 37th level auxiliary soul master, slowly raised his right hand, revealing a bracelet of pure pink adorning his wrist, adorned with delicate petals. 3 soul rings, colored yellow, and purple, ascended gracefully from beneath his feet. Xiaoyu, with a martial soul moon blade, a 41st level assault type soul sect, manifested 2 glimmering moon blades in his hands. As 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, gently rose from his feet. Yin, wielding the martial soul flame lord, also at the 41st level of the assault type soul sect, summoned the ethereal image of the flame lord behind him, the fiery figure emanating a molten intensity. While 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, floated upward from his feet. Li Qianyu, with the martial soul coiling dragon staff, a 37th level assault type soul master, produced a staff radiating a captivating blue light, its intricate patterns vividly alive, as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly emerged from beneath him. Li Qianwei, also with the coiling dragon staff, a 33rd level assault type soul master, conjured a staff glowing with a crimson hue, the shaft emitting faint echoes of dragon roars. As 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, gradually appeared from his feet. Are we all satisfactory? Especially you, Ear. If I'm not mistaken, your fifth soul ring's spirit beast originates from a 6,000-year-old annihilation shadow wolf, said Bibi Dong. Indeed, mother. We exerted considerable effort to defeat that annihilation shadow wolf. It was the most perilous aspect of our trial in the Death Canyon, Cheng Yi replied. Ear, that was far too risky. Thankfully, no misfortunes befell you. The process of absorbing that soul ring must have been challenging, as the soul shock from a 6,000-year-old annihilation shadow wolf is formidable, Bibi Dong remarked. It was somewhat troublesome, but I managed to prevail, Cheng Yi replied, scratching his head before recalling the fierce battle between the shadow soldiers and the annihilation shadow wolf within his spiritual realm, causing him to shake his head and smile faintly. Teacher, during this trial in the Death Canyon, although we've all grown, we owe most of our progress to Brother E, Hulaina stated, prompting nods of agreement from the others. There's nothing wrong with that. Teammates should rely on one another. One day, Ear will also depend on you. I am well aware of your experiences in the Death Canyon, and you all performed admirably, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Do not always compare yourselves to Ear. You all know his exceptional talent. I understand that you wish to be a strong support for him, especially Nana, Rongrong, and Zhuqing. However, Ear also wishes to protect you. And this bond is mutual. There is no need to overthink it, Bibi Dong reiterated. Everyone nodded in agreement, while smiling. By the way, mother, look at this, Cheng Yi said as he retracted the Shadow King, martial soul. With a firm grasp of his right hand, the ethereal underworld demon Scythe manifested, followed by a somewhat translucent blood-red soul ring that slowly ascended from beneath his feet, exuding an unparalleled malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Gue Mei were taken aback. Young master, what is this soul ring? Yueguan exclaimed in astonishment. This soul ring emanates a potent malevolence. It cannot have been obtained from spirit beast, Bibi Dong inquired. That's correct, mother. This soul ring was not acquired from a spirit beast, Cheng Yi replied earnestly. This malevolence is something I only encountered in the City of Slaughter. The intensity of the malevolence from your soul ring is even greater, Bibi Dong mused internally. Mother, this soul ring was formed from the black aura that emanated from the corpse of a deceased spirit beast, which then entered my body and solidified. This black aura caused me to lose control, and I nearly, Cheng Yi said, lowering his head and clenching his fists. Observing this, Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhuqing stepped forward to gently pat Cheng Yi. Ear, there's no need to blame yourself. This is not your fault. That black aura, known as malevolence, can erode the mind. I have experienced it myself. It is already remarkable that you managed to break free from its control, Bibi Dong comforted. Chapter 153, Assessment. Malevolence? The group queried, in confusion. Indeed, this malevolence arises after a person or spirit beast's death, reflecting their killing intent during their lifetime. If one becomes entangled with malevolence, it will incessantly erode their sanity, leading to a loss of reason. If one fails to escape its grasp in time, they will become a puppet of malevolence. Knowing only slaughter, Bibi Dong explained. Hearing this, the group felt a chill of dread. Thankfully, Brother E possesses formidable mental strength and managed to escape the malevolence's control in time. Ning Rongrong said. Yes, collectively we would stand no chance against Brother E, Hulaina added. Brother E hasn't even employed his soul abilities yet. He has only utilized the ethereal underworld demon Scythe, Cheng Yi noted. I owe much to everyone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped the control of the malevolence. Cheng Yi said, turning to the group and bowing deeply. Brother E, what are you doing? They exclaimed in unison. Brother E, you truly needn't worry about this. Regardless, I will ensure everyone's well-being, Lin Yu asserted. Brother E, it's just like before. Consider it practice for us, Xie Yu said with a smile. Yes, Brother E. Wasn't our training similar to this? Yin chimed in. Brother E, truly, there's no need to dwell on this. It has only honed our teamwork, Li Qianyu remarked. Indeed. Brother E, I even wish to spar with you once more, Li Qianwei said, drawing curious glances from everyone, while Yin gasped in disbelief, muttering, You must be mad. Li Qianwei soon realized the absurdity of his statement, recalling the scenes of his past battles with Cheng Yi, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Perhaps there will be an opportunity, Cheng Yi said, waving his hand with a smile. Yes, let us hope that opportunity doesn't arise, Li Qianwei quickly added. The group erupted into laughter. Ear, what kind of soul skill does your new soul ring bestow upon you? Bibi Dong inquired. Mother, this soul ring has not yet granted me any soul skills. However, I have noticed that each time I absorb malevolence, the color of this soul ring deepens. I speculate that I must absorb a sufficient amount of malevolence to transform this ring into a completely blood-red one before it grants me any soul skills, Cheng Yi explained. Bibi Dong gazed at the soul ring on Cheng Yi's body with a hint of concern. Just then, the voice of the god of plague resonated in her mind. Bibi Dong, do not worry, there will be no harm. That is a gift from the Shura god to the child. Rest assured. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mother, there is still some time before the preliminary rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. What shall we do during this period? Cheng Yi asked. With less than a month remaining until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, I have arranged for you a 9 versus 9 team soul battle to assess your training outcomes. The remainder of the time, you may take a breather, Bibi Dong smiled. Yay! The group exclaimed excitedly. Don't celebrate too soon. I will select 9 junior soul kings from our spirit hall to battle against you, Bibi Dong warned. What? 9 soul kings? The group gasped in astonishment. Teacher, there is only brother E among us who is a soul king. This seems exceedingly difficult, Hulaina remarked. This is precisely how we will assess your training results. I have faith in you, Bibi Dong affirmed with a smile. Brother E, do you think we can win? Li Qinyu asked. What are you thinking? With Brother E here, of course we can win. We simply need to coordinate with him, Li Qianwei replied with a grin. Regardless of the challenges, Brother E will always lead us through, Lin Yu asserted. Everyone, let us not overthink it. Let us give our best tomorrow. That is all we need to do, Cheng Yi encouraged with a smile. All right, they all responded in unison. The following day, within the Hall of the Pope. Are you all prepared? Bibi Dong inquired with a smile. We are ready, Mother. We are ready, Teacher. We are ready, Your Holiness, the assembled crowd responded in unison. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, then wave her hand, come in. As the words fell, 9 individuals entered the grand hall in succession, after which they knelt on one knee and proclaimed, We pay our respects to Your Holiness and to His Highness, the Holy Sun. Arise. Bibi Dong gestured with her hand. Thank you, Your Holiness, the 9 individuals replied. Ear, these are your opponents for today. They are all at the rank of Soul King. Level 52, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Cheng Yi glanced over the 9 individuals and declared, Mother, we will give our all. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and said, You 9, please introduce yourselves. Yes, Your Holiness, the 9 responded in unison. My name is Wang Li, and my martial soul is the mountain-splitting battle axe. I'm a level 52 assault-type Soul King, Wang Li said with a slight bow. I am Han Ming, and my martial soul is the Frost Chain. I am a level 52 control-type Soul King, Han Ming said with a gentle gesture. My name is Niu Wu, and my martial soul is the Dark Iron Heavy Shield. I'm a level 52 defense-type Soul King, Niu Wu stated, thumping his chest. I am Yi Qing, and my martial soul is the Green Bamboo Blade. I'm a level 52 agility-type Soul King, Yi Qing nodded. I am Ying Xiao, and my martial soul is the Shadow Blade. I am a level 52 agility-type Soul King, Ying Xiao said with a bow. I am Feng Lai, and my martial soul is the Wind-Chasing Leopard. I am a level 52 agility-type Soul King, Feng Lai remarked. I am Ji Yin, and my martial soul is the Swallow's Flight Bow. I am a level 52 agility-type Soul King, Ji Yin said with a slight bow. My name is Li Hui, and my martial soul is the Holy Radiant Scepter. I am a level 52 support-type Soul King, Li Hui stated with a slight bow. I am Sun Mu, and my martial soul is the Vine of Nature. I am a level 52 support-type Soul King, Sun Mu said with a gesture of respect. Ear, what do you think of these opponents? Bibi Dong asked with a smile. We can only ascertain their strength through battle, Cheng Yi replied. All right, let us proceed to the Soul Arena. There will be many patrons, elders, and deacons present to witness. Bibi Dong declared. Rest assured, Mother, we will not bring you shame, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Have faith, Teacher. Have faith, Your Holiness, the others echoed. Bibi Dong nodded with a smile, and then turned to Wang Li and the others, saying, You 9 must give your utmost effort, otherwise, you may find yourselves at a disadvantage against Ear. Yes, Your Holiness, the 9 affirmed in unison. Very well, let us depart to the Soul Arena, Bibi Dong commanded. At the Soul Arena, deacons of various ranks were already assembled, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the patrons and elders. Wang Li and his companions had begun their preparations on the arena, while Cheng Yi and his group ascended the platform with poise, with Bibi Dong standing at the center. We pay our respects to Your Holiness, and to His Highness, the Holy Sun, the crowd declared in unison. Bibi Dong gently tapped her scepter, signaling the commencement of the ceremony. Thank you, Your Holiness, the crowd responded. Today, our generation of the Spirit Hall returns from trials in the Death Canyon. Let us witness the fruits of their endeavors, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Chapter 154. The test begins. Bibi Dong then stepped back from the arena, and a bishop stepped forward and announced, "Please reveal your martial souls." Li Hui, martial soul Holy Radiant Scepter, level 52, support type, Soul King. As he spoke, a resplendent golden scepter appeared in his hand, adorned with a diamond-shaped holy crystal that radiated a warm white glow, its shaft engraved with faint golden holy patterns, exuding a sacred aura. Sun Mu, martial soul Vine of Nature, level 52, support type, Soul King. As he spoke, dark green vines entwined around Sun Mu's wrist, adorned with delicate green leaves and translucent flower buds, warm to the touch, swaying gently as they moved. Ying Xiao, martial soul Shadow Blade, level 52, agility type, Soul King. A pair of matte black daggers materialized in Ying Xiao's hands, their curved edges as thin as a cicada's wing, the hilts embedded with small obsidian stones. Silent as they were wielded, yet emanating a chilling aura. Feng Lai, martial soul Wind Chasing Leopard, level 52, agility type, Soul King. As he proclaimed, a faint azure wind shimmer enveloped Feng Lai, the wind elements swirling around him, his form becoming lithe and agile, clad in light yellow spotted fur, with pointed ears and amber eyes and sharp claws emerging from his limbs. Jian, martial soul Swallow's Flight Bow, level 52, agility type, Soul King. As he spoke, a pale azure bow appeared in Jian's hands, its shape resembling the outstretched wings of a swallow, the string shimmering with silvery light. The bow's tip intricately carved in the form of a swallow's head, casting a shadow of the bird when drawn. Yi Qing, martial soul Green Bamboo Blade, level 52, agility type, Soul King. A long green blade manifested in Yi Qing's grip, its slender form shimmering with a light green hue. The hilt adorned with bamboo node patterns wrapped in green cord, the back of the blade embedded with fine bamboo strands, producing a gentle rustling sound when swung. Niu Wu, martial soul Dark Iron Heavy Shield, level 52, defense type, Soul King. A pitch-black heavy shield appeared in Niu Wu's hands, its surface etched with intersecting iron patterns. The edges blunt and sturdy, the grip wrapped in black cloth, cold and heavy to the touch. Han Ming, martial soul Frost Chain, level 52, control type, Soul King. A chain forged from cold jade and icy marrow materialized in Han Ming's grasp, its links hexagonal, with translucent ice crystals entwined in the middle, the grip polished smooth. As the chain shimmered with a chilling light when swung, the links clashing and shedding icy fragments that melted upon hitting the ground. Wang Li, martial soul Mountain Splitting Battle Axe, level 52, assault type, Soul King. A dark, formidable axe appeared in Wang Li's hands, its blade wide and sharp, marked with cleaving scars. The handle made of black wood wrapped in iron, inscribed with unknown patterns. As it was wielded, a fierce wind howled, exuding a raw and untamed essence. 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose simultaneously from beneath the 9 individuals. "Please guide us," the 9 declared in unison. Such perfect soul ring configurations. Li Qianwei exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course, how could your holiness possibly assign us inferior soul rings?" Li Qianyu remarked, shaking his head. Cheng Yi's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he declared, "Brothers, let us unleash our martial souls and give it our all. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall shall prevail." "Yes, Captain," the others responded in unison. Lin Yu, martial soul heart-shaped spiritual bracelet, level 37, support type, Soul Ancestor. Lin Yu raised his wrist, revealing a pink bracelet that shimmered with a soft glow, intricately carved with intertwining peach blossom patterns. The inner surface adorned with petals that glimmered with a healing light as he moved. Ning Rongrong, martial soul 9 treasure glazed tower, level 39, support type, Soul Ancestor. A tower roughly an inch tall floated in her palm, transparent as crystal, each of its 9 levels embedded with delicate patterns of light. As her soul power flowed, the layers of the tower lit up one by one with golden radiance. Li Qianwei, martial soul spiral dragon staff, level 33, assault type, Soul Ancestor. A crimson staff appeared in his hands, its entire form resembling molten iron, with red-gold dragon patterns winding around it, seemingly ready to soar. The dragon's head at the tip glared fiercely, and each swing created a shockwave, every strike accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, powerful and domineering. Li Qianyu, martial soul spiral dragon staff, level 37, assault type, Soul Ancestor. Li Qianyu's staff was forged from deep-sea ice, its body a translucent blue. the icy blue dragon patterns glimmering with a cold light, with the dragon's head at the tip bearing white fangs, balancing both attack and defense. Yin, Martial Soul Flame Master. Level 41 Assault Type, Soul Sect. Flames of Hell ignited around Yin, transforming into a half-human high phantom of fire upon awakening his martial soul. The phantom donned lava armor, with a crimson fireball rising from his palm, as the soul power surged like flowing magma, for soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple slowly emerged from beneath Yin. In the realm of martial prowess, we find Xiaoyu, the wielder of the Moonblade, a formidable soul master at level 41, specializing in the fierce assault category. In each hand, he clutches a crescent-shaped dagger, its blade shimmering silvery white as though kissed by frost, with a delicate blue sheen along its edges. When infused with soul power, lunar patterns dance along the blade, creating crescent-shaped shockwaves with each swing. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, ascend gracefully from beneath Xiaoyu's feet. Next, we encounter Zhu Zhuqing, the embodiment of the Phantom Spirit Cat, also at level 41, belonging to the agility-based Soul Master sect. As she speaks, her fingers transform into sharp, claw-like projections, while a pair of black cat ears peeks through her ebony tresses, twitching slightly. A slender cat tail emerges from her back. And like Xiaoyu, she is graced with 4 soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple, which rise from her feet. Hulaina, the mystical fox, also at level 41 and a master of control, has her gaze turn enchanting as fox ears sprout atop her head and a soft, bushy tail unfurls behind her. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rise from her feet as well. Cheng Yi, the Shadow Monarch, stands at level 52 in the assault category. Dark, swirling soul power envelopes him, casting elongated shadows behind. A mass of darkness erupts from his shadow, hovering ominously at his back, shrouded in an aura that devours light. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, materialize behind him. Please offer your guidance, the 9 comrades declare in unison. The aura of one of those soul rings is astonishing. 60,000 years? The 5th soul ring is 60,000 years? Truly, he is the Holy Sun. The gathered crowd exclaims in shock. The opponents on stage also display expressions of astonishment. At this, Bibi Dong's lips curl into a subtle smile. Qianren, having arrived at the edge of the arena, gazes at Cheng Yi with admiration. Bibi Dong, noticing Qianren, turns her head and rolls her eyes. The bishop glances at Bibi Dong, who nods in response. Receiving the signal, the bishop lifts his hand and proclaims, "The soul duel commences." As the referee's words echo, Cheng Yi's shadow suddenly ignites, transforming his pupils into an inky black. The movements of the 9 opponents slow to a crawl in his perception. Cheng Yi's toes touch the ground, and he dashes towards Wang Li, the core of the assault-based Soul King formation, determined to suppress him first. Chapter 155. The initial disadvantage. First soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's first soul ring glimmers, and he lunges forth with ghostly swiftness, his hands cloaked in 3-foot-long, pitch-black claws aimed directly at Wang Li. Cheng Yi understands that this assault Soul King is pivotal to the enemy strategy. He must sever their spearhead. Yet, just as he closes in within 3 meters of Wang Li, a chilling voice erupts. First soul skill, Ice Chain. With a flash of his first soul ring, Han Ming unleashes a chain of icy crystals, as thick as a barrel, from his palm, wrapping around Cheng Yi's ankle with a biting chill. With a crack, the ice spreads along the chain, drastically reducing Cheng Yi's mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Li activates his first soul ring, employing his first soul skill, Mountain Splitter. A massive axe swings toward him, the blade's soul power coalescing into a half-foot-wide shockwave that tears through the air with a piercing shriek. Cheng Yi's pupils constrict as he quickly activates his 3rd soul ring, invoking his 3rd soul skill, Shadow Echo. A transparent shadow barrier, as fragile as ice, materializes before him. The axe collides with the barrier, creating a thunderous sound that reverberates throughout the arena. The barrier trembles violently, yet remains intact, rebounding a third of the impact back at Wang Li, who stumbles back 3 steps, veins bulging on his arm, blood seeping from his palm. Suking, Disrupt Tanming. Cheng Yi roars, channeling his soul power to break free from the ice chain. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing vanishes, activating her first soul skill, Phantom Thrust. Her first soul ring sparkles, her speed tripling as her claws dart toward Han Ming's rear. However, Ying Xiao and Yi Qing have already anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's trajectory. Ying Xiao's first soul ring ignites, and he employs his first soul skill, Shadow Stab. He transforms into a green shadow, his short blade gleaming as it strikes toward Zhu Zhuqing's back. Simultaneously, Yi Qing activates his third soul ring, utilizing his third soul skill, Sliding Step, evading and sliding several meters to flank Zhu Zhuqing, then unleashing his first soul skill, Bamboo Blade Thrust, targeting her waist. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hu Lai's second soul ring glimmers, and a pale purple light radiates from her, momentarily immobilizing Ying Xiao and Yi Qing, their eyes glazing over. Though the daze is brief, it grants Zhu Zhuqing a moment to breathe. She twists away from the impending shadow stab, activating her third soul ring to unleash her third soul skill, Phantom Slash. A black blade of light cutting through the air, perfectly severing Yi Qing's attack while she sidesteps the follow-up strike. Yet Han Ming remains unperturbed. His second soul rings slowly glowing as he activates his second soul skill, Frost Domain. The temperature around him plummets, and as Zhu Zhuqing steps into the 5-meter radius of the icy domain, her speed and attack power wane, the stone beneath her feet icing over, each step laden with sluggishness. Simultaneously, Niu Wu's second soul ring illuminates as he employs his second soul skill, Iron Wall Defense. A shield radiates with red light, instantly bolstering his defense, standing like an iron tower before Han Ming. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Slash strikes the shield, leaving but a faint white mark, while the rebound from the impact sends a jolt through her wrist. "Ego, I come to aid you." Yan's voice, infused with the heat of flames, resonates as he slams his hands onto the ground, activating his first soul skill, Hellish Lava Surge. Boom! The earth fractures, a 2-meter-wide chasm opens, and lava bursts forth, carrying a pungent sulfur aroma toward Wang Li. Yet Wang Li's second soul ring ignites, and with a swing of his axe, he employs his second soul skill, sweeping the army, sending a fan-shaped shockwave that forces the magma back into the chasm, simultaneously pushing Yin away. Ning Rongrong's third soul ring shines as the 9-treasure glazed tower emits a radiant glow. Golden light descends upon Cheng Yi and Xie, infusing them with renewed vigor. Cheng Yi feels his soul power surge, the dark glow of his shadow claws intensifying, while Xie wields his twin moon blades, activating his first soul skill, Slash, sending crescent-shaped blades to repel the approaching foam lie. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, the two brothers, join the fray. Li Qianyu brandishes his Azure Dragon Spiral Staff, activating his first soul skill, Ocean's 3 Strikes, unleashing 3 staff strikes imbued with penetrating force to push back Ying Xiao. Meanwhile, Li Qianwei activates his second soul ring, employing his second soul skill, Ring Binding Curse, as the Crimson Dragon Spiral Staff coils like a serpent, ensnaring Yi Qing's legs and restricting his movement. Lin Li's first soul ring glows, and her heart-shaped spirit bracelet radiates a pink light. Her first soul skill, Bracelet Shadow Life Ring, envelopes Zhu Zhuqing, restoring the health she had lost from the earlier counterattack. However, the counteroffensive from the opposing side comes swiftly. Sun Mu's 5th soul ring suddenly gleams as he activates his 5th soul skill, Natural Symbiosis. 3 green light bands connect Wang Li, Han Ming, and Niu Wu, while a towering 3-meter guardian vine bursts forth from the ground, its spines glinting ominously, shielding Wang Li and the others. At the same time, Li Hui's 5th soul ring also illuminates as he unleashes his 5th soul skill, Divine Radiance descends. Golden light rain cascades down, restoring the health of the Soul King team to over half while bestowing them with a translucent holy shield. This is bad. Cheng Yi's heart sinks, realizing the opposing support Soul King has unleashed their 5th soul skill, indicating a desire for swift resolution. Indeed, empowered by the divine radiance, Wang Li's aura surges as he activates his 5th soul ring, invoking his 5th soul skill, Mountain Shatter. Wang Li grips his axe tightly, channeling energy for a second before cleaving through the air, unleashing a 5-meter-wide axe beam, imbued with terrifying power, aimed directly at Xie and Yin. Seeing this, Xie quickly activates his 2nd soul ring, invoking his 2nd soul skill, Control. His twin moon blades cross defensively before him, while Yin also activates his 2nd soul ring, employing his 2nd soul skill, Granite Rock. With a mighty clap of his hands, he conjures a rocky barrier. However, the might of the axe beam surpasses all expectations, bending and warping the moon blades, shattering the rocky shield with a thunderous crash, sending Xie and Yin flying, crashing heavily onto the stone floor, blood spilling from their mouths. The 5th soul ring of Wind Hunter illuminated, activating the 5th soul skill, Cheetah's Fury. Wind Hunter's figure swelled dramatically, his fur transforming into a lustrous gold, enhancing both speed and attack power. He lunged fiercely at Zhu Zhuqing, simultaneously activating his third soul ring, unleashing the third soul skill. Rending Claws. Wind Hunter's claws, imbued with a tearing effect, inflicted 3 deep gashes on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, exposing bone, and the tearing damage began to manifest every few seconds. Zhuqing, Cheng Yi shouted. The second soul skill, Peach Spirit Guardian. Lin Yu's second soul ring flickered as he hastily cast a pink shield around Zhu Zhuqing, blocking Wind Hunter's next assault. Simultaneously, the second and third soul rings of Ning Rongrong illuminated, bestowing enhancements to both speed and soul power upon Zhu Zhuqing, allowing her to narrowly evade further pursuit. Witnessing his teammates falter, Cheng Yi's heart surged with fury. He understood that it was time to unveil his hidden cards. Chapter 156. The hidden cards revealed. Cheng Yi's counterattack. Cheng Yi drew a deep breath, the dense black soul power erupting around him, swirling with devouring light. Domain. Shadow. Cheng Yi intoned, as the domain expanded from his center, swiftly enveloping the entire battle arena. In that moment, the expressions of everyone on the opposing side shifted dramatically. Wang Li felt his soul power's circulation sluggish, his strength rapidly diminishing. The freezing chains of Han Ming slowed in their formation. Wind Hunter's speed advantage was significantly reduced, and the enhancements from his frenzied state were curtailed. More dreadfully, a wave of destructive energy began to gnaw at their bodies like a parasite, draining their health with every passing second. Darkness descends upon the shadow domain. Cheng Yi shouted once more, plunging everyone within the domain into utter darkness. Ji Yan's arrows lost their targets. Yi Qing's bamboo blades wandered aimlessly, and Ying Zhao's shadow evasion was rendered ineffective in the obscurity, their vision completely obstructed, forcing them to rely solely on their soul power to gauge their surroundings. Nana, restrain Han Ming, Cheng Yi commanded. Hulaina's third soul ring glimmered as she activated her fox transformation, drastically enhancing her mental acuity, attack power, speed, and strength. The ethereal fox ears behind her became increasingly distinct. Her first soul skill, Bewitchment, flashed forth, precisely striking Han Ming. The purple light coursed through his soul power, infiltrating his sea of consciousness, slowing his control over the chains by 30%. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yi's fourth soul ring ignited, activating his fourth soul skill. 8 binding chains. 8 dark chains shot forth from behind him, entwining around Wang Li, Niu Wu, and Ji Yan. Wang Li swung his axe fiercely, severing 2 chains, but became ensnared by the remaining 2 around his ankles. Niu Wu's heavy iron shield absorbed most of the chains, yet he was still dragged backward by their relentless pull. Ji Yan's bow was shattered by the chains, forcing him to huddle helplessly on the ground. Without hesitation, Cheng Yi's 5th soul ring blazed to life, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Wolf Fang Slaughter Array. A circular killing array, 20 meters in diameter, unfolded amidst the enemy ranks, with 36 semi-ethereal black wolf fangs hovering in the air, each fang measuring about half a foot and possessing a razor-sharp tearing effect. Go! Cheng Yi commanded, and the wolf fangs rained down upon the Soul King team like a torrential storm. Wang Li wielded his massive axe in defense, but the sheer number of wolf fangs left multiple gashes on his arms, significantly diminishing his defense. Niu Wu's heavy iron shield blocked most of the fangs, but was battered backward with each impact, the efficacy of his ironclad defense waning. Ying Zhao and Yi Qing struggled to evade in the darkness, suffering continuous hits from the fangs, their health steadily depleting. Ji Yan's shoulder was pierced by a fang, blood staining his garments. Armor-piercing storm. Wang Li bellowed, his 4th soul ring flashing as he swung his axe, creating a whirlwind that lifted debris into the air. The collision with the wolf fangs produced a series of thunderous roars, yet the shadow domain continued to sap Wang Li's strength, severely weakening the power of his attack. The wolf fangs continued to pour forth relentlessly. Sun Mu, summon the prison. Han Ming's voice trembled as he barely broke free from the enchantment, activating his 3rd soul ring and unleashing his 3rd soul skill, Multi-Lock Binding. 3 ice chains ensnared Cheng Yi, but within the domain, Cheng Yi's speed was unparalleled, allowing him to easily evade the chains. At the same time, he stealthily activated the Shadow Manipulator's hand, grasping Han Ming's wrist from afar, preventing him from continuing to unleash soul skills. Yan, it's your turn, Cheng Yi called out. The 4th soul skill, Magma Eruption, activated as Yan's 4th soul ring glimmered, causing the ground to fissure and magma to surge forth, forming a wall of fire. Niu Wu's fourth soul ring illuminated as he attempted to break through the firewall with his heavy shield, but the scorching magma forced him to retreat, even the iron of his shield turning red from the heat. Seizing the moment, Xieyu's fourth soul ring lit up, enhancing his attributes. He executed his self-created soul skill, Crescent Moon, gripping his moon blade with both hands and spinning rapidly, creating a series of circular light blades that repelled Ing Xiao and Yi Qing while simultaneously assaulting the ensnared Wang Li. Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, the brothers, joined forces against Wind Hunter. Li Qianyu's second soul ring activated, forming a defensive barrier that intercepted Wind Hunter's third soul skill, Rending Claws. Li Qianwei's third soul ring illuminated as he invoked the Divine Dragon Awakening, the crimson coiling dragon staff emitting a thunderous roar, bolstering his combat prowess while intimidating Wind Hunter. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul ring activated, unleashing her fourth soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Her clones joined Zhu Zhuqing in an assault against Wind Hunter, followed by the flickering of her second soul ring as the attacks of Nether Hunter Claws fell like a torrential downpour. However, the opposing team had not completely crumbled. Li Hui's Holy Radiant Staff suddenly shone, activating his fourth soul skill, Purifying Light. His fourth soul ring glimmered, casting a golden beam upon Wang Li, dispelling negative effects and restoring a modicum of health. Simultaneously, Sun Mu's fourth soul ring also illuminated, summoning a vine prison around Cheng Yi in an attempt to confine him. Cheng Yi snorted coldly as the power of shadows erupted, instantly shattering the vine prison. His gaze locked on Li Hui, the auxiliary soul king who served as the core of their endurance. He needed to be dealt with first. Cheng Yi's right hand began to manifest the right paw bone of the dark golden claw bear, radiating a destructive aura. Cheng Yi's right paw coalesced into a massive 3-meter-long claw strike, imbued with terrifying tearing power, hurtling toward Li Hui. Li Hui's holy shield shattered instantly, the claw strike crashing heavily against his chest. Puff! He spat out blood, propelled backward, his soul power in disarray, unable to unleash any further soul skills. Sun Mu's second soul ring activated swiftly, hastily invoking the life shield to envelop Li Hui. Yet, Cheng Yi's movements were swifter. The shadow power emanating from his forehead coalesced into the shadow spirit's wisdom bone, activating the skill, Shadow Divine Light. Cheng Yi urged the soul bone, unleashing black and white lasers that pierced through Sun Mu's shoulder, interrupting his soul skill casting. With the loss of 2 auxiliary soul kings, the opposing team's situation grew increasingly dire. Nevertheless, Wang Li continued to resist fiercely. His mountain-cleaving giant axe was raised once more, his third soul ring illuminating as he activated his third soul skill, Earthquake Strike. The axe blade crashed violently into the ground, sending shockwaves that momentarily stunned Cheng Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. Wind Hunter's fourth soul ring lit up, unleashing his fourth soul skill, Gale Dash. As he charged toward Cheng Yi 3 times in succession, each strike carrying tearing damage. Armored 8. Cheng Yi called out, a purple-gold armor enveloping his upper body. Wind Hunter's charge struck the armor, leaving only shallow scratches. Chapter 157. The Counterattack of the Soul King Team. Once the days wore off, Cheng Yi's first soul ring ignited, unleashing his first soul skill, Shadow Claw. Cheng Yi's hands were enveloped in claws formed of shadow power, instantly pushing back Wind Hunter. It's time to show our true prowess, Niu Wu. Han Ming. Wang Li's roar reverberated, shaking eardrums, as Niu Wu's fifth soul ring illuminated. He unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Xian Tai Guardian, causing the heavy shield to expand threefold, emanating a dark red aura and forming a semicircular barrier with a radius of 5 meters. Almost simultaneously, Han Ming's fifth soul ring also glowed, activating his fifth soul skill, the Extreme Cold Prison. Frost chains shot forth like venomous serpents, precisely ensnaring brothers Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei, while simultaneously isolating Cheng Yi and his companions. Just as Li Qianwei raised his spiral dragon staff, icicles erupted from the ground, swiftly weaving into 2 icy cages. Despite his efforts, Li Qianwei's staff struck the cage wall, activating his first soul skill, the demon-subduing dragon hammer. The dragon's roar caused the icy prison to tremble, yet it failed to halt the closing icicles. As the confinement took effect, Han Ming deftly controlled the icy cages, causing them to shatter explosively, inflicting severe ice damage upon Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. The freezing effect rendered them as if mired in a quagmire, their movements slowed considerably. Yi Qing, Ing Xiao, Wang Li shouted, his fifth soul ring flashing incessantly as he gathered his soul power for his fifth soul skill, the Shattering Mountain Axe. A half-foot-wide shockwave of axe energy materialized. Yi Qing, his third soul ring aglow, deftly maneuvered to evade and circled behind Li Qianyu, activating his fifth soul skill, the Entwining Bamboo Strangulation. Dual blades, akin to silken ribbons, wrapped around Li Qianyu's waist, their edges rotating to slice through. Meanwhile, Ying Zhao's fifth soul ring also illuminated as he unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Shadow Killing Formation, which unfolded beneath the feet of Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. 8 shadow blades spun at high speed, with Ying Zhao blending into the formation, poised for a sudden strike. With a flash of his second soul ring, Li Qianyu activated his second soul skill, the Thousand Gene Counterattack. The Spiral Dragon Staff formed a defensive barrier, barely blocking Yi Qing's dual blades. However, Ying Zhao's shadow blades suddenly teleported from within the formation, delivering a blow to Li Qianyu's back, staining his armor with blood. Li Qianwei's third soul ring glowed as he activated his third soul skill, the Divine Dragon Awakens. Just as the dragon patterns on his spiral dragon staff illuminated, Niu Wu's fourth soul skill, the Heavy Shield Crush, advanced menacingly. The colossal shield, propelled by overwhelming force, relentlessly pushed Li Qianwei backward, and as the advance concluded, he was violently sent flying, crashing into the shadow blades of the killing formation and spitting blood. My first soul skill, the Shadow Life Ring. Lin Lu's first soul ring flickered to life as he hurriedly unleashed his first soul skill, casting a pink halo over Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. However, the vines left by Sun Mu suddenly ensnared Lin Lu's wrist, having the healing range. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile glimmered anew, her third soul ring sparkling as she desperately infused soul power into Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. Yet it was short-lived. Niu Wu's third soul ring suddenly ignited, activating his third soul skill, the Shockwave Ring, releasing circular ripples that impeded Ning Rongrong's enhancement. Li Qianwei's spiral dragon staff was ultimately severed by the shadow blades, and the Entwining Bamboo Strangulation also inflicted a grievous wound upon Li Qianyu, causing both to stumble to the ground, still tightly clutching their staffs. Observing the scene, Li Qianyi and Li Qianfeng could only shake their heads in resignation. Qianyu and Qianwei did their best. They performed admirably. Qianyu, Qianwei, Cheng Yi shouted anxiously, his first soul ring flashing as the shadow claw enveloped his hands, propelling him toward Li Qianyu and Li Qianwei. At that moment, Niu Wu obstructed Cheng Yi's path, the Xiantai Guardian flickering ominously as the damage rebound triggered. The moment Cheng Yi's shadow claw made contact with the shield, he was knocked back 3 steps, his palms searing with pain. Xie Yu Yin, break the shield. Cheng Yi roared it. Hearing this, Xie Yu's fourth soul ring ignited, activating his fourth soul skill and significantly enhancing his attributes. Subsequently, Xie Yu's third soul ring also illuminated as he unleashed his third soul skill, the Broken Moon Blade, which shimmered with a chilling radiance as it struck toward Niu Wu. Simultaneously, Yan's fourth soul skill activated and molten lava erupted, surging against the base of the shield. Yet, the shield's thickness merely diminished the red glow slightly. Gather Yin, Wind Hunter, Bumlikumunda. And Jian's fifth soul ring lit up as he activated his fifth soul skill, the Breaking Wind Crossbow. The flying bow transformed into a repeating crossbow, unleashing a rain of arrows imbued with armor-piercing effects toward Xie Yu. Wind Hunter's fifth soul ring also glowed as he activated his fifth soul skill, the Cheetah's Fury, expanding his form and pouncing toward Yan's back with double the tearing effect. Xie Yu's second soul ring flickered as he activated his second soul skill, the Steel Guard. Yi Qing's fourth soul ring then illuminated, activating his fourth soul skill, the Bamboo Shadow Barrage, which unleashed 6 strikes in 5 seconds, drastically lowering Xie Yu's defenses. Ying Zhao's Shadow Blade struck again, slicing through Xie Yu's wrist and sending the moon blade flying from his grasp. Wind Hunter's third soul ring shone as he unleashed his third soul skill, the Rending Claw, which found its mark on Yan's back, inflicting 2 deep wounds that caused him immense agony. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Yan's third soul ring flickered as he gritted his teeth, enveloping himself in flames to repel Wind Hunter. However, Han Ming's fourth soul ring had already ignited, activating his fourth soul skill, the Icebound Impact, which crashed beneath Yan's feet. The icy spikes sent him soaring, extending the duration of his immobilization. Wang Li's fourth soul ring illuminated, activating his fourth soul skill, the Armor-Piercing Storm. With a mighty swing of a shattering mountain axe, he summoned a whirlwind that engulfed Yan, causing his defenses to plummet. Ultimately, Yin stumbled and fell, his flames extinguished. Xiaoyu struggled to retrieve the moonblade, but Wang Li recalled Bibi Dong's command to show no mercy. He unleashed his second soul skill, the Thousand Army Sweep, delivering a crushing blow that sent Xiaoyu flying, injuring his shoulder and casting him out of the soul arena. In the span of merely a few moments, Li Qianwei, Xiaoyu, and Yin fell, utterly exhausted. Only Cheng Yi's team remained, comprising Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Lin Lu, each bearing wounds. Hu Laina's fox transformation dissipated, her legs ensnared by Han Ming's multiple bindings, rendering her unable to stand. Zhu Zhuqing bore numerous lacerations on her back, with her phantom shadow clone reduced to its last, and her speed significantly hampered by blood loss. Ning Rongrong and Lin Lu's 9 treasure, glazed tile, and heart spirit bracelets' radiance gradually dimmed, their soul power depleted to the point where they lacked the strength to lift their arms. In stark contrast, the remaining 7 members of the Soul King team, although injured, radiated an invigorated spirit. Wang Li's shattering mountain axe, stained with blood, retained its armor-piercing efficacy, while Han Ming's frost chains reformed, their icy spikes sharper than before. Niu Wu's Xian Tai heavy shield bore numerous scratches yet stood resolute. Yi Qing, Ying Xiao, Wind Hunter, and Ji Yin surrounded their opponents in a fan formation, their eyes brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Your Highness, shall we continue? Is there still a chance for a comeback? Wang Li inquired, raising his shattering mountain battle axe. I believe in you, Bibi Dong thought inwardly, yet her grip on the scepter tightened unconsciously. What will you do now, Cheng Yi? Qian Rinxue pondered silently in her heart.